When the demon Lord Ge Yuan Yuan woke up in the interstellar junkyard, her 1,000 years of cultivation had turned to nothing, leaving only tattered rags to cover her and a stray dog rubbing against her pant. Leg. It wasn't until she discovered the radiation ore, which everyone else avoided, that she realized it emitted the spiritual energy fluctuations of a treasure from the cultivation world. Relying on the scraps she picked up from the garbage heap, she quickly bought the entire polluted planet. When the honest imperial marshal came to confiscate the illegal structures, this former supreme being of the demonic path chuckled while pinching the other's chin. Stay with me. And even garbage can turn to gold. Later, the entire interstellar community witnessed the cold-faced Marshal squatting in a golden doghouse, counting the energy crystals refined from the waste by Ge Yuan Yuan. What's wrong with being raised like a dog by a rich woman? She was a true master of turning stone into gold. Chapter 1. The demon cultivator comes to the world surrounded by garbage. With sewage flowing, a spaceship hovered above, continuously dumping trash here. Moments later, the spaceship quickly departed, leaving her 746 star, a well-known garbage planet. The departing ship seemed to have triggered a wild feast, as a group of ragged people surged from all directions, greedily rummaging through the dumped garbage for food. It was the year 3804 AD, the great interstellar era. Beside the garbage station, behind a large rock, a frail little girl opened her eyes in confusion. Wary of her surroundings, she crouched motionless behind the stone. Looking at her own hands, small yet covered in scars, the Yuan Yuan slowly accepted the reality before her. She seemed to have taken over the body of a little girl living in a garbage dump. She was originally a renowned female demon lord in the cultivation world, having cultivated for 1,200 years, sweeping through the demon realm undefeated. On the second day after ascending to the position of demon lord, the hypocrites from the righteous path shouted to exorcise demons and joined forces to suppress her in the exorcism. Formation, if it weren't for her soulmate, the celestial mechanic, trying to save her, how could she have entered the formation? Little did she know, when Ge Yuan Yuan was gravely injured, the one delivering the final blow was the very person she loved deeply. Unwilling to fall just like that, she self-destructed her nascent soul, breaking through the exorcism formation and taking several hypocrites down with her, only to resent that she couldn't take down the heartless thief, celestial mechanic. Thinking she would fall just like that, she unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. Heaven had not been unkind to her. The people scavenging nearby saw the little girl behind the stone with a twisted expression, crying and laughing, and they all moved away from her, shaking their heads. Look, another one has gone in.He or dog.Dan. If you don't hurry, you won't even get any broken nutrient solution that a skinny little boy yelled at Ge Yuan Yuan, clutching the nutrient solution in his arms and running away. Disdainfully glancing at the garbage heap in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan turned around without hesitation. How could a dignified demon lord rummage through garbage with a bunch of refugees? After taking just a few steps, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt a cramping pain in her abdomen. Having fasted for a long time, she was completely unaware that this was a warning from her body due to not eating for 2 days. Dizziness overcame her, and she fainted on the ground. The people in the garbage heap would not show her any mercy. Food was a rare resource, and they didn't divide her up for food, especially with the recent influx of nutrient solutions dropped by the spaceship. When Ge Yuan Yuan woke up again, she found herself lying in a dilapidated shed with howling winds outside. "You're awake. I fed you half a tube of nutrient solution. If you die, I'll be really mad." Following the direction of the voice, she saw the little boy who had yelled at her earlier, hugging his knees and looking at her, with an even smaller child glaring at her fiercely. Beside him, that half tube of nutrient solution must have been shared between the two of them. Or dog.Dan. What's wrong with you today? You waited for 2 hours for the spaceship and didn't go pick anything up? The little boy casually added some kindling to the fire in front of him. The fire emitted a foul smell, causing Ge Yuan Yuan to cough tears. She still did not realize that this was harmful substances released from burning plastic and other toxic materials. But her survival instinct made her move a couple of steps to the side. The little child glared at her even harder, clearly annoyed that Ge Yuan Yuan had taken a spot. Flipping through the memories of this body, Ge Yuan Yuan remembered this was a pair of brothers that the original owner was on decent terms with, Big Song and Little Song. "I fainted from hunger. Thank you both." Yuan Yuan awkwardly touched her nose. There was not a shred of demonic energy left in her body, and she was no longer the demon lord who could summon winds and rains. Although Ge Yuan Yuan was proud, she was not foolish. If she acted aloof now, she would be the first to die. Get out! Little Song, frail, squatted in place and expressed his intention to drive Ge Yuan Yuan away. Sensing the situation, Ge Yuan Yuan left and followed the path from her memories back to her home. If it could even be called that, the Yuan Yuan looked at the dirt cave in front of her, which was even more dilapidated than Big Song's home, and fell silent. Even the lowest servant in her demon palace would disdain to sleep in such a place. Life is indeed unpredictable. Surrounding the dirt cave were a few mechanical parts and a tattered mecha repair manual. Holding her growling stomach, Ge Yuan Yuan rummaged through the place, but found no food at all. She was so hungry. How could she not be hungry? Ge Yuan Yuan lay on the ground, the cold wind ravaging her, continuously draining her warmth and consuming her vitality. This little girl must have starved to death for her to be able to attach to this body. But without energy intake, she wouldn't be far from death herself. After sighing for a long while, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly sat up cross-legged. As long as she could guide energy in her body, whether it was demonic energy or spiritual energy, it would allow her to temporarily rejuvenate. As long as she established her foundation and fasted, she wouldn't need to eat and naturally wouldn't starve to death. The demonic energy drifting in the air gradually attracted Ge Yuan Yuan, and the howling cold wind began to swirl around her. A layer of black energy gradually enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, a night passed, and Ge Yuan Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This body was simply too weak to withstand the higher impact of demonic energy. She had cultivated all night and barely managed to guide energy into her body, just enough to keep her life hanging by a thread. Pa pa pa. She was not a dog. Eric the dog Dan. Big Song arrived with Little Song, and upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as she was alive, it would not be a waste of that half tube of nutrient solution. Today, my brother and I are going to the outskirts of the wasteland mountain to transport polluted energy stones. Working half a day can yield 1 energy coin. Do you want to come? Good heavens! Directly going from a refugee to a laborer. Ge Yuan Yuan grimaced and nodded, while also inquiring about the basic situation here. What can energy coins be used for? I fainted and hit my head on a rock yesterday, so I can't remember a lot. 3 energy coins could be exchanged for a bottle of nutrient solution. The 3 of us will be just enough. After buying the nutrient solution, we can split it. Big Song pulled Ge Yuan Yuan and ran. Hurry up. If we're late, there won't be any spots left. Stumbling after Big Song towards the wasteland mountain, Ge Yuan Yuan furrowed her brow in thought. The people here were too miserable, working hard for cheap food, and the food was not enough to fill their stomachs, which forced them to work more. This vicious cycle would inevitably lead to death. We're here. Ge Yuan Yuan stopped, looking in the direction Big Song pointed. Before her stood a massive and continuous mountain range, surrounded by refugees wearing makeshift protective gear, transporting stones. Taking Ge Yuan Yuan to the robot to collect their work badges, the 3 entered the pollution zone marked with red skulls behind simple protective gear. Behind the barbed wire lay countless contaminated energy stones. What was that thing that just issued badges? Ge Yuan Yuan kept looking back at the robot maintaining order, finding it extremely strange. It resembled neither human nor beast, more like a mechanical being. Seeing Big Song's disdainful gaze, Ge Yuan Yuan felt as if she was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It's a robot. Have you forgotten even that? Ge Yuan Yuan looked up and, upon seeing her surroundings, instantly forgot to respond to De Song's words. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 2. The City's Treasure. Ge Yuan Yuan had to admit that she was indeed just a country dog, having never seen so many magic stones before. The entire desolate mountain was made up of magic stones, stretching endlessly before her. The surging magical energy almost overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but remove the mask from her face, taking deep breaths of the air here. Cultivators absorb spirit stones to enhance their strength, while demon cultivators absorb magic stones to increase their power. In a daze, Ge Yuan Yuan felt as if she had arrived in paradise. Have you lost your mind? De Song quickly lunged in front of Ge Yuan Yuan, hurriedly putting the mask back on her face. The beautiful dream was instantly shattered, and Ge Yuan Yuan looked at De Song beside her in confusion. This is an infection zone, filled with toxic gas. The protective measures here are already quite rudimentary. Do you want to die? The song's expression was unusually serious. He clearly didn't expect Ge Yuan Yuan to have damaged her brain and dare to breathe in the toxic Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly. If the air was filled with toxic gas, then the magic stones held by those refugees were contaminated energy stones? Her guess was soon confirmed. As they walked along the line, they came to a mining area where laborers struggled to extract energy stones with simple tools, placing them onto small carts to transport them out. They could earn 1 energy coin after working all morning. Casually chiseling at the energy stones with her tool, Ge Yuan Yuan whispered, "Where do these energy stones go in the end?" The song vigorously swung his chisel, glancing at the energy stones being transported out. They should be sent for purification and then used to maintain the daily energy expenses of the entire garbage planet. Contaminated energy stones cannot be completely purified and cannot circulate to other mid to high level planets. Yuan Yuan couldn't help but salivate at the sight of these stones and asked, "Can I take the energy stones with me?" Unexpectedly, the song shot her a fierce glare, warning her, "Don't even think about it. Contaminated energy stones are not good things. Carrying them for a long time can cause mental collapse and madness." At that point, no one could save you. Scolded, Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't angry. She just felt a bit regretful that she couldn't take them. Since she couldn't take them out, secretly absorbing a little bit here shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking this, Ge Yuan Yuan discreetly pressed her fingertip against an energy stone. The magical energy surged into her body through her fingertip, making her breathing feel smoother. She was so hungry that, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Ge Yuan Yuan directly picked up a piece of magic stone and munched on it like a cookie, not daring to leave the remaining energy stones behind and quietly stashing them in her pocket. Even with the magical energy boost, Ge Yuan Yuan was still exhausted after a morning of physical labor, barely able to lift her arms. Following De Song and Xiao Song to the city center, the three squatted in front of a vending machine and got their first nutrient solution of the day. Ge Yuan Yuan opened her mouth wide and poured the last drop of nutrient solution into her mouth, reluctantly placing the empty bottle into the recycling machine. Although the taste of the nutrient solution was truly disgusting, it filled her stomach decently, allowing her to feel a bit more at ease for the time being. Across the street, a 3D projection screen was playing on a loop. It is reported that after the end of the National Defense War, Marshal Mu Air Gyre of the Empire has gone missing and is currently unaccounted for. Let us pray together for the hero's early return. Clearly, the big news on the broadcast had nothing to do with the 3 people squatting on the curb who could barely fill their stomachs. Ge Yuan Yuan declined the proposal to scavenge for trash with the 2 brothers. She didn't want to turn herself into a smelly little trash heap at the dump. Moreover, she had more important things to do. Walking along the small road behind the energy mine, Ge Yuan Yuan could feel the magical energy becoming denser the further in she went. Perhaps she could successfully level up there and also harvest a batch of magic stones. What others feared and avoided, the heavily infected area, looked to her like a treasure trove for cultivation. The vegetation here was sparse, and, at a glance, it was almost all large chunks of magic stones. Further in was a stone forest with strange rocks standing tall, shrouded in black mist and marked with a large warning sign. Severe infection zone. Please turn back immediately. Ge Yuan Yuan clapped her hands, cheerfully crossing the warning line and running inside. Here, with the rich magical energy, she didn't even need to draw a spirit-gathering array. As she entered the stone forest, Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze was drawn to a flash of silver white in the distance. What was that? Could it be some astonishing treasure? As she approached, Ge Yuan Yuan realized that a huge white wolf was lying in front of her. It seemed to be injured, with large bloodstains on its abdomen, lying motionless on the ground. She couldn't even focus on cultivation as she looked at the white wolf, nearly brought to tears. There was meat to eat. Ge Yuan Yuan had never thought she would fall to the point of being able to eat a piece of meat, and happy tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of her mouth. The moment Ge Yuan Yuan got closer to the white wolf, the previously unconscious wolf suddenly opened its eyes, its sharp gaze piercing directly at Ge Yuan Yuan like a blade. "What are you staring at? I'll make soup out of you later." Ge Yuan Yuan immediately sharpened her knives, ready to attack the white wolf. It seemed that the white wolf realized Ge Yuan Yuan was genuinely intent on killing it. Disbelief flickered in its eyes as it was forced to speak. "Don't kill me. I will repay you greatly in the future." Its voice was deep and magnetic. Ge Yuan Yuan truly didn't expect that the beasts on this garbage planet could actually speak, making her even more intrigued. It's great that you can talk. Talking ones are more nourishing. The white wolf fell silent. Was this woman out of her mind? At this point, shouldn't she realize he was a person? How could she still be thinking about eating him? If he weren't seriously injured and his mental strength damaged, he would have killed Ge Yuan Yuan long ago. How could it have come to this, where Ge Yuan Yuan was still thinking about eating him? Unfortunately, under the eaves, one had to bow their head. If you save me, I'll give you 10 million energy coins, enough for you to leave this garbage planet and live a wealthy life. The white wolf's tail thumped against the ground, both a warning and a sign of urgency. Deal. Ge Yuan Yuan cheerfully agreed without hesitation. When she got to the white wolf's side, she suddenly pulled out a dagger, ready to slit its throat. The severely injured white wolf sprang up from the ground, its claws slashing across Ge Yuan Yuan's abdomen, tearing her clothes. Both of them had their own hidden agendas, and after a round of exchanges, neither gained the upper hand. But Ge Yuan Yuan could tell that the white wolf baring its teeth in front of her was truly pushing itself. It was seriously injured, and its breathing was heavy enough to pull a bellows. The spinning world and Ge Yuan Yuan's gradually enlarging face were the last images the white wolf saw before it fainted again. Ge Yuan Yuan still wasn't reassured. Holding the dagger, she leaned in to examine the white wolf. The white wolf had a large gaping wound on its abdomen, blood and flesh mangled, and surrounded by swirling black mist, indicating that the wound had been severely contaminated and its life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 3. Acknowledge me as your master. The fire flickered continuously, illuminating the surroundings as the sky darkened. Ge Yuan Yuan tossed the wild vegetables she had painstakingly gathered from the desolate mountain onto the ground and set up a small pot to start cooking. Perhaps it was a characteristic of the interstellar era, but the stars in the night sky seemed more numerous and brighter. A large number of cruise ships drifted through the universe, and soldiers in mechas, armed with energy guns, jumped down one after another from the tail of the mothership. Jet boosters increased their speed, scattering them in batches across every planet in the in.He Gemstar system. Their secret mission was to search for the Marquis, who went missing during the War of Defense. The last coordinates he left before disappearing were in this galaxy. The Zerg's offensive was growing increasingly fierce, and the frontline battles were becoming more desperate. In a surprise attack against the Zerg Queen, Muir was gravely injured, and before the Zerg Queen tore through space to escape, she threw him off the battlefield. In a nearly century-long war between humans and Zerg, humanity had been steadily retreating. Suddenly, the Marquis Muir emerged like a sharp blade, reclaiming vast territories for humanity and providing a much-needed breather. The Marquis is the hero and pillar of all humanity. The White Wolf's physique was indeed robust. He woke up after 3 hours of unconsciousness. The toxic gas that had ravaged his wounds had completely disappeared, making him feel much more comfortable. Although the wounds were not yet healed, the source of contamination that prevented their healing was gone, so recovery was just a matter of time. He lay exhausted on the ground, watching Ge Yuan Yuan stir something in a small pot. Struggling to stand up, the white wolf suddenly felt something was wrong. Something was binding him. Looking down, the white wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. A rope was tied around his neck, with the other end secured to a nearby rock. Was he being treated like a pet dog? Since birth, no one had ever dared to show him such disrespect. Instinctively, he tried to break free from the rope, only to find that the seemingly loose rope was incredibly resilient, tightening with his movements. Suppressing the anger boiling inside him, he frowned and impatiently said, "I promise I won't harm you. Just let me go." "Oh, you're awake." Ge Yuan Yuan set the small pot down and glanced at the rope tied to the white wolf with satisfaction. Taming a spirit beast as a mount was a dangerous task, so she had spent an hour drawing a reinforced binding formation on the rope. What could she do? She had lived long enough, and the spells she learned from the beast taming sect during her boredom were now coming in handy. Understand this. You are now the fish on the chopping board. Ge Yuan Yuan flicked the knife in her hand, revealing a sinister smile. "It's been a while since I've had meat. You can choose to submit or end up in the pot." The threat of death loomed over the white wolf. He instinctively glanced at the small pot. Inside was polluted water boiled with wild vegetables that if he refused to submit, he would be cooked into this pile of garbage and then eaten by the scavengers of this garbage planet. He was never afraid of death, but he feared dying without value. Moreover, the battlefield in the distance was still waiting for him. If he were to die, it would be at the hands of the brutal Zerg, not being eaten without a complete corpse by a little brat on a garbage planet. Swallowing hard, the white wolf decisively said, "Master." He remembered this humiliation. A true man can endure and bend. Once his wounds healed, he would be the first to tear this child apart. With a smile, Ge Yuan Yuan patted Mura's head, satisfied as she picked up the small pot to devour her meal. Just as she took a bite, the white wolf suddenly stood up, incredulous as he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan. She was actually eating the heavily infected wild vegetables. The rampant toxic gas would tear her mental strength apart. "Stop eating," the white wolf said irritably, shaking his tail. "Don't you have any nutritional supplements? This stuff will kill you." Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She hadn't expected the white wolf, despite hating her, would still remind her that the food was poisonous. So upright? "I have no food. Not eating means death." She stated this cruel reality expressionlessly, taking another sip of soup, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. What a blessed land. Even the food was infused with magical energy. "Watch out." The white wolf suddenly shoved Ge Yuan Yuan aside as a massive monster landed where she had been standing. Its red compound eyes spun continuously, with sharp blades for arms and 4 pairs of transparent wings on its back. "Zerg!" His gaze sharpened. The Zerg came faster than he had imagined. With the appearance of the first Zerg, a nauseating buzzing filled the air as a swarm of Zerg quickly gathered, numbering at least a dozen. Ge Yuan Yuan slowly got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her body, alertly watching the Zerg, and grabbed a wrench as her weapon. "You run as far as you can." The white wolf tried to position himself in front of Ge Yuan Yuan, but was nearly choked out by the rope around his neck. Damn it. He had forgotten he was still tied up. Before the white wolf could mentally prepare himself for a noble sacrifice, the situation on the scene had changed dramatically. Ge Yuan Yuan wielded the large wrench with impressive prowess, each move flowing with grace as she drove the Zerg back, almost dislodging their pair of wings. His eyes involuntarily brightened, feeling his head throb. The white wolf forcefully activated the space button and tossed out 2 laser guns to Ge Yuan Yuan. Receiving the weapons, Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively took an attack stance and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Ge Yuan Yuan jumped in shock. A large pit exploded in the distant sand, the earth smelling of charred remnants, and the leading Zerg was blasted down to half its body. "This thing is fierce." Ge Yuan Yuan immediately fell in love with this weapon, raising her hand for 2 more shots. The more she fought, the braver she became. Although she had never encountered Zerg before, thousands of years of survival had allowed her to quickly identify the Zerg's weaknesses and deliver fatal strikes. Minutes later, the last Zerg attempting to escape fell under Ge Yuan Yuan's gun. "This is simply a born warrior." The white wolf couldn't help but murmur. He could see that Ge Yuan Yuan's initial grip on the gun was extremely awkward, as if it were her first time using one. But she quickly became adept. Her strange movements and techniques made him take a keen interest in her. Not hearing what the white wolf murmured, Ge Yuan Yuan was crouched down, secretly digging into the Zerg's abdomen to see if she could extract a core to aid her cultivation. Their cores are in their heads. As the white wolf's voice fell, Ge Yuan Yuan skillfully dug out a dark red crystal still oozing with brain matter from the Zerg's skull. Chapter 4. Divination and the Imperial Treasure. Ge Yuan Yuan gathered the crystal core and washed it clean with water. Her skills were quite impressive. The white wolf looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with undisguised admiration and surprise, as he never expected such a talent to exist on this almost exiled planet. Ge Yuan Yuan, with a small face covered in blood, waved her hand, clearly dissatisfied with her current strength. In her prime, she was almost at the brink of ascension, capable of turning mountains and seas, slaying half-immortals, and with a single sword strike, she could easily take the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators. But now, even killing a few exotic beasts was a struggle. If it weren't for the heavenly machine, immortal, joining forces with the major sects, how would she have ended up in this interstellar era? She, Xianheng Demon Lord, swore an oath of inner demons that in her lifetime, she would definitely kill the heavenly machine and avenge herself. Accompanied by Ge Yuan Yuan's oath, a thunderclap echoed in the sky. Shrinking her neck, Ge Yuan Yuan said, "It's going to rain." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a light drizzle began to fall, mixed with demonic energy, which was detrimental to the white wolf's wounds. Ge Yuan Yuan's earthen cave was not large enough to accommodate more than one person. The upright Marshal certainly wouldn't hide alone, leaving Ge Yuan Yuan, a child, outside to be drenched in polluted rainwater. Before he could say anything, Ge Yuan Yuan knocked him out with a swift hand chop. Struggling to stuff the white wolf into the earthen cave, Ge Yuan Yuan conveniently shoved her energy gun and pots and pans into his arms. These were all her personal belongings, and she naturally wanted to protect them well. Rain was a rare opportunity. So Ge Yuan Yuan took out the crystal core and began to divine. Although her current strength was insufficient, the rainwater connected to the heavens, bringing a hint of the profound power of nature which she could use. Qian symbolizes heaven. Ge Yuan Yuan hunted in contaminated. And a gust of wind suddenly erupted around her, with her, as the eye of the storm, the 8 trigrams formation spreading out. The rainwater connected the heavens and the earth, and demonic energy surged forth. Accompanied by a spout of blood, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly gathered her energy, and the rainwater instantly coalesced into a uniquely shaped large seal, suspended in the palm of her hand. This was the key object for her to tear through space and return. The price for her malnourished and weak body to probe the heavenly secrets was that she was directly drained of demonic energy and fainted. The rain stopped, washing away the surrounding smell of blood. When the white wolf woke up and looked up, he found that the pot he was holding had conveniently been pressed against his head, blocking his eyes, with a wild vegetable hanging from the tip of his nose. Shaking his head and throwing the pot away, the white wolf then noticed that he was in the earthen cave, holding pots and pans, while Ge Yuan Yuan lay unconscious on the ground not far away. His wounds had healed significantly. His powerful SSS-level physique allowed him to recover quickly once the rampant demonic energy was gone, though his mental strength was still damaged and had yet to recover. A flash of white light passed, and he transformed into human form, casually tousling his light golden curls, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes, exuding a strong, exotic charm. Without clothes or a mask, Muir felt somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps no one in the entire galaxy could have imagined that their mighty and robust Marshal, undefeated in battle, had a slightly youthful puppy face beneath the mask. His military uniform had long been torn apart by the chaotic flow of time and space. And while his injuries contributed to his continued beast form, part of it was also due to his embarrassment at appearing naked in front of a girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Casually breaking the rope around his neck, he found a pair of pants from his spatial button to wear. Although they were still a bit loose, it was better than nothing. He picked up Ge Yuan Yuan in a princess carry, surprised to raise an eyebrow. This little girl was lighter than he had imagined. Originally, when he was restrained, he truly wanted to tear Ge Yuan Yuan apart, but after experiencing the recent crisis, he had witnessed her talent and skills, and developed a fondness for her. Moreover, she was so small, only 17 or 18 years old. What did she know? There was no need for him to fuss over a mischievous child. After placing Ge Yuan Yuan back in the cave, Muir checked her condition and confirmed that she was only a bit weak and would wake up after a while, which relieved him. He took out a healing device and aimed it at the torn wound on his abdomen, numbing it for self-treatment, while contemplating how to leave this garbage planet. The electronic brain was already shattered, and the mecha's energy was insufficient, making it impossible to contact the military. The spatial button could still open thanks to it being powered by solar panels. If he remembered correctly, he had seen the interstellar pirate ship before losing consciousness. It was likely that the 3 factions were looking for him now, and he needed to find a way back to the capital planet. But without the electronic brain, he couldn't even come up with fair money. The healing device flashed twice before it ran out of energy and stopped working. Muir's emerald green eyes flickered with guilt as he quietly picked up the energy stone that Ge Yuan Yuan had placed in the corner and stuffed it into the healing device. This small energy stone must have taken the little girl a long time to accumulate, and he felt guilty using it. His gaze fell on Ge Yuan Yuan's palm. Drawn by what she was holding, a small ball of water coalescing together. Muir's eyes quickly narrowed, his alertness instantly heightened. The droplet of water had taken on the shape of the imperial seal. The real seal was stored in the royal palace of the capital planet. Why would a little girl exiled to a garbage planet know what the seal looked like? What was her background, and what were her intentions? Various conspiracies flashed through Mir's mind. He looked deeply at Ge Yuan Yuan and suddenly felt no urgency to leave. The insect race and the frontline troops had both suffered heavy losses and wouldn't launch another major assault for a while. He had enough time to investigate Ge Yuan Yuan. An unexpected change occurred. Ge Yuan Yuan's initially relaxed palm suddenly closed tightly, and she rolled up from the ground, the water ball coalescing into the imperial seal, directly smashing towards Mir's face. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly darted towards the entrance of the cave. In her unconscious state, she was stimulated by a faint killing intent, and upon seeing a half-naked exotic man in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly exploded into action, trying to buy time to escape. Mir instinctively raised his hand to block it. The water seal had no offensive power at all, slapping against his forearm with a splat, and the water flowed into his wound along his abdominal muscles. "Who are you?" Ge Yuan Yuan quoted sharply. In the blink of an eye, Mir instantly decided to play dumb. He blinked and tilted his head at Ge Yuan Yuan, seemingly confused as to why she was so wary, exclaiming, "Master? A silly dog couldn't have any bad intentions, right?" Goodness, Mir completely left Ge Yuan Yuan speechless. She glanced around and realized that the previously injured white wolf had disappeared, and the man in front of her had a deep, penetrating wound in his abdomen, seemingly matching up. The water flowing into Mir's wound was not purified. Demonic energy lingered around the injury. He pointed at the wound, his small face scrunching up, and pouted at Ge Yuan Yuan, saying, "Master, it hurts." As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed Mir couldn't control his raging genes, and a pair of fluffy wolf ears suddenly sprouted from his head, gently swaying, looking very pettable. Chapter 5. Purifying abilities. Almost instinctively, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit itchy, and she was quite accepting of the idea of her spirit pet transforming into a human. Narrowing her eyes, she carefully examined him, then smiled, waving at Mu'er with a relaxed tone. "So, little bai, you can turn into a human too. You startled me. Come here, I'll treat your wounds." Her eyelashes drooped slightly, hiding the coldness that flashed in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes. She wasn't foolish. She definitely sensed the faint, murderous aura when she was unconscious. The white wolf clearly wanted to kill her, but for some reason, he changed his mind and started pretending to be foolish. Since he intended to put on an act, she would play along to the end. With 3,000 years of cultivation, if she couldn't outsmart a wolf, she might as well prepare for reincarnation. Two people with ulterior motives came together. Ge Yuan Yuan's fingertips pressed against Mu'er's lower abdomen, absorbing the rampant demonic energy. Mu'er had never seen such an ability before, and, recalling the previous jade seal, cautiously asked, "Is your ability to control water?" After 3 generations of genetic modification, from ancient humans to the present, everyone born in the interstellar era has various abilities, perhaps telepathy or metal manipulation. Mu'er's ability was to transform into a diamond battle wolf, combined with a powerful physique and SS-level mental strength, making him nearly the pinnacle of combat power in the entire empire. Unfortunately, his mental C was injured, and his mental strength had plummeted to D level, remaining in a berserk state. A slight use of mental strength would bring a splitting headache, making him almost a weakling, only slightly stronger than Ge Yuan Yuan. If Ge Yuan Yuan's ability was water, that made sense for her to purify contaminated water. "No, my ability is purification." Ge Yuan Yuan shook her head. She could easily nod and agree with Mu'er's words, but she wasn't a water spirit root. A single lie required more lies to cover it up. It was better for her to mix truth with falsehood. "I can purify the source of pollution, restoring contaminated things to their original purity, such as energy stones in your wounded areas." Ge Yuan Yuan cleverly chose purification rather than absorption. Mu'er's eyes lit up almost instantly, and his gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan was almost that of looking at a treasure. There weren't many people with purifying abilities, but the probability of producing one was 1 in 10 million. The number of existing purifiers in the entire empire could be counted on one hand, but the number of contaminated warriors was in the millions. Regardless of Ge Yuan Yuan's motives, as long as she held goodwill towards the empire and could grow smoothly, he was willing to pay any price to obtain her healing rights. His determination to win over Ge Yuan Yuan was further solidified, and Mu'er increasingly felt that playing the fool was a good strategy. Ge Yuan Yuan gazed towards the southeast, where purple cheese swirled around the jade seal, seemingly exuding a dragon's roar. This was the imperial seal, meaning that it must currently be in the palace. Do you know where the palace is? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Mu'er in front of her. Locals would know better about such matters. In Capital Star, you need to take a spaceship and jump through a wormhole. It takes half a month to get there. Mu'er anticipated that Ge Yuan Yuan would want to find that jade seal, and he also needed to return to Capital Star to report. The two were conveniently on the same route. After speaking, they stared at each other for a while. Little bai. What do you mean by spaceship and Capital Star? Ge Yuan Yuan awkwardly rubbed her hands, completely not understanding what Mu'er was talking about. Mu'er then realized that Ge Yuan Yuan was a descendant of exiles, raised in a highly polluted wasteland, and probably had never been exposed to the rapidly developing interstellar era. A sense of compassion involuntarily rose within him, and his gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan became somewhat tender as he began to explain things to her as if she were a child. After 4 hours of continuous explanation, Mu'er finally finished imparting basic knowledge, raising Ge Yuan Yuan's understanding to a level where she could live in interstellar society without being treated as an idiot and sent to a mental hospital. Seizing the opportunity, Ge Yuan Yuan eagerly offered a cup of purified water. All right, a child of 7 or 8 years old would know about these things, and I can slowly teach you the rest on the way to Capital Star. After taking the cup, Mu'er, feeling dry and thirsty, drank it all in one go. I'm 1,115 years old, not some childish kid, Ge Yuan Yuan said with conviction, disliking Mu'er's overly tender gaze towards her. Upon hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's age, Mu'er indeed stopped looking at her with such tender eyes, shifting to a gaze of concern typically reserved for someone mentally challenged. He grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan's arm and began measuring her bone age. You're actually 15 years old, Mu'er exclaimed in surprise, looking her up and down like she was a bean sprout. Are you even 1 meter 40 tall? Due to malnutrition, Ge Yuan Yuan was barely 1 meter 39, standing up to less than Mu'er's chest. Feeling insulted, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression immediately darkened. In her previous life, she was 1 meter 75, a captivating beauty with long legs, a slim waist, and ample chest. This shabby appearance was entirely the original owner's fault. Once she cultivated her spirit energy, she would definitely grow taller. Picking up the small pot that Mu'er had thrown away, Ge Yuan Yuan wore a sullen face and headed up the mountain. Mu'er then realized that his earlier words had upset Ge Yuan Yuan and hurried to catch up with her. After walking a few steps, Ge Yuan Yuan turned around and said expressionlessly, "You either turn into a white wolf or stay at home." As soon as he used his mental strength, Mu'er would be in excruciating pain. There was no way he could forcefully transform into a beast. He handed the energy gun to Ge Yuan Yuan, seriously advising, "There is still half the energy left in the gun. It should be enough for you to protect yourself." After receiving the gun, Ge Yuan Yuan turned and walked away, heading straight for the desolate mountain without mercy. That place was simply a sacred ground for her cultivation. If she left the garbage star for Capital Star, she wouldn't have such good resources anymore. Would she be willing to give that up? Of course not. After being an elder for so many years, she had never been as wealthy as she was now. She had come to regard the entire desolate mountain as her territory. Today, her sole purpose for going up the mountain was to craft a storage ring for herself. She had to secretly pocket some top-notch magic stones from the heavily contaminated area to feel at ease. Diving into the stone forest, Ge Yuan Yuan had already set her sights on a magic lotus flower growing at the edge of the stone forest. With her original body's poor constitution, if she swallowed that flower and supplemented it with techniques, it would have the effect of defying fate. There were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. Even by sheer force, she could turn this body into a magical body. However, the most urgent task now was to carve the formation and create a storage ring. Pulling a piece of withered vine, Ge Yuan Yuan was satisfied and sat down to begin refining. Before the spirit energy was exhausted, the formation was finally completed, and the withered vine was sculpted into a small bracelet, loosely hanging on Ge Yuan Yuan's wrist. Chapter 6. My dog is missing. The storage space of the bracelet on her hand was small, only a dozen cubic units. This was also related to Ge Yuan Yuan's current lack of strength. She got up from the ground, sighed, and walked in front of the magical lotus flower. Accustomed to the days of turning clouds into rain, Ge Yuan Yuan was clearly not satisfied with her current situation. She needed to become stronger quickly so she could tear through time and space and return to her former world to kill that heartless scumbag, the celestial machine immortal, who used her as bait and caused her to self-destruct. Her eyes turned crimson, filled with overwhelming hatred, as she used a special method to harvest the magical lotus flower and quietly sat cross-legged to begin absorbing its energy. Cultivators do not distinguish between day and night. Ge Yuan Yuan sat for half a month before barely finishing the absorption. Her body, originally filled with impurities, had been irrigated by demonic energy, washing out a golden spiritual root from her originally mixed spiritual roots. This was impossible in the cultivation world. Yet, Ge Yuan Yuan managed to achieve it by utilizing the unique conditions here. So-called demonic cultivators are actually a type of cultivator. They also absorb spiritual energy, but their meridians flow in reverse, converting spiritual energy into demonic energy for further use. Otherwise, the concept of falling into demonic paths wouldn't exist. After checking her body, Ge Yuan Yuan let out a breath. She was at the 9th stage of the Qi refining period, basically one step away from the foundation establishment stage. For an ordinary person, this speed could be considered terrifying, but for the once powerful Ge Yuan Yuan, it was still far from enough. Shaking her head, she realized she was haunted by her past. With 2 big strides, Ge Yuan Yuan leaped dozens of meters to the top of the desolate mountain, where there was a huge sinkhole, and below it was a small demonic spring. Star explorers were always curious about what was at the center of the polluted area, but in reality, the center was no different from other places. It was just that the overwhelming demonic energy prevented them from entering. Grabbing a vine, Ge Yuan Yuan slid down the edge of the sinkhole. She was still far from the stage of flying with a sword, so she naturally had to be cautious. Looking at the demonic spring in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan felt drool coming down, but she was troubled by the lack of containers to take the spring water away. After thinking for a while, Ge Yuan Yuan ultimately decided to go back and find a strong worker to help. She quickly returned to her earthen hole, and her little dog, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, would surely miss her death. Ge Yuan Yuan happily arrived at her home location, only to be stunned at the sight of a huge pit, her brows tightly knitted together. Where's my home? Where's my big house? Where's my dog? Who on earth took away my home? Fuming with anger, she rushed directly into the houses of Song and Xiao Song, grabbing Xiao Song, who was playing in the mud on the ground, and asking, "Do you know who the scoundrel is that blew up my house?" Xiao Song, holding a lump of mud in his hand, splashed it onto Ge Yuan Yuan's face and arrogantly said, "My brother did it." With grudges having a source and debts having a master, she had directly barged into the enemy's home. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes glowed red as she considered how to make this little brat suffer more. "Erguzi, you're back." Song, holding a pile of electronic components, said Ge Yuan Yuan, fiercely grabbing his brother, and quickly rushed over to hug her. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could be knocked over by Song, she swiftly pressed him to the ground. "How did you blow up my house?" Not expecting Ge Yuan Yuan to come asking for trouble, Song's half face was pressed against the ground as he mumbled, "I did it to protect you, you stupid idiot. Your house was surrounded by bugs." It turned out that a week after Ge Yuan Yuan left, a large group of insectoids suddenly descended on the garbage planet, surrounding Ge Yuan Yuan's little earthen pit tightly. Although Song had heard of the insectoids' reputation, he had never witnessed their power. He simply crouched behind a hill to watch. He saw a handsome man appear near Ge Yuan Yuan's earthen hole, fighting against the group of insectoids. As the battle intensified and almost reached Song's little tent, he rushed home, took out a long-hidden treasure, and threw a TXT device right into the midst of the insectoids. With a loud bang, half of the insectoids were wiped out, and Mu'er almost got blown up by Song as well. But where is he? Ge Yuan Yuan looked coldly at Song, wondering if he had sent Mu'er straight to the afterlife. "Look, he is fine," Song said with a flattering smile, trying to reassure her. Ge Yuan Yuan followed Song's pointing finger, and just in time saw Mu'er slowly walking back, holding a pile of extra mechanical parts. After throwing the pile of mechanical components to the ground, the tall man walked up to Ge Yuan Yuan and slowly squatted down. "Were you worried about me? How can I not worry when my dog is missing?" Ge Yuan Yuan said irritably. "Now the two of us are homeless." Hearing the flirtatious words between the two, the song quickly covered Xiao Song's ears and pulled him away, leaving the space for Ge Yuan Yuan and Mu'er. During Ge Yuan Yuan's absence, at least 3 waves of insectoids had come, and although they were all slaughtered by Mu'er, once the higher-level insectoids realized that the insectoids here had gone to their doom, a large-scale army would definitely surround them. He needed to take Ge Yuan Yuan away quickly. "It's no longer safe here. I want to take you to the capital star." Mu'er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, his emerald green eyes filled with seriousness. For him, only by taking Ge Yuan Yuan back to the capital star could he fully protect her. Moreover, the technology on the capital star was more advanced. Ge Yuan Yuan also needed comprehensive education. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ge Yuan Yuan gazed at the desolation in the distance and the dazzling starry sky, feeling very hesitant. For her, the environment here was clearly more suitable for her cultivation, but if the insectoids continued to chase her endlessly, it might lead to her downfall. Furthermore, the Imperial Seal was also on the capital star. It seemed that leaving with Mu'er was a good choice. "If you leave with me, I will give you a chance to see the national treasure Imperial Seal." Mu'er threw out his last bargaining chip, believing that it was extremely important to Ge Yuan Yuan. "I can go with you, but you need to take me to the heavily infected area." In the end, Ge Yuan Yuan chose to agree to go to the capital star with Mu'er. If she estimated correctly, she would have to stay here for at least 100 years. Now that she was here, wouldn't it be a loss not to witness the splendor of this other world? But before that, she needed to pack all those treasures into her pockets. Chapter 7. Stealing energy things are best done early rather than late. After deciding to go to the capital star, Ge Yuan Yuan was ready to take more back to the desolate mountain. "Wait a moment. I'll set up a formation on you to prevent you from getting infected." Ge Yuan Yuan took out a small energy stone from her pocket and carved a small magic formation on it with a carving knife. Then stuffed the stone into Moore's pocket. Feeling the stone in his pocket, Moore didn't pay much attention. He didn't think this stone would keep him from getting infected. However, he was still willing to accompany Ge Yuan Yuan, as with his constitution. He wouldn't have any issues as long as he didn't stay in the heavily infected area for 10 days to half a month. The two went directly to the desolate mountain. From the moment they stepped into the heavily infected area, Moore noticed something was off. He couldn't feel any signs of contamination at all, as if this place was a safe zone. How could this be? This was completely impossible. Otherwise, most of the residents wouldn't be living in the safe zone. Being infected meant that one's mental power could likely collapse directly, leading either to dementia or death. Only a healer could expel this source of contamination, which highlighted the rarity and preciousness of healers. But now, he was surprisingly at ease in the heavily infected area. Was it all because of the small stone in his pocket? Glancing at Ge Yuan Yuan, who was leading the way in front, Moore took out the stone from his pocket and threw it to the ground. The familiar dark source of infection surrounded Moore like a tide, beginning to invade his respiratory system and internal body with each breath. It wasn't until Moore stepped within a radius of about half a meter from the stone that the source of infection slowly receded. Gripping the stone tightly in his hand, Moore took a couple of steps forward and eagerly asked, "What did you carve on this energy stone?" Ge Yuan Yuan was aware of Moore's previous actions, but as long as he didn't endanger himself, she didn't care what he was messing with. After all, every dog has its mischievous moments. "I carved a small exorcism formation on it." Ge Yuan Yuan casually picked up a twig and gestured in the air a couple of times, and just like that, it was done. While Ge Yuan Yuan was nonchalant about it, Moore was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. He looked at Ge Yuan Yuan in disbelief. If every soldier on the front lines had one of these small stones, they wouldn't have to worry about being infected at all, which would greatly help reduce the disability rate. In simple terms, these little trinkets that Ge Yuan Yuan casually created were things that the arrogant old men of the Chief Academy of Sciences had failed to research for hundreds of years. Can this exorcism formation be taught to others? Or can only you carve it? I want to buy a batch of these stones. Just tell me the price. Moore followed closely behind Ge Yuan Yuan, determined not to miss this rare opportunity for the injured soldiers of the military. Whatever Ge Yuan Yuan wanted, he would offer with both hands. Anything I want? Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly stopped, her gaze sharp as she looked at Moore. Anything. Even if Ge Yuan Yuan wanted the national seal, he could risk taking her to see it. Its importance was comparable to a special medicine for a disease. I know your identity and status is not low. Ge Yuan Yuan walked up to Moore, forcing him to squat down, otherwise given their height difference. She could only talk to his chest. Moore obediently squatted down, looking at this petite girl in front of him, unsure of what condition she would propose. I want your personal loyalty to me, to be my dog, my slave, to protect me, to submit to me, and to never betray me for eternity. Ge Yuan Yuan's originally dark eyes slightly reddened, her entire being teetering on the edge of losing her sanity. The words of the heavenly mechanic echoed in her mind. Do you think you are? Ridiculous. How could I ever love you? You are too guarded, never sincere to others. I find you disgusting. You just want someone who treats you well, to always pamper you. No one will always indulge you. You have always been avoiding, never daring to face it. The inner demons surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, constantly tempting her to fall and become a mindless killing machine. If you don't use my identity and social status to threaten me into doing something harmful to the Empire, I am willing to promise you, as Moore, to always be loyal to you, not as more jars. I need to be responsible to the Empire and the people, my little girl. Moore sighed helplessly and hugged the girl, who was surrounded by the source of infection. She was just a little girl who had never felt love, stubbornly erecting a thorny shell to protect herself from harm. In Moore's embrace, Ge Yuan Yuan's vision blurred, tears uncontrollably swirling. She had cultivated for 3,000 years, seeking only someone who would love her, yet had never received a true heart, ultimately unable to suppress her emotions. Ge Yuan Yuan curled up in Moore's body and cried loudly, soaking his shirt completely. After a long time, Ge Yuan Yuan finally managed to control her emotions. Accepting the tissue Moore handed her and wiping her tears away, she sat on the ground, hugging her knees, looking at the polluted black soil in front of her. She wasn't reckless enough, not free enough, bearing the title of Demon Lord without a single so-called compassionate immortal being ruthless. Is my promise not solemn enough? Moore raised his hand to pat Ge Yuan Yuan's head, his eyes full of pain. Not solemn enough. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Moore, like a little wolf baring its teeth. I want to sign a pact with you. If you violate today's promise, your soul will shatter, and you will die without a complete corpse. Let her be selfish one more time, binding Moore with a contract. All right. The materialist technological warrior clearly wouldn't believe in the power of oaths, and Moore agreed quite readily. Having received Moore's promise, Ge Yuan Yuan directly raised her hand and began to draw an ethereal pet contract in midair. In the astonished gaze of Moore, she slapped the contract directly into his mind. Sign it, and I will believe what you say. Ge Yuan Yuan stared intently at Moore, her gaze extraordinarily profound. Moore closed his eyes, carefully focusing on the contract in his mind. The entire content written on it was basically in ancient characters, which Moore couldn't understand at all. But it didn't hinder his simple understanding of the agreement's content. The twin soul contract bound Ge Yuan Yuan to his life if one died. The other could not hope to live alone. Chapter 8. Spirit Pet Agreement. Moore was surprised to find that Ge Yuan Yuan was willing to sign such an agreement with him. He opened his eyes wide and glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan, realizing that she would essentially be his permanent caretaker, and one that couldn't be changed. Although he would need to invest some effort to help Ge Yuan Yuan grow, once she matured, her future would be limitless, and he would benefit from it as well. Happily signing the agreement, Moore completely missed the 4 large characters' spirit pet agreement at the top. Once signed, the contract immediately transformed into a collar that landed around Moore's neck, adding an unexpected wild charm to his appearance. He raised his hand to tug at the collar around his neck, frowning in confusion. Why do I have this thing around my neck? Ge Yuan Yuan glanced over. This was merely an external manifestation of the contract. However, since Moore didn't like it, changing its style was no problem. She raised her hand and tapped Moore's slender neck, and the originally wide leather collar quickly shrank down to a less conspicuous necklace. closing her eyes and feeling the sensation of their souls accommodating each other. Ge Yuan Yuan sensed that due to Mu Er's formidable strength, her own power was also rising. The boundary she had been on the verge of breaking through was now stirring restlessly. This is bad. Ge Yuan Yuan looked up at the sky, which had turned from clear to overcast. The thunderstorm was coming. Stay away from me. I might be leveling up, she warned Mu Er, gazing at the thunderclouds above, filled with purple lightning that flickered, showcasing the majesty of the heavenly Tao. Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't afraid of this tribulation. For her, even without a protective treasure, the abundant power from Mu Er was sufficient for her use. Worriedly watching the storm clouds gathering above Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu Er had heard that some people would experience unusual phenomena when leveling up, but he had never seen such a frightening scene. The first bolt of lightning finally brewed up and shot straight toward Ge Yuan Yuan. Unfazed, she braced herself against this lightning strike with her physical body. Given that this body had poor qualifications, using the lightning tribulation to temper her body was clearly a good way to improve. Refreshing, bathed in the lightning, Ge Yuan Yuan felt utterly comfortable, as if all the impurities in her body were being expelled. In the distance, Mu Er anxiously watched the lightning strike Ge Yuan Yuan's frail body. How could she withstand this continuous onslaught of lightning? Although he wanted to rush over to protect her, an instinct told Mu Er not to disturb Ge Yuan Yuan right now. After withstanding 9 bolts of lightning, golden light surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan. Originally weak and sallow, her skin became more translucent and white, as if it could drip with water, and even her height increased significantly. Glancing at her tattered clothing, Ge Yuan Yuan sighed helplessly. Once she had money, she must get herself a set of magical garments. What level is your special ability now? Mu Er walked over and took off his upper garment to drape it over Ge Yuan Yuan. I don't know, Ge Yuan Yuan replied, looking perplexed. Mu Er patted his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Ge Yuan Yuan had not been exposed to these things before. Let's keep going. What are you looking for in the heavily infected area? The two walked side by side on the desolate mountain path, and Ge Yuan Yuan quickly led Mu Er to the location of the sinkhole. You'll know what I'm looking for once we go down. She tugged at the vines she had left here before, and just as she was about to climb down, Mu Er directly picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. Don't move. I'll take you down. Pressing the spatial button, Mu Er summoned his mech, Chung Foam, and took Ge Yuan Yuan directly into the cockpit. Using his mental power, Mu Er connected to the mech and piloted the large machine down into the sinkhole. Sitting in the technologically advanced cockpit, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, she exclaimed, her eyes wide as she watched Mu Er operate the mech, her mouth watering in anticipation. The design concept and power system of this machine left her in awe. It was far superior to any spirit weapon or celestial artifact. How is this controlled? Can I try it? Her curiosity about the mech made Ge Yuan Yuan eager to take off right on the spot. For her, even the best magic stones couldn't compare to the allure of the mech. I'll grant you access. Use your mental power to connect with the mech, and you'll be able to control it. After giving her a brief guide, Mu Er activated the child mode and let Ge Yuan Yuan experiment. Mental power. Is that divine consciousness? Ge Yuan Yuan tentatively released her divine sense, quickly gaining control over the mech. As she raised her arms and moved her legs, all of Ge Yuan Yuan's actions were perfectly mirrored by the mech, which amazed her with its extraordinary technology. This was far more agile than any mechanism. It seemed that in the interstellar era, people had chosen not to develop their own powers, but instead utilized energy and materials, embarking on a completely different path. This other world is even more interesting than I imagined. Can I have my own mech? Looking back at Mu Er, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She couldn't wait to own a powerful mech that perfectly matched her. Once we reach the capital star, I'll gift you a mech. After you learn more, I'm sure you'll have a customized one. Mu Er jumped down from the mech with Ge Yuan Yuan, and the two stood at the bottom of the sinkhole. The thick black mist surrounding them made Mu Er feel extremely uncomfortable, but for Ge Yuan Yuan, it was like a fish in water. Reluctantly watching Mu Er put away the mech, she began to prepare for business. Did you see that small spring? I want to take all the water from here, and I also need to take away the heavily polluted energy stones around. After glancing around the environment, Mu Er's gaze lingered on Ge Yuan Yuan for a moment, but he swallowed back his questions. No matter who Ge Yuan Yuan truly was or what scheme she might be hiding, since she meant no harm to him, he decided not to rush into probing. The two worked tirelessly, digging and cutting from dawn until dusk, finally gathering most of the valuable items. It's such a pity to leave behind so much soil rich in magic energy. Ge Yuan Yuan hesitated for a moment before starting to dig a pit, removing the mud that had been soaked by the spring water. This packing method would make even a rat cry. Chapter 9. The astonishing formation with the items in someone else's hands. Ge Yuan Yuan felt uneasy and simply stored everything in the storage bracelet hanging from her wrist. She wasn't afraid of Mu Er seeing it. First, Mu Er had something similar around his neck, and second, since they had signed a contract, Mu Er was someone Ge Yuan Yuan could trust, so knowing a little secret about her was not a big deal. Mu Er indeed had no doubts about the bracelet. There were so many types of spatial buttons nowadays, and although Ge Yuan Yuan's was a bit unusual, it further indicated that her identity was definitely not that simple. After all, even on Capital Star, not many people could afford a spatial button to store mechas. Moreover, the two of them had put an unknown number of items into Ge Yuan Yuan's bracelet today, and a rough estimate would suggest it contained about 10 square meters. Ge Yuan Yuan's identity was absolutely not that of a simple girl from a junk star. She might be a missing young lady from Capital Star. After putting all the mud into the storage bracelet, Ge Yuan Yuan stretched. If it weren't for the magical energy constantly supporting her, she would have been too exhausted to stand. Picking up a small energy stone from the side, Ge Yuan Yuan carved a dispelling formation onto it and handed it to Mu Er. The energy in the stone I gave you before is almost depleted. You should switch to a new one. Ge Yuan Yuan yawned. She was feeling weak and warm, like soaking a hot spring, and with this alternating sensation, she was directly on the verge of falling asleep. Taking the stone from Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu Er suddenly remembered that he hadn't finalized the order he had discussed with her earlier. Instead, he had been tricked into owing a contract and working hard all day. Can this be mass-produced, or can the technique be taught to others? Tilting her head to glance at Mu Er, Ge Yuan Yuan asked with a smile, "Do you want to learn?" Clenching the formation in his hand, Mu Er nodded. "If you want to learn, you have to let me touch your ears." Ge Yuan Yuan had been eyeing Mu Er's fluffy ears for a long time. Upon hearing this, Mu Er turned as red as a sunset and stammered, "Are you sure?" "Of course." As soon as the words fell, two big fluffy ears popped out of Mu Er's head, shaking slightly. Unable to control herself, Ge Yuan Yuan immediately reached out to touch Mu Er's ears, rubbing and kneading them with pure joy. "After touching my ears, you have to be my lady." Mu Er looked intently at Ge Yuan Yuan, his youthful face carrying a hint of shyness, while a trace of guilt and self-reproach flickered in his eyes. His current behavior was truly shameless. At the age of 125, he was scheming against a mere 15-year-old girl. Ge Yuan Yuan, who had been happily petting Mu Er like a puppy, suddenly stiffened. She blinked, originally thinking that with the advancement of interstellar society, such absurd things wouldn't happen anymore. To her surprise, Mu Er perfectly inherited the customs of the demon race. Touching meant responsibility. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so impulsive. She wondered if it was too late to backtrack now. "Do you not want to take responsibility?" Mu Er's eyes instantly turned cold as he pulled his ears away from Ge Yuan Yuan's hands, squatting down by the stone wall with a sulking posture. "For Mu Er?" As long as he could bind Ge Yuan Yuan with feelings or love, it would be a profitable deal, especially considering how extraordinary her abilities were. "Are you angry?" Ge Yuan Yuan cautiously probed, raising her hand to pat Mu Er's shoulder. Shaking off Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, Mu Er shamelessly relied on his youthful looks to start acting spoiled. Feeling overwhelmed, Ge Yuan Yuan had no choice but to tentatively say, "Don't be upset. I'll teach you how to draw that dispelling formation right now. You'll definitely get it. Don't go back on your word." Mu Er raised his hand, but quickly lowered it again. The previous ambiguous actions didn't seem like a big deal, but after the word lady was uttered, he could no longer treat their physical contact with a normal mindset. He felt like a pervert. The guilt was almost drowning Mu Er. Ge Yuan Yuan, who was 1,115 years old, was still troubled about how to coax a child. She casually picked up a magic stone from the side and began to teach Mu air in a somewhat formal manner. The first step in drawing a formation is to use an energy stone and then use spiritual power to draw it. Look, Ge Yuan Yuan meticulously demonstrated the entire dispelling formation before tossing the item to Mu air. Is that it for the lesson? Mu found it in frustration. Even the most perfunctory teacher wouldn't teach like this, demonstrating once and then leaving it to the student. Practice slowly. Start with a low-grade energy stone so you don't ruin it. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could finish, she saw Mu air actually replicate a fairly similar dispelling formation. Although it wasn't perfect, it already exhibited some dispelling effects, suppressing the curse that almost slipped out. Ge Yuan Yuan kicked the energy stone at her feet away in frustration. So infuriating. People are better than others, and goods are better than goods. When she learned formations back then, she had to draw it 3 times to succeed, and she was hailed as a rare genius in the entire cultivation world, having dedicated decades of research to learn it. Yet Mu air managed to succeed on his first try. Noticing Ge Yuan Yuan's frustration, Mu air proactively explained it. I have SS-level spiritual power. Throughout interstellar history, there are no more than 20 people with it, including those who have passed away. Well, that's good. After gathering most of the premium magic stones, Mu air piloted the mecha to take Ge Yuan Yuan back to the ground. Why can't you just take us both home? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at her bare feet, clearly feeling that Mu air was being stingy. The swift wind's energy is insufficient and severely damaged. I absorbed solar energy for half a month to start it, and now the energy is completely depleted. Mu air pointed at the spatial button around his neck, which was flashing red. It seemed that even starting it was difficult now. Disappointed, Ge Yuan Yuan said, "What a useless thing. Let's go to Capital Star. Let's go." After saying that, both of them stood still, not moving. You lead the way. Weren't you the one who said you would take me to Capital Star? Ge Yuan Yuan was puzzled, wondering what they were waiting for, expecting a celestial crane to come pick them up. My brain's broken, Mu air said awkwardly after coughing a couple of times. Without navigation, I don't know how to get to Capital Star. We might need to ask a local. Ge Yuan Yuan was speechless about asking a local. Chapter 10. Let's steal a spaceship family. Let me just say, we absolutely cannot befriend someone like Ge Yuan Yuan in the future. The song stared blankly at the 2 people in front of him. You're going to the Capital Star? And you're following? The song was practically exasperated, squatting on a small hill and stuffing a dried worm into Xiao Song's mouth to satisfy his craving. Yes. Do you know how to get there? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at this song with hope, relying on him to take the 2 of them away from Garbage Star. Sister, I beg you, even if you've damaged your brain, you can't just think of any random idea. Do you know who you are? The song's emotion seemed quite agitated, saliva nearly spraying onto Ge Yuan Yuan's face. A refugee. You're a refugee. Stepping back 2 paces, Ge Yuan Yuan asked in confusion. What's wrong with being a refugee? A magnetic voice floated above Ge Yuan Yuan's head, answering her question. According to Article 3326 of the Interstellar Law, exiled citizens and their descendants are not allowed to purchase tickets and cannot leave Garbage Star without permission. Smugglers will be executed without mercy. The song spread his hands, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with a distorted expression, mocking her. Have you read too many novels? Who doesn't want to leave here? The moment you leave Garbage Star, you'll be shot dead. Indeed, there are very few citizens with normal privileges on the entire Garbage Star. It's estimated that only a few staff members from the office can leave here, and that is only if they have vacation time. Since we can smuggle, does that mean we don't even need to buy tickets? Ge Yuan Yuan excitedly slapped her thigh. Just when I have no money, this really saves trouble. The song was truly speechless. This woman must be out of her mind. You're right, we can smuggle to the nearest X9 star, and then get a fake identity from the black market to go to the Capital Star. Moya zolemli eshot. So, am I the only normal person here? The song expressionlessly picked up Xiao Song from the ground and walked away. These 2 are pure lunatics. 3 hours later, the 4 of them secretly appeared next to the spaceship heading to the nearest transfer star, X9 star, from Garbage Star. Perhaps because most of the people who could come here to work were also marginalized, the spaceship was in terrible condition. If it inquired, and there haven't been any employees on vacation in the last half month. What is the use of having a spaceship if we can't even drive it? The song had a blank expression, He must be crazy to follow Ge Yuan Yuan to do this head-cutting business. I can't. Mu'er rolled up his sleeves. What use is being able to fly a spaceship when we don't even have any energy stones? The song continued to pour cold water on them. I have. Ge Yuan Yuan pulled out a high-grade energy stone. You two really are talented, the song chuckled awkwardly, saying dryly, they will definitely find the spaceship missing and come and catch us. Xiao Song, who had been squatting in the corner playing with mud, looked up and tugged at the Song's clothes. Brother, I can write an automatic return program to let the spaceship return on its own. Huh? The Song gritted his teeth, looking at this group of talents, then took a piece of iron wire out of his pocket. Then I'll go open the locked door, and we'll leave quietly. A group of people sneakily dashed into the hangar where the spaceship was parked. The spaceship itself was a small, outdated model, and Song easily opened the hatch, also dismantling the ignition button on the control panel, replacing it with a simple button that didn't require a password. Ge Yuan Yuan shoved the high-grade energy stone into the energy compartment. This one was enough for the spaceship to make a round trip. After checking the overall performance of the spaceship, Mu'er directly took the controls, igniting the spaceship and flying straight to X9 star according to the star chart. This old spaceship indeed had seen better days, shaking and wobbling as it took off. As soon as Xiao Song got on the spaceship, he disappeared, not knowing where he went to study the return program, while the Song and Ge Yuan Yuan, who had no experience, circled around the spaceship, marveling at it. When they reached the cockpit, Ge Yuan Yuan peeked in, curiously watching how Mu'er piloted the spaceship. On the 3-meter-long control panel, countless buttons were densely packed, making Ge Yuan Yuan feel dizzy. In front of Mu'er was a huge display screen showing the star chart, the fixed routes of passing passenger ships, and some other data, which made Ge Yuan Yuan feel overwhelmed. Obviously, this was just the beginning. Ge Yuan Yuan watched as Mu'er held the control stick with one hand while swiftly clicking various buttons on the panel with the other, his long fingers almost leaving afterimages. Are you saying that operating a spaceship is this complicated? Ge Yuan Yuan asked nervously. How could it be? Mu'er replied without looking back, typing out a string of programs with one hand to put the spaceship in a stable flight state before turning around, telling her that advanced spaceships would have an autopilot mode, and manual piloting was not a required course. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought this thing was more troublesome to operate than a spiritual tool. The energy of the energy stone you took out today is quite sufficient. What did you purify it? Mu'er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a half-smile, as he had previously dug out heavily infected energy stones with her. After purification, the remaining energy was pitifully low. This question made Ge Yuan Yuan feel guilty. Why was she asking so much as long as there was an energy stone? That was enough. Laughing awkwardly, Ge Yuan Yuan tried to brush off the matter. The polluted energy stones are demonic stones, and the usable part left after purification is spiritual stones. Since that's the case, Ge Yuan Yuan proposed a hypothesis. Could she directly restore the demonic energy into spiritual energy, allowing the entire energy stone to be purified without losing energy? The high-grade energy stone currently installed in the spaceship was the first one that Ge Yuan Yuan restored from a mid-grade energy stone. This idea had been proposed before, but no one could control the source of infection, so it could only be left unresolved. Do I not deserve your trust? Mu'er pressed it on, a hint of vulnerability appearing on his face, delivering a blow to Ge Yuan Yuan's heart. Mu'er's appearance was extremely endearing, giving off a maternal vibe. And now looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with a wronged expression, it was enough to drain Ge Yuan Yuan's blood points. Trust. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and pinched Mu'er's baby fat on his face. I just suddenly had this idea. Let's see if I can restore the pollution source into energy. That was my first one. Originally looking wronged, Mu'er's eyes widened like saucers upon hearing this. Staring incredulously at Ge Yuan Yuan, his handsome face gradually revealing a look of confusion and disbelief. The Academy had researched for hundreds of years without any progress on this topic, and Ge Yuan Yuan managed to solve it just by trying. Chapter 11. The inevitable parting, even if it was unbelievable. Ge Yuan Yuan indeed accomplished this task. Looking at Mu'er's jaw-dropping expression, Ge Yuan Yuan calmly waved her hand, saying it was a small matter and not to worship her so much. Mu Er silently nodded, but his gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan became increasingly fervent. Initially, he thought Ge Yuan Yuan was just a somewhat talented drifter, but she quickly transformed into a healer with a rare purification ability. However, as they interacted more, Mu Er realized that Ge Yuan Yuan was not just a simple drifter. She harbored more secrets. First, she produced a demon-slaying array capable of saving millions of soldiers. And now she had solved a problem that had plagued the starry realms for hundreds of years. It was simply a blessing. Can you tell me how you did it? Mu Er shamelessly leaned against Ge Yuan Yuan, a tall figure at nearly 2 meters, yet he stubbornly clung to her arm, unwilling to let go. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. If you have time, why not teach me how to pilot a spaceship instead? Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand. Not that she was unwilling to teach Mu Er, but the most basic requirement for this method was that he had to be a magician. Disappointed, Mu Er touched the collar around his neck. He then led Ge Yuan Yuan to the control panel, started to teach her how to pilot the spaceship step by step. A few bottles of nutrient solution were found on the spaceship, and a song excitedly ran out. At a glance, he spotted the couple. Spring had arrived, the season of all creatures in heat. Master Mu was embracing his little wife, the two of them flirting with each other. It was a pity for his pair of dog eyes, almost blinded by the dazzling display. Here, little brother, drink this. He handed a strawberry-flavored nutrient solution to Xiao Song, and the two brothers squatted by the spaceship's starry window, toasting each other, truly drinking as if they were singing and celebrating. Star X9 was not far from the trash star. After more than 10 hours of travel, they were almost there. Xiao Song inserted the program he had written into the spaceship, and the four of them watched the spaceship depart together. Mixing through the crowd, they exited the port and stood in a secluded alley. Ge Yuan Yuan turned to the two of them and asked, "You two brothers followed me out of the trash star. What do you plan to do next?" After all, they were brought out by her, and she felt somewhat responsible. "My brother has a talent for programming. He might become a mecha repairman in the future. I plan to find a job here to support him so he can study well." The song patted Xiao Song's head, bearing the weight of life on his shoulders. Xiao Song remained silent, still squatting on the ground. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the boy, fearing he might have some issues. "I'll take Ge Yuan Yuan to get a household registration first, then bring her back to the capital star. It seems we are parting ways here." Mu Er took over the conversation, expressing his plans with Ge Yuan Yuan. The song did not speak, appearing somewhat dejected, but he understood that Mu Er looked affluent, and he couldn't block the path for Ge. "All right, I don't have any grand ambitions either, just..." The song couldn't finish his sentence, wiping away tears with his sleeve. Damn it, he clearly didn't want to cry. "Stop crying." Ge Yuan Yuan was most intolerant of such emotional displays. "I'm not dead. Take these, and we will meet again in the future." She stuffed some small energy stones into the song's hand, not daring to give too much for fear of bringing them trouble. "We will meet again." Wiping away his tears, the song happily stuffed the energy stones into his pocket, feeling it was worth it for the half-tube of nutrient solution he had consumed. "You bastard." Ge Yuan Yuan cursed and was about to kick the songs, but Mu Er grabbed her and pulled her away. Half an hour later, the two stood in front of a shady establishment. Why was it called a shady establishment? Because it was so run down, yet the prices were outrageous. A dormitory cost 200 energy coins per day, while a single room cost 500 energy coins. Next to the price list were the words "love it" or "leave it." This was ridiculous. Ge Yuan Yuan tilted her head and looked at Mu Er. "Are you a wanted criminal?" Shaking his head sincerely, Mu Er awkwardly replied, "My identity is not convenient to use. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to get a fake identity." If he were alone, Mu Er would have revealed his identity and returned to the capital star without hesitation. But with Ge Yuan Yuan accompanying him, he wanted to observe her further, and it had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. Whether he wanted to cry or laugh, or acted foolishly while clinging to Ge Yuan Yuan's arm, no one would criticize him. As the hope of the empire and a member of the Jealousy family, Mu Er had been destined to be different from ordinary children since he was tested for SS-level talent, enduring rigorous training and endless simulated bug battles every day. "You pay. I have no money." Ge Yuan Yuan shrugged her shoulders, unwilling to give money to the unscrupulous owner even if it meant sleeping in a park. Triggering her passive skill stingy, Ge Yuan Yuan turned to leave. Mu Air grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan and carefully explained. Sleeping in a park would affect the city's appearance. Getting caught is minor, but if someone discovers we were stowaways, it would be worse. Damn it, totally damn it. After the owner leered at them and quoted a sky-high price of 5,000 energy coins for 2 rooms for 1 night, Ge Yuan Yuan relented. 1 room, thank you. She handed the room card to Mu Air, and the owner winked at him, lewdly saying, "Don't forget to thank your brother." Rolling his eyes at the owner, Mu Air took Ge Yuan Yuan and walked away. Ugh, what a thing. The owner retreated behind the counter, smacking his lips, lamenting that Mu Air was still young. The two took the room card given by the owner and walked up the narrow, dimly lit stairs. To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan had never seen such a cramped place. When they reached the 3rd floor, Mu Air swiped the card to open the door. As soon as the door opened, both of them were stunned. The room was rectangular and extremely small, only able to fit a mattress. The door opened directly against the bed. To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that the coffin she had seen in her past life for burying earthly emperors was larger than this room. Mu Air, are you doing this on purpose? How are we supposed to sleep in this room? She shot him a glare, gritting her teeth, wanting to kill. Never did she expect that the shady owner would be so deceitful, and Mu Air's expression darkened as well. Grabbing a stick, Ge Yuan Yuan sharpened her resolve against the white wolf. Chapter 12. The black shop owner Muir, with his head in his hands, was chased around by Ge Yuan Yuan wielding a stick for quite a while. Even though he was reluctant to face reality, this room was their refuge for the night. After closing the door, the two were almost pressed together, inhaling Muir's scent. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression changed several times before she ultimately couldn't hold it in and nearly retched. How long has it been since you showered? A sour smell wafted through the air, and Ge Yuan numbly raised her hand to block her sense of smell. Muir sniffed at himself, his handsome face turning bright red. He didn't want to either. But indeed, he hadn't showered since landing on a garbage star, as there was no water source. Now, in the room they were staying in, there was nothing but a bed, making it impossible for him to wash up even if he wanted to. Wait, I haven't showered, but you haven't either. Muir quickly reacted and pulled Ge Yuan Yuan to sniff her. No smell? Ge Yuan Yuan lifted into the air, looked at Muir helplessly. As a formidable demon lord, she certainly couldn't let herself smell bad every day. Moreover, casting a clean spell was not difficult. She could easily do it when she had nothing else to do. Let go of me. Ge Yuan Yuan patted Muir's wrist, freeing her clothes from his grip. Forget it. Ensuring the cleanliness of a pet is also something a master should do. Besides, Muir's smell was truly suffocating, so she raised her hand and cast a cleaning spell on him. In an instant, Muir felt lighter. Worried that one spell wouldn't be enough, Ge Yuan Yuan cast 3 more spells in a row, even cleaning the entire room. If you have such great skills, why didn't you use them on me sooner? Muir suddenly pounced on Ge Yuan Yuan, pushing her onto the bed, his face puffed up with anger and clearly dissatisfied. Clearly, Ge Yuan Yuan had already signed a contract with him. Why not share the good stuff with him? Dizzy from Muir's shaking, Ge Yuan Yuan finally couldn't hold back and activated the contract. The originally tall man suddenly transformed into a white wolf, a mini cub version at that. Staring in astonishment at the suddenly grown Ge Yuan Yuan, the little white wolf blinked, finally realizing that he seemed to have signed a remarkable contract. Pulling the little pup that had fallen onto the mattress back up, Ge Yuan Yuan triumphantly gestured. Still want to lift me? Still dare to lift me? The timid little white wolf curled up in Ge Yuan Yuan's hands, trembling as it shook its head. Satisfied, Ge Yuan Yuan lay back on the bed, pulling the little white wolf that tried to sneak away back in her arms. Why can't I turn back? Muir shouted in frustration. Unfortunately, coming from the mouth of a tiny wolf, his words lacked any threat. You can only turn back after 12 hours. Don't even think about it now. Ge Yuan Yuan grinned mischievously. Are you hoping to share a bed with me in that form? Muir fell silent. He wasn't that kind of person. For now, it was better to honestly act like a clueless little white wolf. Watching the silent little wolf, Ge Yuan Yuan found it even more amusing. She extended a finger to stroke along the little wolf's neck. Go on, go on. He had already laid down. After all, there were hardly any who could resist something fluffy. Being petted was practically a foregone conclusion. Muir suddenly jumped up, baring his teeth at Ge Yuan Yuan. You're touching me. But why are you poking me like that? The little wolf had dignity. Okay. Ge Yuan Yuan, without any guilt for teasing an animal, looked at Muir's already disheveled appearance, and laughed without remorse. If I were you, I would just stick with me like this. You could save money on fake ID fees. Ge Yuan Yuan's fingers pressed down on the little wolf's paw, and Muir jumped back with a thud against the wall. Both of them now had no identity information and no light brain. In this era, where a light brain was essential, Ge Yuan Yuan had to get one, no matter what. Getting fake identities and 2 light brains would cost quite a sum. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the premium magic stones in her pocket, unwilling to use them for restoration. She rubbed her hands together, looking at Muir, and asked expectantly, "Where's your money?" "The light brain is broken, no money." Muir shrugged, his attitude very nonchalant, completely in a state of having no money. "Tell me, if I sell you, can I get some money for it?" Ge Yuan Yuan slowly stroked the little wolf's fur, speculating. "Do you think your face would sell for more, or your whole body?" With wide, terrified eyes, Muir looked at this woman with a devilish heart, shocked that she really intended to sell him. He had never seen someone so shameless. Ge Yuan Yuan scoffed. She didn't know who was being shameless. She was sure Muir must have money on him, but just didn't want to spend it on her. After resting for a night in the shady hotel, Ge Yuan Yuan took the little wolf out and headed straight for the counter where the boss was. "I need a fake identity and 2 light brains. Can you do it?" The bald boss waved his hands repeatedly. "Little girl, what are you joking about? This is a black shop, not a black market. Go play somewhere else." Ge Yuan Yuan stood still, raising her price, 30,000. "Go away, 100,000. Ge Yuan Yuan continued to raise the price expressionlessly. The boss finally looked up and eyed Ge Yuan Yuan, hesitatingly saying, "Little girl, you look so stingy. It's hard for me to believe you have 100,000. 150,000. Ge Yuan Yuan remained unfazed, continuing to raise the price. "Fine, pay first." The boss dropped his lewd demeanor, cleared his throat, and spoke to Ge Yuan Yuan. "You bring the goods, and we'll exchange money for goods. You know I don't have a light brain, so I can't pay you right now. If you trust me, go ahead and handle it. If you think it's unreliable, I'll find someone else." Ge Yuan Yuan lazily displayed an indifferent attitude, as if there was no other way to get fake ID on X9 Star. This amused the boss. He had never expected a little girl like Ge Yuan Yuan to have such guts. Pressing a call button behind the counter, the boss turned his head, sizing Ge Yuan up while speaking into the intercom. "Old 7, get a fake identity. What's the name? How old?" "Ge Yuan Yuan, 15. Ge Yuan Yuan, 15, female. And bring over 2 light brains." The boss pulled out a cigarette from a pack, placed it in his mouth, and hung up the communication. A vintage match lit the cigarette as the boss looked at Ge Yuan Yuan and said with great interest, "If you can't come up with 150,000, I'll sell you along with that man to pay off the debt, understand?" Chapter 13, the 150,000 yuan underwear. Bring 2 meals up and charge it to the account. Ge Yuan Yuan completely ignored the boss and directly took Muir upstairs. Once they entered the room, Muir jumped out of Ge Yuan Yuan's arms, clearly showing disapproval of Ge Yuan Yuan's reckless behavior on his beast-like face. "You were really too reckless just now." The little wolf, with its adorably cute animal face, now faintly displayed 2 points of displeasure. Ge Yuan Yuan casually ruffled the little wolf's head, feeling that her actions were not wrong. She didn't believe that someone could run a black shop without connections, and from the moment she entered, she had sensed something was off about the boss. It was obvious that the lecherous middle-aged fat man was not the boss's true appearance. She could feel that he was disguised. If it were someone else, they might not have noticed that Muir was also in disguise. But Ge Yuan Yuan's ability to distinguish people was based on her divine sense, making her more sensitive than ordinary people. The food was quickly delivered by a curly-haired boy who looked very thin. "Here are your meals. 2 servings total 1,000 energy coins, charged to the account, right?" The boy looked at Ge Yuan Yuan and pulled out an electronic bill, waiting for her confirmation. "Am I eating gold? Why is it so expensive?" Ge Yuan Yuan was dumbfounded and unwilling to sign the bill, but Muir tugged at her pants leg, signaling her to sign quickly. Reluctantly bringing the 2 meals into the room, Ge Yuan Yuan wore a displeased expression. After tasting a couple of bites, she found the food even harder to swallow. "Selling this for my price is simply outrageous." Having lived in the mortal realm, Ge Yuan Yuan knew that street snacks usually only cost a few coins and were delicious, so she naturally didn't want to touch the unappetizing food in front of her. Instead, Mu'er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan in confusion. The boss didn't cheat you. He even gave you a discount. Don't you know that meal prices are usually very high? Mu'er questioned Ge Yuan Yuan, then added, commoners usually live on nutrient solutions. Only nobles eat meals. Ge Yuan Yuan was utterly speechless and could only eat everything with tears in her eyes. Soon, the boss brought Ge Yuan Yuan her fake identity and 2 light brains. After registration, Ge Yuan Yuan curiously looked at the small device on her wrist, appearing as if she had never seen the world before. The plump boss looked at Ge Yuan Yuan suspiciously, seemingly weighing whether she could afford the money. Handing the other light brain to Mu'er, Ge Yuan Yuan naturally said, "Come on, young master, pay me." Huh? Mu'er's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you say such cold-blooded things with a body temperature of 37 degrees? You bought it, and you wanted to pay? Ge Yuan Yuan. Do you even have a heart? The boss watched Mu'er complain incessantly, seemingly unwilling to pay the amount, and his expression grew ugly. He waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards with energy guns walked over, glaring menacingly at the two. It seemed that once it was determined that Mu'er couldn't come up with the money, they would directly bind the two and sell them to the black market. With a grumble, Mu'er logged into his account and looked at the thousands of messages that popped up, numbly selecting to block them all. He pasted the payment code, and as the 150,000 was credited, the Giles family far away on Capital Star also received a notification showing that Mu'er had spent 150,000 energy coins. Marshall. The Marshal is still alive. Excitedly holding his light brain, Mu'er's younger brother, Ge Yuan, jumped up and down, and soon this news reached the palace. The current emperor and the patriarch of the Giles family gathered together, all staring at the consumption notification. The empire's hero, their dear Marshal, spent 150,000 on underwear on some remote planet. Is this a new kind of scam? Regardless of how shocked the people on Capital Star were, Mu'er, far away on planet X9, pinched his nose and accepted this bill. I am your master. Your money is my money. No need to be so formal among us. Ge Yuan Yuan stood on the bed and patted Mu'er's shoulder. Not knowing if it was her illusion, she felt she had grown a lot taller. Swatting Ge Yuan Yuan's hand away, Mu'er's expression was very ugly. Once this money was spent, people on Capital Star would know he was alive and would soon locate him based on the spending address. His hard-won vacation was now already on a countdown. Originally thinking he could leisurely spend 3 to 4 months with Ge Yuan Yuan, it now seemed that 3 days would be considered the military's inefficiency. Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea what her little wolf was worried about. She excitedly fiddled with her light brain. This antique from the cultivation world completely did not understand how to use a light brain. Mu'er dutifully acted as an emotionless tool, providing kindergarten-level instruction to teach Ge Yuan Yuan how to use it. All right, I understand now. Don't bother me. Ge Yuan Yuan ruthlessly finished and tossed it aside, happily starting her own exploration. In another corner of the room, Mu'er began to deal with the countless private messages on his light brain. He saw important messages, such as greetings from the emperor and the old man's kind concerns for him. He also replied to that little monkey, Ge Yuan, with a message saying he was fine. Brother, is it really you? Spent 150,000 on underwear. That's impressive. Image. JPD. When he opened that picture, Mu'er's face turned green, especially upon hearing that even the emperor knew about it. He thoroughly understood what social death meant. Before Mu'er could think of an excuse to delay returning to Capital Star, he received news that his closest subordinate was already piloting a warship to pick him up, even traveling through a wormhole. They claimed to be worried about the Marshal's safety. With a blank expression, Mu'er closed the light brain. Thanks a lot. Come on, master. Let me transfer some money to you. Opening Ge Yuan Yuan's light brain, Mu'er casually transferred the little bit of pocket money he had left from his private account. Huh? Ge Yuan Yuan's puzzled voice just came out when it instantly turned into a very money-hungry expression, rubbing her small hands and starting to count. 10, 100,000, 10,000 and $1. After the joy passed, deep suspicion set in. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Mu'er suspiciously. Did you do something to wrong me? Otherwise, why suddenly transfer money to me? My money is the master's money. You could just take it and spend it. Mu'er said with righteous indignation. I don't have any extra money if you run out. Happily accepting Mu Air's gift, Ge Yuan Yuan continued to browse the virtual mall with great delight. Chapter 14. The little dog that sneaks away with a loving gaze lingering on Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu Air decisively prepared to run away. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Ge Yuan Yuan back, but having her by his side would expose her to greater dangers. The insect race had been hunting untrained healers rampantly for years. Over the centuries, there had been more than a dozen healers who had fallen before they matured. All the existing healers had been well protected, or rather, kept in a form of captivity where they lost their freedom. Mu Air knew that Ge Yuan Yuan yearned for freedom. He couldn't bear to see his little girl locked away in a tall tower. Moreover, the Empire was not safe at the moment. There was a hidden force targeting him, and if anyone discovered that Ge Yuan Yuan was his bonded healer, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Even though he had decided to leave, Mu Air didn't want to part with Ge Yuan Yuan so quickly. Before the melancholic atmosphere could brew, Ge Yuan Yuan tossed her bundle and voiced Mu Air's thoughts. Come on, let's pack up and run. Ge Yuan Yuan skillfully transformed Mu Air into a cute little wolf cub and tucked him in her arms. I found a pet-friendly hotel. I can't stay in this shady place any longer. The sad emotions were swept away by Ge Yuan Yuan's actions as they took a hovering spaceship to the entrance of a luxurious hotel. This hotel must be expensive, right? Muya asked it cautiously. He only had 10,000 private coins that he could spend without touching his account on Capital Star. If Ge Yuan Yuan squandered all, he would truly have to rely on the wind from the northwest. New user discount. Only 200 energy coins. If we don't stay, it's a waste. As a poor sword cultivator before switching to demon cultivation, Ge Yuan Yuan was among the poorest in the cultivation world. Okay? Being stingy was practically a necessary skill. Using her freshly created fake identity, Ge Yuan Yuan smoothly checked in. Lying on the petal-shaped big bed, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This is the life a person should have. The two of them lounged in the hotel, waiting for food deliveries with boxes piling up like mountains. Mu'ea. The little wolf lay sprawled on the ground with all four limbs in the air, exposing his soft belly. This is the life a person should have, he thought. He really didn't want to go to the military department to work overtime, being an emotionless marshal. Suddenly, a call popped up on his wrist communicator, and Mu'er jumped up as if shocked. What's wrong? Ge Yuan Yuan lazily poked her head out. Take out, let me go get it. With a sheepish smile, Mu'er dashed out of the room and raced downstairs. The communicator connected, and a rugged man in military uniform appeared on the virtual screen, saluting Mu'er sharply. Marshal, I'm late. With a layer of silver mask back on his face, Mu'er returned the salute indifferently. General Theodore, come to coordinate point 6795 to pick me up? Soon, a small temporal door appeared beside Mu'er. As soon as he stepped in, he would temporarily leave the little girl behind. Gazing back at the hotel, Mu'er steppet forward firmly. The transmission channel closed, and Mu'er found himself on a warship surrounded by fully armed mech soldiers, all saluting him upon seeing him. Walking straight into the conference room without glancing sideways, Mu'er sat at the head of the table, his icy gaze scanning the subordinates present. It is my honor to reunite with you all. Although General Theodore was a bit older, he showed an indescribable respect toward Mu'er. It was the most fortunate thing for the subordinates that the Marshal had returned safely. Raising his slender fingers slightly to stop Theodore's words, Mu'er expressionlessly said, Bring out the tactical board. Review why we failed in the last God-slaying battle. I do not want such a major mistake to happen again next time. The general who failed to fire in time had already been sent to a military court. The warship jumped through 2 wormholes according to cosmic coordinates, flying out of the splendid galaxy. On the luxurious, soft big bed, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly sat up. She touched her chest, feeling an emptiness there. Without even putting on her shoes, Ge Yuan Yuan sprinted downstairs and grabbed the front desk lady. Excuse me, have you seen a very tall, cute boy? Describing and gesturing. Ge Yuan Yuan's face displayed an anxious expression. That gentleman has already left. He left you a message. When you return to your room, press 1 on the communicator to listen. The front desk smiled as she watched Ge Yuan Yuan head upstairs, shaking her head helplessly. Another foolish child deceived by a scumbag. Rushing back to her room, Ge Yuan Yuan stared at the communicator hanging on the wall and pressed the button. Ge Yuan Yuan, I had to leave for something. and I probably won't be able to see you for a long time. Be careful on your own, and remember not to reveal your purification abilities. Cultivate well. Our reunion is not far in the future. Scumbag. Ge Yuan Yuan punched the communicator hard, smashing it to pieces, with electronic components sparking everywhere. Raising her head, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes glinted with crimson. She absolutely would not allow her spirit pet to leave her side for any reason. Mu'er, since you dare to run, be prepared to be caught and brought back. By then, don't blame her for using humiliating means. There was a knock on the door. With a glimmer of hope, Ge Yuan Yuan opened the door. Hello, Miss Ge. The communicator in your room costs 1,000 coins. How do you intend to compensate? Grinding her teeth, Ge Yuan Yuan swiped her card. She had never wanted to hold someone so tightly in her palm as she did now. The spirit pet contract in her mind showed no response. Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea where Mu'er had gone or why she couldn't contact him. The reasons could only be two. Either the distance was too far, or Mu'er's strength was too great, intentionally suppressing the perception ability of the contract. Sitting dejectedly on the sofa, Ge Yuan Yuan sighed. Ultimately, it was because her strength was too weak. Looking at the top-grade magic stone in her bracelet, her expression turned icy. After checking out of the hotel, Ge Yuan Yuan ran alone to the outskirts of X9 Star and found a cave. First, she set up a layer of sealing magic array outside the cave to contain the magical energy. Then within the array, Ge Yuan Yuan arranged a small magic gathering array. The effect of the top-grade magic stone was almost instantaneous. Instantly, the magical energy in the small cave surged to the point where her cultivation could slowly increase with each breath. Setting up more than a dozen illusion arrays outside the cave to ensure no one would accidentally intrude, Ge Yuan Yuan finally sat cross-legged and began to increase her cultivation. To capture the highest combat power in the entire starry sky, she needed to cultivate in peace for decades, no matter what. Chapter 15. Picked up a little fatty just after setting a flag. Ge Yuan Yuan's defenses were immediately breached. After absorbing the first batch of top-quality magic stones, Ge Yuan Yuan woke up and was ready to replenish her magic stones when she heard a faint sound coming from the cave entrance. Is someone there? Ge Yuan Yuan rushed over irritably and found a round little fatty peering in cautiously. How did you get in here? Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was very sharp. What a joke. She had set up so many formations at the entrance. Even if someone wanted to take a peek, the formations would send them out, making it impossible to enter. What is wrong with this child? Woo woo woo. I finally met a living person. As soon as the little fatty saw Ge Yuan Yuan, he began to cry and even tried to rush over to tug at her leg, but was kicked away impatiently. I've been lost here for 3 days. No matter how I turn, I can't find my way out. I still need to go to the capital star to take the entrance exam for the military academy. If I can't get out, I won't make it to this year's enrollment. With that round figure, combined with such a silly personality, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that this child must have been sold and was now helping someone count money. Just as she was about to kick him out, Ge Yuan Yuan heard the words capital star. Tell me, which military academy do you want to apply to? Ge Yuan Yuan squatted down in front of the little fatty, smiling kindly. Maybe we'll be classmates. You're also applying to a military academy? Shang Wu's eyes lit up, and before Ge Yuan Yuan could ask, he spilled everything like bamboo shoots bursting from a stem. It turned out there were 5 military academies, each located in different star systems. They all just unified their enrollment in the capital star. The most famous military academy in the capital star is the Imperial Military Academy. Those who can study, they are either royal relatives or exceptionally gifted. Shang Wu, who could wander around X9 Star, was certainly not a royal relative but a genius with exceptional talent in machinery, invited to enter. This kid told his family he wanted to be independent and insisted on reporting to the military academy by himself. Who would have thought that right after leaving home, he would get lost and end up at his grandmother's house without even leaving X9 Star? Now that you mention it, I feel like the military academy I applied to isn't that great. Can you tell me how to get to the Imperial Military Academy? Ge Yuan Yuan slyly probed for information for Shang Wu. You can't go through special recruitment now. It's too late. Why don't you follow me to the capital star and take the on-site test? For some reason, Shang Wu trembled and actively invited Ge Yuan Yuan to go together. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Ge Yuan Yuan happily stood up and casually lifted the formations at the entrance. Initially, she was worried that Shangwu would notice something wrong at the entrance, but when the two of them truly set out on the road to the town, Ge Yuan Yuan realized what kind of person Shangwu was. He couldn't even distinguish between east and west, let alone front and back. He kept making turns into strange places, almost leading Ge Yuan Yuan into a pitfall. "Stay behind me. Don't wander off, do you hear?" When the two passed the same intersection for the 11th time, Ge Yuan Yuan's voice even carried a hint of murderous intent. After walking less than 200 meters, Ge Yuan Yuan turned around. "Where's Shangwu?" Ge Yuan Yuan began to doubt whether following Shangwu to the capital star was the right decision. Raising her hand to form a madra, she began to calculate where the little fatty was now. She broke off a branch from the roadside to use as a flying sword. Without the foolish mortal, she could finally fly with her sword. The spiritual energy transformed into a small paper crane, trembling as it flew along the route Shangwu had taken. Ge Yuan Yuan watched as the paper crane made a wide circle and stopped around a dead tree, indicating that Shangwu had disappeared from that point onward. Getting down from the branch, Ge Yuan Yuan shouted, "Shangwu, can you hear me? If you can hear me, shout one. If you can't, blink your eyes. Hey, classmate, I'm over here." Shangwu's muffled voice came from an unknown direction. Ge Yuan Yuan circled around 3 times and stood in front of the dead tree. The voice was coming from here. Could it be that Shangwu had turned into this old dead tree? Ge Yuan Yuan shook her head. Such a thing might happen in the cultivation world, but how could it be possible here? Suddenly inspired, Ge Yuan Yuan looked up. There was a hole 2 meters high in the dead tree. Stepping on a branch to fly up and take a look, Ge Yuan Yuan instantly understood. The dead tree was hollow, and Shangwu had fallen down from there. But what puzzled Ge Yuan Yuan the most was how he could possibly fall into a hole 2 meters high. Any normal person wouldn't be able to do such a thing. "Wait in the tree hole. I'll find something to pull you up." Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was filled with anger. With resentment, she chopped down a vine and even reinforced it with magic energy, fearing that Shangwu's weight would break the vine. After much effort, she finally managed to pull him out, unable to control the anger bubbling inside her. Ge Yuan Yuan slapped Shangwu hard on the head. "Are you an idiot? How could you fall into a place like this?" Crouching in a corner, with his plump body curled into a ball, Shangwu pitifully explained, "I didn't want to, but I got lost and thought I'd find the highest point to see where you were." Sighing helplessly, Ge Yuan Yuan could only say that the kid wasn't too stupid. He was just a bit unlucky. She tied the vine around Shangwu's hand, tethering the two of them together, and they finally made it to the town without any further incidents. As soon as they entered the town gate, Ge Yuan Yuan stopped, carefully examining a notice posted on the wall, then dragged Shangwu over to take a closer look. "Xiaowu, do you think this notice is looking for you?" With his round little eyes wide open, Shangwu glanced at it and excitedly said, "It really is looking for me." "All right, got it, silly child." Ge Yuan Yuan led Shangwu all the way to the address written on the notice. Looking at the tall iron gate in front of them and the standalone villa inside, Ge Yuan Yuan said softly, "I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. I have a little bit of family assets." Shangwu waved his hand, saying something infuriatingly nonchalant. This made Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes immediately sharp as a wolf's. A ready-made, easy target was right beside her. Wasn't this just a piece of meat served on a platter? The robot at the entrance detected a stranger, and with a whoosh, the iron gate opened, accompanied by a piercing alarm. "Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Tracking young master." Instantly, a pair of round, plump couples rushed out from both sides of the iron gate, embracing each other excitedly while wiping tears with handkerchiefs. "Old Shang, our son has finally found his way." Chapter 16. Perhaps I am a benefactor. Only then did the couple notice a frail little girl standing beside Shangwu. They awkwardly coughed a couple of times, quickly trying to salvage their image, tidying up their clothes, and smiling warmly at Ge Yuan Yuan. "Little girl, did you bring Shangwu back?" Ge Yuan Yuan inclined. Too timid to say another word. Clearly, Shangwu's peculiar behavior was likely due to his parents' unusual way of thinking. "Mom and Dad, this is my classmate." Shangwu casually introduced Ge Yuan Yuan, who he had known for less than 3 hours and knew nothing about. After all, future classmates could be considered classmates, right? It wasn't tea until they were warmly invited into the villa that Ge Yuan Yuan still hadn't come to her senses. Was this family really that easy to deceive, or was there truly some conspiracy behind this? Just treat my home as yours. Shang Wu slapped his chest confidently and enthusiastically invited Ge Yuan Yuan to stay. After hesitating for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Was it possible that her past life's demon lord aura hadn't shattered yet? And even in interstellar society, she still had the instinct to gather little brothers? There's still 2 months until the capital star registration, so don't worry about staying with me. We can also communicate in advance to build our classmate relationship." Shang Wu thought to himself, feeling pleased. He really didn't want his parents to send him to the capital star. Now that Ge Yuan Yuan was with him, wasn't that just perfect? Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked at Shang Wu and questioned, "But you told me when we first met that you wouldn't make it in time for registration?" Shang Wu, feeling awkward and fidgeting with his fingers, looked up at the sky and down at the ground, saying sheepishly, "I was planning to go on my own." Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent, realizing that with this guy's bad luck and lack of direction, 2 months wouldn't be enough for him to wander to the capital star. Thus, she half-heartedly moved into the home of the unsuspecting family. Ge Yuan Yuan looked contentedly at the luxurious guest room, with a wardrobe full of beautiful clothes and jewelry, and an enormous floor-to-ceiling window in the room, enjoying the treatment of a distinguished guest. Even Shang Wu's parents moved out within an hour to ensure Ge Yuan Yuan felt more comfortable. As they waved goodbye to her, Shang Wu said, "I'll teach you." With a numb wave, Ge Yuan Yuan watched the chubby Shang Wu beside her and asked a crucial question. "Do you know my name?" The little chubby boy was taken aback, looking a bit embarrassed, and cautiously asked, "Classmate, what is your name?" "Ge Yuan Yuan." With mixed feelings, she told Shang Wu her name and tentatively asked, "Can you show me your textbooks? I want to review." Ge Yuan Yuan, who hadn't read a single word, said this without feeling guilty. Shang Wu promptly pulled out his books and placed them in front of her. These were all related to mecha maintenance. Not only that, he even enthusiastically took out his holographic computer and transmitted all the prepared materials to Ge Yuan Yuan. Was this person really that naive, or just pretending? Ge Yuan Yuan waved at Shang Wu, locking eyes with him. A flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes, instantly captivating Shang Wu's mind. Shang Wu's strength was even greater than Ge Yuan Yuan had guessed. At least his mental power had definitely reached A grade. "What is your purpose in trying to please me?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked expressionlessly. She never believed there were people who treated others well without reason. There must be some ulterior motive. The originally foolish little chubby boy, now under Ge Yuan Yuan's control, could only express his truest thoughts. He stared blankly at Ge Yuan Yuan, seemingly deep in thought, then said slowly, "My mom had someone read my fortune and said I am destined to meet a benefactor." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Ge Yuan Yuan frowned and continued to ask, "Am I your destined benefactor?" "I don't know." After saying this, Shang Wu stood still. Ge Yuan Yuan released her soul-searching state, and the previously dazed Shang Wu suddenly came to his senses, squinting at Ge Yuan Yuan in confusion. "Sorry, I just spaced out." "It's fine, you can go now." Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet. It seemed the issue lay with that fortune-teller, but for now, since the chubby boy didn't harbor malice towards her, it meant she could stay with the Shang family for the time being. Ge Yuan Yuan originally thought that reading these mecha maintenance books would be quite challenging. However, to her surprise, perhaps due to the foundation from her previous self, she quickly grasped some of the more basic tutorials. Mecha maintenance primarily involves understanding the overall structure of the mecha. Although Ge Yuan Yuan had never dealt with such things before, she boldly guessed that it might be similar to repairing spiritual tools. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting light on Ge Yuan Yuan's profile, illuminating the focused expression of the girl. Meanwhile, the military ship carrying Moore had landed on the capital star. The cold military ship door opened, and Moore, looking expressionless, stepped off the ship to greet his subordinates. His return had been leaked to the media by someone, and countless media outlets swarmed in. Countless cameras were aimed at Moore, and the noisy voices filled the air with an overwhelming barrage of questions. "Marshal, may I ask where you have been during your disappearance?" What are your thoughts on the defeat in the God-slaying war? Some believe that this war was caused by your incompetence. Will you apologize to the public? One tricky and sharp question after another came flooding in, filled with malice. Moore's emerald eyes glinted with cold light. From the moment he stepped off the military ship, every move he made was being broadcast live. One wrong word, and someone would use his mistakes against him. Military secrets, no comment. Leaving behind these 8 words, Moore stepped onto a small luxury spacecraft that had come to greet him. Now His Majesty was still waiting for his report. The situation of the God-slaying war was not as simple as the public perceived. Even the mothership that had fought alongside him might not have as clear an understanding of the Insect Emperor as he did. Once Moore boarded the small spacecraft, the door quickly closed, and it sped towards the palace. The spacecraft landed within the palace, where His Majesty was waiting for Moore in the garden. He appeared old and kind, looking nothing like a ruling emperor, but more like a grandfather waiting for his child to come home. He opened his arms to Moore and joyfully said, "My child, you have returned." Chapter 17, The Puppy That Hides Stones Outside. A beautiful evening glow gradually spread across the sky, illuminating Ge Yuan Yuan, who had fallen asleep while holding a book. She sank into a dazzling and brilliant dreamscape, where things began to clarify amidst desolation and absurdity, and she saw a little white wolf. Tentatively reaching out her hand, Ge Yuan Yuan called to the white wolf. The little wolf happily wagged its tail at her and was about to leap into her arms when suddenly an invisible black hand appeared from behind, transforming into a collar that slipped around its neck and roughly dragged the little wolf away. Ge Yuan Yuan abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself in a luxurious European-style bedroom, with no little wolf in sight. Pressing her temples in exhaustion, she reminded herself that as a cultivator, she should not dream, especially since her soul was still intact. Although her physical cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, her soul was actually an ancient being at the transformation stage, making it impossible for her to experience dreams. Unless it was a dream related to Mu'er. Thinking of Mu'er, who had left without saying goodbye, made Ge Yuan Yuan grit her teeth in anger. If she caught her, skinning her alive would be a light punishment. Putting down the book she had already read halfway, Ge Yuan Yuan casually set up a formation at the door to prevent Shang Wu from barging in. For her now, cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. Having walked the path once, retracing it would only be second nature. The only headache for Ge Yuan Yuan was that the air here contained only a faint amount of spiritual energy, which was completely insufficient for her cultivation. Choosing a fairly good quality magic stone from her storage ring, Ge Yuan Yuan held it in her arms and slowly absorbed it. In her current state, as long as there was enough magical energy, it wouldn't be a problem for her to transform her soul right where she was, but her physical body would definitely be overwhelmed. In other words, her physical body limited her potential. After slowly consuming the magic stone, completing her daily intake, Ge Yuan Yuan picked up the book with great interest and continued reading. Unlike the rules for repairing spiritual energy, the people here had truly sharp minds, and each device was so exquisitely crafted that Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Shang Wu only knocked on Ge Yuan Yuan's door during dinner time. Seeing the books on the floor, he smugly raised an eyebrow. "How's your review going?" Much of this material was exclusive, and one would only know the content after attending the Imperial Military Academy. Even for him, it was quite labor-intensive, and there were still many obscure and difficult parts to grasp. However, since this was only a preview with his knowledge base, facing the tests would be a piece of cake. Finished reading them all, and they were indeed very interesting. Ge Yuan Yuan's face still bore hints of lingering interest, as the door to the new world had just opened, and she was currently in a state of eager thirst for knowledge. Shang Wu couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "You read it all?" Glancing at Shang Wu, Ge Yuan Yuan ignored the fool and walked downstairs, conveniently closing the door behind her. Ignoring Shang Wu only made him more excited, as he hurriedly followed behind her, tentatively asking, "Can you tell me why, in the direction of mecha modification and solidification, we can't upgrade to more powerful weapons to achieve a de facto upgrade of the mechs? The foundation for controlling mechs is mental strength. More powerful weapons require stronger computational abilities. Those with strong mental strength don't need to use such low-level modifications on mechs, and those with weak mental strength can't use them. To summarize, it is possible, but unnecessary. Reaching the living room downstairs, Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow at Shang Wu. What? Isn't there dinner at home tonight? Yes. Shang Wu was overly excited, and his gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan looked a bit strange. He quickly retrieved 2 tubes of greenish-blue nutrient liquid from the kitchen and handed them to Ge Yuan Yuan. Looking at the glass tubes in her hands, Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent. Isn't there any normal food? She asked tentatively, wondering if food really was that scarce. Beside her, Shang Wu had already uncorked the tube and gulped down the nutrient liquid in one go. There is, but the chef has gone home, and I can't handle those things. Shang Wu's chubby little face now looked especially innocent. Throwing the nutrient liquid back into Shang Wu's hands, Ge Yuan Yuan had already entered a fasting state. Not eating was fine, she was just a bit tempted to eat something. After a little research, Ge Yuan Yuan mastered the use of these items. Watching her roll up her sleeves and start cooking, Shang Wu's eyes immediately filled with admiration. Sister Ge, you're amazing. You can do this kind of thing too. While handling the meat in her hands, Ge Yuan Yuan pointed to the kitchen door, coldly saying, "Get out immediately." How could a dignified demon lord be reduced to cooking? After a brief embrace with the emperor, Mu-Er sat down opposite him. Despite the elderly man before him being exceptionally kind, Mu-Er did not dare to relax at all. Your Majesty, it was sheer luck that I returned alive. I don't know how to describe the battle with the insect emperor. What did you see? The emperor gazed at Mu-Er with murky eyes, calm and unperturbed. Although everyone thinks that the insect emperor and I were both severely injured, that is not the case. The insect emperor is unimaginably powerful. Mu-Er's voice was low. The moment I saw him, I was rendered completely immobile, and the plan to slay the god could not be executed at all. The elderly man, nearing 70, fell silent for a moment before waving his hand. Mu-Er exited the garden and strode out of the palace. Whether the emperor believed it or not, he felt no guilt. It was incredibly difficult for humanity to eliminate the insect emperor. The truth of the slaying plan meant that regardless of success or failure, he would be a sinner in the eyes of all humanity. Returning home, Mu-Er was first met with a big hug from Mu-Si Yuan and the worried gaze of his mother. After handling the household chores, Mu-Er returned to his room and relaxed on the bed. His originally straightened back suddenly relaxed, and looking at the empty room, Mu-Er inexplicably longed for the days spent with Ge Yuan Yuan in the hotel. Though they hadn't been apart for long, he found himself missing Ge Yuan Yuan inexplicably. Those days on Garbage Star felt like a desolate dream to Mu-Er, but they were also a rare relaxation. Back on Capital Star, he was still the silent and powerful Marshal, seemingly capable of anything, bearing the lives of countless citizens and safeguarding the Empire's safety. Opening his hand, Mu-Er held a small energy stone in his palm. It was the energy stone he had picked up in Ge Yuan Yuan's cave, purified by her. Would that so-called contract truly bring Ge Yuan Yuan to his side? Mu-Er could not know. But the only thing he could do now was to clean up the garbage in the military department. He should go see those traitors who had been brought before the military tribunal. Chapter 18, A Spontaneous Trip. Chapter 18, the aroma from the kitchen wafted out continuously as Ge Yuan Yuan brought 2 plates of food to the dining table outside. Shang Wu watched eagerly, clearly wanting to join in and have a bite. Even if Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to keep all the food to herself, it was hard to resist such eager eyes. Ultimately, she softened her heart for her little brother and divided some of the food, placing it in front of Shang Wu. The two sat facing each other, and after a moment of contemplation, Ge Yuan Yuan spoke. "I want to go to Capital Star as soon as possible. Do you want to come with me?" With a piece of meat still in his mouth, Shang Wu slowly looked up at Ge Yuan Yuan and replied, "Sure. I can leave any time." It's good that he can leave. Ge Yuan Yuan initially planned to increase her strength a bit before heading to Capital Star. However, she felt a strange calling, as if her little wolf was yearning for her company. Although she intended to skin and dismember Mu-Er once captured, she ultimately softened at the thought. There wasn't much to tidy up in the villa, and Ge Yuan Yuan just changed into a set of casual clothes before they could set off. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she saw Shang Wu dressed like a nouveau riche, struggling to put rings on his fingers. Clearly these rings had storage functions. Do we really need to bring so much to school? Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't understand why Shang Wu had to act like he was moving house. Yi, hurry, hurry. I'm worried my fingers won't fit anymore. Come help me put on a couple. Shang Wu exclaimed, his eyes shining as he rushed to Ge Yuan Yuan's side. Looking at the shiny rings in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan clearly looked down on Shang Wu's taste. Half an hour later, the two appeared at a cosmic spaceship station on X9 star. Ge Yuan Yuan pushed up her sunglasses, resting on her nose, revealing her 5 sparkling fingers. Shang Wu, full of enthusiasm, pointed towards the direction the spaceship was taking off and shouted, "Our destination is the Starry Sea." After he finished shouting, he looked around and couldn't find Ge Yuan Yuan. Upon looking again, he saw that Ge Yuan Yuan had already dashed far ahead, unwilling to associate with this person who seemed a bit off. "Ge, wait for me," Shang Wu shouted as he chased after her. The two playfully arrived at the spaceship boarding area. Looking at the enormous vessel in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with fascination. She had initially had no interest in these things from the interstellar age, but soon she realized she was mistaken. These things were even more interesting, especially the light brain on her hand. Ge Yuan Yuan had never seen a society with such advanced information technology. She wanted to find all the information she could on the light brain. There was no need to seek teachers or kill for cultivation methods. All the treasures lay quietly in the light brain, waiting for people to discover them. "Ge, stop daydreaming. We need to board the spaceship." Shang Wu pulled Ge Yuan Yuan along excitedly. He was very familiar with everything on board. As the foolish son of a wealthy family, Shang Wu believed in enjoying life above all else. Not only did he buy himself a luxurious private room, but he also booked one for Ge Yuan Yuan. So they were in adjacent positions. Here, they could enjoy the most spectacular sights. They could see the twinkling stars in the universe, neighboring planets, and magnificent nebulae. The breathtaking views that Ge Yuan Yuan had never encountered unfolded before her, and the vastness of the universe left her utterly awestruck. Ge Yuan Yuan even felt her soul swaying along with the nebulae outside. She had an epiphany. I'm all things and all things are me. All in the world is ultimately an illusion. Accompanied by Ge Yuan Yuan's steady voice, her eyes turned cold, seemingly filled with compassion for the world, yet also devoid of emotion. Her soul suddenly expanded, giving all the passengers on the spaceship a sense of clarity and awareness. As she gathered all her pressure back to herself, the ruthlessness in her eyes gradually faded, returning to that of a lively person. There were many things on the spaceship, and Ge Yuan Yuan curiously surveyed the small room, planning to find food in the dining area. Following the corridor outside, as soon as she reached the dining area, she heard a piercing alarm that made everyone tense up. Surrounding passengers looked around in panic, and Ge Yuan Yuan, confused, tucked a small egg tart into her pocket. Soon, screams and a series of gunshots erupted. The spaceship lost power and floated in midair, and the originally sealed hatch quickly opened, allowing a group of flamboyantly dressed space pirates to storm into the ship. Alarm! Alarm! The spaceship has suffered severe damage. 47 damaged. All passengers, please return to your rooms. Lock your doors tightly, and the escape pod is ready. Accompanied by a screeching electrical noise, the broadcast was interrupted. Clearly, the cockpit had been fully occupied by the space pirates. Everyone squat down right now. Anyone who moves will be killed. The pirates' arrogant voices came through the broadcast. Most of the passengers on this spaceship were ordinary merchants, and with the mindset of avoiding trouble, they all squatted down obediently. Ge Yuan Yuan also squatted down with the crowd. It was best not to act recklessly as a foolish bird before knowing the enemy's strength. She scanned the area for any sign of Shang Wu. Clearly, the two had been forced apart, which was not good news. Soon, the space pirates arrived at the dining area, and as soon as they entered, they fired 2 shots at the ceiling. The crowd panicked for a moment and then fell silent. There were 2 types of space pirates. One type came for money, as long as a sufficient ransom was paid. They would not harm you and would even provide you with food and drink. The other type was there to kill and loot, robbing wealth and then killing all the passengers on the spaceship. Listen up, I am from the renowned pirate group. Everyone hand over your money and you'll be safe. A quiet murmur arose around Ge Yuan Yuan, and most people visibly relaxed, clearly having heard of this pirate group and knowing that today's robbery wouldn't be too problematic. But Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes suddenly darkened. She sensed a faint smell of blood in the air. The people in the spaceship's cockpit were likely not just controlled, but had been killed. It's your turn. Stop daydreaming. A gun-wielding pirate kicked the person in front of Ge Yuan Yuan hard. The elderly man in front trembled and transferred the money according to the pirate's instructions. Seeing the displayed amount, the pirate clearly wasn't satisfied and kicked the old man hard, breaking 2 of his ribs. Stop. Chapter 19. A young boy could no longer stand the actions of the pirates and suddenly stood up to reprimand the star pirate. The expressionless Ge Yuan Yuan squatted on the ground, even shifting positions slightly to facilitate a direct confrontation between the two. How could the Mingyang pirate group have a scoundrel like you who bullies the weak? The boy was indignant, feeling that the actions of this star pirate were too excessive. Ha ha ha. The star pirate took pride in his actions, saying, "We are star pirates, damn it, not philanthropists. Why should we care about you?" After speaking, he even directly pulled out a gun and shot the old man. As the scent of blood filled the air, the surrounding crowd fell into panic. The boy was dumbfounded. When he finally reacted, he felt even more furious and guilty. If he hadn't intervened, perhaps the old man wouldn't have died. "You bastard, I'm going to tell my brother and have him execute you," the boy shouted angrily, cradling the fallen old man, trying to see if he could still save him. "Stop looking, it's impossible to save him." Ge Yuan Yuan advised that star pirate's aim is very precise. He basically shot straight into the heart. It's all in pieces. The boy shot Ge Yuan Yuan a glare, not saying a word, and stubbornly continued his rescue efforts. The star pirate, unexpectedly taking a closer look at the boy, directly pressed the intercom on his shoulder. Boss, someone here says he's the brother of a high-ranking member of the Mingyang pirate group. We've caught a big fish." It seemed this group of pirates intended to kill and loot, then dump the blame on the Mingyang pirate group. Unable to hold back, Ge Yuan Yuan said to the boy with glee, "You're going to be caught. Why not run?" Obviously, the boy was reluctant to acknowledge Ge Yuan Yuan, even feeling that she was a bad person too. Bored, Ge Yuan Yuan squatted down and took out an egg tart from her pocket, secretly planning to fill her stomach. "I'll be damned if you eat that." The star pirate kicked the egg tart out of Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Looking at the pitiful sight of the egg tart, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly raised her head, looking at the star pirate as if he were a corpse. "Want to try looking again?" Under Ge Yuan Yuan's glare, the star pirate surprisingly felt a bit guilty, stepping back before starting to show off again. Ge Yuan Yuan stood up, stretched her joints, and casually picked up a candlestick that was originally meant for decoration. Like a ghost, she approached quickly. Before the star pirate could fire his gun, Ge Yuan Yuan knocked the energy gun out of his hand and then kneed him hard in the stomach, bringing the candlestick down ruthlessly on the back of the star pirate's head. Just at that critical moment, a bullet came from the distant corridor, directly knocking the candlestick from Ge Yuan Yuan's hands. Clearly, this small change was not enough to stop Ge Yuan Yuan. She crossed her hands and twisted the man's neck, cleanly decapitating him. It was unexpected that even after losing the candlestick, Ge Yuan Yuan could still kill right under their noses. The rushing pirate leader, clearly enraged, did not act rashly but instead held his ground and asked, "Who is from the Mingyang pirate group?" Without hesitation, the boy pointed directly at Ge Yuan Yuan, selling her out decisively. "Sir, it's her." The pirate leader, puzzled, muttered, "Wise a little girl." However, he did not doubt further, as the surrounding pirates surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan tightly, with dozens of guns aimed at her. "Then please come with us for a while." Ge Yuan Yuan shot the boy a glance, unmercifully selling out her teammate. "He is from the Mingyang pirate group. I'm a girl. You got the wrong person." The boy's eyes instantly turned fierce, glaring at Ge Yuan Yuan, the air between them crackling with tension. The pirate leader looked at the two with a sinister gaze and told his men, "Then take them both." Immediately, someone came up with specially made handcuffs, clearly intending to restrict their movements. Ge Yuan Yuan estimated that breaking free from these handcuffs wouldn't be a big problem for her. So she simply extended her hands and allowed the person in front of her to put them on. The boy, however, was not so lucky, struggling to escape. He was hit twice in the face by the pirates, ending up with a bruised face and being shackled, even getting an extra leg iron compared to Ge Yuan Yuan. "You foolish boy, do you know what it means to be a wise person?" Ge Yuan Yuan leisurely followed the pirate leader outside, while the boy looked at her with increasingly gritted teeth, clearly very displeased with Ge Yuan Yuan. I can't help you being annoying. Who told you to set me up first? Hey, that bandit leader up ahead. As Ge Yuan Yuan spoke, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The pirate captain impatiently turned his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent, clearly feeling insulted by the term bandit leader. If you can't explain what is going on, I'll shoot you and throw you out of the spaceship. Pretending to be scared, Ge Yuan Yuan shrank her neck and pointed with her chin at a chubby little boy squatting obediently in the passenger cabin, saying, "That person is also from our Ming-Yang pirate group. You have to take him too, or I want to go." Rolling his eyes, the pirate leader thought such a trivial matter was beneath him. The obediently squatting Shang Wu was thus dragged to the front, following behind Ge Yuan Yuan with a mournful face. "Sister, you could die yourself, but why drag me along? We share blessings and hardships. Let us go, good brother." Ge Yuan Yuan casually followed the star pirates onto the makeshift transport passage, heading to their spaceship. Shang Wu glanced back at the passenger cabin, clearly wanting to return, but he soon widened his eyes in disbelief and stammered, "Sister, sister." Ge Yuan Yuan turned back and, unsurprisingly, saw that group of star pirates carrying out a brutal massacre. Everyone in the passenger cabin was killed by the star pirates following behind. This made the usually lively Shang Wu lose his smile for the first time. He followed behind Ge Yuan Yuan, his voice unusually heavy. "You knew all along, didn't you? Ge Yuan Yuan knew that casualty." Fortunately, she had seen Shang Wu before leaving. Otherwise, this little chubby boy might have been left forever on that spaceship. Looking up, Shang Wu's eyes were red, staring at Ge Yuan Yuan with deep pain in his voice. "Why didn't you save them? You clearly knew." Chapter 20. Goodbye. Little fool, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression instantly turned cold, and her attitude toward Shang Wu was no longer as relaxed and casual as before. She fell silent for a moment before saying, "How do you want to save them?" Shang Wu, who had been fuming, suddenly fell silent. Indeed, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't save everyone, and even pulling him out was a risky move. But how could he bear to see so many living people die in front of him? Here you're acting tough, playing the savior. Then tell me, why don't you go save people, but instead sit quietly on the ground? Ge Yuan Yuan felt angry inside, and her words became sharp. Do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself. Clearly, she was terrified of death, so why demand others to charge into the fray? Shang Wu said nothing and silently followed behind Ge Yuan Yuan, their conversation falling on the ears of a young boy nearby. He looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend that she would say such things. The three of them were taken aboard the space pirate's ship and shoved into the control room, seemingly trying to contact the Ming-Yang pirate group. Crouching in the corner, Ge Yuan Yuan closed her eyes to rest, but then she heard a faint voice beside her. "I'm sorry, I was just impulsive earlier. Please forgive me, I really." Shang Wu's words were interrupted by Ge Yuan Yuan. "No need to say more. Once we reach Capital Star, we will part ways." Shang Wu's eyes darkened with disappointment, but he said nothing more and just hung his head in silence. At a time like this, still thinking about going to Capital Star? Whether they could survive was an unknown. The young boy couldn't stand Ge Yuan Yuan any longer and secretly threw her a sarcastic look, just as he shot a glare at her. The interstellar phone that had been adjusting finally connected. A rugged man with a scar appeared on the screen, impatiently taking center stage. "Deputy Leader, this kid says he's from your Ming-Yang group. Is that right?" The space pirate chief aimed the camera at the boy's face and casually glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan and Shang Wu around him. On the other end of the phone, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Ling Lu, what is going on?" It seemed they had caught the real deal. The space pirate chief looked at the three with satisfaction and pulled the camera back. "Since he's someone you know, Deputy Leader, I want to be polite. A flat price of 3 million energy coins to exchange for your dear brother. If you want to buy him in batches, that could be arranged too." At this point, the space pirate revealed a sinister smile, brandishing a sharp, snake-shaped dagger while gesturing towards Ling Lu's fingers, as if genuinely considering slicing him up for sale. The once tough boy instantly seemed weaker upon seeing the scar-faced man, pleading with a cry for help over the phone. "Don't touch my brother. We can talk about the money." The call was quickly cut off, and the space pirate, satisfied, toyed with the dagger in his hand, his gaze on Ling Lu becoming much more eager. "This isn't a person, It's 3 million walking. Ling Lu shrank back in fear, deliberately hiding behind Ge Yuan Yuan, mumbling, "Can't see me, can't see me." Seeing the boy like this, Ge Yuan Yuan sneered, "You don't need to hide. Soon, you'll be captured for slicing research." "What a fool. I hope you have enough awareness." Ling Lu whispered fiercely in Ge Yuan Yuan's ear, then suddenly broke free from his ropes. The space pirate chief was the first to notice something was off. He immediately drew his gun and aimed it at Ling Lu. The lightning-fast bullets were useless against Ling Lu, and in an instant, a powerful pressure radiated out, causing many pirates to kneel down on the spot. This is at least SS-level mental power. All the bullets that had been flying in the air froze mid-flight, and the pirates' eyes widened in horror. How could they have provoked such a powerful being? The few remaining SS-level mental power masters in the market were only the Marshal and the legendary elusive leader of the Ming-Yang pirate group. Right? Could it be? The space pirate chief was the first to react. He dropped his energy gun and quickly slid to the ground, adopting a very standard posture to admit his mistake. "I was blind and didn't recognize you. This isn't a flood that washed away the Dragon King's temple. I actually intended to collaborate with you." "Ha!" He laughed dryly, uncertain if his words would calm Ling Lu's anger. But begging for mercy was all he could do. After all, he was the strongest on the pirate ship, but he was just an ordinary A-level mental power user who had carved out a living through ruthlessness. Ignoring the pleas of the surrounding pirates, Ling Lu raised an eyebrow at Ge Yuan Yuan. "Who did you say was going to be sliced up for research?" The boy seemed somewhat petty. Ge Yuan Yuan stood up from the ground, as if completely unaffected by the pressure. With a gentle shake, the shackles on her wrists fell off, and she casually walked towards Ling Lu, as if the pressure that had forced others to kneel didn't exist. The boy's pupils dilated in disbelief. After all, he could hold his own against the Empire's Marshal. How could he possibly falter against a little girl? With just a slight shake, Ge Yuan Yuan's spirit quietly suppressed the boy, and while others felt nothing unusual, it was as if Ling Lu was burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. "Shall I help you slice?" Ge Yuan Yuan said eagerly, rolling up her sleeves. She had noticed earlier on the spaceship that this boy was strange. He clearly possessed tremendous power, but for some reason, he didn't use it, leading to the old man's tragic death. Now, it seemed she understood a bit more. Step by step, Ge Yuan Yuan walked towards the boy, saying casually, "If I'm not mistaken, you're not Ling Lu, are you?" Seemingly not expecting Ge Yuan Yuan to discover this, although she didn't exude any killing intent. Ling Lu's vigilance peaked. "I'm not, who is?" The boy replied defiantly, looking back in surprise. "Marshal, why are you here?" Almost instinctively, he turned to look for Xiao Lang, but when he saw that no one was behind him, Ge Yuan Yuan realized she had been tricked. Ling Lu had already taken advantage of her momentary distraction to kill all the pirates on the starship and jumped into the starry sea outside the spaceship. He laughed triumphantly and arrogantly, "Goodbye, little fool." Chapter 21. Profiting from the dead, Ge Yuan Yuan took a few steps forward and stopped at the edge of the starship. She couldn't roam freely in space yet. If she jumped down, she would be the first to die. Right now, there were only her and Shang Wu left alive on the ship. The star pirates had died silently, and Ge Yuan Yuan used her spiritual sense to probe a little, discovering that they had all died from their consciousness seas shattering. In other words, they had all had their brains smashed by Ling Lu, dying in a manner that was utterly non-bloody. Struggling, she closed the hatch and glanced at the dazed Shang Wu, unable to suppress a sigh. "Let's go. It's just the two of us now. I hope the ship's energy can support us to the nearest planet." Fortunately, she had learned how to pilot a spaceship from Mu Air when she left the garbage star. Otherwise, relying on Shang Wu, this script would have turned into interstellar drifting. Starting the spaceship with familiarity, Ge Yuan Yuan pondered the meaning of Ling Lu's words, wondering why he suddenly called out Mu Air's name. Did he know something? But it didn't seem like it. As someone who wasn't originally from here, Ge Yuan Yuan was unaware of how well-known Mu Air was. Even a 3-year-old child would likely want to look back to see his existence. At this moment, Shang Wu had somewhat recovered from the shock and walked over numbly to see how he could help Ge Yuan Yuan. After all, Shang Wu was just a pampered young master. It was natural that he couldn't remain indifferent in the face of so many lives and deaths. And he was inevitably shaken psychologically. "Ge, is there something wrong with him?" Shang Wu didn't know what was wrong with Ling Lu, nor could he understand the riddle between the two. He asked out loud to alleviate his own doubts. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Shang Wu with indifference, sighed lightly. Silly boy, not knowing anything is the best for you. There's a rest cabin at the back. Go sleep for a while. I'll call you when we arrive. With a few words, she sent him away. Ge Yuan Yuan activated the autopilot mode and sat down in the pilot's chair. The ergonomic chair almost provided her with the ultimate experience as soon as she sat down. In truth, Shang Wu hadn't made any major mistakes. He was just a boy who hadn't been beaten down by society and war. The greatest danger he had ever faced was probably getting lost and not being able to find his way home. But Ge Yuan Yuan had seen all kinds of people through many years of bloodshed in the cultivation world. The two of them were simply not on the same path, and even their interactions carried considerable pressure. Given that, it was better to part amicably. Otherwise, if they held grudges against each other, it would only create an unnecessary enemy. What interested Ge Yuan Yuan more now was Ling Lu. That boy was really intriguing. She had probed, and there was no second soul within him, which meant he was likely suffering from dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't think of any good terms, but had summarized Ling Lu's condition adequately. The spaceship flew along its scheduled trajectory and soon reached the nearest N6 star, triggering the planetary air defense system. Warning, warning. Please immediately cease your invasion, or we will take unkind measures. The electronic voice instantly rang in Ge Yuan Yuan's ears. Almost instantly, countless cannons took to the air, aiming at the spaceship where Ge Yuan Yuan and Shang Wu were located. As long as Ge Yuan Yuan showed even the slightest hint of hostility, the ship would unceremoniously launch a devastating strike against her. Pulling Shang Wu out of the rest cabin, Ge Yuan Yuan did not hold back and slapped him hard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely miserable. Even Ge Yuan Yuan herself reversed her cultivation technique, adopting a posture of having narrowly escaped death. Before long, Ge Yuan Yuan received a request for communication from the other side. After connecting the video call, she put on a weak appearance, trembling as she cried out, "Help!" and then fainted. Only the blood still hanging at the corner of Shang Wu's mouth remained as he steeled himself to negotiate with the other party. Upon hearing that there were many vicious star pirate corpses on the ship, the commander of N6 Star hesitated for a moment before deciding to let them in. Throughout the entire process, the cannons aimed at the ship did not divert their gaze, and a large number of troops appeared on the ground, vigilantly watching the ship to prevent any unexpected events. The moment the communication ended, Ge Yuan Yuan sprang up energetically from the ground, patted Shang Wu on the shoulder, and unceremoniously praised him. "Bro, well done. I knew I could trust you." There were quite a few mechas on the ground watching vigilantly. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan flew off the ship, she pretended to be weak and unsteady. At that moment, a square-faced soldier walked up to them, performed a standard salute, and respectfully said, "May I ask if you two could hand over these corpses for us to handle?" Just as Shang Wu was about to agree, Ge Yuan Yuan pinched him hard, immediately swallowing back the words at his lips. These useless corpses, if it had been someone else, would have probably wanted to stay as far away as possible. But for Ge Yuan Yuan, they were simply a good opportunity for profit. What the other party wanted was exactly what she had. What do you call this? This is called the market. Almost instantly, the soldier inexplicably felt that the girl in front of him had brightened up, staring intently at him. "We can give them to you, but you have to pay according to the bounty prices. After all, the two of us are also travelers who have been kidnapped." Ge Yuan Yuan pretended to wipe her tears, secretly laughing behind the scenes. The soldier hesitated for a moment and chose to consult his superiors. Shang Wu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, feeling somewhat complicated, clearly not expecting her to be this stingy and money-minded. "Don't you think I'm extremely clever?" Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows triumphantly. "This is called resource utilization. If it were in the cultivation world, Ge Yuan Yuan would definitely have collected all these people's storage bags. However, now all their assets were in the light brain, and Ge Yuan Yuan truly didn't know how to rob them. She could only settle for second best and use the corpses to exchange for money." Giving a big thumbs up, Shang Wu said straightforwardly, "You're impressive." The officers soon returned, offering Ge Yuan Yuan half of the bounty price on the wanted list, with a simple reason. After all, these people were already dead, so they had little value. After happily receiving the money, Ge Yuan Yuan cheerfully took Shang Wu to register their information on the foreign planet. As they were walking, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly sensed that something was off. The spiritual pet contractor mind seemed a bit loose, and she could clearly perceive Mu Er's current state. Chapter 22. The little wolf acts cute. What the loosening of the contract represented, Ge Yuan Yuan was not quite clear for now. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that a certain little brat was about to get a beating. Holding back for the moment, Ge Yuan Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he casually followed Shang Wu to the nearest hotel to settle down. The two were still heading to Capital Star. They would settle here for a while and soon buy train tickets to set off. With the money from selling the body, Ge Yuan Yuan was now somewhat financially comfortable. At least the bounty was more than what Mu Er had left for him. I'll go back to my room to rest. Call me if you need anything. After hastily instructing Shang Wu a couple of times, Ge Yuan Yuan went straight back to his room, almost impatiently locking the door behind him. He sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to maintain a relatively stable mindset, forming seals with his hands. Ge Yuan Yuan's breathing gradually steadied as he began to summon Mu Er on the other side of the contract. Meanwhile, far away in the military headquarters of Capital Star, a group of big shots had gathered for a meeting, all questioning Mu Er, who sat at the head of the table. Marshal, can you tell us whether the developed SSS-class weapon has any effect on the Insect Emperor? Mu Er's expression was stern as he slightly turned his head to look at the middle-aged general who had raised the question, his voice laced with sarcasm. If you think it has no effect, why not come and test it yourself? The middle-aged general awkwardly smiled and fell silent. Testing it with one S-body against a weapon capable of withstanding the explosion of several nuclear bombs would certainly result in immediate liquefaction. However, the military's doubts about Mu Er clearly wouldn't just disappear. Aside from those who supported him, the rest bombarded him with various criticisms based on their own questions. The most notable were the members of the Ge family, with Ge Shao at the forefront, looking at Mu Er with a half-smile. Mu Er, we've known each other for so long. There's no need for pleasantries. Can you tell me if the failure of the God-slaying plan was due to your cowardice? As soon as the words fell, the entire room fell silent. This was a question no one in the military dared to raise, and it was the one everyone was most concerned about. Compared to finding out whether the weapon's power was flawed or whether the generals failed to fire in time, everyone was more concerned about whether Mu Er had fled in the face of danger. Mu Er's cold gaze swept across everyone present in the military, and the corners of his mouth hidden beneath the mask suddenly curled up slightly. He found this matter quite amusing. He had devoted himself entirely to the Empire. Yet this group of people was questioning his loyalty to it. I am forever loyal to the Empire, and I am willing to sacrifice my life for its future. Mu Er now felt an immense weariness in his heart. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, no matter the facts, he could never truly clear his name, unless he died to atone for it. Yes, the core of this God-slaying plan was him, not the rumored doomsday cannon capable of killing the Insect Emperor. As the highest combat power in the entire star sector, the whole plan was to use Mu Er's self-detonation to eliminate the Insect Emperor. Now that the Insect Emperor was injured and fleeing, Mu Er, as the sole survivor, would undoubtedly become a target for everyone. Why he had returned alive was the most pressing issue for all the high-ranking officials. A sudden pain shot through his head, and Mu Er frowned slightly, pressing against his temples. However, the feeling of being summoned grew stronger, and soon, Mu Er collapsed directly onto the table, falling to the ground. People around him immediately stood up, anxiously calling out Mu Er's name. General Theodore, seeing Mu Er in this state, became frantic and shouted at the Ge family members. The Marshal has narrowly escaped death and is even in poor health now. How dare you question him? Medical personnel rushed into the conference room and carried Mu Er away. At Hotel N6, Ge Yuan Yuan opened his eyes, looking at the little wolf that appeared before him, grinning savagely. Falling from midair, Mu Er, dazed, looked around just in time to meet Ge Yuan Yuan's cold face. Without time to think about why he was here, Mu Er's first reaction was to bolt. But the room was so small that even if he wanted to run, where could he go? Moreover, Ge Yuan Yuan still held the contract. Almost in a flash, a thin chain appeared around Mu Er's neck, glimmering with silver light. In his wolf form, Mu'er was instantly pulled before Ge Yuan Yuan, facing his icy countenance. She smiled slightly, as if mocking Mu'er's foolishness. "Run, weren't you quite the runner?" Ge Yuan Yuan exuded a murderous aura, yet his voice was unusually gentle. Trembling, Mu'er covered his eyes with his paws, too afraid to look at Ge Yuan Yuan. He could only whimper softly, pleading for forgiveness. The fluffy little ball instinctively curled into a ball and rolled into Ge Yuan Yuan's arms, disregarding his pride, biting Ge Yuan Yuan's clothing and beginning to act cute. He could feel Ge Yuan Yuan's seething anger. "Now, tell me, why did you leave without saying a word?" Ge Yuan Yuan's hand absent-mindedly stroked Mu'er's fur, appearing to be less angry. "It's just I had subordinates looking for me. I needed to handle some matters. Capital Star is very dangerous. I couldn't ensure your safety," Mu'er explained tremblingly, cautiously lifting his furry head to sneak a glance at Ge Yuan Yuan's expression. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, evidently understanding the situation. So it was because of danger. The little wolf desperately nodded, hoping Ge Yuan Yuan would spare him for his good intentions. But soon Mu'er realized this was wishful thinking. Ge Yuan Yuan held his little wolf head, turning it from side to side as if assessing where to start skinning him, a chill coursing up Mu'er's tail. "What did you promise me? Didn't I say that betrayal is not allowed?" Ge Yuan Yuan gently tapped the little wolf's nose as if the Grim Reaper was knocking at the door. "Oh no, this tone didn't sound good." Mu'er's heart sank, and suddenly he understood how to alleviate Ge Yuan Yuan's anger. He nuzzled his wet little nose against Ge Yuan Yuan's palm, the fluffy little wolf rolling over, exposing his belly, softly calling out, "Master. Ge Yuan Yuan Fruosa." Who could resist such a soft call of master? Chapter 23. The Marshal's humiliation, however. It didn't take long for Ge Yuan Yuan to snap out of the shock from the sudden blow. But he was no longer in the mood to skin Mu'er alive as he initially wanted. The matter of disappearing without a word was eventually raised high and gently set down. Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of pursuing it further. Nevertheless, he still felt the need to teach Mu'er a lesson, or else the little wolf would never learn. "Next time something happens, just tell me first. If you act on your own again," Ge Yuan Yuan narrowed his eyes, his tone full of threat. Mu'er quickly began to assure him, "There definitely won't be a next time. Please forgive me, master." With a light laugh, Ge Yuan Yuan seemed pleased and said, "Forgive you? How could I not forgive you?" He raised his hand and patted Mu'er's head, and it seemed that this matter had passed. For some reason, Mu'er always felt a chill down his back, as if he was facing a trap that would devour him. Soon he understood why. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly grabbed him by the back and pressed the entire little wolf onto his thigh. Before Mu'er could react to what Ge Yuan Yuan was about to do, he first felt a sharp sting on his backside. It didn't hurt too much, but he was actually spanked. Realizing what was happening, Mu'er quickly began to struggle, letting out a series of howls. Here he was, the great Marshal, now being pinned down and spanked by a little girl. Who would believe such a thing if it got out? A wave of humiliation instantly overwhelmed Mu'er. He felt his face burning and desperately tried to wriggle free from Ge Yuan Yuan's grip. If it were the original body, it might be different, but the current Mu'er was just a summoned spirit, completely unable to resist Ge Yuan Yuan. Not satisfied with just one slap, Ge Yuan Yuan watched Mu'er struggle desperately and knew this method was effective. "Do you dare again?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked while mercilessly bringing his palm down on Mu'er's backside. The level of shame was off the charts. Mu'er felt that he could never be this embarrassed again in his life. It was simply unbearable. "I was wrong. I really won't do it again." Mu'er managed to swallow back the howl that was stuck in his throat, tears of shame almost falling. After all, Mu'er had always been the obedient and favored one since childhood. When had he ever been punished like this? Looking at Mu'er with suspicion, Ge Yuan Yuan asked, "Do you really know you were wrong?" "I know. Boo-hoo." Mu'er's voice was very low, with a hint of sobs. Ge Yuan Yuan widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be that the little wolf was crying because of her spanking? Lifting the little wolf in her arms to take a look, she indeed saw tears rolling in his emerald green eyes. Although he had a beastly face for some reason, Ge Yuan Yuan could see a hint of grievance in it. The punishment had been delivered, but Ge Yuan Yuan's heart softened. She hugged the little wolf tightly. "Stop crying. Be good. As long as you don't run away, I'll forgive you. She casually said a few comforting words and gently rubbed Mu Er's paws, which were fluffy and had soft pads, making them irresistible. It was clearly Ge Yuan Yuan's fault, yet she turned the tables. Mu Er buried his face in his paws, unwilling to look at Ge Yuan Yuan anymore. Pulling Mu Er's little paws away, Ge Yuan Yuan now found Mu Er amusing, and she had no intention of continuing to settle the score. The fiery sensation on Mu Er's backside gradually faded, and he slowly reacted, jumping off Ge Yuan Yuan's knee to survey his surroundings. This place was no longer the hotel where he had stayed with Ge Yuan Yuan before. "Why did you suddenly summon me?" Mu Er asked, looking at the scenery outside. "Where's this?" Ge Yuan Yuan relaxed as she leaned back in the chair beside her. "This is in 6-star. After you left, I picked up a little chubby one, planning to head to the capital star, but then we were attacked by space pirates. Only the two of us survived on the whole ship, and now we're temporarily staying here." In just a few sentences, Ge Yuan Yuan explained everything that had happened. She gently kicked Mu Er, sending him tumbling to the ground. Mu Er rolled over on the ground helplessly and then lay there, lazily shaking his ears. In life, one should just lie down where they were knocked down. He didn't know why, but ever since meeting Ge Yuan Yuan, he had become very lazy. Perhaps it was the sense of relaxation she brought him. After being tense for so long on the capital star, he was already very fatigued. "When you just left, the contract was in an unusable state. I felt it loosened just now, so I summoned you. Did you encounter any danger?" Ge Yuan Yuan casually asked. Mu Er lazily turned over, resting his chin on Ge Yuan Yuan's shoe. "Just being bothered by a bunch of old geezers. I haven't had a break for a long time, but it's not a big issue." Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Mu Er's lethargic appearance and sighed helplessly. "A spirit pet that doesn't work hard still needs its master to push it," she said seriously. "Is there any danger on the capital star? Shall I go find you?" She herself had little sense of belonging here, wanting to return to the cultivation world. If it weren't for Mu Er holding her back, she might already be in some deep mountain retreat. "I can go find you, but for now, we can't reveal our identities. Those old geezers are crazy about biting my handle and dragging me down." When it came to the capital star, Mu Er rarely became serious, but soon returned to his lazy demeanor. If Master wants to go to the capital star, why not also go to school? Mu Er cleverly swallowed back the words illiteracy, since he had just been spanked and should naturally behave a bit more. "I plan to follow Shang Wu to report to the Imperial Military Academy." Ge Yuan Yuan thought about her original plan, which coincidentally aligned with Mu Er's idea. She could also experience the exotic atmosphere and perhaps even break through a bit. "I haven't asked you yet, what do you do that so many people are targeting you?" Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly realized that she seemed to know very little about her little wolf. Mu Er glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan with his emerald green eyes. Confirming that she truly didn't recognize him, he decided to keep his little identity under wraps. Ge Yuan Yuan, not caring about this matter, nodded in agreement and glanced at the contract, threatening Mu Er by grabbing the scruff of his neck. "If I find out again that you closed the contract on your own, I'll pluck all the fur off you and make a brush out of it. Do you hear me?" With his fate caught in her grip, Mu Er nodded with difficulty, knowing. Chapter 24. From stingy to sinister, after some coaxing and deceiving, Mu Er finally managed to calm down Ge Yuan Yuan, who was on the verge of a meltdown. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Ge Yuan Yuan walked to the door and peeked out, seeing that it was Shang Wu knocking, so he opened the door. "What do you want?" Ge Yuan Yuan leaned against the door, not intending to let Shang Wu in. Glancing inside out of habit, Shang Wu saw a fluffy white ball roll by and looked at it curiously. "I came to ask if you want to go out for a stroll. I heard from the staff here that the mermaid songstress is about to start her tour, and it's a rare opportunity." Withdrawing his gaze, Shang Wu asked Ge Yuan Yuan if he wanted to go out together. "You go ahead. I want to sleep for a bit." Although Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't clear about what Shang Wu was talking about, the little wolf was still in the room, so he immediately rejected Shang Wu's invitation. Feeling disappointed, Shang Wu turned to leave. He couldn't help but feel that ever since he asked Ge Yuan Yuan why he didn't save people on the starship, their relationship had not been as relaxed as before. After closing the door, Ge Yuan Yuan pulled the little wolf out from under the covers, frowning slightly. "Who told you to get on the bed?" Mu Er didn't like hearing that and immediately wriggled free from Ge Yuan Yuan's grip, his nose twitching with anger as he protested. Why can't I get on the bed? You clearly let me before. Do you not love me anymore? Once those words came out, even Mu-Er was stunned. He never expected to say something like that. He always felt particularly relaxed around Ge Yuan Yuan, exposing some personality traits that were not known to outsiders. That was without conditions, but Mu-Er, do you know you shed fur? Ge Yuan Yuan was almost going crazy. After all, in his beast form, Mu-Er had the common problem of all furry creatures, shedding. A lot of shedding. If it was not very noticeable before, now that Ge Yuan Yuan was wearing all black, it couldn't be more obvious. Who would have thought the reason for being disliked was shedding fur? Mu-Er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan in disbelief, and indeed saw a lot of scattered fur. Instantly getting riled up, throwing the little wolf onto the floor, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly cast a cleaning spell on himself, clearing away all the fur. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's action, Mu-Er became even more reckless. Taking advantage of Ge Yuan Yuan's unpreparedness, he jumped onto the bed and buried his head into the pillow. Gritting his teeth, Ge Yuan Yuan ultimately convinced himself. There was no way around it. His spirit pet was his spirit pet. What else could he do but indulge it? By the way, what happened when you encountered that group of space pirates? Mu-Er lazily asked Ge Yuan Yuan while lying on the soft and comfortable bed. This matter had a rather absurd air about it. If they had encountered space pirates who only robbed for money, surely everyone in the cabin could survive. But if they met ruthless space pirates, it would be a problem for Ge Yuan Yuan to survive. Ge Yuan Yuan was quite clear about his own strength, a somewhat capable trash star survivor. Without any good fortune, it would be impossible to be so carefree. I met a boy named Ling Lu on the starship. He looked very strange, and in the end he saved me and Shang Wu. Ge Yuan Yuan omitted the part where she scared the others away and selectively told Mu-Er. After hearing this, Mu-Er's face showed a look of realization and a bit of vigilance. That guy is a lunatic. You must not play with him. The little wolf shook his head vigorously, clearly worried that the other party would discover something unusual about Ge Yuan Yuan. After all, the rarity of a healing-type ability was self-evident. The fact that he could expel the demonic energy from such a serious wound showed that Ge Yuan Yuan's potential was indeed very strong. Moreover, he had already regarded Ge Yuan Yuan as his bonded caregiver, so how could he allow anyone to flirt with her? It is indeed quite strange. Ge Yuan Yuan sighed. Not feeling too curious about Ling Lu. It was just that the guy did annoy her a bit. By the way, do you know what the mermaid songstress that Shang Wu just mentioned is? Ge Yuan Yuan still wanted to explore the differences between this world and the cultivation realm, so as not to waste this trip. After thinking for a moment, Mu-Er felt that Ge Yuan Yuan might not know what a mermaid was, so he vividly described. It's a beautiful creature with a human upper body and a fish tail. They are androgynous, and their singing can enchant people's hearts. The more Ge Yuan Yuan listened, the more familiar it sounded. Isn't this just a merman? Do you want to go with me? Ge Yuan Yuan thought for a moment and felt that mermen should not be on the little wolf's menu. So it should be no problem for the two of them to go see a concert together. This surprisingly left Mu-Er silent. He glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan with his round little eyes, weighing whether to tell the truth and if Ge Yuan Yuan would get angry. After not hesitating for too long, Mu-Er decided to act against his conscience. Sure, but how do you plan to take me out? Mu-Er glanced at his current juvenile form, eagerly hoping that Ge Yuan Yuan would come up with a way to return him to his normal appearance. Always looking like a little wolf made him feel as if his head had shrunk along with his body. That's true. Ge Yuan Yuan looked Mu-Er up and down, thinking about how to take him out with her. The two of them exchanged expectant glances, and suddenly Ge Yuan Yuan understood something. Come, I'll help you transform. Just cooperate with me and don't resist. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled as they met Mu-Er's gaze. With anticipation, Mu-Er closed his eyes. As a surge of power coursed through him, Mu-Er opened his eyes to find an enlarged Ge Yuan Yuan before him. What is this? Mu-Er blinked in confusion and looked down at himself. If previously, Mu-Er was a normal juvenile size, now he was small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. Why is this happening? Shouldn't you turn me into a human so I can go with you to the concert? Mu-Er's voice carried a hint of grievance. Ge Yuan Yuan poked the wolf's head with her fingertip, not daring to use her palm for fear of tipping Mu-Er over. With a somewhat inexplicable smile on her face, Ge Yuan Yuan said matter-of-factly, of course. It's so I can fit you into my pocket and take you to the concert without having to buy you a ticket. Mu Er's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan. She was so stingy. From stingy to sinister. It was only a step away. Chapter 25. The mermaid concert. In the end, Little Wolf yielded. He quietly stayed in Ge Yuan Yuan's pocket and went with her to knock on Shangwu's door. Yi. Shangwu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan in surprise, clearly not expecting her to take the initiative to find him. Aren't we going to watch the mermaid concert together? Let's go. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was much better than at the beginning. Perhaps because of the little guy in her pocket. Okay, I'll buy the tickets right away. Shangwu eagerly logged onto his light brain to buy tickets for the mermaid diva. To be honest, such tickets should be hard to come by. But since the in.He star system is not particularly wealthy, combined with the exorbitant ticket prices, not many tickets have been sold. Basically, only the wealthy and idle nobles would buy them. As they entered the venue following the ticket-checking line, Ge Yuan Yuan was quite nervous at first, but soon realized that the checks were not strict, allowing her to successfully sneak in with Mu Er. The seating here consisted of floating boxes, and the mermaid diva was performing in the center, sitting in a huge bubble. Naturally, there were high-quality sound equipment amplifying her voice, and multiple virtual screens presented her in a 360-degree view without any blind spots. The venue had been temporarily decorated with numerous shells, seemingly to showcase that the mermaids come from oceanic planets. Ge Yuan Yuan and Shangwu were not sitting too close, which allowed Ge Yuan Yuan to secretly watch the performance with Mu Er in her pocket. Have you seen a mermaid performance before? To avoid drawing attention from those around them, Ge Yuan Yuan even used her spiritual sense to communicate, startling Mu Er when her voice rang in his mind. However, Mu Er quickly grasped the trick. For Mu Er, who possessed SS-level mental power, mastering this was not too difficult, and soon he could communicate freely with Ge Yuan Yuan in his mind. I haven't seen it. I'm not interested in these things. Mu Er looked at the mermaid on stage, his eyes carrying a hint of curiosity. After all, for someone like Mu Er, who had undergone strict education since childhood, such vocal entertainment was completely unattainable. Now, indulging a little with Ge Yuan Yuan felt quite nice. Then let's listen together. Once Ge Yuan Yuan finished her last sentence, she began to focus on enjoying the performance. She wasn't a strict cultivator, but a demon lord, so she easily accepted these things. The mermaid's hair was a deep green like seaweed, adorned with sparkling fragments. Her mask concealed her face, but the power of her voice was still formidable. As Ge Yuan Yuan listened, she felt something was off. It seemed that the enchanting effect of the mermaid's song was nearly non-existent for her, leaving only the purest voice. The whole venue was very atmospheric, with all the lights dimmed and blue lights shining around, creating a truly joyful feeling of being in the ocean. Ge Yuan Yuan hummed along with the rhythm, playfully poking Little Wolf's abdomen with her fingers, watching him bite his own fingers in frustration. She instantly felt like life had reached its peak. When the soft, fluffy sensation in her hand disappeared, Ge Yuan Yuan looked down and realized that Little Wolf had vanished from her side. The summoning time for the contract had come. Mu Er's eyelids twitched slightly, and with a gentle push of his fingers, he gradually woke up from his unconscious state. Upon opening his eyes, he found his subordinates nervously standing in front of the treatment pod. A group of doctors in white coats surrounded him, and upon seeing Mu Er awake, they immediately came over to conduct a comprehensive physical examination. "My lord, you're finally awake." General Sierre let out a sigh of relief. He was a staunch supporter of Mu Er and had witnessed how severely Mu Er had been injured. In a place like X9, getting good treatment was a concern. If he had any discomfort or left any aftereffects, it wouldn't be good. The Ge family hadn't expected that just a few sarcastic remarks would directly cause Mu Er to faint, and they had also sent people to guard in front of the treatment pod. Taking a glance around, Mu Er deliberately raised his breath slightly, forcing a mouthful of coagulated blood out, his face pale. "My lord." Everyone's hearts dropped again, fearing Mu Er would faint once more. Clearing his throat, before Mu Er had a chance to speak, he heard the foolish remarks from his subordinates, each one indignant, filled with bravado. "Let's get back at the Ge family. We won't rest until this grudge is settled." Seeing Mu Er's pale face, his subordinates' expressions grew even more serious. and they were ready to rush at the people sent by the Ge family to beat them up. As the situation escalated, Mu-Er stopped them, scolding, "What are you making a fuss about?" A few officers holding back the Ge family members were still unwilling to let go. They involuntarily released their grip, lowering their heads and unable to meet Mu-Er's eyes. "Please go back and tell Ge Xiao that I am still recovering from my injuries and will probably be unable to report to the military department for the time being." Mu-Er's green eyes lightly swept over the Ge family members, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Watching the terrified person run away, Mu-Er slowly sat up. General Sierra quickly stepped forward to support him, worriedly asking, "My lord, is your wound okay?" "The wound has long since healed," Mu-Er said expressionlessly. "Inform His Majesty that I am unwell and may need some time to recuperate. I can secretly take a break." Finally, having a reasonable excuse to rest, Mu-Er's heart leaped with joy. There was nothing better than resting while others worked. "I will explain to His Majesty. You should rest well." General Sierra lightly tapped his fist on his left shoulder and then quietly asked, "What the other party did this time is indeed not honorable. I have my own plans." Blocking his subordinates with a mysterious expression, Mu-Er knew very well that his fainting had nothing to do with the Ge family. It was completely due to Ge Yuan Yuan's contract summoning him unexpectedly. However, since Ge Xiao dared to publicly question him, he didn't mind throwing the dirty water back on them. Seeing Mu-Er showing signs of fatigue, his subordinates did not dare to disturb him and all exited the ward, leaving the space for Mu-Er alone. Pushing aside the light brain in his hand, Mu-Er sent a document to Ge Yuan Yuan. If she wanted to apply to a military academy now, this would surely be a good guide. His little caretaker was coming to find him. Chapter 26. Someone is eyeing the little wolf. The concert of the mermaid songstress has ended. Ge Yuan Yuan walked out of the enormous opera house with Shang Wu, feeling dejected, the touch of Mu-Er's fur lingering on her fingertips. The singing of that mermaid princess was truly enchanting. Shang Wu's eyes sparkled as he shared how magical he felt about the performance. Around them, there were still faint sounds of discussion, as others seemed to think the mermaid songstress's show was spectacular as well. The two walked side by side, but just as they took a couple of steps outside, they were called to a stop by someone behind them. "Please wait, you two." A man in a tailcoat approached them, politely bowing and inviting. "Miss Xu Yao sincerely invites you both to visit." Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't speak. Meanwhile, Shang Wu quietly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Miss Xu Yao is the mermaid who just sang in the bubbles." This made things interesting. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow and followed the man in the tailcoat toward the backstage of the opera house. After passing through a narrow corridor, they arrived at the dressing room, where Xu Yao was removing her makeup. A pair of fish fins gently swayed behind her ears, showcasing her extraordinary identity. "I wonder what Miss Xu Yao wants from us?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked politely, uncertain if the other party was friend or foe. The mermaid turned around, her pearl accessories swaying with her, and she looked undeniably charming. "When I was on stage, I saw your pet. I want him. Name your price." Xu Yao casually removed a pearl earring from her earlobe, seemingly unconcerned that Ge Yuan Yuan would refuse her. After all, as a well-known figure, coupled with the temptation of money, few would say no. However, Ge Yuan Yuan was the exception. She glanced at Xu Yao and didn't seem swayed by her charm. "Not for sale. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave." Ge Yuan Yuan turned to leave, but Xu Yao shouted angrily from behind, "Stop. Why won't you sell him to me?" Glancing at Xu Yao and then at Ge Yuan Yuan, Shang Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow Ge Yuan Yuan out. As soon as they left the opera house, Shang Wu leaned in closer to Ge Yuan Yuan, curiously asking, "You brought your pet to the performance?" "Yes." Ge Yuan Yuan admitted readily, then added, "It's a virtual pet. I let it out to play while I listened to music." Xu Yao probably mistook it. After all, it was inconvenient to explain Mu-Er's existence, so she decided to use virtual technology as an excuse. After all, the soul doesn't have a physical form, so it should be considered virtual. Touching her nose, Ge Yuan Yuan Rare felt a bit guilty and said to Shang Wu, "When is our ship?" She went to give up on wanting to buy the little wolf as a pet, so it's better to leave early. Shang Wu checked the data on his wrist terminal, his brow furrowing slightly. "It seems they're a meteor shower recently affecting the starships to capital star. Even the fastest ship 1T leave for another 10 days. That was indeed unfortunate, and Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly. But now that the situation had arisen, she could only hope Shu Yao would give up on wanting to buy the little wolf as a pet in time. Having already stepped out, Shang Wu, who always loved to eat and drink, eagerly pulled out a very detailed travel guide for in-6 and handed it to Ge Yuan Yuan, clearly indicating his desire to go to the snack street, but worried about getting lost. Ge Yuan Yuan was then dragged to be his personal navigator, keeping a close watch on Shang Wu to ensure he safely made it to the snack street. The specialty foods here were quite strange. At least Ge Yuan Yuan felt no appetite looking at the wriggling, multi-tentacled creature in front of her. Clearly, there were oddities beyond this. From a culinary perspective alone, Ge Yuan Yuan thought there was nothing appealing about the food here. But with nothing else to do, the two wandered from one end to the other, passing the time. For some reason, Ge Yuan Yuan's brow kept twitching, a clear sign of bad omens. This strong premonition peaked when she reached the hotel entrance and saw a familiar face. Shu Yao had actually followed them from the dance hall directly to the hotel they were staying at, though she didn't know what means Shu Yao used. Ge Yuan Yuan's vigilance was already heightened. After all, in the world of cultivation, incidents of killing and treasure seizing were rampant. Perhaps this person had similar thoughts. Shang Wu, holding the specialty foods they bought, paused for a moment upon seeing Shu Yao, then naturally raised his hand to greet her. What a coincidence! We ran into each other here. Are you staying here too? After greeting her so casually, Shang Wu suddenly remembered what Ge Yuan Yuan had told him and awkwardly took a step back. This action clearly infuriated Shu Yao. What's wrong with you two? Shu Yao stepped forward angrily, her fish fins flaring in agitation. Do you know who I am? Perhaps her voice was too loud. As soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of others around them. Immediately, a fervent fan recognized Shu Yao. Miss Shu Yao, can I have your autograph? I'm your loyal fan. Seeing that the surrounding crowd had begun to stir, Ge Yuan Yuan promptly took 2 steps back, giving space to Shu Yao and the group of fans. Shu Yao, who had intended to chase after them, was surrounded by the fans and had to maintain her image, wearing a graceful smile as she signed autographs for each fan. By the time she finished with the crowd, Ge Yuan Yuan had already vanished without a trace. Fuming, Shu Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Next time I come looking for Ge Yuan Yuan, I must remember to be fully armed. After shaking off this trouble, Ge Yuan Yuan and Shang Wu slowly climbed the stairs to their floor. I never thought I would get so close to Shu Yao one day. This is the happiest moment of my life. Shang Wu was both hesitant and conflicted. It was clear he was a fan of Shu Yao, yet now he had to go against his idol. If you really like her, go downstairs and ask for an autograph. I believe she 1T refuse you. Ge Yuan Yuan opened the door to their room and winked at Shang Wu. After hesitating for a while, Shang Wu couldn't help but shout angrily at Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge Yuan Yuan, there's nothing more dog-like than you. Chapter 27, Woman. You have caught my attention in a good mood. Ge Yuan Yuan closed the door just as she saw the information sent by Moore on the holographic computer and accepted it. Ge, the great demon king. Little wolf, do you know someone has taken a liking to you? Moore. Master, don't tease me. Chatting on the holographic computer doesn't require real names, but given Moore's special identity, his online name is indeed his real name. If the people of the entire galaxy knew that their Marshal was such a cheerful person in private, their filters would probably shatter halfway. But clearly, the private conversations between the two couldn't be known by anyone else. After being spanked by Ge Yuan Yuan, Moore obediently changed his behavior, not only adding Ge Yuan Yuan as a friend on the holographic computer, but also refraining from using his strength to forcibly block the contract in his mind. There was no way around it. He was firmly under Ge Yuan Yuan's control. Ge, the great demon king. The concert we went to, the mermaid diva has taken a liking to you and said to name your price. Moore, anguished expression emoji Moore. I knew you had a wicked heart and would sell me out. Seeing this message, a smile appeared on Ge Yuan Yuan's face. How could she bear to sell Moore? A soul that had already signed a contract with her would never be given to anyone else, no matter what. After a brief chat, Ge Yuan Yuan closed the dialog box and carefully reviewed the information Moore had sent. This was indeed a very detailed document, thoroughly introducing the advantages of various military academies, as well as the specialized information and key points to note about the Imperial Military Academy. With this information, no matter where Ge Yuan Yuan went, she could receive quite good support, at least not like a new student who was completely in the dark. After packaging this information and sending it to Shang Wu, Ge Yuan Yuan then began browsing the aspects of mecha modification that interested her on the holographic computer. While browsing through the vast amount of information, Ge Yuan Yuan discovered a mysterious person's questions on a forum-like site. It boldly stated, "The first person to answer correctly will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan." The questions were not particularly attractive, but the 30,000 yuan prize immediately caught Ge Yuan Yuan's attention, and she almost instinctively clicked on the page. On the palm-sized virtual screen, a very complex mecha model quickly appeared. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at it and realized that this was an S-class mecha model, and the task was to calculate how to install it reasonably using A-class materials. If one had a super holographic computer, this calculation wouldn't be too difficult. The only challenging part was the problem-solving approach. If there were any mistakes, even with the assistance of a super holographic computer, it would take a long time to compute, and the final result might not even be applicable in practice. Many people, after seeing the questions, openly stated that it was impossible. Some even suspected that this was a research topic by an expert, merely thrown out to bait others. Underneath, the posts piled up one after another, and Ge Yuan Yuan quickly skimmed through them, noting that no one had managed to solve it yet. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't have a super holographic computer to assist her. In fact, she wasn't even aware that such a thing existed. All the calculations related to mecha maintenance had been completed using her spiritual consciousness. After all, using her vast and boundless spiritual consciousness to calculate such a small amount of data was clearly not a problem. However, the thought process for this particular problem was indeed a bit convoluted. Ge Yuan Yuan was seriously studying it when she suddenly noticed Moore's messages flashing beside her. She sent what she had been working on to the bottom of the post and went to reply to Moore's messages. Except for the first day when Ge Yuan Yuan went out of the hotel, she spent the next few days holed up inside, not even stepping outside her door. After all, that mermaid had been guarding downstairs. This persistent determination made Ge Yuan Yuan unable to help but glance sideways, almost considering selling Moore off and then secretly getting him back. Soon, it was the day of the starship's departure. After some disguising, Ge Yuan Yuan and Shang Wu quietly boarded the starship. Ge, why not just send her your virtual pet data? Why hide from Xu Yao every day? Shang Wu, whose slightly plump body was squeezed under the disguise, had already broken out in sweat. I don't want to. Who knows if she has good intentions? Unable to reveal the real reason, Ge Yuan Yuan had to find an excuse. Fortunately, Shang Wu didn't press further. The two squeezed through the crowded people onto the starship. The meteor shower had delayed too many people eager to leave, so the first batch of starships chose to send off those with larger passenger capacities. This led to a rather uncomfortable environment on the ship. In a row of 4 seats, Ge Yuan Yuan and Shang Wu were squeezed in the middle, with a burly man on the left taking up half of Ge Yuan Yuan's seat. Enduring the noisy environment, Ge Yuan Yuan kept calming herself down. After all, life is a kind of training. Training my ass. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly tossed aside what she was holding, unable to resist standing up and walking out. The seat was just too cramped. She preferred to stand in the aisle outside than stay there any longer. Ge, where are you going? Shang Wu didn't react in time, as Ge Yuan Yuan had already stepped out of her seat and walked down the aisle. I'll be back in a bit. Leaving that brief remark, Ge Yuan Yuan walked forward to a relatively spacious area and took a moment to catch her breath. Before she could fully steady her breath, she heard a surprised voice from behind. Finally caught up to you. Ge Yuan Yuan turned in astonishment to see the mermaid who had been guarding her for many days. Xu Yao, storming up to her, clearly filled with anger. All right, that pet is my virtual pet. Can I send you the data? Ge Yuan Yuan challenged Xu Yao. She had only seen a white blob that day and didn't know what it actually was, so using the time holed up in the hotel, she had created a white pet as a gift for Xu Yao. And, of course, to make some extra money. Who would still want that pet? The thing was already delivered to her, yet Xu Yao didn't want it anymore. This left Ge Yuan Yuan puzzled and unable to help but ask. You've been blocking me for so many days just for that pet? Why don't you want it now? I was only interested in the pet at first. But now, woman, You have successfully caught my attention. Shu Yao looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with disdain, as if she were looking down her nose at her. Having never encountered such domineering behavior before, Ge Yuan Yuan stood there dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 28. The Path of Death. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan not speaking, Shu Yao's temper as a young lady flared up even more. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? As she noticed that her prepared white pet data couldn't be sold, Ge Yuan Yuan directly bypassed Shu Yao and walked outside, unwilling to deal with this seemingly somewhat problematic singer. When Ge Yuan Yuan reached a slightly more spacious area outside the starship's seating cabin, she saw the young lady who was supposed to go to the first-class cabin approaching her, dressed in an elaborate and oversized gown that clashed with the surrounding environment. She raised her hand to pat Ge Yuan Yuan's shoulder. With a strong sense of crisis, Ge Yuan Yuan would never allow Shu Yao to get close. Almost in the instant the hand was raised, Ge Yuan Yuan swiftly drew a dagger and pressed it against Shu Yao's neck. Since you're not buying anything, don't follow me anymore, understand? A glint of cold light flickered in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, sharp enough to kill. The pressure of the dagger meant to threaten Shu Yao. Who would have thought that a mermaid, known for her tough skin and thick flesh, would be so delicate? A line of blood almost instantly appeared on Shu Yao's neck as she felt the sharp pain, trembling as she raised her hand to touch it. Upon seeing the blood on her hand, she burst into tears. You're such a bastard, always picking on mermaids. The commotion, combined with Shu Yao's extravagant attire, successfully attracted the attention of many people. Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of killing Shu Yao, so she awkwardly put away the dagger. Taking out a handkerchief from her pocket, Ge Yuan Yuan patiently comforted her, wiping away all her tears. Looking around at the people, Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and conjured a small healing spell, covering Shu Yao's neck, and the originally thin wound vanished instantly. Stop crying, you're not hurt. Ge Yuan Yuan wished she could stuff the handkerchief into Shu Yao's mouth. The mermaid's crying was truly ear-piercing. Dazed, Shu Yao touched her neck, her face filled with confusion and wonder. But I just saw blood. Soon, she looked at her clean hands, puzzled as she gazed at Ge Yuan Yuan. Taking advantage of Shu Yao's inattention, Ge Yuan Yuan coughed lightly, trying to brush the matter aside. All right, stop following me, go back quickly. Ge Yuan Yuan attempted to persuade Shu Yao to leave. But Shu Yao, who was naturally drawn to water, stared at Ge Yuan Yuan, slightly frowning. You definitely have water-based abilities. I can't be mistaken. Isn't it said that fish have a memory of only 3 seconds? Why does this theorem not apply to mermaids? Ge Yuan Yuan felt a surge of killing intent. For a magic cultivator, killing and looting was the norm. Fortunately, Shu Yao was a well-known figure, which made Ge Yuan Yuan hesitate a bit. The mermaid's fins slightly trembled, but she was ultimately called back to the first-class cabin by the ringing phone on her light brain. It would take about 3 days to fly to the capital star. Ge Yuan Yuan simply found a spot in the dining room, hiding away to focus on playing games. Yes, that's right, playing games. She finally discovered the developed entertainment industry of the interstellar era, becoming completely immersed in it, especially enjoying simple match games that didn't require much thought. Had she known there were such fun things, she would have come here sooner. For the first time, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a sense of being lost in pleasure. And when Shang Wu found her, Ge Yuan Yuan was still engrossed in the disappearing little animals. We've arrived at the capital star. Shang Wu rubbed his sleepy eyes and called out to Ge Yuan Yuan. Curiously, Ge Yuan Yuan stood by the window, seeing the magnificent planet outside, along with a faint ripple, which must be the planet's protective shield, entering the capital star as the ship inputted the command. Ge Yuan Yuan estimated that this protective shield could probably withstand her full-strength attack in the God transformation stage without any problem. After passing through the shield, the land area gradually expanded, with various ships flying in the air and hovering robots directing traffic. Even though it was nighttime, the lights here never dimmed, creating a unique urban landscape. Ge Yuan Yuan was shocked by the scene before her. Unlike the celestial aura surrounding the cultivation sex, the prosperity here exceeded her expectations, making her feel small in front of these massive steel beasts. Soon, the spaceship reached its docking position, and, as passengers disembarked, Hovering buses naturally came to take everyone out of this huge transportation hub. That feeling of shock disappeared as soon as they exited the transportation hub. Almost immediately, Ge Yuan Yuan saw a series of cool, big signs displaying the names of different military academies, seemingly there to welcome new students for testing. It was simply a temptation of uniforms. Shang Wu was drooling, looking at the tall military students. The handsome men and beautiful women were simply irresistible. Sister Ge, do you think when I wear this outfit, I'll be just as handsome and suave? Shang Wu hopped directly toward the Imperial Military Academy, not even giving Ge Yuan Yuan a chance to glance at the other military academies. The two stood in front of the Imperial Military Academy, seeing a lazy blonde senior nodding off. Hello, senior. We are here to report. Shang Wu shouted loudly, startling the blonde. He looked at the two with displeasure and pulled out a registration form from beneath him. Fill this out, then go wait over there. This dismissive attitude nearly had not welcome written on his forehead, and Ge Yuan Yuan's expression darkened. Even Shang Wu, who had been excited, felt his mood dampen, as no one touched the application form taken from beneath the senior. Their silent attitude made the blonde snicker disdainfully. If you don't fill out, get lost. Just a couple of peasants trying to climb into the upper class of the Imperial Military Academy. Don't you see if this is a place you should be? He lazily flicked his hair back, clearly not intending to look at them. This was an obvious insult. What do you mean by this? I am a student specially recruited by the Imperial Military Academy. Do you believe I won't report you for this? Shang Wu was furious, looking like he could jump up at any moment. Peasants are just peasants, still dreaming of mingling in high society. Get lost. Do you think I would be willing to serve you? The blonde was arrogant and overbearing. Ge Yuan Yuan remained unusually calm. After all, the people who looked down on her were already dead, so she naturally didn't care about this little blonde who was not afraid of death. Chapter 29. Hitting people while wearing equipment. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly gathered a wisp of magical energy in her palm, and without hesitation raised her hand to slap Jin Mao. While the Interstellar Society does not allow random killings, teaching Jin Mao a lesson was not a problem. She couldn't just ignore the humiliation thrown at her. It wouldn't take his life, but a half-life would be acceptable. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's movement, Jin Mao curled his lips in disdain. After all, he was a single-soldier warrior. How could he be afraid of a little girl? However, his smile quickly froze, and he kicked the table in front of him and swiftly retreated. Luckily, his instinctive reaction saved his life. Ge Yu's face turned serious, shedding the earlier contempt. Even though he was a playboy, not everyone who could enter the Imperial Military Academy was mediocre. He immediately took out a human exoskeleton mech, which quickly covered key areas of his body. This was equipment specially developed by the Academy of Sciences to ensure single-soldier combat capability. One had to admit that his alertness surprised Ge Yuan Yuan a bit. Feeling an inexplicable sense of danger, Ge Yu instinctively raised his portable energy gun and aimed it directly at Ge Yuan Yuan's chest. If that shot hit, Ge Yuan Yuan would probably be reporting to the underworld on the spot. With protective magical energy rising, Ge Yuan Yuan unhesitatingly took the shot head-on and then delivered a heavy slap right to Ge Yu's chest. Ge Yu, clad in a mechanical exoskeleton, was sent flying by Ge Yuan Yuan's slap and crashed into a nearby sign for the Northwest Military Academy, shattering the illuminated sign. The commotion drew the attention of others. The starship exit was already bustling with crowds, especially with many military academies recruiting. With such a scene of equipment being used to hit someone, there were naturally plenty of onlookers. Oh, isn't that Ge Yu? A familiar voice recognized him and mocked. Look at you, dressed in mechanical armor, yet beaten by a little girl like this? Taking advantage of the chaos, Ge Yuan Yuan retracted all her magical energy. In reality, magical energy was not as everyone imagined. It wasn't all black. Like spiritual energy, it changed according to the practitioner's cultivation method. Ge Yuan Yuan's protective magical energy was a faint blue. People around burst into laughter. For a single soldier to strike at a freshman was already shameless enough, let alone doing so while wearing equipment and still losing. Ge Yu, with a grim expression, got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Those who had been mocking him fell silent, all turning to look at Ge Yuan Yuan. This strength was simply terrifying. Even if Ge Yuan was not the best, he was among the top 100 in the 5 major military academies. And now, being beaten like this made people wonder what kind of background Ge Yuan Yuan had. Under the huge spotlight behind her, a short, exceptionally thin girl stood there, looking particularly well-behaved. Everyone shifted their gaze back to Ge Yuan, silently condemning him. Bro, how long has it been since you practiced? You become this useless? Ge Yuan lost face, but was not foolish. He covered his chest and knelt on one knee before the frail Ge Yuan Yuan, earnestly saying, I underestimated you earlier. I apologize and extend the sincerest greetings of a single soldier. Knowing when to stop, Ge Yuan Yuan gently shook her head. It's all right. I don't know if you're interested in attending the Imperial Military Academy, but I can vouch for you. No need to take the test. Ge Yuan's eyes sparkled with a light that Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't understand. Hearing this, several military academy representatives also realized and rushed toward Ge Yuan Yuan. Sister, look at me. You deserve to be at the Northwest Military Academy. Get lost. Shameless. Little girl, come to our Southeast Military Academy. We'll waive your tuition for the entire year and even offer you a scholarship. As soon as those words were spoken, they were suppressed by others. You've finished your conditions. What do you want me to say? A long-haired woman in military uniform violently squeezed through the crowd. As long as you come to our school, we'll provide the best accommodation and dining services. Single rooms. We're from the Southwest Military Academy. As long as you're willing to come, I'll match all their conditions. The major military academies were now fiercely competing, but unfortunately, since everyone present were students, they couldn't offer better incentives. Everyone looked eagerly at Ge Yuan Yuan, waiting to see which military academy she would choose. In any case, Ge Yuan was definitely not going to benefit from this. Didn't they just fight? This situation reminded Ge Yuan Yuan of when she was first tested and had her single spiritual root, causing various sects to compete for her. Indeed, talent was scarce everywhere. Thank you all, but I still choose to go to the Imperial Military Academy. However, I don't need an exemption. I want to enter based on my strength. Ge Yuan Yuan's choice left many military academies extremely disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, shouting, the Imperial Military Academy clearly looks down on you. Why go there? Ge Yuan Yuan turned her head and smiled slightly, because my friend wants me to go there. She found it hard to define her relationship with Mu'er. After all, she couldn't just tell these people that her little dog would come looking for her. But the word friend seemed a bit too distant. Ge Yuan Yuan felt that she should have a unique and irreplaceable relationship with Mu'er. Can I have a stack of friends like that? I also want to receive such a freshman. A voice of grievance wailed, echoing the sentiments of many present. The crowd dispersed, continuing their recruitment listlessly. As Ge Yuan Yuan turned to leave with Shang Wu, she was stopped by Ge Yuan. Why don't you want my exemption? Do you look down on me? Unexpectedly, this little golden-haired guy was quite stubborn. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow and arrogantly replied, Yeah, I do look down on you. What are you going to do about it? This was purely revenge for his earlier disrespectful remarks. Ge Yuan Yuan was not someone who repaid kindness with kindness. On the contrary, she was one to settle scores. Ge Yuan angrily punched a nearby pillar, his hateful gaze following Ge Yuan Yuan as she walked away. He summoned a virtual screen and directly found the junior responsible for tomorrow's test, sending a message. Get that ultra-high difficulty closed book exam ready. Add me to tomorrow's examiner group. He wanted to see if Ge Yuan Yuan could truly pass the test with her strength. Chapter 30 probably didn't get in after passing by Cha Yu. Ge Yuan Yuan dragged Shang Wu to the line for new student registration. While preparing to get on the bus to the test site, she messaged Mu'er, who replied quickly. Ge, the great demon king. I've already arrived at Capital Star. Mu'er, do you need me to arrange someone to pick you up? Ge, the great demon king. Are you available? Mu'er, not available. Frustrated, Ge Yuan Yuan immediately put away her light brain. If it's not convenient, what is the point of saying anything? It felt like Mu'er was just toying with her. After arriving at the largest square in Capital Star, Ge Yuan Yuan familiarized herself with the surroundings and followed the senior sister to check into the hotel. It must be said that the Imperial Military Academy is indeed wealthy. There were countless applicants for the test, yet the school had booked an entire hotel for new students. Shang Wu originally wanted to stay with Ge Yuan Yuan, but after taking just a few steps out, he was stopped by the senior sister. Sorry, student. That side is the girls' dormitory. Boys are prohibited from entering. Embarrassed, Shangwu glanced up and quickly ran to the boys' line, not forgetting to wave back at Ge Yuan Yuan. We'll contact each other later on the light brain, responding with a wave. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly realized that she didn't have Shangwu's contact information. Was that your boyfriend just now? A girl in sportswear next to her struck up a conversation. No, Ge Yuan Yuan replied, glancing at the girl, who had a head of light brown curly hair and some freckles on her face, looking very cute. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan respond, the girl's eyes brightened, and her attitude became more enthusiastic. I'm Long Yu. Nice to meet you. What major are you planning to apply for at the military academy? Mecha maintenance. After Ge Yuan Yuan said this, she fell silent. Long Yu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with sparkling eyes, and seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't intend to say anything else, she continued on her own. I want to try for the infantry major. My dream since childhood has been to become an infantry soldier. Looking at the overly familiar girl, Ge Yuan Yuan really didn't know what to say and could only silently nod, acknowledging her. The two fell silent again until they were assigned to the same room, at which point Long Yu became lively again. This feeling was very familiar to Ge Yuan Yuan. The last person who was this familiar was Shangwu. It made Ge Yuan Yuan wonder if she just attracted social butterflies. However, looking at the girl's cheerful face, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt that it wasn't so hard to endure after all. Her light brain lit up, and Ge Yuan Yuan saw a message from Mu'er and began to reply, only to be noticed by Long Yu, who asked in surprise, You trust me so much that you don't shield your light brain? Can you shield the light brain? Ge Yuan Yuan looked surprised. Realizing Ge Yuan Yuan didn't know this, Long Yu tapped her forehead and said helplessly, Let me teach you. After a round of instructions, Ge Yuan Yuan not only learned how to hide her light brain messages from others, but also picked up various other quirky functions. Only Mu'er's avatar kept flashing, as if reminding Ge Yuan Yuan that there was a poor soul she had forgotten. But at that moment, Ge Yuan Yuan had already peacefully fallen into a dream. The next morning at 8, the tests began in batches, with different majors being taken to different test sites. Ge Yuan Yuan followed the mecha maintenance group, and saw Shangwu secretly nibbling on a bun. What are you doing? Ge Yuan Yuan slapped Shangwu on the back, successfully making him choke on his food and glare at her resentfully. He pulled out a bun with mushroom and pork filling from his pocket and stuffed it into Ge Yuan Yuan's hand. Looking around, Shangwu whispered, I heard they say the buns at this hotel are exceptional, so I saved one for you. Try it. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up at this, and she quietly took the bun from Shangwu. The two squatted down together and secretly ate the bun. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was captured by a floating camera in midair, directly transmitting to the big screen in the office. As a machine monitoring abnormal behavior of candidates, any disorganized line would be magnified. The two, looking like hamsters, were displayed prominently in front of a group of old-timers. This year's new students are quite unique. An old man stroked his beard, unable to hide his smile. Immediately, someone began to flatter him. To catch your attention, Old Hu shows these two kids are quite good. Old Hu was completely unimpressed by flattery, remained silent. Few knew about the floating camera that appeared this time. Only those at the principal level gathered in this office. Following the usual practice of previous years, there wouldn't be a principal, especially not so many principals involved, but this year's situation was special. The Godslayer plan had caused many soldiers to fall, which meant that the military forces were currently insufficient. Originally, those in their 3rd and 4th years were supposed to go to the battlefield, but having just these students was not enough. They even needed to select good candidates to choose future stars. If something really happened to Mu'er, there needed to be someone strong enough to take his place. Ge Yuan Yuan in the square was still unaware that she had embarrassed herself in front of the 5 major military academies. After finishing the bun, she wiped her hands guiltily and stuffed the trash into the hands of a nearby cleaning robot. Shangwu rubbed his stomach, clearly still feeling unsatisfied. Mecha maintenance consisted of 2 parts: a written exam requiring a lot of professional knowledge and practical operations. Some simple parts and problems would be given to the candidates for them to solve. Everyone had different materials, but seniors jokingly referred to it as a large maintenance meeting. Things that students usually hesitated to spend money on for repairs were all thrown into the testing site. The complexity of the specific problems or the difficulty of the parts varied. However, the scoring criteria wouldn't differ much. This might sound unfair, but there was no way around it. The principal said that luck was also part of strength. Ge Yuan Yuan sat at the smart desk, and a test paper gradually appeared on her desk. After carefully examining it from start to finish, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt a wave of darkness before her eyes. She regretted rejecting Cha Yu's invitation yesterday. After all, these questions she didn't seem to know how to answer at all. Chapter 31. Fraud versus Genius in this exam. Ge Yuan Yuan had seen some related theoretical knowledge in textbooks, but she had never encountered the more specific content. For a moment, she found herself completely at a loss. She couldn't help but start to reflect. Had she been solving fake problems before? In fact, for this entire test paper, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't dare to assert that she could answer even half of the questions correctly. The difficulty was utterly hellish. Holding a small touch pen in her hand, Ge Yuan Yuan was already numb all over. She began to calculate piece by piece. If she couldn't find the correct approach to solving the problems, she could only list all the possible solutions available. If possible, Ge Yuan Yuan would definitely prefer not to use this clumsy method, but now she had no choice. The entire examination hall was unusually quiet, with only the sound of the touch pen lightly clicking on the screen. Senior students were monitoring the students taking the exam. Everything seemed to be normal. The hovering cameras constantly scanned the examination hall, and no one knew that these surveillance videos were being streamed live in front of the 5 military academy presidents. Look at this little chubby boy. He's doing quite well, finishing so many questions so quickly. The president of the Northwest Academy praised, and immediately someone handed over information about this student from the Empire Military Academy. It turned out he was a special recruit, and they had missed their opportunity. After quickly flipping through the information, the Northwest president disappointedly put it down. A student already snatched up by another school couldn't be lured to his own. This remark made the vice president of the Empire Military Academy almost burst into laughter. As for why it was the vice president, well, historically, the position of president has always been held by the emperor himself. However, the emperor does not have the energy or time to manage the entire school. Hence the need for 2 vice presidents to assist in management. Although they are vice presidents, they're almost on par with the president. Let's take another look. Perhaps there are still some good candidates in the hall. We can't let all the talent go to other schools. The vice president, feeling proud, still feigned humility. This smug demeanor was truly infuriating to behold. Look at this little girl. Isn't her exam paper different from the others? It was the president of the Southeast Academy whose sharp eyes immediately recognized the model on Ge Yuan Yuan's paper, which was not the same as those on other papers. This remark caused everyone to gather around, and it made the host school's expression exceptionally grim. The tests are held in rotation by the major military academies every year, and after the tests, students voluntarily choose schools to apply to. This year, it just so happened to be the turn of the Northwest Military Academy, which ranks relatively lower among the 5 military academies. They had originally hoped this test would uncover 2 good candidates. Unexpectedly, they embarrassed themselves in front of these old-timers, having messed up the papers. Now, let's disqualify this little girl from the exam. The Northwest president, furious and humiliated, was about to give the order. Calm down. You should take a look at whether this paper is the one that Marshall made back in the day. The Southeast president said, feeling increasingly uneasy. The difficulty of this paper could be described as hellish. It was specifically designed to test the limits of the Marshal at the time. Although this paper was not sealed for preservation afterwards, it was not something an ordinary freshman could solve. If it wasn't someone targeting Ge Yuan Yuan on purpose, then it was Ge Yuan Yuan who intentionally staged a show to gain attention. Let's observe first and see how this little girl handles it. The vice president concluded, and the others continued to watch the surveillance with ease. After all, the answers to this set of questions could be found online. If Ge Yuan Yuan's answers matched those online exactly, it could be concluded that she had colluded with someone to deliberately put on a show. Such deceitful individuals could never be admitted. Now all 5 of them, 10 pairs of eyes, were fixed on Ge Yuan Yuan, who was taking the exam. Naturally, Ge Yuan Yuan sensed the surveillance cameras pointed at her and froze. There was no time to think too much. She quickly wrote down the contents calculated by her mind. There were too many possibilities to list, and if she didn't speed up, she wouldn't finish writing. Isn't this little girl using a calculator? Someone spoke up, and the others began to notice the anomaly. The calculation load for the exam was too great. Manual and mental calculations could not be completed quickly. To improve the exam time, all examinees were allowed to use calculators. However, this little girl had not opened her calculator from the beginning and only paused briefly before writing an absurd figure. This was not a calculation speed achievable by a human. Why are we still wasting time watching this fraud? The disappointed old man turned away, having initially held out some hope for Ge Yuan Yuan, but now he realized she was just a fraud. Kick her out of the examination room. She is forever banned from participating in military academy assessments. A nearby teacher was about to go down to handle it when suddenly someone from the Southeast Military Academy stopped him. You have too much of a temper. Take a closer look at her writing process. This is not something you can find online. Even if she designed it herself, the thought process is quite impressive. The president of the Southeast Military Academy, being a woman, had a more detailed observation. She quickly realized that although Ge Yuan Yuan did not use a calculator, her entire problem-solving approach seemed exploratory, appearing not to be prepared in advance. With patience, a few of them looked again, and their expressions gradually changed. Did the marshal think of this approach back then? I don't remember him doing so, as the calculation load was too great and he directly abandoned it. Even with a calculator, each approach would take at least half an hour to calculate. How on earth did she come up with these? The five of them exchanged glances, suddenly coming up with a terrifying speculation. If all these calculations are done by Ge Yuan Yuan's brain power, what would her mental level be? Could it possibly reach an unprecedented SSS level? After the exam, immediately retrieve this little girl's test paper and invite her to the office. We have something to ask her. The vice president of the Empire Military Academy showed no hesitation. He was determined to question Ge Yuan Yuan separately. If it turned out that she was indeed a genius, even pouring the entire empire's resources into her training would be worth it. Perhaps the god-slaying plan that the marshal could not complete would be achieved by this little girl. Chapter 32, Is This Not My Old Specialty? With a face full of gloom, Ge Yuan Yuan walked out of the exam room, completely unsure if she had done well. After all, her time mastering mecha maintenance had been too short. In the long years of cultivation, things that couldn't be learned today could always be learned tomorrow. This mindset made Ge Yuan Yuan not care much about this test. As long as she maintained a level similar to Shang Wu, that would be enough. But now, she had directly suffered a crushing defeat. Feeling dejected, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel even sadder when she saw Shang Wu's cheerful face. Doubtfully, she asked, "You did well on this test, right?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Shang Wu replied with a beaming smile. If nothing went wrong, he would probably pass the test with a perfect score. He was simply an exceptional talent. Ge Yuan Yuan was not convinced and compared answers with Shang Wu, only to find that their papers were completely different. Is someone targeting me? Almost instantly, various conspiracy theories popped into Ge Yuan Yuan's mind. She had seen such impersonation and increased difficulty before. One must be cautious. Don't worry. It's quite normal for large exams to have different versions like A and B, or even A, B, and C. Shang Wu explained as he led Ge Yuan Yuan outside. It's to prevent students in the same exam room from cheating off each other. Now that she understood this was normal, Ge Yuan Yuan felt relieved. I made plans with my roommate to check out the market here later. Do you want to join? Shang Wu waved at someone by the roadside, signaling that he was there. Ge Yuan Yuan looked up and happened to see Long Yu walking this way with a man. This is my roommate, Long Min, Shang Wu promptly introduced. This is my friend, Ge Yuan Yuan. Long Yu, linking arms with Long Min, smiled broadly at Ge Yuan Yuan. What a coincidence. Brother, she's my roommate. After a round of introductions, they realized the remarkable coincidence. The Long siblings were actually roommates of Shang Wu and Ge Yuan Yuan, which made their interactions much more relaxed. They headed straight to the commercial street near the test site. Most shops here sold items needed by the student council at the school, with signs popping up everywhere. Come check out our store. Level 9 Mecha Energy Packs are on clearance for only 30,000 energy coins. Don't miss out. There were mecha weapons for sale, with styles and levels available. And custom orders could also be made. The noisy shouts of vendors continued, and Ge Yuan Yuan curiously looked around. just as she picked up a mecha-specific energy pack. A commotion suddenly erupted nearby, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Looking up, she saw a student kneeling on the ground, clutching his head in agony, letting out a painful scream that suggested he was on the verge of collapse. Is he possessed? Ge Yuan Yuan quietly extended her consciousness and found his mind was in disarray, a complete mess. No wonder he was in so much pain. If one's consciousness suffered damage, it could lead to idiocy. How careless. Wandering around during a period of turmoil without bringing any medicine. Long Yu muttered a few words of dismay and pulled out a suppressant from her spatial button. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly caught a few keywords. Turmoil period, taking medicine. She watched as the Long siblings approached, managing to subdue the man and administer the medicine. 3 to 5 minutes later, the man's expression of pain faded, and he struggled to get up, thanking the Long siblings. Thank you both. How much for the suppressant? I'll transfer the money to you. No need, it's just a suppressant. Long Yu waved her hand, dismissing its importance. However, the man's face turned serious. This is the best suppressant I've ever used. After my mental power went berserk, it calmed my chaotic mind in about 3 minutes. This suppressant must be expensive. It's fine, it's just a small amount. As long as you're okay, Long Yu replied, then hooked her arm, with Ge Yuan Yuan's to leave. Seeing that she truly didn't care, the man thanked them repeatedly before leaving. Ge Yuan Yuan sent out a probe of her consciousness, secretly checking the man's consciousness and discovered it was still a chaotic mess in a state of injury. The effect of the suppressant seemed more like a painkiller, unable to heal anything. Would he get timely treatment after he returned? Ge Yuan Yuan casually asked. How could he? He can't even afford a good suppressant. So how would he have the chance to receive the healer's blessing? Long Yu said casually, with a slight frown. Ge Yuan Yuan tentatively asked, then what will he do? He can only tough it out and wait for next month's turmoil period to come. There's really no other way. Long Yu said before being distracted by a small energy, soared by the roadside, and hopped over. Ge Yuan Yuan understood that if timely treatment was not possible and only suppression was applied, the injured consciousness would not heal on its own. It would only get worse with age, becoming increasingly unbearable. Could it be that everyone here has this issue, just like women's menstrual issues, which is why everyone seems unbothered? Her consciousness instantly spread out. Out of politeness and caution, Ge Yuan Yuan had not carefully probed others' bodies before. But now she began to notice some clues. It seemed that every person here was shrouded in a faint demonic aura, with varying degrees of damage to their consciousness. In other words, the people here are not very healthy. If one couldn't make use of the demonic aura, it would corrode the body. This was also why the original body had such a poor constitution on the garbage planet, yet was so easily modified. Was there really no other way besides relying on healers for treatment? Ge Yuan Yuan grabbed Shangwu beside her to ask. Then she saw Shangwu shake his head firmly, decisively stating, there's no way. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, almost greedily staring at everyone around. If she could solve this problem, she was sure there would be many willing to pay. The days of wealth and prosperity were just around the corner. The issue of injured consciousness was a common ailment in the cultivation world, easily resolved with a small pill. Even if the damage was severe, using pills in conjunction with formations and infusing spiritual energy could help. What is this? Is this not her old specialty? Chapter 33. The pain of skillful wall crossing for the next half day. Ge Yuan Yuan was always absent-minded. She was thinking about going back to draw a blueprint and find someone to make an alchemy furnace for herself, as long as she could refine the Qingxin Dan. Treating the disorder would be a matter of minutes. But soon, Ge Yuan Yuan realized something was wrong. The furnace and fire were manageable. But where would she find the medicinal materials? Originally full of spirit, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt dejected and followed the 3 of them into a stationery store. This was the only stationery store on the entire street. As with the prevalence of light brains, people rarely used paper and pens from ancient Earth. If it weren't for a conservative teacher at the Imperial Military Academy who forced everyone to take handwritten notes, this store would have probably gone out of business long ago. Therefore, people often joke that the store was run by a relative of the teacher. Originally, everyone just came out of curiosity, but soon, Ge Yuan Yuan found what she was looking for here: paper, real wooden paper. However, even after turning the store upside down, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't find a brush and ink. So she had to regretfully return to her hotel with a marker recommended by a staff member. Long you hadn't returned. She had gone somewhere with her brother, saying they were visiting relatives. Sitting at the table, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the teaching video on her light brain titled How Should Adolescents Hold a Pen, as if she were an elementary school student. After studying for half a day with the video, Ge Yuan Yuan picked up the paper, infused her spiritual power into the marker, and began to draw the Qingxin talisman. This wave is called the new era of cultivation, completing the complex patterns in one go. Ge Yuan Yuan was satisfied as she flicked the Qingxin talisman in her hand. Although this thing couldn't have the same healing effect as a pill, it could alleviate the turmoil period's outbursts. It was roughly the same effect as a high-level suppressor, but its only advantage was that it was cheap. 20 sheets of paper could be bought for 3 energy coins, and a marker for 5 energy coins. Ge Yuan Yuan thought to herself, selling one for 1,000 shouldn't be too much, right? Shouldn't she find a guinea pig first? Almost instantly, Ge Yuan Yuan thought of Muir. She opened her light brain and sent him a message. Ge, the great demon king. When will you enter the turmoil period? Muir. In the next couple of days, why? Ge, the great demon king. Stop using suppressants. Come find me. I have a big treasure for you. Muir, who was typing, paused. He felt a shameful silence. It couldn't be blamed on him for thinking inappropriately. Ge Yuan Yuan's wording was problematic. After calming down, he decisively replied, I'll give you an address. Sneak over. The stronger one's mental power, the more painful it would be to go through the turmoil period, and they would unconsciously attack their surroundings, causing great destruction. Since childhood, he had been locked in a closed laboratory made of special pressure-resistant materials, a meter thick. Facing this deadly pain alone, as his power gradually revealed itself, the laboratory was finally closed, and he had the treatment of being healed once every 6 months. However, soon, the existing healers of the Empire could no longer suppress his turmoil period, and 2 had even been injured for being too close to Muir. Thus, whenever Muir was about to enter the turmoil period, he would move to a private villa outside the main urban area. Now that various parties were keeping an eye on him, the only chance to meet Ge Yuan Yuan was probably during the turmoil period. The only problem was that when he lost consciousness, he might attack Ge Yuan Yuan. But after thinking about the contract binding the two, Muir felt that Ge Yuan Yuan might have a higher stake in the contract and could possibly suppress his rampage. Maybe, without hesitation, Muir began packing his things the next day. My dear, you have suffered. His mother looked at Muir with teary eyes, heartbroken for her child, but could only watch him endure the pain alone. Brother, I got you the latest developed suppressants. You should take them with you to try. Moose Yuan stuffed a bunch of suppressants into Muir's bag, looking at him worriedly. Every time he faced the turmoil period, his brother's expression would be very grim. Although he usually had a blank expression, during the turmoil period, he would be even colder. What their family could do was merely pray. Poor brother. Huh? Moose Yuan looked at Muir in disbelief. Did he not wake up today? Otherwise, why would he see an emotion called joy on his brother's face? Joy during the turmoil period. Ignoring his brother's ghostly expression, Muir bent down and gently hugged his mother, saying, I'll be back once my turmoil period ends. You and father take care. The stern-faced youth left the house and boarded a private starship, setting the villa outside the main urban area as his destination. He activated the autopilot and lay back, starting to slack off. Even during a home vacation, he couldn't afford to relax at all. He woke up at 6 in the morning to exercise, then had breakfast, read books, analyzed the situation on the front lines, handled official business, had lunch, took a half-hour nap, practiced with his brother, and in the evening analyzed the current movements of the Zerg with his father. His mother saw him as the pillar of the family. His brother saw him as a reliable elder brother. And his father hoped he would become the true support of the Empire. No one asked if he was willing. Everyone assumed he should be like this. Alpha, bring me a cup of happy water with a straw. Muir silently transformed into a little wolf, slumped in his seat. After spending so much time with Ge Yuan Yuan, he felt that the little wolf was his true form. Even being a slacker was much more comfortable than being human. Sipping happily on the happy water, Muir began to look forward to meeting Ge Yuan Yuan. Before getting off the starship, he tidied up all the messy things, changed into a formal military uniform, disembarked, and the smart butler automatically opened the door. Welcome back, 5677. The curtains have been opened, all household appliances are on, and I wish you a wonderful life. Stepping into the villa, where he was the only occupant, Muir's cold voice sounded. 5677. Wait a moment. I have a guest coming over you. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ge Yuan Yuan popping her head out from behind the garden wall. The girl nimbly dodged the infrared scan, flipped into the yard, and waved at him here. Intruder detected. Warning. The entire villa's alarm sounded. But Muir quickly manually shut it off before the alarm system activated and gestured for Ge Yuan Yuan to come to the door. While recording Ge Yuan Yuan's information into the smart home system, he said with a headache, "You successfully informed me that my security system needs an upgrade." Ge Yuan Yuan really had a unique way of doing things. Her skillful wall crossing left him dumbfounded. Chapter 34. Malicious intent and wet body temptation, logically speaking. These smart home devices shouldn't have detected Ge Yuan Yuan's presence. Following Mu Er and feeling frustrated, Ge Yuan Yuan input all the information into device 5677. Her expression was a bit dispirited. Why was I discovered? In addition to the conventional infrared sensors, there were many ground traps installed here that would determine if someone was intruding based on the surrounding temperature. Mu Er tore away the camouflage around the wall. Only then did Ge Yuan Yuan realize that the area surrounding the wall wasn't soft grass, but a green landscaping scene simulated by advanced technology, which was actually filled with detectors. "You should be grateful that the security level here isn't high," Mu Er said, looking somewhat reliable when not acting like a wolf. At least the tall young man gave Ge Yuan Yuan a steady feeling. Otherwise, she might have been blown to bits. Perhaps the scene where Mu Er secretly left her 10,000 energy coins was simply unforgettable. Ge Yuan Yuan paused for a moment and hesitantly asked, "Don't you have money to upgrade the security system?" It was just shy of broadcasting the words "really poor" on the public screen. Should she work hard to get rich in order to raise her spirit pet? Mu Er flicked Ge Yuan Yuan's forehead with his hand and said helplessly, "What are you thinking? I still have some money, just not necessary." Because no matter how powerful the system was, it was far less lethal than him. What should be worried about now was not his injury, but whether the intruder could still leave with their life. "When is your chaotic period exactly?" Ge Yuan Yuan stepped into the villa first, and the decoration inside dazzled her. It was hard to tell that Mu Er actually liked pure white decor. The villa, which was already spacious, seemed even more open with the pure white decoration. "Probably tonight. What do you want to show me?" Mu Er followed Ge Yuan Yuan into the villa and actively pressed a button in the living room. The originally seamless wall cracked open, revealing a metallic elevator. To her surprise, there were quite a few messy things in this small villa, and Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes were filled with curiosity. "There's a more enclosed laboratory underground, where I usually spend my chaotic period. Do you want to participate?" Mu Er was still not sure what Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to do. To ensure her safety, he could let her observe from the transparent observation room behind the laboratory. Although he hated being treated as a lab rat, he felt it was tolerable if it was Ge Yuan Yuan doing it. "I want you to try my Qingxin talismans without taking inhibitors." Ge Yuan Yuan pulled out 2 Qingxin talismans from her small bag and placed them in front of Mu Er. The material of the Qingxin talismans was the most commonly circulated paper on the market, adorned with some strange patterns drawn with a marker. Mu Er picked them up and examined them twice, confirming that they probably wouldn't be very useful. But he still agreed. "Okay, but if I show signs of going berserk, you need to leave the underground laboratory immediately and take the elevator up as fast as you can." Mu Er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a hint of a smile in his eyes, but the words he spoke were not so sweet. "I'm afraid I might kill you." The inhibitors no longer had much effect on him. After all, he was just going to tough it out, so it was better to give Ge Yuan Yuan a good deal. "I won't let anything happen to you, I promise." Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was also very serious. Since it was her proposed experiment, she would be responsible for Mu Er. Mu Er clearly knew what he wanted. Using a little self-sacrifice to gain Ge Yuan Yuan's trust and affection, and ultimately more, was a very worthwhile deal. After all, there was no one in the entire empire who could heal him, and the pollution left by the insect emperor was even more difficult to eliminate. But Ge Yuan Yuan easily achieved these things, enough to show that the empire's new star was rising. Once they discussed the matter, the tension between the two lessened. Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't indulged in luxury for a long time, and since Mu'er had the conditions, she naturally wouldn't refuse to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy a sunbath by the pool. Ge Yuan Yuan casually started to take off her clothes and asked, "Do you want to join?" After all, Mu'er's things were hers. This was what a spirit pet should do. Although Mu'er didn't think there was a problem with letting his bonded nanny enjoy his things. Ge Yuan Yuan, changing into a swimsuit in front of him, made him quickly close his eyes, a hint of panic in his voice. You. Don't you know there's a difference between men and women? The Marshal covered his eyes, and the small ears that peeked out from under his hat were visibly flushed. Ge Yuan Yuan found this reaction amusing. After changing into her swimsuit, she walked up to Mu'er and teasingly asked, "Why are you so shy? Could it be that you're still a little virgin?" Although Ge Yuan Yuan hit the nail on the head, what concerned Mu'er had nothing to do with that. He was 100 years older than Ge Yuan Yuan and had no intention of being a bull eating tendergrass. So, of course, he wanted to keep his distance. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, Mu'er's strong waist and powerful arms were pure uniform temptation, especially when Ge Yuan Yuan saw his moving Adam's apple, making her heart flutter. Even though she was over 1,000 years older than Mu'er, she felt no pressure in pursuing younger men. Living recklessly and believing in living for the moment, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't think it was a beastly thing to be attracted to her spirit pet. After all, that was what the Beastmaster sect people did. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan looked up and asked Mu'er, "Can I hug you?" Sure." Mu'er instinctively opened his arms to welcome Ge Yuan Yuan. She took 2 steps back for a run, then charged forward and wrapped her arms around Mu'er's waist. Before he could react, she fell backward, pulling him into the pool with her. Oh no! The temptation of a wet military uniform had arrived. Mu'er instinctively wrapped his arms around Ge Yuan Yuan as they both plummeted into the depths of the pool. Being skilled in water, Mu'er quickly pulled Ge Yuan Yuan up from the depths, resting her on his shoulder as they broke the surface, shaking his wet hair back to reveal a handsome face still glistening with droplets of water. One hand tightly gripping Ge Yuan Yuan's calf to keep her in a position that allowed her to sit on his shoulder, Mu'er swam towards the shore, firmly grasping the handrail of the steps. This display of boyfriend strength shattered the moment once Ge Yuan Yuan reached the edge, gripping Ge Yuan Yuan's small face. He forced her to look up at him, his expression serious. "You can't make jokes like this, understand?" Chapter 35, The Shattered Sea of Consciousness. I didn't expect Mu'er to really dare to choke her. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes widened, and she was choked to the point where she couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, Mu'er finally released his grip, but his expression didn't soften much. "No more jokes like this in the future. If you really drown, it won't be fun anymore. Do you hear me?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice deep and still a bit shaken. Raising an eyebrow, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't he expect that Mu'er, who had always been obedient in front of her, could also be so wild. It was really surprising. However, after this little scuffle, Mu'er's military uniform was completely soaked. He got ashore, and before going back to change clothes, he specifically reminded Ge Yuan Yuan, "Just stay on the shore and behave yourself. A robot will bring you a fruit platter later." "I got it." Ge Yuan Yuan shook her feet, her attitude very indifferent. "You go quickly." After lying on the lounge chair for a little while, Ge Yuan Yuan heard some sparse sounds beside her. Tilting her head, she happened to see the little wolf trying to climb up the lounge chair. She originally thought she would see Mu'er in a swimsuit, but unexpectedly, this little dog had turned into its beast form directly. Without the wicked fun, Ge Yuan Yuan instantly became indifferent, reaching out to lift the silly little wolf onto the chair, and the two of them enjoyed the last rays of the sunset side by side. Of course, there was no dinner. Ge Yuan Yuan and Mu'er each held a bottle of nutrient solution, sitting shoulder to shoulder on the open-air balcony, watching the stars. "It's almost 10 o'clock. Is your chaotic period coming or not?" Ge Yuan Yuan casually tossed aside the empty tube she had just finished drinking from, and naturally, a robot diligently came over to pick up the glass tube. "It's coming." Suddenly, Mu'er crushed the glass tube in his hand, and his expression almost instantly turned pained. While he still had some rationality, Mu'er stumbled into the elevator, sending himself into the sealed laboratory. With the closure of the laboratory door that was 3 meters thick, Ge Yuan Yuan followed closely behind, walking into an observation room that had voice and monitoring systems connected to the laboratory. "Can you hear me?" Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was unusually steady as she opened the dialogue system. "Take out the calming talisman I gave you, and use your mental power to attach it to activate it." Muir tightly gripped the calming talisman in his hand, following Ge Yuan Yuan's instructions to attach his mental power to it. Almost instantly, Muir felt an indescribable comfort, as if a spring breeze carrying a faint mint scent brushed over his entire body. The chaos and pain of the chaotic period also weakened along with it. "This paper works very well. I can hardly feel anything now." Muir honestly reported his feelings, adjusting his chaotic breathing, before Muir could catch his breath. The next wave of the turbulent sea of consciousness came crashing in. This spring breeze disappeared almost instantly, and Muir gritted his teeth, his expression becoming even more sinister and painful as he touched the second calming talisman with his mental power. Ge Yuan Yuan's previously calm and confident expression instantly turned anxious. If the calming talisman was effective, why did Muir still show such a painful expression? Could it be ineffective? "How do you feel now? Has the talisman failed?" Grabbing the nearby call button, Ge Yuan Yuan's voice became extremely urgent. "Where is your inhibitor? I'll bring it to you." "It hasn't failed." Muir could barely finish his words, his voice unusually weak. To be honest, he hadn't felt something this effective in a long time. Even a new type of inhibitor probably had effects similar to the calming talisman. Muir's expression grew even more painful, almost collapsing to the ground in uncontrolled spasms. In the moment when the pain was almost suffocating, Muir, surprisingly, still had the energy to think about other things. He really looked so messy right now. Probably only Ge Yuan Yuan would see him in such disarray. "Run quickly, I'm about to lose control." Muir's voice became even hoarser. When he heard Ge Yuan Yuan's voice coming through the call button, saying she was opening the door, he finally let out a slow breath, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. As the raging consciousness in his mind was about to tear apart his sea of consciousness. Instinctively, he slammed his fist hard on the ground to relieve the pain, and Muir began to use self-harm to forget the pain, becoming even more frantic. By the time Ge Yuan Yuan found the switch to the laboratory, 5 minutes had already passed. The 3-meter-thick door slowly opened, and inside, Muir had already caused a mess, with large and small pits appearing on the floor and walls, showcasing Muir's extraordinary destructive power and berserk state. Sensing the presence of a living person, Muir instantly sprang up from the ground and struck at Ge Yuan Yuan without hesitation. Not even dodging, Ge Yuan Yuan faced this punch head-on, using the contract to immobilize Muir in place. At this point, Muir had basically lost all rationality. In a state of madness, the contract could control Muir's form, but couldn't alleviate his pain. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand to begin setting up an array, reciting the calming spell while arranging magic stones around to form the array. Watching the beads of sweat on Muir's forehead and his blood-red eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of heartache and gently comfort him. "It'll be fine soon, little wolf. Just hang in there a bit longer." Ordinary magical energy couldn't be absorbed by Muir. It needed to be transformed into spiritual energy to activate the entire array. In less than 10 breaths, Ge Yuan Yuan had already completed 2 arrays, placing Muir in the center of the formation. The nearly shattered consciousness had now stabilized, and Ge Yuan Yuan sent her consciousness through the contract into Muir's mind, only to find that Muir's consciousness was filled with many fractures, looking like it was injured and not fully healed. It was her fault. She only thought about the calming talisman being able to suppress the chaotic period, but forgot that everyone's strength was different. If it was used on that boy who had gone berserk on the street that day, it would be fine, but if used on Muir, the effect would be greatly reduced. Muir had now calmed down, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. However, he still hadn't awakened, probably because he hadn't had a good sleep for too long. Now that he was rare not to have a splitting headache, he naturally didn't want to wake up quickly. Ge Yuan Yuan stood beside the array, carefully examining the wounds on Muir's sea of consciousness. The current situation didn't look optimistic. At least according to Ge Yuan Yuan's current level, she could only find suitable pills to relieve the symptoms, with no way to cure it completely, unless she could refine higher-level pills. Who on earth had hurt Mu'er like this? A killing intent spread in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes. Chapter 36. Uncle, what are you doing? Protecting Mu'er has basically become Ge Yuan Yuan's instinct, especially after she regarded him as her own. She cannot allow anyone to harm him. The damage to an ordinary person's spiritual consciousness is mostly due to the invasion of demonic energy in the air, but Mu'er's injury looks even more severe, resembling damage caused by excessive use of spiritual power. If she could feed Mu'er the clear heart pill like candy, perhaps the situation would improve significantly. It hurts. Mu'er held his head, slowly regaining consciousness as spiritual energy gradually entered his body through the spirit-gathering array. Although the pain in his sea of consciousness still lingered, it was certainly better than before. How did you get in here? When Mu'er saw Ge Yuan Yuan sitting in front of him, his first reaction was to check if she was injured. After all, the dilapidated laboratory around them indicated that things had not gone well after he lost control. I came in to calm you down after seeing you lose control. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was unusually serious, realizing that she had not considered a situation, which was her fault. It was her mistake that caused Mu'er to endure such intense pain, and she felt a bit guilty about it, even though he could barely move his fingers. Mu'er's expression remained gentle, with no hint of blame towards Ge Yuan Yuan in his eyes. There's no need to say sorry. It was my choice. The two fell into a moment of silence, the lively atmosphere between them fading away. Do you feel a bit better now? Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and gently brushed Mu'er's sweaty bangs away, revealing his brows and eyes that had been mostly hidden. Perhaps Mu'er often appeared in front of her in his little wolf form, so seeing his face felt somewhat unfamiliar to Ge Yuan Yuan. The significant difference in size also made her realize that the person in front of her was an adult man, exuding a masculine aura. Rubbing against Ge Yuan Yuan's palm for comfort, Mu'er clearly didn't think there was anything wrong with a nearly 6-foot-tall man doing this. He glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan and asked, "You seem taller?" Maybe. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care much about it. After establishing her foundation, the demonic energy would nourish her body, allowing it to develop quickly to its proper form. As long as she didn't reach the golden core stage, she could still grow taller, and her features would also become more defined. The spirit-gathering array was still in operation. Mu'er's expression gradually lost its pain, and he felt like he was back to normal. I think my disorder phase seems to have passed. I could even punch out a set of moves now, without any problem, Mu'er confidently declared. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan decisively withdrew the spirit-gathering array, as it was quite costly to operate, so she figured it was best to minimize expenses. Without the influx of spiritual energy, although Mu'er's sea of consciousness no longer hurt, the feeling of comfort also disappeared, making him feel a bit lost, turning back into a limp little wolf, unwilling to get up from the ground. "You lazy thing." After a playful scold, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression relaxed a lot, and she effortlessly picked up the little wolf from the ground. I wonder what kind of upbringing could produce such a peculiar person as Mu'er. The two returned from the basement to the surface, where Ge Yuan Yuan tossed the little wolf directly into a bathtub full of water, as his chaotic phase had made him sweat profusely. "I don't want to take a bath. Help! They're killing the wolf." Mu'er splashed and struggled. Try to escape the bathtub. This is a common trait among all plush animals. They dislike water. "If you move again, I'll just pin you down." Ge Yuan Yuan, having been splashed in the face, felt her earlier guilt vanish completely, turning back into a cold-hearted demon lord. The thought that he could only stand there dumbly, while Ge Yuan Yuan did whatever she wanted, sent a shiver down Mu'er's spine. Ge Yuan Yuan, who was skilled in taking care of spirit beasts, impatiently lifted the little wolf by its front paws and started to scrub as if washing a rag. "No, no!" Mu'er shouted too late. Before he could brace himself, Ge Yuan Yuan had already finished washing the area around his tail. Watching the little wolf go from struggling madly to being completely defeated, Ge Yuan Yuan belatedly realized what she had done, her hand freezing in place. The originally limp little wolf poked her palm. Ha ha ha. This time, Ge Yuan Yuan truly couldn't hold back, tossing Mu'er into the bathtub, laughing until she could hardly breathe. "You shameless. I'm not clean anymore." Mu'er was now in a state of shame and anger. Having lived for over 100 years, and now being teased by a young girl who hadn't even matured yet. Where is his dignity? Boo-hoo. I can't go on living. Mu-Er expressionlessly buried his wolf head in the water, wondering if this brat even had a sense of gender awareness. Even if he was a cute little wolf, he was still a male wolf. I'm sorry. I want to look anymore, ha ha ha. Ge Yuan Yuan continued to laugh, gasping for air. Having lived for over 1,000 years and having many intimate friends, she certainly wasn't unaware of what this was about. But this was just too funny. In a fit of anger and shame, Mu-Er could no longer maintain his little wolf form, and with a bang, he transformed back into his human form, splashing a lot of water out of the bathtub and soaking Ge Yuan Yuan's clothes. I told you not to laugh. Mu-Er raised his hand to cover Ge Yuan Yuan's mouth. With his strong arms tightly around Ge Yuan Yuan's neck, he pulled the little girl into his embrace. Forced against Mu-Er's muscular chest, the sensation felt nice to Ge Yuan Yuan even through the fabric. She adjusted for their age difference and slowly said, "What are you doing? Bullying a lonely little girl? Uncle. Uncle." As soon as the word uncle left her lips, Mu-Er completely lost his composure, letting go of Ge Yuan Yuan as if shocked. I'm a serious person. Although the average lifespan of interstellar beings is around 400 years, he was considered a leader of the youthful generation. But facing a mere 15-year-old girl made him feel like he was committing a crime. In reality, the concept of adulthood among interstellar beings still leans towards 18. But Mu-Er's dating criteria had always been girls no more than 30 years younger than him. He hurriedly grabbed a towel from the wall and pointed at the door, firmly saying, "Get out." Knowing Mu-Er was genuinely angry now, Ge Yuan Yuan smartly walked outside. As a 1,000-year-old old demon, trying to pursue a budding young man like Mu-Er indeed came with some psychological pressure. Okay? I'm about good. Chapter 37. 3 years without meeting Muir looked at himself in the mirror, his face flushed. He didn't think Ge Yuan Yuan had any ulterior motives, but he felt that Ge Yuan Yuan was mischievous and still just a child. He had to send Ge Yuan Yuan to school as soon as possible. This thought intensified in Muir's mind. He could no longer let Ge Yuan Yuan behave so recklessly. Were you scared just now? Wrapping himself in a bathrobe as he came out of the bathroom, Muir's expression softened significantly, especially upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan standing in front of him with her head down, making it hard for him to say anything reproachful. Before you turn 18, we shouldn't meet again. Muir's expression was unusually serious. He hadn't expected such a small coincidence to lead to such serious consequences. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her head in surprise, clearly not understanding why Muir had to do this. Ge Yuan Yuan's appearance made Muir even more troubled. You're just a cub now, you know? Muir gently advised, do what you're supposed to do. Tonight, whether it was intentional or not. I want to allow the same thing to happen again. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly realized that although she was an ancient being over 1,000 years old, the body she occupied was still young. It was surprising for Muir to take such actions. I understand. I'll leave soon. Ge Yuan Yuan was quite willing to satisfy this small request from her spirit pet. After all, 3 years wasn't too long. She raised her hand to cast a spell, drying her clothes. I'll create a formation suitable for your chaotic period and send it over. It should last you 3 months. Contact me through the hollow brain later. With a wave of her hand, Ge Yuan Yuan elegantly left the villa area. Anyway, she had already achieved her purpose of coming tonight. Not meeting Muir wasn't a big deal. Watching the young girl's departing figure, Muir's green eyes trembled slightly, and a wave of guilt surged uncontrollably in his heart. Had he been too harsh on Ge Yuan Yuan? He had clearly disliked how his father treated him in the same way before. Yet now he couldn't help but imitate it. Should he send her back? Muir murmured to himself, unsure who he was speaking to. The smart home system chimed in at the right moment, detecting significant emotional fluctuations. Would you like to have some drinks? With his eyelashes lowered, Muir pressed on his heavy chest. Yes, Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea that she had left such a tragic back for Muir. At this moment, she was happily shopping in a stationery store. After all, not many people in the interstellar era used paper and pens, and even though Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to buy a lot, she only managed to get 3 or 4 notebooks. The store owner wanted to keep the rest for new students. Back at the hotel, Ge Yuan Yuan used a marker to draw and write on the notebooks, quickly making 20 enhanced calming talismans. Although they wouldn't work against S rank and above chaotic periods, they would definitely work for A, B, and C ranks. Once she had made the items, she needed to sell them. Ge Yuan Yuan was sure there would be a black market here, but figuring out how to blend in was still a big problem. Perhaps she should ask Shangwu for advice. I want to visit the black market. Do you know how to get there? Ge Yuan Yuan didn't plan to tell Shangwu about selling talismans. After all, she couldn't fully trust Shangwu yet. So it was better to keep things under wraps, and later, once the calming talismans gain a reputation, she could casually give Shangwu some. Shangwu had been having a great time these past few days, following the long family siblings around without worrying about getting lost. Now, seeing Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly, he still had a somewhat carefree feeling. I know the black market, but what do you want to do there? Shangwu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan suspiciously, generally. Unless someone was buying something particularly hard to find, people prefer to shop in the commercial streets outside. After all, if one got scammed in the black market, there was no one to complain to. Out of curiosity, maybe I can find some treasures. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows, casually checking her balance on the hollow brain. She currently had only 130,000 credits. Although it seemed like a lot for the mecha repair major, it was simply too expensive, just for the materials needed for repairs. This money wouldn't even cover the first semester. Moreover, she had to pay 100,000 in tuition when school started. It was clear that Capital Star was a money pit, a place that drained wealth. I'm so poor. It's almost going to make the child cry. Ge Yuan Yuan held onto her balance that would soon disappear, feeling resentful about why she had rejected so many offers for free tuition and scholarships. She was regretting it to the core. The military academy of the Empire had a system where each grade lasted 2 years, requiring a total of 4 grades, meaning it took 8 years from enrollment to graduation. Although it sounded long, considering the lifespan of interstellar beings, it was just a short experience in their lives. After getting the address for the black market, Ge Yuan Yuan paid a deposit of 20,000 credits at the entrance and received a black mask to conceal her identity. Initially, she planned to sell the calming talismans for 1,000 credits each, but instantly raised the price in her heart. She looked around, found an empty spot to sit down, placed the calming talismans in front of her, and set up a large loudspeaker that played the advertisement in a loop. Calming talisman, 3,000 credits each, effective for A rank and below chaotic periods, results in 10 seconds, triple refund if ineffective. This call attracted quite a few people, but upon seeing the 3,000 credits for a piece of paper, many hesitated. 3,000 credits could buy a mid-level suppressor. There was no need to buy a piece of paper. If it didn't work, the ones suffering from the chaotic period would still be them. And if they couldn't find Ge Yuan Yuan again, wouldn't that just make them more anxious? Seeing that no one was interested in her wares, Ge Yuan Yuan thought for a moment and pulled a piece of energy stone from her pocket, carving a demon-slaying array on it. As long as one was outside the core star system, while performing tasks in other places, one would inevitably be corroded by demonic energy. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't believe this wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Although the calming talisman was a one-time use product, the demon-slaying array was not. It could achieve the effect of demon slaying before the energy was exhausted. Purification stone, 5,000 credits each. Its function is to isolate pollution sources. It can be used for at least a month. Ge Yuan Yuan tossed the carved stone onto the ground and began to meditate. Those who recognized its value would naturally approach. Is what you said true? A tall cyclops walked up to Ge Yuan Yuan. He looked like a mercenary, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, as if he would punish Ge Yuan Yuan severely if she dared to deceive him. Absolutely true, you could try it. Chapter 38. Talent competition. After the one-eyed dragon finished asking, he stared intently at Ge Yuan Yuan. Hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's affirmative answer about trying the item, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Is this thing really useful? Who knows? Anyway, those who provoke the one-eyed dragon won't have a good ending. Whispers from others could be heard nearby, and Ge Yuan Yuan picked up a stone from the ground and handed it to the one-eyed dragon. If you want to try it, go ahead. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't think there would be any issues with her item. If people wanted to buy it, they could, and if they didn't she couldn't force them. Take out your light brain. The one-eyed dragon took the stone but didn't try it. Instead, He casually pocketed it, saying, "If it doesn't T work, I'll block you here next week and take off one of your arms as the price for deceiving me." A hint of blood-red light flickered in his eyes, but Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, unfazed by the threat, saying, "Then I'll wait for your repurchase." Someone started the conversation, but the people around didn't follow suit. After all, whether Ge Yuan Yuan's item was effective was still up for debate. If it wasn't useful, the ones losing out would be the poor bystanders. Seeing a large sum of energy coins credited to her account, Ge Yuan Yuan felt much better. Noticing that no one else around wanted to buy her calming talisman, she understood that during the chaos period, everyone was still quite cautious. If your personal terminal ends with a 6, come out for a moment, I'll give you a calming talisman for free. If it works, you all need to promote it for me. Ge Yuan Yuan maintained a cold expression, looking like she wasn't in a hurry to sell her item. But free stuff is hard to resist. The people present pushed each other a bit, and 3 individuals stepped forward to take Ge Yuan Yuan's calming talisman. "Remember to help me promote it if it works well." After dropping this sentence, Ge Yuan Yuan directly left with her bundle. Until there were actual results, no one would come to buy from her, and staying there was of little use. After leaving the black market, Ge Yuan Yuan tidied her messy hair and headed towards the hotel. Before reaching the hotel entrance, she saw messages flashing crazily on her light brain. She opened it casually and found it was a call from the testing center. "Is this Ge Yuan Yuan?" The voice on the other end was gentle. "We've found some issues with your test paper, so please arrive at the testing center tomorrow at 10 a.m. A teacher will guide you to the office to ask you some questions." Frowning in confusion, Ge Yuan Yuan replied, "Okay, I understand. What could possibly be wrong with the test paper?" Ge Yuan Yuan temporarily set aside her miscellaneous thoughts and returned to her hotel room, focusing on studying the formation to help move air through the chaos period. Drawing formations wasn't difficult, but finding a suitable medium was a challenging task. Although energy stones could achieve a decent effect, carrying large ones was inconvenient, and small ones weren't enough to support the entire formation. If she had known it would be this troublesome, she should have set up a formation in the underground laboratory of Mu Air's villa to avoid the headache of transportation. But having the formation alone wasn't enough. Mu Air's injured consciousness also needed timely repair. Where should she look for the Qingguang grass needed to refine the calming pill? To raise a little cub, Ge Yuan Yuan was truly worried sick. Now, the only simplest method was to expand her consciousness and search by inch across the entire capital star. But doing so would inevitably alert the palace. Taking out her tablet and brush, Ge Yuan Yuan gave up on such a grandiose method and chose to draw the appearance of the Qingguang grass on a virtual screen. Then had Mu'er look for it. After all, if she had a tool person, she should use them. Otherwise, what was the point of raising Mu'er? Ge, the great demon king. Help me find these items, no limit. Mu'er didn't reply, and Ge Yuan Yuan didn't know what he was doing. Suppressing the thought of using the contract to find him, she opened the professional books set aside and carefully reviewed the relevant knowledge. The call from the testing center was inexplicable. She didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Meanwhile, right after the call ended, Old-Hu hurried over and anxiously asked, "Did she agree?" Ge Yuan Yuan said she would come tomorrow morning. The operator, having never seen Old-Hu so agitated, couldn't help but look at him curiously. "Old-Hu, weren't you just confidently saying you would expel that girl from the exam room?" He sure Shuang, the principal of the Southeast Military Academy, had a smile on her face, clearly enjoying watching Old-Hu slap himself in the face. "You're talking nonsense." Old-Hu's emotions were quite stirred, and he looked at He Sure Shuang with increased disdain. "You don't understand. That girl came from X9 Star. What could she learn from that place? Since she can promote so many things based on her fundamental knowledge, if we cultivate her well, her future achievements will definitely be limitless." Raising her hand in surrender, He Sure Shuang truly felt defeated by this old man. She glanced at Leiden Tabor, the vice principal of the Imperial Military Academy, with a teasing expression. "This is clearly a good seed. Perhaps she is aiming for the prestigious Military Academy of Capital Star, and doesn't he even look at your impoverished Northwest Military Academy?" He Sure Shuang's words clearly had a lot of provocation in them. The scores of all the students participating in the test were nearly out. After talking to Ge Yuan Yuan tomorrow morning, the test results could be released. This batch of students could also officially enroll. Well, ultimately it depends on Ge Yuan Yuan's own choice. What I say doesn't count. Leiden Tabor smiled while stroking his graying beard, clearly aware of the appeal of his own school. Their conversation successfully left Old, who feeling frustrated. He looked at Ge Yuan Yuan's test paper and said indignantly, "The person I have my eye on can't just run away." The others ignored Old Who and gathered to start selecting the promising candidates from this batch of tests. Even though the scores weren't out yet, this group of people was already starting to divide the talents among themselves. Don't be fooled by the smiling faces of these old foxes. In reality, they had already started urging their subordinates to make calls to attract talent. Competition only lasts a moment. Attracting talent is the only way to achieve good results in the next military academy competition. These military academies have always been in a competitive relationship. Chapter 39. I'm not going to this broken school. Ge Yuan Yuan arrived at the testing site on time. A gentle-looking female teacher came to greet her, softly reassuring Ge Yuan Yuan, "Don't be nervous. There will be a few simple questions for you to answer based on your usual thought process." Nodding slightly, Ge Yuan Yuan entered a closed room where 5 examiners, looking quite older, were seated. "Do you know that your exam paper is different from others?" Hu Lao immediately launched a fierce attack, glaring at Ge Yuan Yuan. "I only found out when I left the examination room. A classmate told me that large exams have A and B versions, so I didn't worry." Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly, clearly thinking that there was a problem with the exam paper. As expected, her intuition was correct. The exam paper had definitely been tampered with. But she was sure by whom. "This set of papers has answers available online. Did you deliberately bribe someone to swap the exam papers to attract our attention and achieve a unique effect?" Hui's attitude remained unyielding. It was clear that if Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't satisfy him, he would ruthlessly handle her as a cheater. Ge Yuan Yuan es frohen deepeniert. It had been a long time since anyone dared to question her like this, and Hui's attitude clearly made her extremely dissatisfied. "Just a speculation, and you're trying to put a label on me." A faint red hue appeared in her eyes, and being a demon cultivator, Ge Yuan Yuan could hardly suppress her anger. "You're making malicious assumptions about me based solely on speculation. I cannot agree with such a narrow-mindedness." Ge Yuan Yuan scoffed, and though she had been sitting calmly in her chair, she was starting to feel impatient. She stood up and walked out without hesitation, thinking that with this attitude, she might as well not attend this school. Hu Lao was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected that, after just a couple of probing questions, Ge Yuan Yuan would directly refuse to continue. If it had been an ordinary student, they would have likely started explaining desperately by now. The old man's temper flared up, and he slammed the table. "You're being defensive. Shut your mouth." Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care who was in front of her and retorted, "Where's the evidence? You're accusing me without evidence. I could just as easily say you're a spy. So why has anyone come to catch you?" The principals of several military schools around them lowered their heads in unison, afraid of bursting into laughter. He, in a fit of anger, finally met his match today. This girl was truly fearless. Blocked from speaking, He took a deep breath twice to suppress the anger inside him. He was here to recruit students, not to create enmity, so it was better to keep a low profile for now. "You will take another exam. If your score is fine, we will admit you." He took out the questions that had just been prepared the night before and handed them to Ge Yuan Yuan. "Why should I?" Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow. "First, you need to apologize for what happened earlier and say that you shouldn't have questioned me casually. Otherwise, I have the right to refuse to take the test again." Upon hearing this, Hui's eyes widened like saucers. If it weren't for Ge Yuan Yuan's exceptional talent, he would have likely lost control of his anger and kicked her out with his bad temper long ago. "All right, good student. It was indeed teacher's temper that was too hot earlier. Let us sit down and talk things over." He Shuang saw that the conversation was going nowhere and tried to mediate. "This test is also for fairness. There are only 3 questions on the paper. It won't take much of your time. We want to see that you are a truly capable girl. Okay? Bah." Ge Yuan Yuan had seen enough of these hypocritical, good people, just like those shameless Buddhist cultivators. They never showed up when things went wrong, but jumped high when things calmed down. What compassion are you talking about? Why not let Hui step back and stop hounding a student? Isn't it just bullying the weak? It's all the same kind. Apologize, or I'm leaving. Ge Yuan Yuan was completely unmoved. grinding his teeth in frustration, who he repeatedly reassured himself, for the genius. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Please, good student, take this exam again." After speaking, his old face turned bright red. It had been years since he had been so embarrassed. And how did he end up clashing with someone as unyielding as Ge Yuan Yuan? If the test results weren't good later, he would definitely have to give Ge Yuan Yuan a good scolding to vent his anger. Li Du and Tabor's eyes sparkled with amusement. This girl was really interesting. Getting the response he wanted, Ge Yuan Yuan no longer had the prickly demeanor from before. She sat down and began to answer the questions calmly. During her previous exam, Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't used a calculator for assistance. Today, they hadn't prepared a light brain for her either. They wanted to see if this little girl's calculation ability was really that strong. Immersed in the exam paper, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly calculated the answers and wrote them down based on her own deductions. She had lost the arrogance from before. After all, both sets of papers were quite challenging, and she couldn't guarantee their accuracy. Sure enough, the things she learned in 2 or 3 days just weren't enough. For the first time, Ge Yuan Yuan began to feel ashamed, solidifying her resolve to study hard in the future. Putting down her pen, Ge Yuan Yuan submitted the exam paper, and soon identical answer sheets appeared in front of the 5 examiners. A teacher brought Ge Yuan Yuan some fruit and drinks, asking her to wait a moment while the teachers quickly reviewed the exam papers. "All right, thank you." Ge Yuan Yuan took the drink and waited. She had always been like this. However others treated her, she would respond in kind, and who he was just asking for trouble. A group of old foxes, naturally, were not slow in grading the papers. They could see that Ge Yuan Yuan indeed didn't know many of the advanced theories that were already established. She relied more on the basics to deduce her answers step by step. Moreover, she hadn't used any calculation tools. It was all done in her head. What a terrifying amount of calculation had actually appeared in Ge Yuan Yuan. The eyes of the 5 examiners brightened in unison. This is a genius, and one that won't appear again in nearly 100 years. In fact, Ge Yuan Yuan going to study mecha maintenance was a waste of her talent. Given her level, she should be studying mecha design. Ge Yuan Yuan, I ask you, which military school do you want to apply to? Chapter 40. My brother is in love. Looking at this attitude, it seems that the exam paper is fine. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression also relaxed quite a bit. But before she could speak, Hui directly said, "No need to ask. This little girl is already decided for our Northwest Military Academy. This old man didn't seem to like her before. So what's with him actively wanting her now? This is wrong. We should let the young lady decide for herself, right?" The always smiling Litton Tabor finally revealed his true colors. He didn't say a word when Hui was making a fuss. Now he wants to come and pick the fruit. How could it be that easy? Even someone with a good temper would probably struggle to control their anger at this point. Not to mention Hui's temper wasn't that great to begin with. I said, "What do you mean, old man? Am I the one who has to offend people while you just wait to pick up the leftovers?" Hui waved his hand decisively, his temper no longer so good, and said, "Impossible." He sure Shuang, standing by, didn't intend to interject, but was radiating an aura that suggested she could also consider the Southeast Military Academy. The heads of the remaining 2 military academies had completely no intention of speaking. Even if Ge Yuan Yuan was a rare genius, she was already booked. If Ge Yuan Yuan was interested in them, that would be great. If not, then there's no use in forcing it. It's better to take this opportunity to negotiate terms with the military academy that got Ge Yuan Yuan to gain some benefits. Ge Yuan Yuan's brows slightly relaxed, clearly understanding the current situation. Since she was already being fought over, it wouldn't hurt to put forward some reasonable requests, right? Isn't my opinion also quite important? Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and spoke, no longer displaying her previous rebellious demeanor, instead looking like a little fox. "So tell me, how can I get to the Northwest Military Academy?" Hui's face had already turned sour, clearly realizing he could not snatch Ge Yuan Yuan anymore, but still clung to the last glimmer of hope to see if he could win her back. "Originally, I planned to go to the Imperial Military Academy." Ge Yuan Yuan deliberately elongated her tone, slightly furrowing her brows. "But when I went to the testing point to get the registration form, I was targeted by a senior, and there was a big dispute." Hui's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, nearly clapping his hands in approval. Litton frowned. evidently not expecting that someone sent for recruitment would act so unsteadily. I will send someone to investigate this matter immediately and ensure that we give classmate Ge an explanation. I hope classmate Ge will not have any negative views about our school because of this incident. Litton's expression was exceptionally serious, immediately giving Ge Yuan Yuan his assurance. With that bunch of fools at your school, how could they provide her with a good learning environment? This was simply a golden opportunity. He immediately patted his chest and started guaranteeing, our school absolutely will not have such students. You can rest assured about this. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but hesitate. From the current perspective, it indeed seemed that the Northwest Military Academy was more to her liking. However, the Imperial Military Academy was the school she had promised Mu-Er to attend, and for a moment, she found herself in a dilemma. It was still He Shuang who noticed Ge Yuan Yuan's hesitation and actively offered a way out. All right, you two shouldn't pressure the child too much. Let her think about it, and she'll know by tomorrow when it's time to register, right? He Shuang smiled reassuringly at Ge Yuan Yuan. Since they couldn't recruit Ge Yuan Yuan, leaving her with a good impression was also a good thing. Once this was said, it gave everyone a way out, and when Ge Yuan Yuan came out of the testing point, her face finally showed some relaxation and joy. But she didn't take today's interview seriously. Not watching interstellar news, Ge Yuan Yuan completely didn't recognize that the 5 people in front of her were the presidents of the 5 major military academies. In a good mood, she walked towards the hotel, took out her light brain, and quietly sent a message to Mu-Er. Little did she know that just half a day of not keeping an eye on Ge Yuan Yuan had led to such a big mess. And Mu-Er rubbed his temples, starting to analyze the situation for Ge Yuan Yuan. Mu-Er, since both military academies are interested in recruiting you, choose the school you like. I'm not insisting that you go to my alma mater. What is important for you is that it suits you. Ge Yuan Yuan, okay. I'll think about it again. Looking at those 2 wave symbols, Mu-Er couldn't help but start picturing Ge Yuan Yuan's cute appearance. But he quickly realized that this was completely impossible. That little devil, how could she be cute? Bro, who are you chatting with? Why are you so happy? Mu-Si Yuan suddenly popped out from behind Mu-Er, and before he could glance at the light brain, he saw Mu-Er directly put away. Glancing at his untimely younger brother, Mu-Er calmly countered, why aren't you in school? Mu-Si Yuan was quite a bit younger than Mu-Er and was now at the age for military academy. The school gave a half-day break, and since I had nothing to do, I just came home. Mu-Si Yuan didn't get thrown off by his brother's words and continued to look at Mu-Er with a curious expression. Feeling a headache coming on, Mu-Er couldn't help but want to give his younger brother a light smack on the head. Since you're back, spend more time with mom. Or do you want to come with me to the mecha room to work out? Mu-Er maintained a calm expression, but Mu-Si Yuan sensed a hint of threat in it. Instinctively taking a couple of steps back, Mu-Si Yuan suddenly rushed towards Mu-Mother, shouting loudly, Mommy, I found out my brother's secret. Mu-Er's pupils suddenly widened as he jumped up from the sofa to block Mu-Si Yuan's mouth. But it was already too late. Mu-Mother came out of the kitchen just in time to hear Mu-Si Yuan's wailing. My brother. The iron tree is about to bloom. He must be in love. I just saw. Mu-Er expressionlessly covered his younger brother's mouth, nodding at Mu-Mother as a signal, and threateningly said, Xiao Yuan is just joking with you. I'm taking him to the mecha room now. Looking lovingly at her 2 sons fooling around, Mu-Mother couldn't help but smile. How nice, they're both in love. Wait, in love? The slow-witted Mu-Mother suddenly shouted, stopping Mu-Er, who was about to run away. Mu-Er, you are in love? Oh no, this is bad. Mu-Er expressionlessly turned around, only to be eagerly pressed down on the sofa by his mother. Quick, tell me what kind of girl she is, how old is she, and where does she work? Chapter 41 Northwest Military Academy. Muir had been brothers with Ge Yuan for 20 years, and it was the first time he thought about choking him to death. Even though he was really angry inside, Muir couldn't say anything harsh to his mother and could only let her press him on the sofa, incessantly questioning him. There's nothing. I haven't been in a relationship. Muir felt a bit of a headache, but images of the moments he spent with Ge Yuan Yuan in the villa involuntarily flashed in his mind. Seeing her son like this, Muir's mother understood everything. A hint of a smile appeared in her eyes, and her face rarely carried a hint of gossip. Why didn't you want to tell Mommy? It would be good for Mommy to help you strategize. Mir's mother was clearly curious about this rumored love interest. Didn't the others know? As a mother, how could she not understand her child? All right, at the right time, I will introduce her to you. I have matters to attend to at the military department, so I'll leave first. Mir practically fled out of the house. He had nowhere to go and could only head to the military department. Since he had fainted last time, he hadn't been back, and his sudden appearance made everyone a bit unaccustomed. Marshal, what brings you here? The soldier on duty at the door saw Mir and hurriedly saluted, his gaze filled with unabashed admiration. Mir waved his hand and entered the military department modestly. When General Sierra saw Mir, he was unexpectedly surprised. Marshal, aren't you still recuperating? He hurried over, wanted to support Mir, genuinely treating him like a porcelain doll. Mir, feeling a bit uncomfortable, hesitated but ultimately declined General Sierra's kindness. My wounds have mostly healed, so I came to the military department early to serve the Empire. I wish everyone success in their military endeavors. Mir felt he couldn't admit he was scared out of the house by his mother. To maintain the dignity of the marshal, he concocted a noble reason for himself. Sure enough, after hearing Mir's words, the originally surprised crowd all displayed expressions of realization, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with even more admiration. No wonder it's the marshal. Even at this time, he is thinking of the military department. Someone wiped away tears. Feeling touched and choked up, let us strive for the glory of our future empire for the marshal. The military department was like it had been injected with adrenaline. Working hard. Seeing his subordinates working so hard, Mir naturally felt embarrassed to slack off and decisively entered the office. The Ge family knew that Mir fainting had made its way to the emperor, which wasn't a good thing. So they could only consider themselves unlucky and handed over the special grade mech energy box that Mir had always wanted as an apology. After this farce, the relationship between the two sides was even worse than before. Glancing over the piled-up documents on the desk, there wasn't anything that required Mir's urgent attention for now, but he felt the situation was far from simple. It felt more like the calm before the storm, and there would definitely be bigger waves coming. At the entrance of the testing center, it was even more bustling than before. The results of this test were divided into electronic and paper versions, allowing students to freely check online or squeeze in to view the paper version at the testing center. The 5 military academies stated that this was to provide candidates with a more diversified examination experience, modeled after ancient Earth standards. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't choose to check online. She specifically came to the testing center and felt a sense of ancient imperial examination results being announced amidst the bustling crowd. Carefully searching along the posted papers, Ge Yuan Yuan eventually found her score at the very bottom of the last sheet. With a score of 166. She barely passed. However, Ge Yuan Yuan had specifically checked on her light brain and found that this year's exam was not difficult. If her paper hadn't been swapped, she should have scored similarly to Shangwu. As expected of the special enrollment student of the Imperial Military Academy, Shangwu's score left the others far behind, nearly perfect, placing second on the entire leaderboard. The first place was Long Yu, Ge Yuan Yuan's roommate, who surprisingly performed really well at a critical moment despite usually keeping a low profile. Yuan Yuan, how did you do? Long Yu found her score and started searching for Ge Yuan Yuan's name on the testing leaderboard, but after a long search, she couldn't find it, causing her to worry that Ge Yuan Yuan might not pass. However, seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't have any drastic facial expressions, Long Yu boldly speculated that perhaps Ge Yuan Yuan had passed. It was indeed not easy to find at the very end. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care about the poor score. For her, as long as she could attend school, that was enough. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's score barely at the passing line, the remaining few people tactfully pretended not to know anything and began to look around. Ge Yuan Yuan also knew that this group of people was uncomfortable, so she actively suggested, "Why don't we go out for a stroll? Let's celebrate." The affectionate Long Yu directly hugged Ge Yuan Yuan and pulled her along to celebrate. Seeing that his light brain hadn't lit up all day, Mir couldn't help but start to doubt whether he had said something too excessive a few days ago, causing Ge Yuan Yuan to not want to talk to him until now. With a bit of anxiety, Mir finally decided he couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative to message Ge Yuan Yuan. "Mir, which school did you enroll in at the military academy?" Surrounded by a group of people, Ge Yuan Yuan finally picked up her phone to check the messages after a while and immediately recognized Mir's message. Gugu, the great demon king. I should be going to Northwest Military Academy. That academy suits my taste and should be beneficial for my future development. Indeed, after long-term comprehensive consideration, Ge Yuan Yuan chose Northwest Military Academy as her main campus. As for the dormitory environment, it didn't matter if the furniture was a bit old. She could just buy new ones later. Ge Yuan Yuan had never had particularly strict requirements regarding living standards. Hearing that Ge Yuan Yuan really didn't plan to go to the Imperial Military Academy, Mir felt a bit emotional, but he quickly suppressed it. Mir, I hope you can gain more in your new school. I still need some time to handle things on my end before I can let you appear in public. Mir's tone carried a hint of apology, clearly feeling guilty for Ge Yuan Yuan being in a suppressed environment for so long. Take your time with your matters. No ruse. Ge Yuan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Don't we have 3 years to take it slow? Mir fell into thought, wondering if this little demon king was mocking him. Chapter 42. The Blessing of Beauty. The mermaid sends scales in a good mood. Ge Yuan Yuan put away her light brain. Just as she hadn't taken 2 steps out, she saw a familiar figure ahead, startling her into hiding behind Long Yu. Why was that mermaid here too? At the same time, Shu Yao sniffed the air, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. Why did she smell a familiar scent? Before she could think about who it was, she saw Long Yu's figure. Your Highness. She had just opened her mouth when Long Yu raised his hand to stop her. Realizing to stay quiet, Shu Yao immediately changed her words. Are you here alone? I didn't see your brother. My brother is behind. Long Yu had no intention of talking much with Shu Yao and was about to leave with Ge Yuan Yuan when he heard Shu Yao's exclamation. Finally, I found you. Shu Yao was so angry that her scales trembled slightly. She pointed aggressively at Ge Yuan Yuan, making Long Yu instinctively protect Ge Yuan Yuan behind him. Thinking there must be some deep-seated hatred between them, Long Yu was surprised when Shu Yao clutched her handkerchief, crying rapidly, and fiercely grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan's sleeve, looking as if she had been wronged. It's all your fault for being too rough. I lost my most beautiful scale. You have to compensate me. Shu Yao cried, tears and snot flowing, holding on to Ge Yuan Yuan without letting go. Feeling awkward, Ge Yuan Yuan touched her nose, not expecting that the two had such personal grievances. Long Yu, understanding the situation, fell silent. Ignoring Ge Yuan Yuan's tight grip on her clothing, he ruthlessly pulled his clothes away, pretending not to see anything, and walked to his brother's side. Ge Yuan Yuan felt overwhelmed. To be honest, she had always thought Shu Yao wasn't very bright. Now it seemed that feeling was indeed correct. Losing scales was as normal as losing hair. Why was she blaming it on her? Besides, the last time they met, she hadn't even seen any scales. I warn you, this is a false accusation, and I did not admit it. Ge Yuan Yuan felt like she needed to distance herself from Shu Yao immediately. It was clearly Mu Er who had caused this trouble. Why should Ge Yuan Yuan pay for it now? Stepping back quietly, she didn't expect the petite Shu Yao to step forward and grab her, slamming her against the wall. As a cultivator, having poor physical strength was quite normal. Ge Yuan Yuan was taken aback when Shu Yao unexpectedly did this. Just as she was about to strike her away, she saw Shu Yao pull out a small scale and hold it out to her. This is my prettiest scale. You have to keep it safe. The little mermaid's gaze was still very resentful, leaving Ge Yuan Yuan unsure if it was her illusion. It seemed that Shu Yao had grown quite a bit since their first meeting. Without any awkwardness, she cornered Ge Yuan Yuan against the wall, forcefully stuffing her scale into Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, and gave her a deep look before turning to leave. Seeing her leave so decisively made Ge Yuan Yuan a bit unaccustomed. Long Yu turned back to retrieve Ge Yuan Yuan and immediately noticed the scale in her hand, his expression showing surprise. The mermaids are known to be the proudest race in the world. How did you get Shu Yao's scale? Long Yu mischievously winked at Ge Yuan Yuan, not expecting her to have such a blessing. Huh? What blessing? Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes almost popped out. She didn't know whether to throw the scale away or keep it. With a helpless, bitter smile, she awkwardly said, "She probably just wants me to compensate her for the scale. After all, we're both girls." This successfully amused Long Yu. Before choosing a mate, mermaids had no gender. If Shu Yao liked you, she would gradually turn male, and then you'd have a merman all to yourself. The scale in Ge Yuan Yuan's hand suddenly felt even hotter. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand why Shu Yao, having only met her 3 times, was so crazily infatuated with her. She wondered if it was still too late to return the scale. Ge Yuan Yuan subconsciously sought Mu Er's help and hurriedly sent him a message. Ge, the great demon king. Little dog, come quickly and save me. What should I do if I'm being pursued by a mermaid? Mu Er, who was in the battle preparation room heavily defending against the insect race, saw this string of messages and couldn't help but have a bunch of question marks pop up over his head. He had really neglected Ge Yuan Yuan for just a couple of days. Why was she causing so much trouble? Glancing at the officer explaining the system on stage, Mu Er lowered his head and secretly replied to Ge Yuan Yuan's message. Mu Er, do you like mermaids? Ge, the great demon king. Not really. It's just that it's quite rare to receive a scale from a mermaid for the first time. A hint of sourness emerged in Mu Er's heart, and he pretended to be generous, asking, then should I catch a mermaid and shave its scales to give to you? After sending the message, Mu Er began to regret it. Would this make him seem too brutal? What if Ge Yuan Yuan got scared of him? As expected, he acted impulsively. Just as Mu Er was about to take it back, he saw a new message slowly appearing from Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge, the great demon king. That is not impossible, but wouldn't hunting mermaids violate interstellar law? Ge Yuan Yuan's words made Mu Er laugh involuntarily, but he felt inexplicably relieved. As long as Ge Yuan Yuan didn't like mermaids, that was fine. After all, with a mermaid's outstanding appearance, very few people could resist. He certainly didn't want the caretaker he had painstakingly nurtured to be taken away by an ignorant mermaid. Marshal, do you have any suggestions or guidance on my plan? Mu Er, who was secretly fishing, was suddenly called out, immediately putting away his light brain, glancing awkwardly at the tactical analysis chart above, and began to present his suggestions. The admission results came out quickly, and Ge Yuan Yuan was accepted into the Northwest Military Academy without any obstacles. Interestingly, the principal of the Imperial Military Academy had privately come to find Ge Yuan Yuan once, stating that they had dealt with Cha Yu and hoped that Ge Yuan Yuan would reconsider attending their school. However, Ge Yuan Yuan declined without hesitation. Cultivators believed in fate. Since the Northwest Military Academy had extended an olive branch at the right time, it indicated that Ge Yuan Yuan had a connection with this school. On the day of the new student registration, Ge Yuan Yuan was directly taken away by Old Hu. In the office, Old Hu looked at this rebellious student who dared to challenge him with mixed feelings, both loving and hating her. Given your talent, studying mecha maintenance is truly a waste. I hope you will consider studying mecha design with me instead to create even more powerful mechas for the Empire. Chapter 43. Treatment? I could do it too. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at He and said seriously, I think mecha design and mecha maintenance should be the same, right? Why we have to differentiate between the two? Ge Yuan Yuan had never been resistant to learning new things. This statement was like a revelation for He. He slammed the table excitedly, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan as if he had discovered treasure. I think you can, but I must inform you beforehand that pursuing a double degree is very tough. I will hold you to the strictest standards, and if you fail to meet my expectations, being expelled is a normal outcome. He was not exaggerating. He understood the meaning of genius better than anyone else, and knew that a genius who couldn't handle pressure was worse than a hard-working mediocre student. Then let us do it. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. She wanted to see what kind of torment could make her want to quit. The more he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, the more satisfied he became, and he couldn't help but suggest, are you willing to take me as your teacher? I am a 9th-level forging master, specializing in weapon design. You won't find anyone more proficient than me in this area. You old geezer aren't trying to trick me, are you? Looking at the lewdly rubbing hands of Ge Yuan wisely took a step back, crossing her arms in front of her chest to form a large X. I won't play with an old pervert. Are you itching for a beating? He was immediately angered, banging the table and glaring. How many people outside were begging to be his disciples? He had no intention of accepting students, but now he was rejected. Why did he even take a liking to such a troublesome person as Ge Yuan Yuan? Chuckling twice, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't explain anything. After all, for her, an ancestor who had lived for thousands of years, it was quite strange to take a little brat who was only 300 years old as a teacher. Forget it. If you don't want to, that's fine. He wearily waved his hand, signaling Ge Yuan Yuan to leave. Just as Ge Yuan Yuan was about to exit the office, he could hardly wait to pull out a mirror, suspiciously examining himself. Those two little mustaches were quite charming, making him look even more handsome. Why did Ge Yuan Yuan have to call him an old freak? TCH, no sense of aesthetics. He happily began to groom his mustache in front of the mirror, admiring himself for a long time. Suddenly, Ge Yuan Yuan remembered something she had forgotten and quickly turned back to He's office, just in time to catch him admiring himself with a Barbie pink butterfly mirror. Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent at the sight. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing back here, you little brat? He, realizing it was inappropriate, discreetly put away the mirror, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. I didn't expect your hobby to be so unique, Ge Yuan Yuan chuckled awkwardly and returned to the main topic. I want an independent dormitory, preferably a suite. Rolling his eyes, He disdainfully said, you think too highly of yourself. Why not just directly ask me for a villa? Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up. So the school had villas? That was great. Please arrange one for me. You're getting a bit too carried away, aren't you? He impatiently waved his hand. Villas are for therapists to live in. What do you, a mecha student, have to dream about? Why not? ISNT just treatment? I can do that too. Ge Yuan Yuan was unconvinced. If she couldn't do it, then it would be one thing, but now there was clearly a free villa available. So why not go for it? You can treat my ass. He waved his hand impatiently, but suddenly his hand froze in midair. What did you say? You can treat. He jumped up from his chair like a monkey and rushed to Ge Yuan Yuan, grabbing her arm and shaking it vigorously. Do you have the guts to say that again? Ge Yuan Yuan pushed He's hands away and wisely took 2 steps back, decisively repeating her previous words. It's just treatment, I can do it. As soon as she finished speaking, He went crazy. He slammed his palm onto a nearby file cabinet, raising his voice 3 times louder, filled with disbelief. Frowning tightly, He finally asked from the bottom of his heart, you're a therapist, but you're learning mecha? Are you messing with me? What a waste. This is simply a waste. He spun around in place, his eyes turning red with anger as he stared at Ge Yuan Yuan. Are you here to play tricks on me? Just to mess with me? He's reaction was unexpectedly intense. For Ge Yuan Yuan, absorbing magical energy was the most normal thing in the world. Moreover, she wasn't specialized in this field, so there was no need to flaunt it. After all, with the release of some elixirs, the cultivation world was now filled with alchemists. Support roles were less valued. Come with me to test it. We absolutely cannot waste your talent. In the current interstellar era, the most needed were therapists who could treat pollution source infections. The existing therapists were already 200 years old, and there hadn't been any new blood for a long time. If that fallen one were to pass away, humanity would have no chance against the insect race. Ge Yuan Yuan's emergence was indeed timely. He had already thought about how to make use of Ge Yuan Yuan, starting with the students in their own school who had returned from the front lines and were waiting in line for treatment, letting Ge Yuan Yuan practice on them. After all, he would lose anything in any case. Following He into a sealed testing room, there were dozens of teachers accompanying them. In such circumstances, it was basically impossible to cheat. What is your therapist talent? A group of people surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, beginning to record the testing process. Each therapist's talent was different, but the fundamental core was to eliminate magical energy from the human body. The talent of the 200-year-old therapist was expulsion, driving magical energy out of the body, while the talent of an even earlier therapist was strangulation, crushing magical energy within the body. Purification. Ge Yuan Yuan casually blurted out, repeating what she had said to Mu Er. Let us start testing from the basics. Try to purify this heavily infected energy stone. A kind female teacher handed her a fist-sized, heavily infected energy stone. According to testing standards, a newly awakened therapist only needed to purify 10% of this heavily infected energy stone to be considered qualified. Ge Yuan Yuan was moved to tears. Was there really such a good opportunity to be given a magic stone for her training? Chapter 44. This old man knows how to take advantage. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and directly absorbed the entire piece of heavily infected energy stone. Watching her effortlessly purify the whole stone, the eyes of those around her shone even brighter than before. The previously established testing plan was completely overturned. The female teacher brought more energy stones and placed them in front of Ge Yuan Yuan, her gaze filled with encouragement and expectation. Yay! Give it a try and see if you can purify all these energy stones. Naturally, Ge Yuan Yuan would not refuse such a good opportunity presented to her. She directly absorbed all the energy stones in the area at once, completing a wave of group purification. Although the energy stones had very little energy left after being purified by Ge Yuan Yuan, this was not a problem for them at all. While she intended to showcase her talent as a healer, she did not plan to reveal that she could convert the demonic energy in the energy stones back into spiritual energy just yet. Even if she wanted to be high profile, there was no need to expose all her trump cards. Incredible! The female teacher looked at Ge Yuan Yuan as if she were a rare treasure. With such amazing talent, why didn't she directly enroll in the healing profession? He cleared his throat twice and took over the conversation. She is from X9 star. As soon as this was said, the other teachers looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with pity. Coming from such a marginal planet, it was no wonder she had to hide her identity as a healer. Ge Yuan Yuan, who was already highly regarded, became even more of a cherished object among everyone. These few students participated in the battle earlier and were severely injured by the insect race. Try to treat them. As soon as the female teacher finished speaking, several students were carried in from outside. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced over. These individuals were surrounded by demonic energy, and their wounds had penetrated deep into the bone. Because of the corrosive effect of the demonic energy, the wounds could not heal at all and continued to rot. If it did not receive help from a healer, these individuals would likely face amputations and end up with mechanical bodies. Just do your best to treat them. They have all signed confidentiality agreements, so your information won't be exposed. Even if the treatment is unsuccessful, you don't need to worry. No one will blame you. Just do your best. He said, looking at the students with a complex expression, but he did not put too much pressure on Ge Yuan Yuan. The nearest student had his lower body covered with a white cloth. Ge Yuan Yuan walked over and lifted it, only to be choked by the smell of decaying flesh. Nearly unable to breathe, she sealed her sense of smell and began to examine. His thigh had likely been torn apart by the insect race, and the demonic energy had penetrated into the bone marrow, corroding his flesh. I can only purify the source of contamination on him. As for healing the wounds, I'm sorry, I can't do that, Ge Yuan Yuan said honestly. After all, demonic cultivators were not known for their healing abilities. They were more about destruction and chaos. He waved his hand. As long as the source of contamination is removed, his wounds can be treated in a healing chamber. You don't need to worry. The medical technology in interstellar society was already very advanced. Wound healing could be achieved through technology. The only issue lay with the demonic energy. Even with instruments to treat the wounds, the demonic energy that had corroded into the body would still tear the wounds open, leaving only superficial healing while the inside rotted and oozed pus. This is why healers were considered valuable. With He's assurance, Ge Yuan Yuan felt more at ease. She raised her hand gently above the wound and absorbed the demonic energy into her body. Faint demonic energy flowed out from the wound, rushing into Ge Yuan Yuan's body. This scene was invisible to everyone except Ge Yuan Yuan. All right, Ge Yuan Yuan said as she retracted her hand casually. Yeah, you don't need to be too upset. It's normal for a healer's initial talent to be weak. Just do your best. The female teacher quickly comforted her. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her head in confusion and explained, I mean, this student has already been treated. We can move on to the next one. Hiss. The speed of this treatment is simply astonishing. From the moment Ge Yuan Yuan placed her hand until she took it back, it couldn't have been more than 3 seconds. They initially thought she wouldn't be able to treat him, but unexpectedly, she had already finished. Before they could even question it, the people carrying the next student eagerly stood in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. He's gaze became even more profound. They had found a treasure. He quietly stepped back 2 paces and said to the teacher standing at the door, Quick, go get the most severely injured students. First come, first served. Ge Yuan Yuan was instantly left speechless. This old dog, who? Does he think she can't hear him? But hearing it didn't mean she would refuse. After all, it was a good opportunity that was presented to her. Don't think that demonic cultivators are free of karma. The more evil deeds they commit, the more painful their tribulations and ascensions will be later. Too much killing is ultimately not a good thing. Old who? There's no need to trouble everyone. I'll just go directly to save them. It's more convenient for one person to move than for a group. Ge Yuan Yuan sighed helplessly and followed him to the medical building. All military academy students, by the time they reach their senior year for internships, must go to the battlefield, and injuries are inevitable. In a time of constant war, the most precious thing is always peace. This is a war of races. However, after this battle, Ge Yuan Yuan's reputation could no longer be suppressed. Fortunately, those students somewhat understood that they had signed confidentiality agreements. The most widely circulated rumor outside was that a new healer had emerged from the Northwest Military Academy. Yet not many people connected it to Ge Yuan Yuan. For Ge Yuan Yuan's safety, Old who allowed her to continue with her mecha repair courses as usual. However, while this could be kept from others, it couldn't be hidden from Mu'er. Mu'er, the recently famous healer from the Northwest Military Academy, is you, right? Ge the Great Demon King. Yes. He. After all, only healers can live in individual villas. Ge Yuan Yuan's choice to expose her identity was unexpectedly simple. Mu'er couldn't help but feel helpless, but had to admit that this was indeed the best solution for Ge Yuan Yuan at the moment. He couldn't hide Ge Yuan Yuan away for her entire life, preventing her from helping others. That would be selfish for both the Empire and Ge Yuan Yuan. Mu'er, I'll give you a positioning device later. You can attach it to your shoulder. If anything happens, it will be easier for me to rescue you in time. The number of healers is scarce, both by fate and by human design. Many high-level insects can transform into human forms to hunt down defenseless healers. Chapter 45. Some strange classmates, even though Mu'er was worried. Ge Yuan Yuan still began her delightful campus life. Living alone in a detached villa felt really nice. The first class in the morning was about making energy boxes for mechas. For mechas, ordinary energy stones cannot be used directly. They need to be made into energy boxes and then installed. Besides mechas, other items also use energy boxes, which are classified into 4 levels based on their quality: low, intermediate, advanced, and special. The first lesson of the school year was about learning to make beginner energy boxes. The course was not as interesting as Ge Yuan Yuan had imagined, nor was it a practical class on how to make energy boxes. Instead, it was a stiff teacher lecturing on theoretical knowledge. An important criterion for evaluating the quality of an energy box was how much energy it could store. Beginner energy boxes were further divided into 3 levels: A, B, and C. Classmate, did you understand? Ge Yuan Yuan was bored playing with her pen when she noticed a girl next to her quietly talking to her under the cover of a textbook. You didn't understand? Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that there was actually a slacker in the class. Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately scrunched up like a bun as she quietly complained to Ge Yuan Yuan. How could I have learned this? Who knew that a soldier would also need to learn how to make energy boxes? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the girl in surprise and found that she was tall. At least 175 meters, and although her muscles weren't overly robust, they still exuded a sense of strength. She might really be a soldier. Classmate, won't we boldly imagine? Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. This is the mecha maintenance classroom, right? Oh no. The girl's expression immediately changed as she glanced at her hollow brain. Room 303 in Building A. I'm in the right place. This is room 303 in Building V. Congratulations. You've successfully gone to the wrong place. Ge Yuan Yuan felt much happier, diverting some of her attention back to the teacher. It's over, I'm doomed. It's already class time. I can't just run out. The girl scratched her head in distress. My name is Poulin. Should we exchange contact information? Ge Yuan Yuan was surprised at how calm she was, even after getting lost in the wrong classroom. She became interested and handed over her hollow brain. The two of them touched their hollow brains, completing the friend request. Is it still too late for me to run over? Poulin hesitated. Her roommate, who studied all sorts of things, was in a completely different classroom. Plus, since today was the first class, she hadn't even gotten her classmates' contact information yet. She had just been sitting here for a long time, completely unable to keep up. It should be too late. Ge Yuan Yuan lightly tapped her virtual pet on the hollow brain, and the little wolf immediately opened its mouth, displaying a time readout. 20 minutes until class ends. This virtual pet was something she had originally written for Shu Yao. She hadn't expected it not to sell, so now she could only keep it for herself. If you two keep talking, get out. The teacher at the podium had already tolerated the two for a long time, and seeing that they showed no signs of stopping, she finally slammed the book down on the podium. Ge Yuan Yuan found it quite novel to be scolded by a teacher. To be honest, this was probably the first time in her life that she had attended a proper class. Previously, it had all been one-on-one tutoring. Hulin, who was already nervous, suddenly stood up with a start, bowing deeply and saying, "I'm sorry, teacher. I went to the wrong classroom. I'm very sorry for interrupting your class." After saying that, she quickly dashed out of her seat, her speed leaving Ge Yuan Yuan dumbfounded. With one person gone, Ge Yuan Yuan was left alone to bear the teacher's wrath. She glanced at the reactions of the people around her and slowly stood up as well. "I'm sorry, teacher. I was helping a lost soldier classmate find her classroom. I don't care what your reason is. Since you spoke during class, you must bear the consequences. Next time before class, I want to see you submit a beginner energy box. If the energy storage does not reach 90%, I will fail you." The female teacher pushed up her glasses, revealing a sinister smile, clearly indicating that Ge Yuan Yuan had hit a nerve. She didn't know that the person in front of her was the so-called devil of Northwest University, who had a strict teaching attitude and harsh practical standards for all students. The failure rate was terrifyingly high. "Okay," Ge Yuan Yuan replied, and immediately she heard gasps from the students around her. It was indeed true that the ignorant are fearless. She dared to accept the words of this devil. "It's over, this girl is doomed." Amen. The noisy voices quieted down in an instant. No one wanted to be the next unlucky one. Continuing with the class normally, Ge Yuan Yuan sat through until the end, when someone called out to her. "Unlucky one, do you need help?" A buzz-cut guy walked up to Ge Yuan Yuan, raising his eyebrows in what he thought was a cool manner. Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't respond, he continued, "I see you're a new student, and you probably don't know that making a beginner energy box with 90% storage is our requirement for the end of this semester." "I see." Ge Yuan Yuan understood immediately. It seemed that the teacher was deliberately making things difficult for her. "I don't need it." Ge Yuan Yuan stood up and walked out. It was just a beginner energy box. She could make one tonight. The girl isn't pretty and has quite a stubborn temper. The buzz-cut guy didn't expect his kind intentions to be taken as an offense. He suddenly blocked Ge Yuan Yuan's way, not letting her pass. In all her years, it was the first time Ge Yuan Yuan had heard someone say she wasn't pretty. As the most beautiful and cunning woman in the land, no one had dared to say such things to her. "Can I take this as you provoking me?" Suppressing her anger, Ge Yuan Yuan slightly raised her head to glare at the buzz-cut guy, unknowingly resembling a little wild cat glaring at someone, lacking any intimidation. "What if I provoke you? Go ahead and bite me." In fact, the buzz-cut guy hadn't intended to provoke Ge Yuan Yuan at first. He simply wanted to help. But the more he talked to her, the angrier she seemed to get. "I don't bite." Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was cold, but her movements were exceptionally swift. She directly grabbed the young man's wrist, using one hand to pin him down on an empty desk in the front row. "But you will die." Her voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. After all, seeing a girl of about 1.5 meters pinning a big guy down on a desk was not something one could witness every day. Chapter 46. Pu Xian speech. She will definitely love to death at this point. The buzz-cut had completely lost face. As the number of onlookers grew, his face turned red with anger. Even though he was pressed against the table by Ge Yuan Yuan, he still shouted angrily at those around him. "Whoever looks at me again, I'll gouge out their eyes." Originally, people were just watching for fun, but seeing the buzz-cut getting more and more agitated, the surrounding students pretended not to see and dispersed quickly. Now, the few remaining people in the classroom were all the buzz-cut's brothers. "You better be sensible, little girl. Don't force my brothers to take action." The leader of the group cracked his knuckles, looking fierce as if he was about to twist Ge Yuan Yuan's head off and kick it like a ball. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at this group of people, expressionless, and increased the pressure in her hands by a bit. The buzz-cut, whose bones were already misaligned, was now screaming in pain, wishing he could just pass out right there. A few of them surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, and the tallest one pointed at her, saying, "Let go of Wei Zhuan now, or I'll make you kneel and beg." This was the first time Ge Yuan Yuan had heard someone say soft words in such a tough manner, which was indeed rare. Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't team move, the several young men really lost all their face and knelt down in front of her, starting to wail. Please let our boss go. He is not going to make it. Having never seen someone so adaptable, Ge Yuan Yuan took the opportunity to raise her hand, and the buzz cut, who had been suppressed, finally straightened up. He stretched his limbs and looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a complicated expression. This little girl is quite impressive. With a direct glare, Ge Yuan Yuan asked, Who are you calling a little girl? Big sister, you're my real sister, okay? The buzz cut quickly admitted defeat, not waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to speak before lowering his status. Ge Yuan Yuan, who didn't want this brother, looked very disdainful and packed her things, heading out of the classroom, showing no intention of dealing with the group of foolish people on the ground. Big brother, this girl has embarrassed you a lot today. Why don't we? The young man with yellow hair made a slashing gesture in front of the buzz cut, pinching his chin and looking at Ge Yuan Yuan's departing figure from a distance. The buzz cut's eyes became interesting. She's quite amusing. I've decided to pursue her. Make her fall in love with me. Think of nothing but me, and then dump her hard, making her pay for today's incident. For some reason, in an instant, the buzz cut became full of fighting spirit. The yellow-haired guy looked at his good brother with a complicated expression and tentatively reached out to touch the buzz cut's forehead. Let me see. Weizhua, your head is okay today, right? Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. Weizhua picked up the jacket from the chair, lazily draping it over his shoulder, and started to walk outside. Ge Yuan Yuan's figure had already disappeared outside the teaching building. She was now rushing to He's office. Although Ge Yuan Yuan was now majoring in dual training, Hui directly took all her courses in mecha design with a wave of his hand. His exact words were, Following those useless people is simply wasting your talent. Come directly to my lab. As long as you can meet my requirements, getting excellent grades in all courses will not be a problem. Ge Yuan Yuan keenly sensed the loophole in this. She thought of the precautions in the freshman handbook and suspiciously asked, Do I have to take the exams myself? Can't you just give me an excellent grade directly? This question made Hui a bit uncomfortable. His eyes darted around. If you can't even pass the small tests in school, there's no need for you to continue studying with me. Seeing through the essence of the matter, Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of giving Hui face. If you can't do it, don't just throw the blame on me. Hui waved his hand, clearly not caring about the matter. You go wait in the lab first. There's some basic materials for you to look at. I'll be there shortly. Holding the ID card Hui gave her, Ge Yuan Yuan took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor of the lab. This lab building was for school-wide use, but the top floor was reserved exclusively for Hui. What can you do? A 9th-level master is just that extravagant. Ge Yuan Yuan went from the first floor to the top floor of the lab, and many passing students saw her figure. Not many students could go to the top floor. They were mostly seniors in their 4th year. Now, seeing a stranger going up suddenly caught their attention. Is this the new student brought by in.He? It should be. I didn't expect her to be a little girl. It's great to follow in.He and go straight to the top. What is so great? You don't know how bad that old man's temper is. Let us go, don't stare. As the elevator doors closed, the various discussions were immediately shut outside. Ge Yuan Yuan waited expressionlessly for the elevator to reach the top floor, the 19th floor. She originally thought the lab would be quiet and empty, but to her surprise, there were plenty of busy figures moving around. Huge experimental instruments filled the entire room, and many researchers in white coats were bustling about. When they saw Ge Yuan Yuan arrive, they all turned their heads mechanically, staring blankly at her. The scene was somewhat like puppets, especially when Ge Yuan Yuan saw the frail bodies of those seniors and the huge dark circles under their eyes. She involuntarily took a step back, as if she had entered a strange place. Is she a new junior? Someone came to greet Ge Yuan Yuan. A square-faced researcher with a strong aura walked up to her and forced a smile. I've heard about you from the teacher. I'll take you to the teacher's office. Following the senior for a couple of steps, Ge Yuan Yuan observed her surroundings. This place was divided into 2 parts. One part was a precision instrument production workshop, which required changing clothes and full-body disinfection to enter. The other part was similar to a factory workshop, where the clothes of the seniors squatting there were dirty, even dirtier than the factory workers. As they passed through this crowd that resembled walking corpses, the senior introduced himself. My name is Yuan Yuan. I'm Dean Hu's top disciple. If you have any questions or needs, you can come to me directly. You guys, how long have you not rested? Ge Yuan Yuan asked tentatively. With a bitter smile, Yuan said, about a week, I guess. We're currently working overtime to meet a deadline, and we haven't found a suitable solution yet. Ge Yuan Yuan nodded, pondering as she said, Are you all usually this busy? Usually it's much more relaxed. But this problem has been troubling us for a long time. Now that we have a new breakthrough direction, a netizen on StarNet gave a pretty good idea. So it has turned into this situation. Ge Chapter 47. Drive that old man crazy. Live 50 years less. Ge Yuan Yuan nodded knowingly and followed Liang Su into He's office. To be honest, He's office wasn't small, but it was currently cluttered with scattered parts. Liang Su rummaged through the floor and picked up a book, handing it to Ge Yuan Yuan. You can read here. I'll be busy for now. After saying that, Liang Su hurriedly left, closing the door behind him. Clearing away the parts on the floor, Ge Yuan Yuan managed to create a space to sit. After using the cleaning spell 3 times, she finally got rid of the oil stains on the floor. Picking up the tattered book, she considered casting another cleaning spell, but decided against it. After all, the book looked very old, and it wouldn't be good to damage it further. The cover of the book had the simple title, The Structure of Mechas, and upon opening it, Ge Yuan Yuan saw that the author was He. It seemed to be a textbook he had written himself. Tossing the book into the air, she let her magical energy surge, causing the book to flip pages on its own according to her reading speed. About half an hour later, Ge Yuan Yuan finished the book and eagerly began examining the parts in front of her. Although she didn't have a photographic memory, for someone at the God transformation stage like her, memorizing the contents of a book was quite easy, since she had already grasped the theoretical knowledge. It was normal to start practicing hands-on. Young people shouldn't be overly ambitious or aim too high. Otherwise, it's easy to stumble. He said as he pushed open the door, only to see Ge Yuan Yuan tentatively fiddling with the parts instead of reading obediently. Snorting coldly, He took the parts from Ge Yuan Yuan's hands. These are all taken from scrapped mechas. You don't need to worry about them yet. To his surprise, this little old man was quite proud. Ge Yuan Yuan had no choice but to ask, Then what should I do now, director? What to do? He was so angry he almost blew a fuse. Of course, read. What else do you want to do? He felt like this little brat was driving him to death. He couldn't help but reflect on how he ended up taking in such a troublesome student. What book? Ge Yuan Yuan asked curiously, looking at the parts on the floor, dismissing He's anger. She had never respected her true master, the Qinglian immortal, let alone this little brat. He had no idea that at his age, he was being considered part of the troublesome kids category by Ge Yuan Yuan. He now felt that Ge Yuan Yuan was the most difficult student to manage. Didn't Liang Su tell you what to read? He suppressed his anger, thinking that he couldn't kick her out on her first day in the lab. That would be rude. He did, and I finished reading it. Ge Yuan Yuan replied casually, as reading that little bit was no burden for her. Did you finish it? Then why aren't you leaving? He felt a mix of discomfort upon hearing her confident answer, and his first reaction wasn't surprise but anger. If this girl kept provoking him like this, living 50 years less was not out of the question. He even lost the thought of testing Ge Yuan Yuan's knowledge. He now felt incredibly exhausted. Since she dared to say that, it wasn't baseless. For the first time, he saw such a talented student and felt somewhat at a loss on how to proceed. Go rest for now. He waved his hand, generously giving her a break. However, Ge Yuan Yuan stubbornly stood her ground, smiling as she asked director, does the villa have any servants? He nearly choked, suppressing his resentment. He gestured for Ge Yuan Yuan to leave quickly. What era is this? You're still thinking about finding servants? The villa has smart home systems. You can adjust them according to your habits. If you find them inconvenient, you can order a cleaning robot from the official website. Watching Ge Yuan Yuan bounce out of the room, he felt his blood pressure rising. He had no idea that he was considering teaming up with Liang Su to give her an unforgettable learning experience. While Ge Yuan Yuan happily returned to the villa, coincidentally, Liang Su's words had given her some ideas. It seemed she hadn't finished solving that problem she encountered on the Star Network. Now, without any quick ways to earn extra money, getting some prize money was a good option. Of course, Ge Yuan Yuan had also wondered if the topic Liang Su was researching was the same one she had stumbled upon on the Star Network. So she took a look before leaving. It wasn't the same. No coincidences had occurred. Ge Yuan Yuan, as previous comments, had already garnered quite a few replies. Some users were praising her, while others questioned her. However, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care. After seeing no official responses, she continued to solve the problems. As someone who hadn't received systematic education, Ge Yuan Yuan was in a rather metaphysical stage. The problems could generally be solved, but her thought processes were all over the place. Normal people certainly wouldn't keep up with her line of thinking, and this problem was no exception. She didn't even use scrap paper. Ge Yuan Yuan directly omitted a lot of calculations, posting only the most crucial conclusions and data. Then she tagged the officials. Wanted to get paid. After several tests, at the testing point, Ge Yuan Yuan had cured a bad habit. She had to write less, otherwise she would be penalized for writing too much. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan replied and tagged the officials, the entire post exploded. The reason was simple. This problem had long been dubbed unsolvable by netizens and had remained here for 30 years without anyone solving it. Now that the difficult problem had been cracked, everyone naturally cheered. There were also those who didn't believe Ge Yuan Yuan's words and began calculating according to her steps. Ge Yuan Yuan was completely unaware of these actions and the netizen celebrations. She casually exited the website and began browsing the game mall with great interest. The most famous invention of the interstellar era was the full-spectrum imaging technology, especially when this technology was applied to games. It showcased the key elements that made this technology so captivating. After all, games are genuinely fun and truly addictive. Chapter 48. No chance for leave. The hottest game in the entire game mall right now is a holographic war game. The playability of the game is extremely high, but it requires a holographic sleep pod or a holographic helmet to log in. It greatly simulates the war against the insect race, making it a must-have training item for military academy students, and many interstellar citizens enjoy it as well. As for the corresponding simulation courses, they currently have nothing to do with Ge Yuan Yuan. At least, it will have to wait until a higher grade and when she teams up with mechas. Having lived for so many years, Ge Yuan Yuan had seen all kinds of good things. However, this was her first time coming across a holographic helmet, and she immediately lost control and placed an order. Ordering felt great at the moment, but later it turned into a funeral pyre. The already limited balance in her quantum brain directly turned into a 4-digit number. After a moment of regret, who would have thought that even immortals have times when they can't resist the urge to buy? Ge Yuan Yuan quickly pulled herself together. Money is something that can be earned back after it's spent. She drew all the remaining paper into calming talismans and immediately headed to the black market. It had been almost a week since the last time, and the first batch of talisman paper she sent out should have taken effect by now. In a familiar place, at a familiar spot. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan set up her stall, she was surrounded by 2 groups of people. You finally showed up. I've been waiting here for a long time. I don't know if you still have that stone I bought last time, and how many do you have? We want them all. One group was led by a one-eyed dragon mercenary, while the other was made up of the testers who received her calming talismans. We don't have any purifying stones in stock. They need to be custom-made. How many do you want? I'll give you a delivery date, Ge Yuan Yuan said, pulling items from her storage bracelet and casually glancing at the other group. How did you all fare through the chaos period? Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, appearing to be in a good mood. The effect of this talisman is simply better than the suppressants, and the best part is that it's not expensive. After using it, I found that even the sea of consciousness became clearer. It seems to have a healing effect. Several people surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, pushing the one-eyed dragon's group aside. They all looked at her expectantly, clearly wanting her to sell more calming talismans. However, some were skeptical, looking at the bustling scene around Ge Yuan Yuan and scoffing. Why trust a folk remedy when there are legitimate suppressants produced by big companies? Ge Yuan Yuan was not angry and knew that the person was right. The calming talisman didn't have a significant selling point. The real selling point was the calming pill that could repair the spirit. First, she sold the calming talisman she had drawn, and once that group dispersed, Ge Yuan Yuan began to negotiate with the one-eyed dragon. The batch of purifying stones you sold us before was very effective. We want to custom make about 100 more. When do you think they could be ready? Even a person as composed as the one-eyed dragon couldn't suppress his excitement at this moment. It turned out that he had taken his mercenary team to a heavily polluted area for a mission. The task was exceptionally complicated, requiring them to remove their protective suits and be exposed in the heavily polluted environment for at least half an hour. This could cause severe harm to their bodies. And with a trial-and-error attitude, he divided the purchased purifying stones among everyone, not expecting them to actually work. Miraculously, they returned after half a month completely unharmed. 2 days from now, you wait for me here, and first pay half the deposit. Ge Yuan Yuan had just bought the holographic helmet and was short on money, so she raised the quote by 10%. Please pay a deposit of 200,000. A price of 400,000 is certainly not low. But unexpectedly, the one-eyed dragon agreed very readily, which was surprising. He didn't ask further questions. His goal had been achieved, and he quickly packed up and left. Ge Yuan Yuan was eager to head to the commercial street to buy materials needed to manufacture the primary energy box, as she had to submit them to the teacher for class tomorrow. Today's trip to the black market was not successful. She had never anticipated the response to the calming talismans would be so low. However, after thinking carefully, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that it made sense. If she wanted to sell calming pills on a large scale, finding the raw materials was a crucial key. Mu'er, the herbs you asked me to find before have been located on planet B783, which is an undeveloped star system, known as a paradise for mutated plants. Along with Mu'er's words came a dossier about that planet. Glancing at it casually, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes widened. Just from a distant view, she saw many scarce herbs she needed. Mu'er, how many do you want? I can arrange for someone to go pick them. If it had only been that one type of herb, Ge Yuan Yuan would have planned to send someone to collect it. However, seeing so many types of scarce herbs, she naturally couldn't let it go and insisted on going there herself, as there might be other opportunities. Ge, the great demon king. I want to go personally. To be honest, with the 3-year agreement still in place, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't expect Mu'er to accompany her. With her current strength, she should be able to handle the mutated beasts. Mu'er, I will go with you. We'll depart in 10 days. Surprised, Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows and readily agreed. The two set their itinerary for 10 days later, and Ge Yuan Yuan could take the opportunity to request leave during this time. After wandering around outside, Ge Yuan Yuan returned to the academy, carrying the items she bought from the snack street at the entrance, and wobbled over to find in.He. In.He, are you hungry? I brought you some food. Ge Yuan Yuan placed the food on the table and looked at He eagerly. You don't need to look at me like that. If you have something to say, just say it, He said, eyeing Ge Yuan Yuan suspiciously, pushing the packaging bag on the table away a bit. Are you trying to poison me? I want to request leave to go to another planet in 10 days, probably returning in half a month, Ge Yuan Yuan said directly, without beating around the bush. Requesting leave right after the school year started, and for such a long period, if it were anyone else, who would have kicked him out long ago. But who was standing in front of him? Who smiled as he accepted Ge Yuan Yuan's offering of food. Oh, so you want to request leave? You should have said so earlier. Who started eating happily. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her hands together in anticipation, looking at Who. Not a chance. Who suddenly shouted, "Stalking Ge Yuan Yuan." He looked at her with disappointment. Do you have any awareness of your identity? Shaking her head sincerely, Ge Yuan Yuan felt she was not special in any way. You are an extremely rare and scarce healer. Don't say it's me. If you go to anyone else, they won't grant you leave. You should stay obediently on the safest capital star. With one sentence, Who sealed the fate of this matter? Chapter 49. The highest honor of military academy students. All right then, I'm heading back to my dorm. Ge Yuan Yuan fruged indifferently, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she wasn't given a leave. He, puzzled, stared at Ge Yuan Yuan's departing figure, unable to believe that this girl had suddenly become so obedient. Walking slowly along the school's path towards the villa, as soon as she entered the villa area, the smart home system recognized Ge Yuan Yuan's identity, and soft music began to play. Welcome home, master. The smart system is activated. How may I assist you? Ignoring the welcoming voice, Ge Yuan Yuan lazily flopped onto the sofa in the middle of the villa. The parts she had just bought from the commercial street were scattered all over the floor. It didn't matter that He didn't give her a leave. She had already informed them and could just leave when the time came. After all, She wasn't a defenseless healer, but a true powerhouse. Especially since she was a top-tier combat force in the interstellar realm. Opening her light brain, a series of messages chimed in. After a busy and enjoyable start to the school season, Shangwu and Long Yu finally realized that they hadn't seen Ge Yuan Yuan in a long time and sent messages to check in. Ge Yuan Yuan picked out two important replies, first explaining to Shangwu why he hadn't seen her, and then responding to Long Yu's message. You haven't seen me because I'm in the mecha maintenance program at the Northwest Military Academy. Thanks for the invite, but I'm in the Northwest and have already enrolled. The two were completely taken aback, clearly not expecting that Ge Yuan Yuan, who had originally aspired to study at the Imperial Military Academy, had quietly transferred to the Northwest Military Academy. Shangwu wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Since their encounter on the pirate starship, their relationship had been one of superficiality, and even attempts to mend it seemed futile. He could only awkwardly type, "Let's hang out when you're free." Ge Yuan Yuan replied, "Okay." She agreed, but whether they would actually go out together was another matter. Her bond with Shangwu had reached its limit. The joyful times they spent together on In.He would gradually fade away. Over the years, people had come and gone around Ge Yuan Yuan, and everyone said she was heartless, with no one able to stay by her side. Long Yu's attitude was more indifferent. They were merely acquaintances who felt a bit of kinship. Little fire dragon. Then I guess we'll just see each other at the military competition. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ge Yuan Yuan. What's a military competition? Little fire dragon. Are you kidding? You don't even know this? The military competition is held every 3 years, selecting the most outstanding students to participate. I believe you definitely qualify. Ge Yuan Yuan. All right, see you then. Her response was quite perfunctory, which made Long Yu feel a bit helpless. She didn't expect a military academy student to not care about the military competition, which was the highest honor for all military academy students. However, Long Yu's words did pique Ge Yuan Yuan's curiosity, prompting her to search for information related to the military competition online. When she saw that the winning team would get an audience with the emperor and various lavish rewards, her eyes lit up. This seemed similar to the sect competition. Participating wouldn't hurt, especially the chance to meet the emperor, which greatly tempted Ge Yuan Yuan. The imperial seal would be her opportunity to return, when the time came for ascension with the aid of the imperial seal. Tearing through space would definitely not be a problem. She would return to take revenge on the hypocritical scoundrel, Ge. For a moment, her killing intent leaked out, but was quickly reined in by Ge Yuan Yuan. "Hello, master. A student has been loitering at the door for over 5 minutes. Would you like me to connect the door surveillance?" The smart home voice suddenly rang out, startling Ge Yuan Yuan. "Connect." After a moment's hesitation, Ge Yuan Yuan chose to connect, and the surveillance began to relay the scene at the door in real time. A glance at the monitor revealed that it was the confused girl who had gotten lost in class. She must have just finished her class, wearing a camouflage vest and dripping with sweat, peering in curiously. Smart home let her in. Ge Yuan Yuan was curious about what she was looking for, so she decided to let her in. The front door opened automatically, startling the girl. Prulin cautiously stepped into the villa, passing through the small garden and swimming pool before entering the living room, where she saw Ge Yuan Yuan waiting for her. "So it really is you." Prulin's voice was filled with surprise. "I saw you enter this villa area right after class, and out of curiosity, I followed you." Prulin glanced around and suddenly realized that her behavior resembled that of a stalker, hastily waving her hands to explain. "I didn't mean to follow you. You walked too fast, and by the time I caught up, you were already in the villa area. I didn't want to disturb you, so I just stood at the door for a bit." Ge Yuan Yuan believed her words. After all, this girl seemed a bit foolish and reckless, not someone with ulterior motives. "If you want to hang out with me in the future, just message me directly. The individual training must be tough, right?" Ge Yuan Yuan pulled her to sit on the sofa and had a robot bring over cold drinks. The military competition requires a mecha maintenance technician to team up with an individual soldier. It can't be done solo. Originally, Ge Yuan Yuan was pondering where to find a straightforward individual soldier when Prulin had just barged in. Well, it was good. Prulin was quite carefree. Suddenly encountering someone as gentle as Ge Yuan Yuan left her unsure of how to act, especially after just finishing training and being drenched in sweat. The faint fragrance from Ge Yuan Yuan made her feel like the sofa beneath her was too hot to sit on. By the way, Isn't the villa area only for healers to live in? Perlin really didn't know what to say and casually picked a topic. After saying it, she suddenly realized that it was an inappropriate question and couldn't take it back, feeling so awkward that she wished she could burrow into the ground. Seeing how easily flustered Perlin was, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a surge of mischief and smiled. Well, besides the healers, those with connections can also live here. Perlin suddenly stood up, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan in astonishment. You actually have connections? Chapter 50. If I don't get a break, I'm climbing out the window. So what if I'm connected? Ge Yuan Yuan had a smile on her face, originally intending to tease her. But she didn't expect the little girl's reaction to be so interesting. Realizing she had lost her composure, Perrin sat down again and awkwardly said, "It's just that it's my first time seeing a real connection." This statement made things even more interesting. Ge Yuan Yuan placed a drink beside Perrin and seemingly casually asked, "Do you know about the military grand competition? If you don't know, then it can be said to be the highest honor for all military academy students. The biggest arena." Perrin's expression immediately became determined, and her voice turned firm. "My dream is to stand on the stage of the military grand competition and chase the championship." Very good. It seems the two can reach a consensus on the championship. Do you want to team up with me? I think you would be a good teammate. Ge Yuan Yuan extended her hand, making the invitation. Perrin's eyes instantly lit up with surprise at such an unexpected opportunity. After all, the number of individual soldiers is numerous, but the number of mechanical maintenance engineers is pitifully few. Not to mention forming a one-on-one team. Having a repair engineer in a 5-person squad would already be a blessing from the gods. Although surprised, Perrin did not agree immediately. Instead, she looked sincerely at Ge Yuan Yuan. "You should think carefully. My strength is not outstanding among the same cohort of individual soldiers. If you intend to chase the championship, you should choose stronger seniors. This is almost common knowledge among individual soldiers. Mechanical maintenance engineers choose strong teammates. Obviously, seniors would be more reliable compared to freshmen whose strength is not stable. I don't need a powerful individual soldier. I just need a harmonious teammate. You won't let me down, right?" Ge Yuan Yuan was speaking the truth. Compared to a disobedient collaborator, she preferred more manageable teammates. This was also the reason she approached Perrin. "I will definitely not let you down." Perrin's voice carried a hint of excitement. The two's teaming up was thus settled. After sending Perrin off, Ge Yuan Yuan stretched and sat on the ground to start assembling a basic energy box. The composition of the energy box is actually quite simple. The only difficult part is ensuring that the energy inside does not leak out. Extracting energy from the energy stone and applying it according to a fixed formula. Keeping the energy at 80%. Ge Yuan Yuan was satisfied to absorb all the excess energy into her body. The demonic energy absorbed while treating injured classmates still had some parts that hadn't been refined. The demonic energy lingering on the wounds belonged to the insect race, and the demonic energy from different insect races caused different wounds. Absorbing this already owned demonic energy is more troublesome than ordinary demonic energy. This face of mine, Ge Yuan Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, carefully examining her current appearance. She had a small, delicate face, ear-length short hair paired with straight bangs. She looked like a mysterious black cat girl. Anyway, no matter how you looked at it, it was far from her previous life's cold and stunning appearance. Instead, appearing more obedient. Ge Yuan Yuan had been suppressing her cultivation speed, partly because she wanted to develop a little more and grow a bit taller. Otherwise, being 1.6 meters tall really has no deterrent effect. Now it seems that this wish might be in vain. Following the classes step by step, Ge Yuan Yuan had been surprisingly obedient lately, allowing He to gradually relax his previously tense mind. Then, Ge Yuan Yuan ran away. On the day she had agreed with Mu-Er, Ge Yuan Yuan stuffed some personal clothes into her storage bracelet and directly boarded Mu-Er's private starship. "You have to accompany me to the front line first. I have some official business to attend to, and we can go to 783 star on the way back." Mu-Er, dressed in military uniform, sat in the driver's seat with a serious expression, showing Ge Yuan Yuan a faint smile. This demeanor made Ge Yuan Yuan feel a bit unaccustomed. She still preferred Mu-Er's more casual demeanor. Now it felt like he was wearing a mask. Without saying much, Ge Yuan Yuan took her seat in the co-pilot position. The starship Muir was piloting was small. Its advantage was speed. But the downside was that its size was too small, with most of the space allocated for stored energy and related circuitry. Apart from the two seats, there was only a tatami-like bed in the back for short rests. I'm already on my way. Let all soldiers retreat and make sure not to provoke it. Muir commanded on the virtual screen in front of him, first ensuring civilian safety by evacuating everyone. The starship's communicator transmitted sounds from that side. A mix of howling winds and many people's screams. Muir's brow furrowed, and a hint of sorrow appeared on his face. I will arrive in 23 hours at the earliest. Please prepare the landing site. Muir raised his hand to hang up the video in front of him and set the starship to autopilot mode. Ge Yuan Yuan then asked at the right moment, "What happened?" Pulling out a tube of high-grade nutrient solution from the side and pouring it into his mouth, Muir's expression was somewhat grim. For some reason, a high-level insect had appeared in the intermediate planetary zone, and ordinary patrolling soldiers simply couldn't kill it. The planets here can be simply divided into the low-level zone, led by garbage stars, and the high-level zone centered around the capital star. The intermediate zone is in between. Without asking, Ge Yuan Yuan knew that ordinary civilians must have suffered countless casualties. No wonder Muir was so anxious. You should rest for a while. I'll call you when we arrive. Muir took out a prepared eye mask and earplugs, as well as a small, very unripe orange, and handed them to Ge Yuan Yuan. Receiving these items with a puzzled expression, Ge Yuan Yuan was pressed onto the resting bed in the back by Muir. Take this medicine. I need to jump through a wormhole later, and I'm worried your body won't be able to handle it. Muir handed a cup of water and a white pill to Ge Yuan Yuan. Normal interstellar travel doesn't require these. They follow pre-established autopilot routes. But Muir was in a hurry now and needed to jump through a wormhole, and the violent fluctuations could cause Ge Yuan Yuan significant discomfort. After patting Ge Yuan Yuan on the head, Muir returned to the driver's seat, disengaged autopilot mode, and began preparing to leap through the wormhole. Looking at the small orange in her hand with a complicated mood, Ge Yuan Yuan found it hard to describe how she felt now. It was as if a seemingly stubborn little girl suddenly received unexpected care. No one had ever worried about her. Everyone thought she was all-powerful and could do anything. Chapter 51. The years of being deceived. In fact, the slight discomfort of jumping through wormholes was not that serious for Ge Yuan Yuan. However, she still obediently lay down on the bed, put on her eye mask and earplugs, and tightly held onto the little orange in her palm, as if experiencing what it felt like to be cradled in someone's hands. It seemed like a long time ago someone had treated her this way. Ge Yuan Yuan remembered when she was very young, an unwanted child unexpectedly conceived by a woman from a brothel. She had been beaten twice, but survived. Never having tasted a drop of breast milk, she survived on the milk secreted by the big dog that guarded the backyard. From the moment she could barely walk, she had to help with chores, and beatings were a common occurrence. She recognized her mother, but that woman never looked at her properly. Growing up to 13, the madam forced her into prostitution, but she caught the eye of the manager who selected customers, paid to redeem her, and sent her to Lord Hu's manor as a concubine. Though called a concubine, she was essentially a blood bag. Lord Hu was old and fond of practicing dark arts, and she was treated as a medicine boy, drinking countless strange concoctions. The rumors of hauntings in the city eventually spread, and an immortal came to purge Lord Hu's manor. Standing in the sunlight, watching the immortal descend on clouds with a sword, she felt it was the most beautiful sight in the world. She chased after the immortal, breaking her head, fracturing her leg, and even falling off a cliff without fear. Finally, she was picked up, and the days that followed were blissful beyond measure. She had a sword, a master, and many senior brothers and sisters. Even though no one except her master liked her, she was still joyful in her heart. I want to wield my sword across the world like my master, sweeping away all injustices. Dressed in green disciple robes, the slightly childish Ge Yuan Yuan stood atop the mountain, filled with longing for the future, until she discovered that her master was raising her to be a furnace cauldron, as she was a rare, pure young body among women. In one night, she fell into darkness, broke that sword, and plunged into the demon realm. Battling for hundreds of years in the demon realm, she achieved great mastery and personally killed her master. With revenge fulfilled, she indulged freely, but in her endless lifespan, did not know what to do with herself. It seemed she had never lived for herself. She concealed her name and identity. Went to the Beastmaster sect to shovel dung, to the Pill sect to blow up furnaces, and to the Talisman sect to steal brushes. In 1,000 years, she tried many things and realized many truths, until she met the immortal of heavenly mechanisms. She disguised herself as a beggar, begging at the foot of the imperial city. Just as someone was about to chase her away, dog.Ge took her hand, gave her a piece of honey, cleaned the dirt off her body, and changed her into clean clothes. "What is your name?" dog.Ge's voice was very gentle. She was stunned and blankly said, "I have no name." Ge Yuan Yuan had lived for 1,000 years without a proper name. The madam called her bastard. Lord who called her medicine boy, her master called her disciple, and the world called her a demon. "Then let us call you Junjian, how about that?" dog.Ge patted her head and unilaterally gave her a name. Not knowing where the rebellious thought came from, she stubbornly shook her head and chose the name Yuan Yuan. Yuan flies to the sky. Fish leap into the abyss. Is there any deep meaning? A flash of killing intent crossed dog.Ge's eyes. Clueless, she failed to see dog.Ge's displeasure and explained dazedly, "I hope everyone can find their place, and people can have their wishes fulfilled." Another 1,000 years passed, and when dog.Ge forced her into a demon suppression formation, Ge Yuan Yuan finally understood. dog.Ge's real name was Si Jun, and Junjiang meant that he, Si Jun, could subdue the soon-to-be-emerged demon king. Their meeting was not a coincidence. It had been anticipated. The divination showed that the cultivation world was about to face a catastrophe, predicting Ge Yuan Yuan's location. If Ge Yuan Yuan had not been transformed into a little girl begging, they might have fought fiercely. It could be said that Ge Yuan Yuan had never felt kindness. The repeated consequences of being deceived made her sensitive, suspicious, and odd. Pulling herself out of her memories, Ge Yuan Yuan opened her eyes and glanced at Mu-Er, who was driving. Letting out a breath, she tightened her grip on the orange in her hand. She would always be young, always easily deceived and coaxed. After 23 hours of travel, the starship successfully prepared for landing. Without bothering to settle Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu-Er supported his military cap and jumped off the starship. Calling out to Ge Yuan Yuan from afar, "Wait for me on the ship." Mu-Er rushed to the local defense officer, and after the two sides exchanged courtesies, they were taken to the area currently ravaged by high-level insectoids. This particular insectoid was unknown for how it had reached this place through layers of defenses. A large number of troops were now in a standoff with it. Mu-Er received casualty data from the defending troops. It had suddenly gone berserk to kill a little girl, previously parasitized on a dentist. Mu-Er glanced quickly at the incoming report and had a rough guess about the matter. Stuffing the data back, Mu-Er's eyes suddenly turned cold. Is that little girl still alive? The face of the defense officer was very sad. After a moment of silence, he said, "She has been torn to pieces. There is no possibility of rescue. Send the body for dissection and pull up all the records of that little girl at school. Interview the relatives of any surviving little girls." Mu-Er's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. Be sure to confirm whether this little girl recently awakened healing powers. Isn't that too cruel? The defense officers were clearly unwilling to send the little girl for dissection, as it would undoubtedly be another blow to the family. Mu-Er remained unmoved, his green eyes glimmering with ruthless light. His voice low, "The next healer's death will be even more brutal. Do as I say, Lieutenant." It was evident that this was an assassination targeting healers. Even if this little girl had just awakened her powers and was still unsure how to use them, she was still a budding cub. For the insectoids, she posed a significant threat. Eliminating this high-level insectoid was not too challenging for Mu-Er. However, killing it would not bring back the dead little girl. Releasing his mecha, Mu-Er swiftly and decisively dispatched the high-level insectoid. Essentially, assassination missions deep within the intermediate star domain made it impossible for these insects to survive. It seemed that they already knew their fate of certain death. There was no resentment on the insectoid's face, but rather a faint mockery. This made Mu-Er feel uncomfortable, pondering what kind of plan could make an insectoid display such an expression. Before he could get off the mecha, Mu-Er heard a commotion from the guard below. A soldier came rolling towards Mu-Er, looking very pale. "Marshal, your starship has been surrounded by insectoids." Turning around, Mu'er just caught sight of the dense mass of insectoids surrounding that small starship. Chapter 52. Are there still living people in the city? How can there be so many insectoids? Ge Yuan Yuan was browsing the list of herbs to be harvested on the starship when she suddenly heard a buzzing sound beside her. Instinctively rolling over, she squinted at the red-winged monster in front of her. Could this be the legendary insectoid? Its huge compound eyes spun wildly, and the red insect was staring at Ge Yuan Yuan without moving. With another buzzing sound, more and more insectoids began to appear around her. What was most frightening about these insectoids was their fierce disregard for death and their extremely tough exterior. Even with an energy gun, it was difficult to shatter the shell of an insectoid. How could there be so many insects? Ge Yuan Yuan glanced out the window and saw that the area outside was filled with numerous insectoids, which looked quite terrifying. In simpler terms, she was surrounded. A large number of insectoids surged in from the center of this stop. Where did so many insectoids come from? Mu'er's voice was filled with rage, wishing he could kick the nearby guard away. Just as Mu'er took a couple of steps forward, he felt the mech unusually heavy. Looking back, he saw that the previously timid guards had now split open in the middle, and a fearsome insectoid crawled out. The other soldiers were in a similar situation, instantly putting Mu'er in a difficult position. Mu'er raised his mech and quickly formed a small particle cannon, firing a blast at those blocking his way. The insectoids were blown away, but there were no substantial casualties. 4 high-level insectoids, the power of the particle cannon was basically negligible. You close the starship's door, and I'll come find you right away. The mech transformed into a light hammer according to Mu'er's intention, making it easier for him to smash away the troublesome creatures. Hearing Mu'er's words, Ge Yuan Yuan did not act rashly. She simply crushed the 2 insectoids in front of her and took her time looking at the low-level insectoids. When she was in the abyss, she had seen countless more fearsome and faceless demon clans who were ruthless and cunning. Compared to those big demons, these few insectoids were nothing. What she wanted to know now was whether Mu'er truly wanted to save her or if this was a trap set by Mu'er. The combat form of the mech was ultimately not as convenient as a beast body. This starship was not originally designed for defense, and now, under the assault of so many insectoids, it was already on the verge of collapse. A large, beautiful white wolf, covered with a thin layer of mech, jumped in front of the starship. After tearing apart a few troublesome insectoids, Mu'er instantly transformed into a human and opened the starship's door, ignoring the corpses of several insectoids on the ground. Mu'er breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ge Yuan Yuan safe and sound. "You can't pick me up?" Ge Yuan Yuan's expression and voice were a bit strange as she looked up at Mu'er, a smile gradually forming on her face. "I'm here to take you away." Mu'er grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan, and, as he was about to break through the encirclement, he saw the movements of the surrounding insectoids suddenly come to a halt. Then they turned to ashes, almost instinctively looking down at Ge Yuan Yuan in his arms. Mu'er saw her blink her beautiful eyes at him and make a playful gesture before closing her eyes and fainting. Ge Yuan Yuan. His heart nearly stopped from fright, and Mu'er hurriedly checked on Ge Yuan Yuan. After confirming she had fainted from exhaustion, he finally relaxed. A rescue that had gone so well had turned into this. Mu'er's mood was understandably poor. The high-level insectoids were merely a decoy. The real purpose was to lure him in and openly show off to Mu'er. "Look, we killed a weak healer, and we enjoy seeing you helpless against me." This was the warning from the Insect Emperor. But the only thing Mu'er couldn't figure out was why so many insectoids appeared in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. Throughout the long years, the insectoids had targeted healers based on subtle clues. That was also why once a healer exhibited corresponding talent, relevant personnel had to report immediately. If not, it could lead to a massacre. Ge Yuan Yuan woke up half an hour later. She was lying on a patch of soft grass, while Mu'er was gazing at the distant city. "Good afternoon." Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her sleepy eyes. Mu'er glanced at her with annoyance and said earnestly, "Do you know you almost scare me to death? Don't do that again in the future. I will do my best to protect you." With a smile, Ge Yuan Yuan crawled a couple of steps to Mu'er's side. She raised her hand to pinch Mu'er's face and said with a grin, "Are you scared?" After freeing his handsome face from Ge Yuan Yuan's grasp, Mu'er's anger made even the curls on his head bounce. How can I not be scared? Mu'er rolled his eyes in frustration. Do you even know how dangerous it is to exhaust your mental energy? I won't be in any trouble, Ge Yuan Yuan said seriously. For her consciousness wouldn't be damaged just from this level of use. The reason she fainted later was that her body couldn't withstand such a massive impact on her consciousness. In the end, it was still a mismatch between software and hardware that caused the engine to burn out. If she wanted to ascend, she had to rely on this body, using her identity as an interstellar person to cultivate in order to be recognized by the heavenly path. Another reason was that if there was only consciousness without a carrier, she would quickly perish. So even though this body was a hindrance, Ge Yuan Yuan could only make do with it. You fainted and still say it's fine. Mu'er sighed helplessly, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with a sense of resignation. The battle with the insect emperor had ultimately caused irreversible effects on his body. Although his wounds had mostly healed, his sea of consciousness was still in a damaged state. This meant that the proud marshal was now weaker than some B-level mentalists. The reason was simple. Mu'er could not use mental energy at all and could only rely on weapons or brute strength. He had kept this matter a secret from everyone. Why don't we go into the city? Ge Yuan Yuan skillfully changed the subject, looking at the massive city in front of them. The two only needed to walk for another 10 minutes to enter the city, but Mu'er chose to stay outside. Looking at Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu'er posed a chilling question. How many living people do you think are still in the city? Chapter 53. Inability to use mental power. Mu'er's speculation is not without reason. Even among the guard army that protects the entire planet, there are so many humans who have been parasitized. How many living people are there among the ordinary civilians? Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. This is the intermediate zone. When did the Zerg start plotting to breach the boundary and layers of security to take root here? If the security situation on this planet is so dire, then Mu'er does not believe that the neighboring planets are any cleaner. Has the entire empire fallen to such a state? How many living people are there? Let's go take a look. Ge Yuan Yuan's tone was unusually relaxed. She urged not to think of things as so dire. Although she was not very familiar with the Zerg during the recent encirclement, Ge Yuan Yuan keenly observed that this batch of Zerg had a unified characteristic. They were all flying types. The Zerg has rampaged across the galaxy for so many years, and it is impossible for them to have only this one form. But the uniformity of this batch of Zerg is enough to explain many issues. They might have transformed into humans and sneaked past security checks on starships. You're right, let us go in and take a look. Mu'er stood up from the ground, brushed off the grass clippings stuck to his military uniform, and removed a blade of grass from Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. There was actually something he didn't say. Part of the reason for not entering the city was his concern for Ge Yuan Yuan. If something unusual was happening in the city, then it would be safest for him and Ge Yuan Yuan to stay outside. The two of them piloted the starship, quietly waiting for the necessary inspection procedures to enter the city. The huge archway, towering in the air, continuously scanned every person in front of the cameras. This was the Galaxy Generation 1 developed by the entire Empire's Hope Star. It linked multiple planets and unified the data from each planet to the Light Brain. It could handle various activities, such as monitoring for any unusual individuals. If there were any, they would likely be shot instantly. After submitting all the documents, Mu'er did not deliberately conceal anything. The moment the other party saw Mu'er's credentials, they became starstruck. It's really you. The guard's young lady tightly covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. Her slender fingers, adorned with white gloves, lightly gestured at the corner of her lips. Mu'er's actions exuded an indescribable mysterious elegance and nobility. Can you keep this a secret from me, miss? It was a perfectly reasonable request, but his magnetic voice made the guard's young lady blush uncontrollably. Until now, no one in the entire empire knew what the Marshal looked like, yet the legends about him were constantly sweeping through society. Are you flirting with me? Ge Yuan Yuan quietly raised her hand and pinched Mu'er's waist. For some reason, she just couldn't stand Mu'er acting like this with other girls. Mu'er, expressionless, directly led Ge Yuan Yuan inside, seemingly unaware of his popularity. Your mask is quite magical. It appears just when you want it to. Ge Yuan Yuan rarely saw Mu'er wearing a mask. When the two were alone, this small device would automatically retract and hang on Mu'er's ear. After passing the inspection point, Mu'er's mask retracted. After all, everyone in the Empire knew that the Marshal had such a mask, except for Ge Yuan Yuan, who didn't follow the news. I hope there are no problems in the city. He had to maintain a calm and aloof demeanor in front of outsiders. But in front of Ge Yuan Yuan, he couldn't help but turn into a silly goose. Mu'er's mood was still quite conflicted. After wandering around the city, the two of them saw an acquaintance under the city wall. It was the guard army that had previously guided them. This meant that everything they had encountered earlier was a ruse. They didn't understand why they had been lured here, only to fall into the Zerg's trap. Lieutenant, Mu'er called out to the guard army, bringing his fingers together and lightly placing them beside his temple, saluting. Is there an incident of high-level Zerg slaughtering here? Although they were unclear about Mu'er's identity, the guard army still responded courteously due to the military salute. Everything is fine in the city. We haven't heard of any slaughter incidents. After the patrolling guards left, Mu'er's expression grew even darker. If everything here was normal, then who sent the earlier distress signal? It was not surprising for him to be lured here, but it certainly indicated that there was a significant loophole in the military, allowing such an email to reach his desk. This planet is not very habitable. Most of its area consists of volcanoes and lava, making it impossible for humans to reside. The habitable areas are composed of individual cities. Mu'er had previously been lured to the area between two cities. It's possible that there is a type of hallucinating insect among the Zerg that confused us. After a moment of contemplation, Mu'er swiftly found a reasonable explanation. The attack power of such insects is very low. They mainly rely on confusing the enemy, but for those with mental power, their confusing effect is almost negligible. However, Mu'er currently could not use his mental power, making him particularly susceptible to deception. The Zerg, fearing that they might not succeed in deceiving him, specifically sent higher-level insects. All these coincidences resulted in the earlier ruse. Now that we have confirmed the other party's trap, we just need to be careful next time. Ge Yuan Yuan did not think this was a very serious problem, but my mental power is unusable. Saying this made Mu'er feel much lighter at heart. After all, being on edge alone is quite unpleasant. Your consciousness cannot be used. Ge Yuan Yuan furrowed her brows, immediately separating a trace of consciousness to enter Mu'er's sea of awareness. Last time, during Mu'er's chaotic period, Ge Yuan Yuan had already checked and found that Mu'er indeed had signs of consciousness damage. Now, she was urgently searching for herbs to treat him. She did not expect Mu'er to be in such a severe condition that he could not use his consciousness. Your mental power has such a significant issue that it can no longer be used. Why haven't you rushed to find a therapist for treatment? Ge Yuan Yuan's brows tightened as she urged Mu'er to extend his hand for her to check his pulse. To be honest, Mu'er's body was like a tattered sack leaking air. It was barely holding up on sheer physical resilience. If it were someone else, it would be fine. But Mu'er had the means to seek treatment. In fact, all therapists could prioritize his service. Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze turned icy. Little wolf, is your butt itching again? Looking for a beating? Chapter 54. Genetic testing identification. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Moore turned and ran. But with the contract binding the two of them together, where could he run? Soon, Moore was pulled back. Considering they were in the street, Ge Yuan Yuan still gave Moore a bit of face. Why not go get treated? Ge Yuan Yuan asked patiently. Lowering his head slightly, Moore looked a bit disappointed, his eyes blinking as if he were very pitiful. He said, because there is no one in the entire empire who can treat me, except for you. Ge Yuan Yuan widened her eyes in disbelief. She never expected that such a matter could be blamed on her. After all, the contract only bound the two of them together. It didn't mean that Moore could only be treated by Ge Yuan Yuan from then on. This was clearly just an excuse. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan about to roll up her sleeves to give him a couple of hits, Moore quickly covered his head and fled. The two chased each other for a few steps before stopping in a secluded area of a small park. I really owe you an apology. I took one of your hairs for genetic testing, Moore said in one breath to avoid being beaten again. After all, it was better to resolve things in one go. What testing? Ge Yuan Yuan was completely unfamiliar with these matters. She was still stuck in a world described by the light brain of the entire interstellar era and was not clear about many things. Seeing that Moore was about to launch into a lengthy explanation, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly interrupted. Just tell me directly what the result of the testing is. The genetic testing shows that our body compatibility is about 99.9, which is already a very high probability. If I'm not mistaken, we will indeed smoothly become partners in the future. Ge Yuan Yuan furrowed her brow tightly, her face filled with confusion. How is it that we are regressing? Is arranged marriage popular in the interstellar era? You're telling me this based on a testing report? Ge Yuan Yuan was somewhat displeased. Although there was such a genetic testing report, people still valued free love, and not many would go for it. More hurriedly explained, looking very aggrieved, and cautiously said, I haven't finished speaking. What I mean is, the effectiveness of your treatment on me will be nearly 100%. After digesting this information for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan could conclude that this so-called testing report was definitely not Moore's first one. What is your compatibility with other therapists? Carefully taking 2 steps back, Moore smiled, about 30%. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan raise her hand, Moore quickly attempted to flee. Their strange movements were noticed by a little girl nearby who was visiting the park. Mom, brother. The little girl tugged at her mother's hand, wanting to walk in front of the two, and her mother smiled apologetically at them before leading the girl away. After this interruption, Ge Yuan Yuan's earlier anger dissipated, as she gradually calmed down. All right, doesn't that pose make you tired? Come sit with me. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her temples wearily. She had no intention of blaming Moore and reached out to pat his curly hair, saying, I just hope you can be healthy. Who treats you doesn't matter. Although Moore already knew that Ge Yuan Yuan wouldn't hold this against him, he still felt relieved deep down. Since there was no unusual situation in the city, the two decided to change their mode of transportation to leave. The subsequent matters would naturally be investigated by the appropriate teams. And what Moore needed to do now was accompany Ge Yuan Yuan to gather herbs. After contacting the military, they switched to a new starship and began a new journey. This time, there was no rush to gather herbs. Moore set the autopilot, transformed into a fluffy little wolf, and lay down in the driver's seat. Are you lazy or what? Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand to poke his belly, but Moore didn't care at all. It's rare to be out, of course. I want to be a bit lazy. Moore didn't even open his eyes and calmly asked Ge Yuan Yuan, don't you think I look more comfortable now than I did in that week? While the logic was sound, Ge Yuan Yuan still felt something was off. But after some thought, she ultimately decided not to argue with a patient and would wait until he was well before settling accounts. That would be more straightforward. After all, having a sick mind counts as an illness too. Before reaching B 783 star, Ge Yuan Yuan saw the unusual appearance of the planet from afar in space. Generally, planets come in various colors, but this one was a vibrant, lively light grass green, dotted with white halos. The lazy Moore finally showed some semblance of humanity, getting up to prepare for landing. This was basically an uninhabited, abandoned planet. Due to its clever geographical position and the lack of exploitable resources, everyone had agreed to preserve the planet's original appearance. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at this polite wording. In other words, there was nothing here, and there could even be dangerous wild animals. The starship landed in a relatively spacious area. As Ge Yuan Yuan stepped out of the cabin and hadn't even reached the bottom of the stairs, she stood there in a daze, shocked with her eyes wide open. Below her was a continuous expanse of grass. All the grass here was essential for refining the heart-calming pill, and the tree nearby looked ordinary, but its fruit had high medicinal value. This is the dog.Ge immortal fruit. Ge Yuan Yuan rushed forward without caring about her image, but she jumped back in surprise, almost stepping on a small creature. Wow, at least 100-year-old Danyang lotus. One strange name after another bounced out of Ge Yuan Yuan's mouth, while Moore watched her with a look of affectionate concern for the clueless. Just some ordinary flowers and grass, and Ge Yuan Yuan was this happy. It seemed there was a chance he would have to take her to a botanical garden. Sure enough, I'm poor and inexperienced. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Why the hell didn't I come here sooner? Right, not mistaken. This entire planet full of useless things was regarded by Ge Yuan Yuan as treasures, the sought-after elixirs and herbs of the cultivation world. Can this planet be bought? Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, staring at Moore like a wolf eyeing its prey. She had clearly made up her mind to acquire this planet. Chapter 55. The Fear of Gain and Loss. Although Ge Yuan Yuan was not quite sure why Ge Yuan Yuan was so excited about some small plants, Mu'er still sincerely said, "This planet is currently for sale. If you're interested in buying it, you can inquire further." Suddenly clenching his fist, Ge Yuan Yuan eagerly asked, "How much does it cost to buy a whole planet?" Not wanting to discourage the girl in front of him, Mu'er silently extended a finger to indicate. "Is it 1 billion? Ge Yuan Yuan Bolligu said. After all, purchasing such high-quality herbs in the cultivation world required a lot of money, and now, in the interstellar era, becoming a planet owner probably wasn't an easy task. It seemed a bit strange. Shouldn't it be called a planet master instead? Before Ge Yuan Yuan could guess any further, Mu'er coldly schätzte her fantasy. This planet is currently on discount, only 11 million. The reason Mu'er was so well informed about the dynamics of this planet was entirely because it belonged to the Ge family. He remembered the family that opposed him quite clearly. Why is it so cheap? Ge Yuan Yuan was practically screaming like a groundhog, looking at the planet as if it were a golden ingot. This planet had no exploitable mines and was home to many rare and dangerous beasts. So not many were willing to come here, and it couldn't be developed into a tourist spot. Mu'er shrugged and added a tidbit. Moreover, there are rumors that this planet is an ominous star. The Ge family has been trying to sell it for 100 years without success. It was a situation where those who could afford it didn't want it, and those who want it couldn't afford it. This planet could only sit there. Does Ge Yuan Yuan have any principles? She does not. She immediately slid down to kneel beside Mu'er's military pants, hugging Mu'er's thigh and crying pitifully, "Please, I want this. Buy it for me." Mu'er stood there, dumbfounded. She really had no shame, going from begging to pleading to coercing in an instant. It was a direct, three-step process. Well, it's not impossible. Mu'er's voice was somewhat hesitant. Every expense had to be accounted for from the family. Giving away 10 million for no reason was quite a burden for him. Sigh. Mu'er was just an ordinary marshal. He could almost be considered the poorest in history. After all, who was stingy about buying a planet for their wife? "I will pay you back." Good brothers walked together for life. Cheerfully patting Mu'er's shoulder, Ge Yuan Yuan casually opened Mu'er's light brain and transferred 11 million from his account to her own. "Hey, don't." Mu'er didn't even have time to stop her, as he watched the payment notification quickly fly into the family account. Mu'er covered the bulk, and she covered the small amount. Satisfied, Ge Yuan Yuan made up the remaining 110 and directly searched for selling information on the star network. Among the many planets, the price of B783 was indeed on the cheaper side. Without even glancing at those planets that cost tens of billions, Ge Yuan Yuan pressed the payment button without hesitation. With a crisp sound, "The planet you purchased has been credited. Please complete the transfer procedures at the local star system within 10 working days. Dear Planet Master, may you manage your territory well and enjoy a wonderful life." Meanwhile, in the online virtual trading hall, a banner was playing back and forth. B783 planet changes ownership. Let's congratulate Ge Yuan Yuan on becoming the new planet master. This was simply too extravagant. Ge Yuan Yuan felt her vanity greatly satisfied all at once. With such a planet, would she worry about insufficient supplies of her medicinal materials or not being able to sell them? Absolutely not. This was simply the first step on the road to wealth. After having her fun, Ge Yuan Yuan looked around but couldn't find Mu'er. After sensing the contract a bit, she discovered that Mu'er was quietly hiding on the starship. "Damn, I didn't take drugs. And I don't have a wife," Mu'er explained bitterly, wishing he could prove his innocence on the spot. Unable to bear seeing his little puppy suffer such questioning, Ge Yuan Yuan casually walked over and said into the earpiece of Mu'er, who was on the phone, "Annie, I can vouch for him. He didn't spend money recklessly. That's it. It's completely over." Mu'er's expression instantly turned desperate as his mother's voice suddenly became high-pitched on the other end. "Is this my daughter-in-law? Come over, let's chat for a bit." After hurriedly hanging up, Mu'er truly felt like dying, wishing he could just strangle Ge Yuan Yuan on the spot. "What is wrong with you? Are you intentionally making my mom misunderstand you?" Mu'er could only feel the bitterness of being a single man in his 30s, constantly pressured to marry. And now Ge Yuan Yuan was causing trouble again. "Instead of questioning me, you should think about what you said before, that we have a great possibility of becoming partners in the future. With a sudden cold expression, Ge Yuan Yuan curled her lips into a cold smile, lightly tapping Mu Er's chest with her fingertip. Uncle Mu, your thoughts are not pure. These words shattered Mu Er's dignity, crushing it underfoot. His face immediately turned red, and he wanted to say something but didn't know how to explain. He didn't know whether to refute being called uncle or to deny that his thoughts were impure. The genetic matching report would provide the compatibility level between two people as partners. He really had just said it casually. Mu Er firmly believed in his own innocence. Yet he had never considered that he could choose not to speak. Perhaps something had already changed in their interactions. He hadn't expected that just a couple of sarcastic remarks would hit Mu Er so hard that he felt petrified. The poor thing sat there motionless. As if Ge Yuan Yuan said one more thing, he would immediately perform a dramatic act of hanging himself. I'm really angry. From now on, don't talk to me. Mu Er suddenly pushed Ge Yuan Yuan away, clearly too ashamed and angry to extricate himself. Just 2 sentences had already provoked him to this extent. Ge Yuan Yuan was too lazy to appease him and directly walked along the small path deeper into the forest. She needed to look carefully at what good things were still here. After all, the money had already been spent, and not getting some returns would be a huge loss. Completely not expecting Ge Yuan Yuan to turn and leave, Mu Er, who was already very angry, suddenly froze, beginning to reflect on whether his attitude had been too harsh and made Ge Yuan Yuan unhappy. This was the anxiety of a little wolf cub about gain and loss. Chapter 56 Master, you're like the aunties dancing in the square. Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea how much impact the term Uncle Mu had on Mu Er. This planet had no utilitarian value whatsoever, and even the mineral detection of the planet was done at least 300 years ago. There were almost no traces left by humans. Only lush jungles remained. Naturally, there were animals in the jungle, and Ge Yuan Yuan casually glanced around and directly concluded that there must be spirit stone mines underground. Otherwise, how could so many spiritual plants and beasts be nurtured? After swallowing the saliva that had pooled in his chin, Ge Yuan Yuan pushed aside the dense vines, wanting to venture deeper into the jungle. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The originally soft and non-aggressive vines instantly became immensely powerful, wrapping tightly around Ge Yuan Yuan's ankle, and a paralyzing toxin was injected into his body. Be careful. Mu Er followed the traces left by Ge Yuan Yuan and happened to witness the ambush. Taking a few steps forward, a scorching energy dagger was pressed against the vines. Feeling the heat, the vines immediately released Ge Yuan Yuan, but soon more vines surrounded both of them. Watching the vines that were bearing their fangs, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed. Don't worry, these vines just sense that we invaded their territory, he said, casually patting Mu Er's shoulder. We just need to retreat. Was it really that simple? With a hint of doubt, Mu Er slowly retreated with Ge Yuan Yuan, and indeed, once they had moved back a certain distance, the vines stopped pursuing them. Mu Er's expression was somewhat surprised. How did you know? Mu Er's knowledge of botany was limited to recognizing some common species. If it weren't for helping Ge Yuan Yuan find herbs, he probably would never have noticed that there were such things in the stars. If you look closely, you'll find that there are no remains of animals around the vines, nor are there any digestive pouches. Ge Yuan Yuan crouched down, carefully examining a small flower on the ground, and a hint of joy gradually appeared on his face. It seems we will be staying here for a while. Ge Yuan Yuan stood up, brushed off his hands, and looked extremely relaxed. Hearing that they would be staying longer, Mu Er raised his wrist and focused on the somewhat stern face of the holographic screen on his wrist. In the faint blue glow, his eyes appeared particularly deep. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Indeed, Mu Er's face was quite striking, and most importantly, it was resistant to aging. I've already told the military that things are quite complicated here. I need a few more days to return. Mu Er lowered his wrist, a faint smile on his face. Then this smile gradually turned extremely arrogant. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could react, Mu Er transformed into a small wolf and lay flat on the grass. This familiar action made Ge Yuan Yuan's forehead twitch with annoyance. How can you lie so comfortably? Grabbing Mu Er by the scruff of his neck, Ge Yuan Yuan lifted the little wolf up to his face. The tail curled protectively over the most important area, and Mu Er comfortably squinted his eyes, thinking that he usually worked hard, so it was rare to get a break, and he should relax a bit. Ge Yuan Yuan casually tossed the little wolf onto the ground, watching the chubby little guy get up and shake off the fur on his body. Forget it. It's fine if the spirit beast I raised is a bit lazy. Ge Yuan Yuan took out a customized alchemy furnace from his spatial bracelet and placed it on a relatively flat patch of grass. Then he began to collect herbs from the surrounding area that were of good age, with the little wolf following Ge Yuan Yuan step by step, mimicking his movements, which made Ge Yuan Yuan find it amusing. I see you mostly wear military uniforms. Are you basically an interstellar soldier? Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't recognized the clothes Mu Er wore before, but after attending military school herself, she had also received a couple of uniforms that looked quite similar to Mu Er's. Yeah, Mu Er lazily basked in the sun, watching Ge Yuan Yuan busily gathering herbs. After categorizing the collected herbs into 3 parts, he placed them beside the strange furnace. With a serious expression, she sat on the ground and pointed at the furnace. Suddenly, a pink flame surged from the hollow space below. Are you performing a magic trick? Mu Er's little wolf face was filled with curiosity. Lansing sidweis otmiga. Ge Yuan Yuan deliberately said, I'm cooking for you. Get ready to wash your paws for dinner. Watching Ge Yuan Yuan throw the herbs directly into the furnace without even washing them first, Mu Er hesitated for a moment before weakly saying, I think that's not a good idea. While distractedly controlling the heat below and paying attention to the extraction of the medicinal properties above, Ge Yuan Yuan was multitasking when he heard Mu Er's suggestion, causing him to almost blow up the furnace. I think I'm doing just fine. Just wait for dinner. With such a big fire, what bacteria can't be killed? Bringing his attention back to the furnace, Ge Yuan Yuan focused entirely on it. The pills she was about to refine were basically the limit of her abilities. As each herb was added, merging their medicinal properties became increasingly challenging. If the flame was too strong, it would burn into a dry black glue, and if the flame was too weak, it would turn into a black soup. Holding her breath and concentrating, Ge Yuan Yuan's hands moved slowly, manipulating the flame below, and all the medicinal juices gradually condensed into a spherical shape. The clear heart pill was about to be completed. A hint of joy appeared on Ge Yuan Yuan's face. You really look like an ant dancing in the square right now. Mu Er lay leisurely on the grass, his chubby little wolf paws supporting half of his head, looking like a pampered little dog. With a shake of his hand, the flame suddenly soared, engulfing all the medicinal juices that Ge Yuan Yuan had spent half a day refining, leaving only some black scraps in the alchemy furnace. Mu Er, do you want to die? Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was very calm, and her expression was also quite composed. Yet Mu Er felt an unusual sense of crisis. The strong survival instinct made him immediately leap up from the ground. With a bang, a handsome man in mechanical armor sprang up from the ground, clumsily presenting the next batch of herbs to Ge Yuan Yuan. His jade-green eyes blinked eagerly as he said, Master, please. It was so infuriating that it was almost laughable. Ge Yuan Yuan almost laughed in anger, giving Mu Er an exasperated glare, but he reacted quickly. Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't seem angry, the mechanical armor on Mu Er quickly shed away. He transformed back into a chubby little wolf cub, arrogantly stepping on the herbs with his paws, lifting his little head. I'm doing this for your sake. Chapter 57. The Secret Realm from Afar. How to skillfully distinguish whether a wolf cub deserves a beating can be done with the simplest method. After being busy for 2 hours, Master Ge took out a thick branch from his storage bracelet and decided to make a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat for Mu Er. Help! The wolf is attacking. Mu Er jumped and bounced around, getting hit solidly and flying a meter away. No matter how soft and cute he looked on the outside, Mu Er was still the strongest being in the galaxy. Ge Yuan Yuan grinned savagely, which meant she couldn't hurt Mu Er at all. Come on, bear her wrath. Ge Yuan Yuan had barely waved the branch a couple of times when she suddenly felt a chill down her back. Instinctively turning around, she saw a pack of forest wolves slowly surrounding her. A woo, accompanied by a loud howl, the leading wolf king charged forward, protecting the jumping Mu Er. The rest of the wolves glared at Ge Yuan Yuan with fierce looks, clearly indicating that if she dared to hit the cub again, they would tear her to pieces. Mu Er, you can't possibly be a wolf, can you? After a moment of silence, Ge Yuan Yuan said softly, The confused Muir had no idea what was happening. He could feel that this pack of wolves meant him no harm. After being nudged by the Wolf King and tumbling over, Muir, with grass clippings on his head, suddenly became arrogant. Ha ha ha! Ye Yuan Yuan! You're getting your comeuppance for beating up the little wolf cub. Didn't you see the wolves don't want to let you off? This time, Muir had no intention of turning back into a human. He hid under the belly of the Wolf King, letting the surrounding wolves glare at Ge Yuan Yuan. With a wave of her hand, countless vines flew up from the ground, binding the wolves tightly. Even the Wolf King, weighing several hundred pounds, couldn't break free from the tough vines and could only howl in midair. You despicable human, let us go. Ge Yuan Yuan heard the Wolf King's furious curses and glanced at Muir, who seemed unable to hear the voice. You, let's talk nicely. Seeing that there was no one around to protect him, Muir shivered and curled up into a ball. Ignoring the dramatically shaking Muir, Ge Yuan Yuan stood in front of the Wolf King with great interest. If this planet hadn't had humans for many years, this wolf probably wouldn't know what a human was. Do you recognize me? Ge Yuan Yuan communicated with the Wolf King using her spiritual sense, hoping to get more information from him. After all, in interstellar society, it was really strange for a planet covered in spiritual plants to suddenly appear. There might be great opportunities hidden within. Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan ignored him and was instead examining the Wolf King, Muir lost interest in continuing to play with her. He walked over to her side. Do you want to kill them? No, just taking a look. Ge Yuan Yuan gently shook her head. Despicable and shameless humans, bullying cubs, I will never let you go. The Wolf King howled desperately, but there wasn't much struggle, as if he had already resigned to the fact that Ge Yuan Yuan would definitely annihilate the entire wolf clan. Tell me your origins, and I will let you go. Ge Yuan Yuan said cheerfully. If she could discover any connections between this planet and the cultivation world, that would be wonderful. The interstellar society is a round world, composed of numerous small planets, while the cultivation world is a flat world, filled with various small worlds interconnected by different secret realms. The two are not even in the same universe. After a moment of thought, the Wolf King realized that Ge Yuan Yuan truly had the ability to wipe out the entire wolf clan. He knelt down decisively and immediately revealed everything about their origins. Sure enough, they were not originally from this world. About 1,000 years ago, they lived in the cultivation world. Following a crisis, two powerful beings fought, tearing apart the fabric of space and time. They originally grew in a small secret realm, which then detached from the small world and wandered in the void. One of the two died, and the other, while injured, tore through space to escape. The dead one was forever buried in the small secret realm. Not long after drifting in the void, they were sucked into a wormhole, and then the small world attached itself to this planet, with all the animals and plants in the secret realm cautiously poking their heads out. They thrived on this empty planet. This made sense. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes deepened. There must be a large amount of spiritual stones on this planet to support so many spiritual plants and beasts living here. Since these beings have developed intelligence, they naturally know how to hide treasures. It was likely that all the spiritual stones were stored in that small secret realm. And since the interstellar people couldn't open the secret realm, they naturally thought this planet was barren. Thus, Planet B 783 became an abandoned planet no one wanted. Spare us. Great one. Although we previously drove away all the humans who came to this planet, we truly never harmed any human. Seeing that, Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent. The Wolf King hurriedly spoke again, trying to gain a sliver of survival. As expected of a spirit beast that had cultivated for 1,000 years, it was quite adept at seizing opportunities. Understood, this planet is now under my control. You can either submit or face annihilation. Ge Yuan Yuan smirked. No matter what treasures were in the secret realm, this planet had already become hers. Anything with intelligence on it should naturally submit to her. Master, we are willing to serve you as our lord. The Wolf King quickly softened, and Ge Yuan Yuan casually withdrew the vines. The moment the vines were released, all the wolves dashed in different directions, showing no intention of stopping. This pack of forest wolves was playing her. Sure enough, relying on a verbal contract was useless. These wolves ran away quickly, but alas, they could escape a monk, but not the temple. Ignoring the other wolves, Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and trapped the Wolf King in place. With a snap of her fingers, an ice blade appeared, and the Wolf King cut through the vines and turned to flee, clearly pretending to be weak before. Ge Yuan Yuan, they've taken me. From behind came Mu Er's cries for help. Ge Yuan Yuan turned around just in time to see a female wolf sneakily grabbing Mu Er by the scruff of his neck and running away. They even took the cub while escaping. This pack of wolves was quite interesting. She liked such brave little wolf cubs. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled faintly. Her powerful spiritual sense instantly released. It pressed down on the Wolf King, making it tremble in place, while the female wolf, frightened, fell to the ground, dropping Mu Er. Ge Yuan Yuan played with an ordinary energy gun, aiming at the Wolf King. Submit or die. Chapter 58. The emotionless alchemy machine, as expected of the old Wolf King, who has lived for many years. It cleverly lay down on the ground, exposing its belly and adopting a submissive posture. Don't ask, just know that it sensed a familiar aura from Ge Yuan Yuan. The fear that had long been dominated by the cultivators returned. Those cultivators really treated the secret realm wolf pack like a dungeon, mercilessly slaughtering entire families at a moment's notice. Ge Yuan Yuan, it seems that this pack of wolves is quite friendly towards you, Mu Er hesitantly said. After all, the difference between shouting to fight and actively exposing one's belly is indeed quite large. Casually tossing a master-servant contract onto the Wolf King. Ge Yuan Yuan patted Mu Er's head and said earnestly, maybe it's because they discovered you are a fake little wolf, which is why they are united with me against the enemy. This master-servant contract was very domineering. It was the kind that could turn the Wolf King to ashes with just a flick of Ge Yuan Yuan's hand. Do you have any orders? The Wolf King asked tentatively. Having lived for so long, it was already quite astute. The strength of the woman in front of it was unfathomable. It had barely reached the golden core stage and had no need to confront Ge Yuan Yuan head-on. It had to soften up when necessary. I will summon you when there is a need. Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, and the wolf pack dispersed. Cultivation levels are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and finally ascension. Ge Yuan Yuan was currently just at the very beginning stage. To be frank, the Wolf King had been deceived. If it had disregarded Ge Yuan Yuan's powerful divine sense and forcefully engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Ge Yuan Yuan might not have been able to withstand it. All right, no disturbances are allowed this time. Ge Yuan Yuan resumed her cross-legged position and returned to the alchemy furnace. She still had 2 sets of medicinal materials and needed to refine the tranquil heart pill before all the materials were used up. The little wolf, who had previously been grinning, immediately became serious. Under its vigilant guard, not even a fly was allowed to approach Ge Yuan Yuan. With a flick of her fingers, the medicinal materials flew into the alchemy furnace in a specific order. The pink flames surged back to life. After a short hour, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Even though Mu Er didn't understand what Ge Yuan Yuan was refining, his nose instinctively twitched. So fragrant, this feeling of deep longing was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The medicinal liquid gradually formed a round shape in the furnace, and Ge Yuan Yuan increased the firepower. A small phenomenon appeared above the furnace. The vapor, rising into the air, condensed into the shape of a small leaf. The pill is ready. With Ge Yuan Yuan's joyful exclamation, the furnace suddenly opened from above, rolling out 3 plump, tranquil heart pills. The fragrant aroma that had filled the air during the refining process had now completely vanished, absorbed into the pills. You try one, I'll protect you. Ge Yuan Yuan placed 1 tranquil heart pill in front of Mu Er. Although the pill was perfectly refined, its effectiveness could only be determined after Mu Er consumed it. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill placed in front of him. Almost the moment the pill entered his mouth, Mu Er felt it rapidly transform into a spiritual liquid, surging into his body, and the balanced medicinal effect took effect. It felt very refreshing. Mu Er honestly described his sensations, and, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the previously shattered sea of consciousness was now surrounded by the medicinal liquid. This pill seemed to really be effective in healing divine sense. Mu Er could gradually feel his spiritual power becoming more abundant, without the uncomfortable feeling of dryness he had experienced before. But unfortunately, this feeling only lasted a moment before disappearing. Blinking his eyes, Mu'er looked expectantly at Ge Yuan Yuan. His pitiful gaze clearly said he wanted more. At the same time, a storm surged in Mu'er's heart. Although he knew that Ge Yuan Yuan's background was unusual, and she didn't seem like an ordinary child from a junk star, the level of skill and means she displayed was simply astonishing. Although one tranquil heart pill had limited effects, what if he took 10, 20, or even 100? Mu'er, who had originally thought there was absolutely no possibility of recovery, suddenly heard of the hope for healing and was naturally extremely excited. The two stared at each other for a moment. Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't intend to speak, Mu'er rubbed his paws and took the initiative to say, "Master, can I have some more? Have you absorbed it well?" Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was full of doubt. She hadn't practiced alchemy for a long time and was afraid her skills had become rusty. Thus, the quality of the raw materials for the first batch of pills was not very good, and the effects were naturally limited. Although she had already anticipated this, Ge Yuan Yuan was still surprised that Mu'er could consume them so quickly. She placed the remaining 2 tranquil heart pills in front of Mu'er. Almost in one gulp, the tranquil heart pill was instantly swallowed. "All right, understood." Ge Yuan Yuan silently rolled up her sleeves and began to gather more medicinal materials. Since the child wanted to eat, she couldn't let him down. After all, they had the means to do so. Ye, overly concerned mother. Yuan Yuan officially began to be a generous benefactor. This time, she specifically selected some herbs with good age and used some long-lost techniques. Then, the alchemy furnace roared back to life. This time, the refining process was much faster than the last. Perhaps due to practice makes perfect, Ge Yuan Yuan was becoming more adept, and her control over divine sense reached its peak of what she could currently handle. Bang! A furnace of 10 pills was freshly out. Mu'er was waiting eagerly beside her, his mouth agape, and didn't he even have time to remind her to be careful of the heat before he swallowed the 10 pills whole. A normal person would have been fine after taking 10 tranquil heart pills, but Mu'er seemed to be insatiable. If Mu'er's sea of consciousness could be compared to a dried-up spring, then one tranquil heart pill was like a cup of water poured over it. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it could barely moisten the ground. Bang! 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 Batch after batch of pills were refined, and Ge Yuan Yuan felt like a ruthless alchemy machine. Only after Mu'er had swallowed about 100 pills did his expression finally lose its previous urgency. The mech instantly covered his true form, and Mu'er's long fingers pressed down on Ge Yuan Yuan's actions as she reached for the herbs. "You've worked hard." Mu'er's spirit was clearly much better than before, and his eyes were extremely serious. "Quick, take a break. You've been busy for a long time." Unknowingly, Ge Yuan Yuan had directly refined pills for over half a month. One was high on alchemy, and the other was dazed from consuming pills. Surprisingly, neither of them noticed how much time had passed. Chapter 59. Uncle Moo's heart raced. Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, which was reaching for the medicinal materials, suddenly stopped. Her body swayed, and she nearly fell to the ground. It was mainly due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power and consciousness. Right now, Ge Yuan Yuan was just a small foundation establishment cultivator. Even with her special cultivation method that allowed her to continuously absorb demonic energy in her breathing, she could barely hold on. After half a month, her dantian was already empty, having taken too many Qingxin pills. The feeling of euphoria in her sea of consciousness made Mu'er feel a bit lightheaded, struggling to regain her composure. She saw Ge Yuan Yuan in such a precarious state. "Be careful." With great concern, Mu'er rushed forward in a single step to support her. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." Ge Yuan Yuan patted Mu'er's wrist, signaling him to be at ease. She slightly frowned and took out a medical device from her spatial button to perform a full body check on Ge Yuan Yuan. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have noticed your condition earlier." Mu'er's heart was filled with guilt as he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan's slightly pale face. Deep inside, he was overwhelmed with complex emotions that were hard to express. Ge Yuan Yuan's attentiveness towards him truly made it difficult for one not to be moved. Moreover, in their daily interactions, Mu'er had already become aware of the subtle transformation in their relationship. He was not an ignorant youth. Though he had never experienced love, he understood its essence. It was clear that the girl he encountered while seriously injured had already occupied a place in his heart with her unique charm. Don't feel so guilty. This is what I should do. Besides, I'm feeling a bit euphoric too. You can think of it as me cultivating. Ge Yuan Yuan, casually explained it. She knew that the anomalies in her condition could not be hidden from Mu'er. A street kid from a garbage planet shouldn't know so much. But she trusted Mu'er. Even though there were some ulterior motives in their interactions, the sincerity of this heart was genuine. With a frustrated sigh, Mu'er looked at the numbers flashing on the medical device. It's bad. It's bad. After arguing for so long, he ultimately found himself moved by the little girl. Why don't you drink some nutrient solution to replenish your energy? The treatment shows that your body is very weak and needs rest. Mu'er took out a bottle of light green nutrient solution and placed it in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. It's a new lime flavor. I think you'll like it. Watching Ge Yuan Yuan hold the glass tube and sip the nutrient solution, Mu'er felt an indescribable softness in his heart. Since he had already confirmed his feelings, he knew he had to understand what to do next. Act on feelings, but stop at propriety. Even if he wanted something indescribable, he must wait until Ge Yuan Yuan became an adult. Uncle Mu, at his age, still had his heart racing like a young deer. Truly gave himself a lesson on obeying the law. I'm going to check the starship situation now. If the energy is sufficient, we'll return to the capital star immediately. And you can rest on the way back. Mu'er carefully helped Ge Yuan Yuan lie down on the grass. Then he stood up and walked towards the starship. Swallowing the nutrient solution, Ge Yuan Yuan curiously observed Mu'er's departing figure. Why is he suddenly so energetic? Although Mu'er's expression remained normal, and his behavior showed no signs of abnormality, the fluttering feeling in the contract was real, and even Ge Yuan Yuan's heart began to race a bit. How did eating a Qingxin pill make me feel this way? Ge Yuan Yuan muttered it. After finishing the nutrient solution, she casually stored the tube away, puzzled by Mu'er's strange behavior today. The secret of B783 star could wait for her to explore later. But now, having skipped classes for over half a month, if she didn't return soon, she might face a severe punishment from in.He. Opening the light brain on her wrist, Ge Yuan Yuan had previously set it to do not disturb mode for the convenience of alchemy. Now, after turning off the do not disturb feature, messages flooded her screen. Most were from in.He, with some from Brother Boo. They all asked where she was and if she was safe. Hastily calling in.He, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a rare sense of anxiety as she listened to the ringing. She probably didn't know that this was what they called the fear of teachers. The phone rang just a couple of times before it was answered, and in.He's furious voice came through. You little brat have really learned some tricks. You even know to call me. Why aren't you dead outside? Ge Yuan Yuan silently moved the light brain away from her ear. After a torrent of scolding, in.He finally calmed down a bit. Hearing silence on the other end, he began to worry about Ge Yuan Yuan's safety. Where are you now? Are you safe? In.He said sincerely, I still have some connections outside. I'll arrange for your senior brothers and sisters to pick you up immediately. Don't be afraid, kid. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her nose, feeling awkward as she said, I'm fine. I'll probably return in 2 or 3 days. Why not come back immediately? In.He interjected, directly switching the voice call to a video call. When the video connected, Ge Yuan Yuan's pale, little face appeared on the screen. In.He's old face immediately wrinkled into a ball, and even his prominent mustache drooped cautiously. Ge Yuan Yuan, are you able to talk now? Do you need me to arrange for interstellar police assistance? He was very worried that this little girl from a remote star system, lacking survival experience, had been kidnapped by traffickers. I'm doing well, it's just. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't know how to explain that she was exhausted from alchemy. After some thought, she said, I just finished a major treatment for someone after half a month, and I'm a bit tired. Immediately, in.He's mind conjured images of Ge Yuan Yuan being robbed by interstellar pirates on her journey, and to survive, she had to expose her healing powers and was exploited like livestock. Even though he was furious, his beard shaking with anger, he couldn't find words to blame her. Who the hell kidnapped you? In.He couldn't contain his anger anymore. I still have some connections with the Mingyang pirate group. I'll ask them to eat black now. This familiar name instantly reminded Ge Yuan Yuan of that boy. Without hesitation, she shifted the blame to him, believing that Ling Lu would be a good person to the end and would forgive her. No, I was just invited as a guest by the Mingyang pirate group. I'll be back soon. Ling Lu and I are friends. Ge Yuan Yuan even forced a smile, trying to make her words sound more believable. Unfortunately, the forced smile, paired with her pale face, lacked any persuasive power. Before He could say anything, he saw a foot in armored boots appear on the video. And as the camera shook, the video abruptly cut off. With wide eyes, Hu didn't dare to call Ge Yuan Yuan back, fearing that she might be in danger. Chapter 60. One's own power slaps the whole military academy. Who are you on the phone with? Muir walked over from the starship, instinctively lowering the camera to prevent his face from appearing on screen. Unexpectedly, the hang-up button coincidentally pressed against Ge Yuan Yuan's fingertip. The video call was disconnected, and Ge Yuan Yuan paused for a moment, not calling back, but just left a message for He, stating that she was on her way back now. The principal called me. I skipped class to take it. Ge Yuan Yuan got up from the ground, feeling much better now. The two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the starship. The dumpling you made is pretty effective. Muir's clear voice came through as he tentatively asked, "Can you sell me some more?" Lying in the rest pod, Ge Yuan Yuan did not lower the panel above. She looked at Muir with a half-smile. Why would I charge my own puppy for food? Muir hesitated to speak. His spiritual power was double S level, so the effect of the Qingxin Dan was not significant for him. However, for most warriors with B or A-level spiritual powers, it had a very notable effect. A small pill could potentially save the career of a soldier about to retire. Muir would rather not consume it, but he wanted to bring this magical pill to his subordinates. What identity do you have to discuss purchasing pills with me? Closing her eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan casually cast a barrier spell, taking out a considerable amount of magic stones from her storage ring and placing them around to absorb. This familiar spell reminded Muir of the pollution warding formation. He closed his eyes, his usual smile turning serious, and said to Ge Yuan Yuan earnestly, "When I return to the capital star, I will report this proposal, using one of my legions as a test point to order a batch of exorcism formations in Qingxin Dan. As for the Qingxin talismans, I'll take as many as you have. Currently, the effect of the Qingxin talismans is not significant." And Muir's statement of taking as many as he could was purely to subsidize Ge Yuan Yuan. I like people who understand. When it came to money, Ge Yuan Yuan, who was originally half asleep, perked up. She took out the stone engraved with the exorcism formation and the talisman pills, placing them in the corner of the starship. "I'll give you a batch of samples. You can take them back to report to your superior. You can buy them outright as well. I will teach you how to make the exorcism formations and talismans." I didn't expect Ge Yuan Yuan to be so generous. Generally, people who mastered such world-changing techniques would want to hide them, but she was willing to share the production methods. Muir unexpectedly glanced back at Ge Yuan Yuan, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. With her in the Empire, it was a real turning point. "All right, I'm going to sleep for a bit," Ge Yuan Yuan murmured, feeling like she was in a sleepwalking state, quickly losing track of direction. She raised her hand and put the mask of the rest pod on, and the system began to automatically release some sleep-inducing incense. She ended up sleeping for 2 full days before finally waking up. In a hurry on the way there, Muir jumped through a wormhole, but this time he was not in a hurry to return, flying leisurely along the interstellar trajectory. Every 5 hours, he would check the rest pod to see how Ge Yuan Yuan was doing, only leaving when he confirmed she was fine. "Good morning. Is there anything to eat?" Ge Yuan Yuan crawled out of the rest pod and stretched widely. Originally, her realm was steadily increasing. In order to better adapt her body, Ge Yuan Yuan had intentionally slowed down her cultivation speed. Now, after this incident, her cultivation had skyrocketed significantly. Blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid? Muir rummaged through the wall cabinet and found a bottle of blueberry-flavored nutritional liquid. This was his private stash. After all, Muir still had some pride and was embarrassed to admit that he, a grown man, liked such sweet flavors. Not drinking it, Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand dismissively. The nutritional liquid was fine for emergencies, but drinking it every day was truly a torment. It was like when she had to hide from pursuers for over 100 years, living in dark, damp places and relying on pills to survive. She had definitely had enough of that. Now, in a new world, they were still eating this stuff. Did these people not understand what it meant to enjoy life? How long until we reached the capital star? Ge Yuan Yuan stood next to the starship control panel, looking at the densely packed star maps, trying to find the location of the capital star. Raising her hand to pull the star map, Muir enlarged a section of it. This is the location of the capital star. Normal navigation will take 3 more days. I've seen the notifications from the Northwest Military Academy. You should just catch the new student physical examination when you return. New student physical examination? Ge Yuan Yuan pulled the star map closer and examined it carefully. Yes, it's mainly to test the physical fitness of new students and to timely advise those unsuitable for their majors to return. Muir crossed his arms over his knees. His mechanical armor changed back to a standard military uniform. The military boots on Muir's feet, paired with straight military pants, were indeed an unspeakable temptation. Shouldn't these tests be conducted before the application? Isn't it a bit late to test and advise after the semester has already started? Ge Yuan Yuan frowned in confusion. This new student physical examination should be equivalent to the spiritual root tests conducted when sects recruit disciples. Setting conditions and constraints outside of the recruitment period and then testing after more than a month into the semester really didn't make sense. With a faint smile at the corner of his lips, Muir replied, "You're right. A long time ago, this test was conducted before the entrance examination." He raised his hand to open his holographic brain and played a video. In the video, a person in a lightweight mech was sparring with someone in a heavy mech. With almost the most beautiful combo, the lightweight mech was pressed down and rubbed against the ground. The person in the heavy mech in the video rewrote the history of the military academy. He was a well-known killing god in history, but his spiritual power was only sea level, theoretically incapable of piloting a mech to complete missions against the insect race. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Muir's eyes, and his tone instinctively became respectful. With a dream of being a mech soldier, upon learning he could not enter the military academy, he self-studied hand-operated mechs that did not require spiritual link control. With almost no delay in mechanical language input and terrifying willpower, he accomplished the feat of taking on 5 opponents at the age of 25. Taking on 5, that 5 represented the 5 most outstanding talents of that time. He single-handedly slapped everyone's face. Chapter 61. New student physical examination. The final battle was his fight against me. More fell into memories and contemplation. At that time, he was young and impulsive, accepting the challenge from the opponent and joining forces with the 5 military academies to compete. According to the draw, Moore was the last one. Manual control mechs were outdated products from many years ago, used by ancient humans when they first explored the universe after leaving Earth. They were far too old. Moreover, due to the complexity of the mechanical language, very few could master them. Once brain-controlled mechs emerged, which were manipulated by mental strength, almost no one chose to use manual control mechs anymore. They gradually faded from the stage of history. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Ge Yuan Yuan asked, "You lost?" That shouldn't be the case. Even if manual control mechs are strong, a series of 4 strikes puts a huge burden on the fingers. It's impossible for you to lose to Moore. It's a draw, he admitted. He's really strong. If I had been a bit less honorable and chosen to play a war of attrition, he wouldn't have been able to defeat me after his fingers cramped up. Moore hesitated for a moment, but chose to tell the truth. But if I kept going, he would have dragged me down with him, even if it meant injuring his fingers. So you chose to concede? Ge Yuan Yuan gusit sumivat. It was just an ordinary match, not a life and death struggle. There was no need to injure the opponent's hands. The young Moore still had quite a kind heart. Yes, I chose to concede. Moore closed his eyes, his voice tinged with pain. Later, he died from being besieged by the Zerg, and the ultimate cause of death was the finger spasms caused by prolonged high-intensity fighting. Although Moore didn't go into detail, Ge Yuan Yuan could roughly guess what happened. Gently patting Moore's shoulder, Ge Yuan Yuan said, "Take care." Perhaps they had become friends through their battles, developing a mutual understanding, but since Moore didn't bring it up, Ge Yuan Yuan chose not to pursue the topic further. After his death, all military academies changed their systems, adding a major for manual control mechs and scheduling the new student physical examination a month after the start of school, giving all newcomers a chance to prove themselves. After listening to Moore, Ge Yuan Yuan thoughtfully remarked, "Those who are innately lacking but possess great perseverance will strive hard to catch up with the team during this month." After discussing the heavy topic, they decided to lighten the mood. Switching the starship to autopilot mode, Moore turned off all the lights inside the ship. Only the brilliant starry river and countless stars outside the window faintly illuminated the interior, making it dim yet surprisingly bright. I brought some drinks that taste quite good. Would you like to have a little? Moore said, only to realize afterward that the drinks he had prepared were not the usual ones he shared with Theodore, but had been changed to apple juice, and he had even added 2 ice cubes for Ge Yuan Yuan. Drink this. Moore offered a wine glass with his slender fingers to Ge Yuan Yuan. She took it and took a sip, finding the taste quite nice, causing a smile to spread across her small face. Strangely, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that the current night was suitable for doing something indescribable, like confessing. Ge Yuan Yuan hesitated for a long time, still unsure how to start. You should know I have some strange things. Moore turned his head, half of his face illuminated by starlight, appearing even more defined. His eyes held a twinkle of laughter and an unspoken understanding. If you have your little secrets, there's no need to force yourself to share. Wow, that's so considerate. Ge Yuan Yuan felt touched, but she also knew it was time to come clean with Moore. After all, their relationship had been quite harmonious so far, and Moore had shown great understanding towards her. Moreover, these things that shouldn't exist in the interstellar era needed official channels, if she wanted to sell them reasonably. I am a wandering ghost from another world, and these are local specialties from there. Moore assumed a listening posture, but, after waiting for a while without hearing more, looked up to find Ge Yuan Yuan gazing at the magnificent nebula beside them, unable to help but chuckle. Is that all you're going to say? Isn't it enough? Ge Yuan Yuan curled up on the stool, appearing quite proud, and cast a light glance at him. Damn, little more, that's enough. Moore's face turned slightly awkward. He took off his military cap and placed it on his thigh to cover his embarrassment. This combination of cuteness and pride directly hit Moore's favorite spot, making it hard for him to resist. Ge Yuan Yuan noticed this little gesture, and she played dumb, pretending not to see it. She stood up, stretched lazily, and headed toward the rest area. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Call me when we reach Capital Star. As she turned around, a smile couldn't help but linger at the corners of Ge Yuan Yuan's lips. Being young means having good energy. This little pup really is easy to tease. The starship smoothly entered Capital Star. As a returning spacecraft, it needed to undergo comprehensive disinfection and inspection, which took quite some time. Moore directly took Ge Yuan Yuan through the VIP passage and escorted her out. Indeed, having privileges is nice. Ge Yuan Yuan tapped on her light brain, found the hovering electromagnetic vehicle back to school, and boarded it. This was the mode of transportation in Capital Star, which was quite well-connected. However, the wealthy clearly prefer to pilot their ships in the sky rather than take ground vehicles. Upon entering the school gate, Ge Yuan Yuan was immediately caught by Bu Liangsu. Junior sister, you haven't been back for so many days. Dean, who is very worried about you. With permanent dark circles under his eyes, the tall youth expressed great joy at Ge Yuan Yuan's return. It's good that you're back. First, go queue for the physical examination. I'll talk to the dean. I hope he won't come chasing you with slippers to beat you up. Bu Liangsu pretended to be mournful, silently gesturing a prayer with his hand on his chest. Amen. Senior Bu, don't scare me. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Surely it couldn't be that serious. Getting beaten was one thing. The main concern was losing face. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll run first, and you can take the blame. Bu Liangsu peut-être Ge Yuan Yuan est schuldig, speaking keenly. Nodding in agreement, Ge Yuan Yuan walked a few steps along the line of new students before realizing that Bu Liangsu was helping her out. After registering at the entrance, her personal information appeared on the light brain. Depending on the major, the physical examination items varied, but the only common tests were the mental strength assessment and some basic health checks. Ge Yuan Yuan decided to start with a blood type test, which had fewer people in line. Chapter 62. A relative discovered through a physical examination. The blood type test was quick. Basically, Ge Yuan Yuan felt just a slight pain at her fingertip, and blood was collected into a small tube. The senior standing in front of the machine looked up and smiled politely at Ge Yuan Yuan. Please wait a moment, Junior. The instrument analysis takes 3 minutes. The blood type test is very important, especially considering the current situation where various aspects of the campus are infiltrated by the insect race. This can effectively prevent them from entering the school. The most crucial part is not testing the blood type, but uploading the DNA results to the star network to compare them with the identities of citizens across the universe to verify the new students' identities. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Her identity was fake, and she wondered if it could withstand such a thorough census across the star network. Was the senior helping out here voluntarily? Waiting like this made Ge Yuan Yuan a bit anxious, so she decided to chat with the senior for a bit. Of course, it's voluntary. I even fought for this opportunity. The senior smiled and said casually, "It's normal for you, as a new student, not to know." After the physical examination, a detection system will be implanted on the inner side of your arm. It will automatically track the number and level of insect kills you achieve, and then give you corresponding credits. Credits? Ge Yuan Yuan, her new term. I'm not strong enough and worry I won't earn enough credits on the battlefield. So I usually participate in more volunteer activities organized by the school to earn credits for myself. Saying this, he even took out his light brain and offered it to Ge Yuan Yuan. Let's be friends. Junior, you could buy any information you don't know from me. There are various services I provide, and the prices are cheap. This familiar demeanor confirmed he was indeed a worker. Ge Yuan Yuan added him as a friend. Renzong, your friend's circle is quite colorful. She glanced briefly at the post he had shared and saw a bunch of miscellaneous messages. Lost cats, looking for dogs. Part-time worm digging. It seemed like he had all sorts of things covered, and the range of services was astonishing. Renzong raised an eyebrow proudly. Aren't we working hard to avoid the battlefield? Just accepting credit transactions here. The machine next to them emitted 2 short beeps. Renzong took the report from behind the machine, frowned as he scanned it, and then looked up at Ge Yuan Yuan, saying earnestly, "I really can't tell. You actually come from the Luo family." His originally enthusiastic attitude cooled down a bit. Ge Yuan Yuan was confused and asked, "I'm not from the Luo family. Did you pick up the wrong report?" After frowning and looking over the report again, Renzong noticed something was off. He placed the report in front of Ge Yuan Yuan and said solemnly, "You take a look yourself." Taking the paper report from the table, Ge Yuan Yuan scanned it from the top. Name, Ge Yuan Yuan. Blood type, B. Relationship chart, grandfather Luo Yu, father Luo Ming, biological mother not detected, uncle. After glancing through the jumble of relatives that followed, Ge Yuan Yuan had a guess. This might be the original owner's background. Renzong, I owe you a credit. Can you tell me about the Luo family? I came from a peripheral star and am an orphan. I've never heard of any family. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't hesitate to start playing the sympathy card. Renzong glanced at the people in line behind them and sighed. I'll talk to you tonight. Let the others continue with their tests for now. Thanking him, Ge Yuan Yuan took the report and walked toward the psychic power testing point. She was quite accepting of the suddenly appearing family. After all, it was just a small test. If she didn't recognize that family later, there wouldn't be any problem. However, she didn't know that this report was sent to the Luo family's email the moment it was generated. Another function of the blood type test was to identify missing children. The psychic power test was conducted in groups of 10, and large machines were running. Ge Yuan Yuan casually found a machine and started lining up, confident in her psychic ability. The distinctions between ABCD levels of psychic power were mainly in the eye colors. The A-level machine emitted a red glow. B level was orange, C level was yellow, and D level was green. Most students here had orange and red colors, indicating that the overall strength of the Northwest Military Academy was not that strong. If it were the Imperial Military Academy, it would mostly be red. Look, her psychic power is almost approaching black. Really, it's nearly S level. This year's leading figure among the freshmen must be her. Various murmurs filled the air, and Ge Yuan Yuan curiously glanced over. The color displayed on the machine was indeed a dark red. The person being discussed was someone she recognized. It was the Mecha soldier Plan, whom she had already booked in advance. She could clearly hear the praises from those around her, and Plan stood there, flustered. There's no need to be so shy. When the junior sisters who repair mechas rush to snatch you up later, that's when you should be shy. The senior in charge of the testing was clearly in a good mood and treated Plan with unprecedented kindness. Me? Plan waved her hands repeatedly. Clearly a tall and cool-looking girl at 1.7 meters, yet her personality was adorably naive. I already have a dedicated repairman. Strange. A new student is willing to book you? Or were you deceived by an upperclassman? The senior muttered curiously, kindly giving Plan some advice. In a time when repairmen are so sought after, if you can still find one, that person must have issues. She's a new student. She's really nice to me. Thank you, senior. Plan glanced back at the people still lining up, feeling awkward and stepping down from the platform. The boys behind her had no objections. After all, everyone showed absolute respect for the strong. In times of war, strength represented a greater hope for survival. Who knows, today she might sell well, and tomorrow on the battlefield, she might save your life with a single move. Plan hurried off to the next project, and Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't call her back. She suddenly felt that the single soldier she picked seemed quite good. The people behind her basically didn't stand out much. Ge Yuan Yuan deliberately looked around and found only one A level, while the rest were all B level. Next, Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge Yuan Yuan stood on the machine, looking at the strange apparatus in front of her. Don't be nervous. Place your hands on the grips in front and close your eyes. I'll put a small electrode on your temple shortly. Don't resist. After a customary reminder, the senior placed a small electrode on Ge Yuan Yuan's temple. Almost instantly, Ge Yuan Yuan felt her consciousness being drawn into a mysterious void. Chapter 63. This isn't just going through the back door. This is outright theft. The senior sister looked up at the machine, preparing to record Ge Yuan Yuan's data. The screen trembled slightly and then showed no further changes, still displaying a milky white background. The tip of her pen unconsciously tapped twice on the paper, and the senior sister looked at the screen uncertainly. Just for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan's consciousness that was traversing the void was pulled back. She opened her eyes, looked at the senior sister who was lost in thought beside her, and raised her voice slightly. Senior sister, can I take it off now? Ah, yes, yes. The senior sister hesitated for a moment, but ultimately added a question mark after Ge Yuan Yuan's personal information. There is a problem with your mental power assessment. You might need to go to in.He for a more detailed evaluation later. She handwritten a note and handed it to Ge Yuan Yuan. After your physical examination, take this note to find in.He, and you can get a more advanced mental power assessment. Holding the note curiously, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but frown, and then she saw her senior brother Bulliang Su waiting for her beside her. Senior brother, were you waiting for me here? Ge Yuan Yuan walked up to him, her expression somewhat bitter. This new student physical examination was purely a torment from the heavens. First, she went for blood type testing and ended up finding the long-lost family of the original owner. Then, there was a problem with the mental power assessment. There shouldn't be any more surprises, right? I'll take you through the back door to finish the remaining tests. in.He is waiting for you. Bulliang said, and immediately found a mask, indicating for Ge Yuan Yuan to put on. Clad in full gear, she looked utterly confused. No one would recognize her as Ge Yuan Yuan now. Bulliang nodded in satisfaction and led her through the back door. Senior brother, isn't this a bit shameless? Ge Yuan Yuan didn't expect her seemingly honest senior brother to act so sneakily. He boldly led Ge Yuan Yuan to the front of the line, patted the shoulder of the first person in line, and said, "Let this one through. She's here for in.He." After saying that, he directly shoved Ge Yuan Yuan into the hands of the tester. Ge Yuan Yuan, bewildered, proceeded with the test, leaving Bulliang Su outside arguing with someone. This isn't just going through the back door. This is outright theft. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly finished several testing points and had no doubt that if it weren't for those new students who hadn't completed their physical examinations, they would have rushed over without hesitation to beat up the two of them. Senior brother, this isn't very fair. Ge Yuan Yuan swiftly took off everything on her face and put it all on Bulliang Su. What can I do? Bulliang Su's voice sounded muffled through the mask. The old students would give face to in.He, but the new students wouldn't. Luckily, I've been shameless for so many years. I apologize. Ge Yuan Yuan cupped her hands, and the two of them arrived at in.He's office. Almost the moment he saw Ge Yuan Yuan, a teacup flew over angrily. Instinctively dodging, Ge Yuan Yuan turned her head to look. Where was the shadow of her senior brother? Bulliang Su had long since vanished without a trace. Truly, a dead friend is better than a living priest. Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively handed the note in her hand forward, stuffing it in front of in.He. The senior sister said there's a problem with my mental power assessment and told me to find you. Ge Yuan Yuan shouted in a panic. in.He received the note with skepticism, glanced at it, and said irritably, "Come with me to the laboratory." Since Ge Yuan Yuan had returned alive, Sneaking out wasn't a big deal. Resolving her mental power assessment was more important. Sit down and relax. Dean, who brought Ge Yuan Yuan to the laboratory and had her sit in a chair covered with various electromagnetic plates. All sorts of clips and patches were connected to Ge Yuan Yuan's body, making it look like they were conducting some strange experiment on her. This mental power assessment was more complex than the previous one, but the process wasn't much different. After Ge Yuan Yuan finished, she got off the chair and saw Dean, who sitting at the computer with an unusually serious expression. Your mental power, Dean, who spoke vaguely. And Ge Yuan Yuan leaned closer to look for herself. The fluctuations on the screen were very high, along with a bunch of messy data. Nodding seriously, Ge Yuan Yuan pointed to the highest line and asked, does this mean my mental power has skyrocketed? Skyrocketed my foot. That's your life indicator. Dean, who rolled his eyes, forget about this. I'll fill it in for you. You can go back now. Driven out of the laboratory, Ge Yuan Yuan walked back in confusion. It shouldn't be like this as a proper God transformation stage consciousness. She shouldn't even be able to get an S-level mental power assessment, right? The door of the testing room quietly opened a crack, and Dean, who peeked out, confirming that Ge Yuan Yuan had gone far. He immediately jumped up in place, banging on the table and shouting. The people in the distant laboratory heard the commotion and continued with their tasks, as if nothing was unusual. Dean, who was in a state of excitement for about 15 days each month. I can't believe it, SSS level. Dean, whose hands trembled as he magnified the entire image, studying it repeatedly. This was an unprecedented SSS level. Even a Marshall was only double S. Wasn't that enough to indicate something? The display of SSS level on the instrument was milky white. This was also a cruel joke from the original designers, implying that it would be impossible for anyone of SSS level to appear in the entire empire. But now, this curse had been broken. I think I'm dreaming. Dean, who was so excited that he didn't know who to share it with, and directly called the Southeast Military Academy. Isher Shuang's head was spinning. I'm currently attending an academic conference. If you can't get to the point, be careful I peel your skin off. Isher Shuang rolled her eyes impatiently. We have a new student with SSS level from the military academy. Hurry up and tell me how to train them. Dean, who smugly propped his feet up on the desk. How to train? Send them to the Imperial Military Academy for training. Isher Shuang's expression was deadpan. Next time, don't tell me about your dreams. Goodbye. I'm not joking. I'm sending you the assessment report right now. Dean, who frantically sent it over, his eyes full of pride. After reading the entire report with a serious expression, Isher Shuang couldn't help but gasp and secretly open her light brain to send a message to Liang Su. Liang Su, go check on your teacher who. He seems to have a high fever and fried his brain. Delighted, Dean, who didn't wait for Isher Shuang's reply, but instead was met with his first disciple rushing in with a stretcher. Teacher, I heard you fried your brain. Chapter 64. Lucky Lottery, the favorite of the unlucky with a kick. Hui sent Liang Su out of the office and returned to the light brain with a scowl. His expression was much more serious than before as he looked at Isher Shuang and said, do you remember the girl from the exam room who didn't use a light brain last time? Yes, she has SSS level mental strength, right? Isher Shuang's expression also turned grave. If Hui wasn't joking, then the existence of Ge Yuan Yuan was quite interesting. The reason the Interstellar Society was an imperial system stemmed from the inequality of power. The awakening of mental strength was inherited according to bloodline. In other words, the stronger the parents, the more powerful their offspring would be. Yes, she is from a marginal planet, and I think we can make use of her. Hui had lost his previous playful demeanor. When humanity first emerged from ancient Earth, the leader at the forefront became the founding emperor, while the other followers became the nobles of the current capital star. For ordinary civilians, having a B-level child was already a blessing. A-level and S-level were even rarer, almost a 1 in a million occurrence. The Northwest Military Academy and Southeast Military Academy were mostly attended by children of civilians and those nobles who were not favored, thus representing a hidden force against the emperor, making their overall strength weaker. The capital military academy was the gathering place of nobles, while the other two military academies were seen as neutral with a relatively weak presence. You need to make sure she will be willing to participate in our plan. You should know that this is a very slow and arduous path. He Shuang paused the academic meeting, allowing the other teachers to discuss first. She entered a secret room, pressed a small switch, and a series of genetic maps appeared around her. As time passed, the imperial system became less stable. The solidification of class and the rebellion of the lower classes led to numerous uprisings, and people began to yearn for a more democratic society. The idea of equality for all, proposed many years ago, was once again brought to the forefront, and Mu-Er became the object of admiration for many citizens, making him someone the emperor had to be wary of and support. As long as our experiments continue, we will eventually find a way to break the genetic monopoly. Hui slowly lit a cigarette. They were all members of the organization called in.He. This organization aimed to ensure that everyone could enjoy equal treatment, no longer being bound by class. Clearly, His Majesty was aware of this, but due to the Emperor's balancing tactics, he did not touch the two major military academies. If there were no further developments, the decline of the two major military academies would be inevitable. How could A-level commoners compete against the resource-rich S-level nobles? He Shuang fell silent for a moment, retracted all the projections around her, and made contact with her, trying to absorb her into in.He, hoping that this decaying empire would welcome a new turning point. As their conversation neared its end, neither of them mentioned the last SS-level prodigy, the founding emperor. Looking at Ge Yuan Yuan's mental strength test report, Hui hesitated for a moment but still wrote down a C level. If His Majesty discovered this matter, he might choose to break Ge Yuan Yuan, who had not yet matured, even at the cost of losing the opportunity to battle the insect emperor. The last civilian genius to die in the royal struggle was none other than the one who controlled the mecha, right? Sometimes, human hearts can be even more terrifying than anything else. After the new student assessment, Ge Yuan Yuan keenly noticed that many familiar faces were missing from the class, replaced by some people she had never seen before. It wasn't just the mecha maintenance major. Many other majors faced the same situation. Many students chose their majors with a mindset of just trying it out. Now, the new student assessment had revealed the true capabilities of many students. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Wei Yuan knocked on the table, deliberately drawing Ge Yuan Yuan's attention. Glancing at the thin, somewhat cocky boy next to her, Ge Yuan Yuan laughed and said, "My son is here. So what do I have to be afraid of as his father?" You. Wei Yuan was so angry he could not speak. He didn't expect Ge Yuan Yuan, who looked delicate, to be so foul-mouthed. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The teacher only took your basic energy box model last class, but hasn't commented yet. Maybe today will be your public execution class. Wei Yuan revealed a malicious smile, knowing it would be embarrassing for her then. Even if I don't do well, I still made a basic energy box. What did you do? Dream? Ge Yuan Yuan smiled wickedly, feeling that it was quite a coincidence that Wei Yuan bumped into her when she was in a bad mood. This was just looking for a fight. Clenching his fists tightly, if he didn't know he couldn't beat Ge Yuan Yuan, Wei Yuan might have punched her already. How could there be such an infuriating girl? Shouldn't girls be all delicate and soft? Unfortunately, Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea what this rebellious boy was thinking. If she heard Wei Yuan's thoughts, she would probably unceremoniously show him the variety of punches and kicks girls could deliver. What kind of discrimination is this? Be quiet. The teacher, carrying a pile of things, stepped onto the podium. Ge Yuan Yuan looked and saw her energy box among them. Wei Yuan, with a look of amusement, exchanged glances with a few of his buddies, clearly looking forward to Ge Yuan Yuan's embarrassment. As usual, there was a pre-class question. The teacher glanced around the students. Those who could not answer were told to copy the book. The students below didn't even have time to say anything trivial and immediately started flipping through books, fearing that today's lucky one would be themselves. Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't attended a proper class for 2 days, so she naturally didn't know why her classmates were so scared. She casually flipped through the book in her hands and saw that the previously arrogant Wei Yuan was now acting like a well-behaved little chick, desperately memorizing. "Oh, so you're scared now?" Ge Yuan Yuan said with a giggle. Wei Yuan rolled his eyes at Ge Yuan Yuan and said without holding back, "You don't understand anything." After that, no matter how Ge Yuan Yuan provoked him, he was unwilling to respond. Feeling bored, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the teacher on the podium, knocking on the table, and directly opened the virtual screen at the front. where a glaring blue background with red letters appeared, displaying a name. At the top of the box, several large characters were prominently marked. Lucky Lottery. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but gasp. It was time to test probabilities. Welcome to today's program. Who will be the lucky one? Chapter 65. The rebellious boy whose brain is burned by CEO novels Ge Yuan Yuan, who had no idea how terrifying this thing was. Saw the pointer rolling and the names constantly jumping, eventually stopping at Weizwa. What bad luck, he muttered under his breath, and with a fearless attitude. Weizwa stood up. Please briefly explain how to repair a damaged mech that is about to engage in battle with insufficient materials. The teacher casually flipped through the book in his hand and pointed out a question. Weizwa hesitated for a long time and began to fabricate an answer. I think, it should. The Demon King teacher at the podium didn't hesitate at all and directly said, copy the textbook twice. Take a seat. Without even a chance for redemption, Weizwa was sent directly to the ground. The surrounding students stared intensely at their textbooks, not daring to look up, fearing they would be next. That's it for today. In this class, we will explain the beginner energy box made by Ge Yuan Yuan. The teacher, who had just been serious, now smiled slightly at Ge Yuan Yuan, looking much more relaxed. Ge Yuan Yuan immediately understood that what she had made was pretty good. At least the other party was satisfied. After a whole class of explanation, not much basic hard knowledge was mentioned, and the entire time was filled with praise for Ge Yuan Yuan. Among a group of tortured classmates, Ge Yuan Yuan was particularly hated. During the class, Ge Yuan Yuan noticed Wei was staring at her no less than 10 times, feeling quite uncomfortable. She simply turned her head. What are you looking at? If you envy your dad, just say it. No need to be so indirect. Hey, give me a makeup lesson. Weis would directly place the textbook in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. Before I underestimated you, but now. Unable to tolerate Wei's ridiculous remarks, Ge Yuan Yuan slapped the book onto his face. Can you be normal for once? Ge Yuan Yuan was genuinely speechless, wondering if there could be two normal people in this school. Boss is mighty. Boss, go for it. Two youths in the back row stood up, waving their arms as if watching a monkey show. Weizwa glared at his two little brothers and then shot a fierce look at Ge Yuan Yuan. I'm talking to you because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. Yes, young master, Ge Yuan Yuan packed her things. I'm changing classrooms. Please step aside. Originally, Ge Yuan Yuan thought Wei's would just disliked her. But now it seemed like this kid's brain was probably fried from reading too many CEO novels. In In.He's office, Ge Yuan Yuan received the mental strength assessment report. Looking at the big C grade on it, Ge Yuan Yuan directly asked without hesitation, Director Hu, are you doing this on purpose? Yes. Hui spun around in front of Ge Yuan Yuan and asked, Do I look different to you? After sizing Hui up, Ge Yuan Yuan noticed that his originally sleazy mustache was gone, making him look much cleaner. Are you going on a date? Ge Yuan Yuan casually guessed, still not understanding why Hui would alter her mental strength assessment report. Ge Yuan, I have an unpleasant request. Hui instinctively reached for his mustache, but found nothing. Awkwardly touching his face as if nothing had happened, and prepared to continue. Don't. Since it's an unpleasant request, don't continue, Ge Yuan Yuan directly interrupted, infuriating Hui, who almost slammed his hand on the table, but held back. Do you even know what politeness is? Hui almost slammed his hand on the table again, but restrained himself. He led Ge Yuan Yuan into a secret room. He briefly discussed the division of mental strength with Ge Yuan Yuan, vaguely revealing some information about Tianyi. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression also became serious. You come from the Edge Star? Consider the strongest among the civilian mutants. I hope you can consider cooperating with me to hide your plans. Perhaps in the near future. Hui said earnestly. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hands, signaling Hui to wait. Although I come from the Edge Star, I'm not a civilian. The blood type test a few days ago showed that I was born into the Luo family in the Capital Star, which is somewhat prestigious. Ge Yuan Yuan spoke frankly, not intending to undermine Hui. However, Hui's assumptions were all based on her being a civilian. If she wasn't, then everything might need to be overturned. The Luo family. Hui's expression was complex, clearly having heard of the Luo family's reputation. According to the information sent by the news dealer Rinzong, the Luo family in the Capital Star was not a good thing, being a typical representative of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They seemed overly cautious. But since they had some connections with the royal family, student from a Northwest military academy, would basically avoid Luo family members. Otherwise, they might get looked down upon or even beaten. I understand. He seemed to age a lot in an instant, forcing a smile on his face. If you don't plan to pledge loyalty to the royal family, it's best to hide your identity, at least until you grow up. Unable to bear seeing He, who usually had a strong presence, looking so dejected, Ge Yuan Yuan took the initiative to speak. I don't plan to pledge loyalty to anyone. I have my own pursuits. Can you tell me why you are looking for civilian strong ones? At first, Ge Yuan Yuan thought it was just a class issue, but she didn't expect it to also involve the issue of military strength. If all the strong ones appeared among the nobility, then all the unfair treatment civilians faced would become justified, especially when civilians could no longer endure in the eyes of the strong. Those resistances would be trivial and easily suppressed. This was definitely not a good thing. We are conducting experiments, but so far, we still cannot change the genetic screening process. He's expression was somewhat dejected. Even though there are quite a few willing test subjects, we cannot conduct overly excessive experiments. After all, genetics are a big issue. Moreover, basically no nobility would cooperate, and they cannot capture nobles. Currently, there was basically no progress. Originally, they thought Ge Yuan Yuan was the new hope, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be from the Luo family. He forced himself to regain some spirit. Since you are from the Luo family, how did you end up on an edge star? Shaking her head, Ge Yuan Yuan candidly said, I don't know. I am not a native of a 9-star. I smuggled in from the garbage star. Smuggling was a serious crime on the edge star, but in the capital star, where powerful families were everywhere, it wasn't a big deal. This probably involved the secrets of the wealthy. He looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a bit more pity. Don't be discouraged. Maybe you are a runaway Cinderella. Ge Yuan Yuan repeatedly waved her hands. No way. If my sea-level mental strength gets out, it would only be a disgrace to the Luo family. Chapter 66. Is it gentle or cowardly? Ge Yuan Yuan clearly had no interest in the Luo family, nor did she have any intention of acknowledging her ancestry. The current class solidification was indeed severe. All we could do was exert some meager effort. He chuckled bitterly a couple of times. Ge Yuan Yuan understood the reason for the current situation. Her gaze deepened, since she could successfully draw energy into her body. Could the indigenous people of the starry skies also embark on the path of cultivation? Although cultivation might be somewhat difficult due to the erosion of demonic energy, it was not entirely unfeasible. Moreover, from the current situation, the level of mental strength did not seem to have a significant connection with the birth of spiritual roots. We hope you can join us. If an SSS-level individual also leans towards imperial power, then we will truly have no hope. He did not explain the organization's matters clearly, but was hinting to Ge Yuan Yuan that their strength was certainly not weak. With a deeper gaze, Ge Yuan Yuan did not say much. Since Muir was a sort of star of hope for the interstellar people, she naturally intended to ask about Muir's stance. If the other party was interested, perhaps they could really build a bridge and create an entirely new society. Ge Yuan Yuan was still hesitating. This was a transformation whose outcome was uncertain. But for the emperor, imperial authority absolutely could not be provoked. This transformation would inevitably involve bloodshed, and the consequences would largely fall on Ge Yuan Yuan's shoulders. After obtaining the mental strength assessment report from He, Ge Yuan Yuan arrived around the villa and saw Pran wandering. Upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan, Pran's eyes lit up, rushing to stand in front of her. You're back. Pran, very familiar with Ge Yuan Yuan, walked alongside her and said, I want to tell you that my mental strength assessment level is close to S, basically the strongest among the newcomers. I will definitely lead you to victory in the next military competition. She knew Ge Yuan Yuan's goal was to win the military competition. As soon as she learned that her mental strength was full A, close to S, she immediately came to inform Ge Yuan Yuan. With Pran's level, after proper training, she would stabilize and directly step into S rank, which was practically a sure thing. Not only in the Northwest Military Academy, but even among the 5 major military academies. Her name would be known. I'm going to input a higher level information for you. Ge Yuan Yuan took Pran to the main system of the intelligent housekeeper and granted her a permission exclusive to herself. If you're interested, you can move over here to live. The environment is better, and there's a dedicated training room underground. Although this training room was meant for therapists, it wouldn't be difficult to modify it a bit. Ge Yuan Yuan thought that if they wanted to cultivate their rapport, living together would be a good choice. It was better than discovering issues with their rapport once they were on the battlefield. Is that okay? Pran's eyes sparkled, as her relationship with her current roommates could only be described as average. After all, the other three were all majoring in pharmacology, and it was normal to feel isolated. Of course, no problem at all, Ge Yuan Yuan said without missing a beat. I'm quite bored living alone anyway. It wasn't like she had been the one to request a single room back then. There were still plenty of empty rooms in the villa, and Pran chose one she liked before heading back to pack her things. Ge Yuan Yuan lived in a room at the far west of the second floor, where the sunset views were the best. Pran's room was in the middle, which had the most sunlight. After a brief greeting with in.He, Ge Yuan Yuan took Pran to move into her new dorm. Are we really okay doing this? Pran was a bit nervous. The dorms were assigned by the school in advance, and returning a dorm was generally a difficult task. Pran, who came from a not-so-affluent family, was clearly worried she would face some punishment for this. How could it be? Ge Yuan Yuan casually typed to in.He while saying to Pran, I have connections. It's not a simple matter. Instantly, Ge Yuan Yuan's image became even more mysterious in Pran's eyes. On the other side, in.He had already adapted to Ge Yuan Yuan occasionally stirring things up. He only asked a couple of questions about Pran changing dorms and directly got the teachers below to agree. Once they entered the dorm, Pran's roommates were doing skincare. Upon seeing Pran bring someone back, they bluntly said, no outsiders are allowed in our dorm. Most pharmacists in pharmacology had peculiar tempers. Unfortunately, Pran happened to be surrounded by a bunch of them. Although she was a tall and elegant lady at 175 meters, she was pressured daily by this group of shorter girls, forcing her to change many of her habits. Ge Yuan Yuan, feeling angry, momentarily forgot that she was also one of the shorter girls. Just as she was about to step forward, Pran pulled her back and smiled apologetically. Wait for me outside for a moment. Without speaking, Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at the people inside the room and stood in the hallway not far from the dorm door. She didn't intend to argue with a group of young girls. She just wanted to stand up for Pran, but since Pran didn't need it, she would wait outside. If her future battle partner was such a gentle and timid character, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that this matter still needed careful consideration. Standing in the dorm, Pran felt the unanimous exclusionary sentiment. I'm moving out. I don't know if the teachers will arrange new roommates for you or leave it empty. After saying that, Pran had originally wanted to say a couple of words of blessing, but didn't know what to say. She hesitated for a moment before starting to pack her things. The looks her roommates gave Pran were somewhat strange, but mostly they treated her as if she didn't exist. Sometimes, being ignored could be more hurtful than other forms of rejection. Without even organizing her things, Pran stuffed everything in her bag in one breath and moved a few items outside the dorm. I'm ready. Let us go. Pran had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, preparing to carry all the bags on the floor at once. After all, Ge Yuan Yuan had already gone through a lot to accompany her, so how could she let Ge Yuan Yuan carry anything? I'll help you. Ge Yuan Yuan sighed and extended her hand. After hesitating for a moment, Pran only handed Ge Yuan Yuan a bag for toiletries. This made Ge Yuan Yuan laugh. Pran was almost buried under the bags, but still only gave her such a small item. Perhaps being kind wasn't such a big mistake. Ge Yuan Yuan directly tossed the items into her storage bracelet. Just give it all to me. Don't forget, I have connections. Blinking her eyes, Pran, who had never seen such a thing, exclaimed, Is that a spatial bracelet? Chapter 67. The tranquil heart pill killed someone. Faint sounds of snickering could be heard from behind the tightly shut dormitory door. Is a space button really worth making such a fuss over? Don't say anything. The person hasn't left yet. So what if they heard? Ge Yuan Yuan turned to glance at Pu Lan's expression. Her cheeks still carried a slight flush from exercise as she put everything into Ge Yuan Yuan's storage bracelet. The two walked to the bottom of the dormitory building. Ge Yuan Yuan, like a snake tempting others with negative emotions, deliberately said, Your roommate is really too much. I wish I could go in and tear their mouths apart. Looking down at the fuming Ge Yuan Yuan, Pu Lan suddenly smiled lightly and ruffled Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. What they said was true. It was my first time seeing a space button, so I overreacted. This indeed made Ge Yuan Yuan feel a bit of anger. Perhaps out of frustration, her voice carried some doubt. You wouldn't actually think they were good now, would you? No. Pu Lan's gaze was exceptionally serious. I don't like them. I like you. What is this sudden confession about? Ge Yuan Yuan shook her head uncomfortably, and the two returned to tidy up the room. With an extra person in the villa, it actually felt fine for Ge Yuan Yuan. She didn't feel awkward at all, and the two began their shared living life. Imperial Military Conference. Mir took out everything Ge Yuan Yuan had given him and placed it in front of him. Each member attending the meeting had a small 3D model in front of them for viewing. As you can see, I had some unexpected encounters during my injury and met a remarkable master. These are her creations. Mir's expression was neutral, making it hard to tell what he thought of these little gadgets. But since he specifically brought them up at the military conference, it indicated that they must have unique qualities. These two thin pieces of paper are called tranquil heart talismans and have the effect of suppressing chaotic periods. As Mir explained, the circular virtual screen at the front of the meeting also displayed the model of the tranquil heart talismans, enlarged before everyone. However, no matter how they looked at it, these were clearly the most ordinary pieces of paper on the market, paired with some crooked lines. Marshall, the situation at the front lines is very tense. If you've lost your mind this time, please take a good rest and don't come to bother us. Ji Xiao was the first to lose his temper. Last time, Mir had swindled a batch of supplies from him, and he hadn't calmed down since. Since you, Ge family, are unwilling to listen, then just roll out of the military department. Theodore had no intention of giving the Ge family a good face. Several older officers around, with serious expressions, pounded the table. What a mess. Let's first hear what the Marshal has to say. The entire military department is divided into 6 legions. The legion led by Mir is the Hurricane Legion, in addition to the Ge family-led People's Legion, the Royal Legion headed by His Majesty, and the mixed forces of the White Dragon Legion, White Tiger Legion, and Nebula Legion. This barely forms a tripartite standoff. The Nebula Legion has a relatively good relationship with the Hurricane Legion. This is a significant opportunity for our soldiers, and I hope everyone can set aside their prejudices and carefully evaluate these items. Mir stood up. His tall figure was accentuated by his long military uniform, and he picked up the exorcism array carved from energy stones to start his introduction. This stone can prevent the ubiquitous sources of pollution, and this small pill can address the issues of healing injured soldiers' consciousness. After introducing the various items Ge Yuan Yuan had given him, Mir slightly pressed down the brim of his hat, his expression serious. Please follow me. We will let the experimental data speak for itself. After listening to the introductions, everyone was anxious and fearful. If it weren't for knowing that Mir was usually a calm person, they might have already been ready to leave in anger. This is simply ridiculous. The problems that have never been solved for so many years, not even the Chief Academy of Sciences had any ideas, can be solved with these little symbols that look like ghostly doodles? I have objections. Ji Xiao lazily waved his hand, standing up nonchalantly. Experiments are fine, but the people must come from the People's Legion. Fine. Mir's lips curled slightly. He had absolute confidence in Ge Yuan Yuan's items and was naturally not afraid of the Ge family's tricks. The conflict between the two legions has a long history, traceable back several decades. In a battle against the insect race breaching the front lines, the Hurricane Legion was responsible for the assault, while the People's Legion was in charge of defense. The two legions were back-to-back, breaking through the encirclement together. As the encircling insect race grew more numerous, Mir issued the order to separate from the People's Legion. The People's Legion was completely wiped out, while the Hurricane Legion lost not a single person. Ji Xiao exploded on the spot, disregarding everyone's attempt to stop him. He rushed into the Mir family mansion and punched Mir by grabbing his collar. You damn hypocrite! Not a single soldier under my command returned, and you dare say you are guiltless. The roaring Ji Xiao was restrained by others, while Mir, whose mouth was slightly bleeding and swollen, had an expressionless face. He looked at Ji Xiao with an unusually calm demeanor. I am guiltless. Go to hell with your guiltless. Clearly, we grew up together as childhood friends, yet Ji Xiao felt like he had never truly seen Mir. Tens of thousands of soldiers, not a single one returned. I misjudged you. You are a true war machine, not valuing the lives of every soldier. as long as it benefits the overall situation. You would sacrifice as many lives as needed. Ji Xiao was pinned down by several people, unable to move. His eyes reddened, and his voice even broke. I just don't know if you will regret the day you sacrifice your own life. Ge Yuan will not rest until we settle this. This matter was eventually suppressed by His Majesty. But the relationship between the two families had indeed broken down. Ji Xiao never gave Muir a good face again and even delighted in setting traps for him. The God-slaying plan. Using Muir himself as the final weapon to self-destruct and eliminate the Insect Emperor was also proposed by Ji Xiao. Now that Muir has survived, it's quite a pity. Ji Xiao licked his lips and ordered a soldier nearby to bring a few people over. He wanted to see what Muir had brought out. The military bigwigs stood in front of a sealed medical room, inside which a soldier whose consciousness had been shattered by the war was screaming. Feed this pill to him. Ji Xiao didn't let his soldiers eat first. Instead, he had them hand the medicine to Muir's soldiers. Only after confirming that the medicine posed no harm would he allow his own men to take it. Once the tranquil heart pill was ingested, the soldier who had been struggling and had a red face gradually became quiet, slowly losing movement. Yixio's eyelids twitched. Was he dead? Chapter 68. The moment of social death, the person didn't die. He was still alive. It was just a brief, fainting spell caused by excessive relaxation of the mind after going through the most painful part of the chaotic period. Less than 3 minutes later, the soldier was called awake. How do you feel? Moore stepped forward, inquiring with concern. The soldier's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he said, "It's simply amazing. I felt like my consciousness was about to shatter, but soon that intense pain stabilized." Moore's expression improved a bit as he gently patted the soldier's shoulder. "Let's do a small check and extract the images." Soon, a doctor arrived with instruments, connecting various professional devices directly to the soldier. The mental map of the sea of consciousness was connected to the large screen in the observation room. Everyone could see that the previously erratic sea of consciousness had now become calm. Although it hadn't dropped to the normal range for a healthy person, it was already a significant improvement for a soldier severely injured by the insect race. Ji Xiao didn't speak. He was struggling intensely. In the end, he made up his mind and instructed the person beside him, "Go find my little sister and let her try this medicine." Major General. The members of the Ge family looked at Ji Xiao in shock. Even the older gentlemen were somewhat surprised. Ji Xiao treated his little sister like a precious gem. Why was he willing to use her for an experiment at this moment? Ji Xiao glared back at them without hesitation. "What are you staring at?" Moore was also a bit surprised, but quickly stabilized the situation. He knocked on a microphone and said in a steady voice, "Since we're going to find someone from the Ge family, it will take some time. Let's first verify other things." The remaining talismans were tested one by one, and even the exorcism array was taken out for demonstration, accompanied by 2 temperature control patches. The once arrogant old men now had serious expressions. If this was a trick, it was just a prank at most. If these items were real and made by the mysterious master mentioned by Moore, the turmoil it would bring to the entire interstellar society was unimaginable. Where was that mysterious master now? The people from the Nebula Legion could no longer contain themselves. They were genuinely interested in the temperature control patches. From the perspective of their station area, the Nebula Legion was mostly stationed in the coldest places, and all methods of warmth required a large amount of energy. The resources consumed just to keep people from freezing to death were nearly depleting their entire military budget. They couldn't retreat from that place. If they did, there would be no planet suitable for combat. And the insect race could sweep across planets for hundreds of thousands of light years. Moore paused and said with a very natural expression, "We haven't discussed the price with that master yet. If the Nebula Legion is interested, based on the relationship between our brother legions, we can certainly offer a discount. The range we can afford is that in the extreme cold star system, we can maintain warmth for at least a month, with a price of 1 to 2,000 per patch." The Nebula Legion gritted their teeth. This price was quite high. Even energy stones were about this price. On one hand, the Nebula Legion wanted to make a profit, and, on the other hand, they saw the portability of the temperature control talismans. After all, in the battle against the insect race, half of the energy of the mechs was consumed for warmth, which was truly exhausting. If the insect race were frozen stiff while their side moved freely, they might be able to deal a significant blow to the enemy. Then I will discuss this with that master now, Moore said nonchalantly, directly opening his light brain to contact Ge Yuan. However, he evidently forgot that the large screen was still on and the mental spectrum had been removed. As he was searching for a smart connection, the screen miraculously connected to Moore's light brain, directly projecting it in front of everyone. Thinking that Moore was going to negotiate in public, everyone focused intently on the large screen, try to find clues to possibly recruit the master for themselves. They had no idea that they were already connected to the large screen. Moore secretly poked Ge Yuan, noticing that everyone's attention was completely not on him. His expression relaxed even more. Then they saw the usually upright Marshal. He opened a chat box named Ge, the Great Demon King, and skillfully sent a fire-breathing dragon emoji. Moore, are you busy? How much is the price for the temperature control talisman? Yes. The older ones were fine and didn't react too much, but some of the younger and more lively assistants were already struggling to hold back their laughter. They didn't expect the usually cold and decisive Marshal to be so cute and adorable in private chats. Just look at how skillfully he sent that emoji. Ge, the Great Demon King. Aren't you giving that away as a gift? Wouldn't charging $100 each make me seem too heartless? The commander of the Nebula Legion, a bearded giant nearly 2 meters tall, was so excited that he jumped out of his chair and slammed his palm on the table. The master is really kind. $100 each? Give me 100,000. This shout made Moore look up in a daze. Turning around at the expectant gazes of everyone, he saw the chat record on the large screen. One moment of social death. In a flurry, Moore closed the projection, adhering to the principle that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, others would be. He maintained a very calm demeanor. Well, since that's the case, let's pay half the deposit first. Almost biting his own tongue, Moore quickly calmed down. If there are any issues when the goods arrive, I will take responsibility. Miss Ge has arrived. Someone knocked on the door of the observation room, and with a please come in, a frail woman was pushed in on a wheelchair. Her face was pale, and she barely managed to show a faint smile to Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao no longer had the arrogant demeanor of a second-generation heir. He proactively placed his hand on the smart wheelchair and personally pushed his sister in, every action filled with careful affection. We're here to let Miss Ge try the new medicine, Moore said politely, while opening the clear heart pill and showing it to Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge Xiao knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. We've already tested the medicine, and the effect was great. Can you try it again, Yuan Yuan? Be strong. The woman in the wheelchair gently raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, and everyone then noticed that her hands and feet, as well as her waist, were shackled with iron chains, clearly restricting her movement. Okay. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan agreed, her expression suddenly turned fierce, and with a violent tug, the iron chain around her waist nearly broke. Before everyone could react, she went berserk, tearing down a steel pipe from the wall beside her and mercilessly stabbing it into her neck. Chapter 69. Stepping on Moo Dog's face and running away. How exciting! Blood almost gushed out instantly. The people present were all veterans from a battlefield, so they naturally wouldn't feel uncomfortable about such scenes. However, the strong smell of blood still made them frown. Previously, they had only heard that the youngest sister of the Ge family had gone mad, but they didn't expect her to be in such a state. No wonder she was the only one back then who identified as a genius with full-level SS. Even in her madness, her strength was not to be underestimated. Sister. Ge Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. He hurriedly took the steel pipe away and immediately pressed her into the treatment pod in the back laboratory. Blood flooded her throat, and Ge Yuan Yuan could only make bubbling sounds. But one could still faintly see hatred and despair in her eyes. Everyone, please don't be alarmed. My sister has a split personality. It might be too many people, and she was stimulated, Ge Xiao said wearily as he stood up, his green shirt splattered with blood. It was clear to anyone with eyes that what stimulated Ge Yuan Yuan was the medication. But no one would spoil things at this moment. The treatment pod worked at full capacity, and in just 20 minutes, her wounds had healed, although there were still some internal injuries left. Taking the Qingxin Dan from Mu Er's hand, Ge Xiao didn't hesitate to forcefully pry open his sister's mouth and stuff it in. Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to vomit, but the moment the medicine entered, it had already dissolved and flowed directly into her stomach. A cool sensation instantly surged out. Her hand still maintained a motion as if she wanted to gag, but the expression on her face turned extremely joyful and comfortable with an indescribable twist. However, she was severely injured and had sustained a fundamental injury in her childhood. Soon, she had no more reaction and returned to her previous silent state, sitting in a wheelchair. Ji Xiao squatted beside her and eagerly asked, "How do you feel? Can you take this medicine?" "Brother." Ge Yuan Yuan only called out this one word and refused to speak again, but for Ji Xiao, this was already a significant improvement. After sending her back, Ji Xiao looked at Mu Er with a complex expression. "Since the verification medicine has proven effective, I propose distributing a first aid kit to each soldier in the Legion. These items can greatly improve their survival rate on the battlefield." Mu Er ignored the warm scene, having no intention of getting involved in the Ge family's grudges. What needed to be done now was merely to connect the military department with Ge Yuan Yuan, achieving a win-win situation for both sides. This thing seems to indeed have some use. The White Tiger Legion pondered, but we cannot rashly discuss this matter. I still need to report it to His Majesty. The Royal Legion completely followed His Majesty's orders. Ignoring the commotion inside, Mu Er stepped out of the observation room and stood quietly by the railing outside. The military office building did not connect to the training ground. The outside view was a gentle sea of forests. Unexpectedly, his heart was not as urgent as before. In the past, he would have undoubtedly suppressed these people with strong measures, even at the cost of offending everyone, to ensure that things were done and take all the responsibility upon himself. But now he had unexpectedly learned a softer strategy. Remembering Ge Yuan Yuan. A smile flickered in his eyes as he suddenly felt like a little dog wagging its tail, serving its master, while wanting all the soldiers under him to enjoy benefits. Mu Er was also unwilling to let Ge Yuan Yuan work too hard, suffer losses, or fail to make money, adopting a completely laissez-faire attitude towards pricing. After a dozen minutes, the people in the room argued out the results. Half an hour later, a list was sent to Ge Yuan Yuan's light brain. Suribu King Xin done. 1,000 exorcism arrays, 500 Qingxin talismans, 100,000 temperature control talismans. Originally, the temperature control talisman, which was the least expected to sell, ended up being the most sold item. However, Ge Yuan Yuan knew that these items were just a small test. Once they confirmed their effectiveness, they would buy them in bulk. The military personnel dispersed privately, and this news quickly reached the ears of various factions through channels. Many speculated about Mu Er's intentions and what kind of conspiracy lay behind it. But none of this concerned the two of them anymore. Mu Er's chaotic period arrived, and he specially made a trip to the Northwest Military Academy to pick up Ge Yuan Yuan to the villa in the suburbs of the capital star. This place had a sense of being their secret base. Ge Yuan Yuan changed into a more casual home outfit, barefoot on the carpet. Mu Er lay on the ground, not far away, his body stretched out in a big letter, tightly pressed against the ground, his military uniform tight, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Do I really have to lie on the ground like this?" Mu Er said in a low voice, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with some anxiety. "This is the best way to absorb the power from the formation and alleviate your chaotic period," Ge Yuan Yuan said, not mentioning that she just wanted to see him like this, holding a glass of juice and half leaning on the single sofa behind her. She casually crossed her legs, lightly swaying her toes. This was her habitual posture from her previous life. Anyone who was subjected to her charm would be completely captivated. Mu Er closed his eyes and endured, but ultimately couldn't help but get up and slap Ge Yuan Yuan's calf hard. "Sit up straight. You look ridiculous like this." Mu Er's gaze was cold and stern, almost filled with a sense of disappointment. After all, with such a cute lowly face doing such actions, Mu Er felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her calf in pain and obediently sat up straight. Only then was Mu Er satisfied to lie back on the ground. The formation activated, gradually transforming into a glow that tightly wrapped around Mu Er, who was stuck on the ground. "You gotten bold, huh? You dare to step on my face and run away? Do you know I care about my dignity?" Mu Er appeared behind her with a dark face, finally seizing the opportunity to vent his long-suppressed anger. Chapter 70. Each going their own way after a while of commotion. The two of them collapsed onto the sofa together. "Can you handle all those pills and talismans?" Mu'er raised his hand and tugged at the exposed hem of Ge Yuan Yuan's clothing. Glancing at the list, Ge Yuan Yuan estimated that if they were to produce in bulk, they could finish in about 3 days. It wasn't particularly difficult work. Ge Yuan Yuan rummaged through her storage bracelet and found that the raw materials might be a bit lacking. Leave the raw materials to me. I'll prepare everything for you as soon as possible. You should stay here for now. If anyone finds out that the pills were refined by you, it might cause you quite a bit of trouble. Mu'er's current mindset was to keep Ge Yuan Yuan hidden as much as possible. Lowering her gaze, Ge Yuan Yuan remained silent. For her in the past, it might have indeed been necessary to stay low-key, but once she succeeded in forming her core, she would basically be able to walk sideways without any need to hide her strength. The raw materials were quickly delivered, and Mu'er personally assisted Ge Yuan Yuan. The underground training room of the villa, due to its ample space, was used as a temporary alchemy room. This time, it wasn't just a few herbs being thrown in. Mu'er needed to toss in thousands of them at once. The temperature in the alchemy room was very high, forcing Mu'er to take off his shirt, wearing only a pair of fitted pants. Sweat trickled down his back, soaking his pants. In contrast, Ge Yuan Yuan remained fresh and cool. She sat cross-legged in place, dividing the herbs into portions with her spiritual sense before starting the alchemy process. The two worked tirelessly for 3 days before finally preparing everything. In addition to the items on the list, I prepared a few extras for you. I will be leaving for a while in half a month. Ge Yuan Yuan cast 2 cleansing spells to relieve her fatigue. After storing everything in her spatial button, Mu'er frowned and looked at Ge Yuan Yuan. Where are you going? With a smile, Ge Yuan Yuan patted Mu'er's head, her expression relaxed. I'm going to my planet. I'm almost at the point where I can advance in strength. That might be what I need there. Looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with deep eyes, Mu'er hesitated for a moment before agreeing. There will probably be a revolt in the extreme cold star system in a couple of days. I can't personally send you over. I'll arrange for someone trustworthy to take you. Mu'er tentatively extended his hand and held Ge Yuan Yuan's palm. The two locked eyes, and Mu'er's gaze lingered on Ge Yuan Yuan's cheek. A month later, Ge Yuan Yuan's brief academic life came to an end. She left the house to be managed by Pu Lan, and with a few belongings, she directly set off for the Demon Extreme Star, formerly known as B786. Ge Yuan Yuan decided to give this nameless planet a unique name. The spaceship arranged by Mu'er was parked at the gate of the Northwest Military Academy. As Ge Yuan Yuan boarded, she saw a lively young man in the cockpit who curiously glanced at her. Marshal instructed me to take you. Please take your seat. We are ready to depart now. Before receiving this confidential mission, He had been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, wondering who the important person he would be picking up was. He didn't expect that when he arrived today, it would actually be a young girl. His gossiping spirit ignited. The Marshal, a single young man, had never been known to have contact with any women. Could this person be the future Marshal's wife? All right, it will be hard on you during the journey. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and nodded at the person in front of her, settling down in her seat. Mu'er's message arrived just in time. Mu'er, I'm preparing to set off for the extreme cold star system today. My capable subordinates are being watched, so I can only trouble you. Ge Yuan Yuan, no trouble at all. Just make sure to be safe. If there's any danger, remember to activate the contract. I've stored a protective shield in the contract. Mu'er put away his light brain and prepared to set off for the extreme cold star system. After their last battle, the insect emperor had vanished without a trace and hadn't appeared on the battlefield since, leaving only the higher-level insect races to occupy the battlefield. The human side basically held the advantage in the conflict. In front of them were hundreds of massive aircraft carriers, each with countless small battle starships on board. Accompanied by the Emperor's command, all soldiers were ready to go. Mu'er boarded the largest aircraft carrier, initiating the Hurricane Legion's expedition. The mothership bore the red emblem of the Hurricane Legion, and one by one, the carriers rose into the sky, soaring into the vast starry expanse, heading towards the Nebula Legion's garrison. At the same time, a small starship departed from the capital star, heading in the opposite direction. The starship landed on the Demon Extreme Star. Ge Yuan Yuan waved goodbye to In.He, who had brought her as a farewell. Once the starship took off, a pack of forest wolves rushed out almost instantly, surrounding Ge Yuan Yuan in the center. Rubbing the Wolf King's head, Ge Yuan Yuan ventured deeper into the planet. The forest wolves were just the outermost layer, and Ge Yuan Yuan's true destination was that mysterious realm. As Ge Yuan Yuan delved deeper, she could sense a powerful aura seemingly tracking her. Pretending not to notice, she communicated with the Wolf King, asking if there were any good iron mines nearby. Whoosh! A shadow darted swiftly past Ge Yuan Yuan from behind. Master, I must speak frankly. The mysterious realm has exclusivity. Only inanimate objects can come and go freely. We spirit beasts and spirit plants that have come out of the mysterious realm cannot return, the Wolf King said helplessly. These spirit beasts were quite unfortunate. They had initially planned to sneak out and gather resources, but didn't expect to be unable to return once they came out. Summoning a small vine, Ge Yuan Yuan comforted it by stroking its green leaves and slipped a small spirit stone into its hand. This was the little vine that had put in a lot of effort when Ge Yuan Yuan subdued the Wolf King last time. A shadow quietly approached Ge Yuan Yuan, and just as it moved, the silly little vine also sprang into action, using its binding skill to almost instantly pin the shadow to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the shadow turned out to be a small snake, its entire body glowing with a greenish hue, looking highly poisonous. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand, wanting to communicate, but unexpectedly, the small snake suddenly lunged, biting down on the area of her palm. The toxin was injected almost instantly. It turned out it was feigning weakness, attempting to launch a lethal strike on Ge Yuan Yuan. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and the Wolf King showed no signs of alarm. Instead, it slightly bared its fangs, as if it recognized the little snake. Ge Yuan Yuan secretly cursed in her heart. Indeed, she had been living too comfortably for too long, even forgetting her basic vigilance. Chapter 71. Golden Core Completion and Entering the Secret Realm in a State of Swaying. Ge Yuan Yuan fell directly to the ground. The Wolf King circled around Ge Yuan Yuan a couple of times, seemingly to confirm whether she was truly unconscious or just pretending. A small snake beside them flicked its tongue. I said, "Oh, bye. Are you really planning to do this?" The small snake bared its fangs, ready to take another bite at Ge Yuan Yuan. I've lived for over 1,000 years. How could I be subdued by a mere human? The Wolf King, no longer the docile creature it once was, became exceptionally fierce, and the surrounding wolves emitted low growls. The little vine remained in place, shaking its branches and leaves, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Just as the small snake's fangs were about to touch Ge Yuan Yuan's skin, she, who had been in a deep slumber, quickly raised her hand and grabbed the snake by its 7 inches. Casually tossing the lifeless snake aside, Ge Yuan Yuan turned to look at the Wolf King. Unexpectedly faced with this turn of events, the Wolf King did not hesitate for a second and quickly knelt down. "Please forgive me this time, Master." It had barely spoken before. With the contract being torn, it collapsed on the ground, its soul scattered. Taking out a dagger, Ge Yuan Yuan swept her gaze over the wolf pack. "Choose a new Wolf King and then submit to me, or you'll end up like it," she said, pointing at the old Wolf King's corpse without mercy. A powerful consciousness and pressure radiated outward, causing the forest wolves to tremble. Eventually, a robust lead wolf stepped forward, voluntarily showing submission to Ge Yuan Yuan. After dividing the old Wolf King's corpse, selecting useful parts, Ge Yuan Yuan rewarded the remaining remains to the lead wolf. Cannibalism was not a rare occurrence for them. After all, the old Wolf King had cultivated for 1,000 years, and both its meat and bones were quite beneficial for cultivation. Stroking the lead wolf's soft fur, Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was exceptionally cold. "Take me to the location of the secret realm. If you dare to play tricks, all the wolf pups will meet a tragic end." Luo Bai was immediately startled, lowering its head submissively and running off into the distance with Ge Yuan Yuan. The secret realm was located at the edge of the planet, on a rather inconspicuous snowy mountain. Surprisingly, the peak of the snow mountain had little snow. It was a gushing volcano with extremely hot lava bubbling inside. "Go back, and come when I summon you." Ge Yuan Yuan dismissed the wolves and sat down instead of entering the secret realm. This planet was not large, and this snowy mountain was the highest point. The lush forests and endless oceans were visible in every direction, showcasing various terrains. With her eyes closed, Ge Yuan Yuan's consciousness became clearer. The realm that had been stuck within her body was now loosening up. The entrance of the secret realm was the place with the densest spiritual energy, swirling around Ge Yuan Yuan as if drawn by a tornado. Countless streams of spiritual energy rushed in her body, flowing through her meridians, then playfully bouncing back out. As the waves of spiritual energy washed over her, Ge Yuan Yuan's meridians continuously widened, bringing pain along with it. The dantian felt like a small pond, constantly expanding until it cracked open. Ge Yuan Yuan suppressed a breath and gathered all the spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy spun inward, compressing, and all the energy in the surrounding air was seized by Ge Yuan Yuan, then transformed into demonic energy. During the transformation, the wasted spiritual energy drifted away. All the sentient plants and animals on the planet raised their heads in unison, staring at the snowy mountain. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, gradually forming a thunder tribulation. Come then, I will condense my golden core right here. Let us see how the heavens stop me. Ge Yuan Yuan opened her eyes, and the thunder tribulation in the sky answered, striking down and instantly dispersing half of the demonic energy around her. This was not the end. The subsequent bolts of thunder followed in quick succession. In just a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan was already in a sorry state. Yet, her eyes shone brighter. The thunder tribulation was both a refining process and a test for her. With the last bolt, which was as large as a tall building, crashing down, the top of the snowy mountain was already a mess. Ge Yuan Yuan gently broke free from the surrounding, still crackling lightning, looking even more radiant than before. In her dantian, a round golden core was spinning. The golden core was formed. She had entered the golden core stage. Casting a glance at the volcano, still spewing lava, Ge Yuan Yuan dove down without hesitation. The lava almost instantly burned away all the excess on her body, looking at her bare head with a hint of sadness. Ge Yuan Yuan could only comfort herself. Now she could consider herself a moderately wealthy lady. She would just buy a new one when she returned. Landing in the secret realm, she rolled on the ground. The demonic energy quickly condensed around Ge Yuan Yuan, transforming into a black dress. This place, referred to as a secret realm, was not particularly large. At the center was a mysterious mansion, with the words Pharmaceutical King Mansion inscribed on it. Ge Yuan Yuan toured the entire secret realm and spotted a tall spirit stone mountain and the core spiritual vein mine in the northwest corner. These should be the original treasures of the planet, Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively said, just as she prepared to claim the good stuff for herself. She realized that the storage bracelet she had crudely refined could no longer hold anything. No way. How am I supposed to transport things if my gear can't keep up? Almost instantly, she fell into despair, feeling disheartened as she strolled around, planning to refine a new storage bag for herself. However, there was basically nothing good around the outskirts. Ge Yuan Yuan then turned her gaze back to the mansion in the center. She walked up and gently knocked on the door. Creak! Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the door slowly opened, revealing the full view inside. Following the central path into the innermost room of the mansion, Ge Yuan Yuan paid no mind to the various high-grade medicinal herbs growing in the fields on either side. Young friend, we are quite fated. An old man with a white beard floated out leisurely from behind Ge Yuan Yuan. He stroked his beard and smiled warmly. Ge Yuan Yuan was startled by this voice, and upon seeing the old man, bowed respectfully. I have met the senior. That's how it should be. Since this secret realm does not allow living beings to enter or exit, it is naturally controlled by someone. I haven't seen a living person for a long time. If no one comes to this secret realm in another 30 or 50 years, I'm afraid this old man's consciousness will dissipate. The old man with the white beard had a lower body made of smoke. He circled around Ge Yuan Yuan twice, furrowing his brow in confusion. You're actually a demonic cultivator, but you have no bloody aura on you. This is truly strange. Ge Yuan Yuan remained neither servile nor overbearing. What if I'm a demonic cultivator? My inheritance is all meant for alchemy cultivators. If you are a demonic cultivator, then you are fated to have no connection with me. The old man with the white beard suddenly changed his expression, waved his sleeve, and flung Ge Yuan Yuan out. Chapter 72. War in the Extreme Cold Star System. May everyone's military fortune flourish. The extreme cold star system is a world of ice and snow. Few animals can survive here, and even humans rely on underground houses to withstand the cold and keep warm. However, this harsh environment has little effect on the insectoid race. Muir, wrapped in a thick cloak, sat in a floating chair holding a cup of warm coffee. According to reports from frontline scouts, the insectoids' movements have decreased significantly compared to before, and they are likely about to launch their final assault before hibernation. The commander of the Nebula Legion unfolded a star chart of the extreme cold star system. A line was drawn crookedly from the edge star, marking the area where the battle against the insectoids was most intense. First, the temperature control talismans that had been ordered previously were distributed to the soldiers, along with protective suits, ensuring that their daily operations would not face major issues. Muir took out the organized talismans from the spatial button. In extreme cold star, people hide underground, but the insectoids' attacks come from the surface. Relying solely on various high-tech devices for ground detection poses significant risks. It is necessary to rotate shifts every hour to ensure everything is normal on the surface. This is the most exhausting time. Many soldiers have developed serious health issues due to prolonged standing duty. The temperature control talismans can expand their range to include mechs, but they also significantly increase energy consumption, reducing the duration of temperature control. Muir places coffee on the table, enlarged the star chart in front of him, and pointed out a specific location. This area required extra attention as it was highly likely that the insectoids would arrange an ambush there. Several officers around listened carefully, occasionally nodding and taking notes. This was merely the calm before the storm. Once the battle began, no one knew how effective the temperature control talismans would be or what unpredictable consequences they would bring to the battlefield. However, having them was better than not. The insectoids had begun moving towards the base, and it was estimated that the two armies would make contact in half an hour. A hurried soldier burst through the door to quickly report the situation outside. Standing up from the floating chair, Muir pressed the spatial button, summoning the thoroughly repaired Hurricane mech, which now glimmered with a radiant exterior. Then let us fight together. May your military fortunes be prosperous. Muir boarded the mech and was the first to charge out of the base. Outside, about 10 kilometers from the base, swarms of insectoids were rapidly approaching. Stretching as far as the eye could see, this was a tide of insects. With a wave of his hand, the weapons originally attached to the mech's back were removed. Two crescent blades gleaming with a strange cold light, reflecting off the surrounding snow and exuding a chilling intent. Muir's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, clearly reaching every soldier's ears. 10 men form a small group, adopt a rectangular formation, rotate constantly. Injured personnel should go for treatment. Hold the line against this tide of insects, and the aftermath will be manageable. Muir's voice was exceptionally steady, lacking any extra encouraging words, yet it made the soldiers' hearts tremble. The black mech stood out starkly against the white snow, and leading the charge, Muir swung the two crescent blades forward. Under the absolute suppression of firepower, the low-level insectoids at the front were almost instantly cleared by Muir, losing 2/3 of their numbers. Many soldiers, witnessing Muir's heroic figure on the battlefield for the first time, couldn't help but feel their blood boil. For the Marshal, for the glory of the Empire, accompanied by loud battle cries, the two camps truly collided. With the banners of the Nebula Legion and the Hurricane Legion flying in the most intense areas of combat. Muir, who was cutting down the low-level insectoids as if they were vegetables, wiped the liquid from the blade and gazed ahead at a flying insectoid with compound eyes. It buzzed incessantly. The insectoids below changed formations in response to its sound, resembling a strategist commanding the frontline battle. Capture the leader first. Muir charged forward without hesitation. Directly closing in on it, he retracted the crescent blades and raised his hand to form an atomic energy cannon, launching a powerful blast at the flying insectoid. With the shell featuring an automatic locking navigation system, Muir retracted the cannon. In this extreme cold weather, even the high temperature of the gunpowder cooled rapidly. Although it was no longer hot enough to burn, it posed a significant test for the gun barrel's lifespan. Muir pulled out a crescent blade and charged forward, slashing at its wings. The high-level insectoid let out a furious buzz, completely enraged by Muir. Despite its shell being as hard as iron, Muir's crescent blade was formidable, nearly severing its wing in half. Foolish humans dare to think they can harm me. The insectoid was extremely furious, directly speaking human language. Muir was not surprised. High-level insectoids could morph into any shape at will, and their ability to communicate was not unexpected. He had once conversed with the Insect Emperor, although the outcome was not satisfactory. "Since you brought troops, you should have expected to die on the battlefield," Muir coldly remarked, then swiftly brought down the crescent blade, ending it completely. Yet, this was merely one commander insect. Countless others were scattered among the low-level insectoids, commanding the entire battlefield. Ordinary soldiers often struggled to distinguish which were high-level insectoids and could easily fall victim to surprise attacks. Muir's expression darkened as he prepared to descend to rescue someone, but was surrounded by several insectoids. "To escape from the Insect Emperor's grasp is your honor. With the Emperor injured, we will take your life as a sacrifice." The high-level insectoids varied in rank. Those daring enough to surround Muir were all above S-class. Even with Muir's formidable strength, the sheer number of opponents made it challenging to manage everything below. The battlefield below was even more intense, with the heaviest casualties among the trainee soldiers from the military academy. These students had only seen insectoids in class or simulated battles, never engaged in real combat. Regardless of their previous excellence, facing a large insectoid charging towards them now left them trembling. "Help!" A trainee soldier in military uniform was terrified as the insectoid charged, rolling on the ground to avoid a lethal blow. "Ge Yuan, run to me!" An old soldier shouted angrily, having just killed the insectoid in front of him, preparing to rescue others. Chapter 73. Recognizing bugs as mothers. New infection methods. The military cap was swept off the ground by the forelimb of the insectoid. Ge Yuan, with his conspicuous yellow hair, rolled and crawled behind the old soldier. Familiar faces could recognize him at a glance. He was a student from the Imperial Military Academy. The arrogant noble senior who had previously made things difficult for Ge Yuan Yuan at the testing point. "Are you hurt?" The old soldier roughly grabbed his arm, looked him up and down, and after confirming that he was not missing any limbs, unceremoniously pushed him forward. "Since you're not dead, keep fighting. Pick up your weapon." Ge Yuan's hand holding the energy gun trembled uncontrollably. He had just witnessed a disgusting bug gnawing on the brain of a deceased soldier. Human brains help them evolve. This is also why, despite heavy losses, they continue to charge at humans. If they could survive the war and consume enough human brains, they might evolve into a higher-level insectoid. Distracted, Ge Yuan almost immediately faced the danger of death again. The old soldier frowned and lunged to save him. Then, he slapped Ge Yuan hard. "If you want to die, no one will stop you," but before he could finish, Ge Yuan pushed him out, and his body was directly pierced by an insectoid. It seemed the giant insectoid hadn't expected such an easy opportunity. It tilted its head, opened its mouth wide, and countless fangs gathered in its maw, crushing the old soldier's head in one bite. I didn't mean to. Ge Yuan Jimbo, striking fiercely at the insectoid that had discarded the old soldier's corpse. He hit its solid shell, causing almost no damage. The insectoid seemed to take an interest in this tiny ant. It leaned down and swallowed Ge Yuan whole. Dark light flashed in its eyes, and after a moment, the insectoid spat him out. Ge Yuan was covered in saliva and slime. His heartbeat and breathing had ceased, but soon they began to weakly resume. He looked into the giant insectoid's eyes, which had turned pitch black, filled with a sense of affection and dependence, and he uttered sounds that were not human-like. "Mother." The high-level insectoid buzzed twice. "Go on, child." A fierce battle temporarily halted as both sides withdrew to regroup, and no one noticed that a small tick had hidden itself in Ge Yuan's yellow hair. It opened its 8 legs, controlling Ge Yuan's body. "Don't be too sad. Although Oldly died to save you, you have become an excellent warrior. He will surely be comforted in heaven." A burly old soldier patted Ge Yuan's shoulder, offering what little comfort he could. After all, death was a common occurrence on the battlefield. Their nerves had become somewhat numb from the stimulation of blood. "Thank you." Ge Yuan's voice trembled, seemingly struggling to master this vocal system. But the old soldier thought he was just scared, and after a few words of reassurance, went aside to enjoy his lunch, unaware of when the next battle would start. In the underground base, Moore took off his shirt, revealing a wound that pierced through his entire back. It was still attached to black magical energy. Your wound is so serious. If the source of the contamination is not removed in time, the consequences could be unimaginable. The military doctor could only disinfect and stop the bleeding of Moore's wound, even daring not to bandage or apply medicine. The presence of contamination would cause the wound to continue to fester. What about the healer? Moore frowned, feeling outnumbered and ambushed. But at the same time, the dozens of high-level insectoids who dared to ambush him had also paid with their lives. They are currently providing group treatment to other soldiers. You may need to wait a while. The doctor hesitated before adding, he may not be able to remove the contamination left by the high-level insectoids. Moore almost involuntarily began to miss Ge Yuan Yuan's abilities. She could easily remove the contamination left by insectoids, making her a significant asset on the battlefield. Marshal, the insectoids have begun their second wave of attack. Ge Yuan Yuan, feeling utterly bored, was banging on the door of that residence. Old man, open the door. I know you're inside. I'm a pill refiner too. Just look at me. The two wooden doors remained unmoving, clearly not welcoming Ge Yuan Yuan. Since persuasion wasn't working, she had to resort to force. Although she was a sword cultivator, since arriving in the interstellar era, she hadn't had time to make herself a proper sword, so she could only randomly pick a branch from a nearby tree. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll chop it down. Ge Yuan Yuan casually formed a sword flower with the branch, as if practicing her skills. A large amount of magical energy surged out, and Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand, ready to deliver a powerful blow. You little girl, I've never seen anyone like you. Of course, I'll open the door. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the old man, furious, his nose wrinkled in anger. Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, dispersing the accumulated magical energy around her, having spent all this effort just to scare the old man. Now that I've entered this secret realm in your residence, you should at least give me something good, right? Ge Yuan Yuan swaggered inside, as if strolling through her own backyard. The old man floated around, furious, watching as Ge Yuan Yuan rummaged through the front hall to the back hall, turning everything upside down. She was thorough in her search. Did a rat come in? Did he have to leave in tears? This storage bag is yours? Not bad, I'll take it. Ge Yuan Yuan expertly raided the old man's place, now having acquired a larger storage bag, putting her in a great mood. Stop taking things. Don't you know to leave something for future generations? The old man followed Ge Yuan Yuan, nearly beside himself with rage, wishing he could just kick her out right then and there. Now that I'm here, no one else can come in. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take it? Ge Yuan Yuan spoke the truth. This secret realm had already detached from the cultivation world. It was likely that for tens of thousands of years, she would be the only one able to enter. At your age, you must have some legacy, right? Do you have any mysterious pill formulas to spare? Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her hands together, clearly wanted to dig up some more treasures. This girl, I really can't do anything with you. The old man cursed as he led Ge Yuan Yuan to a pool in the back. You sword cultivators are all no good. Despite the grievances, he couldn't joke about sword cultivators. In the lotus pool in the backyard floated a corpse that had turned to bones. The old man pointed at the bones with his chin and said, "That's my remains. The precious pill formulas are hidden in the internal scrolls in my hands. Go get them." Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the bamboo tube in the hands of the corpse with a smirk. Chapter 74. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest and still wants to seize control. The old man looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, who was staring at the bones, while the bones were fixated on the bamboo slip in their hands before they sat down. The scene was exceedingly strange for a moment. What's wrong? The old man with a white beard asked curiously, but a hint of tension could be heard in his voice. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly laughed, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "These bones wouldn't be yours, would they?" The old man visibly sighed in relief and confidently circled around Ge Yuan Yuan. "This is my residence. If these bones aren't mine, then whose could they be?" The old man looked at the bones with an unusually nostalgic gaze. It showed no reluctance towards the precious elixir recipe. Taking 2 steps forward, he crossed over the pool filled with precious purple lotuses and reached out to grab the bamboo slip. Behind him, the old man's gaze which was initially ethereal and immortal, gradually turned fierce, subtly revealing a skull shape. Ge Yuan Yuan abruptly stopped his hand and turned to look at the old man. The smoke that had spread out started to coalesce back into the image of the ethereal old man, who asked kindly, "What is wrong?" Stretching a bit, Ge Yuan Yuan confidently said, "It's too far. I can't quite reach it. Is this person mentally challenged?" Suppressing his anger, the old man moved the bones significantly closer. As Ge Yuan Yuan moved, an explosive talisman was directly placed on the corpse, and a massive roar erupted. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the old man no longer pretended. A particularly ferocious skull pressed directly against Ge Yuan Yuan's face, and Ge Yuan Yuan quickly drew out a super-concentrated energy particle cannon, firing it directly into the lotus pool. This thing was immensely powerful and did not require charging. It left the skull dazed, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with fear and uncertainty. "What did you find out?" The skull screamed, directly burrowing back into the corpse. The bones, which had already solidified, now faintly emitted a pearly glow. Clearly, these bones looked quite impressive. Don't think that just because you're a wandering soul occupying a secret realm, you can disguise yourself as an alchemist and deceive me. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled slightly, not firing at the bones, as he considered them already within his grasp and naturally wouldn't want to damage them. However, the skull wasn't something to be easily let go. Casually pulling out a piece of talisman paper, Ge Yuan Yuan pointed with his fingertip, and the talisman was ignited, gradually transforming into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes, fluttering unsteadily towards a corner. Ge Yuan Yuan unhesitatingly fired in the opposite direction. The courtyard, which had a large expanse of medicinal fields, was now in disarray, with precious spiritual plants already thrown into the air. At the very bottom of the spiritual field lay a corpse that could still be considered relatively intact. There was no escaping now. The skull directly emerged, and the once peaceful residence instantly changed its appearance, becoming filled with a sense of death. "Young one, if you remain so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." The skull, carrying a powerful pressure, sent a gust of cold wind rushing towards Ge Yuan Yuan, accompanied by the wails of many souls. As the head of the demonic cultivators, how could Ge Yuan Yuan be frightened by such a small scene? Without hesitation, he broke off a branch and casually waved it, releasing a sharp sword intent that tore apart the cold wind into shreds. With a flick of his wrist, the sword intent transformed into thousands of silver lights, surrounding the skull. With an unstoppable momentum, Ge Yuan Yuan directly pierced through the skull's main body and divine sense, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail. The residence returned to normal, and the originally dark atmosphere gradually faded. It had already fallen into disrepair. The position of the lotus pool was now empty, only covered by a layer of formation. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced over and immediately recognized it as a soul-seizing formation, with the core at the position of the bones. No wonder it was so generous to me, wanting me to take anything, even deliberately stuffing things into my hands. It turned out these items ultimately still belonged to him. Squatting down and reflecting on the formation, Ge Yuan Yuan stood up and entered a nearby dilapidated alchemy room. There should be treasures hidden inside belonging to the original master, rather than traps set by that cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. As Ge Yuan Yuan stepped inside, he was stunned into silence by the scene before him. "I'll help you bandage your wound." Cha Yu braced against the fierce assault from the insect tribe, pulling down an injured veteran. He swiftly dealt with the low-level insect, showing no remorse as he killed, as there was no camaraderie among the insect tribe. The two retreated to the rear, and naturally, other soldiers filled the positions left vacant by them. "Thanks, I didn't expect your progress to be so great," the veteran said gratefully, patting Cha Yu's shoulder. "Just a couple of days ago, you were still a coward. Now you've already saved my life. You're growing so fast." A smile tugged at the corners of Cha Yu's mouth, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly as he forced a smile. "It's all because everyone cares about me that I can grow so quickly." He picked up a bandage and disinfectant alcohol from the side, turning to say, "I'll help you stop the bleeding first." The veteran, unaware of any abnormalities, trustingly exposed his back. A sharp knife slid across Cha Yu's fingertip. and a drop of blood was pressed into the veteran's wound through the gauze. Black gas surged, and the wound on Cha Yu's hand almost instantly disappeared. The veteran remained oblivious, and the wound on his back began to heal slowly. The black mist flashed through the veteran's eyes. The same scene occurred in every corner of the battlefield, unnoticed, as dozens of mother insects completed the implantation of second-generation larvae. Although it was said that implantation could only be done through blood, which had certain limitations, getting injured was a common occurrence on the battlefield. As another wave of the insect tribe's assault receded, in the underground base S conference room, Muir sat at the head, with the commander of the Nebula Legion beside him, as military officers gathered together for a post-war meeting debrief. This wave of insect attacks was fiercer than ever before. Theodore looked somewhat grim. In.He closed his eyes for several days and was now extremely fatigued. Muir also looked unwell, with many red blood vessels in his eyes. A staff officer had compiled the casualty reports from this war, and as Muir looked at the data, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The Nebula commander sighed, forcing a smile onto his face. However, the number of soldiers we lost this time is gradually decreasing, compared to the first insect tide. The number of deaths in the second wave has significantly decreased. Muir's voice was cold as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Where does the reason lie? Perhaps it's due to the effect of those 100,000 temperature control talismans, which greatly increased our soldier survival capabilities, Nebula Commander Oscar said dismissively. Chapter 75. Not failing the Empire, but failing her Mu-Er lowered his gaze. Despite his somewhat emaciated figure, he still carried an indescribable air of nobility. Perhaps it was like this. Mu-Er's voice was hesitant. The instinct of a double S-level powerhouse made him acutely aware that something uncontrollable seemed to have occurred in this battle. Oscar slammed the table, a somewhat smug expression on his face. I said before, our Legion's casualty rate is the highest because of the harsh environment here. He stood up and instinctively pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, rubbed it for a moment, and then stuffed it back, realizing the occasion was not suitable. Now that we have the temperature control talisman, isn't this battle going well enough? He laughed heartily a couple of times, and the frustration that had been lingering on his brow dissipated a bit. Mu-Er carefully examined the casualty report. The extreme cold galaxy experiences a major cold wave approximately every 10 years, and before the year-long cold wave arrives, the Zerg always launches frenzied attacks. This year's offensive was evidently fiercer than in previous years. It shouldn't be like this. Marshal, I have something to say. A healer dressed in a white robe raised his hand. His gentle eyes and the compassion of a healer naturally elicited goodwill. It seems that my abilities have been enhanced. Treating 10,000 injured at once consumes about a third less mental power than usual, and the healing speed has also increased. Raising an eyebrow in understanding, Mu-Er forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart. It seemed that we had the right timing, favorable location, and the support of the people in this battle against the epidemic. As long as we withstand the final wave of Zerg attacks, we can welcome a year of stability. Mu-Er tried to smile. This battle had lasted 3 months. No matter how hard he tried, daily casualties were inevitable. And each one that flickered on the screen represented a vibrant life, the passing of a soldier. Everyone, please go back and rest quickly. Sentinels must pay attention to the movements ahead. It's highly likely that the third Zerg wave will launch an attack early. Mu-Er waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest. Those who could sit here had fought for many days. They faced a stronger enemy and naturally needed more rest. Marshal, do you feel that something is off? Theodore hadn't left. Noticing that the meeting room was emptying, he approached Mu-Er. So far, there seems to be nothing unusual, but my nerves are always on edge. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Mu-Er pressed his fatigued fingertips to his temples. Seeing this, Theodore immediately took the hint and left, giving Mu-Er space to be alone. Opening the holographic device on his wrist, Mu-Er looked at the conversation window with Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge Yuan Yuan had been missing for a full 3 months. Aside from a single message of reassurance when she first landed, there had been no further news. Not only could the holographic device not locate her, but even the contract couldn't trace her whereabouts. The only thing certain was that Ge Yuan Yuan was still alive. The immense pressure made Mu-Er feel almost unable to breathe. But with the frontline situation so critical, even though Mu Air was burning with anxiety. He couldn't immediately go to Mog start a search for Ge Yuan Yuan. All he could do was wait. Yuan. The longing he had deliberately suppressed finally erupted at this moment. Between the Empire and Ge Yuan Yuan, he ultimately chose the former, even with all the emotional bias. The weight of the lives of hundreds of billions of people in the Empire was something Mu Air could not afford to jeopardize. Lying in the sleep chamber, Mu Air closed his eyes. A tear streamed from the corner of his eye, slowly merging with the surrounding nutrient solution. He no longer had time for more rest, and could only rely on the sleep chamber to recover his physical and mental strength more quickly. The Empire must not fall. Ge Yuan Yuan never thought that after being poor her whole life, she could now thrive in interstellar society. In her previous life, she thought she was already rich enough to rival nations, but compared to the resources of the interstellar age, it was merely a drop in the bucket. What shocked her even more was that things she cherished like treasures were considered worthless trash here. They would be thrown out even at recycling stations with a disdainful spit. I really hit the jackpot. In this small alchemy room, countless high-level elixirs were stored. 8 turns soul gathering elixir, 3 pattern foundation stabilizing elixir, 6 sun spirit revitalizing elixir, dragon and phoenix heart calming elixir, and supreme red sun illusion elixir. Just the ones Ge Yuan Yuan could name included many high-level elixirs she couldn't refine herself. Not to mention those that were buried here and gathering dust at the bottom. She didn't know which big shot's secret realm this was. Looking at the unassuming gray alchemy furnace in the center, oh my dear, Ge Yuan Yuan almost instinctively pounced on it. What a joke. Anything used by a big shot couldn't possibly be bad. This alchemy furnace must be a rare treasure. The furnace still bore the former owner's spiritual seal, and when Ge Yuan Yuan tentatively tried to break it, to her surprise, it shattered at her touch. If even the big shot's spiritual energy had broken like this secret realm must have existed for a long time. She hadn't heard of such a realm back in the day. Perhaps while drifting between the universe and wormholes, this secret realm had already existed for more than 1,000 years. Successfully picking up the alchemy furnace, Ge Yuan Yuan unhesitatingly placed the cheap goods she had ordered in the original position of the furnace to mix in. Wow! Ge Yuan Yuan fondly caressed the alchemy furnace. After she re-signed the contract with the furnace, she discovered that it was actually a top-grade treasure of the heavenly rank. If it weren't already damaged, it might have been a divine artifact. Even more impressive was that this was not an ordinary alchemy furnace. It was also a refining furnace. Dual purpose, worth having. Almost instantly, she was struck with an idea. After rummaging through the alchemy room, Ge Yuan Yuan discovered a secret door. It had an extremely complex formation on it, and beside it was a small wooden box adorned with dozens of sealing formation arrays and a self-detonation formation. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged and began to decipher the formation. Given her strength of spiritual energy, breaking this formation was quite taxing, but Ge Yuan Yuan had a cheat device. She took out her holographic device, and with her spiritual energy and the holographic device calculating together, aided by the storage function of the device, the efficiency was much faster than if Ge Yuan Yuan had been working alone. The only downside was that it was evident this secret realm was completely disconnected from the outside world, meaning there was no network or signal here. Glancing at Mu Air's avatar, Ge Yuan Yuan rushed toward the door to the new world without hesitation. Dear little wolf, I'll comfort you when I get back. Right now, what mattered more was the secret realm right in front of her. Ge Yuan Yuan was overjoyed and completely immersed in the intricate formation. Chapter 76. You dare to come home without finding your daughter-in-law? The insect tide in the extreme cold star system has ended. The insect race has retreated to places unreachable by humans, quietly falling into hibernation. Mir finally let out a long sigh. His brow, which had been slightly furrowed for days, finally relaxed. This time we fought a beautiful battle. Oscar's voice was filled with pride. The surviving soldiers around helped each other, starting to clean up the battlefield. Not only did they need to collect the dead bodies, but more importantly, they had to gather the insect corpses, removing the useful parts and burning the useless ones. A few surviving insects from the insect race were also swaying about. The insect race evolves by devouring its kind, and clearly, This large number of corpses was an endless source of evolutionary energy. Although during the war, the insects also tried to retrieve the corpses. Most were still left on the battlefield. "You'll have to work hard today." The captain patted Ge Yuan's shoulder, saying that the others were injured and that the young ones should do a bit more, and he would report it back later. "You can rest assured." Ge Yuan had no objections to the increased workload. He moved around the battlefield, lightly covering the heads of the insect corpses with his fingertips, and streams of black energy flowed into his body. This scene was both concealed and unnoticed. Muir's sharp gaze swept over the soldiers cleaning the battlefield and almost instantly focused on Ge Yuan. With a tense breath that trembled, Ge Yuan pretended to be nonchalant as he dragged the corpses toward the gathering point. "The remaining cleanup work will be left to you, Nebula Legion. I will take the Hurricane Legion back to the Capital Star to rest." Muir withdrew his gaze, planning to return to the Capital Star in a few days. Oscar readily agreed, saying it was a small matter. Besides, the new year was approaching, and it would be good for you to go back and spend time with your mother. Oscar looked at the distant snow-capped mountains, saying he was all alone. Muir then understood, flipping through the calendar on his light brain. Indeed, the interstellar year was approaching. It had been 6 months since Ge Yuan Yuan went missing. With the two legions being so familiar, there was no need for extra words. Muir directly dropped all the affairs in hand, taking a team of personal soldiers and heading straight for Demon Extreme Star. Muir's actions naturally attracted the attention and gaze of many, but they could not fathom his intentions. Even His Majesty learned of Muir's direct journey to Demon Extreme Star. Inside the starship, Muir, dressed in a straight military uniform, bowed to the video. "Your Majesty, good day." "Good day, my child." The elderly man, whose hair had turned gray, looked exceptionally kind, and he winked at Muir, asking if he could tell him what he was doing on that remote planet. Muir hesitated for a moment, then immediately lowered his gaze, scratching his head in a somewhat hurried manner, clearly resembling an unstable youth. This piqued the interest of His Majesty. He had never seen the usually steady young man act so anxious. "Your Majesty." Muir's face bore a hint of embarrassment as he said, "The girl I admire has gone missing here. I need to look for her." Seemingly taken aback by this response, His Majesty paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you to have such a time, being single for so many years, finally giving your mother a break." Muir seemed a bit shy and annoyed, softly saying, "Please don't tease me." He then lifted his head, his gaze somewhat pleading, "If possible, I hope you can send the recent Planet's Guard army to reinforce. She has been missing here for 6 months, and I was on the battlefield." His Majesty raised his hand, gently saying, "As you wish, my child. I hope you find her soon." The video connection between the two was cut off. The kind His Majesty waved to a nearby attendant. "Send out my inspection army to monitor Muir's movements." The attendant nodded. "If it's just looking for someone, help fully. If there is any unusual movement, eliminate it immediately." The decisiveness in his words was completely unlike what one would expect from an elderly man with a smile in his eyes. While still on the flight path, Muir sat quietly in his chair, his face showing a hint of fatigue. He understood His Majesty's intentions, thus giving the other party a legitimate opportunity to supervise him. However, this would inevitably expose Ge Yuan Yuan to His Majesty's scrutiny. Others heard that Muir was traveling thousands of miles for love and even mobilizing the local guard army and scoffed, finding it quite strange. After all, how could that man, who had been single for many years and knew nothing of love, do such a thing? There must be another conspiracy. Regardless of what everyone thought, a large number of armored special defense troops landed directly on Demon Extreme Star. These armored beasts immediately occupied the best positions and began to gradually search the entire forest. "Marshal, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not." The captain of the guard army, after listening to Muir describe the entire process, couldn't help but speak up. "It's very likely that the person you are looking for has already become a corpse of a monster here after being missing for 6 months. Not possible." Muir's expression was exceptionally resolute as he glanced at the still glowing contract, feeling much more at ease. The contract being lit meant that Ge Yuan Yuan was not in life-threatening danger, which was the fundamental reason he could remain calm on the battlefield, waiting to find her after the battle. This search lasted directly for a month. "The day after tomorrow is the interstellar year. Marshal, do you think it's time to let everyone go home for the new year?" the guard army cautiously said. He had watched Muir tirelessly search for a person for nearly a month. He didn't dare to persuade Muir casually, knowing that the person he was looking for could very well be deceased. Let everyone go home. You all have worked hard. Muir forced a smile. Even though he was feeling very anxious at the moment, he could not compel everyone to stay here searching. The contract was still lit, indicating that Ge Yuan Yuan was still alive, so there was no rush for a day or two. The month-long search came to an end. Muir returned to the capital star, exhausted. As soon as he entered the house, he bumped directly into his mother's caring gaze. You searched for a month on a remote planet with your personal soldiers, and didn't he find my daughter-in-law? Yes. Muir tiredly rubbed his forehead. You still have the face to come back for the new year? Muir's mother frowned, casually picking up a broom beside her. How did I raise such a son? Go back and keep looking. Mom. Muir hurriedly shouted, not daring to dodge, and took a couple of hits. Chapter 77. Trading in a bird gun for a cannon after hitting him a couple of times, Mu's mother also began to feel heartbroken. Her son had always been very stubborn and wasn't as lively and jumpy as the younger one. He just knew to endure when punished. She wondered how this child, so obstinate, had managed to find a partner. After muttering a few words, Mu's mother ultimately found no other way and could only let him into the house. Since you're back, you might as well stay until after the new year. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Muir returned to the bedroom. Bang! With a loud explosion, Ge Yuan Yuan stumbled out of the thatched hut, covered in dirt and soot. Help! 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 The clothes on her body were directly burned, turning into a ragged outfit, and the left side even had no pant leg. The spirit of the alchemy furnace floated out lazily, saying, I told you this wouldn't work, but you insisted on trying. Ge Yuan Yuan brushed her hair back, revealing her face, and indignantly replied, It clearly has feasibility. A few months ago, when Ge Yuan Yuan was studying the alchemy furnace, a voice suddenly drifted over lazily. Can you not touch me so lewdly? Almost instinctively, she unleashed her killing move. It was only then that Ge Yuan Yuan noticed a very short, round little boy standing beside her. Why do you always shout about fighting and killing? I'm a spirit. Can't you show some respect? The little boy jumped up in a panic, then posed like an old man with a mature demeanor. Forget it. Since you're still young, I'll let this matter slide. Ge Yuan Yuan unceremoniously grabbed the little boy by the ear, tugging at his round face, still holding a bit of baby fat, and loudly asked, You're a spirit, so why don't you sign a contract with me? No wonder she could easily contract this spirit tool. It turned out that the most important part was not on the spirit tool itself. She didn't know what kind of adventure this child had gone through to be able to split from the alchemy furnace. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. The little boy covered his face and quickly retreated, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan warily, afraid that this woman would pounce on him again. I don't know why, but I lost contact with my body a long time ago, the little boy said somewhat dejectedly. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her chin and seriously said, How about I help you go back? The little boy immediately raised both hands and crossed them in front of his chest. I don't want to go back. If I go back, I'll become a top-tier spirit tool, and the entire secret realm will be in turmoil. After a conversation, Ge Yuan Yuan understood. It turned out that the owner of this secret realm was indeed a powerful being. When he built the secret realm, he was being chased and could only place it in the lower realm. If this spirit fused with the spirit tool, its power would far exceed what was possible in the lower realm, and it might not be able to remain. Thus, they had to be split apart. Even if Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to reclaim the spirit, according to the spirit's own wishes, it preferred to stay in the secret realm, accompanying its master's remains for a long time. That couldn't be forced, but benefits still had to be gained. Ge Yuan Yuan rubbed her hands and directly grabbed the spirit to refine the tool. Although Ge Yuan Yuan was originally a sword cultivator, the energy guns of the interstellar era were just too useful, and she immediately had the idea of refining the energy gun into a spirit tool. Goodness, she faced repeated failures. You don't need to mess around with those unnecessary things. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Can't I refine a top-quality heavenly sword for you? The little boy was a spiritual entity. At most, he would be knocked over by the shock wave from the explosion and wouldn't be as messy as Ge Yuan Yuan. That works. Ge Yuan Yuan deliberately put on a very dejected look and simply lay down on the ground, not moving. I just want a useful treasure. You're clearly so capable. Why can't you make it? Ge Yuan Yuan raised her sleeve, pretending to wipe away tears from the corner of her eyes. Oh no! The little boy became anxious and spun around. Don't cry. As long as you don't cry, I'll agree to anything. The sad expression hidden under her sleeve immediately disappeared. And Ge Yuan Yuan looked up with tearful eyes. Then could you also make me a full set of law robes? Sure. The little boy gritted his teeth and agreed. Ge Yuan Yuan immediately jumped up from the ground, joyfully kissed the little boy. You're simply my favorite baby, wiping the drool off his face numbly. The little boy felt like he'd been tricked, but had no evidence to prove it. Then you can cover all the materials, okay? I came from outside and have nothing. Ge Yuan Yuan spread her hands, completely in a state of giving up. That's fine, but you must leave an equivalent amount of spirit stones afterward, the little boy said seriously. Ge Yuan Yuan frowned, not expecting she would have to leave spirit stones. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's reaction, the little boy almost immediately understood what she was trying to do. He took 2 steps back and instinctively covered the secret room where he stored the materials. Everything else can be negotiated, but you must leave spirit stones. Otherwise, if the spiritual energy here is insufficient, the secret realm will perish, and I will die without a burial place. That makes sense. Ge Yuan Yuan almost instantly came to her senses. This was not the immortal cultivation world. No more cultivators would come in. If there were no spirit stones as a supply for a long time, this little boy would directly disappear after the spiritual energy was exhausted, vanishing along with the secret realm. The two of them got along quite well, and Ge Yuan Yuan certainly did not want to see that happen. She casually took out the largest magic stone from her storage bracelet and tossed it out. Do you think this is enough? That's enough. That's enough. The little boy's eyes curved in delight, clearly very pleased, but he didn't dare to approach the magic stone. It made sense. He was a spiritual entity and naturally couldn't get too close to the magic stone. Now you go help me refine the law tool, and then I'll draw a transformation array for you, and there will be a steady stream of spiritual energy coming out, Ge Yuan Yuan said with a smile, looking very accommodating. Okay. The two of them divided their tasks. One focused on refining the law tool and the other on drawing the array. Clearly, Ge Yuan Yuan was faster. They toiled away for quite some time. Even when Ge Yuan Yuan's consciousness began to feel fatigued, they finally completed the refinement. The little boy's once solid body became somewhat transparent, just drips of blood on it. I need to rest for a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little boy transformed into a beam of light and returned to the array in the dark room. Ge Yuan Yuan carefully examined the freshly made law robes and the spirit sword she had been nurturing. The law robes had a very retro style, with long flowing sleeves that looked ethereal, clearly something that fairies from the little boy's era often wore, visibly elegant and luxurious. The spirit sword was a lightweight sword that emitted a clear, ringing sound upon being held. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the branches she used before and her already tattered t-shirt and jeans. Does this count as trading in a bird gun for a cannon? Chapter 78. The little dog is pouting after waiting for 3 days. The little boy still did not come out. Ge Yuan Yuan knew she was in the wrong. Although she was a tool spirit, her personality was tender and adorable. Even when she made excessive demands, he accepted them all without cutting corners. Thank you for crafting the magical tool. Your reward is placed at the door. If fate allows, I will come back to see you. Ge Yuan Yuan added a little extra to the pile of spirit stones next to it. Although she had the ability to claim this secret realm as her own, she refrained from doing so out of consideration for the little boy. Stepping out of the secret realm, Ge Yuan Yuan was adorned in layers of elaborate hanfu and elegant skirts, exuding an ethereal aura. She casually stored the spirit sword into her dantian, not intending to make it her life sword, as her true life sword was waiting for her in another world. Her gaze pierced through the vast galaxy, and Ge Yuan Yuan's spiritual energy shaped into the form of a small magic sword, which made her feel nostalgic. Just as she emerged from the secret realm, Ge Yuan Yuan was stunned by the commotion outside. Guards and patrol teams and mechs were roaming freely on her planet. What was happening? Instinctively, Ge Yuan Yuan cast an invisibility spell. Before she could activate her light brain, she saw a familiar figure appear before her. A slightly fatigued, Moore was walking through the forest with his deputy. Ge Yuan Yuan tiptoed over and gently tugged at Moore's hand. The sudden touch made Moore widen his eyes in disbelief, staring in Ge Yuan Yuan's direction. Marshal? The deputy looked at Moore with confusion. Are you feeling unwell? After the initial shock, Moore regained his composure and pulled his gaze back from the void. With a calm expression, he said to the deputy, "Follow my orders first. Send a team to search in the southeast direction. You go ahead and take care of things. I'll look around alone." The deputy, not suspecting anything, agreed and left. Moore and Ge Yuan Yuan, who was under the invisibility spell, held hands and walked to a secluded spot. Once the spell was lifted, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly revealed her true form. "What is happening, huh?" Ge Yuan Yuan had just begun to ask when Moore suddenly hugged her tightly. She felt lost, but could sense Moore's vulnerability. Nearly instinctively, she reached out and gently patted his back, soothingly saying, "Be good. What is wrong?" Moore remained motionless, his body tense. After a long moment, he finally released her, his emotions barely stabilized. Seeing Moore's eyes reddened, Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly and took his hand. Asking with concern, "Did something happen?" Moore closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. When he opened them again, there was a hint of helplessness in his expression. He activated his light brain and pulled up the date and time page, presenting it to Ge Yuan Yuan. "You've been missing for a full 7 months. I've nearly gone crazy searching for you." Moore's voice was a bit hoarse. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at the light brain on her wrist and realized it was broken. With the time and date stuck on the day, she entered the secret realm. "I'm sorry." She instinctively apologized, but there was no regret in her eyes. For her, 7 months was just a fleeting moment, especially considering the destruction of her timing device. Moore looked deeply at her and shouted to the other soldiers still searching, "Fall back. We found her." A large group of soldiers on Magic Extreme Star quickly gathered. Ge Yuan Yuan understood that the little dog was angry. Noticing that Moore didn't intend to acknowledge her, she hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up with him. Fortunately, Moore was sensible enough to know that Ge Yuan Yuan's identity could not be easily exposed. He took off his fringed cloak and wrapped Ge Yuan Yuan in it, leaving only her fluffy little face exposed. He picked her up around the waist, walking straight ahead without glancing sideways, while Ge Yuan Yuan struggled to look around and greet the wolf pack. However, Moore firmly pressed her head down, forcing her to bury it in his embrace. "Don't look around." Moore's voice carried a chill, and the surrounding soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to look at the little ancestor in Moore's arms. Ge Yuan Yuan nestled obediently in his embrace, inhaling the scent on Moore, which made her smile unconsciously. Moore looked quite amusing when he was angry. He seemed furious, but in reality, he was just a little dog. "You stay here. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs." Once on the starship, Ge Yuan Yuan was directly locked in a super luxurious room. "All right, but you have to come back quickly." Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand with a handkerchief, tears in her eyes. Then she jumped onto the super soft bed and rolled around. She hadn't enjoyed such comfort for a long time after sleeping rough in the secret realm. News of Magic Extreme Star attracted attention from across the galaxy. Almost the moment Moore called for the troops to regroup, the news flew into the hands of various factions as if it had grown wings. They initially thought Moore was searching for some treasure. To their surprise, he was actually looking for a partner, especially after hearing that Moore wrapped the young girl in his cloak and carried her onto the starship. Many couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Fortunately, Moore was quick enough that no one could see Ge Yuan Yuan's appearance, and naturally, they couldn't know her identity. However, this mysterious woman had caught the attention of various factions, and they began a frantic search for her. After handling the matters outside, Moore opened the door to the lounge. Inside, Ge Yuan Yuan had curled up into a small ball in the center of the bed, fast asleep, clad in a relatively cool pajama set under a silk blanket. "Wake up." After hesitating for a moment, Moore knew he couldn't indulge Ge Yuan Yuan any longer and decisively called her from her slumber. Feigning sleepiness, Ge Yuan Yuan opened her eyes and sat up, her clothes automatically transforming into a more casual, loose t-shirt. She hugged a pillow and tilted her head to look at Moore. It was like a critical hit from a black cat princess. Moore could hardly withstand it. "I have 2 things to tell you. First, this situation absolutely cannot happen again. You've been missing for 7 months. Do you know how worried I was? Unable to sleep at night?" Moore earnestly raised a finger, then made a second gesture. My search for you is far too conspicuous. You are now exposed to the eyes of the entire galaxy. I can secure you for a moment, but I can't protect you for a lifetime. If someone tries to assassinate you. Chapter 79. Fixing a damn immortal. Better go back to repairing mechas. If someone tries to assassinate me, just kill them all. Ge Yuan Yuan interrupted Mu Er's words with ease and directly jumped into his arms. With a look of affection and relaxation, she said, I barely escaped from the time-space secret realm with my life. Please don't be fierce with me, okay? Originally, Mu Er intended to scare Ge Yuan Yuan a little, but upon hearing that she actually escaped from such a dangerous place, he couldn't bring himself to be angry with her. He instinctively raised his hand to ruffle her hair. Mu Er's previously stiff demeanor softened as he said seriously, I really fear for your safety. With your talent, if the insect race discovers you, they will stop at nothing to tear you apart. There were even more dangerous matters that Mu Er didn't mention. After all, nothing was more dangerous than the abyss of royal struggles. If Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't be used by others, she would inevitably be destroyed. I understand, but there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can assassinate me. Ge Yuan Yuan sat up and seriously took out a super large energy sniper rifle from her spatial button. You can shoot me with this. Mu Er, shocked as he stared at the sniper rifle, instinctively swallowed hard, his mind filled with questions. Where did you get this gun? I thought energy guns were quite interesting, so I collected a bunch. Looking at Mu Er's suspicious gaze, Ge Yuan Yuan decided to come clean, feeling quite guilty as she secretly picked at her nails. Okay, I admit these guns were all taken from your collection room. Ge Yuan Yuan blinked innocently. Mu Er was so furious that he gritted his teeth, flexing his wrist as he said ominously, You really have some guts. It's fine to play with these things, but you dare to shoot at yourself? Ouch. Almost instinctively covering her head, Ge Yuan Yuan received a solid knock on the head. She knew it was wrong to secretly take Mu Er's collectibles, but her strength was now enough to not fear any bullets. With her golden core stage and heavenly tear garment, if she couldn't withstand a shot from this sniper rifle, then she might as well give up on being an immortal and return to repairing mechas. Under Ge Yuan Yuan's serious gaze, Mu Er unhesitatingly picked up the sniper rifle. With a flick to his shoulder, he took a standard sniper stance, slightly tilting his head and resting his cheek against the top of the gun. His entire demeanor turned sharp, like a blade drawn from its sheath. As his fingers squeezed the trigger, the powerful recoil made Mu Er shiver slightly, and a bullet shot out from the muzzle, hitting Ge Yuan Yuan. Then, there was nothing more. The ordinary-looking clothes on Ge Yuan Yuan instantly became incredibly tough and soft, absorbing the bullet's force completely before gently spitting it out. Mu Er was left dumbfounded, even staring in awe at Ge Yuan Yuan's clothes. He carefully reached out to touch it, saying in utter ignorance, What kind of treasure is this? My goodness, this works. Do you want it? Ge Yuan Yuan tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of smiles. Nodding furiously, Mu Er stared at Ge Yuan Yuan eagerly, hoping she would take out something to give him as a gift. With this, the negative emotions from Ge Yuan Yuan as his 7-month disappearance had almost completely vanished, and Mu Er transformed back into a silly little dog. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and patted Mu Er's head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. No wonder everyone likes puppies. Who wouldn't like such a gullible little dog? No, if you want it, I'll make you one when I go back. Ge Yuan Yuan retracted her hand, wrapped herself in the blanket, and displayed a posture of wanting to sleep, trying to escape. Oomph. Mu Er let out a heavy huff in frustration, but didn't dwell on it. He could now vaguely sense that Ge Yuan Yuan's origins and background were extremely mysterious. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that, unbeknownst to him, Ge Yuan Yuan had rapidly grown in strength. Once we land, you'll spar with me in the training room. Mu Er's gaze sharpened. If you show me you have some self-defense ability, you might need to be publicly revealed. How do you want to reveal me? Ge Yuan Yuan turned her head, her entire body wrapped in the blanket, revealing only a fluffy head. My thoughts aren't important. It depends on which identity you want to reveal. Healer, military academy student. Or, my fiancé. Mu Er was very serious, giving Ge Yuan Yuan various options. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that after a few days apart, this kid had become so bold. Now, he could casually mention fiancé. What did I say? I was engaged to you. Ge Yuan Yuan blinked innocently. A starry smile appeared on Mu Er's face. After your genetic test results came out, the Luo family came to the school looking for you because the missing young lady from the Luo family was already pregnant when she left. So, you're likely to be their bloodline. Even though the age doesn't team match up, the young lady went missing over 30 years ago. I found this interesting, so I sent someone to investigate. Regarding her origins, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care much. After all, she had essentially taken over this little girl's body. And if the girl had suffered any injustice before, she could reclaim it without it affecting her own mindset too much. The events back then are quite complicated. When I return, I'll send you some information. The only thing we can confirm now is that you were placed in a healing chamber due to congenital deficiencies and frozen for 10 years. Ge Yuan Yuan looked up in confusion, and then she watched as Mu Er's expression gradually changed to excitement, a smug eyebrow raise. Mu Er stretched out his hand to pat Ge Yuan Yuan's head. So you're 26 years old now, little friend. Clearly, Ge Yuan Yuan still didn't understand Mu Er's inexplicable excitement. Seeing her genuinely confused, Mu Er had to clear his throat lightly. Picking up what little pride he had left, this means I can legally sign a marriage contract with you. Oh no. Ge Yuan Yuan instantly realized that this damn interstellar law stated all citizens become adults at 18, meaning Mu Er, this over 100-year-old old monster, planned to chase after young grass. But when did I say I wanted to marry you? Ge Yuan Yuan blinked innocently. Chapter 80. Ambiguous Statements. Mu Er is a scumbag, have you forgotten? You were forced to be tied to me, but I could completely choose to ally with other forces. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. She even reached out her fingertip to poke Mu Er's collar, her smile bright. So why should I sign a marriage contract with you? Mu Er's expression gradually turned stern. He had indeed forgotten that Ge Yuan Yuan could choose other forces and was not solely dependent on him. Instead, he had signed that inexplicable contract with her and mistakenly believed they were trapped together, which was truly pitiable. So what do you plan to do? Mu Er's voice was cold, but his hand movements remained gentle. He gently stroked Ge Yuan Yuan's hair, feeling something dark and ominous begin to sprout within him. Regardless of Ge Yuan Yuan's current strength, his title as a war god was earned through bloodshed, and he had also escaped from the Insect Emperor. When the two of them clashed, he might not be without the strength to fight back. You come over, and I'll tell you. Ge Yuan Yuan's relaxed smile didn't waver in the slightest. She remained carefree. She beckoned Mu Er with her fingertip, signaling him to come closer to her ear. Watching Mu Er, who was clearly radiating coldness yet still obediently approached her, Ge Yuan Yuan's smile widened. Of course, I want to be with my little dog, right? Mu Er's severe expression softened somewhat, but he still understood that Ge Yuan Yuan had the right to leave at any moment. Breathing softly into Mu Er's ear, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with laughter, yet her words were like thunder. Mu Er, you want to bind me to your side with a marriage contract because you like me, right? How is that possible? Mu Er suddenly stood up, his breathing noticeably heavier. A wave of panic rising in his heart. He wanted to deny it, but didn't know what to say. Every event since they met was tinged with ambiguous undertones. Even this grand search for Ge Yuan Yuan's whereabouts was an irrational act. With a cold expression, Ge Yuan Yuan sat on the bed, her hair slipping slightly, creating a disheveled beauty. She parted her lips, seemingly puzzled. So what do you want to do? Mu Er, what do you want to do? The consecutive questions left Mu Er utterly speechless. He didn't even know what he wanted to do. Perhaps it started as mere amusement, but it had spiraled out of control. Feeling increasingly flustered, Mu Er hurriedly stepped back, inadvertently tugging at a strand of Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. I'll go check the patrol. You stay here. Mu Er turned to run, genuinely unsure how to handle the current situation. He felt completely at a loss and even worried that Ge Yuan Yuan might say something he couldn't accept, shamefully choosing to escape. Being ambiguous with me, yet not daring to admit it, isn't that scumbag behavior? Ge Yuan Yuan tossed out this remark before burying herself in the blankets. A door now separated the two. Mu Er wandered aimlessly down the corridor until he reached the cockpit, quietly sitting at the table, gazing at the brilliant starry sea ahead. Unsure of what he was thinking, As for Ge Yuan Yuan inside the room, she was not troubled by this matter at all. Having navigated the emotional battlefield for years and being trained in the art of the emotional sword, she clearly saw Mu Er's current behavior. The reason she brought it up today was simply that she felt Mu Er had crossed a line. To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan was someone who disliked trouble, especially when those close to her caused it, which further soured her mood. Mu Er seemed to be trending toward a dark transformation. If she didn't stop him now, when would she? Suddenly, an explosion was heard outside the spaceship, and a loud rumble shook the entire vessel. The piercing alarm sounded. dog.Ge, dog.Ge. The cabin has sustained 40 damage, and the power core is compromised. Please initiate emergency landing immediately. The mechanical voice continued to broadcast. Ge Yuan Yuan's drowsy state was instantly shattered. The area of damage to the spaceship was still expanding, and Mu Er had begun directing the entire starship to move, trying to resolve the crisis as quickly as possible. Report, Marshal, there are no traces of meteors around. Report, Marshal, there is no floating space debris in the vicinity. Various reports came in one after another, and Mu Er discerned useful information from them, seeking the true cause. It must be man-made, dressed in loose pajamas. Ge Yuan Yuan pushed open the command room door and quietly looked at Mu Er. Frowning instinctively, Mu Er asked, "What did you discover?" "There's something around us. I can feel countless things gnawing at the starship." The violent impact earlier was them breaking something, causing a small explosion. Ge Yuan Yuan walked into the room. Standing beside Mu Er. Immediately send 2 repair teams to check the damaged areas for repairs. Mu Er quickly changed tactics, adding that 2 mecha teams should go out to check as well. After assigning the tasks, his subordinates executed the orders. However, the situation was evidently more urgent. As the hatch opened, the first repairman to jump out screamed, followed by a piercing buzzing sound. It was almost certain now that they were being targeted by the insectoids. The fastest repairman had already fallen into the dangerous void of space, likely leaving no trace behind. Those behind tried to close the hatch as fast as possible. But a horde of insectoids crashed in. The magic extreme star was already in a remote location, and now everyone was on their way back. Having just set off not long ago, it was entirely normal for the insectoids to catch them. Can you protect yourself? In a moment of urgency, Mu Er no longer cared for anything else. He quickly shoved an energy gun he carried into Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, his face exceptionally determined. Prioritize protecting yourself. If it comes to it, find a room to hide. The machines and broadcasts roared incessantly. Warning, warning, energy is critically low. The mechanical female voice endlessly reported, highlighting how dire the spaceship's situation was. It would take at least 2 days to reach the nearest planet, and there was no immediate way to rescue them. They might not even escape. Power systems have been cut off. Lighting systems have been shut down. Electrical systems have collapsed. All personnel must evacuate the spaceship within 15 minutes. Self-destruct will be initiated. Chapter 81 Encounter with the Insectoid Hurricane was directly released from Moore's spatial button. All soldiers on the ship equipped with mechas had already donned their suits. Before the ship's detection system went haywire, the last image transmitted back showed many pitch-black small bugs surrounding the ship, frantically devouring its outer shell. Fortunately, this ship was mostly filled with combat personnel. One by one, they rushed out to engage in close combat with the insectoids, trying to protect the starship. After all, in this vast universe, the starship was the foundation for everyone's survival. Without the ship, relying solely on mechas would make it impossible to reach the nearest star system for rescue. "Get into my mecha!" Moore shouted, directly pulling Ge Yuan Yuan into the cockpit. Sitting in the dual pilot seat, Ge Yuan Yuan obediently did not move, uncertain if any of her actions would affect Moore, who was fighting. Damn it! Moore's voice was somewhat angry. He wasn't sure if these insectoids had come prepared or if they just happened to wander into him in the universe. But what was most troublesome about these devourers was that they could completely consume the metals that made up the ship's outer shell, leading to suffocation and death for those inside. The oxygen storage in the mecha was limited. If they couldn't quickly resolve the situation and restore some navigational capability to the ship, it would be tantamount to waiting for death. Fortunately, the other guard ships that Moore had called for support were not far away and would arrive soon. "I'll go kill them." Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand to unfasten her seatbelt. Aside from that battle on the junk planet, she had not actually fought the insectoids. However, given that all the soldiers' combat capabilities in the universe were no match for hers, she was the best choice. No, more pressed down on Ge Yuan Yuan's hand. His eyes had a hint of crimson, and countless commands were instantly fed back. In the starry sky, the black mecha was inconspicuous, but its assault was exceptionally strong, almost instantly wiping out half of the surrounding devourers. Unable to use energy cannons directly against these insectoids for fear of blowing up the ship, Moore had to resort to cold weapons to kill them one by one, which was quite labor-intensive. Other soldiers followed suit, seeing that the current situation was almost under control. Ge Yuan Yuan felt reassured sitting in the mecha, bouncing around with Moore. This feeling of soaring like a flying sword made her feel somewhat nauseous. When she rode someone else's flying sword, the thing she hated most was those who showed off by bouncing around. Unfortunately, they were in a battle now, and it wasn't something Moore was doing intentionally, so Ge Yuan Yuan could only tough it out. She had originally planned to stay out of this battle, but feeling somewhat dizzy, she extended her consciousness. Those little creatures were still diligently devouring, unaware that they had fallen into Ge Yuan Yuan's trap. With just a slight poke of her consciousness, the little bugs became dazed and confused, subsequently getting their heads blown off by the soldiers. With Ge Yuan Yuan's assistance, these devourers were quickly dispatched. Cool me. Cool me. A strange voice suddenly rang in her ears. Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively looked up, but there was nothing in the void, and everything around her seemed normal. Did you hear any sound? Ge Yuan Yuan tilted her head to ask Moore, who was closest to her. No, if you're feeling unwell, just close your eyes. The mecha suddenly made a sharp 360-degree turn, and Moore drew the crescent blade from behind, slashing at a huge flying insectoid coming toward them. The battle here had already lasted too long. The insectoids had also received the news and were swarming toward them. Ge Yuan Yuan blinked, not believing she had misheard. There must be something in the void, invisibly calling to her. The battle ended quickly. Before the starship was chewed to the point of being unable to fly, all the devourers had been eliminated. Ge Yuan Yuan floated in the mecha in midair and looked back. The starship was slowly descending, its power system completely unusable, and the area meant for energy storage had been chewed through, exposing a large hole. Countless energies poured down into the void. These energies were bright, crystalline white, splattering out in a stunning scene. The repair team quickly rushed in, doing their best to temporarily fix it. Moore pressed the communication button, and several white mechas that had been hovering around moved, drifting in front of the starship, until the starship was repaired. These people certainly couldn't get back on board to add any burden. Everyone quietly hovered, waiting for the mechas to be repaired or for the nearest reinforcements to arrive. Watch out! Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively slapped the control button in front of her, causing the mecha to uncontrollably lurch forward. When Moore turned back, the spot where they had been standing was suddenly crossed by a pair of enormous insectoid pincers. The soldiers present hadn't seen clearly what had happened. They only saw the hurricane suddenly surge forward, followed by an ambush from the insectoids. They immediately poured in. This time, they didn't worry about damaging the starship. Almost all energy projectiles were thrown at the ambushers without concern. They finally vented the anger from using cold weapons earlier. Your reaction was quite quick, unexpectedly so. Moore raised an eyebrow. He had, of course, noticed the earlier ambusher almost simultaneously with Ge Yuan Yuan. However, Ge Yuan Yuan's actions were a bit faster, causing the mecha to lunge forward and interrupt Moore's counterattack. After all, they had been learning about how terrifying the bugs were in class every day, so caution was necessary. Ge Yuan Yuan also belatedly realized that she might have interrupted Moore's action. To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan had not fought the insectoids much since entering the interstellar era. There weren't many practical simulation classes on mecha repairs against insectoids. And Ge Yuan Yuan was also a truant who hardly ever attended school. Truant. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly turned her head and grabbed Moore's arm. I've been expelled from the Northwest Military Academy. She raked her hair in frustration, completely not expecting to stay on Magic Extreme Star for so long. She hadn't gone to school for nearly a year. Would she really face the embarrassing situation of having nowhere to study? Moore's face stiffened. He had only been thinking about how to find Ge Yuan Yuan quickly and had completely forgotten that she hadn't taken a leave of absence. His voice was somewhat vague as he numbly replied, "Don't worry, the new student assessment for the next cohort might be in 2 months." Damn, Ge Yuan Yuan thought 100 times in her heart. She had just happily gone to upgrade her equipment. How did it suddenly turn into a situation where she couldn't attend school? Chapter 82. Acting cheap in front of the Marshal as people walk in the northwest. Their souls float in the sky. Ge Yuan Yuan, trembling with fear, entered Director Hu's office. There was no other choice. Anyone who had mysteriously disappeared for nearly a semester and then reappeared at school would feel guilty. She gently knocked on the door and saw Hu handling a pile of documents at his desk. "Come in," he said without even looking up. Almost shuffling step by step, Ge Yuan Yuan approached Hu and whispered, "Director Hu. Long time no see?" Hu looked up in shock. The impact of the moment was beyond words. The feather pen he was holding fell onto the documents, and in his astonishment, half of his little mustache fell off. "You still know to come back? You have the face to show up?" Ge Yuan Yuan was equally shocked, staring wide-eyed and exclaiming, "So your little mustache is fake?" What a focus on the key points. Suddenly standing up from the desk, Hu looked Ge Yuan up and down with a very displeased expression, slightly furrowing his brow. "Where have you been? Don't you know to say something?" Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit guilty, picking at her nails. On the way here, she had already concocted a story with Mu. "I didn't have a place to go during the break. So I went traveling and accidentally ran into a sudden wormhole and got thrown into a time-space turbulence." Embarrassed, she laughed awkwardly, showing 8 teeth. "I just got found. To prove her words, Ge Yuan Yuan took out the already broken light brain and handed it to Hu. "Look, the date on my light brain is still from the last vacation." Hu didn't even glance at it, tossing it aside onto another table. He crossed his arms and looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a very impatient expression. Silence was the theme of tonight's Cambridge. Ge Yuan Yuan was so awkward that she didn't know what to say, her toes already forming a 3-bedroom, 1-hall apartment. "Don't think of fooling me. Once you get caught in time-space turbulence, it's not easy to get out. Didn't you see that the Marshal is still looking for his missing little wife?" The rumored little wife was indeed charming, making her scalp tingle with embarrassment. Why does the entire galaxy know that the Marshal is looking for his missing little wife? Can't this man keep his mouth shut? Could it be that the rumor is true, that everyone knows she is married except for her? With his back to the office door, he was talking about gossip with great enthusiasm, completely unaware that Ge Yuan Yuan was about to rush over and cover his mouth. This Marshal is also ridiculous. Just back from the battlefield in the extreme cold star system, he immediately turned the world upside down looking for someone, and the whole galaxy thought he had gone mad. TSK. Hui's conversation drifted off, completely ignoring the real reason Ge Yuan Yuan had come to find him. Having been single for over 100 years, now that the iron tree was blooming, he must be starving for affection. Hui frowned, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan strangely. "Did something get in your eyes? Why are you twitching?" Desperately hinting, Ge Yuan Yuan let out a helpless sigh. "Director Hu, safe travels. I've already saved you." A bewildered Hui turned around, and there stood the Marshal, wearing a silver mask behind him. That cold, merciless mask signified his impending doom. And Marshal, Hui nearly lost his footing, hastily steadying himself by grabbing the chair. "Am I mad? The iron tree blooms, and I'm starved for affection?" Every word from Mu felt like a hammer striking Hui's heart. It's over. Instinctively swallowing, Hui felt as if he could be taken away for a feast. Mu and Hui were not strangers, to be precise. They had met many times at banquets or large military conferences. However, they had no personal relationship. Therefore, Hui's impression of Mu remained that of an objective, Cold War god. Now, having foolishly acted in front of him, Hui's heart trembled. How could I dare to say that about you? Now, it was Hui's turn to awkwardly curl his toes into the ground. It was all my fault for not being able to control my mouth. Heaven and earth can witness that holding back laughter is very uncomfortable, okay? Ge Yuan Yuan looked everywhere, but dared not look at the two in front of her, fearing she would laugh out loud on the spot. "I'm here regarding Ge Yuan Yuan's truancy." Mu directly sat down on the central sofa, adopting an imposing demeanor, and Hui didn't dare show any dissatisfaction, quickly moving a small stool to sit beside Mu. I wonder what instructions you have. In a state of complete unease, Hui now didn't dare to speak easily. At this moment, his brain finally started functioning, remembering that Ge Yuan Yuan was still standing beside them. After lingering on them for a while, Hui realized, could it be that Ge Yuan Yuan is the legendary little wife? Damn, what was he doing just now? Ge Yuan Yuan's truancy was also due to unavoidable circumstances. So I came to see if I could help her retain her student status. Mu Er, who was clearly sitting, nevertheless exuded an aura of 3 meters and 8, delivering the most intimidating words in the coldest tone. Even though each word was understandable, when combined, they carried an inexplicable pressure. According to the regulations, she should have been expelled, but since Ge Yuan Yuan had already completed this semester's content in advance, as long as she passed a review exam, she could continue studying with her current grade. Hui stared at Mu Er, unsure if this answer would satisfy him. Although he was known for being iron-faced and unfeeling, there was a little room for leniency in this matter. At worst, he could make an exception. Mu Er flipped through the documents on the desk, remaining silent. The sound of paper sliding was like a slow death in Hui's heart. He suddenly realized what document was on the table, a notice of expulsion regarding Ge Yuan Yuan. This document is dirty. Let me help direct her who dispose of it. Although Mu Er's tone was relatively mild, the ability he unleashed directly turned the paper into fragments, which were then all thrown into the trash can. Could Hui have any objections? Did he dare to have any objections? In the end, it was Ge Yuan Yuan who stepped in to smooth things over. She couldn't bear to see Hui in such a state of anxiety. After all, they had some feelings for each other. Mu Er, since my student status issue is resolved, you can go back now. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, putting on a delicate, weak appearance. I can handle the rest on my own. Almost patting her chest, Hui immediately responded, Go, if you have difficulties, I will help you immediately. Mu Er's gaze, cold and piercing through the mask, finally agreed to Ge Yuan Yuan's words. All right, then I will go back to report to His Majesty. Chapter 83. A lowly emerges from the monk temple long before the two returned. They had already discussed it. Since the news was already out, everyone in the galaxy believed that the Marshal was searching for his long-lost fiancée, E. So they decided to make this matter real and conveniently bring Ge Yuan Yuan into the public eye. A mecha repair technician studying at the Northwestern Military Academy, a commoner, even if somewhat of a genius, posed no threat to the various factions. As long as they didn't reveal Ge Yuan Yuan's identity as a healer, they could achieve a near-perfect balance. Coincidentally, Ge Yuan Yuan had no desire for fame. She simply wanted to sell some pills and talismans, prioritizing military supply if Mu Er had a demand. Otherwise, she would sell directly to civilians or higher teams. To Ge Yuan Yuan, all beings were equal, with no distinction of high or low status. As long as she was paid, she would sell to anyone. Next, you would be in the spotlight, and there would likely be many banquet invitations. If you want to go, go. If not, just refuse. Mu Er's voice carried some pity. The nanny he had treasured for so long was now to be exposed to the world. Fortunately, she was using the identity he had given her. Even though he hadn't yet figured out his feelings for Ge Yuan Yuan, for Mu Er, confirming them without clarity felt even more wrong. This led to the situation where, although they had the title of fiancé publicly, they had made no real progress behind the scenes. Let be. Mu Er could be a scoundrel if he wanted. He simply lay back and accepted it, having successfully regained his student status and nervously sent off the plague god. His gaze toward Ge Yuan Yuan became even more complex. What a talent. With your background, why come to our Northwestern Military Academy instead of going directly to the Imperial Military Academy? Hui muttered as he began to arrange Ge Yuan Yuan's return to school. Comfortably seated on the big sofa, Ge Yuan Yuan lifted her head at his words and casually pulled down a grape from the reception desk. My target school has always been the Imperial Military Academy. It was you who forcibly dragged me here. I just wanted to see what this old man was teaching. I had to experience it, so I came. What a sin. Hui now regretted glancing a bit too long during the exam, inadvertently inviting a student who could kill him with a glare. Since you're back, there happens to be a small competition within the academy, mainly to select candidates who can participate in the subsequent joint military competition of the 5 military academies. He pulled out a registration form from the bookshelf and handed it to Ge Yuan Yuan. The implication was quite clear. Let Ge Yuan Yuan practice on the competition stage. After all, the Marshal had experienced countless battles, and if Ge Yuan Yuan turned out to be weak, it would be a disgrace to their Northwestern Military Academy. By the way, Director Hu, I recommend you strengthen the school's recent security. There might be quite a few troublemakers coming. Ge Yuan Yuan looked, showing her big white teeth. Surely many would come looking for her. Let her see who arrives first. Get lost early. Hui pointed to the door. Holding the registration form, Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at it. The competition system within the campus consisted of individual matches, team matches, and arena matches. Essentially, it aligned well with the military competition system, simulating the battlefield. Individual matches were out of the question, as they were for mechas in combat. Or rather, all the competition systems were prepared for individual mecha soldiers, with mecha repair technicians merely being an auxiliary force. In a real battle, the individual soldier had to go first. The only competitions Ge Yuan Yuan could participate in were the team matches and arena matches, along with repairing mechas during the review. The team match required 6 participants. With Ge Yuan Yuan and Pu Lan counted as 2, the remaining members were still to be recruited, so she could only hope Pu Lan had already formed a small team. This would save Ge Yuan Yuan some trouble. Raising her hand, Ge Yuan Yuan sent a message to Pu Lan. I'm back at school, where are you? Mecha Individual Training Ground. Underground Simulation Training Room 306. Pu Lan should be practicing, as she sent a voice message back, sounding out of breath. While asking for directions, she found Pu Lan's location. As the most talented individual in this year's Mecha Soldiers, Pu Lan enjoyed the best treatment. In other words, her training ground was particularly spacious. Beside Pu Lan, there were a few scattered individuals inside, either sparring or resting. Ge Yuan Yuan's arrival almost attracted everyone's attention. Wow, girl. One individual drinking water was so stunned he stared blankly, nudging his buddy beside him, saying, "Pinch me. I must be dreaming, right? How could our mecha individual training have such a cute cat girl?" The person sitting next to him was equally excited, poking his buddy. "It must be my handsome reputation that has spread to other departments. This girl must be from the potion department, here to confess to me. Look, she is coming over." Ge Yuan Yuan looked curiously at the 2 awkwardly sitting big guys. Are individual soldiers this narcissistic and strange? She walked to the arena and saw Pu Lan wearing virtual detection gear, engaged in a simulated battle. Pu Lan's leaves were adorned with blue holographic glasses. Obscuring her view of reality, she could only see the simulated system's insectoids. Even without physical combat, Pu Lan's style was quite impressive. Clearly a mature woman. Yet her strikes were exceptionally fierce, and her main weapon was a heavy sword. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Pu Lan finished her battle and flashed a big smile at Ge Yuan Yuan. "You're here." Pu Lan jumped down from the arena. "Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. I was worried. Encountered a little mishap, but I'm back now." Ge Yuan Yuan briefly brushed over the matter. "Come on, everyone gather around." Pu Lan picked up the heavy sword from the ground and struck the arena, the loud sound drawing everyone's attention. A group of people gathered around in 2s and 3s. "This is our team's mecha repair technician, Ge Yuan Yuan. Get to know each other." As soon as Pu Lan finished speaking, the duo who had been sitting by the roadside earlier gasped in shock. Obviously, it was astonishing that such a beautiful girl was a mecha repair technician, and even more shocking that she was their team's mecha repair technician. Oh my goodness. Didn't they say repair technicians are older than us? How could there be such a beautiful girl? It was well known, mecha repair technicians were like monks, and mecha soldiers rarely saw girls. Yet here, in the monk temple, they managed to gather both a lowly and a mature woman, and both were in their team. It was truly miraculous. Chapter 84. Ge Yuan Yuan. It was obvious that this group of people was centered around Pu Lan. "Hello, girl. My name is in.He, and I play the role of a defender in the team." The first to greet Ge Yuan Yuan was the one who had been drooling by the roadside earlier. "Zhuang Wu, Commander." A serious young man nodded at Ge Yuan Yuan, clearly very reticent. Another member of the duo, squatting on the ground, flashed a silly smile at Ge Yuan Yuan. "It's my turn. I'm Shui Yuhang from the left wing." "I'm Qin Xioming from the right wing. Nice to meet you." Another seemingly introverted young man extended his hand to Ge Yuan Yuan. Although everyone's personalities were different, their attitude towards Ge Yuan Yuan was uniformly friendly. The entire team consisted of 6 people. Pulin was the forward attacker, protected in the middle with the commander Zhuang Wu and the mech repairer Ge Yuan Yuan, with Bianqi at the rear and Qin Xiuming and Shui Yuhang on the left and right sides. This could be considered a low-spec version of a team. They currently lack the ability to form a high-spec 12-person team, which could easily lead to being overwhelmed by the enemy due to insufficient coordination. I got the list for the internal military selection competition. Have you all signed up? Ge Yuan Yuan took out a form from her storage bracelet and placed it in front of everyone. Several people gathered around the table and reached for the form from Ge Yuan Yuan. Pulin smiled. You are quite well informed, having just returned and already getting your hands on the competition registration form. We have only just issued the competition notice, and the registration forms haven't even been sent out yet. Shui Yuhang smiled, revealing a small canine tooth, looking quite cute. I saw it when I was at the principal's office handling paperwork, so I brought a couple of forms back. Let's all fill them out together, and I'll submit them later. Ge Yuan Yuan elegantly wrote down her name. Filling out the registration form took only a few minutes, and everyone was done. Although the information technology was quite advanced now, some primitive documents were still kept in paper form. No wonder they never let us recruit this year's repairman. It turns out the captain has already secretly reserved the best one for us. Shui Yuhang was quite lively and quickly struck up a conversation with Ge Yuan Yuan, which made her feel a little closer to him. Now that everyone is here, why don't we train together? Pulin suggested, looking at everyone. After all, nothing could bring people closer than an exhilarating battle. As everyone started putting on their holographic helmets to prepare for combat, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly remembered that the holographic helmet she had bought at great expense had yet to be used and had been left in her dorm room. It seemed she would have to go back and study it. This is my first time using a simulation device. You'll have to teach me more. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled generously, not hiding her lack of experience. After all, if she didn't clarify this now, it would only be her who would embarrass herself once the real battle started. After waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to familiarize herself with the equipment for 2 or 3 minutes, everyone stood together in a hall, waiting for the captain to choose the difficulty level. Just after entering the virtual training device, Ge Yuan Yuan was still a bit unaccustomed, as it essentially mimicked reality one-to-one. She took 2 steps forward and almost fell. The sensation of controlling her body with mental power felt somewhat novel, but fortunately, her basic training in piloting mechs allowed her to master it quickly. Since it's everyone's first time cooperating, I'll choose a medium difficulty level. The number of insectoids we need to kill is about 60. I hope everyone follows the command. Pulin specifically reminded before formally starting the training. Everyone entered a virtual rainforest environment from the blank hall. Here, mechs could also be summoned, but all data had to be input into the simulation system in advance. Almost instantly, everyone dispersed according to the formations they had rehearsed, with Ge Yuan Yuan standing in the middle position in a protected state. Pulin was at the front, wielding a heavy sword, pushing through the dense bushes of the rainforest. Their task was to reach the destination and eliminate all the insectoids that intercepted them, with their performance evaluated based on the time taken. Left wing, 10 o'clock direction, 3 of them. Although Zhuang Wu didn't say much, every word was precise as he manipulated the battlefield with his mental power. As soon as the first command was given, the insectoids swarmed in, making it difficult for the 6-person team to advance. Pulin faced the most insectoids at the front, bearing the greatest pressure. Her heavy sword was not an ordinary cold weapon, but could unleash several beams of laser for ranged attacks. After 2 minutes of fighting, pressure surged from all directions. Everyone quickly shielded Ge Yuan Yuan and the commander, as the mech repairer's full title was mech repairer, but in reality, she was just a jack of all trades in the team. If anything broke, it had to be brought to Ge Yuan Yuan for repair. Little girl, my gun is broken. Bianqi directly threw his gun into Ge Yuan Yuan's arms, then pulled out a new gun from his storage button to continue fighting. What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Ge Yuan Yuan complained, then pulled out tools from her toolbox to start repairing the gun. As the number of insectoids increased, everyone summoned their mechs. Ge Yuan Yuan keenly noticed that Pulin's mech was not the double S class that matched her mental power level, but rather a more ordinary A-class mech. Gunfire roared, and laser shells filled the sky. This meant that the two people in the middle of the team could no longer continue walking. Zhuangwu whispered, "Get on my mech. We'll accelerate and leave this rainforest for a more open area." Okay. Ge Yuan Yuan was not pretentious and immediately climbed onto his mech. The six of them rushed out quickly, heading towards their destination along the map, while the insectoids gradually calmed down from their initial frenzy, leaving corpses scattered on the ground. When they reached the first rest point, several people's conditions were still relatively stable, but the mechs had varying degrees of damage. Ge Yuan Yuan, it's time for you to play your role. The insectoids from Shui Yuhang's direction were the most numerous, almost bearing the greatest pressure in the team, and now his mech was the most severely damaged. Can you tell where the mech has obvious problems? Ge Yuan Yuan directly sat cross-legged, took out a toolbox, and began to prepare for repairs. The left upper arm seems to have a problem. The barrel of my smart gun might be blocked. Shui Yuhang briefly summarized the issues with his mech. Chapter 85. Golden strawberries accompanied by Shui Yuhang's voice. Ge Yuan Yuan's movements became increasingly swift. She quickly removed the left forearm with a wrench, took a glance, and then tightened the already loose joint axle. Repairing a mech is like treating a patient. Although the owner has pointed out what's wrong, the problem might not be in that area, but rather in the joints. This is where the judgment of the repair technician comes into play. The others quickly checked the issues with their mechs and reported back to me. Ge Yuan Yuan's hands moved quickly. Unlike most novice repair technicians, she didn't need to flip through the mech repair manuals to quickly diagnose and resolve the issues. This is a level of skill that only a seasoned technician can achieve. This test can be seen as a demonstration of capabilities for both sides, allowing Ge Yuan Yuan to assess the strength of this group of soldiers, while also letting the soldiers see Ge Yuan Yuan's abilities. A piece of the basic shield on the left arm had fallen off. The commander silently placed the mech in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. His mech was not known for its offensive capabilities. Rather, it focused on defense, primarily to protect itself while also safeguarding the mech repair technician. Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly, saying, "I didn't prepare materials suitable for your mechs in advance, so I can only temporarily patch it up with other materials. Please provide me with the basic data later, and I will prepare appropriate materials for you." This was due to a lack of coordination. After all, it was their first meeting, and many things had to be improvised. However, it turned out to be much better than expected. After a brief 10-minute rest, everyone set off again. The current challenges were relatively simple, with rest stops available. As the difficulty gradually increased later on, everyone would have little opportunity to catch their breath, and such absolute safe zones would no longer exist. With the last bug corpse hitting the ground and Ge Yuan Yuan pressing the finish button, the team's completion time was recorded at 59 minutes. Quite impressive. Even though Zhuangwu had said little, he still did not hesitate to express his appreciation for Ge Yuan Yuan's commendable performance. He didn't like empty vessels or useless individuals. Upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's appearance, he admitted he had some preconceived notions, but it was clear that Ge Yuan Yuan had reshaped his understanding with her abilities. "Thank you, everyone, for practicing with me today. I think I have a better understanding of what team coordination requires," Ge Yuan Yuan said politely, smiling at everyone. Throughout the battle, Ge Yuan Yuan had not taken down any bugs, as everyone assumed the mech repair technician had little combat ability. Uncertain of whether everyone was trustworthy, Ge Yuan Yuan also did not intend to showcase any special skills. "Please send me your personal data and the types of weapon materials you commonly use later on, and I will prepare suitable items for everyone," Ge Yuan Yuan said with a polite smile. Pran frowned and spoke up, "After you procure the items, please report back with a list. We can't let you work for free. We all have to pay." She was aware that Ge Yuan Yuan probably didn't care about such matters, as those with connections were already living in big villas. However, public and private matters had to be distinguished. They couldn't allow such a habit of taking advantage to develop. "Send me the procurement list," Zhuangwu volunteered. Indeed, the most worried person in every team was the commander. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but shake her head, glad she hadn't chosen to study command. "You all continue training. I have something else to attend to," Ge Yuan Yuan said, preparing to leave. "Our fixed practice times are every Friday and Saturday. Make sure to come," Pran called out to her. Daily training could happen elsewhere, but Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't just show up the night before competition, as it would greatly affect their synergy. "Okay, I'll come on time." and I will inform you in advance if something comes up. Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand and left the training ground. Muir had now returned to the palace to report. It was obvious that His Majesty the Emperor was very interested in this woman who could capture Muir's heart and had actively suggested that Muir must bring Ge Yuan Yuan to the upcoming banquet in a few days. Muir's private spaceship was quietly parked at the back door of the military academy, waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to come out. The back door of the school conveniently led to an entire food street. However, it was clear that Ge Yuan Yuan had not yet visited this place. She didn't understand why food in the interstellar era was always inexplicably expensive yet exceptionally unappetizing, leaving her with little interest. Secretly boarding the spaceship, Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze was drawn to a gift box in front of her. Open it and take a look. It's a welcome gift from His Majesty. Muir pushed the box over. I must say, Muir indeed exuded the charm of a cold, handsome man, the kind of aloof and abstinent officer. But unfortunately, Ge Yuan Yuan was well aware of his true nature and was not easily swayed. I don't want this, Ge Yuan Yuan pushed it back. In this imperial country, getting involved with the emperor was definitely not a good idea. Moreover, Ge Yuan Yuan was already vaguely interested in the organization that he had mentioned, which would surely be in stark contrast to the emperor's goodwill. It's just a little something for the younger generation. If it were something more extravagant, I wouldn't have brought it to you. Muir smiled helplessly and opened the box himself. Inside were 2 strawberries side by side. Just 2, and they were milky white. Not particularly appetizing. This is a new variety developed by the Agricultural Institute. Only 10 were produced in total. Give it a try. Muir presented it to Ge Yuan Yuan again. After carefully examining the box for a long time, Ge Yuan Yuan gasped. Only 10 were produced. How expensive must these be? Muir could only smile helplessly, realizing that Yuan Yuan's attribute of being money-oriented truly surfaced at such times, thinking of such issues. It's about 12 million energy coins each, Muir said. Ge Yuan Yuan casually picked one up and tossed it into her mouth, savoring it. It was indeed quite sweet, and the texture was much better than it looked. But Ge Yuan Yuan felt it was far from worth that price. At least this genetically modified product couldn't compare to spiritual fruits at all. Remembering the temperature control talismans she had sold earlier, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but click her tongue, swallowing back the words she wanted to say. After all, an ordinary strawberry was being enjoyed at such a high price by the emperor. But the military, which was supposed to safeguard the safety of all interstellar citizens, seemed to be desperately poor. No wonder organizations like He's would emerge. It turned out that this group of royal relatives had enjoyed benefits for too long, while contributing very little to society. After all, the majority of the army consisted of Class A and Class B civilian soldiers, while the so-called strongest descendants were indulging themselves in the capital star. Chapter 86. Mugo takes off his clothes, Your Majesty. When do you want to see me? Ge Yuan Yuan closed the lid and pushed it back in front of Muir. In a couple of days, there will be a banquet in the palace, and I will come to invite you to attend with me. With a smile, Muir put the box away and gently rubbed Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. Although he had left 2 strawberries for Ge Yuan Yuan, the fact that Ge Yuan Yuan had left one behind for him warmed his heart. Then I will wait for you to pick me up. Ge Yuan Yuan looked relaxed and did not seem nervous about meeting the ruler of the empire, which eased Muir's originally tense mood. I'll stay with you for a while longer before I head back, Muir said, lingering on Ge Yuan Yuan's face with a reluctant gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled slightly. You don't want me to go, do you? Of course I don't, Muir replied naturally. The atmosphere between the two became tense yet ambiguous, and Muir involuntarily leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Since you don't want me to go, why not get off the ship? Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly retreated, creating distance between them, looking at Muir with a half-smile. Just right, I need to buy some things for our team. Why don't you accompany me to go shopping? Sure. Muir hesitated for a moment, but agreed. However, he certainly couldn't just appear on the street like this. Fortunately, there were some casual clothes in the ship's lounge. Muir raised his hand to open the partition between the front and rear cabins, but Ge Yuan Yuan pressed it down. Are you worried I'll eat you? Ge Yuan Yuan seemed to be in a good mood, looking at Muir with a smile in his eyes. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Muir suddenly laukit, taking off the folding mask that had been hanging by his ear and placing it on the table, then began to slowly unbutton his shirt. It must be said that Muir's hands were very beautiful, fair-skinned with distinct knuckles, and the veins on the back of his hands slightly bulged, making them look like a model's hands. Ge Yuan Yuan watched with great interest, her eyes almost not blinking. After all, who would want to miss such a show with a handsome man performing in front of her? You did that on purpose, Ge Yuan Yuan concluded, but without any embarrassment, just a slight smile on her lips. Without confirming or denying it, Mu'er slowly took off his shirt, revealing his strong arms and toned yet not overly exaggerated abs. His physique was also great. Casually putting on a t-shirt nearby, the muscles on his back stretched with the movement, and his V-shaped body looked very tempting. How could I do it on purpose? Mu'er tugged at the hem of his shirt, his tone a bit provocative. After all, you've seen everything on that trash planet. Haven't you? His fingers slowly moved to his belt, and Mu'er reached out to undo his waistband. Ge Yuan Yuan propped her chin on her hand and said deliberately, I haven't seen little Mu like this. Are you planning to let me take a look? Damn! Mu'er was taken aback by Ge Yuan Yuan's words, and his hand froze, causing his pants to fall to his ankles. Now he really couldn't show off anymore. In a panic, Mu'er kicked off his military pants and hurriedly put on a pair of ripped jeans nearby, then casually grabbed a few decorative necklaces and layered them around his neck, completing his disguise. You did that on purpose. You enjoy torturing and bullying me. Mu'er couldn't help but accuse, putting on a fisherman's hat. Now, he looked nothing like the serious and composed Marshal. Instead, he resembled a trendy student. Ge Yuan Yuan was also surprised. She didn't expect Mu'er's casual outfit to be anything but those old-fashioned clothes. Instead, he wore stylish t-shirts and jeans with a bunch of metal decorations. I didn't see that coming. You have quite the style, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. After putting on a black mask and thick-framed glasses, which obscured his signature emerald green eyes, he was now thoroughly disguised. Let us go. Mu'er shot a glare at Ge Yuan Yuan and stepped off the ship first. The reason Mu'er insisted on wearing a silver mask in public was that, on one hand, he looked too young to establish a good reputation, and on the other hand, he wanted to maintain some privacy in his daily life. At least he needed a disguise to go out. Skipping a couple of steps happily, Ge Yuan Yuan directly linked her arm with Mu'er's. The two of them cozily leaned against each other. This isn't good. Mu'er tentatively tried to pull his arm away, but unexpectedly, Ge Yuan Yuan held it tightly. What's wrong? Didn't you already make me your fiancé? Ge Yuan Yuan said nonchalantly, or rather, she enjoyed the ambiguous feeling of flirting without fully committing. Mu'er remained silent, but silently vowed in his heart. He couldn't let Ge Yuan Yuan remain in such a vague situation. Once he returned, he would definitely contact his family and formally propose to Ge Yuan Yuan, solidifying their relationship. Walking along the pedestrian street, the two entered a shop selling mecha materials, and Ge Yuan Yuan took out a list to prepare for her shopping. Isn't that your girlfriend? A voice suddenly shouted from the side. Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively looked up and saw a guy with yellow hair pointing at her, shouting outside the store. Huh? The person involved, Ge Yuan Yuan, looked confused. How could she not know about this? Did boyfriends fall from the sky? A buzz-cut guy walked in, and the more Ge Yuan Yuan looked at him, the more familiar he seemed, causing her to frown. Ge Yuan Yuan. He seemed extremely familiar with Ge Yuan Yuan and directly called out her name. When did you come back? I didn't know you had a boyfriend. Mu'er's voice sounded exceptionally gentle, and his tone was unusually slow, but made Ge Yuan Yuan break out in a cold sweat, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Shut up. Ge Yuan Yuan was in a state of complete rejection. I don't have a boyfriend. You can't just say that. At this moment, the buzz-cut guy's gaze fell on Ge Yuan Yuan's arm linked with Mu'er, and he instantly exploded. Ge Yuan Yuan, how could you be so unfaithful? I waited for you for so long. How could you date someone else behind my back? Who is this guy? Ge Yuan Yuan finally understood where the inexplicable familiarity came from. This buzz-cut guy was Weizhua, the big fool who had teased her in class and the one she had beaten up on the desk. Ge Yuan Yuan moved her hands and feet, cracking her joints, and gritted her teeth, asking, explain to me, how come I didn't know I was your girlfriend? Chapter 87. Two poor souls squatting side by side. Mu'er's cold gaze shifted to Weizhua. To be fair, Mu'er was indeed a soldier who had come down from the battlefield. Even a hint of murderous intent was enough to make the new recruit in front of her, who had never truly encountered the Zerg, tremble in fear. Weizhua almost unconsciously shivered. I am Harfyong, Murad grited Hartit in Ongv. I don't know who you are. Unexpectedly, trying to show off had backfired directly onto the main character. Weizhua couldn't help but glare reproachfully at the little brother beside him. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said this is my girlfriend? How many times do I have to say it? I'm still pursuing her. The little brother was scolded and dared not speak up, lowering his head and muttering softly. Isn't it you who said you had already won her over? Sorry, big brother, I'm blind. You two continue shopping. I won't dare to provoke Ge Yuan Yuan anymore. Weizhua had been domineering outside for so long, and the smartest thing he had done was to have good insight. He recognized at a glance that Mu Er was not someone to mess with and apologized very efficiently. Not at all slower than the speed at which his little brothers had knelt before Ge Yuan Yuan. What a flexible character. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't know what to say, only thinking that this group of people was quite strange. No wonder they could play together. Don't spread rumors outside and tarnish my reputation. Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, signaling the two in front of her to leave. She reported the material list to the store owner and waited for him to prepare the goods. The items you prepared last time had a great response, and the military intends to increase the order. Mu Er whispered in Ge Yuan Yuan's ear. Are you preparing another batch of goods? After a moment of contemplation, Ge Yuan Yuan decisively shook her head. With how many soldiers there were on the battlefield, relying on just herself, even if she practiced alchemy to death, it wouldn't be enough to supply the entire demand of the army. It was time to consider other avenues. With just me alone, I cannot meet the demand. Ge Yuan Yuan pondered for a moment. I can only hand over the core technology, but training the corresponding talents will take at least 20 years at the earliest. In fact, this estimate was still on the low side for Ge Yuan Yuan. After all, the prerequisite for alchemy was to cultivate, and one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage. Even a most gifted genius would need at least 20 years. It was fundamentally a situation of supply not meeting demand. I will report this to the military. Is there no other way? Although Mu Er had witnessed the entire alchemy process, he was not very familiar with the specific steps and methods. He hesitated for a moment and tentatively suggested a constructive idea. Can you make this process standardized? Standardized? Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Perhaps because Mu Er was not deeply rooted in the cultivation world, and he did have some understanding of alchemy, his thinking was more open. If you don't understand, I can take you to visit the factory later. If possible, it would be best to write down the entire procedure and conduct the alchemy in the most standardized way. Streamlined production would speed up the entire process of pill refinement. Although Ge Yuan Yuan had lived here for a long time, she really didn't know much about factory operations. Let us go take a look later. Ge Yuan Yuan understood that if it was just verbal explanations, she probably wouldn't be able to produce that kind of thing, so it was better to check it out later. Come on, beautiful, please check according to the list. The owner had prepared the goods, which were now piled in the middle of the shop, waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to verify. After glancing at the list, Ge Yuan Yuan accepted all the items. How much in total? The owner rubbed his hands. Beautiful lady, you ordered quite a lot, and it's quite varied, so I'll give you a discount. Just 2.5 million in total. Ge Yuan Yuan's hand that was about to pay paused slightly. Then, the owner directly deducted 2.5 million from her balance, and she looked at the transaction notification, feeling as if her heart was bleeding. Why are these things so expensive? Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but yell at the sky. She had worked hard for a long time to earn this money, and now it was directly reduced by a third? This is robbery. The deposit from the military was only 5 million, and the remaining payment had not yet arrived. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt incredibly poor. Hier is sindsvol Geise trifft sie zu Mu Er beside her. Don't look at me. Mu Er raised his hand to cover her eyes. What you bought are all A-class mech consumables. These things are inherently pricey, especially since you bought 5 sets. The owner chuckled, evidently. He had seen this scene many times before. Beautiful lady, if you think it's expensive, next time you come, I'll give you a 9 discount. Just visit often. Forcing a smile, Ge Yuan Yuan pulled Mu Er and dashed out of the store, the two slowly making their way back. How much is your hurricane? Ge Yuan Yuan hesitated to ask, noticing that Mu Er's mech was likely among the top-tier mechs in existence. The cost was probably in the billions, and each repair would start at 100 million. Speaking of this, Mu'er also felt heartbroken. The Mu family had been struggling for many years. And with the emperor's rewards, all the money they had earned, after feeding the hurricane, could barely maintain the family's expenses. Therefore, he appeared so stingy with Ge Yuan Yuan, even needing to take money from the family account for 15,000. Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent. She heavily patted Mu'er's shoulder, and everything was understood without words. The most powerful indeed cost the most. Just as everyone knows, there are no poorer cultivators than sword cultivators in the cultivation world. Now it seems, in the interstellar era, there are no poorer warriors than mech soldiers. What a surprising consistency. This group of people, besides their weapons, couldn't find a single penny on their bodies. A squad usually has 6 people. Why did you only buy 5 sets of materials? Mu'er quickly changed the subject. Unexpectedly, it brought up a painful topic again. With a more resentful glance at Mu'er, Ge Yuan Yuan said half-heartedly, "Do I look like someone who has a mech?" Mu'er fell silent, then asked again, "So when you do simulation training, do you run on the ground?" "Riding on the commander's mech," Ge Yuan Yuan said weakly, originally thinking she was rich enough. But it turned out to be just a drizzle. She didn't even need to buy a mech, just purchasing some repair materials left her broke. The 2 poor souls squatted by the roadside, lost in thought, then spoke simultaneously. "Don't worry, I will definitely add a mech to the betrothal gifts. Do you think I can go steal parts from old Who to assemble a mech?" The 2 exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh out loud at the same time. Ge Yuan Yuan, through her mask, rubbed Mu'er's cheek. "Are you trying to give me a betrothal gift?" Chapter 88. I can help you enter the military competition indulging in the moment. Ge Yuan Yuan playfully rubbed her face. Mu'er blinked and said, "What's wrong with giving you a betrothal gift? Although you are officially my fiancé, now, our relationship hasn't been formally established yet. Then who do you plan to give it to?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked, as she was basically alone in this world. Mu'er was indeed stumped by this question. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to postpone the matter. "I'll take you back now." Mu'er sighed, suddenly feeling an inexplicable melancholy about life. The 2 walked side by side through the campus. Only when they reached the villa's entrance did Mu'er stop, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with a reluctant gaze. "In a couple of days, I'll come and take you to visit the factory's assembly line." "Okay," Ge Yuan Yuan casually agreed and turned to enter the villa. Dumping all the materials out, Ge Yuan Yuan immediately dove into the pile, starting to familiarize herself with everything. When doing something, one should either not do it at all or do it to the best of their ability. Since she had become the mechanic of the squad, Ge Yuan Yuan felt obligated to adjust everyone's mech to their optimal state to win the competition. After organizing all the materials, categorizing them, taking pictures, and sending quotes to Zhuangwu, Ge Yuan Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had completed her tasks. Not only the Northwest Military Academy was preparing talent selection for the military competition, other military academies were also not falling behind. Within the Imperial Military Academy, the competition slots had already been determined. Without even a chance for a written test, the slots were directly assigned. Was it really the case that apart from the privileged students, ordinary students like them had no opportunity to stand out? Shangwu was anxiously pacing back and forth on the rooftop, punching the air in frustration. Originally, on the peripheral star in.He, Shangwu was considered a genius among geniuses, surrounded by admirers, but now in the capital star, he felt inconspicuous. There was no way around it. Here, even a random brick thrown down could hit 3 noble relatives, and wealthy and powerful people were everywhere. Moreover, the top talents of the entire empire had gathered here. It was very difficult to stand out among them and even gain the attention of the teachers. Shangwu had originally planned to showcase his talents in the military competition, but unexpectedly, he didn't even qualify to participate. All the slots had been predetermined. The others could only look at the list. "Are you feeling unwilling?" An arrogant voice came from behind Shangwu. He turned around to see Chayu standing there, and his expression immediately became alert, recalling the humiliation he had suffered from Chayu during the freshman orientation. "It has nothing to do with you." Shangwu immediately turned to leave, not wanting to stay in the same space as Chayu. Not offended by Shangwu's rejection, Chayu simply said with indifference, "I can help you." Scanning Chayu warily, Shangwu remained silent. After all, his previous experiences had made it clear that Chayu was not a good person. And now he was clearly setting a trap. Seeing that Wu ignored him, Cha Yu didn't mind and lightly chuckled. You are strong, but you just lack an opportunity. Now that the opportunity is in front of you, if you don't cherish it, you can't blame your continued failures. Is it pleasant to be a once-esteemed talent reduced to mediocrity here? This remark struck directly at Wu's heart. He stopped, facing away from Cha Yu, and hesitantly said, The candidates have already been decided. Can you really force me in? If you're strong enough, of course you can. Cha Yu raised an eyebrow and placed a bottle of medicine into Wu's hand. Go find the weakest team and showcase your talent as a mechanic and your excellent solo combat abilities. They will be tempted to replace someone with you. Clearly, this was about exploiting the weaknesses of the teams, as the 5 military academies participating in the competition were not simply sending out one team. Each school would send 300 people, forming around 50 teams for this competition. The military competition would ultimately include a chaotic battle segment, which would test the final capabilities of all academies, resulting in a massive military operation involving 1,500 people. Tightly gripping the medicine bottle, Wu hesitated, saying, What do you gain from helping me? No one helps others for no reason. Moreover, facing him was an arrogant and overbearing young master. Wu knew that the other party must have ulterior motives. It's simple. I need you to work for me. My goal is Ge Yuan Yuan from the Northwest Military Academy. It all depends on whether you're willing to betray your former companions. A dark glimmer flashed in Cha Yu's eyes as he casually used Ge Yuan Yuan as a scapegoat. Hesitating while looking at the medicine in his hand, Wu ultimately chose to grip it tightly. This would make him stronger and provide him with a platform for greater opportunities. He could not let this slip away. Sneaking back to the dormitory, Wu opened the medicine bottle in his hand. Inside were small black granules that emitted a faint, earthy smell. Slapping his forehead, Wu couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had forgotten to ask Cha Yu what the medicine enhanced, and he didn't even know its effects. Moreover, he still needed to deal with Ge Yuan Yuan. Wu hesitated again. Did he really want to do this? To engage in such a dangerous act for an elusive opportunity? Have you heard? This time, for the competition, any team that achieves a good ranking will have an awards ceremony at the academy, and there will even be a reward of an S-class mech. I've heard that the Dragon Moon Goddess is also in one of the teams. When the time comes, I'll heroically save her and win her heart in one go. 2 roommates playfully returned to the dormitory. Get real, what kind of dream are you having? Maybe it will be the goddess who saves your life instead. Their laughter abruptly stopped when they saw Wu. The 2 of them awkwardly scratched their heads before going about their own business. Wu, who had been hesitating, instantly made up his mind when he heard the name Dragon Moon. Pouring the medicine from the bottle, he pinched a pill, looked at it a couple of times, and then washed it down with water. Not sure if it was his imagination, Wu suspiciously glanced at the bottle. He felt as if he had swallowed something alive, with a stirring sensation in his throat. But soon, he felt a wave of heat engulfing his body, and some filth began to appear on him, gradually emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. What the hell? This stinks. Have you not bathed for days? His roommates all covered their noses, clearly disgusted. Chapter 89, I said I'm going to smash solo fighters. Wu had just taken a shower in the afternoon, and when he smelled himself, he nearly gagged. He rushed to the independent bathroom, yanked the door open, and the tempered glass shattered into pieces almost instantly. The loud noise startled everyone in the dorm. How much force did you use? One roommate couldn't help but frown and complain. Another roommate wearing glasses analyzed the situation carefully and coldly remarked, You probably hit the edge of the tempered glass. Remember to pay for the damage. Wu was completely unfazed by their annoying attitudes. He looked at his hands with joy, couldn't help but clench his fists, and swung them a couple of times in the air. A sound of breaking air emerged. What does this represent? It represents a significant enhancement of his physical abilities. The most difficult person to protect in a team is the mechanic, followed by the commander, as these 2 are extremely important cores of the squad. A mechanic with strong self-defense capabilities is undoubtedly loved by any team. Wu suddenly understood where Cha Yu's confidence came from. The feeling of power coursing through his body was simply fantastic. He was so excited he nearly cheered out loud. All right, go take a shower. No glass. No glass. We won't look. His roommates couldn't stand the disgusting smell and hurriedly pinched their noses to push Wu to shower. The hot water washed away the grime from Shangwu's body, and after cleaning himself up, he looked in the mirror and was surprised to find he seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. He didn't expect this pill to have such a magical effect. Shangwu forced himself to suppress his excitement. There were 3 of these pills in the bottle. He had only taken one, and it had such a powerful effect. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if he took all 3. He moved back to his desk slowly. Shangwu carefully put away the pill bottle and happily messaged Chayu. "Thank you, Senior, for the pill. It's really effective. I feel full of strength now." "You're welcome. Remember to help me with something." Chayu's eyes suddenly turned completely black, shimmering with an unusual light. Ever since he returned from his internship on the battlefield, he had been living alone. The dorm, which should have been bright, was now draped with curtains, and everywhere was cluttered with pill bottles. The atmosphere looked extremely dark and eerie. Picking up an empty pill bottle, Chayu cut open his wrist without hesitation. Strangely, no blood gushed out. Instead, black mist swirled from the cut, and upon closer inspection, there were tiny insects crawling. Chayu didn't care about the already opened wound. Instead, he aimed at the empty pill bottle, and naturally, 2 or 3 insects fell into it, turning into pills. With a gentle touch of his fingertip on the wound, it healed instantly. Chayu opened his phone and began searching for friends and classmates in other military academies. He sent out a mass message that was identical. "Want to significantly enhance your strength? I have secret pills here." It looked very much like a fraudulent scam message, and many chose to ignore it, while quite a few were tempted to tease Chayu and replied. He remained calm and directly replied to the messages. "Limited quantity, first come, first served. 1 bottle sells for 18,888. Pay after taking it. If it doesn't work, a full refund." Most normal people wouldn't believe such messages, but there were also some impulsive individuals willing to take risks. In just 2 or 3 days, as the selections for the military competition were about to be finalized, quite a few people believed in this pill and were eagerly seeking it. Chayu replied to message after message and indeed sold quite a few pills. A small insect detached from the back of Chayu's head and gently rubbed its forelimbs. With his movement, Chayu, who had still appeared human, instantly dissipated into a swarm of black insects that gradually crawled into every corner of the dorm. Clothes were scattered on the ground, and the scene looked particularly horrifying. The rules of the competition at school were quite simple. Anyone who lost had no chance of returning, and maintaining a winning streak was necessary to reach the end. Pran was explaining the rules, and the whole team gathered in her training room. Although 300 people sounded like a lot, in reality, each school had at least thousands of freshmen, and there were countless upperclassmen. At this time, the selection became urgent. All participants had to engage in battle, and it had to end quickly, which was undoubtedly a cruel yet effective method. Ge Yuan Yuan, if you have time, it would be best if you could watch all the competitions we participate in without missing any, said Zhuangwu. The mecha mechanic didn't need to participate in solo matches, which meant Ge Yuan Yuan had plenty of free time. Zhuangwu only gave Ge Yuan Yuan one task, to watch the matches. No problem. Making an okay gesture, Ge Yuan Yuan quietly listened to their tactical analysis. Now, there was almost no room for discussion in individual matches. The more important aspect was the team matches, which required tactical discussions to begin. Our overall plan is for Pran to be the main attacker, and the rest of us just need to protect the commander and the mechanic. If necessary, we can also abandon the mechanic and just protect the commander. When Zhuangwu said this, he specifically glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan's expression, since most people would be a bit unhappy if they heard they might be sacrificed in the tactical arrangement. However, all he saw on Ge Yuan Yuan's face was seriousness, with no objections to this arrangement. After analyzing all the worst possibilities, Zhuangwu sighed heavily. Everything we're discussing now is just theoretical. We will still need to adjust based on the teams we encounter. All we can say is that we will definitely win, and we absolutely cannot give up lightly. This was the pre-battle mobilization. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and simply expressed her opinion. What I want to say is that my personal combat ability is also strong, and perhaps I can be used as a hidden trump card. You? Shui Yuhang looked a bit incredulous, sizing up Ge Yuan Yuan as if he didn't believe she could contend with a mecha solo fighter. What can you do against a mecha solo fighter without even having a mecha? If it's just some data, don't be so decisive. Zhuang Wu's tone was very serious. After all, in a military competition, while mutual killings were prohibited, there were still death indicators. He didn't want Ge Yuan Yuan to encounter any accidents. I can take on a mecha solo fighter barehanded. If you find that hard to believe, you can wear a mecha and fight me. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, looking very carefree. Chapter 90. Dismantling mechas barehanded without practical experience. One has no right to speak. Zhuang Wu hesitated for a moment, then directly pointed at Qin Xiaoming and succinctly ordered, "You go fight her." The two went straight to the nearby arena. Qin Xiaoming did not summon a mecha, instead just picked up a commonly used weapon and got on stage. A solo mecha warrior has extremely strong combat abilities when in a mecha, but their overall combat quality is also very high. I won't go easy on you. If you can't handle it, admit defeat in time. His expression was serious, clearly intending to dissuade Ge Yuan Yuan. After all, this was not a joke. Ge Yuan Yuan remained silent, merely taking out her newly acquired spiritual sword from her storage bag, twirling in the air as a warm-up. "You better not hold back. Let me see how strong I am." The sword emitted a cold light, and the moment Ge Yuan Yuan held it, her entire demeanor changed dramatically. For a sword cultivator, nothing is more important than having a sword in hand. The sharpness revealed by someone who has been without their sword for a long time is almost blinding. Qin Xiaoming's expression became more serious. His usual weapons were two light hammers. While an individual soldier must have strong combat capabilities, it is more about the application of mechas and firearms, using cold weapons only when absolutely necessary. The match officially began. After all, it was a fair duel. Qin Xiaoming did not use a mecha, and Ge Yuan Yuan also refrained from using spiritual energy, relying solely on her physical abilities and agile sword techniques to fight. Thus, everyone witnessed a truly astonishing scene. Ge Yuan Yuan seemed like a light and graceful falling leaf, floating in the shadows of the hammers. Qin Xiaoming's attacks were extremely fierce, and his strikes were brutal, showing no intention of holding back. If this hit Ge Yuan Yuan directly, it would probably take her 3 months to recover. But unfortunately, Ge Yuan Yuan was not an ordinary person. Having gone through countless battles, even life-and-death struggles, how could she be intimidated by this seemingly fierce, but actually flashy hammer technique? Clang! With a sharp sound, the match had already ended. The whole thing took no more than 20 seconds. Ge Yuan Yuan's sword was already resting on Qin Xiaoming's shoulder. Everyone stood still, stunned at the scene before them, and after a moment, applause erupted. After all, it was clear to everyone that if Ge Yuan Yuan had not held back, that sword would have indeed landed squarely on Qin Xiaoming's neck, and decapitation was not out of the question. One exquisite sword technique. Zhuang Wu's eyes became serious. Seemingly shocked by Ge Yuan Yuan's move, he began to seriously consider using Ge Yuan Yuan as his final trump card. "Xiaoming, you come down to rest and reflect." Zhuang Wu's eyes sparkled as he directly called out Shui Yuhang's name. "Yuhang, you take your mecha and go fight her." "All right." Shui Yuhang was also stunned by the scene before him, immediately taking a keen interest in Ge Yuan Yuan. Now that he saw an opportunity for a duel, he would certainly not hold back. He summoned his mecha, which had a striking red and black color scheme. Ge Yuan Yuan instead put away her sword, taking out a wrench from her toolbox. Her eager demeanor made one feel a sense of foreboding. It felt as though she had ill intentions. "Come on, I'm getting serious now." Shui Yuhang still had a cheerful smile on his face, but he showed no mercy in his actions, summoning a high-energy particle cannon directly. This would definitely hit Ge Yuan Yuan hard. Even Prulin couldn't help but feel her heart leap to her throat, frowning as she said, "Isn't Yuhang being reckless?" "Not necessarily," Zhuang Wu replied casually as he focused intently on the fight. Ge Yuan Yuan showed no signs of panic facing the charging particle cannon. Instead, she moved at high speed towards the cannon, attempting to close the distance between them. This was a smart move. After all, the farther away one is, the easier it is for the mecha to act, putting Ge Yuan Yuan at a disadvantage. Zhuang Wu's expression of appreciation deepened. But how could Shui Yuhang not realize Ge Yuan Yuan's intentions? For a battle-hardened soldier, staying alert was the most important thing. The flame thrusters on his feet fired, and in an instant, he leaped out, forcefully creating distance between himself and Ge Yuan Yuan. With Yuhang being so cautious, Ge Yuan Yuan probably wouldn't have it easy. Perlin frowned slightly. After all, a person could never outrun a machine. If Yuhang's actions were a bit more despicable, he could even directly use the mecha to tire Ge Yuan Yuan out. The particle cannon had completed charging. It locked onto Ge Yuan Yuan's direction, and once the automatic locking system activated, it would pursue her no matter where she ran. Perlin was already prepared to rush in and save her. It was just a simple match. There was no need for Ge Yuan Yuan to get hurt, as they were counting on her to help repair mechas during the competition. Now, if they beat her half to death, it would surely create a grudge. Ge Yuan Yuan remained calm, pausing slightly on the ground as the particle cannon charged towards her. When the cannon was low enough that it couldn't turn to track her, she suddenly leaped into the air. The explosive roar sent Ge Yuan Yuan flying. Everyone watching couldn't help but frown. No, no. Commander and Perlin reacted together, unable to help but applaud Ge Yuan Yuan's clever strategy. A person indeed couldn't outrun a mecha, but if blown away by an explosion, their speed would increase several times. Ge Yuan Yuan took advantage of the explosive airflow to leap up directly towards Yuhang's mecha. Then came the jaw-dropping scene. Without any lethal weapon, how would Ge Yuan Yuan break through the high-energy defenses of the mecha? The answer was clear. Dismantle a mecha. Ge Yuan Yuan clung tightly to the mecha and began to unscrew it with a wrench. Unfortunately for Shui Yuhang, he was helpless. After all, compared to the mecha, Ge Yuan Yuan's size was indeed smaller. He couldn't shake her off, nor could he actually harm her. He could only helplessly let Ge Yuan Yuan remove parts from the mecha. Shui Yuhang gritted his teeth and began to spin wildly in place, determined to throw Ge Yuan Yuan off. Ge Yuan Yuan used the force to come down unscathed, still waiting for the opportunity to rush up and dismantle parts of the mecha. For a mechanic, nothing is easier than dismantling a mecha. 20 minutes later, aside from the pilot still being in the cockpit, the entire mecha was in disarray, losing its combat capability. Chapter 91. Good brothers squatting in a row. No one should think of not being depressed at this moment. When it came to close combat ability, Shui Yuhang, whose mental energy had already been greatly consumed, naturally couldn't defeat Ge Yuan Yuan. He was almost directly grabbed by the collar and thrown to the ground. I admit defeat. Shui Yuhang helplessly raised his hand, announcing the end of this match. I'll deal with you later. Zhuang Wu frowned and glared at Shui Yuhang, not sparing any praise for Ge Yuan Yuan, showering her with compliments. What you achieved is really impressive. After all, a layman could defeat a soldier in mech armor with bare hands. No one would believe it if you told them. I said I could do it. I'm not someone who likes to boast. Ge Yuan Yuan replied with a confident smile. Are you still holding up? Zhuang Wu asked with concern. I still want to let Perlin and Bianchi fight you. Estimating his stamina, Ge Yuan Yuan nodded. Yes, no problem. Then you two get ready. After Zhuang Wu finished speaking, he directly yanked Shui Yuhang's collar and dragged him over to Qin Xiaoming. At this time, no one was paying attention to the ongoing matches on the stage. Zhuang Wu was somewhat disappointed with the two of them. Are you satisfied with your performance? Her use of cold weapons was better than mine. Indeed, my strength is inferior, Qin Xiaoming said, feeling a bit depressed. He was considered one of the better cold weapon users among the soldiers, but he never expected to be completely dominated by Ge Yuan Yuan today. It's normal to encounter someone stronger than you, but your subsequent mental adjustment is problematic. If a simple sparring session with her already makes you collapse, how will you regain your confidence when facing even stronger opponents on the competition stage? Zhuang Wu was actually quite satisfied with today's competition. After all, the campus matches hadn't started yet, and the entire team was still in a phase of adjustment. This group of people was from a decent professional high school, and it was hard for them to have a clear understanding of their own strength, as they hadn't experienced setbacks. Ge Yuan Yuan had just rung the alarm bell for this group of proud youths. I think she must have studied hammer techniques. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break your offense so quickly. Zhuang Wu slightly tilted his head toward Ge Yuan Yuan's direction. You should ask her for advice when you have the chance. Oh, Qin Xiaoming, holding his head, squatted on the ground motionless, clearly still in a depressed state. Since he was like this, Zhuang Wu didn't know what else to say and turned his attention to Shui Yuhang. Are you still laughing? Do you still have the face to laugh? Unexpectedly, the flames of war had burned to his own body, and Shui Yuhang suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, his face full of bitterness. You're wearing mech armor, yet a regular person disassembled your mech. How embarrassing is that? You could search the entire history of star navigation for 800 years and not find anyone as embarrassing as you. The more Zhuang Wu spoke, the angrier he became. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this was truly a disgrace. I didn't expect her to disassemble my mech. Besides, I didn't dare to strike back, fearing I might really hurt her. Shui Yuhang weakly defended himself. I can understand that you're afraid of hurting Ge Yuan Yuan, but I'm also very dissatisfied with your attitude. Didn't you say you underestimated her? Zhuang Wu's face was stern. There's nothing to argue about regarding this. Even though Shui Yuhang took the match seriously, he was indeed in a state of underestimating the opponent. After all, nobody would be on guard against a regular person, especially while in mech armor. You two will need extra training afterward. After a brief reprimand, today's matter was put to rest. Zhuang Wu knew that going overboard would only make the two of them sulk even more, so he kept it simple. The match on the stage was already over. Ge Yuan Yuan still looked as calm as ever, not even breaking a sweat. The remaining two were not so optimistic. In.He was holding his mech, feeling heartbroken. Poulin was doing a bit better. At least his mech was intact, which was also because Ge Yuan Yuan had not learned how to disassemble S-class mechs and was afraid of damaging Poulin's mech. Since she couldn't disassemble mechs, she could only beat them up along with the mech. Poulin was literally forced out of the cockpit due to the disconnection of his mental energy and mech. You managed to achieve this, and it really surprises me. Zhuang Wu had nothing else to say. Surprised? That's an understatement. Zhuang Wu felt like he wanted to kneel down right then and there. If it weren't for a lingering desire to show off, he probably would have already been on the ground. This is simply not human. There are very few in history who have achieved such a record. This is simply an impossible operation. All right, Commander, don't just talk. Why don't you go up and try fighting her yourself? Shui Yuhang was still holding back his frustration and pushed for Zhuang Wu to go up. After all, if they were going to get beaten, they might as well all get beaten together. How could anyone escape? Zhuang Wu knew he couldn't avoid it. He could only brace himself and say, "You want someone studying command to go up and fight? If I can't even win, how can I talk about you?" Shui Yuhang made a big face, clearly still harboring grievances. Looking around, Zhuang Wu felt a bit numb. Poulin, In.He, and Shui Yuhang were all staring at him with bright eyes. And even the previously depressed Qin Xiaoming lifted his head, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. All right, don't make it difficult for the commander. In the end, it was Ge Yuan Yuan who spoke up. Just as Zhuang Wu was about to throw a grateful glance, he heard Ge Yuan Yuan say, "With a commander like Zhuang, even if he can't get into the mech, he was defeated by me. Damn it, don't look down on people, okay? Although the command department is a bit weaker, at least it's still part of the mech academy." Zhuang Wu went up, and 10 seconds later, he returned, even sporting some bruises on his lips. That was from when Ge Yuan Yuan had knocked him down while he was getting into the mech, and he hit the mech's leg when he fell. Good brothers, let us not say anything to each other. Shui Yuhang was now quite satisfied, 3 big men squatting side by side on the curb, feeling depressed. My situation is a bit special. You don't need to compare with me. Ge Yuan Yuan awkwardly scratched her head. She originally just wanted to show off a little, but she didn't expect to bring this group of people to such a depressed state. All right, you don't need to say anything. You're already our ace. If we don't win this competition, then it's entirely your fault. Zhuang Wu didn't look back, leaving Ge Yuan Yuan with a desolate silhouette. Ge Yuan Yuan turned to look at Poulin beside her, trying to seek help. Don't look at me, good sister. I'm also feeling very depressed. Poulin was already sporting a mushroom on her head, wishing she could lock herself in her room and sleep for days to completely forget about this incident. Chapter 92. The Luo family comes to acknowledge Qin watching the people in the squad retreat into their shells. Ge Yuan Yuan quietly left the training room. She still had an important class to attend later. After all, having missed half a semester, it would be quite challenging for her to catch up on credits. At least the class she found most annoying at the moment was Interstellar Military Theory and Enhancement. Before she even reached the teaching building, she spotted Wei Zhuo approaching her from a distance, his expression complex as he hesitated before saying, "You might want to hold off on going to the teaching building for now." Frowning in confusion, Ge Yuan Yuan stopped in her tracks. What is going on at the teaching building? Wei Zhuo looked at her with a very complicated expression, scanning her up and down before turning his head to avoid looking directly at her. What is wrong with you? Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of indulging him and decided to walk past him straight to class. Hey, are you really from the Luo family? The boy behind her couldn't hold back, following her footsteps with a hint of disbelief. So it's the Luo family, Ge Yuan Yuan thought to herself. She realized that the news of her being Mu Er's fiancé had spread, but very few knew the identity of the fiancé. If the Luo family intended to stir up trouble in the capital star, provoke conflict, or even align themselves with the current emperor's heir, then getting Mu Er on their side would indeed be a good choice. The information about the fiancé, who was reportedly under very tight protection from the Marshal, had actually been sitting in the Luo family's email for quite a long time. Now was the time for the most touching scene to unfold. It was the legendary acknowledgement of kin, giving this child who grew up on a garbage star a home, helping her understand that without acknowledging her kinship with the Luo family, she would face immense humiliation as a common girl in a capital where the powerful were as numerous as dogs. They didn't mind that Ge Yuan Yuan had a half-commoner bloodline. They were still willing to acknowledge her as family, which was indeed a rare thing. I know the Luo family is here. Thank you, but I'll just climb in through the window later, Ge Yuan Yuan said, waving her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned with Wei's words, and continued towards the teaching building. Why can't this kid understand human language? Wei's stomped his foot in frustration and chased after her. Are you stupid? Of course, the Luo family comes to find someone in a grand manner. Right now, the teacher is waiting for you in the classroom with the Luo family. If you don't want to see them, it's better to skip this class. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't actually mind seeing the Luo family. After all, she had to face the things she needed to face. However, she knew that if she didn't attend class, the teacher of interstellar military theory would indeed mark her as truant. It's fine. I'll just go have a look. Ge Yuan Yuan continued walking towards the teaching building. This left Wei was standing there, looking at her in confusion. After all, everyone in the capital star knew the notorious reputation of the Luo family, which was indeed infamous. Now that Ge Yuan Yuan had emerged as a relatively innocent person, it was naturally odd. As soon as she stepped into the teaching building, Ge Yuan Yuan saw a group of people waiting specifically for her. There was no way to miss them. Among all the military academy students in uniform, they were very eye-catching. The fabric of their clothes looked expensive and extravagant, a stark contrast to the simplicity valued at the Northwestern Military Academy. You must be Ge Yuan Yuan. A delicate young lady approached with an air of arrogance, her gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan carrying a barely perceptible disdain. She forced a very friendly demeanor and said, I'm Luo Han, your sister. I'm here to take you home. The black-haired girl in front of her coldly nodded, seemingly unfazed by her presence. Just a pretentious commoner, Luo Han thought. If it weren't for her connection to Mu Er, would such a person even qualify to enter the Luo family? Clearly, Luo Han took great pride in her lineage. I have something to do. If you want to find me, I suggest you come back in an hour and a half, Ge Yuan Yuan said politely, nodding slightly before heading toward the classroom. An hour and a half wasn't even enough for Luo Han to make a round trip. In this decrepit place of a Northwestern Military Academy, she truly felt disdain every time she came. But it was also unrealistic to make her wait for Ge Yuan Yuan for an hour and a half. Frowning in annoyance, Luo Han recalled her mother's advice and decided to give Ge Yuan Yuan a bit of a pleasant expression. What important thing can't be postponed? Luo Han signaled for those around her to follow Ge Yuan Yuan. As for dealing with such a lowly insect, Luo Han had plenty of experience. They would fear being in front of many people and doing anything to draw attention, as it would make them feel exposed, like flipping over damp rocks and revealing the panicked insects scurrying around. The girl in front didn't show any discomfort at the crowd following her. She simply walked steadily towards the classroom. Opening the classroom door, she calmly sat down in her seat and saw Wei was sitting next to her. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, she quietly said, Didn't we decide to skip class? Why are you back? Rolling his eyes dramatically, Wei lowered his voice and muttered, It's because I'm worried you'll get bullied that I came back to support you. You don't appreciate a good heart. Looking at the already ruffled Wei, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and playfully ruffled his hair. Although Wei had a small argument with Mu Er earlier in the commercial street, Ge Yuan Yuan still thought of him as someone worth befriending. To her, watching Wei was no different from watching a puppy. A middle school bully with a bit of teenage arrogance and not too much common sense. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at him with nothing but affection. The two hadn't exchanged more than a couple of sentences when the teacher arrived. Seeing the large crowd outside the classroom, Teacher Chun frowned tightly and pushed his glasses, saying, "What are you all doing? If there's nothing going on, don't gather here." Luo Han stepped forward to negotiate, carrying a bit of arrogance. "We are from the Luo family, here to find Ge Yuan Yuan. She won't be attending this class." After hearing this, Teacher Chun didn't show any particular reaction. He opened the classroom door and asked inside, "Who is Ge Yuan Yuan? Someone is looking for you." Ge Yuan Yuan stood up, but had no intention of going out, asking from her spot, "Teacher, if I go out now, will I get a leave?" Pushing up his glasses with interest. Teacher Chun looked at Ge Yuan Yuan for the first time and found her quite interesting. "Since it's family looking for you, of course, you can have a leave, but this class will still be treated as an absence." Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan plopped back down into her seat with a thud. "Then I'll attend class properly. Miss Luo can wait for me." Chapter 93, just like to slap you in the face. What are you waiting for? Luo Han was almost spitting blood from the situation. Is there not a single normal person in this Northwest Military Academy? Both the old and the young had issues. She impatiently glanced at the teacher leading the group beside her, signaling him to hurry up and resolve the matter. Receiving Luo Han's cue, Li Lashi reluctantly stepped forward, pulling Teacher Chen aside. "Old Chen, are you stupid? It's obvious they're here to stir up trouble. You're even daring enough to confront the Luo family head-on. Just let the students go. It's just one class, right?" Teacher Chen glanced at Li Lashi and shook his head. "Can't you see that student doesn't want to go with the Luo family? As a teacher, shouldn't I protect my students?" Li Lashi was so exasperated with this old stubborn man that he didn't know what to say. He spun around in place a few times, sighed heavily, and thought, "What can I do? Old Chun is the most temperamental teacher in the whole school, a complete hard-headed old fool. Let me be straightforward with you. The Luo family is here to find relatives. This girl is the long-lost daughter of the Luo family." Shinzhou downplayed it. "What does finding relatives have to do with me? I'm just here to teach. I'm leaving now. My students are still waiting for me." He ignored Li Lashi's repeated calls from behind and directly entered the classroom, even closing the door behind him. This was enough to infuriate Luo Han. No one in the entire capital star dared to disrespect her like this. Clenching her fists tightly, a little follower beside, Luo Han approached and whispered, "Miss, what should we do now?" Luo Han shot a glare at the little follower and slapped her across the face. The crisp sound of the slap startled Li Lashi, but those around Luo Han were used to it. "Can you break this door down for me and tie Ge Yuan Yuan up?" Mother warned me repeatedly to be polite to Ge Yuan Yuan before she arrived. "This is a great opportunity to invite someone back home, and you're barking like a dog here." With a fierce kick, she sent the little follower crashing to the ground. Don't be fooled by Luo Han's delicate appearance. She was actually an A-grade pharmacist with strong mental power. The force behind that kick was not light, and the little follower curled up on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. It was now Li Lashi's turn to come out and mediate. Otherwise, things would escalate without anyone to ease the tension. "Miss Luo, indeed, Teacher Chun is blind, but he is also considering the quality of education for the students. Look how eager Ge Yuan Yuan is to learn. Isn't that a good thing?" He wore a conciliatory smile and changed the subject. "You came in a hurry and haven't had time to meet our principal. How about you rest in the principal's office for a while and learn about Ge Yuan Yuan's daily performance?" Luo Han stared at Li Lashi for a couple of seconds and ultimately decided to take the step down. "Fine, then I'll go meet He. All right." Li Lashi led the way, but in his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the Luo family's arrogance. Given Luo Han's age and qualifications, she should be addressing the principal as Director Hu, but this little girl went straight to calling him by name, clearly showing she didn't regard him highly. Poor Li Lashi was just a field worker now, caught doing this thankless job. It was better to pass the trouble onto the principal as soon as possible. He didn't want to provoke the Luo family. Arrogance is not scary. What's scary is being cunning and bullying the weak, which the Luo family exemplified. Ge Yuan Yuan was still unaware of the commotion outside. The moment Teacher Chen closed the classroom door, many students who recognized the Luo family were left dumbfounded. Sure enough, Teacher Chen is bold. He even dared to confront the Luo family directly. The class continued. And Ge Yuan Yuan dutifully finished an hour and a half of lessons before packing up to leave. Wei also packed up alongside her, saying, "I'm really disappointed. I was planning to protect you, but it turns out I couldn't even make a move. What's there to be disappointed about?" Ge Yuan Yuan replied, while packing her things. "Can your family really go toe-to-toe with the Luo family?" The question caused Wei's smile to stiffen for a moment, but he still forced a brave face and said, "Why not? Does everyone think the Luo family is untouchable? All right, let's go." Ge Yuan Yuan finished packing and was about to leave the classroom when Teacher Chun called her back. "Ge, come here for a moment." Teacher Chun, holding a thermos, clearly had a keen interest in Ge Yuan Yuan. "I heard you were the lost daughter of the Luo family?" Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and replied, "I suppose so. I'm not quite sure, but take a look." Teacher Chun waved his hand, allowing Ge Yuan Yuan to leave. Watching Ge Yuan Yuan's retreating figure, Teacher Chun sighed, and his gaze, holding the thermos, revealed a hint of nostalgia, clearly reminded of someone from the past. When Ge Yuan Yuan arrived at the conference room, she happened to catch Hui's moment of about to explode. "If it weren't for the fact that you're just a little girl, I would have had someone throw you out by now." He, who was never in a good mood, was even more furious facing a delicate young lady. Upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan, he finally let out a breath, and the two exchanged a glance. "You little brat, the ones looking for you are throwing everything at me. Just be a teacher and endure a bit more." Ge Yuan Yuan directly walked up to Luo Han and sat down, asking straightforwardly, "What do you want from me? You must have seen the identification report. You are a member of the Luo family, and it's time to recognize your roots." Luo Han said confidently, "I refuse." With a light tap on the table, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly stood up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Miss Luo, please take care." She hadn't expected that after waiting an hour and a half, she'd receive such a result. Luo Han abruptly stood up, her face turning red with anger. "I've waited an hour for you. I've already given you face. You better not force me to take drastic measures." Accompanied by her furious words, several followers around her also stood up, releasing their mental pressure. For Ge Yuan Yuan, whose mental power was only rated C, this pressure was enough to make her kneel and unable to raise her head. As Luo Han prepared to take action, He unceremoniously released his mental pressure, separating the two sides, not for any other reason, but mainly to protect Luo Han's safety. Although Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't grown stronger yet, an SSS-level mental pressure was not something a delicate girl like Luo Han could withstand. Sitting still, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly said, "Since you have seen my identification report, why did you wait nearly a year to find me? Are you trying to make me recognize my roots? Or are you interested in my close relationship with Mu'er?" Chapter 94. Liking is not lasting. Interests are eternal. Ge Yuan Yuan's words were truly incisive. Moreover, they left no room for the Luo family to argue, as the events of the past year could not be erased. Indeed, it was the Luo family that acted unethically first. No wonder Ge Yuan Yuan felt angry now. Luo Han forcibly suppressed the fury in her heart, raised her hand to gesture for the people behind her to sit down. "Just now, my subordinate was impulsive. Regarding the matter of not recognizing you, my grandfather has his reasons. Please come with us to the ancestral home. He will explain it to you personally." Luo Han's tone was much more pleasant compared to before. Ge Yuan Yuan nodded in agreement and stood up, ready to follow Luo Han. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Northwest Military Academy, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the luxurious large spaceship before her and deeply realized what it meant to be wealthy. Noticing Ge Yuan Yuan's interest, Luo Han took the initiative to introduce, "This is my vehicle, the Yun Tian, the latest modified version produced by Yuhang spaceships." Lifting her hand to touch the spaceship's exterior, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but shed tears of envy. She looked at Luo Han, her eyes sparkling, clearly very interested in the spaceship. "How much does this cost?" "Not expensive, roughly priced at 20 million. After modification, it can be bought for 30 million. Luo Han said proudly, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with great satisfaction. Even though Ge Yuan Yuan had just given her a cold shoulder, wasn't she now looking up to her? The things she owned were things Ge Yuan Yuan had never even seen before. Even if her grandfather were to recognize her now, it could just be resolved with a casual gift. "You're so impressive," Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and praised. This made Luo Han genuinely feel comfortable. She no longer found Ge Yuan Yuan so unpleasant to look at. A sincere smile appeared on her face. As long as you know I'm impressive. The power of the Luo family is something you can't even imagine in your lifetime. Then when I return to the Luo family, can Grandpa give me a vehicle as a meeting gift? Ge Yuan Yuan said innocently, by the way, I currently don't have a mech. I wonder if he could also gift me a set of mechs. Luo Han's smile froze on her face, clearly taken aback by Ge Yuan Yuan's shamelessness. After a moment, she regained her composure. As long as she could trick Ge Yuan Yuan to the ancestral home, the task would be considered complete. Saying a few lies shouldn't be a big issue. Of course, I can, Luo Han said with a half-smile. The spaceship may not be guaranteed, but I can make the decision on the mech. I can gift you a set of mechs that suits your level. It would be more comfortable for you to use. Wouldn't it? That would be wonderful. I'm afraid you won't keep your promise. Can you write me a receipt, or let me record it? Ge Yuan Yuan immediately pulled out her light brain and shoved it toward Luo Han. Disgusted, Luo Han pushed Ge Yuan Yuan's light brain away, glancing at it and finding it dirty. How could such a low-cost light brain be put in front of her? Truly an ignorant lower-class human. Even the latest version of a C-grade mech wasn't worth the price of a manicure for her. Luo Han directly handed Ge Yuan Yuan a contract, which clearly stated in black and white that she would provide Ge Yuan Yuan with a set of mechs suitable for her level, even stamped with her personal seal. Wow, this is really something. Ge Yuan Yuan carefully put away the contract, as it's not easy to find someone who is foolish enough to spend money generously. The fact that she was willing to provide a set of SSS-grade mechs made Ge Yuan Yuan curious about whether the Luo family could afford it. An hour and a half of flight time passed quickly, and they soon arrived at the center of the capital star. The western district here was exclusively for the residents of nobility. The spaceship landed directly in front of the Luo family's ancestral home, and Luo Han led Ge Yuan Yuan out of the vehicle. As soon as they entered the Luo family's courtyard, Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively felt something was off. The servants in the courtyard seemed unusually silent. Even when they saw Ge Yuan Yuan, no one came forward to greet her, just standing quietly in place. Only one person, who looked like a butler, approached, bowed to Luo Han and Ge Yuan Yuan, and respectfully said, "Welcome, Mrs. The master has been waiting for a long time." As Ge Yuan Yuan passed by these servants, she understood where this strange sense of incongruity came from. These servants seemed almost robotic, adhering strictly to their programming and regulations. But humans couldn't behave like this unless their masters had done something. It seemed the Luo family was even more interesting and mysterious than Ge Yuan Yuan had imagined. Upon entering the Luo family's hall, Ge Yuan Yuan saw that many members of the Luo family were already seated at the long conference table. Luo Han no longer exhibited her previous arrogance. Instead, she lowered her head respectfully toward the person sitting at the head of the table and carefully said, "Grandpa, I brought Ge Yuan Yuan to you." Looking up, the elderly man in the middle appeared to be quite old, with a somewhat youthful appearance despite his gray hair. He slowly raised his drooping eyelids, pointed to an empty seat opposite him, and said to Ge Yuan Yuan, "Please sit down, make yourself comfortable, no need to be formal." As Ge Yuan Yuan sat down, dozens of eyes turned to stare at her, creating a strange sense of pressure that was very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, these feelings had no effect on Ge Yuan Yuan. They were merely tricks she had mastered in the past. Your mother betrayed the Luo family 30 years ago and eloped with a commoner. I am very disappointed in her, the elderly man of the Luo family said slowly, and his deliberate emphasis made Ge Yuan Yuan uncomfortable. It was torturous not being able to speed up the playback. "So, does that mean I also have half commoner blood in me? Doesn't that disappoint you too?" Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly finding this contradictory statement amusing. To Ge Yuan Yuan's questioning, the elderly man remained unfazed. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce right into Ge Yuan Yuan's heart. "Although your background is not good, I believe you are a smart child. You should understand where your value lies." The elderly man pulled at the corners of his mouth, his expression not exactly kind, more like he was negotiating some kind of interest exchange with Ge Yuan Yuan. He could see more clearly than the younger generation in the family. Being able to grow up safely on a trash planet indicated that Ge Yuan Yuan's scheming was absolutely mature, even cunning. But this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it highlighted another trait of Ge Yuan Yuan. She was driven by interests. Although he didn't know what the marshal liked about her. The elderly man believed Ge Yuan Yuan should understand that liking is the most unreliable thing in this world. Only interests are eternal. Chapter 95. The old fox and the young fox set traps for each other if old Master Luo says this. Ge Yuan Yuan will have to start performing. Am I not clear on why? Ge Yuan Yuan deliberately revealed a mischievous smile. If I had nothing to do with more, you probably wouldn't have come to me. A smile appeared on the old masteress face, clearly finding Ge Yuan Yuan to be a clever person. Let's go, we'll talk and study. Old Master Luo leaned on his cane and trembled as he stood up. Immediately, someone supported him and respectfully escorted him upstairs, while the others remained seated, not daring to move until the old master spoke. Once inside the study, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was noticeably more relaxed than downstairs, a performance that pleased old Master Luo. He was very good at observing the details of a person to determine whether they could be useful to him. This is the real old fox. Perhaps to cover up his inner anxiety, Ge Yuan Yuan took the initiative to speak. Just tell me what you want me to do. My certification has been sitting in my email for a year, and you have no intention of recognizing me as family, so there's no need for those false words. Sure enough, still young and unable to keep calm, old Master Luo looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, his murky eyes full of calculations and schemes, planning how to use Ge Yuan Yuan to extract every bit of value without leaving a trace. You don't need to do anything, just maintain the status quo. Old Master Luo coughed a couple of times, obviously not in good health, but still forced himself to stay spirited. The marshal likes you, and that is already the rarest thing. You just need to quietly prepare to marry, and I will naturally give you what you want. Ge Yuan Yuan still had a stubborn look, but her fingertips were secretly rubbing the hem of her clothes, a clear sign of hesitation. How do you know what I want? Ge Yuan Yuan gritted her teeth and spoke, clearly still distrustful of the Luo family. In response, old Master Luo smiled. Whatever you want, the Luo family can provide it for you. That's our absolute confidence and strength. TSK, sounds pretty impressive. Ge Yuan Yuan was getting a bit tired of the act, found a chair, and lazily sat down. I want the emperor's position. Can you give that to me? You'd better be more practical. Your value isn't that great. The old master was clearly not angry, treating this rebellious youth with patience. On my way here, I saw Luo Han's spaceship and want a similar one. Ge Yuan Yuan started to state her conditions. No problem. The old master agreed immediately, his old face trembling like dried tangerine peel. I will give it to you as a wedding gift. This old man is quite cunning. If she doesn't marry more, she won't get anything. The Luo family really doesn't do losing business. Also, she promised to give me a set of mechas that match my level. Ge Yuan Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. You aren't planning to withhold that too, are you? It's not even a proper way to play the game. Thinking of the large C grade on the documents, old Master Luo naturally would be stingy with this little money. After all, giving nothing would indeed fail to keep Ge Yuan Yuan. I can give you the best configuration. You're a descendant of our Luo family. This is what you deserve. The old master said steadily, even casually playing the emotional card. I don't trust anyone's verbal promises. If you truly have sincerity, then give me a written agreement. Ge Yuan Yuan was like a hedgehog bristling with spikes, doubting everything in front of her. Old Master Luo naturally wouldn't be stingy with a wave of his hand. He directly set down a written agreement for Ge Yuan Yuan, happily putting it away. Ge Yuan Yuan was truly satisfied now. Not expecting the Luo family to be so generous, she had just moved her mouth and obtained a set of mechas, along with 2 guarantee letters. Since that's the case, I'll head back now. Getting a good deal naturally requires playing nice. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and said, I have plans to go shopping with the marshal this afternoon. It's still early. Why not have a meal before leaving? Having completed the business negotiations, it was now time to play the emotional card. Old Master Luo knew very well that for a girl who grew up on a garbage planet, deep down, she still yearned for family and love. Combining both approaches, whether useful or not, it was certainly not a loss. Then I won tea stand on ceremony. Now there was free food to eat, and this little Ge Yuan Yuan was genuinely very happy. Having been here for so long, apart from eating once at that black market restaurant, she had basically been living on nutrient solutions. There was no other reason. It was just that good food was too expensive. After finishing a lunch, Ge Yuan Yuan's smile deepened, and she was escorted back to the Northwest Military Academy by the Luo family. Lying on the big bed in the villa, Ge Yuan Yuan told Moore everything that happened today. Moore, Ge is an old fox. This move of his can be considered killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Ge Yuan Yuan, I just went out for a meal today, and that counts as part of it too? As soon as the message was sent, Moore's call came through. Ge Yuan Yuan answered it, and heard Moore's magnetic voice, slightly hoarse. Your meal today was also part of his plan. Even if he didn't go, he would have had suitable countermeasures. Moore quietly placed a piece on the chessboard in front of him. Really an old fox. I thought going out for a meal was no big deal. If I had known, I would have told you first. Indeed, scheming and plotting were not Ge Yuan Yuan's strengths. As long as she was strong enough, she could sweep the world. And Ge Yuan Yuan was naturally not afraid of these things. Of course, she had been rampant for many years, and in the end, she still had a downfall. It's normal not to understand the power struggles of these old foxes on Capital Star. Do whatever you want. I'll back you up. Though it was frustrating to be schemed against, Moore wouldn't restrict Ge Yuan Yuan's actions because of it. But I heard today that Luo Han's spaceship costs 30 million. I'm wondering if your hurricane is too cheap at 2 billion? Ge Yuan Yuan fiddled with a small object in her hand. After all, it was a double S-grade mecha. Want the truth? Moore put away the chessboard and sighed helplessly. I need to hear both the truth and the lies, so I can discern which is more interesting. Ge Yuan Yuan was completely unpredictable in her responses. The lie is that it really only cost 2 billion. The truth is, you little fool must have remembered wrong. My hurricane's cost is in the hundreds of billions. Moore couldn't help but show a slight smile. And besides, that was the price from nearly 200 years ago. No need to compare my hurricane with hers. The market's mass-produced goods weren't even worthy. Chapter 96. Let's go to the factory workshop for a date indeed. When it comes to being wealthy, Mu-Er is still the richest. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at her empty wallet and couldn't help but feel a headache. Can I hang all those talisman papers on the Star Network to sell? I'm so poor that I can't even afford a meal. If you have time later, you can follow me to the factory to see what I mentioned earlier about assembly line operations. It might inspire you a lot. Just thinking about meeting Ge Yuan Yuan made Mu-Er feel very good. Even the chess game he just lost didn't bother him anymore. If you have time, come pick me up. Rolling over on the bed, Ge Yuan Yuan reluctantly got out of bed. She had already searched for information about factory assembly lines during this time and had some plans in mind. But hearing about it is definitely not as shocking as witnessing it firsthand. Mu-Er was still piloting his seemingly ordinary small spaceship. But Ge Yuan Yuan could already recognize that the interior of this spaceship was far from simple. As soon as the door opened, Ge Yuan Yuan's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Mu-Er. Perhaps their last meeting made Mu-Er more relaxed. Today, he dressed even more eye-catching than before. His wristwatch was replaced with a sporty model, paired with a simple sports outfit, exuding youthful energy. Let's go. Mu-Er lightly tapped the control panel in front of him, and the spaceship automatically headed for its destination. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't take her eyes off Mu-Er, almost instinctively swallowing her saliva and casually asking, "Why aren't you wearing your military uniform today?" Mu-Er didn't say anything, but the smile on his face widened. He knew Ge Yuan Yuan would like this outfit. It was worth it for him to specially drag Mu-Si Yuan out of bed to help him choose. He's such a scheming little dog. The spaceship stopped at a factory not far from the Northwest Military Academy. The people here had already received orders saying that a big shot would come for inspection, and they had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Welcome, esteemed guests. I will lead the way for you. The person in charge, trembling with fear, led the two into the production workshop. The factory's hygiene standards were already qualified, but for the arrival of Mu-Er and Ge Yuan Yuan, it was now an exceptional level. After all, most people's first reaction when they heard someone was coming to visit was that it was for an inspection. Who would have thought someone would have the nerve to choose a factory as a date spot? But clearly, the parties involved didn't find anything inappropriate about it. Instead, they were quite interested. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the huge, steel-structured instruments and the tightly organized production processes, her expression gradually becoming thoughtful. This was a chip manufacturing factory, and in a sense, it could be considered a refined processing flow. After walking through the entire production line, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression became even more contemplative. She seemed to understand the direction her future alchemy should take. Who said that alchemy must be done manually, painstakingly refining one pill at a time. If there were sufficiently precise instruments to complete the steps, the success rate could even be higher than that of low-level alchemists. I already have a rough idea. Let's head back to school. Ge Yuan Yuan was so excited that she didn't even finish observing the final packaging process. She patted Mu'er's shoulder and turned to rush back. Let's go. Mu'er was also very happy to see Ge Yuan Yuan in this state. The two boarded the spaceship and headed straight back to the Northwest Military Academy. By now, it was late at night, and the campus was almost empty, with only a few students hurrying along the path. You come with me to the laboratory. Without giving Mu'er a choice, Ge Yuan Yuan pulled him into the laboratory. The laboratory was probably the busiest place at this time, brightly lit, with many researchers hurriedly calculating data. Junior sister, what brings you here? Bu Liangsu still looked sleep-deprived with dark circles under his eyes as he blocked Mu'er at the door. Senior brother hasn't rested yet? I have a new idea today, and might need to borrow some equipment from a more equipped laboratory. Is there an available lab? Ge Yuan Yuan greeted Bu Liangsu and began to put on a lab coat and shoe covers as per routine. There are no available labs right now. If you want to use one, you'll probably have to go to Director Hu's private lab. Just let him know. After sizing Mu'er up, Bu Liangsu swallowed the words that were about to come out and instead said, "You can bring someone to the lab, but no messing around. If any equipment gets damaged, you'll have to pay for it." No problem, no problem. After responding perfunctorily, Ge Yuan Yuan led Mu'er into He's private office, which was the most advanced and well-equipped laboratory in the entire Northwest Military Academy. However, because the owner was messy and didn't like to organize things, it looked quite cluttered. Come on, sit down. Ge Yuan Yuan struggled to drag out a broken mechanical arm and placed it in front of Mu'er, indicating for him to use it as a temporary seat. The entire laboratory was divided into two parts. One part was the outer area for storing equipment, and the inner area contained various precision instruments. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't even bother to find a place to sit and simply plopped down on the floor. You see the entire alchemy process. If I want to turn it into a standardized production, the most important thing is definitely the control of temperature. Precise temperature control is key. Ge Yuan Yuan chattered on, even pulling out a paper notebook to write and draw. For Ge Yuan Yuan, she was more accustomed to using paper and pen for recording rather than using a light brain to create an electronic version. After that, Mu'er had nothing to do but quietly sit and watch as Ge Yuan Yuan gradually became engrossed in her thoughts. She would occasionally write and draw in her notebook, and sometimes she would suddenly get inspired and reach for two parts to assemble on the spot. Mu'er's job was to assist her and seriously watch Ge Yuan Yuan. People often say that men who are serious about their work are the most handsome. But now Mu'er thought that girls who are serious about their work are equally charming, carrying a captivating charm. I can't determine if this data is correct until there's a physical object. Ge Yuan Yuan sighed heavily. Chapter 97. Who would refuse a fully automatic porridge cooker? Mu'er, lost in thought, suddenly heard Ge Yuan Yuan say this and immediately looked up to approach her. After glancing briefly at the rudimentary model that Ge Yuan Yuan had drawn, Mu'er fell silent. It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical object. As long as a virtual model can be created and operated successfully, can you make a four-dimensional model? Mu'er hesitated and asked. With a sudden clap of her hands, Ge Yuan Yuan, now excited, had a slightly flushed face. That is a good question, but I can't. With her arms flopped down, Ge Yuan Yuan sat on the ground and couldn't help but feel a bit defeated. It had already been 6 hours since she proposed her idea in the laboratory, and the outside world had gone from pitch black to bright daylight. Send me the materials, and I'll find someone to make a model for you. Mu'er gently patted Ge Yuan Yuan's head, his eyes filled with a bit of concern. You should go rest soon. After handing all the materials to Mu'er, Ge Yuan Yuan stood up and looked at the daylight outside. She didn't really need to rest, but felt a bit mentally fatigued. Cultivators can basically recover their energy every night by meditating. She could just meditate when she got back. Then I'll leave it to you. Stretching her body, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't want to walk back to the villa. It was indeed a bit far from here. She glanced at Mu'er and raised her eyebrows. Wait for me to perform a magic trick for you. What trick? Mu'er collected all the paper materials that Ge Yuan Yuan had handwritten and took a photo to upload to his personal database. He had to think carefully about where to find someone reliable to create this model. Ge Yuan Yuan gestured a couple of times on the ground. A faint magic energy surged from her fingers, and a teleportation array was immediately formed. I'm going back to rest now. Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, and her entire body was instantly engulfed by the teleportation array beneath her, directly appearing inside the villa. Looking in surprise at the spot where Ge Yuan Yuan had disappeared, Muir watched as the array on the ground gradually faded into nothingness, his gaze becoming even deeper. He knew that Ge Yuan Yuan had many secrets, but never expected her to be so open in front of him. She must completely trust him now. Holding the materials Ge Yuan Yuan had given him, Muir also quickly left the Northwest Military Academy. After meditating for 4 hours, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly opened her eyes, feeling her strength and state of mind have made another breakthrough. It was now the afternoon twilight, and looking at the setting sun on the horizon, Ge Yuan Yuan opened her light brain. Logging back into the data website she hadn't visited in a long time, Ge Yuan Yuan planned to post the 2 aspects she hadn't figured out yesterday. Perhaps some expert could offer a new solution. As soon as she logged onto the website, Ge Yuan Yuan saw her personal information in the background jumping continuously, as if someone had sent her a lot of messages. Upon opening it, all the messages were from a netizen named Lonely City Never Falls. The concept and algorithm you proposed earlier are very interesting. Can we discuss it in depth? I see you haven't logged in for a long time, so please leave a message after seeing this. He had sent over 60 messages, all expressing that the algorithm Ge Yuan Yuan proposed had provided them with strong inspiration, and they hoped to meet her in person. Ge, the great demon king. You could just talk about it online. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan sent her message, the other party replied immediately, as if they had been waiting for her. Not only was the speed of their replies very fast, but even the speed of packaging the materials was quick. Just after mentioning the problems they encountered, they sent over a 3 GB data package. Meanwhile, in a laboratory at the Northeast Military Academy, a young man was excitedly holding up his light brain. Thank goodness, the big shot I've been waiting for finally replied to me today. Seeing his foolish look, a senior beside him shook his head helplessly. You'd better be careful. There are so many scammers on the Star Network. How do you know he's not a scammer? Impossible. I've seen the big shot all the way here. The young man cherished his light brain. I'm going to send him the data. Maybe the big shot will have a solution. Upon hearing this, the senior's expression suddenly became serious. No data can be leaked. This project is a joint development with the Imperial Military Academy. If it leaks, the consequences would be unimaginable. After scaring the young man, the senior even attempted to grab the young man's light brain. The young man jumped and dashed out of the laboratory. He turned back and made a face. I'm more familiar with the confidentiality clauses than you. I'm only sending him less important data. Even if he decrypts it, he wants to understand what we're doing. This secret project, jointly conducted with the Imperial Military Academy, is about the development of inhibitors. As an inhibitor used by the entire population, there's really nothing much to discuss. However, due to the recent occurrences of people going berserk after taking inhibitors, many forces are suspicious that the 2 largest inhibitor production companies might be having problems. If it can't be discussed publicly, then it can only be discussed privately. If the berserk problem can be solved, that would be even better. Unfortunately, as a formula that has matured for hundreds of years, apart from innovations in taste, the rest has only been superficial improvements. When you get expelled, don't come crying to get back in. Seeing he couldn't persuade the young man, the senior sighed helplessly and returned to the large light brain to continue calculations. Seeing so much data, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a headache coming on. Her light brain was severely lacking in memory and couldn't handle so much data. Screenshot the key points for me. 10 minutes later, Ge Yuan Yuan received a small portion of screenshots. She looked at them. It was a concept about inhibitors. Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't really used the existing inhibitors on the market, but the healing effect was poor as it only suppressed the pain without any improvement. To achieve improvement, it was essential to clarify the reasons for the consciousness CS turmoil. After figuring out the cause and effect, and looking at the calculation points sent by the young man, Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand and wrote down a solution, packaging it and sending it back. After resolving the private chat issue, Ge Yuan Yuan opened the high-energy website post and posted the question about the fully automatic alchemy furnace. She didn't go into too much detail, only listing the most critical points. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's post, the entire website became much more active than usual. After all, who could refuse a post titled High Energy Research on Fully Automatic Porridge Cookers? Chapter 98. Young Man. Don't eat random medicine. Ge Yuan Yuan watched the enthusiastic replies under the post, most of which mocked her. After all, why would someone complicate something as simple as cooking porridge by dividing it into different minutes and using different heat levels? Isn't that a bit crazy? Many others expressed their bitter feelings. One person from Basha commented, "I've lived this long and have never eaten real food. Now I can witness the complicated process of a wealthy family cooking porridge. Truly, I am fortunate." Besides this, many others were joking around. In any case, there were hardly any serious answers, and after glancing through the comments, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit disheartened. She simply left the website and naturally didn't see the message sent to her by Gu Changbaluo. The sound of a door opening came from downstairs. Without needing to look, Ge Yuan Yuan knew it was Pu Lan returning. She opened the door, poked her head out, and called to the freshly returned Pu Lan. "How's the team training lately?" Pu Lan was carrying some simple food, and, upon hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's voice, immediately looked up and shouted, "Come down quickly! Today, Qin Xiaoming is treating us and bought some stir-fried dishes." Upon hearing there was good food, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly darted downstairs and sat properly at the table, glancing at the takeout box in front of her. She couldn't help but start reminiscing about the taste of food. The stir-fry was lightly infused with demonic energy, and from its appearance, it didn't look appetizing. Food contaminated by demonic energy often tasted exceptionally terrible. While Pu Lan went to the kitchen to get chopsticks, Ge Yuan Yuan lightly waved her fingertips over the food, directly absorbing the demonic energy from stir-fry. Now, the taste of ordinary ingredients relied heavily on the chef's skill. Qin Xiaoming is treating? Ge Yuan Yuan picked up a piece of cabbage and asked casually, "Did something good happen to him recently? Why is he being so generous?" This stir-fry likely cost several thousand, and with so many people in the team, it wasn't cheap. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. Pu Lan frowned and thought carefully, then hesitantly said it should be something related to his teacher. It seems he obtained some special medicine that can greatly enhance a person's strength. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan's bruise tightened it. The impact of medicine on strength could indeed be significant, but one also had to be clear that the effects on the body could be enormous as well. There is basically nothing in the world that can enhance strength for free. After swallowing her food, Ge Yuan Yuan spoke. "Later, help me ask what kind of medicine it is. Don't let him take it for now. Otherwise, if something happens, it will affect the team." Nodding, Pu Lan had indeed heard of this medicine. It was said to be something sold by a dealer in the black market, initially bought by military academy students who lacked confidence in their strength to prepare for military competitions. Later, those who took the medicine experienced significant strength boosts, and the name of the medicine gradually spread. It had already been revered as a miraculous medicine by military students. Now, that it could be obtained by Qin Xiaoming's teacher, it must have taken a lot of connections. After tasting the stir-fry, Pu Lan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "The food here is so delicious. Compared to what we had before, the taste is unimaginably better." Ge Yuan Yuan made a faint sound of doubt. She had only simply removed the demonic energy from the food. Could the effect be that noticeable? Although the previous stir-fry tasted decent at first, it left a bitter aftertaste. Pu Lan had trained all day and was already starving, almost wolfing down the food in front of her. Ge Yuan Yuan casually ate a couple of bites, and then let Pu Lan have all the remaining food. Having long since stopped needing to eat, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't require much sustenance. This villa area doesn't distinguish between genders. If the team wants to gather for a meal, they can come here, as long as they don't enter my room. The rest of the area is free for everyone to roam. Ge Yuan Yuan casually mentioned, then settled into the sofa. Just as she lay down, she saw a message from Mu Er, reminding her that tonight she would be going to the palace to meet the emperor at the banquet. Do I need to prepare anything extra? The opportunity to enter the palace was always rare, especially since Ge Yuan Yuan's goal was the national jade seal. Her gaze deepened, suppressing her inner impulse. Even though she could see the seal now, she couldn't use it directly. It was better to take it slow. Muir, I'll come pick you up later for your styling. I've already made an appointment with the team. Tonight would be Ge Yuan Yuan's first appearance in front of everyone, and Muir had considered everything thoroughly, hoping she would shine brightly before the crowd. Not expecting it to be so troublesome, Ge Yuan Yuan numbly glanced at the time. I'll go by myself. It might be too late if you come to pick me up. Ge Yuan Yuan sent a voice message. Where do I find you? Muir quickly sent an address to Ge Yuan Yuan's light brain. After glancing at it, Ge Yuan Yuan decided to take the most simple and unadorned public transport, as the starships were flying in the sky and it was inconvenient for her to fly with her sword. The teleportation array could indeed operate quietly, but unfortunately, it could only teleport to coordinates left at places Ge Yuan Yuan had previously visited. Once on the Star Rail tram, Ge Yuan Yuan lowered her head to browse the information on her light brain, preparing to refine more details. The design from 6 hours ago was still a bit hasty. The Star Rail tram was playing advertisements on a loop, and Ge Yuan Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with the sound. Looking up, she found the 3D virtual model in front of her was indeed very familiar. Wasn't this a promotional photo of the mermaid songstress? Ge Yuan Yuan inexplicably recalled the fish scales from before, hesitating instinctively, unsure of what Shu Yao truly meant. This promotional photo should have been taken recently. Shu Yao still looked like a mermaid lady and showed no signs of having differentiated into a male. Unable to figure it out for the moment, Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of throwing away those fish scales. After all, the whole body of a merman was a treasure. Perhaps a mermaid was too. She intended to keep it for future alchemy experiments. The heartless steel-straight woman got off the tram and walked towards the address left by Muir, gazing at the uniquely designed skyscraper in front of her. This was the headquarters of GM, home to the best styling team in the capital star. The tram ride had been smooth, and Ge Yuan Yuan arrived quickly, even about 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Muir was still in meeting, so Ge Yuan Yuan was instructed to go in and find the head of JM to start her styling. As soon as she stepped into the JM headquarters, Ge Yuan Yuan was captivated by the interior decorations. It truly deserved its reputation as a fashion center, with all the decorations exuding a simple yet high-end feel. After registering in front of the smart robot at the entrance, Ge Yuan Yuan followed the signs inside. Just after taking a couple of steps, she bumped directly into Shu Yao. Chapter 99, who is plotting the chess game Silence, is tonight's Cambridge. Ge Yuan Yuan immediately lowered her head, looking at the robot in front of her, pretending she didn't see Shu Yao at all. It was as if whoever's name was called would appear. Could it be that she awakened the gift of a great prophet? Ge Yuan Yuan. There was no escaping. Shu Yao had already seen Ge Yuan Yuan from 800 meters away. She waved her hand to the people behind her, signaling them not to follow. If she couldn't hide, she could only face it. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The smile on Ge Yuan Yuan's face was almost solid. It was so awkward. For some reason, every time she bumped into Shu Yao, Ge Yuan Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. Woman, you cannot escape from my palm. Today, Shu Yao was wearing a blue fishtail dress, which resembled her own tail by about 80%. However, the words that came out of Shu Yao's mouth always made Ge Yuan Yuan feel goosebumps. Just right, I have something to find you about too. Why don't we chat over there? Pointing to the waiting area beside them, Ge Yuan Yuan planned to take this opportunity to return Shu Yao's scales. Sitting down on the sofa, not far away, Shu Yao looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with pride, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance and condescension. Woman, what do you want to say to me? Shu Yao raised her hand and tugged at her collar, making a gesture as if loosening a tie. This made Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze carry some confusion. Was Shu Yao performing some mysterious ritual to prepare to assassinate her? Taking the scales out from her storage ring, Ge Yuan Yuan placed them in front of Shu Yao. Take this back. I was presumptuous to accept it because I didn't understand the meaning of mermaid scales before. Never had she thought that something given away could be returned. There was a hint of anger in Shu Yao's eyes. She slammed her hand on the table and pointed at Ge Yuan Yuan, saying, Woman, are you trying to lure me in and then let me go? You might as well give up. I'm not going to give up. Shu Yao handed the scales back to Ge Yuan Yuan, tilting her head to look away. If you don't like it, just throw it into the trash. There's no need to return it to me. Looking at the shimmering, light blue scales in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan fell into silence. Nothing about this felt right, okay? As a big star, Shu Yao seemed to have been clinging to her since they first met. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't think she had anything remarkable that would make Shu Yao keep thinking about her. She silently stared at the scales in front of her. I can accept it, but you have to tell me why you were so determined to give it to me. Raising her head, Ge Yuan Yuan locked eyes with Shu Yao, successfully seeing a hint of panic in Shu Yao's sea-like eyes. She didn't dare to use her control skills on Shu Yao. She just kept staring at her. Mermaids inherently have strong hallucinatory abilities, and Ge Yuan Yuan was worried it might backfire. She picked up the scales and said to Shu Yao, "This is your life scale, right?" Shu Yao silently looked at the scales. For mermaids, all their scales would eventually fall off, except for this one. She indeed had nothing to say. I was advised by a wise person that if I want a smooth life, I must always follow you. Shu Yao lowered her head, her current appearance looking somewhat pitiful. I don't have anything precious, and, thinking you wouldn't like those tacky jewels and money, I could only give you my life scale. The sea water dried the silence. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the scales in her hand. No, she liked those tacky things and had no interest in the scales at all. But soon, Ge Yuan Yuan caught the strange part of Shu Yao's words. Why did this sound so familiar? The previously attached Shang Wu said the same thing. A fortune teller told him he had to find Ge Yuan Yuan, and now Shu Yao was saying the same. Was this a coincidence, or was it premeditated? Was it aimed at the original host, or was it directed at her? Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes sharpened, but she didn't say much, just accepted Shu Yao's scales. I have to go up now. Maybe we'll meet again by chance next time. Ge Yuan Yuan stood up and headed straight for the elevator. Shu Yao quietly watched Ge Yuan Yuan for a moment, then said to herself, "Are you satisfied now? I've already said those shameful lines as you instructed." The air was silent. Shu Yao stood up, returning to her radiant self as a star, swaying as she walked out. Knocking on the studio door, Ge Yuan Yuan saw the people inside, stop their movements, and gather around her. "You must be the Marshal's fiancé. I'm today's stylist, Arno. I'm very pleased to provide you with services." As he spoke, everyone in the room bowed to Ge Yuan Yuan, their words filled with respect. "Welcome, Miss Ge." Led to sit on the sofa, Arno snapped his fingers, and the curtain behind him opened, revealing a line of models in haute couture dresses for Ge Yuan Yuan to choose from. The sight of the models' long legs dazzled her, and Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea which dress to choose. The marshal specifically instructed me that besides the dress for tonight's banquet, you can also choose other clothes to be packed together. These clothes are custom-made by designers, and if Ge Yuan Yuan likes any styles, they can also be adjusted to fit her size. How about that one? Ge Yuan Yuan pointed to a model who had just walked out. She was wearing a black evening gown with a V-cut that went down to the waist, perfectly highlighting the curves. It was the epitome of sexy and alluring. Arno fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. "Why don't you take a look at that royal blue gown behind? It's a bit sexy, and the marshal might not be very pleased." Ge Yuan Yuan frowned in displeasure. "Since when do I have to get his approval to wear clothes?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Arno seemed not to expect that this rumored little wife from the countryside had been spoiled to this extent by the marshal. It was as if she were stepping on the proud head of the marshal. "But as a professional designer, I still stand by my opinion. You should try on this royal blue gown, and that deep V black dress can be packed and sent home." Arno really couldn't bring himself to say the truth. After all, the marshal's fiancée in front of him looked like a cute little girl, and wearing such sexy clothes was truly inappropriate, especially since tonight was the emperor's banquet. Casting an unhappy glance at Arno, Ge Yuan Yuan stubbornly said, "I want that gown. As the demon lord, wearing a royal blue dress is ridiculous. Only black can highlight the mystery of a demon cultivator." Chapter 100. Moo Dog is cowardly, afraid to kiss Marshal. "You've come?" Arno's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Ge Yuan Yuan turned around and saw Moo Air coming in from outside. Except when he secretly went to the street with Ge Yuan Yuan, Moo Air was always dressed in military uniform, with sharp eyes and a commanding aura. He took off his military cap, and his slightly tousled curls looked a bit playful. "How is the dress fitting going?" Muad walked over to Yuan's side, glancing at the two models standing in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. "Want to try the sapphire blue gown?" Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Moo Air and then scanned the surrounding designers. "Why can't I wear that black gown?" Ge Yuan Yuan had a very stubborn and consistent aesthetic in this regard. Mu'er helplessly ruffled Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. His little master seemed to always think of herself as a mature woman. Then let's try it out and see how it turns out in the end. Mu'er's voice carried a hint of humor, his deep voice sounding quite imposing. Arno couldn't help but sigh, realizing that love really can soften a steel-straight man. Their styling team had been serving Mu'er for many years, and they had never seen him so indulgent. Sure enough, real couples are delightful to watch. Those previous rumors only served to dig for sweet moments. Soon, 2 haute couture gowns were sent to the fitting room. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan stepped inside, 2 female assistants wanted to follow her in. "Miss Ge, we're here to help you with a dress." "No need." Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly and shooed them away. The 2 assistants stood still, their gazes shifting toward Mu'er. They wouldn't dare let Ge Yuan Yuan struggle with 2 haute couture gowns alone without his nod. "You can come out." Mu'er nodded, calling them out. This little interruption made Ge Yuan Yuan quite unhappy. She could lower her standards when it came to indulging her little dog, but if the people around her really respected Mu'er, it made her feel quite awkward. When did she have to seek another's permission to do things freely? Even though this wasn't Timu Dog's fault, Ge Yuan Yuan still held Mu'er accountable for it, secretly planning to settle the score later. After carefully observing the 2 dresses, Ge Yuan Yuan's outfit began to transform, first into a fitted black gown. Looking at herself in the fitting room mirror, Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent for a moment, seemingly realizing why Arno had been advising her against wearing it. It indeed looked very mismatched. With thousands of years of mature, womanly stature, Ge Yuan Yuan had a deep understanding that she looked good in such clothes. Now, having switched to a new body, she still hadn't adapted to her current little girl face. Silently changing the gown to the sapphire blue one, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at herself in the mirror. Compared to the previous dress's sense of mismatch, this one appeared more delicate and highlighted her fair skin. It really looks good. Storing the actual gown into her storage bracelet, Ge Yuan Yuan stepped out of the fitting room in a magically transformed gown. Ge Yuan Yuan's delicate and petite appearance was already striking, and now wearing the sapphire blue gown made her look even more stunning. As soon as she stepped out, Mu'er found it hard to take his eyes off her. "Please have Miss Ge sit here. We'll do your makeup." Arno led Ge Yuan Yuan to sit at the makeup table and began selecting suitable makeup products for her. "Marshall, shall we select a gown for you now?" A nearby assistant, seeing Arno directly serving Ge Yuan Yuan, cautiously asked Mu'er's opinion. Previously, it was always Arno serving Mu'er, and now with a sudden change, they weren't sure if Mu'er would mind. "That's fine." Mu'er nodded, not raising many objections. Ge Yuan Yuan's skin was already very good. Requiring minimal foundation, a light layer to even out her complexion was enough, with a focus on the color makeup. Arno, being someone who understood people well, could easily tell how much Mu'er valued Ge Yuan Yuan. This made him go all out, making Ge Yuan Yuan look radiant. Mu'er himself had good looks, and since he didn't like too much makeup on his face, he only lightly touched up his eyebrows, after which the assistant dared not continue. Having gained experience from waiting for his partner to finish her makeup, Mu'er started handling some less important documents. After 2 or 3 hours, he knew it wouldn't end soon. Half an hour later, Ge Yuan Yuan was almost lulled to sleep by the gentle brushing of the makeup on her face. She let out a small yawn and asked Arno beside her, "Is it not done yet? Just a bit more lip gloss." Arno looked at Ge Yuan Yuan's face, utterly satisfied. This was the beauty favored by heaven. After finishing her makeup and hairstyle, Ge Yuan Yuan walked out of the makeup room and met Mu'er's gaze. In an instant, Mu'er's breath stopped, his eyes glued to her. "Beautiful," Mu'er murmured, completely mesmerized as he watched Ge Yuan Yuan approach him. Complementing the sapphire blue gown were a pair of light blue gloves. Ge Yuan Yuan slowly extended her hand towards Mu'er. "Let us go. Isn't it almost time?" Taking Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, Mu'er's gaze turned intensely possessive, almost uncontrollably wrapping his arm around Ge Yuan Yuan's waist. The 2 walked out very intimately, making Arno behind them unable to hide his starry-eyed smile. He was the first lucky one in the entire galaxy to witness the sweet moments between the Marshal and his fiancée, E. This time, they were headed to the palace for a banquet. Mu'er no longer drove the small starship, but instead switched to a large, luxurious starship, with decorations that were both extravagant and understated. The cockpit was equipped with a driver, allowing Mu'er and Ge Yuan Yuan to sit comfortably in the back, his gaze never leaving Ge Yuan Yuan. "Is there something on my face that has you so captivated?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked, raising her brows in confusion. Lowering his head in a bit of panic, Mu'er's face turned slightly red as he shyly said, "You really look great today." With a playful pinch on Mu'er's cheek, Ge Yuan Yuan lowered her voice, teasing, "So, has the little puppy fallen for me?" Mu'er's toilet bupped, unable to speak. It was more than just being smitten. He even wanted to lean in and kiss Ge Yuan Yuan's lips or share a passionate kiss. Chapter 101 The banquet begins. The starship stopped in front of the palace, where many guests had already arrived, and several luxurious spacecraft were parked in a large parking lot at the entrance. Moore's starship was not the most eye-catching one, but it was parked closest to the palace entrance. Many passers-by paused to look at the Marshall starship, eager to see what Ge Yuan Yuan looked like to have captivated the usually cold and unfeeling Marshall. Tonight's banquet at the palace was to celebrate a princess's birthday, and most of the attendees were young people. The starship's doors slowly opened, and Moore was the first to step down, waiting by the roadside for Ge Yuan Yuan to come down. Then everyone saw a girl in a royal blue dress with slightly curled hair step out of the vehicle. She placed her delicate hand in Moore's palm. The two walked side by side into the palace, looking very well matched. Whispers arose behind them, but Ge Yuan Yuan was oblivious, focused solely on walking down the red carpet into the palace. The banquet naturally attracted media attention, but photography was not allowed inside the palace, so they could only take pictures of the guests walking the red carpet at the entrance. "The Marshal is here," someone excitedly shouted, and everyone shifted their cameras to the two, capturing the moment with continuous flashes. Moore instinctively raised his hand to shield Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, protecting her in his embrace. The adjutant next to him noticed Moore's displeasure and shouted at the reporters nearby, "No flash photography. Anyone who uses a flash will be asked to leave." No one dared to use flash now, but the cameras continued to focus on the two. Ge Yuan Yuan was thus half supported and half held by Moore as they entered the palace. "Did you get the shot?" An excited paparazzo asked his colleague. "I got it. Look at this photo. I'm sending the news right now," his colleague replied, not even bothering to continue shooting the remaining guests. He hurriedly ran out with his camera to post the article online as quickly as possible. In the photo, Moore was shielding Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, slightly turning his head with a sharp gaze fixed on the camera, exuding a chilling aura, while the girl in his arms looked petite and charming. Although Moore's hand covered most of her face, her slightly exposed lips and chin revealed a delicate and small feature. Once inside the palace, there were not as many reporters as outside. Guided by the palace attendants, Moore and Ge Yuan Yuan arrived at the hall where the banquet was being held. There were already a number of people inside, and upon seeing Moore enter, their scrutinizing gazes immediately fell on Ge Yuan Yuan. In this hall full of young people, many were fond of Moore, dreaming of marrying him to become the Marshal's wife. Unexpectedly, a commoner had gotten ahead of them. "I have some matters to attend to. Can you manage on your own and have something to eat?" Moore said, lowering his head slightly with an apologetic look. After entering, he had to greet several dignitaries. "The pastries in the palace are quite good." He lifted a strand of hair that had fallen by Ge Yuan Yuan's ear and added, "If anyone comes to talk to you, feel free to engage. If you don't want to, that is fine too." After seating Ge Yuan Yuan in a corner, Moore anxiously reminded her again, "If anyone gives you trouble, just use the contract to call me." "You go ahead," Ge Yuan Yuan replied with a somewhat indifferent tone. She had never been interested in such social events. As soon as Moore left, the gazes of several young women fell on Ge Yuan Yuan. Is this the commoner that the Marshal has taken a liking to? Seems like she has nothing but a pretty face. A red-haired woman scanned Ge Yuan Yuan with indifferent eyes, not agreeing with her companion's words, but showing little intention to defend Ge Yuan Yuan either. She took a sip of her champagne, her gaze toward Ge Yuan Yuan carrying some hostility, which she quickly reined in. "I don't want to see anyone make a move against her at this event. Keep your people in check. I don't want to see the Marshal show any unusual emotions because of her." Natia gently swirled the wine glass in her hand, her threatening gaze sweeping over Elsa and the others. This small group was naturally led by Natia, and they nodded in agreement, indicating they would give Ge Yuan Yuan a peaceful banquet. Only Elsa still felt some dissatisfaction, thinking it was unacceptable to let her off easily. How could the Marshal possibly fall for a commoner? If you don't want her mouth, I wouldn't mind sewing it shut. Natia shot her a glance, then took another glass of champagne from a nearby server's tray. She played with her red hair and walked up to Ge Yuan Yuan, placing the champagne on the table. Would you like to try some drinks? Natia smiled slightly, concealing her hostility deep in her eyes, appearing genuinely friendly as if she really wanted to be friends with Ge Yuan Yuan. Such a stage of a green tea girl was indeed sophisticated. But Ge Yuan Yuan could see through this little trick. She raised an eyebrow and pretended to act weak. The Marshal doesn't let me drink things from others. It's fine if you don't want to drink. Would you like some juice instead? Natia readily took the wine glass away, still maintaining a very amiable attitude. I'm very interested in your story with the Marshal. Can you tell me about it? Sure, Ge Yuan Yuan said shyly, hesitating with a cake fork in her hand. We met in the infection zone. I saved the Marshal, and he treats me very well and likes me a lot. What Natia wanted to hear was not these things at all, but to coax Ge Yuan Yuan to speak, she could only suppress her impatience. So how do you usually get along? He washes my feet and socks, and he also makes sure I go to bed early. He spoils me, and I don't have to do anything. Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, her eyes slightly squinting, appearing completely immersed in a sweet romance. The conversation was clearly not going anywhere. Natia stood up in frustration. How could more like such a useless waste? From her tall, aggressive makeup and her stylish attire, it was evident that Natia was a very dominant person in her daily life, looking down on Ge Yuan Yuan, who seemed sweet and incapable of doing anything. Watching Natia stomp over to Moore in her high heels, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled with her brows curved, genuinely raising an eyebrow in amusement. Many people disliked her relationship with Moore. Ge Yuan Yuan only made those who approach her feel half dead with anger. She was truly too kind-hearted. Chapter 102. Are you willing to wash the feet of commoners? After greeting General Holt, Moore turned with his wine glass in hand. There were significantly fewer people around Princess Longxi than before. Just as Moore was about to approach and say hello, Nitya blocked his path. Moore, her face still bore a hint of anger. Seeing this, Moore nodded slightly and stopped. Nitya's impulsiveness had brought her before Moore in a fit of anger. But now that they were face to face, she found herself at a loss for words, hesitating and not speaking. If there's nothing urgent, I'll take my leave first, Moore said, preparing to walk away. After all, he had left Ge Yuan Yuan in the corner, and he should greet others quickly and return to accompany her instead of wasting time here meaninglessly. I want to ask you, what kind of girl do you like? Nitya couldn't bring herself to directly accuse Moore. She was more curious about whether Moore really liked useless little wastes. As soon as Nitya opened her mouth, the image of Ge Yuan Yuan involuntarily flashed in Moore's mind. He found it difficult to define Ge Yuan Yuan appropriately, but that didn't prevent him from knowing what kind of person he liked. I like my fiancée. She is the only template for my future partner. A blissful smile uncontrollably appeared on Moore's face, which seemed particularly glaring in Nitya's eyes. Clenching her fists tightly, Nitya's gaze was filled with reluctance. She looked up and stared directly at Moore's handsome face, questioning, I don't understand why you would like a useless waste. Perhaps getting the conversation started made Nitya's subsequent words flow more smoothly. You're the hope of the Empire. The choice of your future wife is very important. Choosing a commoner with only a C-level mental power, according to your own, is irresponsible to the Empire. After hearing this, Moore's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively feeling uncomfortable with Nitya's words. What kind of person my wife will be is not for you to say. The future burden of the Empire does not rest solely on my shoulders. Every citizen of the Empire should contribute to its future. Moore coldly deflected her words. This was Princess Longxi's banquet, and he didn't want to cause a scene. Moore's attitude gave Nitya more courage. Unable to help but twist her face in anger, she accused Moore, then I also don't understand why you would choose a delicate wife who needs her feet washed. Isn't this a humiliation to you? Don't you realize that? Washing feet, Moore instinctively looked up towards Ge Yuan Yuan's direction. Sitting in a corner, Ge Yuan Yuan noticed Moore's gaze and looked up to meet his eyes, smiling brightly. She even slightly raised the fork in her hand, clearly pleased with her masterpiece. Discreetly averting his gaze, Moore nodded and candidly acknowledged, "This is my duty as a fiancé. I ask Miss Nitya not to meddle too much." Having said that, Moore had no intention of continuing to tangle with Nitya and walked away directly, leaving her standing there, so furious she almost smashed the wine glass in her hand. The small group that had been watching the whole situation unfold now dared not approach, seeing Nitya's humiliation. Yet, some people still couldn't help but speak a little louder. Just a moment ago, they had said not to cause trouble for Ge Yuan Yuan, but they couldn't restrain themselves and ended up looking for trouble, even getting rebuffed by the marshal. It was clear that no matter how hard some people tried, they were unworthy of the marshal's attention. Elsa hadn't even finished her mocking remark when she noticed her friend winking at her. Before she had a chance to turn around, Nitya grabbed her shoulder, forcing her to face the fury of Nitya. "By Chi, have I given you too much face?" A sharp slap landed on Elsa's face, and Nitya wasn't done. She grabbed her hair and dragged her directly out of the banquet. This little episode clearly attracted a lot of attention. Princess Longxi turned her gaze towards the door and then withdrew her eyes with indifference. She quietly instructed a nearby attendant, "Keep an eye on things. No disturbances are allowed at my birthday banquet." The attendant left, and Princess Longxi turned to Moore with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. "Happy birthday." Moore raised his glass and signaled to Princess Longxi. Amused, Princess Longxi couldn't help but smile as she gently clinked her glass against his. "You bringing a companion today has really slapped my face. How ruthless of you," my rumored partner. Neither used honorifics, illustrating that their relationship was quite good. One was a promising young marshal of the empire, while the other was a royal princess at a marriageable age, making them frequent subjects of media gossip. "Your Majesty is holding this banquet to choose a fiancé for you. Instead of worrying about me, you should check if there are any suitable young talents." Moore chose not to engage with Princess Longxi's remarks, noticing someone approaching, and timely interjected, "I want to disturb the princess's selection of suitor." Princess Longxi playfully scolded, "Get lost." Watching Moore actually leave, a hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes. As a royal princess, while she held a supreme status, she also had to bear the corresponding obligations. As a princess with low mental power, she couldn't fight on the battlefield and could only be sheltered in the inner palace, a pawn for royal interests. After wandering around the venue, Moore returned and sat down opposite Ge Yuan Yuan, maintaining a dignified posture without any sign of relaxation. "Nia gave you trouble just now?" Moore asked softly, noticing the half-eaten mango cake in front of Ge Yuan Yuan and casually taking it for himself, placing it in front of him. Rolling her eyes at Moore, Ge Yuan Yuan bluntly replied, "If you want to eat it, go get your own. What skill is it to steal mine?" Unfazed by Ge Yuan Yuan's reprimand, Moore said pitifully, "As a ruthless and unfeeling man, how can I take the initiative to eat sweet mango layers? So, it's all right to steal mine?" Ge Yuan Yuan crossed her arms on the table, watching Moore seriously eat the cake. "It doesn't count as seeking trouble. It seems more like I'm here to find out what kind of girl you like, perhaps trying to dig a wall." Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you're quite popular." She was just possessive over her little dog. No one else was allowed to touch him. Chapter 103, I don't care. You must date me. After finishing the last bite of mango millefeuille, Muir's attitude was very calm. "Those who pursue me can line up to the garbage star. Shouldn't you be captivated by my charm?" "Huh." Ge Yuan Yuan sneered dismissively, directly revealing his big sword. "Do you believe I can turn you into a little wolf in front of everyone? Damn, you can't threaten people like that." Muir's smile instantly vanished, and even the joy from eating the mango millefeuille disappeared, wishing he could perform a strongman crying act right there. Looking around and finding that no one was paying attention to this secluded corner for the time being, Muir took Ge Yuan Yuan's hand and pressed it against his cheek, saying flatteringly, "How about I pinch your cheek, and you forgive me for what I just said?" Ge Yuan Yuan pinched Muir's cheek in response, then withdrew his hand with satisfaction and asked boredly, "When will your Majesty come out? I'm quite bored here." "Your Majesty should come out to speak halfway through the banquet. Your meeting with him should be in the later part of the banquet. If you're bored, I can take you for a walk around." Muir held Ge Yuan Yuan's hand and stood up, quietly slipping out of the palace through a side door. Ge Yuan Yuan had visited the palace many times in his previous life, but he had never seen one that combined high technology with ancient charm. Perhaps it was the company beside him that made Ge Yuan Yuan feel particularly relaxed. Even though there was a banquet, there weren't many places for people to stroll, and many soldiers were guarding the area. The two could only take a casual walk in the Imperial Garden. The moonlight tonight was beautiful, with a bright silver light bathing their foreheads, everything hazy just right. Turning a corner, they arrived at an empty pavilion along the steps. I have already arranged the steps for the proposal. Mu'er's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Ge Yuan Yuan stood silently, looking at Mu'er with a very calm expression. This almost ethereal feeling made Mu'er feel a bit uneasy, but he still spoke up, stubbornly holding Ge Yuan Yuan's hand and asking, "Miss Ge, may I officially start dating you?" Ge Yuan Yuan stood still, almost instantly falling into confusion. Although she enjoyed teasing Mu'er when she was free and even tacitly allowed him to call them a couple, when it came to truly capturing Mu'er's heart, she found herself unable to extricate herself from confusion. Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't sure if she really wanted to accept a new relationship, or if she could bear the intense love of a little puppy. She wouldn't stay here for long. Her goal was to return to the cultivation world and personally kill that idiot Tianji. No, Ge Yuan Yuan chose to refuse. She had too many secrets to share with Mu'er. A relationship destined to be a tragedy didn't he need to start. Stepping back 2 paces, Mu'er clenched his fists tightly, his expression hurt, even showing a hint of unspoken vulnerability. The silence flowed quietly between them. In the end, it was Mu'er who spoke first. "Do you like someone else?" With a tone of suspicion, Mu'er quickly began to filter through potential suspects in his mind. Impossible. He had basically accompanied Ge Yuan Yuan step by step out of the garbage star. No one could weigh more in her life than he did. He even considered that brat Weizhua. Surely Ge Yuan Yuan wouldn't like that kind of loser, right? But he quickly dismissed that guess and began to suspect it might be related to Ge Yuan Yuan's secrets. Ge Yuan Yuan chose to remain silent in response. This made Mu'er anxious. He even forgot everything else, directly grabbing Ge Yuan Yuan's wrist and stepping closer, backing her against the pillar of the pavilion. "I don't care. Since you don't have someone you like, then you must be with me." His breath carried a hint of heat, directly landing on Ge Yuan Yuan, and he looked at her angrily, unwilling to let go of her hand, tilting her head slightly to avoid Mu'er's breath. Ge Yuan Yuan said helplessly, "Are you playing the domineering CEO trope with me? Hurry up and let go." The ambiguous atmosphere between them dissipated almost instantly. Mu'er, grinding his teeth in anger, was willing to call Ge Yuan Yuan a steel-straight woman, the master of ruining the mood. "I don't have anyone I like. The reason I don't want to agree to you is that I'm not sure what my feelings for you really are, and I have other things to do. I might leave here for a long time." Seeing Mu'er so dejected, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit reluctant, tiptoeing to pat Mu'er's head. "I don't care." Hearing Ge Yuan Yuan give a positive response, Mu'er was so excited he could hardly contain himself, wishing he could directly pounce on Ge Yuan Yuan. He eagerly hugged Ge Yuan Yuan tightly. Resting his chin on her head, tilting his head slightly, he said confidently, "You want to be with me? I'm not afraid of getting hurt. I'm just afraid of not getting you." In the quiet night, Mu'er continued his heartfelt confession. "If you need my help with anything, I will do my utmost. If I can't help, I will quietly wait for you to return. Please give me a chance, okay?" "All right." Ge Yuan Yuan tugged at the corner of her mouth. "But there's an old man staring at us from behind." "What the hell?" Mu'er turned around with a murderous intent, only to meet the kind and gentle face of the emperor. This was truly embarrassing. Almost as if electrocuted, he let go of Ge Yuan Yuan and awkwardly adjusted his clothes. "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" The old man walked into the pavilion with a cheerful demeanor. Waving his hand, "I came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you too. What a coincidence." "Greetings to your Majesty." Ge Yuan Yuan performed a courtesy without raising her head to look directly at the emperor. After all, whether it was real fear or just pretending, it could be seen from her eyes. She didn't need to invite more trouble for herself. This little girl is quite interesting. I haven't seen Mu'er get into trouble for a long time. It seems that everything has its match. The emperor sat down in the pavilion with a smile, and his attitude toward Ge Yuan Yuan was also very gentle. You really made a fool of yourself. Mu Er awkwardly touched his nose. This is my fiancé, Ge Yuan Yuan. Ge Yuan Yuan, the bloodline of the Luo family that has fallen outside. The emperor mumbled a few words and kindly asked Ge Yuan Yuan, I heard you went to the Luo family for dinner recently. How did it go with your family? Sure enough, this old man knew everything and had ulterior motives. Ge Yuan Yuan lowered her head, her voice a bit low and aggrieved as she said, I don't like the Luo family. They don't truly care for me. I wish I weren't of the Luo bloodline. Chapter 104 Forgetting that Mu'er married me. Since you feel wronged in the Luo family, there's no need to go back. If they force you, just come find me, and I'll take care of it for you. The emperor's face still wore a cheerful expression as he spoke to comfort Ge Yuan Yuan's emotions. I've already sent someone to investigate your mother's situation from back then. If you wish to recognize your roots, it's not a difficult matter. Ge Yuan Yuan rolled her eyes secretly. The words sounded nice, but he was actually testing her. If she showed any desire to return to the Luo family, it would be the moment this old man was ready to act. The art of being an emperor lies in weighing power. How could he tolerate the Luo family mingling with Mu'er? One holds civil power, and the other holds military power. Once the two factions become allies, the one threatened will undoubtedly be the next crown prince. The key to this is Ge Yuan Yuan. If this girl, who has suffered since childhood, harbors a strong dislike for the Luo family, there would be a happy ending for everyone. However, if this little girl is dazzled by the wealth of the capital and seeks to meddle with things she shouldn't, then he wouldn't hesitate to clear the obstacles for the crown prince first. All I seek is to be with the marshal for a long time. After Ge Yuan Yuan said this, she snuggled directly into Mu'er's arms, appearing quite shy, which delighted the emperor immensely. What a good girl. You young people go enjoy the moon outside. I shall return now. Watching the emperor's figure fade away, Ge Yuan Yuan lazily leaned against Mu'er. Mu'er embraced her, not daring to move. Should we head back too? The old man's words are definitely just an excuse. If we don't return when he formally speaks, it will surely cause some trouble. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This old man has a mind as sharp as a needle. His cunning could rival that of grapes. The two took a shortcut, arriving at the banquet hall ahead of the emperor, where young people were gathered in small groups. Should I greet Princess Longxi? Ge Yuan Yuan casually asked as she looked at the princess, surrounded by admirers. I've already greeted her. If you want to meet her, I can take you over, Mu'er gently said, clearly indulging Ge Yuan Yuan in avoiding contact with these nobles. Ge Yuan Yuan shrugged, indicating she wasn't interested in the matter. Next, the emperor delivered a rather lengthy congratulatory speech, and the evening's banquet officially reached its climax. The earlier small socializing was merely a prelude. The real program of the night had yet to begin. Ge Yuan Yuan and Mu'er chose the best viewing spot and watched the colorful fireworks bloom outside the palace. Can I invite you to dance with me later? Mu'er's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he reached out his hand. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice interrupted from nearby. She probably doesn't even know royal etiquette. How could she possibly dance the waltz? Ge Yuan Yuan looked up to see a very handsome young man, though his expression carried an unshakable gloom. Ji Xiao, if you have nothing better to do, you'd better get lost. Mu'er's face instantly darkened. Normally, his conflicts with the Ge family were his own business. But now Ji Xiao actually dared to mock Ge Yuan Yuan, which Mu'er could not tolerate. A country girl, who knows what caught your eye? If you don't want to be laughed at by the nobles, shouldn't you seize the time to learn? Ye Xiao left maliciously. He stepped closer, moving in front of Princess Longxi, and gentlemanly extended a hand. May I have the honor to invite Her Highness to dance the opening dance? Princess Longxi smiled faintly, but did not take his hand. I want to dance the opening dance with the marshal, so I'm sorry. He already has a fiancé. Ye Xiao, if you're smart, you'd know your only choice is me. Ji Xiao didn't even bother to retract his hand, stubbornly keeping it in front of Princess Longxi. Can I invite the princess again? The smile on Longxi's face became somewhat stiff. She knew that among the talented people present, her best choice was Ji Xiao, but being forced into a corner made her very uncomfortable. Noble Princess Longxi, may I invite you to dance the opening dance? Ji Xiao's smile remained unchanged. Successfully inviting the one he desired, the two danced gracefully under the gaze of the crowd, becoming the shining twin stars. As the first dance piece ended, others began to pair up and enter the dance floor to join in the merriment. Holding back her disgust, Princess Longxi finished the dance and almost eagerly walked towards Mu'er, elegantly lifting her skirt to curtsy. "Marshal, do I have the fortune to dance with you?" Longxi raised her eyebrows, her hint unmistakable. "Come, save me." Receiving the signal, Mu'er naturally couldn't ignore it. He squeezed Ge Yuan Yuan's hand gently and whispered, "I'm friends with Princess Longxi. I'll go help her out and return to you shortly. Go ahead." Ge Yuan generously released her hand. Watching as Mu'er danced with the princess, one could not deny that the two looked more compatible together. The imperial princess and the war god Marshal made for a far more pleasing pairing than a girl from the slums. "How does it feel to watch the one you like dance with someone else?" Ji Xiao's sly voice came from aside. Glancing at Ji Xiao, Ge Yuan felt he must have some issue and chose to ignore him completely. "Would you like to dance with me?" Ji Xiao extended his hand, inviting Ge Yuan to dance, his eyes filled with unabashed malice. She wondered what was wrong with this guy. "Fine, let us dance." Ge Yuan ignored Ji Xiao's outstretched hand, stood up, adjusted her dress, and walked towards the dance floor. Withdrawing his hand, Ji Xiao looked at Ge Yuan with a playful expression. This girl was quite interesting and stubborn, but he wondered how long she could keep it up. However, to Ji Xiao's surprise, Ge Yuan could actually dance. Moreover, her waltz was quite good, clearly not something she could master in just a few days. The two appeared to be intimately entwined, gently swaying as they moved to the music. Ji Xiao leaned his head to the side, whispering softly in Ge Yuan's ear, "What is so great about Mu'er? Why not marry me?" "Ah." Ge Yuan looked up in confusion, meeting Ji Xiao's soulful fox-like eyes, and couldn't help but look a little longer. "Your eyes are really beautiful." Chapter 105, Escaping the Banquet to Drink Puffed. Ji Xiao was almost amused by the little muddle-headed person in front of him who couldn't grasp the main point. He even deliberately blinked and gazed affectionately at Ge Yuan, asking, "Do you only think my eyes are beautiful?" Ge Yuan sincerely nodded and said seriously, "It would be even better if I could have them removed and made into a specimen." Those were indeed very rare, affectionate peach blossom fox eyes. Ge Yuan subconsciously swallowed, and from a physiological perspective, she really wanted to add those eyes to her personal collection. Unfortunately, in the interstellar era, that would be illegal. "You are really interesting." Ji Xiao laughed heartily, his voice quite eerie, not caring about Ge Yuan wanting his eyes. He even deliberately blinked to entice her. "I seem to understand why Mu'er likes you now." "Seriously, sweetheart," Ji Xiao said with a particularly seductive tone, licking his lips, "aren't you considering marrying me?" "Thank you, but I don't have that thought for now." Ge Yuan shook her head regretfully, fully realizing that those eyes only looked good on Ji Xiao's face. "When I return to the Luo family, I will prepare a satisfactory dowry for you." Ji Xiao laughed maniacally. "How much can Mu'er give you?" "No one can give you more than I can." "Not interested." Midway through the dance, Ge Yuan directly withdrew her hand and coldly walked out of the dance floor, showing Ji Xiao a cold shoulder. Standing in the dance floor, Ji Xiao's expression changed unpredictably, and the gazes and whispers from the people around him made him a bit irritated. "No more dancing, no more dancing. My wife is in trouble." Mu'er had always focused on Ge Yuan, dancing with Longxi in a distracted manner, and he almost stepped on Longxi's foot several times. Now, seeing Ge Yuan leave in a huff, he was even more worried that Ji Xiao was bullying her. "You ingrate who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. Go after her." Princess Long, she naturally couldn't force Mu'er to stay here. Thus, among the dancing crowd, only the two who were left behind had no partners. Ge Yuan. Mu'er hurriedly chased after her and saw Ge Yuan walking outside along the path of the Imperial Garden. "Why did you come out? Aren't you going to finish that dance?" Ge Yuan was a bit surprised but continued to walk slowly outside. The atmosphere of the banquet made her feel uncomfortable. "What did Ji Xiao say to you?" Mu'er's expression was very worried, even showing some anger. "He didn't say much, just asked me to marry him." Ge Yuan's calm words stirred up waves in Mu'er's heart. He widened his eyes and directly grabbed Ge Yuan's wrist. "You didn't agree to him, did you?" Holding her tightly in his arms, Mu'er felt extremely anxious. Ge Yuan Yuan was inherently a whimsical person, and her previous agreement to date him was also quite casual. It seemed that for Ge Yuan Yuan, it didn't matter who that person was. Whether there was someone or not was irrelevant. Don't be so nervous. I didn't agree to him. I just wanted to go out for a walk. Ge Yuan Yuan gently patted Mu'er's strong arm, feeling a bit helpless. Be good. Don't be so clingy. Even though he understood that he was being overly worried, Mu'er still didn't want to let go of her hand. Lazily leaning against Ge Yuan Yuan. Since you find the banquet boring, let's just leave. Mu'er glanced at the light brain on his wrist. The remaining segments could be skipped. Then let's go. The two walked side by side towards the palace exit. Shall I take you back to school? Mu'er tentatively asked. Looking at the brilliant lights outside and the continuous noise coming from behind, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit unreal. She just wanted to escape from the scene of the banquet, but didn't understand where to go. Let's find a place to drink. I didn't even get a sip of champagne at the banquet. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling cunningly. And her deep blue gown almost instantly transformed into an outfit more suitable for a nightclub. Let's go. Mu'er had no objections to Ge Yuan Yuan's decision. They quietly slipped away to a nearby, small tavern, eating the snacks brought to them and drinking. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Are you that happy? Mu'er hadn't touched his drink. He still had to be responsible for taking Ge Yuan Yuan back later. Of course I'm happy. Don't you think we look like big fools? We could be drinking the best wine in the palace, but we sneak out to have a little drink at a roadside tavern. Logically, Ge Yuan Yuan shouldn't get drunk, but at this moment, the alcohol had an intoxicating effect on her. Just a couple of drinks in, her consciousness began to blur, and her thoughts became bold and liberated. As long as I'm with you, I will be very happy doing anything. Mu'er's long hands crossed on the table, quietly watching Ge Yuan Yuan, his cheeks also tinged with a smile. Don't just watch me drink. You should try some too. Ge Yuan Yuan pushed her empty glass towards Mu'er. If I drink, I won't be able to take you back tonight. Mu'er's throat involuntarily moved, but he still didn't lift the glass. According to interstellar traffic laws, one cannot pilot a starship after drinking. Even though Mu'er wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank, he still wouldn't break the law. Then we won't go back tonight. Let's have fun together. Ge Yuan Yuan's words seemed to carry deeper meaning. Mu'er didn't dare to think too much, but found himself thinking deeper. He felt dry-mouthed and picked up his glass to down it in one go. Leaning over the table, Ge Yuan Yuan tilted her head to look at the menu and called a nearby waiter over. I'll have this, and that colorful one. After randomly ordering a bunch from the menu, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Mu'er with sparkling eyes and said slyly, he'll pay the bill. Raising her hand, the waiter scanned the payment from the light brain. Mu'er, of course, wouldn't be stingy over such a small amount. But he inexplicably wanted to settle the score with Ge Yuan Yuan. Having drunk my wine, do you think you can run away? Mu'er slightly curled his lips, his green eyes shimmering with ambiguous light, staring sharply at Ge Yuan Yuan as if the alcohol had no effect on him. Then I won't run. You come over here. Ge Yuan Yuan lazily lay on the sofa, beckoning Mu'er to come over and sit on the same side as her, obediently moving closer. Before Mu'er's bottom could settle, he was directly grabbed by the collar of his shirt and pressed against the back of the sofa. Ge Yuan Yuan boldly straddled him. Chapter 106. What's wrong with the kiss? Ich unit scheu. Looking at the bright-eyed Ge Yuan Yuan beside him, Mu'er suddenly felt the effects of the alcohol kicking in. He was burning up all over, and a faint blush crept up behind his ears. This appearance of Mu'er only made Ge Yuan Yuan find it amusing. She gently leaned in, whispering in his ear, "You're drunk, it's time to sleep." This statement felt off to Mu'er, and he froze in place, as if he had lost control of his body. All right. Mu'er hadn't even reacted to what Ge Yuan Yuan had said yet. He just instinctively responded, until Ge Yuan Yuan had already stood up, looking at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, and only then did Mu'er manage to regain some composure. However, in this state, he was bound to be teased by Ge Yuan Yuan. How could he sleep together with her like this, feeling so embarrassed? This thought made Mu'er dare not think further. He just followed Ge Yuan Yuan step by step into the room. Bang! As the door closed with a muffled sound mixed with the wind, Mu'er suddenly realized what he had agreed to and what kind of situation he was now in. For a moment, he could feel his heart pounding uncontrollably. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Mu'er, who seemed eager to stay 8 feet away from her. a smile appearing in her eyes as she gently patted the space beside her, lazily saying, "Why so reserved? Come sit here." In that moment, Muer's mind was filled with everything that had happened at the bar. His head buzzed. He looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, instinctively swallowed, but still walked steadily towards her step by step. If others saw this scene, they would certainly find it strange. After all, Muer's actions seemed too much like a general heading off to battle. In Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, however, there was a hint of appreciation as she raised the corners of her mouth, looking at Muer, who finally sat beside her. For Emma, this moment felt like it had lasted for 1,000 years. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly felt a force pushing him down, making him fall onto the bed, and in front of him was Ge Yuan Yuan's enlarged face. The close proximity allowed him to feel Ge Yuan Yuan's breath. It seemed the air was filled with her scent. This feeling made him feel extremely flustered, yet he couldn't bring himself to close his eyes. He felt a wet softness on his lips, his eyes wide open like a startled animal, making Ge Yuan Yuan feel a strong urge. Ge Yuan Yuan reached out to ruffle Muer's hair, then turned to lie beside him, speaking with an air of extreme nonchalance. "What are you dazed for?" "Come sleep." Muer, dazed, turned to look at Ge Yuan Yuan, reaching out to touch his lips. Just now, this was something Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't explain either. She could only say that when she saw Muer walking towards her, his lips looked very kissable, and she certainly couldn't deprive herself of that pleasure. But now, feeling a bit guilty about it, Ge Yuan Yuan thought, "Yes, I kissed him. Is there anything else? No? Then let's sleep." If Muer had still been in his original form, his tail would probably be wagging like crazy right now. He just softly said, "No, it's nothing," and then lay down beside Ge Yuan Yuan. It was a night of good sleep. But clearly, Ge Yuan Yuan wouldn't remain idle for long. Early the next morning, she was already preparing to pack up and leave. Looking at Muer, who was still sleeping with a blissful expression, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit anxious. Yesterday, she had taken advantage of the drunkenness to kiss someone, but now she was the one preparing to run away, somewhat like that irresponsible scoundrel. After hesitating for a while, Ge Yuan Yuan leaned down and kissed Muer on the cheek. Compared to emotional entanglements, the military competition at the Northwest Military Academy was far more important. After casually replying to a message from Pran, Ge Yuan Yuan set off on her way back to school. As soon as she reached the door, Pran had already been waiting for a long time. "I've been waiting for you for so long. If you come any later, we won't make it to the draw." Although Pran's words sounded like a reprimand, there was more concern behind them. In the competition, strength was indeed an important part, but luck played a crucial role as well. Before going on stage to draw lots, Ge Yuan Yuan kept praying in her heart, "Please don't draw a strong team. Please don't draw a strong team." It wasn't that she lacked confidence. It was just that there was really no need for it. Who would want to end up in a tough match when they could easily win? Clearly, Ge Yuan Yuan's prayers had no effect. The moment she opened the slip of paper and saw the large number 38 written on it, Pran's face showed despair. They were freshmen. Most of the competitors in this competition were also freshmen. But that didn't mean there weren't upperclassmen. Ge Yuan Yuan, unfortunately, had drawn a team of upperclassmen. Cough, cough. Maybe she had come in too hurriedly and forgot to wash her hands. Faced with this situation, Ge Yuan Yuan could only try to explain herself to save face. The outcome was decided. They could only discuss strategies. Soon, everyone gathered in Ge Yuan Yuan's room. Upon entering for the first time, several of them had their eyes wide open, and Shui Yuhang was already speechless, filled with exclamations. "You're amazing. You really keep a low profile. You have so many good things." After the initial shock, Shui Yuhang looked over at Pran. "You're no good. You've been living here for so long, and didn't He tell us how good it is here?" It wasn't He that Shui Yuhang was short-sighted. It was just that Ge Yuan Yuan's place was too luxurious. Not to mention the wisdom of the central control panel and smart butler. Even the scattered materials found everywhere were things that everyone would fight over outside. But Ge Yuan Yuan just casually tossed them around. Isn't that normal? What is so shocking about it? At this moment, Pran spoke nonchalantly, but when she first saw it, she was also so shocked that she couldn't speak in complete sentences, not much better than the others at this moment. However, after living there for a long time, she had naturally become more indifferent to it. All right, the urgent matter now is how to deal with the Talon team. When it came to serious matters, everyone suppressed their astonishment, their eyes reflecting a serious color. The Talon team were upperclassmen from the previous year, and their captain, He, had outstanding abilities and was the core of the team. According to the information, He was best at stealth and assassination, allowing their team to often achieve surprising victories that caught others off guard. Pran said coldly, sharing the information she had gathered through the smart panel with her companions. The Talon team was a formidable enemy not to be underestimated. Chapter 107, Desert Map. After pondering for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't think of many methods to restrain the situation in advance. The only thing she could do was to break through with force. Bring out all your mechas. Let me see if I can make some adjustments to them. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuhang immediately flipped out his mecha and said boldly, I'm entrusting my mecha to you, so you better take good care of it. This statement made Ge Yuan Yuan unable to hold back, and she gave him a slap on the forehead. Although she didn't use much strength, Shui Yuhang still covered his head and looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with teary eyes. You hurt a teammate. You have to compensate me. Ge Yuan Yuan felt like a crow had flown over her head, leaving 6 marks. However, Shui Yuhang's mecha did have parts that needed improvement, and Ge Yuan Yuan used a lot of materials to add a summonable virtual large shield to Shui Yuhang's mecha. Just looking at the virtual move made Shui Yuhang eager to try it out. If Ge Yuan Yuan weren't a girl, he would have already pounced on her for a few kisses. The other mechas were also improved to some extent, but obviously not as flashy as Shui Yuhang's, nor with such significant changes. Is everyone ready with their mechas? As soon as this question was asked, Shui Yuhang couldn't help but urge, I'm ready. Let's quickly start a training session. He was itching to try out the virtual large shield. I guarantee I'm the coolest one in the whole team. Let us do something more exciting. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving everyone a chance to react, Shui Yuhang's hand landed directly on a random option. In the next second, everyone found themselves standing on fine, soft sand. Above them, the sun was scorching, and what lay before them was an endless desert. They had never experienced such an environment, and even Ge Yuan Yuan frowned. Shui Yuhang, who had initially sought excitement, felt a bit uneasy upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this. Perhaps he had caught Ge Yuan Yuan's bad luck. I didn't mean it, it's just bad luck. Before Shui Yuhang could finish his words, the wind in the desert began to whip up, carrying sand towards them. The fine grains of sand continuously scratched against the surface of the mechas, rubbing against their joints. Just focus on surviving and reaching the objective, don't worry. Shui Yuhang glanced at the panel and spoke to reassure everyone. He had to take responsibility for his impulsive decision. However, everyone just rolled their eyes at him and didn't want to say much. They were simply glad that this was a survival training and not one where they had to kill the insectoids to win. Otherwise, given their unfamiliarity with this map, they might really end up fighting insectoids here. Since the map and mission instructions are in your hands, you lead the way. It was time for Shui Yuhang to learn a lesson, and Pran glanced at him coldly before speaking. Hearing this, Shui Yuhang looked at Ge Yuan Yuan for help, only to receive a response that indicated she couldn't help him, making him feel utterly dejected, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Even though she didn't spare him verbally, Pran still kept an eye on Shui Yuhang's safety, fearing he might encounter any accidents. However, the accident did not happen to Shui Yuhang. It occurred to Pran instead. She frowned, struggling to maneuver her mecha to escape the quicksand, but was dragged deeper. The heavy sword in her hand was already completely swallowed, leaving no trace. Don't move. There was some distance between everyone, and the moment Pran sank, they all took half a step back. If it were a normal situation, they might have been able to take their time, but this was quicksand. Once you sank, the more you struggled, the deeper you would sink. Maybe you should throw the sword away, Shui Yuhang said with a furrowed brow, concerned. For Pran at that moment, the heavy sword was indeed a burden, preventing her from escaping the quicksand. But how could Pran possibly give up her weapon? You better shut up while I can't fight back. Otherwise, when this training is over, we'll practice alone. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuhang completely fell silent, becoming eerily quiet. Before they could come up with a solution, the wind and sand in the distance grew even more intense. This was clearly a precursor to a sandstorm. With all these circumstances piling up, Shui Yuhang, who usually resembled a carefree fool, was now filled with deep guilt. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect this to happen. No one wanted to encounter such a situation, and naturally, no one could have guessed it would happen. Before Ge Yuan could dwell on his disappointment for too long, he discovered something even more shocking, nearly jumping up in excitement. These sands, they're eroding and wearing down the joints of the mechas. Ge Yuan's mecha had already reported the wear and tear to the main control room, and those who hadn't T-sunk were already facing this, let alone Pran, who was trapped in the quicksand. She frowned slightly and said calmly, "The damage to my mecha has reached 20. If it gets worse, you guys should just leave." This situation hadn't reached the point where they needed to abandon a teammate, and moreover, Ge Yuan Yuan had never entertained the thought of abandoning anyone. Ge Yuan Yuan narrowed her eyes and calmly organized everything. "Pran, don't panic. Just lie flat and find a way to slow your descent." In her words, Pran's mecha had already been swallowed by the quicksand up to her waist. If she continued sinking, she might truly be beyond saving. After calming Pran down, Ge Yuan Yuan walked directly in front of everyone's mechas, her eyes serious and focused, her hands moving swiftly. These shields should withstand the sandstorm for now. None of the others understood her actions, and some even felt that certain things Ge Yuan Yuan was doing were beyond their comprehension. If they had known what Ge Yuan Yuan was thinking, she might have shrugged it off. These things indeed did not exist in this interstellar era, but were protective shields derived from formations and spells. And these shields would eventually wear out. They were just sufficient to hold up under the current conditions for now. The damage to the mecha's isn't increasing anymore. Ge Yuan was the first to realize the usefulness of Ge Yuan Yuan's actions. His eyes filled with joy. No one wanted their mecha to get damaged right after being given enhanced capabilities, and Ge Yuan was no exception. Chapter 108, Desert Map, completed. Even though the protective shield that Ge Yuan Yuan brought out was quite miraculous, the quicksand continued to relentlessly swallow up Pulin. Everyone worked together to pull Pulin up. Zhuang Wu directed the group, using ropes to secure Pulin's mech and pull her out. With the protection of the shield, they didn't have to worry about the engine being eroded by the quicksand, allowing them to exert greater force to pull Pulin. The quicksand continued to shift. Pulin tried to relax her body as much as possible to break free in a more relaxed manner. After much effort, they finally pulled Pulin out of the quicksand and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the heavy sword in her hand, Pulin's heart ached. The entire blade had been corroded and was in tatters. Although it wasn't completely broken, it wouldn't last much longer. Fortunately, this was a virtual training ground linked to her neurons, and the heavy sword remained undamaged in reality. Otherwise, she would have already started crying while hugging the sword. Before everyone could relax for long, an unusual disturbance began to ripple through the sand nearby. Qin Xiaoming instinctively kicked Bian-Chi aside. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Bian-Chi rolled on the ground twice, then drew his energy gun, aiming at the spot where he had just been lying, and fired a heavy shot. As the energy gun exploded in the sand, something hidden beneath the surface gradually revealed itself. It was a sand insect ant, shaking its two antennae and opening its mandibles towards Bian-Chi, preparing to pounce. The rest of the group reacted quickly, pulling out their weapons and surrounding the sand insect ant to attack. In almost an instant, it was blasted to pieces. "What the hell? It wanted to ambush me." Bian-Chi covered his backside, feeling a lingering fear. If Qin Xiaoming hadn't kicked him out, he might have been caught off guard. "Don't celebrate too early." Zhuang Wu's expression darkened as he activated his mech, hovering in the air, and shouted to the others, "Get off the sand." "Hey Zhuang, that's not fair. You run away first when something happens." Ge Yuan's movements were slightly slower, and he almost lost a foot to the suddenly appearing sand insect ant. Ge Yuan Yuan also sensed something was wrong and casually remarked, "Ants are generally social animals. If one appears in the open, it means there are too many hiding in the dark." Almost as soon as Ge Yuan Yuan's voice fell, countless ants appeared in the sand, gradually clustering together and heading straight for the group. However, the worst situation was that the airflow from the hovering mech was causing the sand beneath their feet to disperse, gradually forming a huge sand pit. "While the mech still has enough energy, let's fly out of here." Zhuang Wu decisively prepared to flee. The group ran towards the outskirts. But even after flying a long distance, they still couldn't see the end of the ant swarm. Ge Yuan Yuan, who stayed in Zhuang Wu's mech, observed the surroundings more carefully than Zhuang Wu and frowned slightly, immediately deciding to change tactics. We can't keep flying like this. These ants are following us. As soon as this was said, everyone was startled and couldn't help but feel speechless. How could the ant swarm be so cheeky, actually following them? Despite their dissatisfaction, Zhuang Wu quickly gave commands. Xiao Ming, retract your mech and get into Yu Hang's mech. Yan Qi, squeeze in with Pulin. If this continues, it's uncertain whether the ant swarm will give up chasing us first, or if the mech's energy will run out first. We need to conserve some energy and strength. Everyone had no objections, and, following the usual order of strength, the stronger fighters retracted their mechs and squeezed into others' mechs. Just as they were about to break through the ant swarm, a buzzing sound suddenly came from behind. Shui Yuhang turned back to take a look and froze, shouting, "Big Commander, quick, give a command. Those things can fly." The ants that had been on the ground began to disperse, seemingly realizing they couldn't catch up with the fleeing group. Meanwhile, behind them appeared winged sand insect ants, rapidly advancing. "Don't panic. Everyone report how much energy you have left." Zhuang Wu's expression was very serious as he calculated the most favorable solution while looking at the flying ants. 55%, 70%. Everyone reported their mech's energy reserves. Zhuang Wu quickly estimated the distance and the number of pursuing insectoids behind them and decisively said, "First, move at full speed. After 3 kilometers, switch out Qin Xiaoming and Pulin to fight, while the other two prepare to retreat at any time." This was basically the most basic approach to conserve energy. The group had no objections and quickly retreated 3 kilometers away, then engaged in battle with the pursuing flying ants. To deal with these winged ants, the most effective method was to use heavy weaponry directly, with one shot, regardless of whether it hit or not. At least the wings of these flying ants would be scorched, rendering them unable to fly and forced to crawl on the ground. Qin Xiaoming's mech's super-energy atomic cannon didn't stop firing, the barrel heating up. The flying ants in the air were nearly taken down by the bombardment. While Pulin took care of the finishing blows, using a sharp dagger to harvest the lives of these insectoids from a slightly lower position. The killed insectoids would directly transform into a stream of virtual numbers, disappearing on the spot, leaving no corpses behind. Zhuang Wu piloted the mech, observing the entire battlefield from a higher position, showing no intention of joining in for now. Ge Yuan Yuan sat beside him, enjoying the leisurely moment. Fortunately, the team was currently facing insectoids, not real people. If they were up against other teams, they might have already been blasted by a cannon. Pulin's team's combat effectiveness would have been halved. With the endless insectoids gone, the remaining few were quickly wiped out under Pulin's offensive. Once the number of killed insectoids was nearly sufficient, Zhuang Wu charged to the finish line and ruthlessly threw Ge Yuan Yuan down, reminding her to press the clearance button. Amidst a strong sense of weightlessness, Ge Yuan Yuan slapped the clearance button. Everyone's movements instantly froze, and they were transported out of the instance, waiting in the team hall for the results of this run to be calculated. Completion time for this run, 3 hours and 16 minutes. Rating, S rank. Number of insectoids killed, 340. Chapter 109. The in-school competition officially begins after a few people emerge from the virtual space. They all felt varying degrees of fatigue. Ge Yuan Yuan gathered everyone in the living room and casually asked the smart butler to bring drinks and some snacks. "You should have seen the effect of the virtual shield I made for your mechas." Ge Yuan Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "The specific usage experience should be quite good, right?" "Absolutely nice." Shui Yuhang was the first to give a thumbs up. His mecha was the first to benefit, so he certainly couldn't say anything bad about it. He still needed to rely on his repairman dad. He didn't know when he would get new equipment in the future, and he wanted to be the first to try it out. If this thing could withstand an energy cannon, it might have surprising effects if used on Pulin. Zhuang Wu pushed up his glasses, his face showing a hint of excitement. Just a slight hint, and Pulin immediately understood Zhuang Wu's meaning. They could directly endure an attack from the opponent using the shield provided by Ge Yuan Yuan, and then get close to attack, fully unleashing her advantages. Are there any other interesting gadgets? Everyone looked curiously at Ge Yuan Yuan, realizing that she seemed to have many strange but useful items. After thinking for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan took out a few Thunder Talisman cards and placed them in front of everyone. Once activated with mental power and thrown at the opponent, this can briefly paralyze them, as it will cause a short circuit in their mecha circuits. The remaining opportunities will need to be seized by you. Although Ge Yuan Yuan provided some items, she did not give any lethal weapons. After all, the military competition was fundamentally a contest between students. And Ge Yuan Yuan did not want her teammates to overly rely on her talismans, resulting in a decline in their own abilities. This would undoubtedly harm them as future military academy students who would go to battle. The in-school competition for the military competition would officially start tomorrow. And everyone in the team had already accepted that they had drawn the Talon team. I'll go back and study the plan and draft a more reliable strategy based on your abilities. I hope the team can participate in the military competition as champions, Zhuang Wu said with a serious expression. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at him, surprised that Zhuang Wu had such a strong competitive spirit. It's over, it's over. Shui Yuhang stood up from the villa, walking out while sourly saying, the boss is the boss. Even the place they live in is so nice. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tie you up and throw you into the lake outside. Ge Yuan Yuan jokingly scolded, starting to send people off. Everyone began to walk out, but only Qin Xiaoming gave Ge Yuan Yuan a meaningful glance before leaving. His family was relatively well off, but the Northwest Military Academy maintained an equal treatment policy and did not grant him the privilege of living in the villa area. What identity did Ge Yuan Yuan have to reside so openly in the villa area? Time flew by, and 3 hours later, Zhuang Wu messaged everyone in the group, urging them to come online for a video call. Hulin, drying her still dripping hair, squeezed in next to Ge Yuan Yuan to watch. I've carefully studied the battlefield. The best solution for us right now is to have Ge Yuan Yuan directly sell out Ko Chang Tai, as someone skilled in stealth and assassination would first aim to cut off the command in the team. The other few members of the team remained silent, quietly waiting for the commander's next words. But our goal isn't just the in-school competition. It's the joint competition of the 5 military academies. So I suggest we don't reveal Ge Yuan Yuan's trump card too early. If possible, we should try to protect her. Zhuang Wu analyzed the situation, and the people in the team carefully discussed the battlefield, their voices almost shaking the walls. In the end, it was decided that Pulin would assist in the match tomorrow, revealing Zhuang Wu afterward. A surprisingly powerful commander would surely be a significant threat to various teams. With the rise of the morning sun, the in-school competition officially began. After all, it was an in-school competition, without any chaotic betting. However, since everyone knew each other, many students cast sympathetic glances at Pulin. As a rising star, Pulin was almost heading straight towards double S rank. Unexpectedly, the first match she faced was against a very strong senior team. Pulin's mentality wasn't greatly affected. She seriously conducted a pre-match check with her teammates. There were no flashy elements in the in-school competition, and after receiving their number plates, they directly prepared to go on stage. In the first match of the in-school competition, number 1 versus number 38. Both contestants, please prepare. The match will officially start in 10 seconds. A large virtual electronic screen displayed a 10-second countdown, and the referee quickly exited the arena to leave enough space for both sides to compete. The protective shield quickly rose to prevent fluctuations in the arena from affecting the watching students outside. Various large screens broadcasted the match in real time, and discussions quickly sparked on the school forum. I know you are the strongest freshman this year. It's a pity you will fall to my hands today, Chang Tai said, looking somewhat effeminate, his words tinged with pity. As the final countdown reached 0, both sides quickly launched their offensive. In a simple arena match, there were no flashy elements, just a pure contest of strength. The use of large-scale destructive weapons was not allowed, so in such battles, cold weapons were more commonly used. Zhuang Wu grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan and got into the mecha, forming a 5 against 6 situation. You're a pairman, doesn't he even have a mecha? Where did you find this wild chicken? The opposing left wing seemed somewhat surprised, but quickly seized on this gap, charging in fiercely. Qin Xiaoming remained unflustered and went up to engage. Both sides excelled in speed with their lightweight mechas, making the battle intensely competitive. Ge Yuan Yuan sat awkwardly in Zhuang Wu's mecha, nervously touching her nose. Although she didn't think not having a mecha was a big problem, It seemed necessary to get one before the official joint competition of the 5 military academies began. She wondered if the 2 foolish heirs of the Luo family were ready. 3 S-rank mechas were hard to come by. She hoped the Luo family could afford it. Be careful of his side and rear, in.He. Interrupt him. Zhuang Wu shouted suddenly, the internal communication channel of the mecha buzzing with a harsh electric sound. It turned out that Chang Tai, who had attracted the most attention, had silently disappeared and was now preparing to strike at Zhuang Wu from behind. Chapter 110. Ge Yuan Yuan, stop competing under Zhuang Wu's reminder. in.He's reaction speed was quite fast, suddenly pouncing forward. Lightning and sparks flashed together as in.He's mech's left arm was almost severed by Chang Tai, managing to barely block him in time. If that attack had landed on Zhuang Wu, it would have been a much more serious situation. Sending out the commander and the mech repairman at the start was a heavy blow to the team. You rat in the gutter. What kind of skill is it to only know how to sneak attack? in.He was clearly furious. The mech he was piloting was connected to his mental energy, experiencing about 30% of pain. Now, with his left arm cut off by Chang Tai, he looked pale, feeling as if his entire left arm was unresponsive. Don't blame others for your own incompetence. Chang Tai's light voice drifted over. Following in.He's counterattack, it aimed directly at Qin Xiuming's leg joint, trying to disable the team's right flank. Of course, Zhuang Wu wouldn't allow the battle to turn into Chang Tai's showcase, quickly giving orders. Prulin, wielding a heavy sword, struck hard at Chang Tai. Taking a hit like that was also a considerable burden for Chang Tai. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly rummaged through tools as Zhuang Wu directly transferred half of the mech's control to her. Holding the repair tools, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly began to fix in.He's severed left arm. Can be played like this? This is the first time I've seen a commander multitasking. Outside the arena, the discussions among the observing students were continuous, clearly shocked by Ge Yuan Yuan's actions. Initially, it was thought that a repairman without a mech would be at a disadvantage, but now it seemed not so bad. Very few people would willingly give up control of their mech to others. It was evident that everyone valued their own mechs more than their lives. Zhuang Wu's decision surprised the team members somewhat. Only Ge Yuan Yuan remained oblivious, focused on repairing the mech, barely securing in.He's severed left arm. I have to record this and post it online. It's truly exciting. Ren Zong, usually a news trader, had not been in contact with Ge Yuan Yuan since their first meeting during the freshman physical examination. Unexpectedly, he came today just to see if there was any material to post online and witnessed such an exhilarating scene. As a self-media blogger, Ren Zong was already a big shot with quite a few fans. The professional camera was continuously rolling, aimed at the stage. Ge Yuan Yuan was focused on repairing the mech when she suddenly felt a chill behind her. Almost instantly, she subconsciously grabbed in.He's shoulder, and they executed a quick flip together. The disconnected mech arm fell to the ground, kicked away by the left wing of the Tai Lang team, landing beneath the stage. You two might as well go down together. The attitude of the opposing left wing was quite arrogant, as he was a heavy attacker. Now, targeting a nearly defenseless commander and a disabled defender was simply a piece of cake. Are we going to let him get away with this? Ge Yuan Yuan certainly did not intend to be lenient, charging forward with a wrench. What's wrong with being a mech repairman? Isn't it you who shout daddy while repairing mechs? Facing the charging Ge Yuan Yuan, the opposing left wing completely disregarded her, planning to kick her off the stage. To everyone's astonishment, the powerful kick he had calculated missed entirely, nearly causing him to stumble forward. The mech wielding the wrench had charged too fast and narrowly dodged. It's hard to say whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the rest was simple. The control of the mech was in Zhuang Wu's hands. Although he was from the command department, Zhuang Wu also had some knowledge of close combat, directly delivering a powerful blow to the opposing left wing, leaving him dazed. As expected of a strong senior team, even when caught off guard, the left wing quickly regained his footing and took control again. But by that time, it was too late. Prolin had already shaken off Chang Tai, rushing over to provide support. With a determined heart, the left wing charged forward, thinking that if he could take the opposing commander out with him, it wouldn't be a loss. Buzz! The sound of the elimination line echoed. But in the end, only the left wing went out. in.He, who had lost a hand, firmly held onto Zhuang Wu, preventing him from being dragged out. With only a centimeter separating them from the exit line, the subsequent battle became much simpler. The opposing team was down a member, and Prulin found it much easier to fight. After all, a team composed entirely of light mechs could not compete against Prulin's heavy mech's sweeping style. The battle ended after 3 minutes. Prulin's team emerged victorious. The judge approached to announce the results of the match. The opposing team helped each other off the stage, preparing to greet each other afterward. After all, they were from the same school. Although they had exchanged harsh words before the match, they were allies in the official competition, and there was no need to hold grudges. Ge Yuan Yuan jumped down from Zhuang Wu's mech and ran to retrieve In.He's kicked-away mechanical arm. By the time she returned, the atmosphere had become quite friendly. Chantai no longer wore a sinister demeanor on the stage. Instead, he looked a bit shy. Apologizing to In.He, "I'm really sorry for breaking your mech arm. We'll cover the repair costs later. This little thing doesn't need to trouble the senior. We can handle the repairs ourselves," Zhuang Wu said, joking with the opposing team captain. In the end, they left the competition venue in a friendly atmosphere, and Prulin led the team directly to the single-soldier training room. The space here was larger, making it convenient for Ge Yuan Yuan to repair In.He's mech. In this match, we secured our first victory, which basically qualifies us for the military competition. There are 3 rounds in the school competition. Let's find a lucky partner to draw lots later. Prulin said, glancing at Ge Yuan Yuan, "We can't have another black hand like Yuan Yuan." Weakly raising her hand to argue, Ge Yuan Yuan attempted a desperate struggle. "My hand is really not black. Get up, there's no way I'm believing you." In.He, hugging his mech, cried with tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, Zhuang Wu interjected, "There's no need for Ge Yuan Yuan to participate in the remaining matches. Just put her on the reserve list." Chapter 111, Disparity in Family Background, Ge's Struggle for Wealth. Why? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Zhuang Wu beside her, feeling somewhat dissatisfied and puzzled. Seeing the various confused gazes from the team, Zhuang Wu raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down, then said, "We haven't participated in the arena competition before, but through today's match, we've realized that the role of a mechanic in the arena is almost non-existent." After saying this, Ge Yuan Yuan fell into contemplation. Compared to the simulation matches, the time in the arena competition is indeed tighter, and the opponent simply won't give her the chance to repair the mecha. We had only trained for simulation matches before, neglecting this issue. Zhuang Wu glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan and continued, "So I propose that Ge Yuan Yuan not participate in the competition and only focus on repairing and maintaining our mechas after the match. Is that okay?" This decision was indeed cruel for a warrior. Nothing is more upsetting for a military academy student than being told to withdraw from battle, and Zhuang Wu's words carried a hint of offending others. The rest of the team remained silent, keeping a solemn attitude. After all, no one likes to be sidelined by their team's commander, especially when it's stated outright that they are useless. "Sure, I have no objections." Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand, tightened the last nut, and connected In.He's mecha arm. She even helped touch up the paint that had chipped off. "I fully support Zhuang Wu's suggestion. Just send me a message after your match." Getting up from the ground, Ge Yuan Yuan had her hands covered in oil from repairing In.He's mecha. "In.He, come try it out and see how well it fits, and if there are any issues." "Oh," suddenly called out. In.He stood up in a daze and walked over to the mecha. Prulin couldn't help but speak up, offering comfort. "Ge Yuan Yuan, if you feel uncomfortable, just say it. You don't have to keep it bottled up inside. I don't feel uncomfortable at all." Ge Yuan Yuan looked up, bewildered at Prulin, her face breaking into a big smile. "Originally, I had to participate in the competition during the day and repair mechas at night. Now I only need to repair mechas at night. Doesn't that reduce my workload?" Seeing that Ge Yuan Yuan genuinely seemed to think this proposal was quite good, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere returned to normal. "By the way, does anyone know how to set up an online store? I want to open one to sell some things." Ge Yuan Yuan had actually been thinking about opening a small store on the Star Network for a long time, but she had never taken action. "I do. I know." Shui Yuhang ran over to Ge Yuan Yuan's side. "I can help you set one up. What do you want to sell?" "Some talismans like the shields I gave you." Ge Yuan Yuan casually took out some talismans from her storage bracelet and handed them to a few people present. "You can try them out. One is a temperature control talisman, and the other is a demon-repelling stone. Although Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't supply the army in bulk yet, she had some on hand, and sharing with her teammates was clearly not a problem. A few people gathered in curiosity and began experimenting with the use of these talismans. Regardless of their effectiveness, everyone accepted Ge Yuan Yuan's kind gesture. How could they refuse the goodwill of a little girl? Wait, this thing looks really familiar. Qin Xiaoming looked at the temperature control talisman in his hand and suddenly remembered where he had seen it. When he visited his father's office during the holiday, he had seen this item on his father's desk. It seemed to have played a significant role in helping the Nebula Corps. Is the temperature control talisman from the Nebula Corps provided by you? Qin Xiaoming suddenly became very excited and grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan's wrist, his eyes shining with excitement and gratitude, almost wanting to pounce on her in delight. Ge Yuan Yuan shivered at the sudden grip and pulled her wrist back, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Calm down, I'm just a middleman. What else with you? Once he heard that Ge Yuan Yuan didn't make it, Qin Xiaoming's excitement subsided, and he let out a heavy sigh. My dad is the vice commander of the Nebula Corps. You all know that in the extreme cold star system, the Zerg goes crazy every 3 years and starts large-scale attacks, resulting in many soldiers' deaths. This year, thanks to the appearance of the temperature control talisman, the Corps casualties were reduced to a minimum. Perlin looked at Qin Xiaoming in surprise. Although she had guessed that his family might be quite wealthy, she didn't expect him to be the son of the vice commander of the Nebula Corps, truly from a prominent background. Don't tell me. Perlin glanced at the team. You all come from wealthy families, right? My family is in the business. You know that Huanhai Home, which specializes in selling smart home products on the Star Network. That is run by my dad. While helping Ge Yuan Yuan set up her online store, Shui Yuhang said, "That's my father's business." Wow. Perlin nodded in amazement, realizing that despite Shui Yuhang usually acting silly, his dad was actually such a savvy businessman. Seeing everyone start to speak up, in.He hesitantly added, "My family runs a restaurant. The chain Toma restaurant is ours." Now, Perlin was completely stunned. She looked at Shui Yuhang and in.He as if she were staring at 2 piles of gold. Suddenly, she lunged at them, grabbing their calves, and started to cry out, "Young masters, please tell me where I should be tied up. I eat little and work hard, and my salary demands are low." Being grabbed by the calves, Qin Xiaoming couldn't just pull away, exchanging a helpless glance with in.He. "Captain, don't cry. You don't even have a house. If I give you smart home products, you won't have anywhere to put them, right? Captain, let go. We can still gather at my house next time, can't we?" Getting a satisfactory response, Perlin happily released her grip and then shot Qin Xiaoming a disdainful glance. "Xiaoming, why are you so stingy?" Now, Zhuangwu was the only one who hadn't shared his family background, and everyone instinctively turned their attention to him. "I don't want to talk about it. You all go on." Zhuangwu said this and directly left the spot where everyone was gathered, heading to another corner of the training room. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they might have touched a sensitive spot for Zhuangwu. One by one, they looked at each other, and in the end, it was Perlin who stepped up to alleviate the awkwardness. "I come from an ordinary family. My mom mends things, and my dad works in an electronics factory." Perlin's expression was natural, seemingly not feeling any inferiority regarding her family background. Chapter 112, Muguqin. Master feeds you the reason for being so generous in showcasing her family background is that Pran does not feel there is anything wrong with her origins. Her parents are very loving, and the family relationship is very harmonious. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at Pran and quickly withdrew her gaze, perhaps for who he, Pran, is the kind of talent she truly needs. Coming from a common background, but gifted with extraordinary abilities, she might become a great asset to the organization. After some playful banter, Shui Yuhang had already completed most of the processes for Ge Yuan Yuan's shop and now needed to fill in some personal information. "Yuan Xian, what do you plan to name your shop? I'll fill it in for you." Ge Yuan Xian had not thought about the name at all, and Shui Yuhang's sudden question left her momentarily puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Yuan Xian said, "How about calling it the Demon Cave?" As someone who had fallen into darkness and even cultivated to the level of Demon Sovereign, her days in the Demon Cave were undoubtedly the most unforgettable. It would be a fitting name to commemorate her time in the cultivation world. Your business qualification is still under review. They will inform you once it is approved. However, You should be aware that if you plan to sell military supplies, it is likely that your application will not be approved, Ge Yuan added. Originally, he was unaware of what those items were. But hearing Qin Xiaoming mention their significant role in the Nebula Legion's resistance against the insect tide made him realize that these items were not easy to sell. I understand. I'll just submit it for review and see what happens, Ge Yuan Yuan replied as she took the light brain and started to prepare for listing. She didn't have much in hand, about 100 temperature control talismans, 20 exorcism arrays, and 10 thunder talismans. She even tossed in 2 rain summoning talismans. She had learned a lot of random things, but none of them were immediately useful, so she couldn't think of what else to list. In the end, she added a universal fortune bag for buyers to make wishes with. Perhaps she could draw out what the other party needed and provide it for them. The price set by the cunning merchant Ge Yuan Yuan was $99.99, with an enticing slogan. There is nothing you can't think of, nothing the seller can't do. It was quite arrogant, but Ge Yuan Yuan indeed had the capital to be so. You have a match tomorrow. I've already repaired the mecha you needed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Ge Yuan Yuan said as she stood up and stretched, ready to leave. Go ahead. After the match tomorrow, just come over, Pran waved her hand, letting Ge Yuan Yuan leave. Once outside the training room, Ge Yuan Yuan took a breath of fresh air and leisurely walked toward the villa when she received a message from Muir. Muir, the 4-dimensional model you constructed earlier has been made according to the data. Can we meet? After thinking for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan decided not to go out again and simply invited Muir to her dormitory. It would be a good opportunity to have a meal together. She realized she hadn't tea cooked for Muir yet, as that little punk Shang Wu had beaten her to it. An hour and a half later, Muir arrived at Ge Yuan Yuan's dormitory door with ingredients in hand. I didn't expect you could cook, Muir said, placing the ingredients in the kitchen. Looking at Ge Yuan Yuan, who was curled up on the sofa, he sincerely remarked, "You really look different than I imagined." "You can't imagine how much more there is," Ge Yuan Yuan replied, standing up and walking toward the kitchen. As she passed Muir, she patted his shoulder and said, "Just wait outside obediently. The master will feed you." Bending down, Muir brought his fluffy head closer to Ge Yuan Yuan and said, "Then I'll wait for the master to feed me." Who could resist this? Certainly not Ge Yuan Yuan, who directly tugged at Muir's tie, pushing him against the wall and planting a kiss on his lips. Muir's emerald green eyes trembled slightly as he wrapped his hand around the back of Ge Yuan Yuan's head, deepening the kiss that seemed to separate them at a touch. After a moment of lingering, Ge Yuan Yuan swallowed hard and pushed Muir away, and they finally separated. "You've improved so much?" To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan was a bit surprised. The last time they kissed in the hotel, Muir had been shy and unsure. Today, he had directly taken the initiative. That was quite a significant improvement. Muir's expression changed to one of pride, and he almost uncontrollably revealed 2 furry ears, gently swaying them. He had carefully studied many videos after returning, significantly enhancing his kissing skills. "Go to the living room and adjust the model. I'll cook," Ge Yuan Yuan said as she entered the kitchen, starting to examine the ingredients Muir brought, 2 small ribs and some leafy greens. Though she wasn't very familiar with them, the method of preparation was still quite straightforward. Ge Yuan Yuan skillfully began to process the ingredients. Muir watched closely from behind a glass door, confirming that Ge Yuan Yuan really could cook before feeling at ease to return to the living room to adjust the 4-dimensional model his junior had given him. In order to have the food ready faster, Ge Yuan Yuan even used magic power to increase the heat. Within half an hour, a cold mixed green dish and braised ribs were served on the table, accompanied by 2 steaming bowls of rice. Muir placed the professional instruments he brought on the table and obediently went to wash his hands in preparation for the meal. Once out of the kitchen, Ge Yuan Yuan cast a cleansing spell on herself to remove the smell of oil and smoke. Sitting face to face, almost the moment the food entered their mouths, Muir's eyes sparkled with amazement, clearly captivated by the flavor of the braised ribs. "What you made is even better than what you get at restaurants," Muir exclaimed with uncontainable admiration. He had eaten ribs many times before, but Ge Yuan Yuan's version was free of the fishy and bitter taste, truly exceptional. "Is there a secret?" Muir asked casually. He could also cook and originally thought his culinary skills were decent, but compared to Ge Yuan Yuan, it was like heaven and earth. "There is no secret." Ge Yuan Yuan propped her chin, watching Muir enjoy the meal so much that her own mood became delightful. You think the meat is especially tender. It must be because I removed the pollutants from the meat. All plants and animals in the interstellar era are contaminated. Even adding a lot of cooking wine to remove the fishy smell wouldn't tea achieve the effect I have. This is completely cheating. It's something that can't be learned. Mir paused for a moment, but quickly accepted reality and began to eat heartily. As he watched Mir not only clear all the food, but even mix the soup with rice, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression gradually became complex. This child looked pitiful. How long had it been since he had eaten a full meal? Chapter 113. Performing a refrigerator freezing itself after finishing their meal. The two of them gathered in front of the four-dimensional model. Although they had already verified the results, Moore's attitude was still quite excited. The model, built according to Ge Yuan Yuan's concept, generally had no issues, and even the small details had been directly modified by Ge Yuan Yuan. Watching the herbs being sent in and then transformed into the finished product, Ge Yuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, they were just missing the most critical step: how to condense the liquid into a pill. The product produced by the machine was just a potion. How to solidify it into a pill was something Ge Yuan Yuan had been unable to figure out. Casually opening a website, they frequently logged into. Ge Yuan Yuan scrolled through the comments on a post about an automatic porridge cooker. There were all kinds of opinions, and Ge Yuan Yuan filtered out unnecessary content, extracting useful information from the remaining comments. However, it was clear that there were very few usable messages, and even when she and Moore looked together, they found nothing helpful. The messages from a user, Lonely City Never Falls, had gone unanswered, and after thinking for a moment, Ge Yuan Yuan sent a message asking how to solidify the liquid into a solid. In a large laboratory, Lonely City Never Falls had a pale face, with two big dark circles under his eyes, as he was calculating the things Ge Yuan Yuan had sent. After their last communication, he had been deeply enlightened by Ge Yuan Yuan's solutions and ideas. Following the direction provided by Ge Yuan Yuan, Lonely City Never Falls had not taken a break for a long time. If it weren't for his concern for Ge Yuan Yuan, he would probably still be focused on the experiment in front of him, forcing himself to shift his gaze from the experiment. Lonely City Never Falls looked at the question raised by Ge Yuan Yuan, frowning in confusion, then checked Ge Yuan Yuan's updates. An automatic porridge cooker? Is he no longer wanting to cook porridge, but rather looking to prepare some dry food? Surprised that such a big shot had this peculiar hobby, Lonely City Never Falls, despite his puzzled expression, seriously offered advice to Ge Yuan Yuan. Perhaps they could try using less water and adding some edible gelling agents. Ge Yuan Yuan cast a doubtful glance at Moore. Wouldn't adding a gelling agent directly to the pill affect its efficacy? As a pure cultivator, Ge Yuan Yuan had never considered using such scientific methods to shape the pill. It's all theoretical now. We can't draw any effective conclusions. We can directly produce a set of instruments and then conduct trial runs, Moore said, receiving Ge Yuan Yuan's confused look. Isn't this a matter of who dares to think and try more? Then let's give it a try. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly adjusted her mindset and began to pursue a scientific route to cultivation. She transmitted the blueprints directly to the factory for production. It would take at least half a month to wait for the finished product. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly remembered that her shop was still under review and immediately pulled up the shop review page on her light brain for more. I plan to open a small shop on StarNet to sell things like temperature-regulating talismans, but Shui Yuhang said there might be some issues with the review. Since there was a backdoor, she thought it wouldn't be difficult to open a small shop and sell a few things. Moore's gaze swept across the light brain screen, and he quickly caught the key point. He pinched Ge Yuan Yuan's chin, his eyes carrying a hint of threat. Who is Shui Yuhang? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Good question. Ge Yuan Yuan let Moore hold her chin, looking at him with a half smile. Maybe he's my little lover? As soon as this was said, Moore realized he had been tricked and immediately released his hand, sulking as he sat down on the nearby sofa. If you don't tell me, I'll find someone to deliberately block your shop so you can't sell anything. Moore threatened fiercely. That's not a threat. That's just acting cute. Ge Yuan Yuan chuckled and squeezed herself next to Moore, pressing closely against him. With a cold snort, Moore shifted away, determined not to be corrupted by Ge Yuan Yuan's antics. He was a morally upright dog, after all. He wouldn't be swayed by such tricks. Seeing the annoyed look on Moore's face, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but smile wider, wrapping her arms around his neck and laughing. She leaned in and gave Moore a quick peck on his thin lips. Looking seriously in his eyes, she asked, "Are you still angry?" Who could still be angry? Moore helplessly supported Ge Yuan Yuan, straightening her up. "Look at you, all crooked. As long as you're not angry, it's fine. Shui Yuhang is a member of our team. I gave him a virtual shield, and that's why he helped me register the shop." Ge Yuan Yuan cupped Moore's face and leaned in to kiss his chin. "Even so, you must not engage in any intimacy beyond friendship with him in the future," Moore said, holding Ge Yuan Yuan in his arms, looking dejected. Okay. Ge Yuan Yuan casually agreed, her mind still pondering the shop matter. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's distracted demeanor, Moore frowned slightly, deciding to secretly teach Shui Yuhang a lesson, letting him know that Ge Yuan Yuan was not someone he could easily flirt with. "Stop thinking about it. I'm taking you to a fun place." Moore tapped Ge Yuan Yuan's forehead, forcibly pulling her out of thoughts, until she was dragged onto the spaceship by Moore. Ge Yuan Yuan still had no idea where they were going. As soon as she entered the lounge, she saw many snacks laid out by Moore. After Ge Yuan Yuan was able to dispel the magical energy contained in food, Moore had prepared a lot more snacks. They ate and drank along the way, and soon the spaceship landed in an abandoned parking lot. After activating a camouflage layer for the ship, Moore took Ge Yuan Yuan out and handed her a uniquely shaped mask. When Ge Yuan Yuan got out of the car, she saw that the once relatively normal starship now looked as if it had been abandoned for 100 years. Looking at Moore, she noticed that the originally silver mask on his face had also changed style. "Where are we going now?" Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but sound a bit excited. This unknown journey was really interesting, and she was already eager to find out. "Follow me and don't run around." Moore led Ge Yuan Yuan to what appeared to be an empty pillar and pressed an inconspicuous stone. Soon, a refrigerator appeared here. A refrigerator? Ge Yuan Yuan frowned in confusion as she followed Moore into the refrigerator, ready to perform a refrigerator freezing itself. Chapter 114, Proud Battle Wolf, is that you? As the refrigerator door closed, Ge Yuan Yuan instantly felt a strong sense of weightlessness. With a sudden drop, Ge Yuan Yuan realized that this thing was probably an elevator, a rather rare design for one. But soon, Ge Yuan Yuan knew he was mistaken. After the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, the refrigerator began to shake violently and then slowly started moving again. Faced with this situation, Mu Er showed no panic. Holding Ge Yuan Yuan tightly in his arms and protecting his head. "Are we going down soon?" Just as Ge Yuan Yuan's words fell, the elevator, which had slowed down, suddenly surged forward. What on earth is going on? Before he could even scream, Ge Yuan Yuan was thrown against the refrigerator wall by the sudden acceleration, followed by a sharp jolt as the two of them were propelled out. After a roller coaster-like experience, Ge Yuan Yuan belatedly realized that this thing might be a subway express train. It takes a certain kind of madness to come up with such a design. Stumbling out of the refrigerator, Ge Yuan Yuan stared blankly at Mu Er. With a cheerful smile, Mu Er rubbed Ge Yuan Yuan's head and took his hand, leading him deeper into the tunnel. They were now far from the bustling city center, yet there was another kind of unusual prosperity hidden underground. At first, Ge Yuan Yuan thought this place was some sort of secret location, but the further they walked, the more he felt something was off. There were more and more people, and he even saw several military school uniforms. What exactly is this place? Ge Yuan Yuan curiously looked around. The decor style was a very simple and crude, early mechanical aesthetic. This was an underground arena, which could also be understood as a casino where people often fought to win prizes. If you're interested, you can give it a try. As the two approached a huge door, Ge Yuan Yuan heard a cacophony of voices inside. The place was divided into two areas. One was a regular fighting arena, and the other was a life and death arena, which was generally more popular among the audience. After wandering around briefly, Ge Yuan Yuan understood the rules of the place. They provided matches, and I want to give it a try. Ge Yuan Yuan, who wasn't exactly a stable person, felt even more combative upon seeing the situation, almost eager to rush in and challenge someone. She had never truly battled someone using a mech before. "Come up with a nickname for yourself, and I'll sign you up. Just take the number tag and go on stage." Mu Er, who brought Ge Yuan Yuan here to help her adapt to fighting with mechs, naturally wouldn't stop her now and even seemed a bit eager himself. Glancing casually around, Ge Yuan Yuan saw the names of two combatants displayed on the big screen. Below is Big Misfortune vs. Steamed Bun Filling. Stay tuned. Can even such nicknames be used? Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but be surprised, just from the names. It was clear this was a group of silly internet users. Sure, Mu'er nodded, not surprised at all. Since he was here for fun, he naturally couldn't continue using the name Mu'er and had it on disguise. Curious, Ge Yuan Yuan casually asked, "So what's your name?" Pointing to the leaderboard hanging on the side, Mu'er replied with a hint of pride, "You can see for yourself. The name at the top of the leaderboard is mine." Ge Yuan Yuan tilted her head and hesitantly asked, "Proud Battle Wolf, is that you?" "Of course it is." Mu'er's voice carried a hint of pride, showing no signs of feeling that his name was too childish. The two had already reached the registration desk, and Ge Yuan Yuan watched as Mu'er took a form and began to fill it out. The real information required to fight here was actually minimal. Just an account for receiving payments was enough. Ge Yuan Yuan hesitated for a long time at the nickname field. Just as she was about to speak, a gentle reminder from the front desk staff interrupted her. "The nicknames here are unique. Please think carefully before filling it out." Unique. Ge Yuan Yuan realized that once this ID was set, it would be her name from then on. Almost without thinking, she said, "Call me Flathead Brother." Mu'er's slender fingers paused slightly as he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan in disbelief, asking, "What did you just say?" "Flathead Brother. It's a specialty from my hometown. That thing is really tough in a fight." Ge Yuan Yuan spoke animatedly about it, leaving Mu'er stunned. After successfully registering her identity, Mu'er complicatedly handed Ge Yuan Yuan the tag, engraved with "Call me Flathead Brother." "This contains a chip. Just be careful with it and don't be too rough." Taking the tag and examining it closely, Ge Yuan Yuan noticed the pattern on it, feeling strangely familiar, as if it was a tulip. Leading Ge Yuan Yuan to an empty arena, Mu'er handed her the tag and quietly asked, "Are there any mechs available for use?" "Oh, it's Battle Wolf." The staff member, seeing Mu'er, was very warm, clearly recognizing him as a regular. "We only have sea-level mechs available now." Mu'er cast a questioning glance at Ge Yuan Yuan, understanding that her training method didn't categorize by mental power, so she wouldn't know what type of mech to use. "I want that hand-controlled mech." Ge Yuan Yuan pointed to a heavy-looking machine in the corner, her eyes filled with indescribable curiosity. The moment she saw that mech, she understood she wanted it. The high controllability offered by hand-controlled mechs was undeniable. "That mech is not available for lending." The staff member smiled, while an old man with one eye nearby looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with disdain and snorted derisively. "Why do you old man look down on people?" Ge Yuan Yuan pointed her finger at the old man's nose and poked it hard, seemingly not expecting Ge Yuan Yuan to be so bold. The old man slowly moved his nose away from her finger and said in a hoarse, heavy voice, "Can you operate a hand-controlled mech? Little girl, don't end up crying when you can't even start it." As he spoke, the old man suddenly let out a strange laugh. Sharp and piercing. Hand-controlled mechs are the eternal gods. "Mu'er, find me a manual for using hand-controlled mechs right now. I want to show this old man what genius looks like." Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't swallow her anger and immediately reached out to Mu'er for the tutorial. Glancing between the old man and Ge Yuan Yuan, Mu'er said nothing, but silently sent Ge Yuan Yuan a document. Chapter 115. Call me Flattop vs. Yellow-furred rat. At the scene of the match, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly scanned through the tutorial in just a few moments. Before he could say much, he heard a staff member beside him cautiously ask, "Flattop, your match starts in 3 minutes." After putting away the tutorial, Ge Yuan Yuan closed his eyes, quietly digesting the content he had just seen. The old man also closed his eyes, clearly showing no interest in looking at Ge Yuan Yuan. When he heard some movement and opened his eyes again, he saw Ge Yuan Yuan starting up the manually controlled mech, preparing to connect. "What's wrong with you, little girl?" The old man shouted in frustration, clearly very dissatisfied with Ge Yuan Yuan's actions. He shook himself off and stood up, bringing a strong smell of alcohol with him. "All right, old man, I'll definitely show you what it means for a manually controlled mech to shine again." Ge Yuan Yuan had successfully connected. The new type of mech required mental power for connection, and those without authorization could not operate it. However, the old-fashioned manual mech obviously did not require this step, so Ge Yuan Yuan quickly got the hang of it. In the old man's murky eyes, A glint of interest flashed, as he seemed to be somewhat swayed by Ge Yuan Yuan's words. Perhaps this bold and reckless little girl could really show him the glory of manually controlled mechs. Just as his words fell, the old man saw the manually controlled mech staggering forward like it had drunk fake alcohol, and then it fell directly to the ground, cracking the floor in two. "Get the hell down, you useless piece of junk!" The old man exploded again. Was this the glory Ge Yuan Yuan wanted to show him? Was she planning to infuriate him and then steal his mech? Unexpected. Ge Yuan Yuan's voice came out through the old-fashioned speaker, somewhat distorted. The mech, half kneeling on the ground, staggered back to its feet, clearly a rookie in operation. The yellow-furred rat, who was set to battle Ge Yuan Yuan, was already waiting on stage. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's clumsy posture, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was piloting an A-type mech and had already won 4 consecutive matches. If he won again this time, it would be 5 consecutive wins. He had originally thought he would face a strong opponent this round, but unexpectedly, it was just a headstrong little girl who even chose to use a manual mech instead of an intelligent one. Did she really think anyone could use a manually controlled mech? Ge Yuan Yuan had gone from being unaccustomed to the mech to being able to walk normally. Unlike the concise cockpit of an intelligent mech, the cockpit of the manual mech was a complete mess, especially since it was a modified controlled mech. All the buttons were set according to the habits of the previous owner, and it took Ge Yuan Yuan a long time to adapt. The staff didn't care whether Ge Yuan Yuan was ready. Seeing her already standing on the platform, they directly announced, "Next up is Flat Top versus Yellow-Furred Rat." The 4 consecutive win player against the newcomer making their debut. Will the Rat secure 5 consecutive wins, or will Flat Top achieve a comeback? Let's wait and see. The host's commentary was electrifying. Even though the match hadn't started yet, the atmosphere was already tense. This kind of commentary attracted quite a few spectators to come watch and place bets. Of course, most were not there for the match itself, but for Ge Yuan Yuan piloting the manually controlled mech. Ever since the unnamed individual created the glory of manually controlled mechs, a large number of enthusiasts had emerged. In underground arenas, there were also players famous for their skills with manual mechs. However, more were just newcomers who tried their hand at manually controlled mechs and ended up embarrassing themselves. As long as they intended to continue in the underground arena, the matches with manually controlled mechs were an indelible black mark on their history. Vaguely remembering the last time someone piloted a manual mech and executed a breakdance move, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan's walking style now, it seemed to be about the same. Flat Top, charge. Get 5 kills on the yellow-furred rat. Hang in there, Flat Top. I bet 10,000 on you. Gesturing a middle finger at the audience below, Ge Yuan Yuan's muffled voice came through the microphone. Don't think I don't know you bet 100,000 on the yellow-furred rat. I'll make you lose your pants. TCH. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, and they began to jeer. The yellow-furred rat, true to his namesake, had a very cautious fighting style. Even though Ge Yuan Yuan was a complete novice, he still quickly created distance between them. The rules for all arena matches were essentially the same. The use of firearms was prohibited. This rule posed a significant challenge for mech pilots. However, Ge Yuan Yuan was most unafraid of direct combat. As a qualified sword cultivator, she swung her sword 30,000 times every day. It was well known that no one could fight better than a sword cultivator in the entire cultivation world. Facing the yellow-furred rat's cautious moves, Ge Yuan Yuan simply remained indifferent and drove her mech to launch an attack. Even without a sword in hand, she could still dominate with a sword in her heart. What are you running so fast for against a manually controlled mech? Ge Yuan Yuan threw out a couple of taunts. They might not be effective, but saying more would definitely affect the opponent's mindset. She maneuvered the manually controlled mech with a level of agility distinct from the audience below, but for the intelligent mech aided by a system, this speed was still far from enough. In response to Ge Yuan Yuan's movements, the yellow-furred rat deftly dodged, utilizing the advantages of his light mech. Aiming for Ge Yuan Yuan's exposed back, the yellow-furred rat struck down with a heavy punch without hesitation, an almost unavoidable action. Ge Yuan Yuan remained unfazed, her fingertips moving as she deftly used the momentum to land lightly on the ground, directly dissipating half the force. Even an instant, She seized the yellow-furred rat's ankle from incredible angle. Then came the extremely familiar fighting style. Ge Yuan Yuan shamelessly used the repair tools that the mech came with to start unscrewing the yellow-furred rat screws. The action was quick and efficient, epitomizing the best of a sneaky style. Even the yellow-furred rat piloting the mech didn't notice Ge Yuan Yuan's actions. He only heard the system alarms blaring. Damage level 2%. Damage level 2%. The two sides fought back and forth on the platform, proving to be much more entertaining than other newcomers. Mu'er stood quietly in the best viewing position, beginning to analyze Ge Yuan Yuan's fighting style. It had to be said that even though Ge Yuan Yuan's tactics seemed sneaky, they couldn't overshadow her excellent skills. Mu'er even noticed that many times, Ge Yuan Yuan's moves were targeted at the opponent's vital points, but she would change her position midway. It didn't feel like a fight. It felt more like a cat playing with a mouse. Chapter 116. That old man doesn't want me to pay for repairs, right? The final battle ended with Ge Yuan Yuan slightly ahead. The odds for this competition were 10-1, and Ge Yuan Yuan's victory brought considerable profit to the casino. The staff's gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan shifted to something unusual. As a newcomer, achieving such results using a hand-controlled mech was indeed rare. Ge Yuan Yuan stepped off the ring, making way for other competitors. Your commission from this match will be credited to your account within 1 business day. After addressing Ge Yuan Yuan's primary concern, the staff tactfully left, providing her and Mu'er with some private space. The old man approached, extending his hand to ask Ge Yuan Yuan for the mech. You girl, you did pretty well. Such a simple compliment was already rare for the old man. How could I not do well? Ge Yuan Yuan slightly raised her head, a hint of pride in her expression, and without hesitation returned the mech to the old man. Following Mu'er towards the resting area, she still had many thoughts about the recent battle that she wanted to discuss with Mu'er. Stop! The old man stared blankly at the hand-controlled mech and suddenly called out to Ge Yuan Yuan. What's wrong? Ge Yuan Yuan turned back, seeing the old man's hesitant and somewhat regretful face, and couldn't help but frown in confusion. Then she suddenly realized and decisively said, You can repair any damage from the fight yourself. I don't have money. After saying that, she grabbed Mu'er's hand and hurriedly walked out, seemingly genuinely afraid the old man would rush up and demand money from her. Mu'er had a pretty good private room here to rest, and the holographic screens inside could display all the arena matches. Once they entered the room, they quickly closed the door behind them. That old man was really stingy. It was just borrowing a mech. Why was he asking me for repair costs? Ge Yuan Yuan muttered as she sat down on the sofa in the middle of the room, glancing around the environment. The furnishings here were much more luxurious than outside, at least far better than Mu'er's villa in the suburban area of the capital star. Seeing a bruise on her arm, Mu'er conveniently found a healing device from the room. Squatting beside Ge Yuan Yuan, he placed the device on the bruise, which gradually emitted a soft white light, slowly healing the wound. Mu'er's voice carried a hint of hesitation as he tentatively asked, Perhaps you haven't considered that he might want to give you the mech? Those who often lurked in underground arenas should all know that old man. He treasured the first-generation hand-controlled mech like a treasure. The number of people who could borrow it was originally few, especially since Ge Yuan Yuan had achieved a good result. What I want with that old antique, a brand new mech of my own, is much more interesting. Ge Yuan Yuan fiddled with a grape, leisurely putting it to her mouth, lying on the sofa in a way that exuded an indescribable charm. All right, if you don't want it, then don't. Mu'er couldn't help but chuckle. He realized he had a narrow mindset, thinking it was a rare opportunity without considering whether Ge Yuan Yuan wanted it. Casually placing the healing device on the table, Mu'er looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, who was sprawled across the entire sofa, raising an eyebrow. You don't plan to let me sit down, do you? Then just crawl on the floor? Ge Yuan Yuan was distracted by a match on the virtual screen and was annoyed that Mu'er was blocking her view, pushing him aside with her hand. Mu'er couldn't tolerate this. He waved his hand, turning off all the virtual screens in the room, and the lights dimmed as well. Gently holding Ge Yuan Yuan's chin and shaking it slightly, Mu'er's bright green eyes narrowed as he seriously stared into Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes. Do you dislike me? How could I dislike you, darling? Ge Yuan Yuan finally realized that Mu'er seemed a little unhappy, quickly leaning in to give him a kiss on the cheek. Inevitably, A kiss is always an effective way to cheer someone up. Mu'er's expression visibly brightened, and he leaned in to kiss Ge Yuan Yuan on the lips, his face almost breaking into a silly grin. And it didn't stop there. He continued kissing Ge Yuan Yuan's face, making her lean back repeatedly, forcing her to laugh and push him away. Okay, I don't dislike you, be good. Rubbing Mu'er's head, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression relaxed a bit. Though the recent arena match seemed easy for Ge Yuan Yuan on the surface, she had actually experienced considerable strain on her fingers. The main issue was her attack methods. Having roamed the cultivation world for so many years, Ge Yuan Yuan had always believed in one-hit kills, but this wasn't a life-and-death arena. And she couldn't really kill anyone. She could only alter each kill move just before executing it. Plus, her unfamiliarity with a hand-controlled mech made her fingers almost leave after images in the cockpit, which is why it looked like she was so familiar with it on the surface. You were intentionally using him to practice in that match, right? Though phrased as a question, Mu'er's tone was very certain. His speed is quite fast. Practicing with him isn't a loss. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't deny it. After all, the speed of a light mech was indeed evident and helped her quickly adapt to the hand-controlled mech. Since you're aware, I won't remind you too much. Want to go down and play a couple more matches? Mu'er held Ge Yuan Yuan's fingers and kept toying with them. After saying this, he pulled Ge Yuan Yuan's hand to his lips and kissed it. With this clingy attitude, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't tell he wanted her to go out and play another match. I'm not going out. I'll stay here and watch the match with you. Ge Yuan Yuan cleared a space on the sofa for Mu'er to sit down, naturally snuggling into his embrace. But to be honest, compared to the hard chest of a man, Ge Yuan Yuan missed the fluffy feeling of Mu'er in his beast form even more. That was truly unforgettable. But since they had already established a romantic relationship, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't just take on the role of master and turn Mu'er into a fluffy cub to play with her at any time. How much will the prize money from the match be? Ge Yuan Yuan played with the tassels on Mu'er's clothes, realizing that he really liked clothes adorned with various decorations. Your main body might look more like a cat? Not necessarily. It should be calculated based on the betting earnings from your match, and you'll receive 50% in your account. Mu'er estimated that it should be around 100,000. Chapter 117. I'm not human, but you're a real dog, so much money? Ge Yuan Yuan was truly surprised this time, almost pulling the tassel off Mu'er's clothes. After rescuing the tassel that Ge Yuan Yuan had almost knotted from Mu'er's hand, Mu'er gently tapped Ge Yuan Yuan on the head, saying, "You mainly benefited from the yellow-skinned rat. Many people came for him. No wonder." Ge Yuan Yuan muttered softly and snatched the tassel back. Allowing Ge Yuan Yuan to play with the tassel on his clothes, Mu'er just gently draped his arm around Ge Yuan Yuan's shoulder, his whole body stiff. Not daring to move, not noticing Mu'er's oddness, Ge Yuan Yuan stood up and stretched. "Let's go back. I'll come here again once I get my mech." "Sure, I'll report your data. The new mech should arrive in about half a month. Since it's mass-produced, you can adjust any unsuitable parts yourself. The hand-controlled mechs are produced on an assembly line, but since everyone's data is different, customized ones are generally better. Although Ge Yuan Yuan is a mechanic and can modify the mech once he gets it. Now that you have money, you don't need to add this to the betrothal gifts?" Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, clearly teasing Mu'er by bringing up past embarrassing moments. "Don't make fun of me about that." Mu'er patted Ge Yuan Yuan on the head and slipped a card into his hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You keep this." Turning the card over and examining it closely, Ge Yuan Yuan said in surprise, "This is your salary card. You're just giving it to me like this?" Wrapping his arm around Ge Yuan Yuan's slender waist, Mu'er's affection was almost overflowing, rubbing his nose against Ge Yuan Yuan's. It's time to take care of a wife. His face almost uncontrollably turned completely red. Ge Yuan Yuan awkwardly escaped from Mu'er's embrace, hurriedly walking ahead. A puppy's love is always sincere and passionate, capable of burning those without a heart. "Don't run off. Come let me hold your hand. I'll take you out." Mu'er waved his hand, a smile reaching his eyes, as he gently took Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, and they walked down the corridor covered in red carpet. "Do we still need to go through the fridge when we go out?" Pressing his forehead, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the bizarre route. "I'll take you a different way. We're not going back." Mu'er indeed followed through. leading Ge Yuan Yuan through a perfectly normal passage and taking the most ordinary elevator to the ground. The outside cover was a bar. Mu'er naturally led Ge Yuan Yuan out, standing on the street outside. Clearly, there was a normal way to go. Why did you have to take me there? Ge Yuan Yuan's resentful gaze almost solidified. She thought not everyone must go down in that fridge. Don't you think that thing is fun? Mu'er's smile seemed to reach the sky, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. I wanted to take you to experience something new. Is it fun? Ge Yuan Yuan's tone was icy. Still immersed in the earlier joy, Mu'er almost instinctively replied, it's fun. Then, with a bang, a puff of smoke, he transformed into a cub that fell to the ground. Weak, helpless, and pitiful. Woo! Oh, now it was serious. Mu'er sadly realized he had lost even the chance to speak, as Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of giving him any leeway. Directly grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, Ge Yuan Yuan laughed as he shook Mu'er. I think it's pretty fun too. Let me play with you, okay? Baby. If Mu'er still didn't realize Ge Yuan Yuan was angry, then he truly deserved it. Obediently letting Ge Yuan Yuan hold him, Mu'er actively buried his head in Ge Yuan Yuan's arm, rubbing against him in a flattering manner. Oh, actually, Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't really angry. He just wanted to tease Mu'er. After all, the child had grown up and couldn't just turn into a wolf cub to play around anymore. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity and find the right moment to take advantage. The two circled back to the previous parking lot, and Ge Yuan Yuan discovered that the two places were only a street apart. Throwing Mu'er onto the starship, Ge Yuan Yuan piloted the ship, speeding towards the Northwest Military Academy. The team had probably finished the competition and was now waiting for her to return for the post-match review. Ge Yuan Yuan naturally drove as fast as possible, directly pushing the speed limit, lamenting while lying on the side seat. Mu'er could only watch Ge Yuan Yuan's piloting skills improve further, reducing a journey that originally required 2 hours according to the navigation to just an hour and a half. Are you coming with me for the post-match review? Ge Yuan Yuan lifted a hand and poked Mu'er's ear, casually asking. After all, Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't sure if Mu'er's beast form was something that could be casually exposed. I won't go. I have some official business to handle. Mu'er waved his short limbs. Hurry and turn me back. Just then, Ge Yuan Yuan had a mischievous thought and picked up a military cap nearby, placing it on Mu'er's head. The oversized cap almost completely covered Mu'er. Struggling to turn over, Mu'er poked his head out from under the cap, expressing stern condemnation of Ge Yuan Yuan's actions. This is too much. Do you believe I'll bite you? Waving his delicate fingers in front of Mu'er, Ge Yuan Yuan even deliberately teased him. Bite me, little cub. This definitely couldn't be indulged. Without hesitation, Mu'er directly bit down, his small sharp teeth sinking into Ge Yuan Yuan's flesh. Faced with Mu'er's sudden aggressive behavior, Ge Yuan Yuan's smile didn't change. He still looked relaxed, which made Mu'er even angrier. Unconsciously, he bit down harder, until the faint taste of blood came. Mu'er finally realized what he had done and quickly released his mouth, shocked at his actions. Why didn't you stop me sooner? Mu'er's voice turned panicked. Looking at the bite mark on Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, he couldn't help but start blaming himself. It's all my fault for being too rough. I'll go find a healing device for you. It's fine. Pointing a finger at the little wolf that was crawling everywhere, Ge Yuan Yuan poked him back into the cap, and with another hand, he gently touched the wound, which disappeared without a trace. Looking at the guilt-ridden little wolf, Ge Yuan Yuan licked his small canine tooth, smiling. If you feel guilty, just let me bite you back. Huh? Before Mu'er could react, his front paw suddenly felt a sharp pain, causing him to bare his teeth and exclaim, Ge Yuan Yuan, you're the dog here, aren't you? Did you just want to bite me? Chapter 118. A heavy atmosphere with a cheerful laugh. Ge Yuan Yuan released Mu'er's front limbs, but her expression suddenly turned strange. She spat a couple of times and pulled out 2 strands of fur from her mouth. Little Mu'er, this won't do. Why are you shedding fur? She exclaimed. I'm going to kill you. Little wolf pounced and barked, biting at Ge Yuan Yuan. The two of them tussled for a while, and only after Ge Yuan Yuan held her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, did she leave the starship. Watching Mu'er pilot the starship away, Ge Yuan Yuan's smile faded as she walked towards the training room. The campus competition had already concluded, and when Ge Yuan Yuan pushed the door open, the room was very quiet, the atmosphere somewhat heavy, causing her to instinctively lighten her footsteps. How did today's match go? Ge Yuan Yuan hesitantly asked as she approached everyone, scanning each person with her gaze. She noticed their guilty little movements, each avoiding her eyes. Eventually, it was Zhuang Wu who spoke first, saying that today's match went okay, but the problem lay with tomorrow. The campus competition consisted of 3 rounds, and to qualify for the military competition, they needed to win all 3 rounds. They had previously drawn a very tricky team of seniors, which was already bad luck for Ge Yuan Yuan, and she thought they wouldn't be so unfortunate again. However, from the current situation, things seemed grim. Pulin changed her position, resting her head on the table, her whole body slightly trembling. The boys around her sighed heavily. Why aren't you happy even after winning the match? Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow. Who is tomorrow's opponent? If it's that tricky, should I join you for the match? Zhuang Wu sighed heavily and said in a deep voice, there's no need to compete. The outcome is basically decided. This atmosphere was truly unusual. They couldn't even know who tomorrow's team was. Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly, scanning each person. You haven't even competed, and you lack confidence? With this mindset, do you think you can win a military competition? Ge Yuan Yuan's tone grew unusually stern, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. But no one was willing to meet her eyes. Not even Shui Yuheng, who is usually the most cheerful, had his head down. What on earth is going on? Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was tinged with displeasure. Tomorrow we have a bye. With Zhuang Wu's words, the previously gloomy group instantly perked up, surrounding Ge Yuan Yuan with smiles and presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. We don't have to compete tomorrow. We've directly qualified for the next round. Let us go out to celebrate tonight. Pulin exclaimed joyfully, jumping up from the table and wrapping her arms around Ge Yuan Yuan's neck. So she was trembling earlier because she was trying not to laugh, not because she was upset about tomorrow's match result. For a moment surprised, Ge Yuan Yuan stared wide-eyed, and from their eyes, she saw smiles and the joy of successfully pulling a prank. Well, you all have learned to mess with me, Ge Yuan Yuan said, rolling up her sleeves. Isn't it time for a little punishment? Yuan Yuan, let us go. Shui Yuheng said playfully, Big brother will take you out to have some fun. Who are you calling little sister? Ge Yuan Yuan threatened, shaking her fist at the now serious Shui Yuheng, who immediately straightened up and gave her a mock salute. Sister Ge, shall we head out? Let us go. Qin Xiuming immediately chimed in, and the group surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, pushing her out of the training room. The bye was special due to issues with the number of participants. The team that drew the bye could advance directly based on luck. The downside was that they couldn't win the championship of the victory match, but the upside was that they had one less match to play. Who drew this bye? Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Ge Yuan Yuan seized the opportunity to ask, eager to see who had such good luck, making her envious. It was drawn by Commander Zhuang. Just look at his luck, and then look at yourself, Shui Yuheng said, shaking his head in disdain. Even the dog thinks your luck is bad. So it's the dog that thinks my luck is bad? Ge Yuan Yuan said with an expression of sudden realization, her gaze fixed on the few old dogs present. Receiving Ge Yuan Yuan's reproachful gaze, the few of them looked everywhere but at her, and they simply covered her mouth and dragged her onto the starship. Let us go. Let us go. It's rare to go out and relax. Where do you want to go play? The starship belonged to Qin Xiuming, a military brat, and the interior was decorated in the typical style of the Nebula Corps, with large, splendid nebula decorations floating inside the ship. It was so dreamy that one couldn't tell it was owned by a group of burly men. It was said that long ago, the leader of the Nebula Corps was a woman, a legendary figure who loved to defy military orders and forcibly decorate her rooms with vibrant, feminine things. She was known for wearing elaborate dresses on the battlefield, acting like a violent loli, carrying cannons to blow up Zerg strongholds, her fighting style swift and brutal. Let us go to a bar, to a nightclub, to dance. Shui Yuheng raised both hands and feet, trying to drag them to such entertainment venues. No way. Pulin immediately pressed down on the lively Shui Yuheng, saying seriously, it's not vacation time yet. Military students are not allowed to drink. Be careful not to get caught. This completely deflated Shui Yuheng. Before coming to military school, he had been a flamboyant playboy, often frequenting nightclubs able to gather enough girls to form 2 soccer teams. He later calmed down and got into the Northwest Military Academy. It was said that on the day the acceptance letter was sent, his father was so moved he cried and held a 3-day banquet, inviting everyone to eat. To the park? in.He weakly suggested. But the moment the words left his mouth, he was immediately rejected by everyone. Who wants to go to the park on a day like this? In the end, after unanimous discussion, they decided to spend the day at the most bustling commercial street. Shui Yuhang and Pulin were both outsiders, and Qin Xiaoming had always been in the extreme cold star system, so the only one who could guide them was in.He. But it was clear he hadn't been to many entertainment places either. Standing at the entrance of the commercial street, everyone was utterly lost. Forget it. I'll take everyone around. Zhuang Wu sighed heavily and took on the responsibility. I didn't know Commander Zhuang played so much. With someone to lead, Shui Yuhang playfully hooked his arm around Zhuang Wu's neck, asking, "Where are you from?" Everyone is quite curious. Chapter 119. Do you think you want to help me or harm me? Let go of me. Zhuang Wu's character is usually quite serious, and now that it involves a sensitive topic for him, he seems even more restrained. However, seeing everyone's curious gazes, Zhuang Wu still spoke up. I'm from the capital star, and my family was exiled to the fringe star system 4 years ago. As soon as he said this, Ge Yuan Yuan clearly noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the others. But at this moment, everyone tactfully refrained from asking more questions. The commercial street here has changed a lot. I'll do my best to show you around. Zhuang Wu led everyone to their first stop of the day, the maid CAF. They originally planned to buy some drinks, but upon entering, they were completely captivated by the decorations and the various girls in maid outfits. Wow, this is wonderful. Shui Yuhang was so excited that he nearly drooled. He really has a thing for Lolas, and now he felt like he had arrived in paradise. The others didn't react as strongly as he did. Welcome. If you make a purchase, you can play board games with the maids. The staff wore sweet smiles, and their voices were incredibly sweet. Shui Yuhang was genuinely overwhelmed. Poked Qin Xiaoming next to him and said, "Old Qin, aren't you tempted? Let us play for a while." "I'm not tempted," Qin Xiaoming replied disinterestedly. "Why don't you ask the others?" Shui Yuhang eagerly went around asking, but everyone declined to play there, instantly feeling dejected and muttering. A bunch of uncultured and unappreciative people. Shuiera, saying that is disrespectful to Ge. The Lolas here can't compare to Ge, in.He, who usually kept quiet, sharply pointed out. Shui Yuhang glanced at Ge Yuan Yuan and suddenly became completely honest. There was no way around it. Ge Yuan Yuan's face truly represented the quintessential lowly. If it weren't for Ge Yuan Yuan's strong capabilities, which could easily take him down, Shui Yuhang might have actually tried to flirt. But now they were all brothers. "You're saying this is disrespectful to my sister." He raised a hand to point at in.He and pretended to threaten. "Be careful, or my sister will hit you." Zhuang Wu was almost driven to the point of not being able to handle this group of lively characters, covering his face and pretending not to know them. After a few of them grabbed drinks, they quickly changed locations, heading straight for the next escape room. When they arrived at the store, all the small rooms were already fully booked. The staff apologetically told them, today's customer flow is quite large, but there's a group of 24 that hasn't started yet. Would you like to join the table next door? Zhuang Wu glanced over and found the people there somewhat familiar. They were from the Imperial Military Academy. Ge Yuan Yuan took a quick look and recognized Zhuang Wu, saying blandly, "We can join." Zhuang Wu also saw Ge Yuan Yuan and, after briefly talking to his group, walked over in her direction. "Ge, long time no see. Are you here to play with friends today?" Han vu greeted Ge Yuan. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but Ge Yuan Yuan sensed something off. "Right? Do you want to join us?" With a slight smile, Ge Yuan Yuan decided to rise to the challenge, wanting to see what Zhuang Wu was up to. After both parties discussed it, they decided to combine for the large group, and since both sides were military academy students, they quickly blended together. "So you guys are a team out to have fun as well. What a coincidence." Shui Yuhang, with his usual outgoing character, was the first to get along with the opposing team. There were 2 girls on the other team, and he quickly had them laughing and smiling. They all entered the escape room together, ready to start. Military academy students participating in escape rooms usually dominate the large group S scenario, although theoretically the hardest, turned out to be a bit too easy. Zhuang Wu, stick with me later. Before entering the escape room, Ge Yuan Yuan specifically pulled Zhuang Wu aside and whispered in his ear. The other individual soldiers had the ability to protect themselves, but this commander was the most vulnerable. And Ge Yuan Yuan sensed something was off. Everyone happily entered the escape room, and the first challenge was a riddle, with students from the command department present. Solving it was a matter of minutes, and soon they reached the central challenge. This challenge required several students to cooperate. One person had to activate a switch above, while another climbed up to take their place. "Why don't we let the commander stay below, and we'll have the soldiers go up?" suggested the main attacker from the other side. And soon all the soldiers were on the upper level, leaving only the technician and the commander below. "I've been too busy with school lately, and I haven't found time to invite you out. Ge, are you participating in this year's military competition?" Shang Wu seemed to casually engage Ge Yuan Yuan, his actions and demeanor exuding a sense of intimacy, which made Zhuang Wu feel like an outsider. "Yes, we VE qualified for the military competition. Are you participating today as well?" Since the other party initiated the conversation, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't ignore it. In fact, she was quite curious about Shang Wu's intentions. "Ge, have you heard of that famous divine medicine before? I have an extra one to give you, hoping we can achieve good results in the military competition." Shang Wu handed over a small vial containing a black pill. His teammates almost instinctively shifted their gazes toward the two, but Shang Wu quickly shoved the vial into Ge Yuan Yuan's pocket. What is so mysterious about this? Ge Yuan Yuan instantly recalled the secret medicine they had gotten from Qin Xiaoming's house. Could these two be the same thing? "All right, thank you." Accepting it readily, Ge Yuan Yuan quietly said, "I'll try this medicine when I get back." This little interlude didn't cause much of a stir. Soon, the puzzle on the upper level was solved, and Shang Wu was the first to climb up, seemingly just wanting to kindly give Ge Yuan Yuan a bottle of medicine. "What is this little fat guy up to lately?" Zhuang Wu furrowed his brows in confusion, then saw Ge Yuan Yuan sneer coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. As she tossed the vial into her storage bracelet, she squeezed a black bug out from the folds of her school uniform. "Do you think he wants to help me or harm me?" The black bug lay in the palm of Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, not daring to move, which sent chills down Zhuang Wu's spine. Bugs are common, but such a disgusting one is not. Chapter 120. Killing Shang Wu with my own hands, directly crushing the disgusting bug in her hand. Ge Yuan Yuan seemed to faintly hear a wail. Climbing up the stairs, she glanced around and saw that Shang Wu showed no signs of change, still standing in the same place. Next was a moving hometown, and all of us had to stand on the circular platform in the middle. Shui Yuhang studied it for a bit and had everyone stand on the circular platform. Ge Yuan Yuan almost instantly felt a different aura coming her way. Casually looking around, she realized she had been surrounded by the Imperial Military Academy's people. From these individuals, Ge Yuan Yuan sensed a familiar fluctuation, but she couldn't recall what it was at the moment. Shang Wu had his back to her, but Ge Yuan Yuan always felt like something in the shadows was staring at her intently. "Ge, you don't need to be so vigilant. We come from the same planet. I definitely want to harm you." Shang Wu's voice was soft, drifting gently to Ge Yuan Yuan's front. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't respond, focusing intently on playing the game. "Why are you ignoring me?" Shang Wu suddenly leaned in close to Ge Yuan Yuan, trapping her between the wall and his small space. This time, Ge Yuan Yuan clearly saw Shang Wu's eyes, and then they changed back. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and summoned her spirit sword, shouting, "Form up." Although Pran and the others were still unclear about what was happening, they unhesitatingly pulled Zhuang Wu to the middle for protection, taking a vigilant stance against the other students. "What is wrong?" A girl from Shang Wu's team looked at Shui Yuhang, who had just been kind to them, now ruthlessly pushing people away. Her expression hurt. Ge Yuan Yuan drew her sword and pointed it at Shang Wu, a faint demonic energy swirling on the blade. "You're not Shang Wu, who are you really?" In response to Ge Yuan Yuan's question, Shang Wu tilted his head slightly, looking a bit hurt. "Who else would I be if not Shang Wu?" Yi, you're acting strangely." Before he could finish speaking, Ge Yuan Yuan decisively swung her sword, beheading Shang Wu. The girl at the door who saw this through the monitor was so frightened she almost screamed, hurriedly pressing the alarm button on the desk. "Security Patrol Team. We have a military student committing murder in our store. Pran's eyes widened in shock, but her actions remained vigilant as she drew her weapon, aiming it at the batch of Imperial Military Academy students. The students, seeing Shang Wu's body on the ground, became enraged and charged at Ge Yuan Yuan. In an instant, chaos erupted in the room, with items flying everywhere. Pran wanted to assist Ge Yuan Yuan, but was stopped and told to protect Zhuang Wu. The team moved to a dead angle, and Zhuang Wu suddenly said, "Look, these students are acting strangely. They've split into two groups." Everyone looked as Zhuang Wu suggested, and indeed saw Shang Wu's team split into two groups. One was confused and still trying to mediate, while the other was crazily attacking Ge Yuan Yuan, intent on taking a bite out of her. Why are they fighting among themselves? Sui Uhang Muta Sopti. The voice of Bianchi was filled with terror. He had accidentally made eye contact with the opposing team and instantly got goosebumps. It's not infighting. Look at their eyes. Collectively going crazy? Qin Xiaoming furrowed his brows, feeling that this situation seemed familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. Facing a group of crazed individuals, Ge Yuan Yuan remained calm. The spirit sword in her hand moved freely, instantly transforming into thousands of silver lights, shredding the attacking students to pieces. This scene should have been quite bloody, but surprisingly, there was no blood at the scene. It was as if Ge Yuan Yuan had merely chopped a silicone toy into pieces. They are not human. They have no blood. Ge Yuan Yuan calmly sliced through them, avoiding any bodies that had already fallen to the ground. The members of Pran's team followed suit, keeping their distance from the Imperial team. Realizing they couldn't hide it any longer, the headless Shang Wu shakily rose from the ground. This scene was terrifying. Who could remain calm seeing a headless corpse trying to find its head? Ge Yuan Yuan directly unleashed a sword intent, severing Shang Wu's hand as he reached for his head. The severed hand fell to the ground, and Shang Wu's head suddenly wore a strange smile. "You smell so good. You smell so good." Soon, all the pieces of students Ge Yuan Yuan had shredded melted away. Countless black bugs quickly covered the carpet. The little girl from the Imperial Military Academy watched in horror as the girls around her turned into a pile of bugs, her scream piercing the sky as she nearly fainted on the spot. Now it was clear who was with whom. Facing her bug-eyed companions, Xiaoke trembled as she pulled out her energy gun to defend herself. As a pharmacist, close combat wasn't her strong suit, and even with a firearm in hand, she was quickly pinned down, about to be assimilated by the bug people. "Get the hell away from me." Shui Yuhang kicked the bug person, rescuing Xiaoke from danger. Now, there were only 2 or 3 rational students left from the Imperial Military Academy, huddling together and showing no intention of asking for help, clearly worried that Pran's team would take action against them. Xiaoke fought off the incessant waves of bugs while her gaze kept lingering on Shui Yuhang. "Wow, still playing the hero, saving the beauty?" Qin Xiaoming teased. The number of bugs in the room kept increasing, but Qin Xiaoming quickly noticed a strange phenomenon. "Look, these bugs don't seem to be coming after me at all." Indeed, each member of the team faced many bugs, but only Qin Xiaoming had just a few. "Hey, Lao Qin, you're not infected, are you?" Shui Yuhang glanced at him and mischievously speculated, even tugging Zhuang Wu closer to him to keep him away from Qin Xiaoming. "Are you being ridiculous again?" Qin Xiaoming rolled his eyes. "I know very well if I'm infected or not." Bugs were not hard to kill, but the most troublesome part was that these bugs kept coming in waves. "Don't move." Interstellar police. With a large number of uniformed security guards pouring in, the room fell silent. Countless red dots aimed at Ge Yuan Yuan, and no one was foolish enough not to understand what was happening. Chapter 121. Principal whose daily rescue something bad has happened. Accompanied by this sentence from Zhuang Wu, everyone noticed that there was blood everywhere on Ge Yuan Yuan's sword, and it was still dripping continuously. The bugs on the ground had long since disappeared, leaving only the scattered corpses of Shang Wu and a few other military school students. This was undoubtedly a murder scene, and Ge Yuan Yuan had no way to clear her name. Surveillance. There is also surveillance. Shui Yuhang instinctively looked up, only to find that the camera overhead had been damaged at some point. The interstellar police, armed with high-powered particle guns, aimed at Ge Yuan Yuan and sternly shouted, "Drop your weapon and put this on." They threw a pair of handcuffs at Ge Yuan Yuan's feet, specially designed for high mental power ability users. They had already treated Ge Yuan Yuan as a murderer. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at the fully armed interstellar police, threw her spiritual sword to the ground, and picked up the handcuffs to put on her wrists. Almost instantly, the handcuffs tightened sharply with white light flashing, indicating that Ge Yuan Yuan had been restrained. However, faced with the highly armed military students, the interstellar police still dared not relax their vigilance, keeping their guns raised. Kicked the weapons on the ground further away. Ge Yuan Yuan nonchalantly lowered her head and kicked the spiritual sword further away. She had no intention of harming anyone, and though she felt a bit displeased with the interstellar police's inquiries, she suppressed it. "We have received a report from the shop owner and hope you cooperate. Otherwise, we will shoot immediately." The interstellar police were somewhat nervous, as those who could attend military school were not ordinary people. Moreover, the petite and cute girl in front of them had actually killed several A-class military students. Several people calmed down. Could it be that there was some misunderstanding? Qin Xiaoming was ready to mediate, but was forced back by the gunpoint. "You can't leave either. You all have to go back with us. A major crime has occurred, and no one present can escape. Everyone must return to undergo an investigation." Ge Yuan Yuan looked at Shang Wu's corpse on the ground and said expressionlessly, "All the body parts here must be collected, and anything that has been contaminated with blood needs to be taken back." Although Ge Yuan Yuan did not understand how these bugs spread, it did not hinder her from realizing that these things were extremely dangerous. "You don't need to tell us that." The interstellar police did not give Ge Yuan Yuan a good look and prepared to take her outside. "I want to watch you collect everything here." Ge Yuan Yuan stood her ground, clearly indicating her distrust of the interstellar police, which only fueled their anger. "What kind of habit is this? Wanting to oversee the crime scene cleanup? I warn you, that's impossible. Just come back with us obediently. Don't think that being a military student allows you to do as you please." Ge Yuan Yuan raised the handcuffs on her wrist and said to the interstellar police, "I have lost my ability to move now. I suspect those 3 students in the corner are related to the bugs, so I hope you take it seriously." After hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's words, the interstellar police looked at her with skepticism. To get Ge Yuan Yuan to comply, they ultimately decided to raise the danger level of these things. "All right, we will treat this with the caution appropriate for dealing with bugs. Can you leave now?" Just as Ge Yuan Yuan was about to turn around, she heard the interstellar police behind her mumbling, "I don't know what kind of mental issues are occurring. This is the capital star. How could there be bugs here?" Now, this has stirred up a hornet's nest. The military students present began to recount the events they had encountered earlier. If only one person were saying this, it might be doubted, but now that everyone was saying it, the interstellar police's gaze towards Ge Yuan Yuan became uncertain. After some communication, they ultimately decided to put an additional pair of leg shackles on Ge Yuan Yuan, allowing her to stay at the scene to watch them clean up the remaining body parts. Everyone's communication devices were temporarily confiscated, prohibiting contact with the outside. Shui Yuhang quietly leaned over to Ge Yuan Yuan and said, "We didn't notice where those bugs went. We seriously suspect they are on the surviving students. Perhaps there's only one mother bug, and the rest are its clones." Before Ge Yuan Yuan could finish her words, the two were forcibly separated and not allowed to communicate. After the scene was cleaned up, Ge Yuan Yuan followed the safety team into the interrogation room, sitting silently on a stool. The other members of the Pran team were also taken away and separated into different rooms for questioning. He, who was peacefully drinking tea in the office, was soon pulled to the police station by a phone call from the safety team. Looking at the dejected students, he felt overwhelmed. Beside him, a burly teacher from the infantry department, seeing this group of disappointing students, was even more furious. "What is wrong with you? Did you lose a fight with another military school?" The teacher from the command department came to rescue Zhuang Wu and, looking at the students, said thoughtfully, "It shouldn't be. In.He with the command?" The interstellar police cleared their throat twice, drawing everyone's attention to themselves. "Your school, Ge Yuan Yuan, brutally killed 6 classmates from the Imperial Military Academy and has been detained by us." "Huh? What did you say?" He thought to himself that he wasn't hard of hearing, so why couldn't he understand what they were saying now? The implication was that Ge Yuan Yuan, a mecha repair technician, had single-handedly taken down 6 infantrymen. There were too many points of contention. He didn't know how to respond. No way. He felt overwhelmed. although he still didn't understand the truth of the matter. The only thing he could be sure of was that Ge Yuan Yuan was causing him trouble again. Not to mention, just due to Ge Yuan Yuan's identity as a healer, he had to get her out. He felt overwhelmed and decided to follow the interstellar police to understand the situation, while the teachers from the Imperial Military Academy arrived a bit later and, upon seeing the teachers from the Northwest Military Academy, almost rushed over to tear them apart. What has our good student got against you? Why treat them so harshly? Seeing that the teachers were about to fight, the interstellar police quickly separated them, urging them to first calm their own students. In the empty room, the surviving students sat together, still looking frightened. Xiao suddenly spoke up. How are we going to explain this to the teachers? Let us just tell the truth. What else can we do? The other two students felt their worldviews were being shaken and had no idea how to explain. Xiao held their hands, her eyes dark as night. Chapter 122. The Marshal's fiancé, E, is a murderer. In the earlier fight, the two students already had numerous wounds on their bodies. Now, facing Xiao's deceptive eyes, they were even more dazed. A black bug crawled along Xiao's wrist, gradually making its way up to the arms of the two students. Then continued upward. The two black bugs slowly crawled to the students' mouths. Completely unconscious, the two of them opened their mouths along with Xiao, and the bugs directly enter their bodies. With two bugs released, Xiao's body also weakened considerably. It was Ge Yuan Yuan who killed our classmate Shangwu. We must seek justice for Shangwu, Xiao said slowly, a flash of dark light passing through her eyes. The other two, almost completely unaware, nodded along with Xiao and said seriously, Ge Yuan Yuan killed Shangwu. We want justice. Seeing that the two had been completely assimilated, Xiao felt relieved and displayed an extremely panicked expression toward the teacher and the interstellar police who entered the interrogation room. Teacher, it was Ge Yuan Yuan who killed Shangwu and the others. I'm so scared. Meanwhile, in the empty escape room, a man in black suddenly appeared. He walked to the front desk, targeted the monitor on the table, and directly copied the video footage of Ge Yuan Yuan killing Shangwu. Satisfied with the material in his hands, he unhesitatingly chose to send it. Soon, a piece of news quickly spread across the Star Network. The Marshal's fiancé, E, goes on a rampage during disorder, killing several military academy students in the city center. Under this shocking headline, there were two accompanying images from the surveillance footage. One showing Ge Yuan Yuan holding a spiritual sword and ruthlessly beheading Shangwu, and the other showing Ge Yuan Yuan shackled and expressionless, standing among the interstellar police. This was solid evidence, completely undeniable. The interstellar public already had an indescribable fervor for the Marshal, and they could not tolerate anyone tarnishing Mu Er's reputation. Moreover, it was a fiancé, E, of unknown origin. Immediately, a wave of ridicule towards Ge Yuan Yuan surged on the Star Network, with all sorts of comments, many of them vulgar. This woman is a nobody. Who dares to provoke the Marshal? Reject the bad rumors spread by marketing accounts. The Marshal is a hero of the Empire, not a tool for marketing. When you see the bugs in the open, it means the hidden bugs have multiplied beyond control. Is the private life of the upper class really this chaotic? Doesn't anyone think Mu Er isn't exactly clean either? Originally, there was no official statement regarding the fiancé, E, and since Mu Er didn't like exposing his privacy, the matter had subsided after initially causing a stir. Now that it had been dug up again, it was no longer something that could be easily forgiven. Unconcerned about the entertainment section, Mu Er was unaware that he was about to trend and become a hot topic across the entire interstellar community. Mu Er, are you still in the mood to handle documents here? The door to Mu Er's office was pushed open, and Ji Xiao walked in with a sarcastic tone, directly sitting on Mu Er's desk. Without showing any expression, Mu Er glanced at Ji Xiao, still icy, his voice carrying a chill. If the G-Min Corps is so idle, I wouldn't mind giving you more work. Playing with the trinkets on Mu Er's desk, Ji Xiao grinned mischievously. Your little fiancé, he has already been locked up. Aren't you going to check on her? What nonsense! Upon hearing this news, Mu Er immediately frowned, finding it almost unbelievable. But Ji Xiao's serious demeanor made Mu Er hesitate, and he quickly opened his star brain to call Ge Yuan Yuan. Don't bother calling. She won't be able to answer. Your fiancé, he is quite interesting, Ji Xiao said before swaying out. Consider this a favor for the medicine you gave my sister earlier. At the same time, Vice General Theodore rushed into the office. He saw Ji Xiao's stiff expression for a moment, but didn't have time to pay attention to that. A large number of marketing articles were sent directly to Mu Er's light brain. Theodore's face was very serious as he said, "Marshal, today marketing accounts revealed that Miss Ge killed several military academy students in the city center and has already been arrested by the interstellar police." Mu Er abruptly stood up from his chair, his face darkening considerably. "Immediately find someone to connect with the interstellar police and clarify what happened. No matter what, we must get her out." He hurriedly walked out, preparing to rescue Ge Yuan Yuan, but before he could leave the military building, he was stopped by two soldiers who politely said, "The Royal Corps and the White Tiger Corps request your presence for a meeting. You should go immediately." "I don't have time. You can start without me." Mu Er's face was as dark as water, his mood explosive in an instant. He was certain that Ge Yuan Yuan was not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately. There must be some misunderstanding. "You must go." The two soldiers stood their ground, blocking Mu Er's path, clearly not allowing him to leave the military district. At this point, Mu Er understood that someone had deliberately set a trap. It was unclear what the other party's purpose was, but Mu Er's mood was at a breaking point. He glanced at the two soldiers. "I know you are following orders, but I cannot stay here today." His mental pressure was instantly released. Intimidating the two soldiers in front of him, Mu Er lifted his leg, ready to run outside, but was stopped by someone from the Royal Corps behind him. "Marshal, please wait. His Majesty is looking for you." "Damn it." Mu Er halted, glancing at Theodore beside him, instructing, "You go check on things and get her bailed out." Both sides of the situation were grim. Inside the security center, he was in a state of panic trying to rescue people. Usually, this situation would be manageable. But now that the story had escalated, the media was like fish smelling blood, swarming in. Not only had this incident been exposed, but someone also linked it to Mu Er's earlier search for people on the fringe planet, accusing Ge Yuan Yuan of being a disaster for the country and the people. Chapter 123. So fragrant. Let me eat you now. Countless media outlets have flocked to the entrance of the security center, making it difficult for He to leave with everyone intact. Moreover, so far, no one has been able to see Ge Yuan Yuan. In the interrogation room, two interstellar police officers are questioning Ge Yuan Yuan. However, she remains silent, continuously repeating that she will only speak if the head of the security center comes with someone from the military. The officer interrogating Ge Yuan Yuan is a burly young man, and this is his first assignment, facing such a serious case. His frustration is heightened by Ge Yuan Yuan's uncooperative attitude. "All the evidence proves that you are the true murderer. What else is there to argue about?" Ge Yuan Yuan remains silent, sitting quietly in place. She is pondering what that familiar aura is. It seems to have been recognized long ago. According to past interstellar conventions, the insect race would not parasitize human bodies, but would have high-level insects disguise themselves as humans to infiltrate society. It is absolutely impossible for them to parasitize humans and replace them. Does this signify the arrival of a new chaotic era? With the sound of the door slamming shut, the interrogation room is left empty. Ge Yuan Yuan looks at the shackles on her hands and nonchalantly moves her fingers. She had previously heard a voice saying how fragrant it was, indicating that those insects are actually interested in her flesh and blood. A faint demonic aura seeps from Ge Yuan Yuan's fingertips. She casually waves her hand, and the demonic energy forms a semicircle in the air before mischievously disappearing. The insects here are all filled with demonic energy, but it is not pure, except for the high-level demons whose demonic energy carries their own imprint and is relatively pure. The demonic energy of lower-level demons is all mottled and corrupted. Perhaps these insects' goal is to devour her flesh and blood to obtain the purest demonic energy for their own advancement. But that is no longer the most important issue. If even the 5 major military academies have been parasitized by the insect race, how many survivors are left among the ordinary populace? For some reason, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly recalls the planet she and Mu Er had dealt with before. They had once explored the entire planet for anomalies. If those were all disguises by the insect race, unwanted, that mean the entire empire is now in grave danger? What trouble have you caused me? Hui's voice comes from outside, tinged with complaint. After contacting several friends, he finally gains a brief opportunity to meet Ge Yuan Yuan. But their conversation will also be recorded. It's just a small matter. A few students from the Imperial Military Academy have been parasitized by insects, Ge Yuan Yuan states seriously. Perhaps the entire empire is in jeopardy now. We cannot be sure who is safe. To others, this might sound like alarmism. However, Hu does not dismiss Ge Yuan Yuan's words. Instead, he asks seriously, "Are you sure?" "I am sure. The surveillance in the box should be broken." Pu Lan and the others witnessed it. When I struck with my sword, those corpses had no blood splattered. They had already been completely devoured. Ge Yuan Yuan raises the shackles nonchalantly. "You can arrange for someone to investigate, but remember to inform Wu Air. I will report this matter upward. You are in trouble now and may have to stay here for a while." Given the seriousness of the situation, Hui cannot take Ge Yuan Yuan's word at face value. He glances at the time. What characteristics do those infected individuals have? They have a maximum of 5 minutes to talk. Their eyes turn pitch black when they are emotionally agitated. I can't say much more. Additionally, I suspect the 3 surviving students have already been assimilated. Ge Yuan Yuan thinks for a moment and reiterates some important points before wearily closing her eyes. She had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Those insects are both enamored and resentful of her, aside from her sword intent causing damage. Her demonic energy is almost instantly devoured when released. They are truly desperate to rush in and take a bite. This is not good news. Hui hurriedly leaves the room, and 2 interstellar police officers enter, brusquely stating to Ge Yuan Yuan, "The Marshal's fiancé, E, is impressive. Come with us." Standing up, Ge Yuan Yuan makes no argument and simply follows the 2 to another room. In the corridor around the corner, Ge Yuan Yuan encounters Xiao Ku and the others. "You're the one who killed Shang Wu. You are still from the same hometown." One male classmate, visibly agitated, lunges to hit Ge Yuan Yuan, but is stopped by the 2 interstellar police officers. Ge Yuan Yuan vatches tuchtfully. Previously, the 3 had fought alongside her, clearly filled with fear of the black insects. But now everyone seems to have forgotten the presence of the insect race. Instead, they fixate on her killing Shang Wu, which seems very strange. A few teachers chase after them, and upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan, they show expressions of disgust. They point at Ge Yuan Yuan and say, "We will lodge a protest with the Northwest Military Academy. Someone like you is not fit to be a military academy student. We will ensure you face legal consequences." Xiao Ke gradually reveals a sinister smile, producing a sharp blade in her hand, raising it to stab the nearest teacher in the neck. "Watch out!" Ge Yuan Yuan shouts suddenly, directly raising her hand to break the shackles and block Xiao Ke's strike. The 2 interstellar police officers draw their energy guns, aiming at Ge Yuan Yuan, and shout, "Don't move. Let her go." Xiao Ke reveals a sinister smile, steps back, and points at Ge Yuan Yuan, saying, "She wants to kill me to silence me. I request that Ge Yuan Yuan be placed in a maximum security prison with gravity chains activated." Seeing the hint of darkness in Xiao Ke's eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively feels something is amiss. Turning around, she indeed sees everyone regarding her with vigilant eyes, clearly believing she is now an extremely dangerous individual. Smirking, Ge Yuan Yuan says with interest, "Using such a despicable trick? As long as it works." Xiao Ke's left hand transforms into a mass of insects, raising it to caress Ge Yuan Yuan's cheek, but Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively recoils in disgust. "I know you disdain these schemes, but when no one believes you, you will be left with no choice, and you will be mine." Xiao Ke's face reveals an uncontrollable greed. Her gaze on Ge Yuan Yuan is like looking at a rare treasure, and from her half-open mouth, countless insects surge forth, coalescing into 2 words, so fragrant. Chapter 124. The little octopus bug, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Xiao Ke. "If you kill me, you'll only further tarnish your reputation as a murderer. I don't even need to lift a finger. Humanity will expel you." Xiao Ke wasn't afraid of Ge Yuan Yuan's threat. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "I haven't seen anyone as delicious as you in a long time. If I eat you, my strength will surely increase. Then, let us see if you have that capability." Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly laughed, excitement flickering across his face, as if he had found a fun toy. causing Xiao Ku to involuntarily step back, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan with trepidation. With a sudden slap of his palm against the ground, flames erupted instantly. The interstellar police and teachers who were reprimanding Ge Yuan Yuan were all thrown in the nearby office. The door closing with a thud as if closed by an invisible force. Xiao Ku was enveloped in black mist, barely managing to protect himself within it. The flames spread down the entire corridor, but strangely did not burn anything, merely clinging to the surfaces. "Aren't you going to eat me? Come on." Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow with interest, his voice carrying an indescribable temptation, his expression slightly twisted with uncontainable excitement, his red lips parting to unveil the grand spectacle. She seemed like a demon struggling out of hell, intent on dragging the entire human world into purgatory. This was a true demon from the abyss. Realization dawned on Xiao Ku. He seemed to have provoked something truly formidable. Ge Yuan Yuan was not a human to be trifled with, but a genuine tyrant. "You're not human." Panic crept into his voice, as Xiao Ku finally recognized the terrifying existence he had provoked. A small octopus bug jumped down from the back of Xiao Ku's head, silently landing on the floor, wrapping its limbs around its body, sneaking towards the adjacent office. "Sword come." Ge Yuan Yuan raised a hand, and the spirit sword that had already been taken away by the interstellar police sensed its master's call, immediately soaring into the air and severing the seal on the box. With the sword in hand, Ge Yuan Yuan casually flicked out 2 beams of sword light. The principle of simplicity prevailed, and Xiao Ku was almost instantly sliced into several pieces, a swarm of black bugs pouring out from his body, rushing towards Ge Yuan Yuan. This batch of bugs was even more evolved than before. Their wings buzzed, surging like a black mist straight for Ge Yuan Yuan. "What if I'm not human?" Ge Yuan Yuan's voice echoed like that of a succubus, resonating in every corner of the corridor. Void restriction spell, accompanied by Ge Yuan Yuan's cold voice. The bugs that were still floating in the air fell to the ground one by one, the corridor almost turning black. The octopus bug quietly moved towards the office. As long as it could parasitize any human, it still had a chance to survive. Throwing the sword in hand, Ge Yuan Yuan casually asked, "Where do you want to go?" The octopus bug, trembling in fear, looked at the sword tip sticking straight in front of it. The swaying sword hilt revealed Ge Yuan Yuan's immense strength. It had already been discovered. Although it was a high-level insect, it had put all its skill points into deception and the mental power of consuming human bodies, rendering its real body extremely fragile. Not to mention Ge Yuan Yuan. Even an ordinary adult could easily crush it. Originally thinking that with so many bugs as cover, Ge Yuan Yuan could never find it. The hopes of the octopus bug were now shattered. Picking the bug up from the ground, Ge Yuan Yuan's fingertips condensed 2 faint spheres of magical energy, isolating the bug's body from contact with the skin. With death on both sides, the octopus bug simply chose to act like a glutton. Hanging on Ge Yuan Yuan's fingertip, it frantically gnawed at the 2 spheres of magical energy. Its weak and helpless appearance completely belied the fact that it had infected so many military academy students, even consuming every last drop of their blood. Casually pulling out a jade bottle from her storage bracelet, Ge Yuan Yuan tossed the tiny bug inside and casually placed 3 sealing formations on the bottle's opening. The flames in the corridor primarily served to prevent these bugs from escaping to other places. Now that the main bug had been captured, the remaining black bugs were in a state of disarray. Ge Yuan Yuan raised a hand, and the flames that had spread throughout the corridor instantly retracted, enveloping the mass of black bugs within, with a charred smell continuously wafting out. Gently sniffing her nose, Ge Yuan Yuan sighed and said helplessly, "It's quite fragrant. It's over." She wants to eat roasted bugs. The surveillance this time was not damaged. Ge Yuan Yuan entered the office and shook awake all the sleeping individuals. Those with high levels of mental power were the first to awaken, and as soon as a few teachers opened their eyes, they pointed at Ge Yuan Yuan and began a curse. "You actually want to murder our students in public." A few interstellar police also gradually woke up, and upon seeing Ge Yuan Yuan, immediately went to reach for their sidearms. Raising her hands helplessly, Ge Yuan Yuan pointed to the surveillance outside. Xiao Ku has already been infected and parasitized by the insect race, Everything you want to know is in the surveillance footage. The group was skeptical, but still decided to handcuff Ge Yuan Yuan first. Just as they were about to act, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. By order of the marshal, release Ge Yuan Yuan. A man in military uniform suddenly appeared at the entrance, his expression stern, silver eyes reflecting authority. Every gesture exuding an intimidating presence. Behind him stood the hurriedly arriving head of the security team, General Theodore. Even if you're military personnel, you cannot release our suspect at will. The head of the security team, a plump middle-aged man, didn't he even glance at Ge Yuan Yuan, directly confronting General Theodore, determined to keep Ge Yuan Yuan detained. Let us check the surveillance first. The insect race has already infiltrated Capital Star. I believe none of you want any danger to arise on Capital Star, right? Ge Yuan Yuan interjected, shifting the focus to the insect race. The priority was no longer on releasing her, but on clarifying how many people had been infected. What right does a murderer have to speak? Huang Jiu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with disgust, completely disbelieving her claims about the insect race, considering it utter nonsense. For so many years, insects have been unable to parasitize humans. At most, only high-level insect can transform into humans. The words of this woman were sheer nonsense, merely an attempt to evade punishment. I believe what Ge Yuan Yuan said and simultaneously request the investigation rights for this incident. This case is now fully under military jurisdiction. Theodore directly presented a top-level investigation order. At this point, even if the security center had many objections, they could only swallow them. The initiative had completely been taken over by the military. Chapter 125. Insectoid Rebellion. The shackles on Ge Yuan's body were instantly released. She moved her wrists a bit and casually asked, "Why hasn't Mu-Er come over? Marshal has an urgent meeting and cannot break away for the time being." "He asked me to find you," said Theodore respectfully, indicating that they should head to the military department. "Regarding this incident, I still have some doubts that may require your assistance in the investigation." Ge Yuan showed no hesitation and walked outside with them. The situation had reached a very critical level, and there might be some nobles from the Capital Star involved. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how the insectoids managed to infiltrate despite so many security checks. It would be unlikely that they could do it solely with their own strength. Soon, Ge Yuan was brought to the military department, where Mu-Er had just returned from the Emperor, looking exceptionally serious. Upon seeing Ge Yuan, his stiff expression relaxed slightly, revealing a sense of relief and reliance that even he was not fully aware of. "It's good that you're fine. I've heard about the incident in the escape room. A report will be out soon." Mu-Er briefly understood the situation, but he didn't have time to learn more details and went directly to the meeting, completely unaware that the matter was closely related to the insectoids. "I found the main insect in the infected students." Ge Yuan took out an insect from her storage bracelet. The insect, released suddenly, instinctively tried to escape but was suppressed in place by dozens of mental pressures surrounding it, unable to move. This is the insect that can manipulate human nerves and devour flesh and blood. Those students are probably no longer human. Ge Yuan's expression was serious, and her gaze towards Mu-Er held deeper meaning. Mu-Er, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked, "How can we detect if someone is infected?" "If detection is impossible, the entire Capital Star could be in peril, and we don't even know if other star systems have these insects." "It's still unclear." Ge Yuan shook her head. She could judge by a familiar aura, but this method couldn't be widely applied. "I understand. You don't need to worry about this. I'll assign it to the Academy of Sciences. This matter will soon be disclosed on the Star Network, and you don't need to pay attention to the rumors outside. They will be clarified." Gently patting Ge Yuan's hair, Mu-Er's face showed a hint of fatigue that was hard to notice. The real turmoil for the entire planet was likely just beginning. "Perhaps I can capture more insects for research at the Academy," Ge Yuan hesitated to suggest, but it would inevitably put more pressure on the public. Currently, Ge Yuan was the only one who could find such insects. Others couldn't even disclose the matter. If they kept it under wraps and conducted widespread extermination, both Ge Yuan and Mu-Er would bear significant pressure. "At least 10 must be captured. I will report the entire situation to the Emperor. Special authorization will come down soon. For now, you should rest well." Without further ado, Mu-Er firmly ordered his aide to send Ge Yuan back to school. Knowing it was a busy time, Ge Yuan had no objections and obediently followed back. However, she felt something was amiss on the way back on the starship. Mu'er shouldn't have used such a strong attitude towards her unless something particularly urgent had happened. What could possibly have made Mu'er so anxious? After hesitating for a moment in the vehicle, Ge Yuan suddenly thought of the most terrifying possibility, the previously abandoned god-killing plan. I need to go back immediately. I want to find Mu'er, Ge Yuan said sternly to the pilot in the cockpit. She radiated an authoritative presence that made the aide look at her twice before silently turning the starship around. This eerie silence further made Ge Yuan feel that something was wrong. When the starship landed again at the military department, Ge Yuan saw many starships gathered at the entrance, indicating that several important figures had already assembled. Inside the conference room, the commanders and deputy commanders of 5 legions rarely participated so comprehensively. Even those not present were attending via video conference, and the atmosphere was extremely serious. The emperor's image was displayed in the forefront, looking more aged than before. According to reports from the front lines, all insectoids have recently erupted into widespread rebellion, seemingly triggered by some disturbance, said the commander of the White Tiger Legion. The insectoids that had fallen into slumber are gradually showing signs of awakening, added Oscar, the commander of the Nebula Legion. Various signs indicated that the insectoids were undergoing an indescribable riot. Whether this was good or bad was uncertain, but everyone thought of a mysterious entity, the Insect Emperor. Since Mu'er's last battle with the Insect Emperor, the latter had not appeared for a long time, and the insectoids had begun to show signs of being without a leader. But what could be causing this unusual behavior among the insectoids? Has that being awakened or died? Someone raised this question, but no one dared to answer. Perhaps the god-killing plan angered the Insect Emperor. Should we hand over the culprit to quell its wrath? Proposed the commander of the White Tiger Legion. He didn't even dare to look Mu'er in the eye while saying this, knowing full well how outrageous it was. The emperor remained silent, half closing his eyes. On the contrary, I believe it is precisely because of Mu'er's presence that the Insect Emperor has been deterred, preventing it from causing us further harm. We should do everything we can to protect Mu'er, insisted the commander of the Nebula Legion, frowning tightly. From both personal and official perspectives, he did not wish for Mu'er to be handed over. Is this just some baseless rumor? Why are we in such a panic? Ji Shao maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, offering no differing opinion on the matter. But soon, the communicator vibrated violently, connecting to the front line channel, with various screams echoing. The insectoids have breached the N9 fringe star. Accompanied by the final soldier's scream, the connection was severed, and everyone in the conference room fell silent. Chapter 126. The gift before the expedition. Ge Yuan Yuan stood at the door of the conference room, coincidentally overhearing the news. The N9 star had already been breached. Did that mean that Song and Shao Song had also encountered misfortune? Not daring to think too much, Ge Yuan Yuan pushed open the door to the conference room. Everyone turned their gaze to Ge Yuan Yuan, and Mu'er frowned slightly, standing up to bring Ge Yuan Yuan to his side. I apologize, everyone. My fiancé, he has come to find me. Mu'er nodded an apology to those present, pressing Ge Yuan Yuan into a chair while he stood beside her. I didn't expect the Marshal to be such a lovesick fool. In such an important occasion, he lets his fiancé step in. Ji Shao saw Ge Yuan Yuan arrive and immediately became interested. While verbally attacking Mu'er, he also raised his eyebrows at Ge Yuan Yuan, trying to show off. The other leaders of the legions also showed subtle signs of dissatisfaction, but out of courtesy, they hadn't spoken up yet. Since the young lady was here, they might as well listen together. The emperor in the video conference saw Ge Yuan Yuan and showed no signs of displeasure, tacitly agreeing to her presence. With the emperor's consent, the aide quickly brought a chair for Ge Yuan Yuan, signaling her to sit down next to him. Unexpectedly, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't move at all. Instead, the chair was taken by Mu'er, who, with an indifferent expression, calmly said, "First, let us establish contact with the N9 star." The highest level of interstellar communication had completely failed. The entire planet was in a state of severe disconnection. Mu'er could only look for alternatives, starting to contact the next planet. Without specific information from the front lines, all the strategies discussed here would be useless. This sudden outbreak of the insect race is alarming. Mu'er, you should lead the troops over to take a look. it would be best to contain the dangerous situation. The emperor pondered for a moment before directly sending Mu-Er out. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly spoke, interrupting the emperor's subsequent deployment. Everyone present gasped. They didn't expect Ge Yuan Yuan to be so bold. If she angered the emperor, she would surely be punished. You may speak. The emperor's aged face showed no discernible emotion, only a profound sense of calm. I don't know if you have heard about the incident where I killed military academy students in a commercial street. Ge Yuan Yuan took the initiative to bring this up, her expression extremely calm, showing no signs of guilt over the matter. You've bewitched the Marshal and committed such a grave sin. How dare you flaunt your power here? The leader of the White Tiger Legion suddenly slammed the table and stood up, clearly having heard about this incident and being among those dissatisfied with Ge Yuan Yuan. You don't need to be so agitated. Please calm down first. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her hand to gesture for silence. Although she was just a petite woman, her action inexplicably commanded respect, even silencing the previously disgruntled leader. The reason I acted recklessly is that I discovered those military academy students had all been infected by the insect race. If not dealt with in time, it could lead to more students becoming infected. Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was very serious, but few believed her words. The reactions from everyone were remarkably unanimous. This is absolutely impossible. This is simply absurd. The leader of the White Tiger Legion scoffed disdainfully. I advised the Mu family kid to hurry and take this girl away to avoid further embarrassment. The other leaders didn't express specific opinions, but seemed skeptical from their expressions. I believe what Ge Yuan Yuan said, and she has already captured the insect race that can parasitize humans. The samples are scarce and will soon be sent to the Academy of Sciences for research. Mu-Er released the insects that Ge Yuan Yuan had given him earlier, projecting them for everyone to see. This thing can parasitize the human body? If everyone had been skeptical before, when Mu-Er actually revealed the insect, panic ensued. For so many years, they had adhered to an outdated understanding. Now that it was suddenly overturned, it only caused fear and unrest. The Emperor's face on the screen also grew serious. The situation on N9 star is grim. Mu-Er, lead the troops to provide support, and the White Tiger Legion will accompany you to intercept the insect race. As for what Miss Ge said about the parasitic insects, we cannot underestimate it. Miss Ge should work with the Chief Academy to find a way to detect the infected. After a brief moment of silence, the Emperor quickly accepted this reality and provided appropriate measures. Seeing the weariness on the Emperor's face, everyone understood it was time to conclude today's meeting. One by one, officers in military uniforms walked out of the conference room. If war really broke out, it would be their soldiers who would die at the hands of the brutal insect race. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't return to school. Instead, she directly blocked Mu-Er's path. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the conference room. Why are you so anxious to send me away? What are you planning to do secretly? Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was exceptionally serious. She couldn't accept being sent away like a puppy while facing danger alone. Are you planning to abandon me? She pushed Mu-Er down onto a chair, assertively straddling him, her fingertip pressing against his chest in a threatening manner. This left Mu-Er at a loss for words, and he could only raise his hands and surrender. I did sense danger and plan to send you back to school. We will ensure your safety. Mu-Er's green eyes showed a hint of guilt as he slightly turned his head, unable to meet Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze. You know very well that I can't leave you behind. Ge Yuan Yuan frowned slightly, tugging at Mu-Er's tie, forcing him to look up at her. For making such a mistake, how should I punish you? With the tie loosened and slack, Mu-Er could no longer contain himself. He suddenly stood up, pushing Ge Yuan Yuan back into the chair and lightly kissing her lips. I'm going to lead the troops now. We'll meet again later. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu-Er dashed off, moving faster than a rabbit. Looking at the small ring in her palm, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly curled her lips into a smile. It seemed that when the little puppy was pouting, it was usually time for some discipline. A space ring? Examining the koi-shaped ring, Ge Yuan Yuan probed her consciousness inside and was instantly surprised. Chapter 127. The immunity token and special approval documents inside the spatial ring was a hand-controlled mech. The new type of intelligent mech had high requirements for mental power levels. And with Ge Yuan Yuan's 3S level mental power, it wasn't easy to create a matching mech. Instead, the hand-controlled mech was easier to implement and more in line with Ge Yuan Yuan's expectations. This was the gift that Muir had prepared for Ge Yuan Yuan before leaving. Muir, really? Ge Yuan Yuan shook his head helplessly, clearly not expecting the little dog to do such a thing. In another corner of the spatial ring, there was a pile of equipment. When Ge Yuan Yuan took a look, he found that it was actually a sample of the alchemy equipment that Muir had mentioned before. After calming down, Ge Yuan Yuan knew that leading the troops in a battle was more important at the moment. The military camp was right next to the military headquarters, and the entire Hurricane Legion quickly assembled. The two major legions prepared to set off for in.He star for support. A large number of troops needed to transfer from the capital star to a nearby star system and board a larger aircraft carrier to depart at the fastest speed. It was reminiscent of the scene Ge Yuan Yuan had seen a long time ago, when Muir had gone to the extreme cold star system. She hadn't even had time to see Muir again. The same scene, but the two people's states of mind were not as they were back then. As they watched the troops leave, a man in a white lab coat approached Ge Yuan Yuan, adjusting his glasses. "Hello, I am Lin Montag, a researcher sent by the Chief Academy to assist you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to accompany us to the Academy?" His demeanor was exceptionally cool, and his tone was gentle yet somewhat distant. "Let us go. I'm glad to offer you assistance." Ge Yuan Yuan followed Lin Mo to the Scientific Research Institute. The moment the octopus bug was released, Ge Yuan Yuan felt that the attention of the people around her was no longer on her, but was fully focused on the bug instead. Perhaps this was a good phenomenon. Ge Yuan Yuan set up a sealing array, keeping the octopus bug in place to prevent it from moving, and introduced it to the surrounding researchers. "This is a parasitic bug I discovered on a student from the Imperial Military Academy. I'm not yet clear on the principles of its mechanism. Everyone must be careful and wear protective suits." Ge Yuan Yuan didn't say much more. After all, the danger of the bug was something the researchers understood better than she did. The researchers nodded and cautiously changed into the most sealed protective suits. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't contribute much to the scientific research on the bug. Her expertise was still in mech maintenance. The reason for having Ge Yuan Yuan assist was likely that she was the only one who understood this type of bug and could subdue it. "Go get a rabbit." Lin Mo waved to his assistant behind him, indicating for the other person to bring a live animal to see if it would be parasitized. "No need to exert yourselves. This thing's intelligence is about that of a 15 or 16-year-old child. You all need to be careful." Ge Yuan Yuan knew that since the bug had just been fed her magical energy, it wouldn't be hungry for a while, so it would be difficult for it to parasitize. "Be careful during the research, and make sure it doesn't leave the range of this glass dome. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave for a while." Leaving the bug behind, Ge Yuan Yuan went out of the research institute alone. The group of madmen at the institute didn't intend for Ge Yuan Yuan to stay there. They just wanted the latest samples of the bugs. After leaving the research institute, Ge Yuan Yuan went straight to the palace, requesting an audience with the emperor. She was confident that she would see the emperor very soon. Sure enough, as soon as her request was transmitted, she quickly received a summons from the emperor. "You're quite a capable young girl. What brings you to see this old man?" The emperor, dressed in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, had a demeanor that was still quite amiable. But Ge Yuan Yuan did not dare to relax. "I just want to ask for an immunity token and documents allowing me to kill at will. The samples the Academy wants aren't easy to obtain. This bug can control 3 to 5 people. And it won't be clean under my command if I want to gather enough samples for the Academy's research." Ge Yuan Yuan spoke candidly, showing no intention of beating around the bush. "Aren't you afraid I'll dispose of you after using you?" The old emperor with dimming eyes quietly looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "If I'm going to be disposed of, I won't be the only one. Muir is unlikely to escape either. Since we're all going to die anyway, it's better to accomplish something useful." Ge Yuan Yuan said nonchalantly. Just as her words fell, a guard beside them suddenly shouted, "How dare you be disrespectful to His Majesty?" The atmosphere in the palace instantly became tense. But Ge Yuan Yuan stood calmly in place, utterly composed. "It was just a thoughtless remark from a child. I'll give you what you want now. But you need to understand that people shouldn't be killed indiscriminately. You need to choose a good time." Ge Yuan Yuan disliked talking to these old men the most. It was truly a headache to have to navigate their words. Isn't it normal for there to be some casualties in military competitions? Ge Yuan Yuan made this remark and then fell silent, quietly waiting for the emperor to provide her with the documents. As expected, this girl was clever. She understood that by taking action during the military competition, they could capture all the problematic bugs at once. The emperor readily handed over the immunity token and the special approval documents to Ge Yuan Yuan. He stood quietly, watching Ge Yuan Yuan leave, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. A guard beside him couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, are you just going to indulge this girl? How could someone with sea-level mental power earn Muir's favor? This girl must have something extraordinary about her. Granting her special privileges is not a problem." The emperor maintained his benevolent demeanor, but a glimmer of sharpness leaked from his eyes. Now we just wait for good news. The guard stood quietly, not daring to say another word. The emperor's meaning was clear. If Ge Yuan Yuan showed any signs of irregularity, she would be immediately dealt with. Carrying a jumble of things, Ge Yuan Yuan returned directly to the Northwest Military Academy. As soon as she entered the school gate, she was summoned to In.He's office, where she was immediately met with a barrage of scolding. "When will you ever let me rest easy? You might as well work me to death. Do you know how much effort I put in to get you out? Mainly because it didn't work out." Ge Yuan Yuan unhesitatingly pointed out the most painful aspect. In.He, who had struggled for a long time without managing to bring her out, suddenly felt embarrassed. "You better hurry up and roll back to your dormitory while I'm not angry, and don't come to see me for 3 days. In.He was so angry that even a little bit of his mustache fell off. Get lost. Chapter 128. Come on. The Blood Moon Pavilion reappears in glory, knowing that In.He was probably genuinely angry this time. Ge Yuan Yuan's attitude was much more obedient than before. "Director Hu, you wouldn't be so petty, would you?" Ge Yuan Yuan circled around In.He a couple of times, unwilling to leave his office. "You've already come out smoothly, so what are you still circling around me for?" In.He instinctively frowned, feeling that Ge Yuan Yuan must have some ulterior motive and might be hiding something bad. "You mentioned that organization to me before. I'm quite interested in it. Why don't you elaborate on it, Director Hu?" Ge Yuan Yuan leisurely sat down on the sofa, treating In.He like an insider, even casually pointing to the office chair in front of him, and said, "Sit down. Why are you still standing?" Unable to get angry at Ge Yuan Yuan, In.He sat down in the floating chair and seriously asked, "Have you thought it through? The In.He organization is of great importance." And In.He would not easily expose more about it until he was sure Ge Yuan Yuan was a trustworthy contact. "You have to let me understand a bit first." Ge Yuan Yuan's expression was calm. Regarding whether to join this organization, she hadn't made up her mind yet. But it was clear that she had noticed the imperial court's deep fear of Muir continuing to serve that old man. Whether one could gain benefits from it was uncertain. But Muir would definitely not have a good ending. For the safety of her little dog, Ge Yuan Yuan had to start planning in advance. Currently, due to the threat of the Zerg, the 3 parties could maintain a balance. Once the threat from the Zerg diminishes, it was hard to say whether the emperor might turn against them. Such things were not uncommon, and Ge Yuan Yuan would not rely on the emperor's remaining bit of conscience to support this situation. I mentioned to you before that all high-level psychic ability users are concentrated in the royal family or the powerful classes. Therefore, a very terrifying idea has emerged. Some nobles believe that commoners are inferior beings, completely denying the existence of commoners, and think they could be executed at will. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but think of her origins from the Garbage Star. That place had almost become an abandoned exile ground, and even those who tried to escape would face punishment. Why were the people of the Garbage Star exiled? In this age where all knowledge and information rely on the Star Network, if the royal family wanted to hide any data, Ge Yuan Yuan would almost be unable to retrieve it. Moreover, since she was not the original host, she naturally wouldn't care too much about her origins. However, since she could be connected to the Luo family, it indicated that this girl might have some historical background. Those who were exiled to the Garbage Star were mostly serious offenders, sacrificed in the power struggles of the Capital Star. In.He sighed heavily. In the harsh environment of the Garbage Star, even a black market could not form. It was merely a group of interstellar scavengers barely scraping by. "I have a set of different cultivation techniques that can allow children with insufficient psychic power to gain great strength." Ge Yuan Yuan revealed her bargaining chip. Nothing is more attractive than a technique that does not rely on psychic power, but can empower people. This is exactly what the in.He organization urgently needs. What do you want? Hui's attitude became cautious. He even closed the door and added an extra layer of protection with his psychic power. I want Mu-Er to be safe. So in.He needs to be loyal to Mu-Er. Ge Yuan Yuan's attitude was very calm. She would not stay here forever and would eventually return to the cultivation world to settle a karmic debt. She absolutely could not leave Mu-Er alone here. Impossible. Hui chuckled bitterly. If Ge Yuan Yuan knew who the leader of the in.He organization was, she would understand that this was completely impossible. The best guarantee I can give you is that in.He will lend a helping hand in times of crisis for Mu-Er. Anything else is hard to guarantee. This is troublesome. Ge Yuan Yuan felt powerless for the first time. She had always held a playful attitude in the interstellar era and had not fully integrated into this place. Her laid-back attitude causing her to neglect the cultivation of power. But who made her little dog a marshal? Moreover, he was a coveted target by various forces. Wanting to protect Mu-Er meant Ge Yuan Yuan could no longer continue like this. I can give you the technique, but I want 100 talented children, and I will personally select them. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly changed her approach. Since she couldn't rely on other forces, she could only cultivate a group of her own power. Let her rebuild the Blood Moon Pavilion here. I need to report this to higher-ups. Hui did not easily agree. In fact, from the moment he discovered Ge Yuan Yuan's talent as a healer, he realized that there must be other masterminds behind her. If she were just a girl from the garbage star, she would not have such great abilities. If they could recruit her, that would be great. If not, forming an alliance would also be good. The matter was tentatively settled, and Ge Yuan Yuan still had to go back and write out the cultivation techniques. She couldn't help but sigh deeply, looking at He with a gaze full of disappointment. I say, Director Hu, your position is really terrible. How could you still need to report such a trivial matter? Hui rolled his eyes widely. If you have nothing else, hurry up and get lost. Quickly packing up to leave, Ge Yuan Yuan felt much better on her way back. She would never join in.He. She respected the basic philosophy of the organization. But as someone who crawled out of a den of demons, Ge Yuan Yuan still believed in the supremacy of strength. Moreover, her methods were extremely ruthless, making it impossible for both sides to play together amicably. After glancing at her little shop, Ge Yuan Yuan's mood improved significantly. Today was another day with many unsuspecting customers placing orders. After shipping out all the accumulated orders, Ge Yuan Yuan casually checked the official website of the shop. The website didn't have many fans yet. Only a few hundred, but having this number of fans without any promotion was already quite good. The shop itself didn't sell many items. Most people came out of curiosity. She planned to start a large-scale promotion only after all items could be produced systematically. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if supply couldn't meet demand. The customer service page in the back end jumped up, and Ge Yuan Yuan noticed that there were already quite a few messages accumulated. Shop owner, I want to ask if you can provide something that can improve the soil. Chapter 129. The delivered chives. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced over and saw that the person had bid on the universal lucky bag in the store. Yes, 30,000. She quickly replied to the other party and took out paper and pen to prepare to write down the cultivation techniques. She had already thought it through. She would pass on the method of cultivating immortality to the in.He organization, while the group of children she brought would all be kicked to cultivate demonic arts. Using the method of nurturing with divine milk, she would raise this group of children all at once. The goal was to cultivate a batch of combat power as quickly as possible. Although it sounded a bit cruel, both cultivating immortality and demonic arts ultimately led to the same goal, and the average lifespan of people here was only 400 years. After reaching the foundation establishment stage in demonic cultivation, they could make up for it. The pen tip danced quickly on the paper, and Ge Yuan Yuan soon finished writing the basic cultivation mantra. The holographic screen was still flickering, and the other party's attitude seemed very cautious, with a somewhat tentative tone. Will the crops definitely grow? What kind of question is that? Ge Yuan Yuan replied without hesitation. Not necessarily. It depends on what you want to plant, but generally, they can survive. I want to plant some wheat seeds as a New Year gift for the children. The other party's avatar was a very cute little sweet girl. Ge Yuan Yuan initially didn't plan to continue the conversation, but upon seeing the word children, she found it hard to look away. She didn't know how the Tianyi organization would respond for now, but the preparation of forces couldn't be delayed. After all, there were ready-made children here. Dear, may I ask what you do? Ge Yuan Yuan displayed a very standard customer service smile. After chatting with the other party for half an hour, Ge Yuan Yuan successfully figured out the situation on their side. The other party was the director of an orphanage. The old director had just passed away a dozen days ago, and the new director was struggling to care for the children alone. They wanted to purchase something that could grow plants because they were now too poor to afford nutrient solutions. They originally hoped to get a bargain from Ge Yuan Yuan, but unexpectedly, it cost 30,000. The other party was ready to negotiate, but was left dazed by Ge Yuan Yuan's barrage of replies. We can send someone over to help you with an on-site survey. Could you provide an address? Upon hearing that there were dozens of children in the orphanage, all in desperate need, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up. What is this? This is just ripe chives waiting to be harvested. Yinshan Star System, in.He Planet, no? 96 Wudong Street. The other party provided an address. Ge Yuan Yuan had never heard of it, so she immediately began to browse the star map and successfully spotted this small planet located 100,800 kilometers from the capital star. Although it was not an edge star system, it was quite close, and it was an abandoned energy planet. Most of those who could escape had already left, leaving only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled behind. After checking the itinerary, Ge Yuan Yuan scratched her head, feeling overwhelmed, and messaged Poulin. When does the military competition officially start? The day after tomorrow. Poulin's voice came from the balcony downstairs. Should I come up to find you? That works. Just as she sent that message, Poulin had already run upstairs and started knocking on Ge Yuan Yuan's door. Ge Yuan Yuan jumped down barefoot to open the door and was immediately hit by a wave of white that made her dizzy. Wow. Poulin was wearing a sports tank top, seemingly just finished exercising. You asked me when the military competition starts. Do you have something to go out for? Poulin was holding 2 cups of drinks and casually handed one to Ge Yuan Yuan. Yes, I opened a Taobao store and need to deliver something in person. Ge Yuan Yuan swallowed hard, envying Poulin. Why can some people be so voluptuous while she remains plain? Although once reaching the golden core stage, she could change her appearance at will, it was ultimately superficial. Her true form would not change. To reshape her physical body, she'd have to wait until the divine transformation stage. Where are you delivering to? Poulin scratched Ge Yuan Yuan's head. Can't you send someone else? I have to go personally. It's the Yinshan Star System, in.He Planet. Ge Yuan Yuan flipped through the address again. It was just too obscure to remember. If everything went smoothly this time, she was considering directly establishing the Blood Moon Pavilion's base there. My home is over there. If you go, we can go together. It's been a while since I visited home. Poulin's face showed some surprise, seemingly not expecting that this address would be so coincidentally close to her home. However, time was too tight. Poulin furrowed her brows tightly. 2 days was not enough for a round trip. Ge Yuan Yuan had been worried about this issue too. But upon hearing that Poulin's home was there, a new idea immediately popped into Ge Yuan Yuan's mind. Do you have anything you brought from your hometown? Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly perked up, eagerly looking at Poulin, hoping it was something like soil or stone. Well, I do. Poulin scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. I have a landscape stone I brought from my hometown. What do you need that for? Just right, I have a new machine developed by Director Hu here. As long as there is something from the original place, we can trace back to the origin and establish a wormhole between the 2 locations. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't know how to explain. She intended to draw a teleportation array and could only make something up, shifting all the blame onto He. How amazing. I'll go get it now. As someone from a remote star who had never seen advanced equipment, Poulin didn't have any doubts and decisively went to her room to get the stone. Ge Yuan Yuan silently touched her conscience and silently muttered 3 apologies in her heart. The 2 of them basically didn't need to pack any luggage. After Ge Yuan Yuan got the stone, she was ready to set up the teleportation array. Come find me at 5 tomorrow morning, and we'll get ready to set off. Ge Yuan Yuan clung to Poulin's arm and shook it sweetly. I'm debugging the equipment now. Okay. Poulin was still somewhat caught off guard, not realizing that they were actually going to leave just like that. The starship fare she needed to go home was very expensive, and she originally planned not to return during her years of study. But unexpectedly today, she could hitch a ride. Are you sure you're not playing me? Poulin still felt uneasy before being pushed out of the room, turning back 3 times to ask, are we really going? If you oversleep tomorrow, I won't take you. Ge Yuan Yuan decisively shooed her away and hid in her room to start drawing the teleportation array. With the teleportation array, getting there would be incredibly fast. As for whether the director would agree to give her this group of children, that was completely outside of Ge Yuan Yuan's consideration. Chapter 130, Yinshan Star System. On a planet, the teleportation array was quickly set up. Ge Yuan Yuan placed the scenic stone in the center, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. The distance from the capital star to the Yinshan star system was several billion light years. Even with the teleportation array for rapid movement, constructing a long-distance teleportation array consumed enormous energy. Moreover, ensuring that the array wouldn't collapse during operation was extremely labor-intensive for its builder. After placing enough energy stones in each direction, Ge Yuan Yuan extravagantly added a considerable amount of magic spring water at the heart of the array. Having completed all this, she went directly into meditation. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, the first ray of sunlight shone into Ge Yuan Yuan's bedroom. In the best spot on the balcony, she faced the sun and began to run her cultivation technique, using the purple chi coming from the east to elevate her power. Just as she completed a small circulation of energy, there was a knock at the door. Ge Yuan Yuan jumped down from her bed and saw Pran excitedly at the door, even having changed into a more casual outfit. Didn't we say we were leaving this morning? Pran rubbed her hands together, her expression eager. Let's go now. All right. You stand here and be careful not to touch anything on the ground. Ge Yuan Yuan led Pran into the array and put a pair of sunglasses on her. Don't leak your mental energy. Be careful not to get torn apart by the space-time turbulence. Just close your eyes and wait for me to call you. After all, it was Pran's first time using a teleportation array, and Ge Yuan Yuan was worried about any accidents, so she reminded her a couple more times. The two stood in their respective positions, and with a wave of her hand, Ge Yuan Yuan activated the array, which instantly became radiant, as if it were alive. The energy from the magic stones was black, while Ge Yuan Yuan's own magic power was light-colored. The interaction between the two created a subtle beauty reminiscent of the yin-yang cycle, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Ge Yuan Yuan felt as if they were being pulled into the turbulence of space-time, rapidly heading toward their destination. This strange dizziness lasted for more than 10 minutes before Ge Yuan Yuan finally felt a sense of solid ground beneath her feet. As soon as they landed, she didn't even take a look at the surrounding environment and immediately crouched down, vomiting uncontrollably. As the controller of the array, and having observed a lot during the space-time tunnel, she had directly clashed with the turbulence, causing her mental energy to be significantly drained. If it weren't for her timely return to one, they might still be lost in the void. Why are you still carsick? Pran had time to marvel at finally being home before she saw Ge Yuan Yuan crouching on the ground, vomiting, and her face immediately turned a bit panicked. With a resentful glance at Pran, Ge Yuan Yuan wiped her mouth and swallowed a pill to stabilize her mental state. I consumed too much mental energy. I just need to rest for a bit. Pran realized her question was a bit ill-timed, awkwardly scratching her head as she helped Ge Yuan Yuan up from the ground. Where are we going now? Good sister. Isn't this your territory? Ge Yuan Yuan said weakly, lead the way. Let us find a place to rest first. Then I'll take you straight to my house. Pran glanced around at the environment and decisively opened the navigation for any planet. There was no other choice. Although this planet wasn't too large for Pran, she was only familiar with the area around her home. The two took the most straightforward mode of transport, the interstellar light rail, and arrived at the city where Pran's house was located. This place truly lived up to being an energy-type planet. The entire planet's decor style was heavily industrial. The streets were adorned with many gears and some pipes, presenting a rugged, wasteland-like aesthetic. It was different from the capital star's neon lights and bustling prosperity, and also different from the desolation and sorrow of the garbage star. This place felt entirely different to Ge Yuan Yuan. My house is just ahead. You might have to share a room with me. Prince said a bit shyly. When she was at the Northwest Military Academy, she stayed in Ge Yuan Yuan's villa, but now that Ge Yuan Yuan was at her house, they could only squeeze into one room. It's fine. Are your parents home? Shouldn't I bring some gifts? Even though Ge Yuan Yuan was feeling dizzy, she still remembered to bring gifts. No need to bring anything, just come along. Pran directly carried her into the house. At this time, it was just when workers were going to work and Pran's parents were not home. Entering a small bedroom, Ge Yuan Yuan casually glanced around. It was very clean and simple, even lacking any unnecessary decorations. Almost as soon as she was thrown onto the bed, Ge Yuan Yuan fell into a deep sleep. When mental energy is overly depleted, one directly enters a state of sleep for self-repair. When she woke up again, it was already noon. Pran was in the living room chatting with her parents, and occasional bursts of laughter could be heard. An unrealistic sense of dizziness filled Ge Yuan Yuan's mind. She shook her head to dispel the feeling and opened the navigation to check the location of the orphanage. It wasn't far from here, and taking public transport would take about 4 hours. But if she used a concealment talisman and flew secretly with her sword, she could arrive in about half an hour. You're awake. Let us go eat. Pran had sharp ears and quickly heard the movement in the room, coming in to pull Ge Yuan Yuan out. After having lunch at Pran's house, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly wiped her mouth and slipped away. She was now even more curious about that so-called orphanage. Following the address from the navigation, Ge Yuan Yuan flew directly to the orphanage's entrance with her sword, and she finally understood how far off her initial understanding had been. This was more than just not being able to afford food. It was clearly unable to survive. The children looked pale and thin, and a girl wearing large black-framed glasses and dressed very simply was running around, comforting the little ones. Dong dong, don't cry. Tomorrow it's your turn to eat. Let's hold out a bit longer, okay? Listen to that. Does that sound like something a person would say? Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless. But she also understood that without any sponsorship, it was very difficult for the orphanage to maintain operations, especially since this was a resource-type planet. Once the energy was depleted, no matter how hard the girl in front of her worked, she couldn't support so many children. Hello, delivery. Ge Yuan Yuan pressed the simple doorbell at the entrance, disguising herself as harmless. Bailan XN was busy comforting the children when she suddenly heard the doorbell, and almost instantly connected it to the store she had inquired about planting crops on the star net yesterday. Chapter 131. The child snatching unexpectedly, the other party really came. Bailan Xin hurriedly comforted the child and opened the iron gate in front of her. You must be the staff here for an on-site visit, right? I'm sorry, but I won't be buying anything from your place. The girl's hands twisted together tightly, seemingly feeling embarrassed for making the other party come for nothing. 30,000 yuan is enough for these children to eat and drink for half a month. If she could come up with that 30,000, she wouldn't be letting the children go hungry now. Don't rush me away. The boss heard that you were an orphanage and specifically asked me to come donate some things, because he also comes from an orphanage. Can I meet the little friends? Ge Yuan Yuan smiled cheerfully and started to talk nonsense, showing no sign of shame. There was no choice, for the sake of the Blood Moon Pavilion's grand cause. She had to sacrifice a bit. Of course. Bailan Xin's tone suddenly became excited. With their current poverty, let alone letting the children come out to meet a guest. If the guest wanted to see them break stones with their chests, she would unhesitatingly take out the 2 biggest kids to perform. Soon, the strange Aunt Ge Yuan Yuan met all the children in the orphanage. The children huddled together timidly, their big eyes glancing at Ge Yuan Yuan, no one daring to look directly at her, yet filled with curiosity. Would this beautiful sister be the angel to take them home? Fortunately, Ge Yuan Yuan was unaware of these children's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have shown her fangs without hesitation and loudly declared herself a demon. A quick glance revealed that the average spiritual power of this group of children was at C or D level, with basically no future or prospects. Can I play a game with the little friends? Ge Yuan Yuan took out a pile of nutritional liquid that she found unappetizing and placed it in the middle of the yard. There was no choice. She had basically stopped eating, and these were the only food she could find. When the children saw the nutritional liquid, their eyes lit up, eager to rush over and grab it, but they remained timidly in place, not daring to move. What game? Bailan Xin was somewhat vigilant. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially from someone whose origins were unknown. I have a transparent stone here. You just have to place your hands on it, and then based on my instructions, stand in different places to get the nutritional liquid to drink. Ge Yuan Yuan pulled out a talent-testing spirit stone from her storage ring, casually raised her hand, and made the stone float in the air, waiting for the children to come touch it. This simple floating technique amazed the children one by one. "Can I touch it?" Bai Lanxin asked first. She had to take the lead to ensure that the stone wouldn't harm the children before she would agree. Ge Yuan Yuan naturally had no objections. She showed a friendly smile, signaling Bai Lanxin to come forward and touch it, looking very much like a big bad wolf ready to eat Little Red Riding Hood. Bai Lanxin placed her palm on it, and the spirit stone emitted a faint glow. Mixed spiritual root, no cultivation talent. Ge Yuan Yuan handed over a bottle of strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid, her face showing no disappointment. After receiving the nutritional liquid, Bai Lanxin didn't immediately fill her stomach. Instead, she called over one of the bigger boys from the crowd. "You keep an eye on this. I'll feed the babies first." Although Bai Lanxin's voice was not loud, it couldn't withstand Ge Yuan Yuan's exceptionally sensitive spiritual sense. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she discovered that there were still a dozen babies inside the adjacent room, waiting to be fed. One by one, the children placed their hands on the spirit stone. Dual spiritual roots, triple spiritual roots, various talents appeared one after another. This batch of seedlings could only be considered average, neither particularly good nor particularly bad. Ge Yuan Yuan shook her head in regret. Perhaps using the method of nourishing them could elevate this group to foundation establishment. But whether they could form a Dan would entirely depend on their luck. The boy who had been instructed was the last to come up and touch the stone. As soon as his hand was placed on the spirit stone, a dazzling white light erupted from the scene. It turned out to be a natural sword body, a gold-type single spiritual root. Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting such good material to be here. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. If Ge Yuan Yuan didn't want to ruin him, the nourishing method could absolutely not be used. And even demonic cultivation wouldn't work. The best path for this child would be to follow the righteous path of cultivation. "Can I go get the nutritional liquid now?" The boy wasn't interested in the stone. He was only concerned about food. "What's your name?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked instinctively. "Dehu," he replied, and after saying his name, Dehu directly walked over to a nearby box and took the last bottle of nutritional liquid. The children greedily devoured the nutritional liquid in the bottle, not leaving even a single drop. They could only eat once every 2 days and were already starving, with their stomachs pressed against their backs. Bai Lanxin had also finished feeding the children in the room and had genuinely received good benefits. She looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with much more favorable eyes. "Your boss is really a good person. Please thank him for me. If there's a chance, we will definitely repay him. There's an opportunity now. It depends on whether you're willing to do it." Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes revealed a dark glint. "Why don't we go to the office and discuss it in detail?" "All right." Bai Lanxin, who originally had a gentle disposition, saw that Ge Yuan Yuan had no ill intentions and readily agreed. The two went to a nearby office. Though called an office, it was more like a storage room, cluttered with all sorts of things. "This batch of children from the orphanage is quite good. I want them to cooperate with me in experimenting with the latest training methods, which requires complete loyalty to the organization." Ge Yuan Yuan got straight to the point, scaring Bai Lanxin. She waved her hands repeatedly, her attitude very firm. "I definitely won't agree to such a thing. The children absolutely cannot be used for human experiments. I can guarantee that this new training method is the only way to change the life path for children with insufficient spiritual power. It's already very difficult for you to raise these children. Without my support, they will only die one after another." Ge Yuan Yuan felt like the head of a large pyramid scheme, desperately brainwashing Bai Lanxin. "Even if we starve to death, we won't let these children be used for human experiments. Please leave and don't come back again." Bai Lanxin's refusal was very resolute. "Then think about it. Will you agree to me, or will there be not a single survivor left in the orphanage?" Ge Yuan Yuan toyed with the spirit sword in her hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly surged out. Chapter 132. The humble demon lord performing online Bai Lanxin never expected Ge Yuan Yu to turn against her so quickly. If she could still confront Ge Yuan Yu with some bravado before, after experiencing the intense killing intent under Ge Yuan Yu's spiritual pressure, she no longer dared to speak. It didn't matter if she died, but the children in the orphanage were innocent. "I can't rashly agree on behalf of the children. If they agree, I have no objections. Bai Lanxin gritted her teeth, beads of sweat continuously forming on her forehead. You should have said that earlier. Ge Yuan Yuan's face showed a joyful smile as she hurriedly helped Bai Lanxin up from the ground. It won't harm the children. This new experimental method, once successfully tested here, will be widely promoted. After all, one must reward after punishment. By then, you will be the pioneers of the entire empire, remembered by everyone. Ge Yuan Yuan said grandly, even secretly casting some charm spells. Dazedly looking into Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, Bai Lanxin confusedly agreed, promising to supervise the children's progress carefully. After leaving the office, Ge Yuan Yuan saw the child, named De, glaring at her angrily. It seemed this little guy had overheard their conversation in the office and viewed her as a thorn in his side. But it didn't matter. Ge Yuan Yuan certainly wouldn't care. The children have gathered. Now there's a serious matter that needs everyone to think carefully about. Bai Lanxin called over all the older children. Having just finished their nutritional drinks, these children were more spirited than usual. Hearing her words, they gathered around giggling, each one looking timidly at Ge Yuan Yuan. Do you know our empire's great hero, Mu'er? Ge Yuan Yuan said with a kind smile. Do you want to become a powerful person like him? Yes. Even in a remote star, Mu'er's fame was well known. The children's voices were in unison, making Ge Yuan Yuan nod in satisfaction. I have a new cultivation method here that can help you quickly increase your strength without being limited by spiritual power levels. Those who want to cultivate, take a step forward. After Ge Yuan Yuan finished speaking, the children looked left and right, and no one dared to take the first step. Some wanted to move forward, but were pulled back by those next to them. All eyes focused on De, waiting for him to speak. You've all been bullied quite a bit, right? Using the strategy of attacking the heart, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled and began to coax. If everyone starts cultivating and gains strength, you can fight back against those who bully you. If it were only by words, it would be difficult to win over this group of children. Ge Yuan Yuan looked around and found a large stone in the corner of the orphanage. She walked over to the stone, raised her hand, and the stone lifted from the ground according to the direction of her hand. The part of the stone buried underground was quite deep. The children had played here every day and had never managed to dig out. The part that emerged from the ground was over 2 meters high, and the children's exclamations of surprise were endless. With a gentle wave of her hand from left to right, the stone floated up and down following Ge Yuan Yuan's movements. But that wasn't all. Ge Yuan gently placed the stone back on the ground, then suddenly struck it with her palm. The stone, over 2 meters high and more than 1 meter wide, instantly shattered into pieces. This scene left the children dumbfounded. Then, with a swift motion, she gathered the already broken stones back together, turning them into dust. As the dust floated down to the ground, the large pit left by the stone's removal was filled again. Wow, that's amazing. The children's praises were always simple and straightforward. Ge Yuan Yuan casually threw her spiritual sword and stood on it, performing a demonstration of sword flight. Accompanied by the children's gasps of wonder, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly felt like a performer in a circus. The humble demon lord performing online. If it weren't for Mu'er, why would you be doing this? Feeling an inexplicable sense of shame, Ge Yuan Yuan secretly bore a grudge, waiting for Mu'er to return to settle the score. Cultivation brings you only benefits and no harm. If you want to become a powerful person like me, then take a step forward. Ge Yuan Yuan was truly unwilling to embarrass herself any further, so she added a charm spell to her eyes, causing anyone who met her gaze to amplify their desire to cultivate and reduce hesitation and fear. After making eye contact with each child, someone quickly stepped forward. With someone leading, the rest naturally followed, and soon a circle of children stood up, leaving only De still standing in place. Don't you want to cultivate? Ge Yuan Yuan's tone carried a hint of regret. With your innate sword body, as long as you can embark on the path of cultivation, your future will be limitless. You're just a liar. You want to use us for human experiments and want to deceive us using the name of the Marshal, who shouted loudly, ready to expose Ge Yuan Yuan's true identity. Upon hearing the words human experiments, the children who had originally stepped forward hesitated. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Yes, I do want to use you for human experiments to test this new cultivation method. If you don't want to become stronger, you can follow the Marshal's side and continue to doubt me. After saying this, Ge Yuan Yuan turned to the other doubtful children and said decisively, I clearly tell you, The first thing you will do after cultivating is to follow the Marshal and kill the insect race. If you're timid and afraid, I respect your choice. These children had no experience, having grown up in the orphanage, and they were quickly fooled. However, who was unusually sharp and said, "Unless you can bring the Marshal here in person, you're all talk." The Marshal is on his way to N9 star. If he can video call, that's fine, but he can't come in person. Ge Yuan Yuan truly felt a sense of appreciation for talent, which is why she repeatedly tolerated De. Otherwise, a little brat like him would have been kicked out long ago. Video call is fine. De is determined to expose this liar's true nature. With an innate sword body, he was always sharp-minded and had a strong ability to distinguish between good and evil. Ge Yuan Yuan had come with the idea of using this group of children for hard labor in cultivation, not hesitating to use charm spells. This led to a lingering aura of malice surrounding her. Ge Yuan Yuan knew that her actions were not just. But, as a demon cultivator, isn't it normal to do such things? Chapter 133. Deception successful. Blood Moon Pavilion ready to start. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly opened her light brain, found Mu-Er, and made a video call. If she guessed correctly, Mu-Er should be on the way to N9 star and not too busy. The video call rang for only a few seconds before it was answered. Mu-Er was dressed in formal military attire, with sharp features. And only when he saw Ge Yuan Yuan did his cold demeanor slightly soften. "Why are you free to video call me?" Mu-Er's voice had a magnetic quality with a hint of a smile, clearly in a good mood. "I want to sponsor an orphanage and teach the children here my unique cultivation methods." "The kids want to meet you," Ge Yuan Yuan said half-truthfully. She did want to train this group of children to become members of the Blood Moon Pavilion to leave for Mu-Er. But Mu-Er didn't need to know that right now. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at the mask on Mu-Er's face and casually asked, "Are you available now?" "Of course. Your matters are always the most important." Hearing Mu-Er agree, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly closed the privacy settings on her light brain and maximized the screen. Soon, the children at the orphanage saw a large holographic screen projected from the light brain on Ge Yuan Yuan's wrist, showing Mu-Er's image. "Wow, it's really Marshal." "Hello, Marshal." The children's cheers were incessant, but only De looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with suspicion, thinking, maybe it's a fake? "Rest assured, I am currently on my way to the Edge N9 star to prepare for the fight against the insect race. If you want to become stronger soldiers, you can learn from this sister in front of you," Mu-Er said, nodding slightly. He then adjusted the camera angle to show half of his office and then zoomed in on the star window, allowing them to see the massive aircraft carrier and various accompanying reconnaissance fleets flying outside. "Report, Marshal, you have a meeting to attend in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the command room." A loud voice suddenly came from the door. Mu-Er acknowledged with a couple of sounds, then saluted the screen. "You're the future of the Empire. I hope one day we can fight side by side." After saying this, Mu-Er ended the call, seeming to have urgent matters on his side. At that moment, the entire orphanage erupted with excitement. They had actually seen the real Marshal, who encouraged them to study hard and fight for the Empire in the future. Was there anything more thrilling than this? No. Whose little face turned red. He had been skeptical about Ge Yuan Yuan's authenticity, but after this video call, he completely believed her. "Sister, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Can you take me along to cultivate?" "Sure." Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit numb. She had talked for a long time and even performed some tricks. Yet it was Mu-Er's casual video call that had a greater effect. "I'll start teaching you in the evening. For now, go and play." After sending the children away, Ge Yuan Yuan nodded at Bailon Xin beside her. "Can I stay in your office for a while?" "Of course." Bailon Xin readily vacated the office, opening the constantly jumping messages on her light brain. Ge Yuan Yuan saw that Mu-Er had sent a few messages while taking a break before his meeting. "Was I particularly handsome just now? Hurry up and praise me. Look, those kids all like me. By the way, why do you want to go teach the kids at the orphanage?" Shaking her head helplessly, Ge Yuan Yuan replied, "Only thought to ask me now? The kids have already been tricked back home to cultivate. Aren't you afraid I'll do something illegal and put their lives at risk?" Mu-Er raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, then put away his light brain, preparing to attend the meeting. "I trust my fiancée." This person suddenly playing the romantic card was quite charming. Ge Yuan Yuan's mood immediately brightened. Faced with Mu-Er's trust, she certainly wouldn't let him down. In the cultivation world, as long as one bears the title of a demonic cultivator, anything done will be met with suspicion. Even doing good deeds can lead to being pointed at. Ge Yuan Yuan had never bothered to explain, but she happened to encounter a little dog who trusted her unconditionally. And Ge Yuan Yuan would certainly not betray Muer's trust. After their brief communication, Ge Yuan Yuan pressed her forehead and called by Lan Xian back in. From today onward, I will sponsor the entire orphanage. You need to supervise the children's cultivation progress. I will come and check on them periodically, and if I find the children not putting in enough effort, I will have to deduct money. Bai Lan Xian nodded but still felt dazed, finding it hard to believe. Their small orphanage had received an opportunity simply by consulting an online store. Can I cultivate? Your talent isn't sufficient. You can cultivate, but the achievements won't be significant. Ge Yuan Yuan chose to speak honestly. Bai Lan Xian didn't feel too disappointed. All right then, I'll focus on watching over the kids. She had graduated from the accounting department, and her professional skills were strong. If it weren't for these children holding her back, she would have had more opportunities. Do a good job for me, and your salary won't be shortchanged. I'll pay you 10,000 a month. Ge Yuan Yuan was always generous with her subordinates. After hearing the salary, Bai Lan Xian's eyes widened. In this desolate planet, the average salary was only over 1,000. This was a tenfold increase. Whatever you need, boss. I'll go through fire and water, deliver packages, or take out food. Once it came to money, Bai Lan Xian immediately lost her scruples. After so many years of hardship, although she didn't show it on the surface, she was still desperate for money deep down. I'll teach the children the most basic cultivation methods in the evening. You supervise them well. I'll leave you a contact method. Reach out to me directly if there's anything. Even if she wanted to help these children quickly reach the foundation building stage with some intensive guidance. They first needed to learn how to draw energy into their bodies, which would take at least a few months. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't stay here all the time. Calculating the time, after the military competition was over, she could come back to help these kids grow faster. That kid named De, who cultivates differently from the others. You need to pay extra attention. His talent is quite good, and he might become a Marshal's right-hand man in the future. After giving a few more reminders, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but marvel at his natural sword body. What a good thing. Chapter 134. Seeds from Ancient Earth. Upon hearing Ge Yuan Yuan mention De, Bai Lan Xian's expression improved significantly, showing a hint of relief. De was indeed a good child. If it weren't for the orphanage holding him back, he would surely achieve greater success, as his mental ability was at an A-grade level. I also look forward to seeing how much he will grow. Ge Yuan Yuan's love for talent was not without reason. She wanted to take this child as her disciple and pass on her unique swordsmanship to him. There was a reason for her to hold classes for the children only at night. She had her own considerations. The children were currently malnourished, and it was only right to feed them a good meal first. During the afternoon's free time, she could go shopping with Bai Lan Xian to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the kids. The economy here was not developed, and there were very few items available for purchase. It was Ge Yuan Yuan's first experience of having money, but no place to spend it. After placing all the purchased nutritional liquids on the dining table, she called De over and patiently asked, "Can I entrust you with the task of distributing the food?" Okay. De tightly pressed his lips together, simply agreeing without wanting to say more, resembling a gourd with a sealed mouth. Having lived 2 lives, Ge Yuan Yuan had never dealt with children, especially difficult ones like him. She sighed, placed the nutritional liquids on the floor in front of the dining table, and followed Bai Lan Xian to look at the seeds. Indeed, the reason Bai Lan Xian had the idea of planting crops was that she found many seeds in the old director's room. She had initially tried to plant a batch, but did not achieve satisfactory results. By reading the old director's diary, Bai Lan Xian learned that he had a hobby of collecting seeds from ancient Earth, which had ended up in the old director's possession after his passing. Originally, these items should not have been touched, but there was no choice. The children in the orphanage were on the brink of starvation. So Bai Lan Xian had to give it a try. Under the cosmic radiation, the crops from ancient Earth were no longer suitable for planting. Most of what people consume now had been improved by the Academy of Sciences. The two entered a sealed chamber filled with display cabinets made of tempered glass, showcasing handfuls of seeds. This was left by the director. I wanted to plant them, but dared not take too many. So I only chose what looked like ordinary rice seeds. Bailan Xn gently brushed her fingertips over each seed, her face filled with nostalgia. It seemed the old director must have been a very good person. Ge Yuan Yuan remained silent, allowing Bailan Xin to immerse herself in her memories as she walked alone in front of the display cabinets, looking at the seeds inside. Her consciousness slowly extended, penetrating through the glass cabinet and immersing itself in the seeds. In an instant, Ge Yuan Yuan saw the lives these seeds had experienced. They grew in the soil, were buried in the ground, and were ultimately unearthed by people. Only a portion of these were food seeds. If you need, I can help you plant them. Ge Yuan Yuan said, her voice tinged with a hint of compassion. She had completely merged with the seeds before her. Thousands of years ago, on ancient Earth, these seeds might have been the most inconspicuous ordinary items, but in today's era of rapid technological advancement, they had become cherished antiques. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Ge, Bailan Xin said, having gathered her emotions, her face bearing a light smile, as if through these seeds she could see the figure of the old director sitting there. At the bottom layer of the display cabinets were some common food seeds, such as rice and wheat. Ge Yuan Yuan took these seeds out and carefully discerned whether they still had the potential to sprout, sorting out the dead seeds and leaving only those that could continue to grow. The two brought the seeds to an open area that had been prepared for planting. However, due to the soil and interstellar radiation, the seeds could not grow successfully and would instead become deformed. I'll set up a formation for you. With this spirit-gathering formation, the growth rate of the plants will accelerate and the yield will also increase. Ge Yuan Yuan rummaged through her storage bracelet to find 2 energy stones. There was no choice. Although her storage bracelet contained many energy stones, most were heavily contaminated. She couldn't perform a transformation process in front of Bailan Xin, so she searched for any remnants of already transformed energy stones to set up a small spirit-gathering formation. Are you going to ask me for money for this? Bailan Xin warily watched Ge Yuan Yuan set up the formation, looking as if she feared being scammed again. Ge Yuan Yuan was speechless. How could you be this poor? If I were to ask you for money, shouldn't you first pay me for the nutritional liquids for these 2 meals? She stretched out her hand directly in front of Bailan Xin, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. I have no money, just my life. Bailan Xin clutched her chest tightly, saying fiercely, as if refusing to admit anything. Ge Yuan Yuan chuckled. With a flick of her wrist, a bouquet of bellflowers suddenly appeared at her empty hand and was presented to Bailan Xin. Take the flowers and go play with them. I won't ask you for money. Just do your work well, and your wages won't be less. After stuffing the flowers into Bailan Xin's arms, Ge Yuan Yuan continued to focus on setting up the formation. The carefully selected energy stones floated up, burying themselves in different directions in the ground. And with the magic energy flowing from Ge Yuan Yuan's hands, a spirit-gathering formation gradually took shape. Bailan Xin stabiliat Ge Yuan Yuan, not knowing why her face suddenly turned red. She had never thought that a girl could be so charming and romantic. Indeed, romance required money to flourish. Casually tossing the seeds, all of them fell evenly into the field, gradually revitalized under the effects of the spirit-gathering formation. Stop daydreaming. Let us go teach the children. Ge Yuan Yuan clapped her hands, satisfied with her masterpiece, and turned to walk toward the dining hall. The children should have finished their nutritional liquids by now. Following closely behind Ge Yuan Yuan, Bailan Xin tightly clutched the bouquet of bellflowers in her hands. Scumbag, she muttered under her breath. Though called a dining hall, it also served as a large gathering room. Besides the dormitories, this was the only place where the children could engage in simple group activities, as the entire orphanage was not large, and it seemed that all the sellable areas had already been sold. Chapter 135. Do you wish to be my disciple? When Ge Yuan Yuan entered the dining room, she saw the children quietly studying the interstellar common language. Not all the children had the privilege to go to school. Attending school here required very expensive tuition, and currently, only De Hu is still studying in school. Miss Ge, you're here, De Hu greeted as he saw the two enter. Let the children put away what they have. I want to explain the specific cultivation methods to everyone today. Ge Yuan Yuan walked to the front of everyone, and before starting her explanation, she slightly frowned and said to De Hu, "You don't need to listen to tonight's lesson. I will give you private tutoring later. After all, She was on talk about how to become a magic cultivator tonight, which was unnecessary for De Hu to hear. After glancing at Ge Yuan Yuan, De Hu silently walked out. Then Ge Yuan Yuan began her lesson. The air was filled with faint energy between heaven and earth. And what we needed to do was to discover this energy and absorb it into our bodies. You can close your eyes and sense what is different around you. Since she was teaching children of the interstellar era, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't use the cultivation techniques from the immortal realm. Instead, she had to try to transform the esoteric and difficult mystical arts in a more universal language to help these children understand. Almost with a raise of her hand, the entire room was filled with a lot of magic energy, overwhelming the group of children. Suddenly, the alarm in the room emitted a piercing scream, and Ge Yuan Yuan snapped her fingers to destroy it. She almost forgot that this place was very sensitive to pollution sources. You might feel a burning sensation or feel very cold. Don't worry, that's just a feeling brought by your innate abilities. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't expect anyone to be able to draw energy into their bodies in just one night. She had already planned to set up a formation here to seal the magic energy, allowing the children to come here for cultivation every day. Walking out of the dining room, Ge Yuan Yuan saw De Hu standing not far away. "Could you take me to your dorm?" Ge Yuan Yuan asked. Nodding, De Hu led Ge Yuan Yuan toward the dormitory. He was the oldest child in the orphanage and could no longer squeeze in with the little ones. Therefore, he had a separate small room filled with some miscellaneous items. Ge Yuan Yuan quickly recognized that this might be a single room converted from a bathroom, filled with a faint, unpleasant odor, likely from a sewer. Since you have the ability, don't belittle yourself. Ge Yuan Yuan decisively waved her hand, purifying the air in the entire room. Why can't I study with them? De Hu had no objections to Ge Yuan Yuan's actions, only slightly lowering his eyelashes. Your physique is different from theirs. You're more suited for another path, Ge Yuan Yuan said calmly. She couldn't say that the other children had been misled by her, and only De Hu was on the path of immortal cultivation. You have a high talent, and I have great expectations for you. I hope you can become my disciple, and I will impart all my knowledge to you. Ge Yuan Yuan found a stool to sit on and looked seriously at De Hu. In cultivation, fate is essential. If De Hu refused her proposal today, it would mean that the two were not fated to be together, and there was no need to force it. Though still a child, De Hu was already over 7 meters tall, and he hung his head, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan sitting in front of him. She was indeed a petite and cute girl, even looking like a younger sister, but she exuded an undeniable aura. Coupled with her magical tricks, De Hu found it hard to describe his feelings. What will happen if I refuse? De Hu suddenly asked. And what will happen if I agree? If you refuse, nothing will change. You can continue your studies and become any profession you wish, Ge Yuan Yuan replied nonchalantly. She didn't feel any displeasure at De Hu's questioning. If you agree, you will embark on a completely new and unknown path, and you must forever pledge loyalty to me and Mu'er. This path will be exceptionally difficult, and I cannot promise you more. Listening to this, it seemed that refusing was the more stable choice. Doghouse Sudanis Milet. His originally gloomy demeanor made his sudden smile feel somewhat unsettling to Ge Yuan Yuan. Then I will acknowledge you as my teacher. De Hu's words were a roundabout acknowledgement of wanting to learn from Ge Yuan Yuan. If you wish to become my disciple, you must kneel about 3 times, offer a cup of tea, and address me as master. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at De Hu with a half-smile. These actions were quite normal in the cultivation realm, but would be seen as humiliating here. Yet Ge Yuan Yuan didn't intend to explain. Indeed, she was a purebred eccentric. Faced with Ge Yuan Yuan's unreasonable request, De Hu's expression changed slightly, his fists clenched tightly. If this is a custom from your homeland, I will abide by it. After saying this, De Hu knelt on the narrow floor and bowed 3 times to Ge Yuan Yuan. There was no tea here, so he picked up a cup of water and handed it to Ge Yuan Yuan as an offering. I'm starting to like you more and more, my disciple. Ge Yuan Yuan happily accepted the cup of water. Initially, she was only attracted to De Hu's talent, but now it seemed he had another talent, such as being a white-cut black character. Now I will impart the cultivation method to you. Your progress may be slower than the other children. Ge Yuan Yuan signaled for De Hu to sit cross-legged on the spot, and she formed hand seals. Unify your mind and spirit, and sink your energy into your dantian. The room was suddenly filled with rich spiritual energy. Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of simplifying the incantations and methods, forcefully imprinting the obscure and difficult words into Dehu's mind, allowing him to comprehend them on his own. Watching Dehu completely immersed in his small world, Ge Yuan Yuan left the room. No matter what, she should give her disciple a little meeting gift. Ge Yuan Yuan was not stingy with resources, but also wouldn't give too much. Objectively speaking, Dehu was not her first disciple. Thinking about the bond between master and disciple made Ge Yuan Yuan shake her head helplessly, recalling many years ago that night. A black cat demon knelt before her, offering a bowl of tea. Having resolved most of the matters here, and seeing that it was almost 9:30, Ge Yuan Yuan hurried back. She had promised Pu Lan that she would return to sleep tonight. As Ge Yuan Yuan left, Dehu, who had been immersed in his small universe, suddenly opened his eyes and quietly watched Ge Yuan Yuan leave. Chapter 136. The existence of the domain cultivation naturally enhances one's senses. So how could Ge Yuan Yuan not notice the little tricks that the big tiger was pretending to sleep? She just chose not to expose them. She also felt a bit unsure about how to say goodbye, so this was the best way. After all, they would meet again, wouldn't they? Ge Yuan Yuan skillfully took out an invisibility talisman from her storage bracelet and applied it to herself. This kind of thing becomes easier with practice. Ge Yuan Yuan was now calmly flying in the air on her sword, even taking the time to observe the scenery around her. After all, this method was definitely faster and more convenient than the public star routes. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Ge Yuan Yuan gently knocked. Even in her own home, she maintained this strange sense of ritual as a way to inform Pran that she had returned. At that moment, Pran had just finished her shower and opened the door while drying her damp hair with a towel. "Welcome home," Pran said as she tightly embraced Ge Yuan Yuan. Being held by someone who was still wet, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't quite describe how it felt, but it wasn't bad at all. "Look at you, you're all wet." Ge Yuan Yuan mumbled softly, and with a flick of her hand, she cast a spell on both of them. Instantly, all the moisture on Pran disappeared completely, and her hair was dry and smooth to the touch. "A little magic trick, do you like it?" Before Pran could ask, Ge Yuan Yuan cheerfully brushed it off. Fortunately, in this interstellar era, some things that spells could do could also be achieved with high technology, so it didn't seem so out of place. "Of course I like it. Besides, we have the military school competition tomorrow. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known how to notify you. I said I would come back to sleep with you today, so of course I would." Ge Yuan Yuan's face was filled with a relaxed smile, which made Pran feel an inexplicable sense of security. In the end, she nodded in agreement and didn't say much more. Ge Yuan Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief. If Pran had examined it closely, she would have realized that in such a short time, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't have returned by public star routes. "Let's sleep, I'm so tired. Tomorrow is the military school competition, so we should rest early to conserve our energy." The two didn't say much else, just exchanged a smile before going to bed. A night of good sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Time to assemble. Early in the morning, Ge Yuan Yuan was awakened by a light sound at her door. She exhaled a breath of stale air and dressed neatly before stepping out. Ge Yuan Yuan did not need sleep, so her night was better spent on cultivation than on resting. At this time, the members of her team were already waiting outside, just waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to arrive. "I heard the Tiger team from a Northeast Military Academy is also participating in this competition. Isn't that just bullying newcomers? Maybe we can beat them." "Yeah, maybe." The group was already exchanging various information they had gathered, and the most eye-catching was the Tiger team from the Northeast Military Academy. On one hand, this team was known for its outstanding combat strength. On the other hand, they had been formed for 4 years. Although they were still military academy students, they had already reached a level where they could participate in battle, making their involvement in this competition somewhat unfair. Zhuangwu looked at Ge Yuan Yuan as she walked over, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Who knows? Maybe the delusions that Qin Xiuming mentioned can come true. After all, our team has a magical mecha repairman. Let's go. We need to report to the principal first. The location of the military school competition was a specially planned virtual area, where countless virtual insectoids roamed, and different regions would spawn different types of insectoids. Although these insectoids were virtual, They were the closest representation of real insectoids. This virtual area was called the domain. At this moment, Ge watched the students arriving one after another, feeling a subtle sense of pride and satisfaction rise within him. These were the important forces for the future confrontation against the insectoids. When he saw Ge Yuan Yuan's team walk in, his expression softened a bit. He still wanted to believe that she had unlimited possibilities for the future. You are all the elites of our Northwest Military Academy, selected through layers of screening to represent our academy in battle. I wonder if you have confidence in achieving good results in this military competition? Yes, yes, yes. The enthusiastic shouts echoed in the air, making Ge smile. No matter what changes might happen in the future, while they were still students, they all held respect and admiration for their country and military. Since you have confidence, I won't waste any more words. Let's set off. At this time, similar speeches and actions were taking place in various military academies, and their final destination was the domain. Sitting on the interstellar spaceship and watching the amazed expressions of those around her, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She had seen interstellar spaceships before. This one was just a bit more advanced. Or rather, this spaceship seemed more akin to the magical artifacts of the original world. However, it couldn't operate purely by thought. It was still better than the earlier models that required manual operation before finally finding the autopilot. Naturally, among the amazed crowd, Ge Yuan Yuan and Zhuang Wu appeared somewhat out of place. However, Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of prying into others' backgrounds. She simply found a corner to observe the scenery outside. The views during this journey were indeed captivating. As the spaceship gradually landed, everyone emerged in a state of astonishment, only to unexpectedly run into the people from the Southwest Military Academy. Oh, why are you leading the team again this time? At least it's better than your worthless team. Watching the two principals immediately at odds with each other, everyone felt a bit at a loss. There were still some who were aware of the old stories between the two major military academies, and whispers began to circulate among the students. I heard Principal Hu and Principal Song were classmates, and he always overshadowed him. In leading the military academy, it was the same until the year before last when the Southwest Military Academy suddenly rose to prominence and overshadowed the Northwest Military Academy, leading to the latter's decline. So that's how it is. No wonder their relationship seems so bad. Principal Song approached with a hostile tone. Who says otherwise? But it doesn't concern us. Just avoid interacting with the Southwest Military Academy. Ge Yuan Yuan casually absorbed these remarks, half closing her eyes and falling into contemplation. Chapter 137. Let's watch the show. No matter how slick your tongue is, it's a fact that your students are not capable. Who said that? Your Southwestern Military Academy doesn't even know how it's going to perform in this competition. Moreover, the test of comprehensive strength isn't just about fighting. Mecha maintenance engineers are also crucial, and there are some excellent mecha maintenance engineers among this group of kids. Hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan felt like her toes were about to punch a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. Although she did think she could be considered excellent, hearing Ge say it so proudly was still a bit strange. As for this remark, Song Liang merely glanced at the crowd, a look of disdain appearing on his face. You think your military academy can produce excellent mecha maintenance engineers? I bet nobody would even want them to fix junk. He felt a surge of frustration rising in his chest, almost wanting to punch Song Liang. Even he couldn't deny the rise of the Southwestern Military Academy. But that wasn't a reason for Song Liang to belittle his students. Your military grades were just a bit lacking back then. So you hope your students can bring you some face, right? With a cold snort, Ge turned around and led the students from the Northwestern Military Academy to another side, clearly unwilling to argue with Song Liang. But the words he left behind hit on the very matter Song Liang least wanted to be mentioned, and he immediately swung a punch at Ge's back. Since he had already made the first move, Ge naturally had no intention of backing down. Pivoting on his heel, he grabbed Song Liang's wrist and yanked him, causing Song Liang to stagger. In front of everyone, how could Song Liang possibly admit defeat? The two fought fiercely, and, as for the other students from the military academy, they barely had time to observe, let alone intervene. Song Liang kicked at Ge again, but Ge blocked it with an arm, then landed a hit directly on Song Liang's shoulder. If Song Liang hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit his chest. Good. Ge, You're forcing me. Song Liang snorted coldly, preparing to summon his mecha and continue to grapple with He. After all this commotion, they still weren't done. And now, they wanted to let the students see an even bigger joke? At that moment, a voice came from the air, and a spacecraft slowly descended. Walking out from it was Leiden Tabor, the vice principal of the Imperial Military Academy. Leiden Tabor felt a bit helpless about the conflict between the two. They were both already principals, yet they were acting like a couple of young hotheads. It was embarrassing to let this get out. Can you blame me? He started it with such heavy hands. I can't just not resist, can I? Let's be clear about who made the first move. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Leiden Tabor could only sigh deeply. Enough. I'm not here to listen to you bicker. As he spoke, he pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping that the other two would arrive quickly so the students could be sent inside. At that moment, whether by some effect of his wish or simply because the time was drawing near, He Shifeng and Yuan Yu arrived shortly after. Observing the atmosphere between He and Song Liang, neither of them said much. At this time, Ge Yuan Yuan was hidden in the crowd, observing the students from the Northeastern Military Academy. Clearly, following behind Yuan Yu was the Tiger team. It was unnecessary to say more. The people from the Northeastern Military Academy were surrounding those 6 individuals, who were evidently the central figures of the entire academy. Teacher, when does the competition start? We can't wait any longer. Hua Wenyo lazily stretched and scanned everyone with a look of disdain before smiling at Yuan Yu. This person was the captain of the Tiger team. Even He Shifeng couldn't help but frown at Hua Wenyo's behavior. It was not commendable to bully the weak. Yet Hua Wenyo still made such remarks. It will start in 15 minutes, so there's no need to rush. Despite her dislike for Hua Wenyo, He Shifeng still answered his inquiry. Hua Wenyo, upon receiving the answer, didn't express any gratitude, but merely gave a dry HM, appearing uninterested. This attitude made He Shifeng sigh. With such a temperament, once he enters the military, unless he is the most outstanding one, he will definitely face hardships. There are countless insectoids in the domain, and the points earned will vary based on the difficulty of the hunt. Similarly, you can gain points from other teams by hunting them. If you encounter life-threatening situations, you can call for help, and we will provide support as quickly as possible. Leiden Tabor quietly explained the competition's requirements and guidelines, waiting for the domain to open. A quarter of an hour can feel fast or slow. It seems to pass in the blink of an eye. It was enough time for Ge Yuan Yuan to understand the main figures from several military academies. Each military academy has 50 teams, and a significant portion will serve as cannon fodder, existing merely as support. When the time arrived, everyone rushed in anxiously. After all, the faster they entered the domain, the better their chances of getting ahead, even if the difference of a step was not overly significant. However, seeing Ge Yuan Yuan standing still, Plan couldn't help but frown. What are you doing standing here? There's no need to squeeze in with everyone. Being at the back isn't a bad thing. The others didn't particularly agree with Ge Yuan Yuan's words, but they had no intention of arguing. Everyone was part of a group. There was no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Can we go now? Over 200 teams had already stepped into the domain, with only a few remaining outside. Zhuang Wu turned to Ge Yuan Yuan and quietly inquired. Ge Yuan Yuan, feeling the unconditional trust from her companions, couldn't help but smile gently and replied softly. Of course. For the unknown, Ge Yuan Yuan always preferred to enter last, a habit formed from her previous world. Thinking of her former world, Ge Yuan Yuan clenched her fists, lowering her gaze to suppress the anger within her. She would eventually return to take revenge and make those traitors understand the consequences of their actions. The moment she truly stepped into the domain, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a moment of disorientation, followed by a vibrant expanse of greenery. She could even see distant streams and rivers, with vines wrapping around the trees and colorful flowers blooming all around. To anyone who looked, it would only feel comforting, completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 138. Enchanting fragrance. The safer a place seems, the more it is fraught with danger. After all, this is a domain where the virtual insect race frequently appears. None of the 6 let their guard down. They didn't expect to have fallen into the jungle. He raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the projection on the screen before him, feeling a bit more worried. The jungle is considered one of the most dangerous areas among all regions, with its most prominent feature being the concealment of danger. One never knows when they might fall into the traps of this terrain and be besieged by the insect race. They were surprised that the tiger team actually participated in this competition. Isn't that a bit of bullying the weak? The rules didn't say they couldn't participate. They were just competing normally. At this moment, opinions were divided across the Star Network. However, the focus was on this joint competition of the 5 major military academies. After all, it symbolizes the strongest capabilities of this generation of soldiers and represents their hope against the insect race, naturally drawing everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone was still unaware that all their actions were being captured by surveillance cameras everywhere, displayed for everyone on the Star Network. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the members before him, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Since we can plunder others' points, we don't need to make a move ourselves, right? The captain is right. Since someone is collecting points for us, there is no need to engage in a battle with those insect races. Where should we go now? The members of the tiger team wore expressions of certainty, as if everything was under their control. Indeed, whether in combat experience or potential, the members of the tiger team were among the best. Especially compared to new students like Ge Yuan Yuan from the military academy, they were significantly stronger. Let's head straight to the center. There should be more people there. Hopefully, these people will be sensible. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, it wouldn't be worth it. Would it? The most ruthless words were spoken in the most casual tone, fitting to describe Ge Yuan Yuan at this moment. He even appeared indifferent, as if those words didn't come from his mouth. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan was scanning the endless jungle with her eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Shall we go? Pran looked at everyone's condition and said softly. Naturally, no one objected. However, as they moved forward, Shui Yuhang felt a flicker of light in front of him, as if something was rushing towards him. Sprite, little sprite. Upon hearing this, Pran frowned and turned to look at Shui Yuhang. At this moment, Shui Yuhang's control over his mech had become somewhat chaotic, the mech's arm flailing wildly as if trying to grasp something. Yet there was nothing in front of him. Zhuangwu pondered for a moment and looked around. It still presented a scene of extreme harmony, with even the flowers remaining vibrant, exuding a faint and elegant fragrance. Wait, fragrance? Ge Yuan Yuan was the first to react. She walked towards the flowers, using her fingertip to gather some powder from the center of the flower and sniffing it before her nose. It smelled wonderfully fragrant. Although this fragrance seemed harmless, it made Ge Yuan Yuan extremely vigilant. Looking at Shui Yuhang's condition, she understood. Don't inhale these gases and take this. As she spoke, Ge Yuan Yuan parted the grass, revealing a patch of bizarre blue weeds growing underneath. Since they were a team, trust among each other was essential. Moreover, when this small grass was handed to Shui Yuhang, his strange behavior was suppressed, which led everyone to feel a bit more suspicious and hesitant. How do you know this? I have a good relationship with the principal. I heard about it from a teacher before, but I didn't expect it to actually be effective. Ge Yuan Yuan said casually, and everyone didn't press further. Only Ge Yuan Yuan knew that this flower was no different from what she had discovered in her original world, and she also understood how to break its effects. However, the more she thought about it, the more Ge Yuan Yuan suspected that there might be some unknown connection between this world and the one she originally came from. If not, how could the same existence occur? And why was the frightening aura here the demonic energy she needed for her cultivation? Be careful, Pran exclaimed with a frown as her heavy sword smashed down right in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. It turned out there was a secondary insect race right in front of Ge Yuan Yuan. It was slightly larger than an average insect, but lacked strong attack capabilities. However, even as a mech repairer, Ge Yuan Yuan still felt a hint of danger in front of such an insect race. You should stay with Zhuangwu in the center of the team. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you in case of an accident. What she said was the truth. If an ordinary mech repairer encountered an insect race, they would either die or be severely injured. But Ge Yuan Yuan was not an ordinary mech repairer. Based on her capabilities, she could probably take down this entire team. In response to Pran's kindness, Ge Yuan Yuan naturally had no intention of arguing, only slightly raising the corners of her mouth and softly saying, "Okay, I understand. Don't be so fierce. Yuan Yuan is also doing this for me. I know." At this moment, only Shui Yuhang, this lively character, had the mood to say some inappropriate remarks to lighten the atmosphere. The others had serious expressions in their eyes. If Ge Yuan Yuan and T quickly discovered those blue weeds, they would have ended up in a situation similar to Shui Yuhang's. By then, not to mention the powerful insect race, even a random weak insect could easily take them all down. Naturally, the star network had already exploded with activity. As the team advanced, countless people had been hypnotized by the fragrance of the flowers, and several teams had even engaged in internal conflict after being hypnotized. What happened to the Songliang team? I was counting on them to achieve a good rank, but why did they suddenly start infighting? What else could it be? They probably fell victim to the traps hidden in the jungle. Indeed, no one knows what dangers lurk within, and I hope they can survive. No matter what, we don't need to worry. The military academy principal is watching from the outside, and he definitely doesn't want such things to happen. Indeed, after realizing that the Songliang team had no way to escape this situation, personnel from the military academy entered to bring the team members out. Chapter 139. You all run. I'll hold it here. Even the military members who were brought out had taken several punches. After being brought out, these few people were still tangled with each other, completely unaware of what had happened. It wasn't until they were isolated for a few days and gradually regained their senses that they realized what they had done. Each person was deeply confused and frustrated, regretting that they had been disqualified so quickly, trapped by that unknown little threat. As for what the others had encountered, Ge Yuan Yuan had no idea. The only thing she could sense was that a Zerg was approaching at an extremely fast speed. It seems like a Zerg is coming, Ge Yuan Yuan said softly. Her eyes filled with seriousness. After hearing this, Zhuang Wu was momentarily stunned, then nodded and ordered, "Take combat positions." In an instant, everyone took their places, watching the still, quiet jungle in front of them. Although Shui Yuhang was following orders, he still muttered under his breath, "Come on. It's not like there are no Zergs coming." Ge Yuan Yuan, don't create panic. Ge Yuan Yuan rolled her eyes at Shui Yuhang's words, not intending to respond. After all, the Zerg was almost there, as she didn't have the energy to argue with him. If you don't speak, does that mean I was right? There is really no Zerg coming? As soon as Shui Yuhang finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rushed over, and in that fiery red wind, a Zerg was vaguely visible at the center. The energy emanating from its body made Zhuang Wu furrow his brows. Even he couldn't guarantee that their team could handle a Zerg of this caliber easily. The only fortunate thing was that they believed Ge Yuan Yuan's words and didn't let down their guard, preparing in advance for this Zerg, which gave them a bit more chance of winning. If they hadn't been warned by Ge Yuan Yuan and only prepared upon seeing the Zerg, they might not have been as fast as the Zerg. Shui Yuhang, deploy the large shield to block the Zerg. Poland, strike at the back of the Zerg's head. A series of commands were issued methodically from Zhuang Wu's mouth as he stared intently at the Zerg, arranging the next steps. Yes, Ge Yuan Yuan, you really have some skills. Teach your brother when you have time. Though Shui Yuhang had a sharp tongue, his actions were not chaotic at all. He stepped forward, deploying the large shield to protect the entire team, blocking the red flames rushing towards them. Once the Zerg stopped, the team could finally see clearly. It was not a red wind at all. It was simply that the Zerg's speed was so fast that its wings appeared to be a bright crimson color. Just as quickly as it had stopped, Poland swung her heavy sword at the back of the Zerg's head, but the Zerg dodged at the last second, only managing to strike its shell. A thin scar was left on its shell, barely injuring the Zerg at all. This discovery shocked everyone. No wonder it was a Zerg from the domain. The hardness of its shell was beyond what an ordinary Zerg could match. After all, the Zergs that could be used for trials were not randomly sourced, but rather virtual Zergs that had survived through generations in this virtual world. The beast in front emitted a strange sound from its wings, and then a peculiar wind blew towards them, making it hard for them to resist. Zhuang Wu could only frown and issue another command. Shui Yuhang, defend. Defense meant they could only passively take hits, and counterattacking was extremely difficult. Because the Zerg was hiding somewhere in the wind, it was nearly impossible to locate it easily. In an instant, Zhuang Wu couldn't help but glance at Ge Yuan Yuan beside him, a strange thought lingering in his mind. If Ge Yuan Yuan was not just lucky earlier, but truly had this ability, could she also easily find the Zerg's position and allow them to easily slay it? Though this was something Zhuang Wu should be doing, he had to admit at this moment that he couldn't do it. Can you find the Zerg's location? Everyone, including Ge Yuan Yuan, was momentarily stunned by this question. The others thought Zhuang Wu might be crazy. How could he think that Ge Yuan Yuan, a mecha technician, could achieve such a feat? The previous ability to sense the Zerg might have been due to luck, but now it couldn't be the case. Yet Ge Yuan Yuan was surprised by Zhuang Wu's sensitivity. If Zhuang Wu were just a bit weaker, she would genuinely want to take him as her disciple. Just like she did with De. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the large shield that had already been attacked several times by the Zerg and softly replied. In fact, after saying that, Zhuang Wu felt like he might be crazy, placing such hopes on a young girl like Ge Yuan Yuan. But when he heard Ge Yuan Yuan's confirming voice, he couldn't deny the joy swelling in his heart. Then that's great. Ge Yuan Yuan, report the position, and let the person closest to that position attack. As soon as this was said, everyone focused intensely, afraid of missing Ge Yuan Yuan's words. 30 degrees to the northwest. Northeast. With each of Ge Yuan Yuan's pinpointed locations, the Zerg was hit again and again, accumulating several wounds on its body. It seemed as if the Zerg realized that its survival method was failing, emitting a strange tone from its mouth that was excruciatingly piercing. Before anyone could rejoice, they were already shaken by the Zerg's sound, frowning. Originally, being able to counter that wind was a good thing, but evidently, this beast had another trick up its sleeve. These were naturally things they couldn't anticipate, and a hint of despair began to creep into their hearts. They had already found it difficult to resist earlier, and now the Zerg seemed even more formidable. Wanting to defeat, it was naturally even more challenging. Poland's eyes glimmered with a strange light, and she said coldly, Shui Yuhang, you take the others and run. I'll hold it here. This statement indicated her willingness to sacrifice herself to protect the others. Such behavior naturally earned admiration. But Ge Yuan Yuan fell into a strange silence. After all, in her heart, this situation hadn't reached a dead end. She could still resolve the Zerg's actions, albeit with some difficulty. It wasn't entirely hopeless, and there was no need for any great sacrifice, just a bit of trouble. Chapter 140. Just help me when the time comes. Clearly, the other members of the Pran team were unaware of Ge Yuan Yuan's intentions. If they knew, they would probably scold Ge Yuan Yuan. You have a plan, but aren't sharing? Are you just watching a show? Well, maybe I have a way. Ge Yuan Yuan said weakly, then made a hand gesture. In an instant, the other members of the Pran team felt as if a gentle breeze swept past their ears, isolating the chaotic sounds emitted by the insect swarm. What is this? Do all you mecha mechanics know so much? Shui Yuhang said casually, only realizing something was off after he spoke. There are so many mecha mechanics, yet he had never heard of such a method to evade the insect swarm's sonic attacks. So it must be a unique ability of Ge Yuan Yuan. For a moment, various details about Ge Yuan Yuan that were different from ordinary people flashed through Shui Yuhang's mind, and he couldn't help but frown. Shui Yuhang, retreat. Qin Xiaoming, cover him. Without thinking, Shui Yuhang instinctively took half a step back, while Qin Xiaoming swept past him and stood in front of the team. When he came back to his senses, Shui Yuhang realized that the insect swarm had already charged right in front of him. If it weren't for Zhuang Wu's command, he would probably have already been caught in a wind blade, resulting in mecha damage. That scared me. Thanks. Although Shui Yuhang was boisterous, he understood the importance of the situation. After expressing his gratitude, he fixed his gaze intently on the insect swarm. At this moment, the virtual insect seemed to show a hint of confusion in its eyes, even tilting its head as if pondering why the Pran team was unaffected by its sonic wave attack. But clearly, its intelligence was insufficient to comprehend it. However, it soon gave up on thinking and began to flap its massive wings, charging towards Zhuang Wu. Inside Zhuang Wu's mecha, Ge Yuan Yuan appeared calm, even changing to a different standing posture, making it seem as if he wasn't in a fight at all. Even Zhuang Wu felt a bit helpless. Although it was a virtual insect, the mecha could still sustain damage. Couldn't he take it a bit more seriously? At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan casually flipped his hair and smiled, as if obediently sitting beside them and nodding. All right, my excellent commander. The insect's charge was easily intercepted by the others, and everyone felt a bit more relaxed. After all, they had encountered this insect, the wind-tide insect, in their textbooks. Its evasion and attack power were not weak, but its weaknesses were also extremely obvious. As long as it didn't manage to escape, eliminating it would be a piece of cake. Shui Yuhang, in.He, and Qin Xiuming. Encircle it, Pran, and I will take its life. With Zhuang Wu's command, everyone was each tasked with closing in on the insect. At this point, the roles of hunter and prey had already reversed. The wind-tide insect was no longer an entity that could easily control the Pran team. It was now the one being chased, fleeing in all directions, its body marked with numerous injuries. As Pran's sword struck the insect's head, the green blood that burst forth caused Pran to take a step back, his brow furrowing. Although the insect's blood was not harmful and could be cleaned, it was really messy. With the heavy sword landing on its head, the wind-tide insect trembled twice before crashing down to the ground. Before long, it transformed into a string of data and was recorded in the wristband on Pran's arm. This wristband appeared when they entered the domain and was used to tally their team's points. The score rapidly climbed, eventually reaching 100. The team's ranking also rose steadily, landing them at 19th place among the top 20. Captain, who is this Pran team? I've never heard of them. Hua Wenyin finally looked up, noticing a new team that had suddenly appeared on his wristband. The score clearly indicated that they had just killed a Tier 3 insect. They're somewhat capable, but not that impressive, Hua Wenyin said lazily, then turned his gaze towards the teams at the top of the leaderboard. Unknown teams might have used some small trick to kill a Tier 3 insect, but relying solely on luck wouldn't get them far. He didn't take this team seriously at all. At this moment, the members of the Pran team stowed their mechas into spatial knots. Without taking a breath, they surrounded Ge Yuan Yuan, eagerly questioning him. What exactly did you just do? How could you resist the wind-tide insect's sonic waves? You should know that these things are usually impossible to defend against. Even in the mecha research lab, they have no solution for this. They're somewhat like viruses invading. It's hard to block them out, and you can only reduce their impact. However, devices to reduce sonic wave effects are too expensive and are generally only used in frontline battles. Oh, it's just a little trick, Ge Yuan Yuan chuckled, trying to brush it off. The idea of having been reborn into someone else's body was too bizarre. Not only did she hesitate to share, but even if she did, they might not believe her. How many more of these tricks do you have? Can you teach me? Zhuang Wu looked a bit envious, his eyes fixed on Ge Yuan Yuan. If he could master these, wouldn't he easily confront his enemy and make them apologize to his parents? Even though Ge Yuan Yuan thought Zhuang Wu was perceptive, these techniques were not something she could casually teach. This is a family secret. I can't just tell anyone. Ge Yuan Yuan bit her lip and could only fabricate an excuse. Although she thought about how to explain it to them, the feeling of deceiving her teammates was truly uncomfortable, and she fell silent for a moment. Zhuang Wu simply remained silent in response. Just as Ge Yuan Yuan was about to break down and lower her bottom line, she suddenly saw Zhuang Wu smile. That smile was complex, making all the words she had organized get stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken. However, it was undeniable that Zhuang Wu looked really good when he smiled. It was as if a splash of color was suddenly added to a plain painting, making her heart flutter uncontrollably. Even though she had seen countless handsome men before, Ge Yuan Yuan had to admit that Zhuang Wu was indeed attractive, like a pearl that had been covered in dust suddenly being polished, revealing its original luster. It's okay. If you don't want to teach me, that's fine. After all, we are teammates, companions. Just help me when the time comes. Upon hearing Zhuang Wu's words, Ge Yuan Yuan hurriedly assured him, Don't worry. If the day comes when you need me, I promise to help you. However, Ge Yuan Yuan could not predict that in the future, she would regret having so casually promised Zhuang Wu, putting herself in a difficult position. Chapter 141. This luck could win the lottery, although the methods and techniques used by Ge Yuan Yuan were somewhat peculiar in the hearts of Pran and the others. They were still companions, so naturally, they would not have any more doubts or rejection. Hey, even if you can't teach us, can you show us a few tricks? Let me broaden my horizons. Shui Yuhang leaned forward, his dog-like eyes full of excitement and curiosity, blinking in anticipation. Seeing that everyone else, though silent, also looked expectant, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but touch her own nose. This feeling was really strange, as if she was an animal being observed in a zoo, with others excitedly calling out to her, Do one. Some small spells wouldn't hurt to show. So she rubbed her hands and conjured a stream of water from her palms. However, that alone was enough to astonish Shui Yuhang. If we get trapped somewhere, won't we have to worry about not having water to drink? What are you talking about? We won't get trapped. Quick, spit, spit, spit. Right. We will definitely be invincible and won't run into any trouble. With Shui Yuhang's interruption, no one was thinking about where Ge Yuan Yuan learned these things anymore. It was said to be a family secret, so it was normal not to want to share it. Ge Yuan Yuan never thought she could slip through so easily. All the explanations she had prepared were suppressed in her heart and never came out. It wasn't that the others in Pran's team fully trusted Ge Yuan Yuan, but they were companions, so there was no need to doubt or investigate deeply. All right, let's keep moving. We're on the leaderboard. Pran squinted her eyes and showed the leaderboard to everyone. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuhang rushed over, carefully examining the leaderboard, and found their team at the bottom. Wow, our team actually has a ranking, Shui Yuhang exclaimed in surprise. After all, they were just newly admitted students at the military academy. This trip was mainly to see the world, and they never expected to be on the leaderboard. However, this was obviously a good thing. No one would dislike being ranked based on their abilities. What they didn't know was that everyone on the Star Network was discussing them. After all, the top 20 were all teams whose names could be recognized, and everyone knew they could be up there, but this suddenly emerging Pran team was different. Moreover, they had skyrocketed with a sudden increase of 100 points, enough to indicate the team's strength. Pran team? Where's this team from? Do you know? I just pulled it off the competition sheet. It's still warm. I've attached the image below. Members of the Pran team: Pran, Zhuang Wu, Ge Yuan Yuan, Shui Yuhang, Qin Xiuming. Bian Qi. That Pran, although she's qualified to go from S to SS, the others can only be considered average. Yeah, and they're also the 78th batch of military academy students. How could they defeat third-tier insectoids? The crowd was buzzing, and their attention on the Pran team rose dramatically. Meanwhile, the members of the Pran team were completely unaware of all this and continued on their way. Watching the flowing water ahead, Shui Yuhang let out a long breath and slumped down on the ground. They finally walked out of that forest and no longer had to fear the insectoids popping out from nowhere. The various vines in the jungle had really obstructed their view, making it impossible to see what lay ahead, keeping them in a constant state of vigilance. And at this moment, Shui Yuhang felt utterly exhausted. With all the hunting they had done, their points had soared to 138. However, on the leaderboard, their position hadn't risen at all. Instead, it had dropped to 20th place. The higher the tier of the insectoids, the higher the points they represented. After the first tier insectoids, they were only worth 1 point. I'm so exhausted. Is it going to be this tiring on the front lines too? Shui Yuhang sat on the ground, unwilling to stand up. His eyes were almost devoid of light, and he felt utterly drained. Operating the mecha required both mental and physical strength, and coupled with the constant anxiety, even the liveliest Shui Yuhang was starting to struggle. The front lines will only be more difficult, which is why we need to continuously improve ourselves so that when the time comes, we can handle things more easily and won't make our teammates expend more energy because of our fatigue. Bian Qi spoke softly, his voice carrying an indescribable emotion. For just a moment, there was a sense of disappointment, but everyone remained positive in their hearts. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow and teased, "No way, no way. Is there really someone who can't handle this little intensity?" Hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's words, Shui Yuhang tried to act tough, suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Who can't handle it? Even if you let me fight third-tier insectoids for 800 rounds right now, I can handle it." Just as Shui Yuhang finished speaking, they heard a series of extremely dense, buzzing sounds from the insectoids. Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately summoned their mechas and entered battle mode, even Shui Yuhang, who had just been feeling down. At this moment, in the mecha, Shui Yuhang had a long face, and his tone carried a hint of despair. "No way. Am I a jinx? Whatever I say seems to come true." Fortunately, what came was not third-tier insectoids. However, the insectoids charging towards them were still difficult to deal with. They were a swarm of first-tier beast-type creatures, and the energy they could unleash in a group was comparable to that of a single third-tier insectoid. "Shui Yuhang, after we get out, go buy a lottery ticket. I guarantee you'll win." At this moment, Zhuang Wu had the mood to tease Shui Yuhang. Just as the insectoids approached, Zhuang Wu's expression turned serious, instinctively taking a step back, his brows furrowing. Damn, it's the mist bees. The mist bees, true to their name, had a queen bee as the tribal insect king of this group of insectoids. Usually, the mist bee queen was at the second tier, but together, they were a terrifying presence that made countless people tremble in fear. Because mist bees had a unique way of communicating with each other if one was harmed. The others would sense it, leading to an organized pursuit by countless first-tier insectoids. Once or twice might not be fatal, but this kind of dull knife would wear one down over time. Run. Huh? What did you say? Qin Xiaoming said as he instinctively launched an attack against the swarm. Bang! Hearing that sound, Zhuang Wu's heart sank, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 142. If they are unwilling to cooperate, then we must take forceful measures. Then let us fight to the death. Zhuang Wu pursed his lips, struggling to issue the command. If they could eliminate this small team before the other mist bees arrived, it might create a new opportunity for them. Moreover, this group of mist bees was shining with bright points. How could they let it slip away easily? In an instant, everyone reached a consensus and launched an attack on the mist bees. Countless dazzling attacks enveloped the swarm of mist bees, erupting with the sounds of their deaths. As a mist bee died, tiny wisps of smoke spread from its body, and as more mist bees fell, the mist grew denser, almost enveloping several people. Watching the increasingly thick mist around him, Zhuang Wu furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a situation before, and it was evidently ominous, as he could barely see the path ahead. Yet the surviving mist bees seemed as if they were on a stimulant, extremely active. Observing this, even the thick-skinned Shui Yuhang noticed something was off. Zhuang Wu, how about we run instead? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuang Wu nearly bit his teeth in frustration, a look of struggle flashing in his eyes. Whether to stay or flee, he couldn't determine which method would ensure everyone's safety. At this moment, Muir had arrived at planet in.He. Looking at all the people on this planet, Muir felt a heavy weight in his heart. If there were indeed Zerg among these people, and they could continuously parasitize others through hosts, then the densely populated daily life here would no longer be controllable. He rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. He ordered all residents of planet in.He to stay at home, and as for their daily needs, they could order online, and his people would deliver to their doorsteps. This was already the best solution Muir could think of in a short time. After all, there were many people on planet in.He, and the information received was simply that someone had been parasitized by the Zerg, but the number and coverage were unclear. At present, there was no way to distinguish which people were the natives of planet in.He, and which were those whose bodies had been hollowed out and controlled by the Zerg. Thus, he cannot make rash judgments or kill indiscriminately. Marshal, if some people are unwilling. Without needing to say more, Muir understood everything he was trying to express. He remained silent for a moment, and then his expression became resolute again. If some people are unwilling, then we will enforce it. The Star Network will definitely be in an uproar. I know. Muir half closed his eyes, feeling a sense of unease in his heart, but suddenly thought of Ge Yuan Yuan, that little girl who wanted to eat him on the garbage planet. What would she do in such a situation? Realizing what he was thinking, Muir couldn't help but shake his head. He had actually reached a point where he needed to think about how to handle a little girl. Undeniably, Ge Yuan Yuan had influenced him quite a bit. It seemed that in their interactions, this little girl would spark countless unbelievable things within her, making people instinctively focus their attention on her. By the time he realized it, he found he couldn't do without her in his heart and mind. Though Muir had anticipated the difficulties in executing this order, the actual implementation was still incredibly challenging. How dare you restrict my freedom? I want to go out. Everyone knows the Zerg are mindless. How could they live normally like us? I think you want to seize power, starting from our remote area. The moment the notification was issued, countless opinions flooded in, leaving Muir at a loss for how to respond. But if he were to answer each one, he feared he wouldn't know when it would be resolved, and by then, the Zerg's parasitism would have spread to who knows where. Moreover, everyone only believes what they see. Very few people are willing to trust what they have not witnessed. I hope everyone can cooperate. If you're unwilling to cooperate, we will have to take forceful measures. Muir squinted his eyes, standing on the platform with an imposing presence. A portion of the crowd that had just been protesting chose to back down upon hearing this, while another part seemed as if they had hit some bottom line, nearly ready to jump up. As the young Marshal, Muir was admired by many, but it was inevitable that some would feel a hint of jealousy because of it. What are you talking about? We are all lawful citizens. How can you enforce violence against us? If something goes wrong, will you take full responsibility? Exactly. You say it so nicely, but who knows what will happen later? For these remarks, Muir merely tilted his head, coldly uttering his words. If there are those who resist to the death, treat them as if they have already been parasitized by the Zerg and execute them immediately. This sounded devoid of emotion. But if Ge Yuan Yuan were present, she would be able to hear the sadness and sighs in Muir's heart. Muir, who had long been on the battlefield, already carried a hint of a bloodthirsty aura. At this moment, his aura fully unleashed only heightened the crowd's fear, and they could only respond timidly. Meanwhile, the octopus-like Zerg had no intention of drawing attention and was now hiding among the crowd, revealing no signs of being out of the ordinary. Similar scenes continually appeared in various areas of planet N9, until the entire main street of N9 was empty, leaving only Muir and the people he brought. After doing all this, Muir felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed and staring at the ceiling. The more it came to this, the more he missed Ge Yuan Yuan. This longing had no reason and no special trigger. It was just that Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly appeared in his mind, and those heart-stirring scenes seemed to be replayed in his heart, making his heart tremble. At first, when he felt this way, Muir thought it was due to the contract between him and Ge Yuan Yuan. But as time passed, he began to understand his feelings, realizing his affection for Ge Yuan Yuan. If the Zerg could be eliminated, if everything could settle down, it seemed like it wouldn't be bad to travel around as an ordinary person with her. Muir murmured softly, only to be startled awake by a loud noise. Bang! Marshal. Hearing this sound, Muir snapped out of his reverie, turned around, and sat up with a serious expression on his face. What could possibly make you so anxious? Chapter 143. I will feel guilty for a lifetime if you die. As he watched Moore's change in expression, he chose not to expose it. After all, there were more serious matters to discuss now. Marshal, you should take a look at the Star Network. Upon hearing this, Moore wasn't surprised at all. He casually opened it and glanced a few times. Although the comments were largely speculative, they were still within his expectations. After all, while these people were confined to their homes, they did not completely agree with the situation. In fact, being stuck at home gave them more time. With this time, they naturally wanted to discuss the good deeds that Moore had done one by one. Once this news spread to the Star Network, it was no longer just a matter for one planet, but it sparked frenzied discussions everywhere. Seeing Moore's expression, he cautiously suggested, what if we issue an announcement and then cut off the network on planet N9? This idea was a direct and blunt approach, but it was no different from blocking disaster victims outside the city when calamity struck. Moreover, if an entire planet suddenly lost communication, anyone with a bit of sense would understand what had happened. There was no need for such an obvious cover-up. It's unnecessary, and besides, they are already confined at home. If they even lose access to the Star Network, they might really go crazy. Moore shook his head and replied coldly. He truly didn't care about these discussions. They were merely trivial gossip that didn't hurt or bother him. In fact, if he didn't look, he could pretend he didn't know. Why bother about it? These comments weren't nearly as painful as when the Zerg truly damaged his mecha, causing him physical suffering. But they're slandering you, and even the people from the capital planet have started to have doubts. What they were doing could be considered a form of secrecy. The issue of being parasitized by the Zerg was something he did not intend to openly disclose to everyone. Firstly, because the theory was overly complicated, and secondly, it wouldn't yield any positive results. It would only cause widespread panic or disbelief. If that were the case, why waste breath? Let them talk. You can't shut so many mouths. Just focus on doing what you need to do. Ultimately, seeing Moore's indifferent expression, the person opened and closed his mouth, sighed, and left the room. Compared to this, Moore was more curious about how Ge Yuan Yuan would react upon hearing this news. But obviously, Ge Yuan Yuan had no mind to look at the discussions on the Star Network right now, as they were being chased all over by the mist bees. The timeline shifted back to when Moore had just arrived on planet N9. Watching the gradually forming mist, Zhuangwu ultimately decided to follow Shui Yuhang's suggestion and flee. Obviously, Their decision was correct, because after exiting the domain, when they resumed their research on the mist bees, they discovered that the smoke that rose when they died could confuse people's vision and psyche, ultimately causing them to fall into a coma. In that state of coma, everyone would encounter the softest, most desired scenes in their hearts and sink into that dream world, unable to wake up forever. However, outside the domain, it was hard to encounter large swarms of mist bees, and it was also rare to see the dense fog produced by the mist bees. They didn't know whether to consider themselves lucky or unlucky, as they just happened to encounter a swarm of mist bees. Escaping was not a simple task. At the very least, to prevent the swarm of mist bees behind them from gathering further, they occasionally launched attacks backward. We can't go on like this. The mecha is running out of energy. After hearing this, Zhuang Wu frowned and looked down at the energy indicator on his control panel. Only 30 energy remained. Me too. I have 27 left, in.He said, frowning as he reported his remaining energy. It was clear that this was not a sustainable situation. If they exhausted their energy at that moment, they would likely be wiped out by the incoming swarm of mist bees as soon as they exited the mecha. And there's no choice. We fight? Qin Xiuming lazily suggested, then stopped the mecha, activated the shield, and charged toward the mist bees. He closed his eyes and opened them again with a determined expression. You all go ahead. If things go well, remember to send a message to my father, saying that I fought to the end against the Zerg. He could not guarantee he would survive, but he had already involved his companions with the mist bees, and he did not want to drag them down further. I want to help you say that. You're not fighting to the end against the Zerg, just virtual Zerg. Don't flatter yourself. Shui Yuhang said while maneuvering his mecha back a bit, then charged toward the swarm of mist bees, standing beside Qin Xiuming. Don't think you can be a hero alone. Observing the increasingly difficult situation, Ge Yuan Yuan kept tapping her knee with her fingertips, and an idea surfaced in her mind. Is there a possibility that we can do the opposite? What? If we first find a mist bee queen and eliminate it, then we won't have mist bees chasing us anymore, right? This idea was good, but somewhat idealistic. However, considering the many things Ge Yuan Yuan had done, Zhuang Wu was willing to take the gamble. He straightened up and asked, but the mist bee queen hides in places that are usually unvisited and has unique defenses, so it's impossible to find. Not necessarily, Ge Yuan Yuan said, squinting. To the southwest, 7 kilometers away. When she said this, Ge Yuan Yuan was already sweating profusely, gripping the armrests of her chair tightly, as if she had suffered a great deal of harm. The mist bees seemed to have some ability to break through its defenses from a distance, and accurately locating it had indeed cost Ge Yuan Yuan a lot of energy. At that moment, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, as if it had been pricked by needles. Shui Yuhang and Qin Xiuming were not fools. They would not choose death if they could survive. After hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's words, they immediately retreated back to the team while not forgetting to attack and drive away the approaching mist bees. Ge Yuan Yuan, you're not doing well. If you had such a good method, why didn't you use it sooner? Shui Yuhang instinctively teased. And only when he didn't hear Ge Yuan Yuan's rebuttal did he feel something was off. A sense of unease surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but shout, Ge Yuan Yuan, are you okay? Don't die. If you die, I will feel guilty for a lifetime. The already headache-ridden Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but hiss out a reprimand upon hearing his noisy words. Shut up. Chapter 144. Charge. For a moment, Shui Yuhang seemed to have lost his voice, like a chicken being choked. I know. This timid demeanor of Shui Yuhang was rare, making Qin Xiuming unable to help but chuckle and say, Oh, our young master Shui has his day too. Shui Yuhang, who was about to retort, thought of Ge Yuan Yuan's slightly weak voice, opened his mouth but said nothing else, only maneuvering the mech towards the direction pointed out by Ge Yuan Yuan. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan was rubbing his painfully throbbing head, feeling extremely frustrated. Such a short distance, coupled with breaking through a small defense, would have been an easy task before. Yet now, this body was already starting to hurt. With a deep exhale, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, already deciding to prioritize enhancing this body's strength. Seeing Shui Yuhang had dashed out, Zhuang Wu did not hesitate, and the entire team moved orderly towards the direction indicated by Ge Yuan Yuan. With only 1,000 meters remaining to the entrance of the mist bee nest, everyone could already see the faintly visible entrance from afar. However, they had passed this place while fleeing before, and at that time, there was clearly no sign of anything unusual, considering Ge Yuan Yuan's performance. It was likely all this was orchestrated by him. For a moment, Zhuang Wu's curiosity about Ge Yuan Yuan grew stronger. He wanted to know what had contributed to such an interesting and capable woman. His gaze inadvertently flicked towards Ge Yuan Yuan not far away, only to meet Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, which had just opened. In that instant, Zhuang Wu felt as though he had been scalded and instinctively turned his gaze forward, trying to cover up his embarrassment by saying, are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing serious, just need a little rest, Ge Yuan Yuan replied, but her gaze remained fixed ahead, hoping to ensure the smoothness of this trip. Clearly, the mist bees that had been pursuing them had also noticed the direction they were fleeing, and as they got closer to the nest, they became increasingly frantic. All of this proved they had found the right place. Pran, just cut it open, Zhuang Wu commanded calmly, looking at the approaching mist bee nest. 4 low-tier insectoids like the mist bees, this generally wound tea, have a significant impact. But these mist bees were just too troublesome. The moment Pran's heavy sword struck the nest, countless mist bees surged out, charging towards Pran's sword as if they were determined to die. In an instant, a batch of mist bees fell, their bodies dropping to the ground as a multitude of mist spread from them. Seeing this situation, Zhuang Wu felt a sense of foreboding and frowned slightly, coldly saying, Pran, continue attacking the mist bee nest. As for the others, act as the situation demands, and try to break through the mist bee's obstruction as quickly as possible to destroy the nest. With Zhuang Wu's orders, everyone targeted the mist bee nest, and their attacks never ceased. But clearly, these mist bees, even when dying, were unwilling to let the nest be affected in the slightest. It must have been an order from the mist bee queen that drove so many of them to desperately obstruct the attack with suicidal tactics. While the mist bee queen was a second-tier insectoid, it lacked offensive capabilities. If we were to put it that way, the mist bee queen was akin to the mother of these mist bees, acting as their commander. As if realizing that this method couldn't truly stop Ge Yuan Yuan and the others, the mist bees gradually gathered together, seemingly forming a new mech by mimicking their own mechs. At that moment, the group stood facing the mech formed by the mist bees. Looking at these creations, even Pran couldn't help but frown, an endless unease rising in his heart. After all, their mechs were running low on energy. Could they still handle these mist bees easily? Shui Yuhang and Qin Xiaoming, you two do your best to stop these mechs. Pran and Bian Qi, continue attacking the nest with me. Zhuang Wu appeared calm, but beads of sweat had already formed on his palms. For him, this all inevitably carried a sense of challenge. They could not let Ge Yuan Yuan's sacrifices go to waste. If Ge Yuan Yuan knew Zhuang Wu's inner thoughts at this moment, she would probably laugh. Although there was indeed some impact, it was due to this body-s weakness, which could not support the things she did. It wasn't because her consciousness had been harmed, but evidently, neither side knew this. A beautiful misunderstanding was thus formed. Everyone understood that they had reached the final struggle. Qin Xiaoming and Shui Yuhang did not say much at this moment, their eyes filled with determination and seriousness. For them, they were now the shields of their companions attacking the mist bee nest. They had to stop the mech formed by these mist bees. Even if they couldn't eliminate them, they had to try to delay their movements. Compared to Qin Xiaoming and Shui Yuhang's thoughts, these mist bees only knew to attack Zhuang Wu and the others in front of them, but were intercepted by Qin Xiaoming. He looked at the mist bee mech before him, his eyes sparkling, and said calmly, "Your enemy is me. Don't be a hero alone. I'm here too." Shui Yuhang stepped forward, unwilling to fall behind, his eyes shining with fearless stars, a faint smile still on his lips. These mist bees couldn't understand what the two were saying, but could comprehend that they were being blocked. In an instant, many mist bees were almost in a frenzy, swirling and diving toward the two. "I'll defend, you attack," Shui Yuhang said, not giving Qin Xiaoming a chance to retort, directly unfolding his large shield to protect both of them. Qin Xiaoming didn't argue with him. The cannon on his mech's back surged forth, charging at those mechs and blasting a path through the swarm of mist bees. Fortunately, These mist bees lacked replication abilities. They could only mimic shapes and not the energy cannons they used. However, with their actions, the consumption of energy nearly doubled, causing Ge Yuan to furrow his brow. Even so, as the fallen mist bees dropped, new ones quickly took their place, filling in the gaps and launching a renewed offensive against Ge Yuan and Qin Xiaoming. Suddenly, the mech formed by the mist bees swung a fist towards the two. Chapter 145. Coma. Just as the words were spoken, the action was swift. The mech formed from the misty bee swarm was already larger than their mechs, and now, with a single punch, it nearly covered more than half of the mech position. Although it was blocked by a shield, Ge Yuan still took a step back. The mech left a deep pit in the ground, clearly demonstrating the power of that punch. Looking at the misty bee in front of him, Ge Yuan took a deep breath and almost roared. Is this it? Is this all you've got? You think this can defeat me? You're not even close. At that moment, Zhuang Wu had already led Pulin and the others deep into the cave. In fact, Pulin could only clear the concealment of the cave. They ultimately had to go deeper to find the hidden Misty Bee Queen. As Pulin and the others moved, a strange-looking insectoid, almost entirely a belly, suddenly opened its eyes deep in the cave, filled with terror. It emitted continuous signals, and at the same time, the misty bees outside almost instantly went into a frenzy and charged toward Ge Yuan. Compared to the earlier probing, the misty bee mechs now seemed to be launching a reckless, all-out assault, continuously attacking Ge Yuan's large shield. With each attack from the misty bees, the brilliance of the shield was distorted and weakened to varying degrees, and its energy was rapidly depleting. Seeing the energy running low, despair began to grow in Ge Yuan's heart. However, he had already resigned himself to death. Although dying here would be a bit embarrassing, it was not entirely unacceptable. You guys keep going, I might not make it. Ge Yuan looked at the screen, lacking the usual display of emotion, as if he had become indifferent to everything, with his eyes filled with a sense of resignation. At that moment, his large shield finally shattered. The insectoid mech punched toward Ge Yuan, and he even closed his eyes, taking half a step forward, intending to self-destruct and take down the Misty Bee mech with him. What are you thinking? Trying to be a hero? Just stay alive. The expected pain did not come. Instead, a roar sounded beside his ear. Ge Yuan opened his eyes abruptly, only to find Qin Xiaoming standing in front of him. In that instant, Ge Yuan felt at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a feeling of gratitude brewing in his heart. Please hurry up, otherwise, I'm afraid we won't survive to see you. Qin Xiaoming softly spoke, firmly standing in front of Ge Yuan and attacking the misty bees with a light hammer. At the same time, Qin Xiaoming truly regretted it. If he had known, he would never have provoked these little creatures. Who would have thought that these little things combined would be tougher to deal with than a Tier 3 insectoid? A determined look appeared in his eyes. Yet his movements did not slow down in the slightest. The energy was nearly exhausted, and continuing to use the cannon was clearly unwise. So it was time to resort to cold weapons. The misty bees seemed to be under some sort of summons, their movements growing increasingly frantic as they tried to enter the cave, but were firmly blocked by the two of them. The numerous misty bees flapped their wings continuously, attacking Qin Xiaoming, yet he skillfully dodged each strike, not allowing them to hit him. If one were to use a term to describe the misty bee mechs at that moment, it would be frustrated fury, despite appearing to handle it with ease. Qin Xiaoming was acutely aware that his energy could only support this fight for another 15 minutes at most. He just hoped they could eliminate the Misty Bee Queen before running out of energy. Qin Xiaoming exhaled deeply and continued attacking the Misty Bee mechs. As time passed, his mech's movements became increasingly sluggish, and he even narrowly avoided a few punches from the Misty Bee mechs. The only silver lining was that these Misty Bees truly lacked the capacity for strategic thought. If they had targeted Ge Yuan, who had essentially lost the ability to move, Qin Xiaoming feared he would have to endure those attacks. Qin Xiaoming thought to himself with a bitter smile. Even if he conserved energy, there would ultimately be a limit. Watching the energy deplete and the punch coming toward him, he couldn't help but close his eyes. He seemed to understand Ge Yuan's earlier thoughts. It was merely a matter of using his life to buy a little more time for his companions, just as he had resigned himself to death. He noticed the misty bees suddenly scattering as if they had lost their direction. Many of the misty bees swayed left and right, unsure of which way to go, having lost their judgment entirely. It was simple to explain. These misty bees had been under the command of the misty bee queen from the start, and now that the queen was dead, the first-tier misty bees instantly didn't know what to do next. At that moment, Zhuang Wu and the others had already emerged from the depths of the cave. With the mech stored in the spatial pocket, Ge Yuan Yuan lay in Zhuang Wu's arms. Her brow furrowed, as if in great pain. What happened? Due to insufficient energy, they had turned off communication later on, naturally unaware of what had transpired inside. It turned out that just after they had cut off communication, Ge Yuan Yuan had sat up, using her already painful head to search for the location of the Misty Bee Queen. This was also why they were able to find the Misty Bee Queen's position so quickly and eliminate her. However, it was evident that after overexerting her mental strength, Ge Yuan Yuan could no longer hold on and collapsed. Before falling, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but think, this body is really useless. With such thoughts, she fell down. We are just too weak. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. A sense of guilt and unease welled up in Shui Yuhang's heart as he looked at Ge Yuan Yuan and couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. If only he could be a bit stronger, he could have defeated these misty bees or bought more time for Zhuang Wu and the others to search slowly, instead of having Ge Yuan Yuan directly fall unconscious here. However, if the already unconscious Ge Yuan Yuan knew that everyone was thinking this way because of her coma, she would probably have to get up and say that she was really fine, just taking a short nap, and would wake up soon. Clearly, everyone was not on the same wavelength, but the only thing they could be sure of was that they were all waiting for Ge Yuan Yuan to wake up. Chapter 146. Baby, why are you such a love-struck fool? Looking at the soldiers in the distance, a sudden wave of anxiety surged in Moore's heart. He raised his hand to cover his chest, his brow slightly furrowed. Theodore, who was beside him, noticed Moore's movement and instinctively stepped forward to support him. Marshal, are you feeling unwell? Shaking his head gently, Moore gazed at the soldiers still checking each house and took a breath that was more rapid than before. The anxiety was evident. Quickly recalling his schedule from last night, Moore was certain he hadn't overexerted himself recently. A flicker of the contract flashed in his mind, accompanied by a sharp pain that made Moore's vision go dark. His breath tightened suddenly, and he widened his eyes. Ge Yuan Yuan was in trouble. Without the time to supervise personally, Moore grabbed Theodore's wrist and instructed, I'm feeling a bit unwell right now. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll go rest for a bit. With that, he disregarded the surroundings and headed straight for the lounge. Using the contract to attempt to call Ge Yuan Yuan felt unfamiliar, and Moore's brow tightened. His previously calm demeanor shattered. Yuan Yuan, what is wrong with you right now? The contract kept flashing, but there was no response from Ge Yuan Yuan. Pressing his fingertips against his temples, Moore forced himself to calm down. The current situation should be that when the primary contract's body is harmed, the secondary contract's person would also feel discomfort. Based on the timeline, Ge Yuan Yuan should be at the military competition now. It was normal for injuries to occur. While comforting himself, Moore used his mental power to tentatively reach out to the contract. He had never properly studied this little thing before. With a domineering aura, his mental power surged up and more gently wrapped the contract with an unprecedented gentleness, lying back in the floating lounge chair, trying to relax as much as possible. The moment his mental power touched the contract, he felt it vanish instantly, accompanied by a powerful pulling force. When Moore opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the lounge. It seemed he had arrived in Ge Yuan Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was a vast expanse of white, and Moore slowly drifted about, searching for Ge Yuan Yuan's trace. Not far from where he walked, he spotted Ge Yuan Yuan's figure. She was dressed in a robe that Moore had never seen before, wide and flowing, with a cold demeanor and a hint of crimson between her brows. Ge Yuan Yuan, Moore called out, his voice tinged with urgency as he rushed forward. How bold! You dare to call my name directly. Accompanied by a sharp sword aura, Ge Yuan Yuan finally shifted her attention to the little creature before her. Just a little pup, yet you have such courage. Ge Yuan Yuan crouched down, looking at the all-white little dog, lifting Moore by the scruff of his neck, curiously inspecting him up and down. No spiritual power, yet it can speak human words. I've truly found a treasure today. More tentatively asked, do you not recognize me anymore? Why should I recognize you? Ge Yuan Yuan seemed to be in a good mood. Perhaps because the little dog in front of her looked pure and adorable. She tucked more into her sleeve and flew towards the Tianji sect. Nestled in Ge Yuan Yuan's sleeve, Moore saw her stepping on a blood-red sword, soaring through the sky. He also noticed the intricately carved buildings below, floating like a fairyland. This place was surrounded by a celestial aura, devoid of mechanical ships or factory mechas, completely different from the interstellar era. Was this Ge Yuan Yuan's secret? With wide eyes, Moore took in all the novel sights around him. The once chilling wind around him ceased, and from Ge Yuan Yuan's sleeve, he saw a man dressed in similarly wide robes, standing in a pavilion ahead, slightly tilting his head and showing Ge Yuan Yuan a smile. My husband, you finally emerged today. I've waited for you for so long. Ge Yuan Yuan's voice carried a playful and cheerful tone as she approached the man, presenting more like a treasure. Look, I found a fun little dog on the way. With his small green bean-like eyes wide open, Moore stared at the Tianji Daoist, and in disbelief, he blinked rapidly, exploding in anger and pointing at the Tianji Daoist. Where did this little punk come from, stealing my fiancé? Help! Am I being given to my wife's husband? Unfortunately, these cries fell on deaf ears to the Tianji Daoist, sounding like sweet whimpers that were quite endearing. Ge Yuan, you've been naughty again. Didn't we say to respect all living things and not to kill or toy with them recklessly? The Tianji Daoist gently patted Ge Yuan Yuan's head, his expression carrying a hint of reproach. This little pup's cries are so urgent and weak. It must have been tormented by you. Taking more from Ge Yuan Yuan's hands, the Tianji Daoist's fingertip emitted a faint spiritual power, pouring it into Moore's body, not forgetting to scold Ge Yuan Yuan, you aside from me. No one else would spoil you like this. With wide eyes, Moore looked incredulously at Ge Yuan Yuan, who actually nodded in belief. What my husband said is right. I won't touch these things again next time. I'm so mad. This guy is clearly manipulating Ge Yuan Yuan. Moore couldn't bear to watch any longer. This man was obviously suppressing Ge Yuan Yuan in various ways, making her dependent on him and unable to leave him. How could he dare to treat his precious darling, who he held so dearly, and wouldn't he even dare to speak harshly to, like this? Anger aside, Moore looked at Ge Yuan Yuan with a complicated expression. He knew she wasn't very smart, but he didn't expect her to be this naive. His beloved wife, why is she such a love-struck fool? Unable to contain his frustration, Moore bit down hard on the Tianji Daoist's wrist. It seemed that Tianji Daoist hadn't expected that a little puppy would have such strong teeth, and he was directly bitten. His face changed drastically, and his grip loosened. Just as Moore was about to fall into the abyss, a slender hand caught him. Moore, what are you doing here? Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the tiny dog in her palm with a complex expression. With a wave of her hand, Moore floated directly in midair. The two soared into the sky, and Moore looked down at the pavilion where Ge Yuan Yuan was still happily leaning against the Tianji Daoist, playing out a drama of love and rivalry. Tilting his head to glance at Ge Yuan Yuan, who was wearing a loose t-shirt and military pants beside him, Moore couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's just that I used too much mental power and fainted because my body couldn't keep up." "A good sleep will do," Ge Yuan Yuan yawned, her expression still calm and indifferent. It could be simply understood as the software is too large, and the hardware can't handle it. Moore shook his head. "No, I'm asking if there is something wrong with your brain. How could you be blind enough to like that man?" Chapter 147. The puppy's unwavering love for you, seeing the past black history, made Ge Yuan Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. Moreover, Mu Er's words were indeed unrelenting, making Ge Yuan Yuan feel somewhat ashamed. "What does it have to do with you, child?" She raised her hand to knock on Mu Er's head, glancing at the phantom below with her eyes slightly downcast. This was her sea of consciousness, where her mind repaired itself after falling into a coma. Likewise, many of her memories were stored here. "You just called him husband, but you've never called me husband." The once small puppy gradually took on the familiar appearance that Ge Yuan Yuan recognized after shedding that memory. Mu Er was dressed in a formal military uniform, looking very ascetic. However, there was no sign of restraint in his actions as he directly wrapped his arms around Ge Yuan Yuan's slender waist, burying his head in the crook of her neck and rubbing against her. His pair of emerald green eyes were wide open, looking like those incredibly innocent puppy eyes. He even deliberately lowered his voice, coquettishly speaking to Ge Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, I'm jealous. Quickly touch me, my heart hurts so much. He took Ge Yuan Yuan's hand and placed it on his chest, showing no sign of embarrassment as he stared directly at her, straight to the point. With his chest pressed against Ge Yuan Yuan's palm, she felt the solid, powerful muscles beneath, warm and slightly pulsing, which indeed felt quite nice. Well trained. This should be an A, right? Ge Yuan Yuan swallowed unconsciously, raising an eyebrow. She couldn't help but let her mouth slip. No way. Who told you to be such a flirt? After all, who could resist such a handsome young man waiting for her? Mu'er's lips were thin, tinged with a faint red, looking very kissable. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't control herself and leaned in, eager to taste that charming flavor. When she felt a prick from his stubble, she let out a light laugh. The two leaned against each other, their lips almost touching, their breaths intertwining. Baby, why haven't you shaved? Ge Yuan Yuan playfully rubbed her chin against Mu'er's, her eyes holding a faint smile wrapped in surging affection, wanting to devour him whole. The previous longing, after seeing Mu'er's performance in that memory, had morphed into a twisted possessiveness. She was indeed being toyed with by fate, but she still held a yearning for love. In the midst of the twisted possessiveness and somewhat malicious tests, the desired outcome was born, a loyal dog who would never betray her. I'm too busy. I'll shave later. Mu'er hurriedly explained, looking at the clothes Ge Yuan Yuan, his eyes filled with intense desire. He almost uncontrollably licked her lips, swallowing hard. With the dog in heat teasing her, how could Ge Yuan Yuan not be moved? She gently kissed Mu'er's Adam's apple, feeling the rapid movement beneath her lips, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. No laughing. Mu'er, a bit flustered, directly pressed his lips against Ge Yuan Yuan's. The two held each other tightly, and Mu'er's face was almost uncontrollably flushed. This made Ge Yuan Yuan unable to suppress some beastly thoughts. Was that your memory just now? Mu'er kept kissing Ge Yuan Yuan's lips and face, his eyes filled with joy, but secretly mixed with jealousy. It's my memory. That person was my previous husband. Ge Yuan Yuan felt a sense of comfort. Enjoying Mu'er's proactive closeness. Mu'er fell silent for a moment and did not continue to ask. For a love-struck young girl, stepping out of a brainwashed relationship must be quite difficult. Ge Yuan Yuan looked down, noticing Mu'er's expression, which held some deep meaning. She pinched his cheek with her fingertip and asked, "What are you thinking? Do you pity me, or do you despise me?" Most men's nature is rather cruel. Especially after falling in love, they tend to feel possessive. Learning that she had a previous husband must not have felt good for Mu'er. I feel sorry for you. He was so important to you, and now you two are separated. It must be very torturous and painful to leave him. Miljoenen erkenditly met Ge Yuan Yuan's geest. His eyes clear and filled with a hint of heartache. Ge Yuan Yuan's heart felt like a drum beating incessantly as she heard Mu'er seriously say, "I wish I could have been by your side during that time, so you wouldn't be so sad." No. She hugged Mu'er tighter, a significant crack opening in her usually strong emotional defenses, revealing her softest side. "You have been by my side. You have always been with me." She leaned in to gently kiss Mu'er's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. You came just in time. She had been foolishly deceived, never doubting the man of destiny, until she stepped into the demon-slaying formation and endured the pain of 1,000 swords piercing her heart. She realized that the person by her side had long plotted for her demise. After a desperate self-detonation, she arrived in a completely unfamiliar era. While still filled with hatred and anger, unable to fully accept the reality, she found the injured Mu'er. It was she who first laid hands on Mu'er, signing the so-called pet contract, binding him to her side. Meeting Mu'er was her stroke of luck. Marshal, the voice of the deputy echoed in Mu'er's ears. He felt a bit guilty as he gently stroked Ge Yuan Yuan's hair. "My adjutant is calling me. The situation on planet in.He is a bit tricky. I need to go handle it now. You go ahead." Ge Yuan Yuan released her hold. The previously fragile expression on her face had vanished. "Take care of yourself. I'll be back to find you soon. Wait for me." Mu'er affectionately pressed a gentle kiss on Ge Yuan Yuan's lips, his expression regaining its determination. He quickly glanced at the memory pool below and exited Ge Yuan Yuan's sea of consciousness. With a flash of white light before him, Mu-Er opened his eyes. His gaze instantly cleared as he looked at his adjutant and asked, "What happened?" "Marshal, some of the isolated citizens have started to riot, clashing with the soldiers, demanding the freedom of planet N9, or they will go directly to the Imperial Court." Chapter 148. Unable to bear it, crying pitifully, Ge Yuan Yuan slowly opened her eyes. Perhaps because she had been unconscious for too long, her eyelids felt a bit heavy. Thinking of the suddenly disappeared Mu-Er, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes darkened. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, Mu-Er was a marshal, and it was normal for him to have other matters to attend to. "You're awake. Are you okay?" Shui Yuhang was the first to notice that Ge Yuan Yuan had woken up. He hurried over to her side and asked softly. In response to his question, Ge Yuan Yuan just smiled and replied gently, "I'm fine, just my body suddenly exceeded its limits. Nothing serious." "You scared me to death. I thought you were going to die." As soon as Shui Yuhang said this, he was immediately slapped on the back by Pulan. "What are you saying?" This slap finally knocked some sense back into Shui Yuhang's head, and he realized that what he said was indeed inauspicious. He shrugged and muttered softly, "I just got a bit too carried away." Ge Yuan Yuan didn't pay much attention to the others. Instead, she looked around at her surroundings, narrowing her eyes. "How long have I been asleep? Have you all been here the whole time? You've been unconscious for almost a day. Even if we wanted to leave, we couldn't," came a muffled voice from beside her. It was Bian-Chi speaking. "Unconscious for that long?" Ge Yuan Yuan was somewhat surprised. She and T expected her body to be so weak that it couldn't withstand even a little stress. The group had been stuck there for a full day. Although they had gained a lot of points when being chased by the mist bees, their ranking had already dropped to over 70, thanks to Pulan's team's outstanding performance. There were already people specifically paying attention to their group. The moment they saw Ge Yuan Yuan wake up, someone in the group immediately started spreading the news. "That Ge Yuan Yuan is awake. Who knows what is going on with her? She wasn't even a main combat force, and now she has passed out. This mech repairer is really incompetent. She must have fainted for being scared, right? What a disgrace, dragging the whole team's progress down." Pulan's team has dropped from 12th to 74th. A group of people was discussing various matters regarding Pulan's team. But none of this news reached the ears of Pulan and the others. Otherwise, Shui Yuhang would have rushed over to argue with them. "How are you feeling? Can we continue?" Zhuang Wu asked softly, smiling as he inquired about Ge Yuan Yuan's condition. She didn't feel weak enough to need her companions to wait for her. So she smiled lightly and replied calmly, "Of course we can, but you all can't leave right now, can you?" As Ge Yuan Yuan spoke, she instructed them to take out the mechs. She would recharge them. Due to Ge Yuan Yuan's unconsciousness, Zhuang Wu and the others had forgotten that the mechs had no energy. Compared to the mechs, the lives of her companions were obviously more important. After recharging, the group set off again. However, this time they were much more cautious. At the very least, they didn't directly engage lower-tier Zerg with their mechs. The deeper they went into the domain, the higher-tier Zerg they could encounter, thus earning more points. On the other side of the domain, Hua Wenyao checked the time, raised an eyebrow, and stood up. "I'm leaving off to work." At this moment, Hua Wenyao was filled with satisfaction and joy. After all, who wouldn't be happy to earn points without having to fight those Zerg? As a result, the teams not far from the Fierce Tiger team ran into trouble. The only fortunate thing was that the Fierce Tiger team only robbed for points and didn't kill. As long as other teams were willing to hand over their points, they wouldn't directly throw people out of the domain. One reason was that they were only there for points and had no interest in slaughtering their own kind. Another reason was that there were cameras everywhere. If they really went around killing, it would be a disaster. Hand over your points. And it'll save me the trouble of acting, right? Hua Wenyao said lazily, while his mech mercilessly pointed a cannon at the cockpit of the opposing mech. It was clearly a mix of soft and hard tactics, leaving no room for resistance. The captain of the selected team spoke with a tremble, his hands shaking to the point where he lost control of the mech. They were simply not on the same level as the Fierce Tiger team. Why did they have to be so unfortunate to encounter them? Feeling bitter, they could only hand over the points they had worked hard to earn to the Fierce Tiger team. I've already transferred the points to you. Is that okay?" Chu Tong had already exited the mech, shivering as he looked at Hua Wenyao, appearing as if he had been bullied thoroughly, which made Ge Yuan Yuan unable to help but click his tongue in exasperation. Is that all the points? What have you all been doing these past few days? Ge Yuan Yuan asked. For this matter, Chu Tong really had no way out. He was just an ordinary captain from the Southeast Military Academy, and he didn't even have the qualification to participate. However, their team had someone injured and couldn't come, so in a hurry, they grabbed him as a substitute. But, let alone third-tier Zerg, they had to treat even second-tier Zerg seriously. It was a miracle that they managed to accumulate any points at all. We really can't fight. When we can't fight, we can only run. As he spoke, Chu Tong recalled the experiences of these past few days, and tears couldn't help but fall from his eyes, pattering onto the ground. What kind of luck did he have to be so unfortunate to be chosen to come here? It was one thing to come here, but in addition to being beaten by the Zerg, he also had to suffer bullying and have his points robbed by others. Thus, Ge Yuan Yuan watched as the person in front of him cried harder and harder, even sobbing as if he couldn't catch his breath. Clearly, he was a boy, yet he cried like a soft, bullied dumpling, which made Ge Yuan Yuan frown tightly. After a while, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't stand the onslaught of tears anymore. He hesitated and patted Chu Tong on the shoulder, tentatively saying, "Stop crying. If it really doesn't work, I'll transfer your points back to you, okay?" Hearing this, Chu Tong, whose eyes were already red from crying, suddenly looked up, his eyes containing a hint of surprise and disbelief. "Really? You're really willing to return my points?" Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan could only sigh and nod. It wasn't that he was being overly kind. Mainly, he just didn't care for those points that didn't even reach 3 digits. Plus, since Chu Tong was indeed crying in a way that was quite annoying, he thought it would be better to part with a few points than to have to deal with the hassle. As for Ge Yuan Yuan's decision, the other members of the Fierce Tiger team had no objections at all. After all, Chu Tong was truly crying pitifully. Chapter 149. You really are a good person, having just collected some points. Ge Yuan Yuan casually returned them, and although he didn't feel too heartbroken about it, he still stood up and waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't waste any more time here. Let's get some more points." Ge Yuan Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. However, after just a few steps, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Chu Tong and his entire team following him, looking particularly obedient. "What are you following me for? Planning to steal my points?" No. I just think you're a really good person, and you're amazing. I want to follow you." When Ge Yuan Yuan heard the word good person, he was somewhat taken aback and raised an eyebrow as he looked up and down at the pale-skinned young man with a bit of baby fat. He had heard many evaluations of himself, most of which described him as cunning and ruthless, but he had never heard such words before. It was quite refreshing. "Kid, I just robbed you, and you dare to follow me now?" "Yes, I think you're a good person." Chu Tong's eyes curved into crescents, a faint smile in them, and his upturned lips made him look cute. At that moment, even Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent. If he had to describe his current thoughts in words, it would be that he had seen silly and sweet before, but never this silly and sweet. "Captain, why don't we keep him? He might come in handy." Xiao Hu stepped forward a half-step and whispered a strategy in Ge Yuan Yuan's ear, causing Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes to gradually brighten, and he eventually nodded. "All right, let's do it. By the way, you all follow us, and remember not to fall behind. Otherwise, I won't care." Chu Tong simply nodded in response, and the group of 12 set off like that. What kind of luck is this? How can everything I say come true? Qin Xiaoming was already feeling uneasy as he looked at the nearly 4th-tier insectoid in front of him. It is known that there is a huge difference between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier insectoids. Most low-tier insectoids are mindless, with a few exceptions like the mist bee swarm. But 4th-tier insectoids have reached the level of mid-tier insectoids, which possess cognitive abilities. Shui Yuhang felt quite helpless about Qin Xiaoming's accusation. How could he have known this would happen? Just now, he merely mumbled that it was calm here and wondered if a 4th-tier insectoid would appear. But he didn't expect that mentioning 4th-tier insectoids would actually bring one out. Clearly, this insectoid already had basic thinking and judgment abilities, and it was now charging straight at Zhuang Wu's mecha. It had noticed that Zhuang Wu was directing the other team members to attack, so it naturally focused its main assault on Zhuang Wu. "Be careful," Shui Yuhang shouted as he rushed towards Zhuang Wu, his mecha opening its large shield to block the insectoid's charge. However, at the same time, the insectoid tilted its head and spat out a burst of flames directly at the Pulin mecha. The moment the flames were released, Zhuang Wu had already identified the insectoid's type. Red fire insect, he thought. It could spit fire, and its carapace was both hard and scorching, capable of burning everything nearby. The records contain some exaggerated elements, but at least this red fire insect couldn't burn a big hole in the mecha, which was the only fortunate part. Pulin. Ge Yuan Yuan saw the flames approaching Pulin and instinctively formed seals with his hands, causing a circle of water to appear in front of Pulin's mecha, completely protecting it. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but more than that, they were shocked. Shui Yuhang exclaimed in surprise, not forgetting to fire a shot at the red fire insect. That little trick can still be used like this. It's really impressive. Although the shot had decent power, it didn't actually injure the red fire insect. It only made it shudder and tilt its head to look at Shui Yuhang. In that posture, if it weren't for being an insect, it might have been a bit cute. But in the next moment, Shui Yuhang didn't have much time or opportunity to think. The red fire insect lunged directly in front of him, its tentacles striking at him like a whip. Each lash was blocked by the shield, but Shui Yuhang was still forced to retreat under the impact. Pulin fired the energy cannon at this insectoid. As for Qin Xiuming and in.He, go help Shui Yuhang. With these two commands, everyone sprang into action. A massive energy cannon rose behind Pulin's mecha, energy continuously gathering within it, emanating a somewhat terrifying aura. Clearly, the red fire insect sensed the danger and abruptly turned toward Pulin. It had already regarded Shui Yuhang as a clown, not taking him seriously at all. In an instant, Zhuang Wu frowned and stepped forward, delivering a light blow directly to the red fire insect's head, but it easily caught the blow. The tentacles then swung around, striking Zhuang Wu's mecha. This was somewhat of a loss. Zhuang Wu was sent flying backward along with his mecha, crashing straight to the ground. I'm Fine. You all protect Pulin and let her finish charging the energy cannon. The firing methods for energy cannons are divided into two types. One like Shui Yuhang's, which is a light fire type that doesn't require charging and can be fired directly. The other like Pulin's, which requires a long time to charge before launching an attack. However, the power of the two is not something that can be compared equally. Okay, Shui Yuhang reacted the fastest and rushed forward, holding the large shield in front of Pulin. Seeing this situation, the red fire insect showed no signs of panic, spitting out endless flames that almost enveloped Shui Yuhang completely. As the flames swept toward him, Shui Yuhang felt an intense heat, and the shield began to show signs of cracking, making him furrow his brow. Fortunately, at this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan casually waved his hand, alleviating the urgent situation. Can you do it? If you're going to faint like before, I actually wouldn't mind. Shui Yuhang felt the heat around him lessen considerably and anxiously asked. But these words fell on Ge Yuan Yuan's ears, making her feel a bit embarrassed. As a first-tier demon lord, how could she faint from using spiritual sense to search for locations? That was truly embarrassing. But strangely, Shui Yuhang seemed oblivious to her embarrassment and continued to inquire tirelessly. Are you okay? Chapter 150. Are you just going to watch her die like this? You better not really get into trouble. If you do, I'll truly feel embarrassed. Shut up. Take the insect race in front of you seriously. Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't suppressed the embarrassment in her heart when she heard Shui Yuhang's completely irrelevant words, and she couldn't help but scold him. Hearing this, Shui Yuhang wasn't angry at all. He just laughed. All right, I'm taking it seriously now. Then, Qin Xiuming and in.He, who rushed over, unconsciously shared a lot of pressure with Shui Yuhang, giving him some breathing space and opportunities. Move aside, I'm going to attack. With a word from Pulan, the three quickly darted to the sides, fearing that they would be hit by the energy cannon. After all, this thing doesn't discriminate. So they had to dodge quickly. At the moment when a few people dodged, the energy cannon's attack had already hit the red fire insect. Bang! For a moment, everyone saw an endless burst of light in front of them, which was the light from the energy cannon. With such power, everyone was somewhat shocked, especially Shui Yuhang, who began to ponder whether he had offended Pulan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for her to annihilate her own people. As the light faded, everyone's gaze naturally turned to the huge pit created by the energy cannon. Before they could react, a crimson creature crawled out from the pit, its body engulfed in endless flames, and its imposing manner was even more pronounced, making the others frown. If one looked closely, they would see that the red fire insect's back had been marked with cracks from the energy cannon. However, seeing this, Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes darkened. Why do these insect races here resemble the demon beasts from the original world so much? Moreover, those methods made Ge Yuan Yuan feel a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had returned to the realm of cultivation. If it weren't for Ge Yuan Yuan's rationality, she would have almost felt like she was becoming an insect race herself. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could think further, the red fire insect spat out flames, enveloping several people within. The energy of the flames made everyone frown, and Shui Yuhang summoned the large shield again, protecting everyone inside. Zhuang Wu, what's wrong with you? Bianqi frowned and glanced at Zhuang Wu's mech, instinctively asking. At this moment, Zhuang Wu's mech had a horizontal mark on it, clearly a wound inflicted by the insect race's tentacle. Whenever a mech is damaged, it signifies that the previous blow was definitely not as easy as Zhuang Wu had said, so Bianqi was naturally a bit worried. In response to this inquiry, Zhuang Wu appeared indifferent, his eyes still fixed on the red fire insect and the boundless flames, with his fighting spirit continuously igniting within. It's fine. What you should focus on now is this insect race in front of you. Don't mind me. Zhuang Wu's words were not refuted by Bianqi, who simply redirected his gaze to the red fire insect not far away that was spewing fire at them. The flames seemed to cling to their bodies, attaching themselves to Shui Yuhang's large shield, even gnawing away at its energy. What should we do? It's devouring the energy of the large shield. Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly popped into Zhuang Wu's mind. He looked at the distant red fire insect, watching the flames on its body continuously rise, and his unease grew stronger. If this red fire insect could truly consume the energy in their mechs, then wouldn't the energy cannon just now not only have harmed it, but also have given it endless energy out of nowhere? Thinking of this possibility, Zhuang Wu couldn't help but take a deep breath, regretting his decision. If he and let Pu Lan launch that attack just now, wouldn't it have been better to eliminate the red fire insect? Put away the large shield. Zhuang Wu suddenly took a deep breath and said softly, perhaps after putting away the large shield, they might get hurt, but if they continued like this, it would only make the red fire insect even stronger. Hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan blinked, a thought forming in her mind, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. There is no need to be like this. Just let me go. Don't take unnecessary risks. If something happens to you, it would weigh on all of us. In response to this, Ge Yuan Yuan simply smiled, her words confident yet calm. I'm sure, just let me go down. Just after saying this, Ge Yuan Yuan recalled how she had fainted from overusing her spiritual sense and felt a bit regretful. As long as she still had memories, she probably wouldn't get over this. No, you can't go down. All right, you must survive. Zhuang Wu took a deep breath and gently set Ge Yuan Yuan down. How can you let her go down? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is down there? She couldn't understand why Zhuang Wu would make such a decision and was about to explode with anger. If it weren't for the insect race in front of them, she would have wanted to confront Zhuang Wu and ask him what he was thinking. Even if Ge Yuan Yuan had some small abilities, she couldn't just let her go down. She's just a person. This red fire insect can't even be handled by their entire team piloting mechs. How could they send a young girl like Ge Yuan Yuan to her death? Even if she said she had a way, could she really take that risk? At this moment, a hint of confusion crossed the red fire insect's eyes, as if it didn't understand why someone would come out of the mech, as if they were specifically looking for death. However, it didn't think too much about it. It merely licked its lips and continued to attack the group. If it could kill these people, it would have a feast. Thinking of all this, the insect race's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had already regarded Pu Lan's team as its dinner. Ge Yuan Yuan came down because she wanted to feed this insect race. The next moment, the five of them saw her walk out as if she didn't care about anything, a sight that was puzzling to both the red fire insect and Pu Lan's team. But the insect race didn't plan to think too much. How could it refuse a delicious meal that came to its door? With this in mind, The insect race flew a couple of steps forward and directly grabbed Ge Yuan Yuan with its tentacles, tossing her into the air and swallowing her whole. However, the red fire insect twitched its tentacles a couple of times, feeling that this thing didn't taste very good, lacking the flavor of a good body. Ge Yuan Yuan, Zhuangwu, what are you doing? She asked our companion, our teammate. Are you just going to watch her die like this? Chapter 151, Help. There's a ghost. Amidst everyone's discussion, the red fireworm's body continued to swell, its momentum doubling once again. However, a look of horror and fear flashed across the worm's face as it kept fiddling with its mouth, as if trying to vomit out everything it had swallowed, leaving people confused. What's going on with this red fireworm? Seeing this situation, Ge Yuan asked in confusion, his eyes clearly showing his bewilderment. At the same time, Zhuangwu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly shouted, "Retreat." Though dissatisfied with Zhuangwu's decision, following orders had become an instinctive reaction, and in an instant, several people, including Ge Yuan, quickly retreated. Just as everyone stepped back, a loud explosion erupted, and the red fireworm that had been standing there suddenly exploded, leaving no intact remains. The force of the explosion created a deep pit in the ground, causing the surrounding area to sink as well. If they hadn't followed Zhuangwu's command to retreat, they would have been pushed back by the blast wave and injured. The group exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat perplexed. But once they realized what had happened, an invisible sorrow hit them. Even though the red fireworm was dead, Ge Yuan Yuan wouldn't be coming back. Ge Yuan Yuan, how could you die so early? Wasn't it said that disasters linger for 1,000 years? After retracting their mechas into the spatial pocket, Ge Yuan cried out in the direction of the red fireworm's corpse. Since he was facing away from everyone, he naturally didn't see the complex expressions on their faces and the figure slowly approaching him. In the next moment, someone suddenly slapped him on the back of the head. "What are you doing? You, ghost!" Ge Yuan frowned and turned around, only to see Ge Yuan Yuan standing gracefully in front of him. This startled Ge Yuan quite a bit. After all, who could have guessed that someone who had just died in front of him would suddenly be alive and standing there? "You are the ghost. Stop howling and look carefully at whether I'm a human or not." Seeing this, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but sigh and sat down cross-legged. This Ge Yuan was perfectly normal during battle. How could he seem so brainless at other times? "Oh, so how did you survive?" Once he regained his composure, Ge Yuan cautiously asked, his eyes still showing visible surprise. Considering that Ge Yuan cared about her, Ge Yuan Yuan decided not to hold a grudge against his earlier words and explained straightforwardly. "From start to finish, I never left Zhuangwu's mecha. What he sent down was just a thing similar to a robot. To be more precise, it was a puppet made from talisman paper. But there is no need to explain that too precisely. Did you put explosives in that robot? Ordinary explosives shouldn't have any effect on the red fireworm, right? No, I placed a mecha energy core." Upon hearing this, the members of the Poolin team fell into silence, but in.He reacted quickly, raising his head to ask, "Is it because there was too much energy that the red fireworm couldn't handle it?" "Exactly. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, in.He." Ge Yuan Yuan smiled, but the strange feeling in her heart became even more pronounced. The insect race here was indeed too similar to the demonic beasts of the cultivation world, even exploding from excessive energy intake. The overlapping possibilities made Ge Yuan Yuan unable to ignore the uniqueness of this place. "But Zhuangwu, how could you do this? You plotted behind our backs without telling us." In response to Ge Yuan's accusation, Zhuangwu appeared calm, slightly raising his eyebrows and speaking in a relaxed manner. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that the red fireworm has cognitive abilities. I was afraid it would hear us. Besides, with your temperament, if you knew the truth, you probably wouldn't be able to act convincingly." Despite his dissatisfaction, Ge Yuan had to admit that Zhuangwu was speaking the truth. "As long as everyone is fine, that's good. Come look." We returned to the top 20 on the score list. Poolin presented the score list in front of everyone, seemingly trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. After all, she was somewhat afraid they would discuss her performance at that time. Although it was due to the tension with Ge Yuan Yuan, looking back now, it was somewhat embarrassing. "Of course, just look at who's in the team," Ge Yuan said boastfully. But he also knew that their survival and even gaining points were thanks to Ge Yuan Yuan, the mecha repair specialist in their team. This statement might sound ridiculous, but it was indeed the truth. Quite clever. I don't need all your points. Just half will do. Not far away, Hua Wenyo leisurely walked out, parting the concealing grass, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had been attracted by the loud noise when Pulin used the energy cannon against the red fireworm. But he didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. This squad is rather interesting. Hearing this, Pulin frowned and stepped forward 2 paces to stand opposite Hua Wenyo, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. These are points we obtained ourselves. If you want points, you can go kill the insect race yourself instead of begging here. Her strong words made Hua Wenyo smile knowingly. There are indeed many interesting people in this place. This person not only isn't afraid of him, but can also say such things, which is quite amusing. I'm not begging. I'm here to collect protection fees. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast online felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The 2 teams finally clashed, the battle between the Dominator and the Dark Horse. I'm really looking forward to it. However, in the end, it should still be the Pulin team that gives out half their points. After all, they're still freshmen and are somewhat lacking against the Tiger team. What a pity. In a few years, the Pulin team will definitely stand out, but not right now. Yeah, didn't the team that was ranked 5th before also give away their points after seeing Hua Wenyo? At this moment, amidst all the discussions online, everyone was unaware that only Ge Yuan Yuan raised her eyebrows and stood up. Protection fees? I've never seen anyone like you who can collect protection fees, whether in the original world or now. Protection fees? Who are you to collect them? Chapter 152. Let the beautiful misunderstanding continue, perhaps because he had already heard similar words from Pran before at this moment. Hua Wenyo was not surprised at all by Ge Yuan Yuan's statement, and he could only smile and praise that these kids still had some fighting spirit. It's not enough to just be a hero in words. You really need to have some skills. Hua Wenyo spoke lazily, but there was already a hint of battle intent in his eyes. After all, encountering opponents without the ability or desire to resist was indeed uninteresting. On the contrary, the surface of Pran's team genuinely ignited a bit of his fighting spirit, and he felt that such people were worthy opponents. Do you want to fight? Let's not do this. We're all friends. At this moment, Chu Tong suddenly popped his head out from behind and said softly. This appearance left both Ge Yuan Yuan and Pran feeling a bit disheveled. What kind of configuration was this? In any team, it was impossible for there to be such a significant gap in viewpoints. It was clear that the 2 had realized the truth. After all, Chu Tong and Hua Wenyo were not in the same team. Or rather, Pran resembled more of a trophy for Hua Wenyo. It's just sparring. There's no need to say it so harshly. Hua Wenyo's gaze softened. He had grown accustomed to Chu Tong's untimely good intentions and his self-taught skills at coaxing people. Indeed, after hearing this, Chu Tong quickly made way. The interaction between the 2 left Pran's team somewhat bewildered, but it was not within their scope of contemplation. Who agree to spar with you? Please don't block the way. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly not intending to engage with this person. Whether it was sparring or communicating, it was unnecessary. I said you have to spar with me, so you must spar with me. This domineering statement caused Hua Wenyo's gaze to linger on Ge Yuan Yuan for a few rounds. Even he could see that this team had defeated the Crimson Fireworm, thanks to Ge Yuan Yuan's little tricks. Undeniably, while these tricks might not be very presentable, they were indeed effective. Don't be unreasonable. Ge Yuan Yuan frowned, clearly getting a bit angry. The last person who spoke so recklessly in front of her was already pushing up daisies. Hearing this, Hua Wenyo laughed instead of getting angry, speaking in a lazy tone. Then I'll insist on being unreasonable. What will you do about it? His voice was lazily low and carried a hint of seduction, causing Ge Yuan Yuan to furrow her brows and step forward to brush past Hua Wenyo. Step aside. However, Ge Yuan Yuan's hand was ultimately stopped, making her once again resentful of this frail body. Because of the inadequate nutrition she received during childhood, this body had never been in good shape, and now it seemed even more fragile in front of someone as physically strong as Hua Wenyo. Since I've already caught you, what difference does it make if we fight? If I lose, how about I give you half the points? Ge Yuan Yuan was too lazy to continue the stalemate and understood that it was utterly meaningless. So she nodded and coldly said, fine. After saying that, Ge Yuan Yuan turned back to get a mech from Zhuang Wu. Once she got into the mech, her eyes showed a hint of irritation. After seeing Hua Wenyo board his mech, Ge Yuan Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. She raised the cannon behind her and bombarded Hua Wenyo mercilessly. This was clearly a deadly move, forcing Hua Wenyo to retreat continuously in defense. This girl is quite fierce. Hua Wenyo also put away his previous lazy demeanor, his eyes filled with seriousness as he maneuvered the mech to avoid the energy cannons firing at him. Wherever he dodged, it was all energy cannons fired by Ge Yuan Yuan. Watching this scene, the members of Pran's team couldn't help but break into a sweat for Hua Wenyo. After all, they had never seen sparring so desperate. As Hua Wenyo dodged, he also moved towards Ge Yuan Yuan's direction. In just a few breaths, he had already entered within 5 meters of Ge Yuan Yuan's mech. Seeing Hua Wenyo getting closer, Ge Yuan Yuan retracted the energy cannon and held 2 wrenches in her hands. The moment Hua Wenyo approached, she struck the forehead of his mech with a blow. The force was so great that Hua Wenyo's mech shook. Observing this, Zhuang Wu couldn't help but recall the scene of Ge Yuan Yuan dismantling someone else's mech directly in the arena. He could only hope that Ge Yuan Yuan would spare Hua Wenyo some face. After all, she couldn't just dismantle Hua Wenyo's mech too. It must be said that Zhuang Wu was right. Ge Yuan Yuan was indeed planning to do just that. However, Hua Wenyo was indeed much stronger than those mediocre individuals. Had it not been for Ge Yuan Yuan's strong mental power, he might have been hit long ago. From Hua Wenyo's perspective, Ge Yuan Yuan appeared oddly capable. Although each of her strikes seemed incredibly heavy, she effortlessly evaded his attacks. If it could be described as luck once or twice, then after multiple times, there was a growing seriousness in Hua Wenyo's eyes. When facing a formidable opponent, one should show enough respect. As Hua Wenyo's speed surged again, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression also became serious. If earlier she had agreed to this sparring out of a desire to vent, with the competition becoming more intense, Ge Yuan Yuan became much more focused. Watching the escalating speeds of the two, everyone was a bit stunned. Chu Tong stared blankly at Pran and asked, "Is the person inside your team the mech repairman?" In response, Pran could only nod. Although this situation was somewhat absurd, it was indeed a fact. Even someone who fought continuously might not be able to ensure they wouldn't fall behind in a battle against Hua Wenyo, yet Yuan Yuan managed to do it. And she was just a mech repairman. This sense of astonishment continued to ferment in everyone's hearts, especially for the members of the Fierce Tiger team. They were all scared enough to swallow hard. If a mech repairman's strength was this formidable, then how powerful must the others be? For a moment, the other members of Pran's team could feel the looks from the few members of the Fierce Tiger team conveying a hint of fear. However, they had no intention of explaining. It was fine to maintain this beautiful misunderstanding. Clearly, at this moment, the two in the center of the battle had no extra thoughts to share with the audience outside. Their attention was taut to the limit, fearing that a slight lapse in concentration would expose a flaw. When strong opponents exchanged blows, every strike was lethal. Chapter 153. Who is the Zerg standing atop the high lookout tower? More watched the rioting crowds below. Many people held up flags and banners, protesting the lockdown measures. Beside him, an aide activated a nearby virtual screen to show more of the live footage. It displayed real-time surveillance from the starport docks, where many panicked citizens had disregarded the ban and rushed to the docks, hoping to board a starship to leave. The usually bustling docks were eerily silent now. All the starships remained grounded, and without Moore's orders, no ship was allowed to take off from here. The voices of the crowd outside grew louder, their anxious hearts driving them to break through the security. Some wealthy individuals with private starships were even piloting their ships, preparing to leave. Order that no civilian or public starship is to leave N9 without my command. Anyone who disobeys will be detained, Moore commanded. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked at the protesting crowd below and said to another aide, "Arrest the 3 leaders and those inciting the crowd." The overall situation was relatively calm. Logically, there shouldn't be such widespread panic. Someone must be stirring the pot. Even though the aide acted quickly, the crowd was clearly composed of professionals who were unashamed and immediately began crying out upon arrest. The citizens already in a state of panic. saw these individuals being taken away, and various rumors began to circulate, mostly conspiracy theories. The horrific wails heard during the military meeting had come from the military headquarters. Although the situation on in.He was dire, most ordinary citizens were still unaware of what was happening. Bang! With the sound of gunshot, all the chaos was silenced. A middle-aged man looked down at his shattered light brain in fear, trembling and afraid to move. No one was allowed to take photos or record videos to transmit the situation to the Starnet. Violators would be detained. Moore's voice was cold and merciless. As he looked down from his high vantage point, the dissatisfaction among the crowd grew heavier, but no one dared voice their grievances against Moore. Given the guns in the soldiers' hands, now everyone, return home. If any disobedient crowds are found marching outside tomorrow, they will be shot on the spot without report. Moore's green eyes glinted with cruelty as he issued the order. The entire star system was thrown into an uproar. Although Moore had destroyed one person's light brain, there were still thousands of people gathered at the scene, and someone managed to record his words and send them online. Unbeknownst to Moore, as he maintained order at the scene, events were already beginning to escalate online. This surreptitiously recorded incident started spreading through various channels on the internet. People online even began to argue heatedly, expressing many differing opinions on the matter. I don't believe the Marshal would do such a thing. The video must be maliciously edited. Only you would hold Moore as a hero, worshipping him every day. Now that you see his brutal nature behind the scenes, you still want to admit it. It's time to face reality. When a cockroach appears in the open, the ones in the dark have already multiplied. If you understand what I mean, give me a thumbs up. The storm of opinions gradually intensified, even overshadowing the current hot military competition. Aside from a few relatively well-known squads still receiving attention, many squad live streams were deserted. All the citizens who had taken to the streets had now been sent home. Moore looked at the heads, still peeking out restlessly, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Marshal, the situation has stabilized. But we still cannot determine who the hosts of the octopus insects are, Theodore said, his face unusually grave and anxious. Without being able to assess the number and location of the Zerg, everything we do is futile. Moore gazed at the constantly operating star navigation map, silent. First, keep everyone locked in their homes and interrogate those who caused the disturbance. A determined glint flashed in Moore's eyes, as if he had made a resolution. A secure email was sent at the fastest speed to the Emperor's inbox. In the interrogation room, 8 individuals involved in the disturbance were locked up. Moore sat down in a chair, silently observing them. Under Moore's gaze, the reactions of these individuals varied. Some cursed loudly, some begged for mercy, and some remained silent. Each looked like a living person, not infected hosts. I hope you can answer my questions truthfully. Moore toyed with a silver single-shot pistol in his hand, his eyes icy and merciless. There are 6 bullets in this gun. Whoever answers the fastest can leave here. Those who answer slowly will be shot. I hope you cherish this opportunity. No one wanted to die, especially in this situation. Regardless of what these 8 people had been doing earlier, all their attention was now focused on Moore, waiting for him to speak. How old are you this year? This simple question prompted the group to answer frantically as soon as it was asked. Those who answered correctly joyfully ran towards the open door. But a mocking glint flashed in Moore's green eyes. With a gesture for Moore, the guards on either side aimed at the fleeing individuals. With the sound of gunfire, everyone fell to the ground, dark bullet holes appearing in their chests. This sudden change made the only remaining person standing scream sharply, clutching their head and trembling. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Moore quickly yanked that person behind him, and the prepared flamethrowers around him almost instantly began firing, incinerating the corpses lying motionless on the ground. As the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air, the bodies that had seemingly lost all life began to move again. A horde of insects surged out from the corpses, leaving behind only 7 human skins and a mass of countless black insects on the ground. Chapter 154. Where is the first infected? Moore was not surprised by the appearance of this scene. The flamethrower promptly resolved the crisis. The outermost bugs had already been mostly exterminated by the flamethrower. The bugs were huddled together, accompanied by layers of charred insect corpses falling down, and the core bugs gradually revealed their true form. It was the octopus bug that Moore had seen before. "Marshal, you are mighty." The 8 bugs themselves had little attacking power, and they had been captured in glass bottles, placed before Moore. Indicating that these bugs should all be sent to the research facility, Moore pulled up the person behind him, warning him not to be easily swayed by others when he has nothing to do in the future. This was a small warning to the person. "Thank you, Marshal. Thank you, Marshal." The young man wearing glasses was moved to tears. "All right, you can go." Moore waved his hand, signaling the man to leave. The man joyfully took just 2 steps forward when a bullet pierced through his forehead. Moore put away the silver pistol, and the people around him followed the previous procedure to completely dismantle the person. When he asked the first question, he used the language of the insect race to capture all 7 not-so-smart bugs, leaving only this quick-reacting one. After experiencing great shock and sorrow, he was released. At the moment when his attention was most distracted, Moore also spoke that you can go in the language of the insect race. With 2 waves of bombshells dropped, all the captured people were completely eliminated. However, this method could only be used temporarily, not for a lifetime. All the octopus bugs had already been sent to the research facility to see if the researchers could find a way to identify them. Moore sat quietly in a chair. "Marshal, the star network has exploded. Everyone is demanding that you provide a reasonable explanation." A soldier rushed in. All the soldiers here were engaged in confidential work, with only a few literary soldiers still keeping an eye on the dynamics of the star network. When the situation escalated and even made it to trending topics, they had already started suppressing the news. But it was unclear which force behind the scenes was intervening. The news not only could not be suppressed, but was also gradually intensifying. When a person is a hero, not everyone may see him as a hero. But when the hero makes a mistake, countless eyes are closely watching him. The news that the insect race can now parasitize cannot be released for the time being. Until the research facility provides targeted solutions, the matter must be suppressed. Moore raised his hand and pressed his forehead, and then his whole demeanor became sharp. "I will go to the research facility later." After dropping this sentence, Moore hurried toward the research facility. The original research facility only had some relatively simple facilities and researchers. However, after the incident of insect parasitism occurred, Moore disregarded the objections of the group of researchers in the Chief Scientific Research Institute and forcibly brought in a batch of people for research. Now the entire research progress should be faster than before. As soon as he stepped through the door of the research facility, Moore immediately found the person in charge. "The latest samples have been sent to you. When can we develop results?" "General Moore, such matters cannot be rushed simply by your urging. I need infected individuals as experimental samples." The person in charge adjusted his glasses, his brows tightly furrowed. He had a million curses bottled up inside. Just now, there was clearly an opportunity to send in infected individuals, but the research facility didn't notify in advance, resulting in the last infected person also being killed by Moore. Now where could they find confirmed infected individuals? Moore's eyes darkened. "I will find them for you. You must come up with a method to detect infected individuals in 3 days, or I will kill you and replace you with someone new." After dropping this sentence, Moore hurriedly left. It was evident he was quite angry about the matter. The person in charge expressionlessly pushed up his glasses. At the leg of his glasses, a tiny button was gently pressed, and a string of encrypted messages was sent through a private channel. "Tierney has arrived at in.He star. The civilian situation is all good." Clearly, even though the situation on in.He star had been elevated to the highest level of confidentiality, powerful forces had still intervened. Turmoil was about to begin. Suppressing his inner agitation, Moore directly entered the military district that had already been isolated and monitored. The people here were the first to notice something was wrong. The infection had already penetrated quite severely. Just as they were about to report the news to the capital star, the infected senior military officers discovered the situation and immediately summoned the insect race to launch a surprise attack here. The insect race had already infiltrated a considerable number of bugs into the border star, and this attack was even a suicide mission. Not only were the bugs from in.He star summoned, but high-ranking bugs from other planets also rushed here as quickly as possible. The entire military district had almost turned into a hell on Earth. No one expected the insect attack to come so swiftly and suddenly. The last notification sent to the military department, and the screams were the efforts of all the soldiers on in.He star. Upon arriving here, Moore's first action was to seal off the entire military district and then evacuate the civilians. This was the origin of everything. If they wanted to find some root information, perhaps they would make unexpected discoveries here. Moore looked at the already somewhat desolate military department, faintly able to discern the tragic situation from the blood splattered everywhere. "Marshal, you don't need to blame yourself for this." Theodore appeared by Moore's side at some point. "We are all trying our best. Why couldn't I discover earlier that the insect race could parasitize?" Moore's voice was very ethereal, laced with self-reproach. Although he was hailed as a hero of the entire interstellar era, he had failed to react in time at the most critical moment to save these soldiers. Theodore said nothing, just accompanied Moore. The two walked around the entire military department, and Moore's mood calmed down significantly. "Alert all soldiers. If they find civilians whose eyes have turned black, regardless of whether it is an illusion, all must be captured and await my interrogation." After the sadness, Moore transformed back into the decisive and ruthless Marshal. The insect race must not have started parasitizing for no reason. We need to clarify the entire source and find the first infected individual. Perhaps the situation in the entire interstellar realm is already very dire. No one dared to continue speaking. The worst-case scenario was something no one wanted to imagine. Chapter 155, Fighting While Dismantling. As long as there is still one person inside who hasn't been infected, everything we do is meaningful. At this moment, Moore no longer had the cold and stern demeanor he once had. Instead, his eyes were filled with melancholy and sighs. The crowd of people didn't know what was happening, and, as someone who was aware, he naturally had to protect the civilians, even if it meant bearing more blame and worldly shackles. It didn't matter. "Marshal, you." After a moment of silence, CIAO understood Moore's persistence, but couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions as he looked at Moore's profile. If this situation were to happen to him, he might have already been unable to hold back and told everyone the truth. Despite Moore's outwardly cold demeanor, his heart was incredibly soft. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan was staring at Ge Yuan Yuan in front of her, her eyes filled with combat intent. To be honest, Ge Yuan Yuan's combat strength was indeed slightly inferior to that of Moore and Ge Yuan Yuan. However, when it came to the competition of mechs, it could infinitely stimulate Ge Yuan Yuan's potential. Ge Yuan Yuan watched as the mech in front of him moved increasingly unpredictably, to the point where he could barely catch her position. What was most alarming was that every attack he launched seemed to be anticipated by Ge Yuan Yuan. The moment his attack arrived, she had already dodged. Even when he used several feints, they were seen through by Ge Yuan Yuan. "This girl is quite interesting." With a glint in his eyes, something that Ge Yuan Yuan had never seen before rose behind Ge Yuan Yuan's mech. In the next instant, that object was launched toward Ge Yuan Yuan, causing her brows to furrow as she quickly darted backward. However, the attack seemed to be able to track her position. Rushing in her direction, a fiery red shell came straight for her face. Ge Yuan Yuan took a deep breath, maneuvering her mech to roll on the ground and dart off in a highly twisted manner. The shell seemed to be caught off guard, crashing to the ground due to Ge Yuan Yuan's extreme evasive actions. Only then did everyone see the power of the shell, which had created a pit in the ground, flames even spreading from it. If this were to fall on the Zerg, it should be able to burn them into invisible dust at an incredibly fast speed upon impact. Thinking of its potential use, everyone was shocked, and Zhuang Wu couldn't help but furrow his brows even tighter. Isn't this a newly developed weapon? How could a weapon researched by the top mech maintenance master, Hua Zhao-Yi, first appear on him? Hearing this, the members of the Tiger Squad cast a glance at Zhuang Wu that seemed to carry a hint of disdain, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Of course, that's our boss's sister. Any good stuff will naturally be given to family first." Although that person was trying hard to appear calm, the superiority and pride in their tone were still evident. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuhang couldn't help but mutter quietly, speaking so proudly, "If I didn't know better, I'd think Hua Zhao you was your sister." However, even though Shui Yuhang said this, he couldn't help but envy Hua Wen Yao for having a top mech maintenance master as a sister. After all, a top mech maintenance master, aside from basic repairs, also innovates gear for mechs, so naturally, Hua Wen Yao, as her brother, would also benefit from cutting-edge technology. The discussions among the crowd did not affect the two fighters at all. In fact, as Ge Yuan Yuan easily dodged that attack, Hua Wenyao became even more interested in her. After all, encountering someone like her was quite rare, even though her dodging appeared fluid. Ge Yuan Yuan was already feeling mentally fatigued. It was as if her mind was telling her she could continue, but her body was saying it couldn't hold on any longer. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but sigh, transforming the light hammer in her hand into a wrench as she rushed toward Hua Wenyao. If she didn't quickly finish the fight, it would just be a repeat of her embarrassing story. As Ge Yuan Yuan rushed toward him, Hua Wenyao not only didn't dodge, but instead looked even more excited, throwing a punch in her direction. However, Ge Yuan Yuan managed to twist her mech's position in midair, dodging that strike, and lightly tapped the wrench against Hua Wenyao's mech. Outsiders see the tricks, while insiders see the excitement. Only the mech maintenance masters from the other two teams understood what was happening, their expressions grave. Offending someone who was both powerful and capable of dismantling mechs barehanded was truly terrifying. The perception of Ge Yuan Yuan's danger undoubtedly increased another notch in everyone's minds. Although Hua Wenyao didn't know what exactly Ge Yuan Yuan was doing, based on previous combat experience, he knew she wouldn't engage in any pointless actions. So he remained extremely vigilant. The moment he realized something was off with Ge Yuan Yuan's actions, he dashed forward. Unfortunately, his reaction was still a bit slow. A nut on Hua Wenyao's mech had already been loosened by him, and now, as he dove forward, the entire mech trembled. To every soldier, the mech was an extremely important entity, and Hua Wenyao wasn't one to show off. He directly stored the mech in a spatial pocket. How did you do that? Fighting while dismantling a mech? That must be talent. She had already dismantled a mech back at military school. Who would have thought? Just as Hua Wenyao expressed his admiration, Shui Yuhang couldn't help but lean in to say, his tone brimming with pride. Ge Yuan Yuan remained calm in response to these words. After all, it was something she had done herself, and there was nothing to refute. Moreover, it wasn't something to be ashamed of. All right, I'll accept defeat, but you have to help me reassemble the mech. Hua Wenyao laughed casually giving some points to Pulin, his eyes sparkling with humor. Since she had taken it apart herself, reassembling it was a simple task. Ge Yuan Yuan pondered for a moment and then nodded. Okay, I should also thank you for bringing me points. Even though she felt exhausted, Ge Yuan Yuan still maintained a calm demeanor. Pulin, watching this scene, furrowed her brows. Having lived with Ge Yuan Yuan for a long time, she understood her the best. However, Ge Yuan Yuan's current performance did not indicate that she had relaxed. Chapter 156. Isn't this just an illegal team-up? Having already agreed, there was no need to play hard to get. Watching Hua Wenyao take out his mech, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly repaired it. All right, if there's nothing else, let's part ways here. At the beginning of their entrance into the secret realm, Ge Yuan Yuan had already confirmed that Hua Wenyao was not a host for the octopus bug. However, someone who could be so arrogant without being parasitized by the octopus bug could only be attributed to the excessive support and favoritism from his original family, which allowed him to act recklessly. Come on, let's exchange contact information. I have no money, no contact information. Ge Yuan Yuan said this very calmly, but it earned him a silent stare from the entire Tiger Squad. In this day and age, could there really be someone without a light brain? Are you joking with me? No, every word is true, and I don't think I need that thing. After hitting a wall again, Hua Wenyao couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose. Aside from his workaholic sister, he rarely faced rejection from others, and it was clear that Ge Yuan Yuan was also a special case. All right then, we will meet again. Hua Wenyao squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The peach blossom eyes, uplifted by this smile, looked like a quirky little fox spirit, completely shedding his previous lazy demeanor. However, in the next moment, he returned to his previous posture. Waving his hand, Hua Wenyao left with the Tiger Squad and the Chutong Squad. After a long while, when Ge Yuan Yuan saw Hua Wenyao again, he was still with the Chutong Squad, but by then, the Chutong Squad had already changed its name to the Rose Squad. But that was a story for later. One couldn't help but say that the other members of the Tiger Squad were truly relieved. Their captain had lost so many points without even blinking. If we lost that many points, I would be heartbroken. In response to Shui Yuhang's playful words, Ge Yuan Yuan just smiled and said softly, so according to you, If I lose this match, you're gonna blame me. Huh? Hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's words, Shui Yuhang suddenly realized, giving Ge Yuan Yuan a gesture to zip his lips, indicating that he would stop talking. How could that be? I was just joking. Ever since Ge Yuan Yuan had fainted once, Shui Yuhang's attitude towards him had become increasingly submissive. In his heart, his life had been saved by Ge Yuan Yuan, and since Ge Yuan Yuan hadn't said anything wrong, it was certainly fine to let Ge Yuan Yuan tease him a bit. As they gained points for the Tiger Squad, their position on the leaderboard shot up to second place. This was mainly because the Tiger Squad hadn't encountered many opponents. Otherwise, after splitting the points, the Rose Squad might have surged to first place. On the Star Network, it had already exploded. Due to the uproar caused by Moore, the news of the Tiger Squad losing to the Rose Squad had suppressed a lot of it. I'm just here to eat melon seeds. I don't know what happened. Can someone explain? The Rose Squad and the Tiger Squad met, and in the end, the Rose Squad won. You must know that the Tiger Squad is a well-known favorite to win the championship, while the Rose Squad was unknown before entering. Maybe it was because Hua Wenyo had a crush on that girl and didn't want to go all out. What are you talking about? If you have the ability, go stand under Hua Wenyo's attacks. If you can last 10 rounds, I'll call you dad. The discussions of the crowd did not affect those in the domain, but they caught the attention of Hua Jiaoyi. Although she was busy with work and had paid less attention to her brother, he was still her brother, and she would always be more observant. Naturally, when she saw that the Tiger Squad had actually fallen, she eagerly opened the recordings of that match on the Star Network. Originally enjoying the show, Hua Jiaoyi frowned when she saw Hua Wenyo actually using the Fire Dragon Bomb he had just developed. How can this kid go all out against a little girl? She even felt reluctant to watch the following scenes, but thinking about how Hua Wenyo ultimately lost, she hesitated and continued watching. When she saw the opposing mech dodge with incredible agility while dismantling the screws on Hua Wenyo's mech, Hua Jiaoyi was left dumbfounded. This little girl is really something. With this skill, no matter what she does, she would be a great candidate. After pondering for a moment, she used her light brain to dial a familiar number. Help me look up a person named Ge Yuan Yuan. After finishing, Hua Jiaoyi ignored the response on the other end and directly hung up the phone to continue her work. Now that we have enough points, should we continue deeper? Poulin glanced at the darkening environment in the distance, frowning as he asked the others. After all, they had come to the domain for training and improvement, and if they were to lose their lives in such a place, it would be unnecessary. Before the other members of the Rose Squad could respond, a voice interrupted from the side. Oh, isn't this the Rose Squad that everyone's talking about on the Star Network? I want to see what you're capable of. Yeah, it's just that Hua Wenyo is waterproof. Otherwise, how could such a weak team win against the Tiger Squad? But it's also because Hua Wenyo is foolish. Now that the points are with this squad, as long as we take them, they will all be ours. In an instant, a group of more than 10 figures slowly emerged from the nearby bushes. Judging by their appearance, they seem to have formed an illegal team in the domain. According to regulations, if there weren't enough military academy students to hunt the bugs, they could provide assistance. However, gathering several teams together to challenge one squad and try to seize their points was not allowed by the rules. But they happened to be in a blind spot of surveillance, so they felt emboldened. Jinping looked at the Rose Squad, which was surrounded by him and his companions, and couldn't help but lick his lips, stepping closer. Why don't you just surrender? I can still leave you some points. If these two girls are willing to have some fun with us, then leaving half for you is fine. The boss is right. Listening to this almost vulgar talk, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly and took a step forward, slapping Jinping's face. There are no mirrors here, and is there no water? If there's no water, then you better piss on yourself and see what qualifications you have to say such things. Chapter 157. Did they dig up your ancestors' grave in their last life? When Jinping heard this, he was so ashamed and angry that he didn't have time to hold back. He reached out and slapped Ge Yuan Yuan's face. Seeing this, Ge Yuan Yuan only snorted coldly, grabbing Jinping's hand with force and twisting it to the side. If he had encountered the peak period of Mu Air Ge Yuan Yuan, he might have had to be a bit more cautious, but against this rabble that could only win by numbers, Ge Yuan Yuan had never been afraid of anything. Pain, let go of me. Seeing Jinping's predicament, everyone was taken aback. They had never anticipated such a situation. In an instant, they exchanged glances and summoned their mechs. launching an attack towards Ge Yuan Yuan and his group. At this moment, Jinping was still trapped in Ge Yuan Yuan's grip, and the members of the Pran squad hadn't reacted to everything that was happening before they saw the energy cannon firing towards them. The deterrence from the energy cannon was already formidable. Even if it hit a mech, it would cause wear and tear. Not to mention, they were currently just flesh and blood, unprotected, as they watched the energy cannon descend and explode with a thunderous roar. The group that had come together raised their lips in a triumphant smile, their expressions somewhat arrogant. Jinping is one of ours. You have to give us more points for this. Then I fire that cannon, so I should be the new boss. While everyone was discussing, they suddenly saw the smoke disperse, and at that moment, the 6 members of the Pran squad and Jinping were standing unharmed, seemingly wrapped in an invisible ripple. Completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the previously boisterous group silently swallowed their words and smiled at the pale-faced Jinping. Boss, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Okay. Being able to lead this group, Jinping still had some strength and resources, so when they saw he was still alive, they all swallowed their previous words and even revealed a hint of flattering smiles. Wang Qingwei, who had just fired the cannon, even took a couple of steps forward and knelt down, slapping his own face a few times. The abrupt turn of events left Ge Yuan Yuan a bit stunned as he looked at Jinping, whom he was holding, filled with confusion. What's wrong? Did they dig up your ancestors' grave in their last life? Upon hearing this, Jinping's expression was no longer as pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, They didn't do that in their last life, but all their resources in this life come from me. How dare they be so bold, thinking they can hide everything just because there are no live broadcasting devices? Upon hearing this, Wang Qingwei nervously fidgeted with his clothes, speaking with a hint of panic. And no, I was saying that. I just thought you were so brave that you could definitely dodge it. As he spoke, Wang Qingwei gripped harder, as if trying to slap the flesh off his own face. Compared to future resources, this little bit of face and bodily harm was nothing. He was well aware that he had reached this point largely thanks to Jinping's support. However, he also looked down on Jinping. Despite having so many resources, he was still only about as capable as them. If Wang Qingwei had everything, he would definitely be 10 times better than Jinping. No, 100 times better. Moreover, Jinping was merely someone with a bit of family background. Why should he always look down on him? As if he owed him something? More and more dissatisfaction accumulated in his heart, which was why he could act like that earlier. Hearing this, Jinping merely snorted and took out his holographic device. I'll tell you, I will inform my parents about all this. Bang! Before Jinping could react, the holographic device in his hand was shattered cleanly, and he looked up with a mix of confusion and fear in his eyes, seeing that Wang Qingwei's gaze had already taken on a hint of madness. Since it has come to this, don't expect to survive. We will help comfort your parents well. Seeing Wang Qingwei's crazed expression, Jinping was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the other companions. At this moment, the others still appeared neutral, and Jinping couldn't help but furrow his brows and say, Are you just going to watch him target me? You should know who your benefactor is. He's already like this. When the time comes, uncles and aunts will definitely give us resources because we are his friends. I will speak well for you then. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, intensifying the hesitation in the hearts of the remaining members. At this point, whether they chose the right side would become a crucial factor. If the squad chose the wrong side, the consequences would be something they couldn't accept. Li Wenxiang, you also know that you just fought for points, and that has been heard clearly. Do you think he will still give you so many resources like before? And you guys, if he goes to find others, it will be the same. Only we are his companions. He doesn't understand our hardships. Plus, you all just stood by and watched. Hearing these words, the few who were still hesitating immediately strengthened their resolve, standing behind Wang Qingwei, which was somewhat impressive. At the very least, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but look at Wang Qingwei with a bit more respect. In comparison, Jinping seemed a bit naive. He had been hated by those around him for so long without any awareness. Ultimately, the people he had invested so many resources in turned against him. This situation was truly laughable. In an instant, Ge Yuan Yuan thought of De and the others. It seemed he had to find time to go back and check if that group of kids also showed any unusual behavior. It would be better to resolve the issue early. You guys. Jinping was a bit short of breath. Or rather, he had never imagined he would encounter such a situation. He still held a high position in his mind. Naturally, he couldn't accept this betrayal immediately. It wasn't until the few people charged at him that Jinping finally realized everything. Recognizing the harsh reality of his betrayal, he instinctively tightened his grip on Ge Yuan Yuan's clothes, closing his eyes. Seeing this, Ge Yuan Yuan just wanted to shake him off quickly. Since this was their internal conflict, she didn't want to get involved and be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 158. Not earning money is a bastard save me. When I get back, I'll give you the best mech. And whatever you want, just tell me, and I'll grant you a wish. No, 3 wishes. 5 wishes are fine too. Faced with a life-threatening situation, Jinping didn't bother to be arrogant anymore. He clutched Ge Yuan Yuan's clothes as if holding onto a lifeline, his cries becoming incoherent. However, listening to his promises, Ge Yuan Yuan changed his mind. After all, not earning money is a waste. Plus, seeing Jinping like this, he must have some money at home. A top-tier mech, who could resist that? Ge Yuan Yuan certainly felt he couldn't. All right, I agree. As he spoke, Ge Yuan Yuan casually dealt with Jinping and tossed him behind the Pran team. Everyone get busy. That's 5 wishes. I just want a mech. You each can have 1 wish. Ge Yuan Yuan said this with a calm demeanor, and naturally, the members of the Pran team enthusiastically took out their mechs. Their eyes filled with battle intent. These things were indeed tempting, but the actions of this group were also quite disgusting. According to Jinping's words, those things could even be fed to dogs, and the dogs would know to wag their tails at him. Yet he was blind and had raised a bunch of enemies. Wang Xingwei looked at the Pran team's group, his eyes filled with a cruel expression. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't want to pursue this further, but since you've delivered yourselves, I'll just take all your points for myself. Team 13, go entangle their main force and flanks. Team 2, follow me to crush their command. A confrontation between 1 team and 3 teams was a situation even Zhuang Wu had never encountered. But thinking about Jinping's promise, his eyes darkened, and he calmly issued commands. Pran, you don't need to care about who's in front of you. Just attack. As for Shui Yuhang and Qin Xiuming, protect Pran. This command was indeed extremely useful. Pran brandished a heavy sword and struck towards the mech in front, showing a posture that disregarded all attacks. As the saying goes, the reckless fear the fearless, and the fearless fear those who don't value their lives. Pran's seemingly reckless fighting style did indeed make others hesitate. Moreover, the ranged attacks were completely blocked by Shui Yuhang and the others, not harming Pran in the slightest. Watching this scene, Ge Yuan Yuan squinted his eyes and coldly said, no wonder they are a rabble. They really lack strength. Wang Xingwei's eyes were filled with hatred as he glanced at the battlefield, urging his mech to charge straight at Zhuang Wu. The light hammer smashed down towards his head, but was completely blocked by Bianqi, who rushed up from behind. With a crisp sound, Wang Xingwei was sent flying out of his mech, retreating more than 10 meters before barely stabilizing himself. I thought she was just talking nonsense. But it seems that's not the case. Bianqi's voice was rarely heard, and now that she spoke suddenly, it was somewhat amusing. After all, this was enough to force Bianqi to speak up. At this moment, Jinping, who was crouching safely in Bianqi's mech and trying to lower his presence, didn't dare to speak. He felt lonely, small, and helpless. If he had known that Ge Yuan Yuan's group was so powerful, why would he provoke them? He felt like crying without tears. However, at least it wasn't him facing off against Ge Yuan Yuan's group. Thinking of this, Jinping could look at everything outside with a clear conscience. Moreover, he was trying to brainwash himself to forget the flirtation he had with the Yuan Yuan at the beginning. After all, Ge Yuan Yuan was really good looking. He just made a mistake that any man could make. I don't believe it. Wang Qingwei's eyes revealed a hint of madness, and his words were no longer rational. Forget about those people. Just go after their rear guard. I don't believe that after I smash this mech, Jinping can still hide inside. Hearing this, they exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, charging towards Bianqi's direction. Even if they were on the wrong path, there was nothing they could do but continue down it. Seeing the mech charging towards him, Bianqi just sneered, and the moment her low, mocking laughter emerged, Wang Qingwei suddenly felt a fear of being targeted by a beast. In the next moment, he saw in.He charging at him with a light hammer. The speed was so fast he had no time to dodge, and he activated a shield with his mech, looking for a way to evade. But even so, he was hit directly by in.He's hammer on his shield. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, Wang Qingwei saw cracks appearing on his shield. With in.He's next strike, the hammer shattered the shield and smashed into the chest of the mech. As for the others, they had long been blocked by the other members of the Pran team. It was simply a joke. How could they allow unrelated personnel to interfere in in.He and Wang Qingwei's one-on-one duel? Moreover, these rabble, let alone the other members of the Pran team, intervening. Even Zhuang Wu watching from the sidelines wouldn't let anyone escape. Compared to in.He's movements, Jinping inside in.He's mech was already dumbfounded. Aside from being dazed, his only thought was, this is so satisfying. This kind of one-sided torment was even more enjoyable than when he teamed up with several teams to bully others. Is this the joy of overwhelming force? While Jinping happily watched the show, he was already thinking of giving the Pran team a better reward and asking them if they could teach him some skills. These thoughts circled in Jinping's mind. And when he came back to reality, Wang Qingwei's mech was nearly wrecked. He saw a battered mech lying on the ground, unable even to stand up. Wang Qingwei's eyes were already red with rage, his eyes bloodshot, and after retracting his mech into a spatial button, he looked at in.He with a mix of fierceness and grievance. Why did Jinping have such good luck? Born with parents to protect him. He could have killed him, but now someone was protecting him. Why didn't he have such good luck? Why did he have to listen to him and treat him as the boss? Chapter 159. There was simply too much given before at this moment. The other members of the Pran team had already subdued the group of rabble. Hearing Wang Qingwei's words, a hint of mockery appeared in Pran's eyes. She took a couple of steps forward, scanning Wang Qingwei from head to toe, her words gentle yet piercing straight to his heart. I've never been in a wealthy position in our team, but everything I have is earned by myself, which is why I'm the captain of this team. A captain everyone respects. But what have you done? Relying on resources given by others to improve, and then turning around to blame them? Isn't that the same as eating with one hand and cursing with the other? Each word struck Wang Qingwei like ice picks, filling his eyes, previously full of hatred, with endless confusion as he looked at Pran and then at Jinping, who had just exited his mech. Was it really my fault for your foolishness? Upon hearing this, Jinping surprisingly showed no anger, only a long sigh filled with melancholy. It's my thinking that was flawed. I thought as long as I provided you with enough resources, everything would be fine, but I never considered building a good relationship with you. I won't tell my parents about this, but our relationship ends here. With these words from Jinping, it was as if a period was placed on the relationships among them. The expressions of the others, once complex and struggling, instantly turned to melancholy. Regardless, having spent even a short time with Jinping, some subtle feelings had mixed in. For the sake of benefits, they could disregard these faint feelings. But when the benefits faded and only emotions remained, how could they not feel a hint of guilt towards Jinping? Seeing the expressions of the group, Jinping showed no reaction. He thought, if I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Everything has already happened, so regretting it now is of no use. Hua Jiaoyi looked at the information she had received and frowned slightly. If the claims in this data were true, then Ge Yuan Yuan's background was quite impressive. However, even so, it was rare to see such outstanding talent emerge, and it seemed she hadn't heard of Ge Yuan Yuan being recognized by a family. Instead, it appeared that Ge Yuan Yuan had been struggling alone, and in the process, there seemed to be some connection with their empire marshal, Mu'er. Quite interesting. After looking through the information in her hands, Hua Jiaoyi waved her hand and directly crushed the string of information into fragments. Then she lowered her head and focused on her work regarding how to discern whether interstellar people were parasitized by the octopus bugs. If relying solely on repeated attempts, who knows how many bugs might be overlooked? Only by truly researching and developing instruments could they ensure the safety of the interstellar populace. In the early morning, after tapping on the table and hesitating for a while, she stood up and opened a door. Inside was Hua Jiaoyi's experimental area, where she frowned and looked at Hua Jiaoyi, gently inquiring, have there been any breakthroughs? We've extracted some samples from these octopus bugs, which should be able to provide proof. But we still need to find people parasitized by the octopus bugs to fully confirm and achieve production. Upon hearing this, Ling Chun bit her lip but eventually nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. After saying this, she quickly dialed Mu Air's holographic communicator, her tone carrying a somewhat casual attitude that made the listener furrow their brow. I wonder if our Marshal has found anyone parasitized by the octopus bugs. If found, they need to be sent over quickly. Otherwise, our research can't continue. There's less than a day left until the time we agreed upon. Listening to the voice on the other end, Mu Air felt a headache coming on as he stared at the ceiling, filled with endless melancholy. Due to the previous incident, these octopus bugs had become much more cautious. Now all residents of N9 were safely staying at home. How could he distinguish them? I understand, just wait. After saying this, Mu Air hung up the call. On the other end, Ling Chun looked at the disconnected call without anger, instead slightly raising the corners of her mouth, her fingertips lightly tapping on the holographic device. This is getting more interesting. It seems our Marshal also encounters unsolvable problems. Mu Air was completely unaware of Ling Chen's thoughts. His only idea was to find the octopus bugs hidden among the crowd as soon as possible. Can I follow you guys? Jinping looked up at Ge Yuan Yuan, tentatively asking. He knew that his initial words had been somewhat frivolous, but now he realized he had made a mistake. Moreover, he had promised Ge Yuan Yuan and the others several requests. To this, Ge Yuan Yuan did not respond. Instead, Pran frowned and turned to look at Jinping, her eyes carrying a somewhat ambiguous expression. Pran had not expected that Jinping intended to join them. After all, they were neither enemies nor friends. Yet Jinping dared to bring this up. A hint of hesitation ignited in Pran's heart. Considering the wishes Jinping had mentioned, she felt a rare sense of loosening. These wishes were something Ge Yuan Yuan had fought for with her own abilities, and they had indeed saved Jinping. Bringing him along didn't seem impossible. But before Pran could speak, Ge Yuan Yuan coldly stated, "No way." Upon hearing this, Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief. You just promised to save me, and now you're refusing to let me come along? Jinping's words were clear. If she could save his life, then allowing him to join them for such a small matter should be reasonable. However, it was evident that Ge Yuan Yuan had her own judgment. She was unwilling to pay attention to someone like Jinping, who lacked discretion in his words. Previously, she had only agreed because he had given so much, which she found hard to resist. But now, since Jinping had not provided any substantial benefits, there was naturally no need to let him join. Moreover, having a person who was careless with their words follow them was not a good idea at all. So Ge Yuan Yuan was determined not to let Jinping accompany them. Well, I said it's impossible. You cannot follow us, Ge Yuan Yuan firmly stated, as if nothing could shake her resolve. Chapitre 160, dog.Ge. Only one person escapes to report previously. It was because he had given too much. But now, precisely because Jinping had given enough before, it lacked attraction. In terms of human relationships, Jinping was not a fool either. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately clung to Bian-Chi's leg, tears welling in his eyes, saying, "Please don't abandon me. I really don't know what to do alone. I'm so lonely." Seeing Jinping like this, Bian-Chi could only remain silent for a moment, his gaze inadvertently drifting over a group of people who had clearly been abandoned by Jinping. Although this group was indeed not impressive, if Jinping said he needed them, they would definitely rush over. Otherwise, it might be better to let him stay. His nature wasn't bad. After a moment of hesitation, Bian-Chi managed to squeeze out a few words. For him, protecting the weak and his companions was a natural duty, so seeing Jinping like this, Bian-Chi really couldn't bring himself to refuse. If you must be this way, then let it be. Perlin glanced at the expressions of the crowd and ultimately agreed to this statement. Looking at the various expressions of Perlin's team, which clearly showed an accommodating sentiment, Jinping felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart and let out a huge sigh of relief. Then, he raised the corners of his mouth into a smile and obediently walked over to Bian-Chi's side, as if he wanted to become the second defender of Perlin's team. Since that's the case, let's take a short break. Only by adjusting their state could they face the final test in the dark forest. Deep within the domain was a dark forest, which was always changing rapidly. Even the person who first discovered the domain could not guarantee what kind of insect species would appear inside or what forms of ecology would evolve. All of this posed a considerable challenge to those who wanted to enter the dark forest. Just as everyone was resting, a rustling sound from the nearby grass revealed that someone was moving. Hearing the noise, Prulin instantly stood up, displaying a combat-ready posture, as if prepared for battle at any moment. Fortunately, the one coming out of the grass was a familiar face, Chutong. Hua Vinyu. Hua Weini-O is trapped in the dark forest. The rest of our team is also trapped inside, and I'm the only one who barely escaped. Please help us. Seeing the utterly distressed man before her, Ge Yuan Yuan fell silent for a moment. To be honest, she didn't like Hua Weini-O's personality because it resembled her former self to some extent, but she couldn't deny that she also admired him. Given this, whether for the team to earn more points or to rescue the members of the Tiger team, they had to enter the now darkened forest where the path ahead was completely unclear. I understand. Don't worry, we were planning to go in anyway. Chutong, who looked so sorrowful, gently patting his back. This gesture from Prulin seemed to give him some reassurance, and Chutong's sobs quieted a bit. He began to explain in detail to Prulin's team what had happened after they entered the dark forest. When we first entered the dark forest, we were surrounded by several third-tier insect species, but we easily eliminated them. We thought it wouldn't be too difficult afterward, but we suddenly fell into a trap set by virtual insects, surrounded by countless low-tier insects and 3 fourth-tier insects. Hua Weini-O and the others fought with all their might to get me out, just to relay some information. You must save him, otherwise they might really die inside. Ge Yuan Yuan had little compassion for the weak. She merely glanced at him before looking away, replenishing energy for the mecha. Among them, she prioritized repairing Zhuang Wu's mecha. Due to being struck directly by the insect's tentacle, Zhuang Wu's mecha had a deep scratch across it. This mark, in a real battle, represented a fatal wound that couldn't be ignored, and Ge Yuan Yuan naturally had to expend considerable effort to repair Zhuang Wu's mecha. Although Chutong was anxious, he understood that he could not rush what Ge Yuan Yuan was doing at the moment. He could only watch anxiously from the side without daring to urge her. As Ge Yuan Yuan's work became more meticulous, the urgency in Chutong's eyes became increasingly apparent. Yet he knew that even if he rushed into the dark forest right now, it would be futile. He would merely become another casualty. He had never hated himself so much. He hated his powerlessness, hated his past laziness, and hated that he couldn't save his teammates from the situation surrounded by insects. At this time, when Muir stepped out of the building, his gaze had become considerably stern, looking at the crowd in the bustling area with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The Research Institute was waiting for Muir to catch a ready-made infected person. However, without a concrete plan, it was difficult for him to determine who the infected person was. Taking a deep breath, Muir's eyes suddenly became resolute. In the face of the future of the entire star system, his personal interests were utterly insignificant. Now, seal off the entire mall. Muir instructed his soldiers, gathering all the people in the area to the square outside. A team of mecha soldiers had completely sealed off the area. Even large instruments had begun to connect, and many ordinary citizens wanting to record and send videos to their friends had noticed that there was no signal here at all. Muir appropriately appeared before the crowd, his expression somewhat cold. According to reports, an infected person has appeared here, so we ask all citizens to cooperate with our investigation. Please do not panic. We will start testing from the outer layer. With the enhancement of mental power, even without any communication device, Muir's voice was exceptionally loud. Even though Muir had done many absurd things, as a marshal, people still had basic trust in him. Moreover, this was about an infection, which the residents of in.He Star naturally took very seriously. The panicked crowd gradually calmed down and began to line up in long queues. Although the progress at the Research Institute had significantly advanced, it was still far from the clinical stage, and Muir's current actions were entirely risky. Following a distribution of 20 people per small team, soon the soldiers brought in the first small team. A strange glint flickered in Muir's green eyes as he placed a small vial before everyone. You all come up and smell this vial. Don't be nervous. Chapter 161. Warning of Public Anger. Capturing infected individuals, a glimmer of something unusual flashed across Mu Air's emerald green eyes as he placed a small vial in front of everyone. "You all come up and smell this vial. Don't be nervous." Mu Air's tone was very steady, although some of the people brought in were tense. Most of them reacted normally. The first to step forward was a chubby man who instinctively frowned as he caught a whiff of the gas in the vial. Feeling a slight discomfort, Mu Air's expression remained calm, but he suddenly released a tremendous mental pressure that enveloped the man. The contents of the vial were merely a simple inducement. The true test of whether someone was infected lay in whether the man's eyes would show any abnormalities under such pressure. This was an action completely prohibited by military courts. He was playing with fire, beyond the seriousness of the situation. Mu Air's excessive use of mental power was a severe challenge to himself. To be honest, mental power is an extremely fragile thing for everyone, and Mu Air's way of using it would inevitably affect his own psyche. But thinking of the testing method that was just one step away from yielding results and the lives of people on planet in.He and other planets, he had to continue even if his mental power could not bear it. As the testing in the community reached its conclusion, Mu Air, sitting in a chair, started to tremble slightly, nearly reaching his limit. Due to his overexertion of mental power, Mu Air's complexion had turned somewhat pale. Xiao looked at Mu Air in this state, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes before quickly being suppressed. He understood what Mu Air was doing and recognized its necessity. Naturally, even if he felt heartache, he could only let things unfold as they were. Otherwise, all of Mu Air's previous efforts would be in vain. Next batch. Even though Mu Air's voice remained calm, Xiao could still detect a hint of tremor. Releasing mental pressure was already a highly consuming task, let alone doing it multiple times on different individuals. The next group, waiting to be tested, was soon brought in by soldiers from outside. Mu Air felt his vision darkening. Almost the instant that group entered the room, Mu Air released his mental pressure without hesitation, even more forcefully than before. He had to find the infected individuals as quickly as possible. However, despite the discomfort felt by the people in the room, none of them exhibited any abnormality in their eyes. This testing was a sudden decision, and almost no one had been notified in advance. Thus, there was no possibility of cheating. A more terrifying suspicion began to surface in Mu Air's eyes. Perhaps his initial line of thought had been wrong. Infection by the insect race was not based on population density, but rather on the level of mental power. But at this point, he could not stop. "Marshal, let's end today's testing here." Xiao stepped forward anxiously to persuade Mu Air. Having fought side by side for so long, no one understood Mu Air's mental power better than him. With such prolonged exertion, it was nearly depleted. "Let us finish testing the entire community first. Don't worry about me. I can hold on." Mu Air's voice carried a sense of composure as the next group was quickly brought in. Changing his approach, Mu Air first scanned the mental power levels of the current group, then unleashed all his pressure on the individual with the highest level, an A-grade engineering designer. Almost instantly, a flicker of black crossed that person's eyes before quickly dissipating. Mu Air swiftly captured these fleeting traces. With a surge of joy in his heart, he forcibly suppressed it and instructed the soldiers outside, "Take this group out and let the next group in." The entire team followed the small door out, and Mu Air quickly made a combat signal to Xiao beside him. As this group exited through the small door, they were met by armed soldiers. "What do you want?" The first woman to exit cried out in terror, only to be forcibly pinned to the ground. None of this group escaped. They all displayed expressions of shock, even starting to curse, but the strong soldiers would not allow them to flee. Within 3 rounds, the entire group was pinned to the ground, with the most suspicious engineer being the first to be subdued. "You can't do this. I can sue you all in the imperial court. I've never heard of the army attacking its own citizens." The soldiers ignored her protests and separated the group for escort. Watching the developments outside, Xiao felt relieved and silently gave an okay hand gesture. A weak smile appeared on Mu Air's face. "Arrest everyone and wait for my interrogation later. First, arrange the public relations department. It's likely that not just a large number of people on in.He are infected, but other planets will need to start checking as well." "Yes, Marshal." Xiao immediately stood at attention, giving Mu Air a straight military salute. The reason was simple. If this matter got exposed, Mu Air's reputation would surely face severe criticism, with all sorts of gossip and media descending like vultures sensing carrion. We will send the second test subject to the Research Institute for study first. If all goes well, the Institute should be able to produce a widely applicable reagent within 3 days. As soon as this was said, joy spread across the faces of everyone in the room. They had already delayed here for too long. If they couldn't find a suitable solution soon, the capital was already discussing completely destroying planet N9, adhering to an attitude of better to mistakenly kill than let go, annihilating tens of thousands of civilians and all military institutions. Although this was inhumane, it was the Emperor's order. The remaining individuals still needed to be tested. If there were any that slipped through the cracks, they too would be captured and sent over to prevent the Research Institute from causing any more trouble. Muir let out a forced sigh of relief. Ignoring the sharp pain like needles in his mind, he raised his voice, bringing in the next team. The next group entered the room as usual. Do you know anything related to the infected individuals? Accompanied by Muir's stern shout, a wave of mental power surged forth. Everyone present reacted differently, but not a single person had black eyes. Chapter 162. A faint response to the call. Muir waved his hand, and suddenly his palm fell straight down. Watching this group of testers leave the room, Theodore was about to ask Muir something, but suddenly noticed Muir with his head down, quietly sitting in the chair. Marshal? Theodore tentatively called out, but he couldn't hear Muir's response. Muir! With this urgent call, Theodore's voice became anxious. Quick, go call the healer. The Marshal has collapsed from mental exhaustion. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan was watching Zhuang Wu's mech gradually recover to a fully operational state under his command. His eyes filled with joy. Watching something regain vitality under his hands was indeed a wonderful thing. In fact, Ge Yuan Yuan was so excited that he used the remaining materials to rearm Zhuang Wu's mech with an extra layer of armor and alarms, to prevent the mech from being damaged again. No one wants their hard work to be carelessly destroyed, right? Just as he put down his tools, Ge Yuan Yuan habitually felt the power and mental energy within himself, only to find that the contract that was once floating there had now dimmed. If so, then Zhuang Wu must have suffered some kind of mental injury. Ge Yuan Yuan furrowed his brow and pursed his lips. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan like this, the members of the Pran team, including Chu Tong, felt tense. They were unclear about what problem Ge Yuan Yuan was facing. Or rather, could there be other injuries to this already impressively repaired mech? Muir. Ge Yuan Yuan called out to Muir through the contract, but found that there was no response from the other side, only a faint instinctual reaction. Feeling this slight response, Ge Yuan Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the contract was dim, as long as Muir had an instinctual reaction, then the mental trauma he suffered should not be too severe. Opening his eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan glanced at the anxious Chu Tong beside him and gently exhaled. It was at this moment that Ge Yuan Yuan realized he had been so tense that he had temporarily stopped breathing. She seemed to care more about Muir than she had thought, caring about that pet she picked up on the garbage star. Without any hesitation, Ge Yuan Yuan directly channeled her mental energy into the contract, hoping this would help the currently weakened Muir. After doing this, Ge Yuan Yuan patted the dust off her legs and stood up. She looked over Chu Tong and softly said, "It's all right now. We can prepare to head into the dark forest." Upon hearing this, Chu Tong finally relaxed, and tears began to fall from his eyes like beads from a broken string. He quickly wiped his tears and walked towards the forest. "You all follow me. I'll take you to save Hua Wenyo." Watching Chu Tong's actions, Ge Yuan Yuan simply shrugged. Although Hua Wenyo was somewhat like her, there were still differences. After all, she would never take along someone who cried so easily. As soon as they stepped into the forest, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but frown. The environment here was somewhat reminiscent of the mining fields on the garbage star. The faint substance floating inside was demonic energy, just diluted many times over. Since there was still demonic energy in this area, it was no wonder that the insectoids here were so aggressive and boisterous. This amount of demonic energy had no effect on Ge Yuan Yuan, but the locals like Pran and the others felt a strong discomfort and couldn't help but take a half step back. It seemed there was something in the air that made people uncomfortable, so they had to cover their mouths and noses. Chu Tong had been here once and was much more indifferent to the air, explaining to everyone. However, He had no idea what this was. Moreover, he was even less clear that this demonic energy had no trace to follow. So how could it simply be filtered out by covering their mouths and noses? As for all this, Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of explaining. She simply discreetly chanted a mantra, absorbing the surrounding demonic energy while everyone covered their mouths and noses. In an instant, Shui Yuhang felt his breathing become much more comfortable and finally let out a sigh of relief. You kid really has a way. This method is quite good. Hearing this, Chu Tong couldn't help but show a hint of confusion in his eyes. He and T realized that the difference after covering their mouths and noses could be so significant. He even knew that covering their mouths and noses was merely a method of self-deception, but who knew it would actually be effective? Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of revealing all of this to the others. Instead, she silently walked among the crowd, attributing all the credit to Chu Tong. The ability to absorb demonic energy, if it were to be disclosed, would surely cause an uproar across the galaxy. She had no intention of revealing all her trump cards. Quick, it's just ahead. Seeing the trees in the distance already smashed into broken branches, Chu Tong's eyes brightened, and his pace quickened significantly. Get into the mechs. Stay in combat mode at all times. Hua Wenyo looked at the fourth-tier insectoids in front of him, his eyes already tinged with gray. Looking around at his companions, he could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. It could be said that whether it was Chu Tong's team or the Tiger team, he was the strongest fighting force. If he fell, they would likely be unable to hold on. It's just 3 fourth-tier insectoids. They can't do anything to us, right? Moreover, Chu Tong has gone back for help. We just need to hold on until he returns. They had heard this too many times already, and now upon hearing it, they could only muster a bit of spirit to continue grappling with the insectoids in front of them. Even though there were no casualties for the time being, everyone already understood that they might not be able to hold out until help arrived. Moreover, there was not a single surveillance camera in this forest, making it difficult for outside rescue forces to penetrate. How could anyone be willing to take the risk? For all of this, they had already realized that they might not have a chance to survive. Even so, allowing one person to escape from here might also be a good thing. As members of the military academy, they did not wish for the sacrifice of anyone who could stand on the battlefield against the insectoids in the future. Even if only one person could escape, it would still be better than an entire army being wiped out. Even if their mechs were damaged, they would fight until the last moment for dignity and for the remaining hope. After spending this time together, Hua Wenyo understood that Chu Tong would definitely return. Rationally, he hoped that Chu Tong would not come back because the traps here were not something an ordinary team could solve. But emotionally, he did not want to be betrayed and hoped for a miracle, that someone could come to rescue his group from this sea of insects. Chapter 163. There is no turning back. Hua Wenyo. Hearing this call, Hua Wenyo's pupils suddenly widened. He used a light hammer to repel the insectoid in front of him and turned to look into the distance. There stood Chu Tong. What are you doing here? You've already left. Why come back? Emotionally, Hua Wenyo was touched, but he preferred that Chu Tong had not returned, at least to live well, rather than being trapped in this insectoid's lair, lying with his own corpse. Of course, I came back to save you, and I called Ge Yuan Yuan here too. Listening to Chu Tong's excited words, Hua Wenyo noticed the Pulin team slowly emerging from behind the trees, along with Jin Peng trailing at the back. I am sorry. You really shouldn't have gotten involved. You should hurry and leave. Before Hua Wenyo could finish his sentence, the insectoids seemed to have gained intelligence and discovered the whereabouts of Ge Yuan Yuan's group, surrounding the Pulin team that had just entered. At this point, everyone was already surrounded by the insectoids, making it impossible to determine who had a better chance of escaping. Observing the situation, Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow. If this scenario were considered a beast tide from the original world, she had never truly feared it. Moreover, there was no turning back now. Just watch. Ge Yuan Yuan snorted coldly, her crisp voice slowly expressing. Although the members of the Tiger team vaguely understood that their presence might not help much, it was undeniable that the arrival of the Pulin team acted as a booster, giving them stronger courage and determination. When fighting alone, one could still be brave and fearless. Now that help had arrived, how could they easily give up? At this moment, everyone had already charged into the fray and was engaged in battle with numerous insectoids. Meanwhile, Ge Yuan Yuan fell in a deep thought. With the thinking patterns of these insectoids, they shouldn't be capable of such actions. Therefore, the only possibility was that there were higher-tier insectoids secretly manipulating the development of everything here. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but glance around. The dense forest and mist intertwined, making it impossible to see the direction ahead, let alone the insectoids that might be hiding in the dark. Slowly closing her eyes, Ge Yuan Yuan used her mental power to scan the surrounding environment. If they were true interstellar beings, their mental power would be attacked by the demonic energy upon encountering the mist. However, as a being from the demon realm, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't be harmed by the demonic energy in the mist. Instead, it seemed that the demonic energy sensed something and gathered around her soul power, protecting and surrounding it. None of this was known to the others. Before them were countless insectoids, seemingly impossible to eliminate completely. Perhaps they could guess that higher-tier insectoids were controlling everything, but they clearly lacked the energy to search or think more, nor did they dare to. They were just afraid of another wave of despair arriving. As long as we can hold on longer, we will definitely find a way to win. Pulin looked at the insectoids in front of her, swinging a heavy sword down and speaking comforting words to her companions. Though these words were useless, they indeed helped to lift spirits. The members of the Tiger team exchanged glances at Zhuang Wu's mech, noticing that Ge Yuan Yuan showed no additional reaction. A strange feeling rose in their hearts, hard to define as disappointment or helplessness. They had thought Ge Yuan Yuan would take action. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan's mental power spread out, constantly echoing in this place, searching for unusual areas. In this situation, the group had reached the point of exerting all their strength. Looking at the countless insectoids, Jinpeng took a deep breath and opened fire at the gathering of these insectoids, muttering. If he were to die in a confrontation with the insectoids, it seemed much better than his previously absurd and glorious life. Regarding Jinpeng's words, in.He fell silent. He had heard about Jinpeng's past and had spent several days with him. In.He couldn't quite tell whether Jinpeng resembled the rumors he had heard, but he could say that he was still a man of blood and had not been as extravagant and excessive as the rumors suggested. This isn't a real confrontation. You must go to the front lines to see, or else it would be a waste of everything you've done. Hearing this, Jinpeng suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in his nose, pursed his lips, and ultimately just smiled. He had not yet faced a true confrontation with the insectoids. So how could he die here? The feeling of mental exhaustion should have been quite uncomfortable. However, when Moore awoke from his coma, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The mental power that should have been slowly recovering was suddenly filled, even completely overshadowing the feeling of mental exhaustion. Marshal, you're awake? A nearby healer noticed that Moore had woken up, her face showing some relief. She handed him a vial of potion, specifically developed for mental exhaustion. Drinking it should make you feel much better. The pale green vial contained a potion that emitted a faint fragrance. It's been a while. Your healing abilities have improved again. Moore took the potion, feeling completely relaxed. In response, the healer's face displayed a hint of awkward hesitation. She earnestly told Moore, "You misunderstood. When I was called to treat you, your mental power was already in a stable state. Although it wasn't very full, it had not reached the point of exhaustion. And even over time, it was gradually improving." Moore couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the healer in the large white robe and nodded casually. This situation wasn't too serious. Perhaps my body's self-healing ability has improved again. Brushing off the matter, Moore had already vaguely guessed where his mental power had come from during his coma. Since you're awake, I won't disturb you further. The soldiers in the camp are still waiting for me. The female healer's face bore an unmistakable look of fatigue. She had come from a battlefield, where the situation was even more dire, with countless soldiers still waiting for her to save them. Watching the white robe gradually disappear through the door, Moore looked at the potion in his hand and decided to give it to someone who needed it more. Picking up a hat nearby, Moore quickly walked outside. The infected individuals had already been captured, and the research at the lab should have yielded some results. Before Moore could exit the treatment room, Ling Chen approached him with an excited expression, quickly making his way to Moore. Chapter 164. The seismic shock of the pupils. The reagent for large-scale testing has been developed, and we can soon begin widespread testing. Ling Chen's voice was filled with excitement, but the dark circles under his eyes revealed that he had probably been extremely busy lately. We will immediately start testing according to the administrative districts, equipping a large number of mecha soldiers to find the infected and eliminate them on the spot, ensuring that not a single octopus bug is spared. Moore's voice carried a heavy tone. Every infected individual represented the loss of an interstellar citizen. If it were an ordinary infectious disease, the protocol would certainly be to take the patient for treatment. However, the octopus bug was ruthless, devouring human flesh and blood entirely. Despite being an aberrant insect race, it disguised itself and infiltrated human society. The testing was left to the subordinates, and Ling Chun even made a decision on Moore's behalf, his expression far more serious than before. "Please follow me. We have discovered something even more interesting." Moore stared intently at Ling Chun, seeing an indescribable excitement on his face. After delegating the testing tasks, Moore followed Ling Chun to the deepest laboratory in the research institute. Inside was the engineer from before, but unexpectedly he was now somewhat distorted, his form looking quite strange. He could hardly even be described as human anymore. Moore looked at the aberration before him, where the eyes and mouth had swapped places, and hair grew on its stomach, and asked, "What have you done to him?" Such results could never come from ordinary experimental research. "Oh, it's nothing. Our experimenter accidentally fed it some high-proof liquor, and this octopus bug got drunk, losing control of its actions and speech. Not only did it fail to piece together a complete human form, but it also spilled many secrets." Ling Chun directly ignored the insectoid before them and led Moore to a nearby computer. On it was recorded the audio of what the octopus bug had said after getting drunk, translated into human language. The octopus bug revealed the location of the highest-level octopus bug that invaded N9 star. "We immediately went to the address mentioned by the bug to capture it." Ling Chun led Moore out of the laboratory, passing through several smart doors requiring iris verification, until they reached a more concealed location. Inside was a military academy student, who still bore some human semblance, but was mumbling indistinctly in low-frequency insect language. "Marshal, it seems the situation might be even more serious than we imagined." Ling Chun pulled up the audio spectrum for Moore to see what it was saying. "Is it true that the insectoids produced directly by the mother bug are of a higher class?" "No. I must report to the higher-ups. I need to go to the capital star, to the Imperial Military Academy." The detestable Moore, if it weren't for him. It was now clear that this insect was chatty and harbored deep resentment towards Moore. Upon seeing Moore, it lunged at him, repeatedly slamming against the high-density protective glass. Moore scanned through the information quickly and realized the most urgent issue. The source of the infection was the capital star, possibly spreading from the military academy students. The future pillars of interstellar society were likely already riddled with corruption, and it was unknown how many elites in the capital star had been replaced. N9 star was no longer the most critical place. He needed to return immediately. As time passed, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but rub her temples. Suddenly, she realized that she had overlooked one crucial area, right beneath their feet. Upon this realization, she furrowed her brow tightly and began to explore the ground below. In. She delved deeper into the earth, and before long, she spotted a milky white insect, writhing like the weakest of the insect race underground. There were insectoids below, possibly of 5th rank or higher. It was controlling these insectoids. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned and then looked down at their feet. If what Ge Yuan Yuan said was true, then even if they died in battle, they would be unable to find the true culprit. But even if they knew, what would they do? Could they capture the leader underground while fending off these insectoids? Thinking of this, the excitement that had just filled the group quickly vanished, leaving them as colorless as frostbitten eggplants. "Do you have any ideas?" Zhuang Wui asked quietly while launching an attack against the insectoids. If Ge Yuan Yuan brought it up, she must have a plan. At this moment, hearing Zhuang Wui's inquiry, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but smile and chuckle lightly. "You really know me well, considering you often let me pilot your mecha. I've thought a good plan. I'll fight these insectoids while you quickly eliminate that thing underground. How about that?" Upon hearing this, every pair of eyes, including Zhuang Wui's, widened in shock, as if they had heard something unfathomable. To put it accurately, It was a seismic shock to their pupils, not to mention the dense swarm of low-rank insectoids. Even the two remaining fourth-rank insectoids were not something an ordinary person could handle. Even deploying 2 or 3 squads would likely be barely sufficient. Yet, Ge Yuan Yuan claimed she could manage on her own, which made them feel terrified. "Are you out of your mind?" Oh Jinping, still stunned, instinctively exclaimed. He even thought about shaking Ge Yuan Yuan to see if he could knock some sense in her head. There were countless insectoids. Even one bite could leave her with nothing. How could she say she would take them on alone? "You'll find out soon enough if I'm crazy. Now is your time to shine." With Ge Yuan Yuan's words, they saw the insectoids around them disappear completely, along with Ge Yuan Yuan herself. If it weren't for the damage still evident on their mechas, they might have thought everything they experienced before was a dream. So what was this situation? Before they could ponder, they heard Ge Yuan Yuan's distant voice. "You all need to hurry. I can't hold off these insectoids for too long." With this statement, everyone felt as if they had been jolted awake, and they began digging furiously underground. Regardless of what method Ge Yuan Yuan used, she was their companion, a trustworthy ally. Given that, all they needed to do was to exert their utmost effort to eliminate the insectoid underground. Chapter 165. Who are you really? Ge Yuan Yuan did not do anything else. She simply used a teleportation talisman to send herself and the countless insectoids to a nearby location. In the process, she also severed the control of the insectoids underground. At this moment, apart from the 2 fourth-tier insectoids, the other lower-tier insectoids were running around aimlessly as if they had lost their sense of direction. Even the 2 fourth-tier insectoids were stepped on a few times while they were in a daze. Insectoids inherently have low intelligence, and there is naturally no concept of not harming their own kind. Or perhaps it can be said that those who survive continue to rise in rank. How could this process lack the tearing and devouring of their own kind? Under such circumstances, what Ge Yuan Yuan needed to do was simply to watch these insectoids fight among themselves while she eliminated a few that attempted to escape. As for Pran and the others, they were advancing underground with engineering shovels. Clearly, the commotion above and the loss of control over the insectoids made the underground insectoids extremely panicked. They were restlessly moving underground. They wanted to break through something, but after moving several times, they only felt that the threat above was getting closer. They couldn't understand why, even though their actions were the same as before. This time the humans were able to see through what they were doing. They even managed to drive away the little creatures they had painstakingly summoned. The insectoids, in a frenzy, ultimately broke free from the milky white restraints on their bodies, breaking through the ground and directly spitting out a mouthful of slime towards the mech in front of them. This was a 6th-tier insectoid. Hearing this exclamation, everyone's gaze instantly turned here. Without any words, several people stood together, their eyes fixed on the insectoid before them. Regardless of their previous stances or any conflicts, they were united in the face of the insectoid. Standing on the same ground, they launched an attack on this insectoid. The insectoid was clearly enraged by their actions. Hissing and shouting, the one who had just been splattered with slime, Zhuangwu, only took 2 steps back, noticing an invisible protective layer on his mech that isolated it from the slime, allowing the mech to remain unharmed despite the attack. "As long as we work together, we shouldn't be afraid of this little insectoid," Hua Wenyao confidently declared, his eyes filled with trust in his companions. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile and charge towards the insectoid. If it were just a single team, they would naturally not be able to defeat this insectoid. But coincidentally, this insectoid encountered a group of mutually trusting people at their weakest moment. Even though they were all military academy students, no one could deny the endless brilliance they could emit in the future. "Zhuangwu, can I trust you? This insectoid's frontal attack is entrusted to you. As for Chu Tong's team, you are responsible for harassing this insectoid and preventing it from running around." Upon hearing this, the two naturally had no objections. Their eyes still fixed seriously on the insectoid before them, with their mechs bursting forth with endless power as they charged towards it. Even if this insectoid was in a weakened state, it was still a genuine 6th-tier insectoid, and they certainly could not underestimate its power. Regarding all of this, Ge Yuan Yuan was also observing with her mental power, while her greater focus was on the insectoids before her. Although insectoids were indeed a difficult opponent, it was undeniable that, in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, these insectoids were just points of white light, and she couldn't let any of them escape. These insectoids were still unaware that they had become prey in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes, continuing to entangle with each other. Watching this endless entanglement became exceedingly boring. Ge Yuan Yuan narrowed her eyes, and sharp ice spikes formed in her hands, directly smashing towards the few fourth-tier insectoids. These insectoids had some resistance to attacks derived from the starry sky, but when faced with Ge Yuan Yuan's type of power, which did not rely solely on the mech to defeat the enemy, they had no chance to resist. The moment the two fourth-tier insectoids were struck by the ice spikes, they were instantly frozen by the coldness that spread from the spikes. Ultimately, these insectoids turned into ice sculptures and slowly disappeared into the air. They transformed into points of points, contributing to the ranking climb of Pran's team. With the strongest insectoids eliminated, the others naturally posed no threat, merely a rabble. Ge Yuan Yuan slightly raised her gaze, and with a wave of her hand, endless raindrops scattered down. Yet hidden within these raindrops was a deadly threat. When the raindrops fell on the lower-tier insectoids, they were as if corroded. No matter how hard their armor was, it was corroded with significant holes by the raindrops, leaving them waiting for their lives to fade away. Watching all this, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled with satisfaction, lightly pushing off from the trees here and charging towards Pran and the others. She couldn't be sure if Pran and the others could withstand that insectoid, so she still needed to lend a hand. Ge Yuan Yuan was not willing to lose a companion just for a few points. Everything was going smoothly for Ge Yuan Yuan, but Mu-Er couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. An inexplicable chill surged into Mu-Er's heart, and he hastily walked outside. However, just as he was about to step out of the laboratory, Mu-Er suddenly stopped in his tracks. The person following Mu-Er, Ling Chun, almost bumped into him as he halted suddenly. "What's wrong?" Ling Chun instinctively fiddled with his hair, a look of confusion on his face. Staring at Ling Chun, Mu-Er's expression turned icy as he pulled out an energy gun from his pocket and aimed it at Ling Chun behind him. With this unusual change, the security personnel around the laboratory quickly gathered, multiple guns aimed at Mu-Er. However, after recognizing Mu-Er's identity, the robots hesitated and lowered their guns. In fact, under this series of conflicting orders, some of the robots aimed their guns at Ling Chun, while others aimed directly at Mu-Er. "What do you mean by this?" Ling Chun, though somewhat surprised, soon had a playful smile on his face. His black-framed glasses, which had been perched on his face, were now removed, revealing his naturally radiant face. "Who are you really?" Accompanied by the piercing alarms around, many soldiers specifically guarding the research institute rushed over, completely surrounding the area. Chapter 166. Sorry, I'm late. Ling Chun raised an eyebrow in the early morning, seemingly unaffected by the exposure of his identity. It seemed I had still given myself away. Although his tone sounded self-deprecating, there was still a hint of arrogance on Ling Chun's face. It appeared that he had little respect for Moore. Looking at the guns pointed at him, Ling Chun wisely raised his hands, smiled slightly at Moore, and said, "I am from Tianhe." Tianhe? Moore had to admit that he reacted immediately upon hearing that name. It was the organization that prioritized civilian interests above all else, often the first target of suppression by the emperor. He never expected that this group had infiltrated so deeply, even having members within the chief academy. Although Moore felt a little relieved, he still ordered the soldiers, who were at a loss, to apprehend Ling Chun. They tightly monitored him and sent him directly back to the capital star, awaiting trial. Moore's face bore a cold expression as he directly instructed his subordinates. If possible, it would be safest for him to return with his men, but there was no way to know how many were infected on the capital star now. In comparison, Ling Chun's situation was not that important. Let him arrive at the capital star on the warship following me. Having hastily thrown out this sentence, Moore quickly stepped forward. He needed to hand over the entire planetary defense work to his deputy as soon as possible. This way, he could return to the capital star on his private military ship at the fastest speed without causing chaos on in.He. Most of the troops stationed here were from Moore's Hurricane Legion, so the situation could be stabilized. "Marshal, I want to go back with you." Theodore said with a serious expression, even breaking protocol to make such a request. Everyone knew that this infection was clearly a conspiracy by the Zerg. More not being on the capital star was, in fact, a good thing, whether the Zerg intended to lure people out or inadvertently drove them away. It ensured that Moore was in a safe position. Anyone who returned would be walking to their death. I'll leave the work here to others to supervise. I don't feel at ease. You're my most capable subordinate, so you will supervise this work, okay? Moore said, heavily patting Theodore on the shoulder. This was a silent vow between two men, a guarantee to each other. Your subordinate will wait here for the Marshal's triumphant return. Theodore understood that Moore was determined to leave, and now was not the time to delay any further. He let Moore go without hesitation. But tears welled up in his eyes. May your military fortune be prosperous, and I await your return. This was the most solemn blessing. Moore was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. May your military fortune be prosperous. We will meet again. When Ge Yuan Yuan swooped down onto the battlefield, it was already in shambles. After realizing that he could temporarily resist the Zerg slime, Zhuang Wu almost took on the role of a meat shield, blocking all the slime to buy others a chance. In contrast to Zhuang Wu's efforts, everyone else recklessly attacked the Zerg invaders. However, it was already a 6-tier Zerg. The intensity was something they would never face in normal times. Even when weakened, it could exhaust them fully without being eliminated. By now, the area was filled with slime and large holes, caused by the attacks of Pu Lan and others. The mechs of Pu Lan and the others were already battered and torn. Similarly, the Zerg was covered in endless wounds, but none were fatal. During the struggle, their mechs had already run out of energy. Led by Hua Wenyo, the mechs of the Tiger Squad and the Chu Tong Squad were on the brink of being scrapped. Their energy completely depleted. Looking at the mech in front of him, Hua Wenyo slowly opened his eyes and, with a hint of weakness, said, "You should leave. There's no need to continue. If you leave now, your chances of survival are still high." Hearing this, Zhuang Wu almost wanted to give Hua Wenyo a couple of heavy punches, but he only shot him a cold glance and said softly, "Don't think I'm trying to save you. I'm just trying to get the Zerg's points. If I can get points from a 6-tier Zerg, our squad will definitely take first place. You better not think too much." Listening to this, Hua Wenyo felt warmth flowing down his face. He gently touched his cheek and realized it was tears, his own tears. Even at such a life-and-death moment, was there still a need to show off and be arrogant? He clenched his fists, but didn't persuade any further, because he knew that if he were in this situation, he might also make a similar choice. However, didn't he consider himself a good person? After saving someone, he would definitely want to take all their points. Aside from these 3 squads, the only one independent of a squad, O Jinping, felt countless emotions swirling within him. To be honest, he had followed Bian-Chi initially just to improve his strength. Perhaps he also had some heroic ideas of saving his comrades. But now he understood. What he truly wanted was not that so-called partner relationship, but rather companions like now, who could stand side by side, trust each other, and even risk their lives for one another. Perhaps this couldn't be described by common sense. But these were things he had never possessed before. If he could have all of this now, then death didn't seem so terrifying anymore. He had a faint idea in his heart, yet he didn't expect to come to this realization at such a moment. But what did it matter? He looked at the still dark sky, and his only thought was that Ge Yuan Yuan should be alive. She seemed to always create miracles, but they probably couldn't complete her miracles. "Sorry, I'm late." Ge Yuan Yuan smiled brightly at her companions, sending out ice spikes towards the Zerg. The Zerg was quickly struck down into the ground by the ice spikes, completely immobilized. Its large compound eyes looked at Ge Yuan Yuan, unable to comprehend why she could see through its little schemes and how she could unleash such attacks. How could she possess such immense power? But clearly, no matter how it thought, it could never understand. Chapter 167 Show. This is my secret. In just a few breaths, the insectoid struggled a few times under the ice spikes and then lost its life. Everything turned into points. The points for the Purin team skyrocketed in an instant, leaving everyone puzzled. What on earth is going on with the Purin team? How did their points suddenly increase so much? Who knows? It might just be some underhanded tactics. But they did enter the Dark Forest, and their points have been steadily rising. Maybe they took down some formidable insectoid? Just a team we've never heard of before. I could accept them being second, but I can't believe their points could jump so drastically. That's true. It could just be a system malfunction. People on the Star Network were already in heated discussions. And not just the people on the Star Network. Even the principals of various military academies widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the points on the leaderboard several times before daring to confirm it was real. Song Liang frowned and said to He, "What's going on with you guys? Are you already resorting to such tricks because you can't compete with us?" He was also unclear about the situation, but being questioned by Song Liang, he slammed the table angrily and said firmly, "What are you talking about? No matter what, I won't allow you to question us like this, and besides, you saw their performance before." Hearing this, Song Liang just shrugged and said nothing more. "We'll know how it is when they come out." Although He spoke with conviction, he was also apprehensive about it all. In fact, when Ge Yuan Yuan and the others entered the dark forest, he had already been feeling anxious. Now, seeing the points soar, his first reaction wasn't joy, but worry that Ge Yuan Yuan and the others encountered insurmountable dangers and lost their lives in vain. No matter how many points they gained, it was just a matter of resource allocation. The real main force capable of fighting on the front lines against the insectoids was the talent the military academies wanted to cultivate. Losing talent for the sake of points was not a good thing, no matter how you looked at it. Obviously, Lin Tabor thought the same way. Lin Tabor couldn't help but furrow his brows, his fingers continuously tapping on his armrest, already feeling a sense of unease. He had been worried since Hua Wenyo entered the dark forest without any news, and now seeing the points surge, the situation inside must be extremely tense. Compared to the discussions outside, the atmosphere inside was quite harmonious. Hua Wenyo lay on the ground, still giving Ge Yuan Yuan a thumbs up. Although he didn't understand how Ge Yuan Yuan did it, the crisis being averted was the best news and outcome. "How'd you do that just now? I didn't quite catch it." Shui Yuhang suddenly leaned in and asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He was genuinely interested in the trick Ge Yuan Yuan had pulled off and wanted to learn it. To his longtime comrades, Ge Yuan Yuan merely smiled gently and then placed her hand on her lips and whispered, "This is my secret." In fact, Ge Yuan Yuan dared to do such things in the secret realm because there were no cameras or any external live broadcasting means. She didn't have to worry about her methods causing a stir. As for these comrades who had fought side by side, revealing a little secret was not a big deal. Hua Wenyo took a moment to compose himself before sitting up, reaching out to hold Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, his eyes sparkling with the same light as Shui Yuhang. Despite Hua Wenyo's pride and suspicion, he could only admire the methods Ge Yuan Yuan produced, even though they had consumed the insectoids to their last breath. That was not something ordinary people could handle. Moreover, Ge Yuan Yuan was just a mecha mechanic after all. Do you really not want to tell us? But even if you don't want to, could you tell my sister about this method? She would definitely be very curious. Besides, if she understands it, maybe it could be applied to mechas, and then it would be much easier for us to fight against the insectoids. At this moment, Hua Wenyo couldn't stop talking. Completely unlike his previous lazy demeanor, Ge Yuan Yuan was quite receptive to all of this. In fact, she was somewhat interested in the suggestion Hua Wenyo proposed. After the vows of the two men, Mir quickly boarded the starship. Although the situation on Capital Star had not yet erupted, various signs indicated that it was in imminent danger. It was merely the calm before the bomb detonated. The starry sky outside remained unchanged, just like the tranquility of 10,000 years ago. Muir, in front of the wormhole, abandoned the small starship. The immense force of crossing the wormhole would tear the entire starship apart, so it was better for him to directly pilot the mecha through the wormhole. Although the energy consumption would greatly affect the mecha, this was already the fastest method. Muir's mind was in disarray, still thinking about the best countermeasure. Before coming, he had copied all the data from the Research Institute onto his solid-state light brain and applied the highest level of military confidentiality. The Tiani people had already infiltrated the Research Institute, putting the data in their hands, which made the male lead extremely uneasy, surrounded by nearly solid darkness. The male lead was almost merging with the hurricane. During the process of jumping through multiple wormholes, he continuously checked the energy report on the control panel. In space, If there wasn't a suitable landing point, the male lead had no way to replace the energy cartridge and could only replace the energy with careful calculations. Finally, when the energy dropped to zero, he jumped out of the last wormhole. To conserve energy, the male lead had almost shut down all energy-consuming functions except for the essentials. As he descended almost uncontrollably, the male lead simply retracted the mecha and transformed back into his beast form. He made an emergency landing next to the capital star on a satellite. After the vows of the two men, Muir quickly boarded the starship. Although the situation on Capital Star had not yet erupted, various signs indicated that it was in imminent danger. It was merely the calm before the bomb detonated. The starry sky outside remained unchanged, just like the tranquility of 10,000 years ago. Muir, in front of the wormhole, abandoned the small starship. The immense force of crossing the wormhole would tear the entire starship apart, so it was better for him to directly pilot the mecha through the wormhole. Although the energy consumption would greatly affect the mecha, this was already the fastest method. Muir's mind was in disarray, still thinking about the best countermeasure. Before coming, he had copied all the data from the Research Institute onto his solid-state light brain and applied the highest level of military confidentiality. Chapter 168. Emergency landing. The people from Tianhe have already infiltrated the Research Institute, putting the data into the hands of that group. The male lead is completely uneasy. The surrounding darkness is almost solidifying, merging with the male lead's hurricane. As he goes through multiple wormhole jumps, the male lead keeps checking the energy report on the control panel. In space, if there isn't a suitable landing point, he cannot replace the energy cartridge and can only carefully calculate the energy usage. Finally, when the energy drops to zero, he jumps out of the last wormhole. To save energy, he has almost shut down all non-essential functions. With an uncontrollable descent, the male lead simply retracted the mecha and transformed back into his beast form, making an emergency landing next to the capital star on a satellite. Ge Yuan Yuan looks at the extremely excited Hua Wenyao and chuckles lightly. Of course, if you think she's a trustworthy person, we can talk. If Hua Wenyao had suggested this when Ge Yuan Yuan first arrived in this world, she would have definitely refused. But at this moment, she has already come to terms with her feelings. She has formed bonds in this world and cannot ignore what is happening or the destruction of this world by the insect race. She cannot allow her companions and those she cares about to fall on the battlefield against the insects. Upon hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's words, Hua Wenyao, in a fit of excitement, directly hugs Ge Yuan Yuan and spins around, completely ignoring his weakened body. This is great. I don't even know how to thank you. My sister's research had hit a deadlock, and if there is such a good solution, then the power of the mecha will definitely be further enhanced. Once Hua Wenyao regains his composure and realizes his impulsiveness, a faint blush appears on his face. Sorry, I was too abrupt just now. You don't mind, do you? Ge Yuan Yuan simply smiles at Hua Wenyao's delayed reaction. She is not averse to Hua Wenyao's behavior. In fact, she finds it somewhat youthful and spirited. It's fine. If you want, I can also share the method I used to add a shield for zhuangwuzing with her. Upon hearing this, Hua Wenyao becomes even more excited, nearly jumping 3 feet high. It isn't until his body can no longer support him that he stumbles a couple of steps and is steadied by Chu Tong, realizing just how weak he currently is. If you don't mind, I would like to share the points with everyone. What do you think? Poulin glances at the team's points and turns to Ge Yuan Yuan. The insect was indeed killed by Ge Yuan Yuan, so the points naturally belong to Poulin's team. However, the other two teams also made their own efforts and contributions. The points from the 6th-tier insect are substantial. Ge Yuan Yuan is not stingy and nods slowly. But for all this, it is actually Chu Tong who feels embarrassed, repeatedly waving his hands. You two teams can split it. Our combat power is not high, and we really haven't contributed much. At this moment, the members of Chu Tong's team also look like this, not feeling they deserve such a large amount of points. Poulin, unsure how to persuade further, forcibly splits the points from the 6th-tier insect in half and adds them to the two teams' totals. Chu Tong can only look at the points being added, feeling somewhat silent and embarrassed. He doesn't think he deserves this. A harsh alarm sounds, then falls silent after identifying Muir's identity. These satellites are completely closed off to ordinary citizens and are mainly used as military guard posts. A large number of soldiers surround the area. Mir takes a quick glance at their uniforms and immediately recognizes he has landed in the army of Ge Shao. Someone recognizes Mir's beast form and hesitantly calls out, "Marshal." Mir shakes off the dust on his fur, nods arrogantly at the soldiers, and speaks steadily. "Is Ge Shao here?" "The commander is not here. He has gone to the extreme cold star." "Do you need to find our commander?" Although the two factions do not get along well, the soldiers still respect Mir and do not show disrespect over such trivial matters. "Never mind. Just help me find a room to rest." Mir casually asks and follows the soldier to the guest preparation lounge. Many people around cast curious glances at Mir, but these gazes quickly flicker away. After all, this is a military camp, and the soldiers understand what should and shouldn't be asked. Once in the lounge, Mir transforms back into human form, preparing to replace the energy cartridge for the mecha. He still has plenty of high-grade energy cartridges on hand. He tosses the used ones into his spatial ring. After a brief rest, Mir sets off again, heading to the capital star. Without going through a formal announcement, Mir directly enters the palace through a little-known secret passage. His Majesty is waiting here to meet Mir. Mir only says he has very important matters to discuss with His Majesty, but does not clarify the situation. Seeing Mir looking weary and travel-worn, there's a flicker of surprise in His Majesty's eyes. He has rarely seen Mir in such a disheveled state. "What is so urgent?" "Take your time and speak." Pushing a steaming cup of tea in front of Mir, His Majesty still maintains his calm demeanor. Glancing at the hot tea in front of him, Mir instinctively looks out the window. The scenery in the Imperial Garden is very bright, and there are even many technological energy sources interspersed throughout. At least for now, the capital star still appears to be peaceful and prosperous. Mir quickly recounts the events and drains the now-cold tea in one gulp. The importance of the situation is self-evident, and Mir's eyes carry a hint of urgency. "I hope we can end the military competition as soon as possible and call all the military academy students back. If the investigation results are true, the military academy students are in grave danger." "No." The Emperor immediately rejects him. "The military competition is a long-standing tradition. It is nearly over now. How can we recall everyone based on a speculation that lacks substantial evidence?" A trace of anxiety appears in Mir's eyes. "Your Majesty, I must be urgent. If ordinary insects have mixed in, letting these students practice is fine, but now it is about to become a massacre. How can that be allowed? Moreover, Ge Yuan Yuan is still inside." Mir knows very well that if a crisis truly arises, Ge Yuan Yuan will undoubtedly be the first target attacked. At that time, she would be completely isolated and helpless. Chapter 169. Must recall immediately. Hua Wenyao looked at Chu Tong and said softly, "Although I gave it to you, you could just take it. Without you, we might not have made it to Ge Yuan Yuan." Chu Tong's gaze turned to his companions fighting side by side, tears welling up in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed them and revealed a faint smile. Seeing the tears glistening in Chu Tong's eyes and the warm smile on his lips, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but shrug. It seemed this little crybaby wasn't as weak and useless as he had imagined. "All right, you all injured folks don't want to stay here any longer, do you?" Ge Yuan Yuan scanned the wrecked mechas and sighed leisurely. After witnessing Ge Yuan Yuan's earlier actions, the group undoubtedly regarded her as their backbone. Hearing this, they all nodded and slowly walked out of the dark forest. It's quite amusing to see a group of people supporting each other as they walked out. It looked rather entertaining. "Is it because of you that we are not affected by the mist?" Upon hearing Chu Tong's words, Ge Yuan Yuan's mind momentarily stalled. After all, her body was quite weak, and after those recent actions, she felt somewhat drained. Once she came to her senses, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes, and she slowly nodded. Since they already knew about those things, it wouldn't hurt for them to know this little detail as well. "I thought so too. When we covered our mouths and noses earlier, it didn't seem to help, but when I was near you, the air felt much fresher." Hearing this, Pran finally realized, turning to look at Ge Yuan Yuan, who had a half-smile on her face, and sighed helplessly. "So that's how it is. It seems you have quite a few little secrets, even keeping them from us." If that's the case, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit unconvinced. She didn't explicitly say it wasn't her doing, but it was more like Pran and the others had jumped to conclusions. Even if there was indeed some misleading on her part, she wouldn't take the blame for it. I didn't keep it from you. It's just that you didn't ask me. Upon hearing this, even if Pran had more to say, she could only smile helplessly, as Ge Yuan Yuan was indeed speaking the truth. All right, you have a point. I can't argue with you on this. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan understood that she hadn't taken this matter to heart, her eyes flashing with a mischievous smile. At this moment, Ge Yuan Yuan found herself missing Mu-Er a bit. She wondered how he was doing now. Getting out of this place was definitely easier than going deeper into the forest, but even so, they encountered quite a few obstacles from the insect race. The more this happened, the more Ge Yuan Yuan felt that something was off about this place. Even this so-called domain was too similar to the secret realms in her own world. So similar that Ge Yuan Yuan wondered if she had fallen into some kind of source world dungeon to level up. The only thing to be thankful for was that the demonic energy here was incredibly abundant. If it weren't for the continuous supply of demonic energy in the air, this body would have long since collapsed and fallen. Looking at the insect race blocking their path, a flicker of displeasure and indescribable annoyance flashed in Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes. After all, right now, the group behind her could be considered a disabled squad. They were exhausted, lacking stamina, and could only move forward by supporting each other. Let alone fighting the insect race, it was already a difficult task to safely exit this place and get some rest. I will not agree to shut down the military competition until there is a definite conclusion, the Emperor said firmly. For so many years, the insect race has not evolved the ability to infect. At most, they can only transform. Especially this year's military competition adopted a brand new live broadcast format. This means that this year's military competition is almost exposed in front of all the citizens of the Star Sector. For the sake of the Empire's reputation and to avoid social panic, the military competition cannot be stopped. Mu-Er understood the Emperor's concerns, but the military competition must be stopped immediately, and all students must be withdrawn. He opened his mouth to say something more, but soon, the Emperor displayed a weary expression, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation with Mu-Er. Gripping his fists tightly, Mu-Er walked out of the palace under the guidance of a servant. Marshal, the Emperor will never agree with you. If the Marshal wants to achieve his goals, he must start from the 5 military academies. This unassuming servant suddenly chimed in. Mu-Er glanced at him, expressionless, and asked, "Tian-Yi's people?" "Tian-Yi is willing to serve the Marshal." The servant simply replied, not elaborating further. Mu-Er stood still, lost in thought, then discreetly took the public star track directly to the command control room of the military competition. The military competition had sent the students into the domain, and with the added live broadcast element, this year's command room was larger than in previous years. Mu-Er was stopped at the door. The soldier on guard looked somewhat troubled. According to previous regulations, Mu-Er had the right to enter, but the Emperor's highest order had just arrived 3 minutes ago, commanding them to stop Mu-Er. "I apologize, Marshal," the guard said, bracing himself. Suppressing the anger rising within him, Mu-Er summoned his mecha, intending to force his way in. These guards, in terms of combat power, were absolutely no match for him, and moreover, there were many expensive instruments and the live broadcast system inside. Sure enough, as Mu-Er insisted on charging inside, these soldiers could only futilely try to block him with their bodies. More and more soldiers gathered around, seemingly planning to use a human wave tactic to forcibly keep him out. "I apologize." Mu-Er unleashed a mental attack indiscriminately. His powerful mental strength, comparable to that of the Insect Emperor, almost instantly caused all the surrounding soldiers to collapse to the ground due to mental strain. Perhaps these Imperial soldiers had experienced Mu-Er's pressure in previous confrontations with the insect race, but nothing compared to the overwhelming force they were now experiencing, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The commotion at the entrance quickly caught the attention of several military academy principals inside. "How dare you?" Accompanied by a sharp reprimand, who he was the first to rush out, momentarily stunned upon seeing Mu-Er's mecha. The remaining principals also frowned in confusion upon seeing Mu-Er, seemingly unable to understand why he, who should be on N9 star, was here. "The situation is urgent. Please shut down the live broadcast system immediately and recall all students." Chapter 170. Emergency evacuation of students. Muir's voice was very stern, causing several principals to exchange glances, completely unsure of how to react. Have you reported this to His Majesty? The principal of the Imperial Military Academy was the first to speak up. They always followed the orders of His Majesty, naturally being the first to question Muir. I trust Muir, who he was the first to express his support. Looking at the other attendees, clearly having noticed something very urgent, Muir hurriedly explained everything that had happened before. When he mentioned that the first infected person was likely a student from the Imperial Military Academy, nearly everyone present from the Empire was thrown into an uproar. Various argumentative voices filled the room, but it was clear that they were questioning Muir. At this point, Muir directly dashed inside, wanting to forcibly recall all the students. It was then that the riot broke out. All the teachers from the Imperial Military Academy had received orders from His Majesty to stop Muir and accused him of treason. How could this be possible? But the situation was extremely urgent. It wasn't a convenient time for debate. We must shut down the system immediately. We don't know how many students have already been infected. It's very likely that this batch of the best recruits will be completely wiped out, and that would severely hurt the Empire. Muir's voice was filled with urgency. As the most composed young man of the new generation, the principals present had never seen Muir so anxious. They all hesitated, but everyone was still blocked at the door of the control room. Various surveillance screens inside continued to flicker, showing that the students inside were not experiencing any abnormalities. If we stop the military competition now, how will we explain this to the public? Do we question Muir? I'll take responsibility. Muir's gaze deepened. If he couldn't successfully break in and shut down the military competition in 3 minutes, he would have to take matters into his own hands. The vice principal of the Empire obviously couldn't just watch Muir defy His Majesty's orders. He immediately summoned a mech and declared that if Muir wanted to shut down the system, he would have to go through him. The atmosphere instantly became tense, accompanied by a sharp beeping sound. Everyone instinctively turned around to see He Yuan standing in front of the permission system, shutting it down. What are you doing? The principal of the Imperial Military Academy's voice became sharp, completely bewildered by what these people were doing. He didn't even pay attention to Muir and hurriedly took a couple of steps into the room, only to be blocked by Muir. I believe Muir. He Yuan tilted her head slightly and winked at Muir. Shutting down the system requires permission from 5 people. Now, it depends on your choices. With this statement, we almost immediately pressed the button, granting permission from the Northwest Military Academy. The other 2 military academies had already expressed their stance, and the remaining 2 principals exchanged glances, making different choices. One side firmly stood with His Majesty, while the other hesitantly granted permission at the button. Even if you all agree, what does it matter? As long as one side opposes, the entire competition can't be shut down. The vice principal of the Empire stared intently at Muir. Now, the only decision lay with the choice of the other military academy. Why is it so lively here? Why didn't you let me join in earlier? A carefree voice came from outside. Several people looked up to see Ge Yuan, who was far away in the extreme cold galaxy, appearing outside the command room. The vice principal almost instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Ge family had always been at odds with Muir and would definitely not agree with his crazy plan. A flicker of turmoil passed through Muir's emerald eyes. To dare to suggest shutting down the military competition, was he plotting rebellion? Ge Yuan really had the audacity to say such things. The expressions of everyone present were quite colorful. Well, let me join the fun too. In just a few words, Ge Yuan had already reached the permission button. Then, naturally, he passed the command, granting permission. Now, the number of supporters had reached 4, just 1 short. Yuxio, are you trying to put the Ge family in danger? The vice principal was almost dumbfounded, completely not expecting what he thought was a helper to make such a move in support of Muir's rebellion. Come on, what impact could it have if I'm the only one who agrees? Permission requires 5 people, right? Ge Yuan grinned, seemingly just there to watch the fun and cause trouble. But his actions perfectly brought the number of supporters to the required amount. Suddenly, Muir rushed forward and pressed the last permission button. All commands were approved. The military competition was forcibly terminated, and the domain was about to close. As the commands went through, the system's automatically set alarm sounded inside. Attention all candidates. Attention all candidates. The military competition has encountered an emergency and will be forcibly terminated. All personnel must evacuate within half an hour. The broadcast repeated 3 times, accompanied by the piercing alarm. All the military academy students still participating in the competition stood in shock, hesitantly looking at their companions around them. This was something that had never happened in all previous competitions, and they were uncertain whether this was a genuine notification from the officials or if they had inadvertently stepped into some kind of illusion. In addition to the announcement, various broadcasts rang out in succession, all with a consistent message: to evacuate all military academy students. Are we leaving or not? One student hesitantly asked a companion beside him. They had nearly gathered enough points and could completely evacuate, but they were not sure if the broadcast was real. The situation had almost reached a conclusion. The vice principal sat dejectedly in place, weakly waving his hand. Mir directly connected to the internal broadcast. Please pay attention. This is Mir. Due to an emergency situation, all personnel must evacuate quickly within half an hour. All points remain unchanged, and the points competition is stopped. Hearing the evacuation order, everyone felt a surge of unease and confusion in their hearts. Since the start of the military competition, they had never heard a withdrawal order. Especially for many students still struggling at the bottom, seeing the points of the Poulin team had already sparked thoughts of retreat. Now hearing the evacuation command was like a school of fish swimming out in a rush. People on the Star Network were also in an uproar. First, the points of the Poulin team surged suddenly, followed by the evacuation order, which carried an ominous aura no matter how one thought about it. What was going on? Could it really be that there was a mistake with the points, and that's why this happened? Even if there was a mistake with the points, it wouldn't cause everyone to evacuate. Something big must have happened. But what could be such a big deal? Chapter 171. The contract is broken in an instant. The Star Network was buzzing with speculation, and various conspiracy theories echoed continuously. However, seeing that none of the members of the Pran team and the Tiger team emerged from the dark forest only intensified the uproar on the Star Network. After all, no one knew what had actually happened in the dark forest, nor did anyone understand the purpose of the command, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and helplessness, tangled in a mess. Regardless, the military was the only backbone for ordinary civilians facing the invasion of the insect race, and if something went wrong with them, no one dared to imagine what would happen in the future. Look, they're coming out. Someone saw Ge Yuan Yuan slowly walking out of the dark forest, and right behind them were all the people who had previously entered the dark forest. At this moment, everyone had already forgotten whether the points were incorrect. As long as they were alive, it was a victory. The Tiger team was the most watched part of this competition, while the Pran team was a rising star. And everyone had high hopes for their future. Just after emerging from the dark forest, Ge Yuan Yuan realized the urgent evacuation order. It seemed that the demonic energy in the dark forest had inadvertently blocked the transmission of signals, which led to the absence of any live broadcasting equipment inside, and naturally, they had not received the message from outside to retreat. The domain was slowly closing. The generated environment around them began to gradually dissipate, turning into a jumble of code. Only the central gathering area retained its original appearance, presenting a large platform for exiting. At this point, all the military academy students, provided they weren't foolish, would realize that this evacuation was real, and everyone stood together, exchanging glances. Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively frowned, immediately associating it with the situation of the infected on planet in.He. If it weren't for the extremely severe situation outside, the military competition would never be paused, yet she hadn't received any news from Mir. How could it come to a halt halfway? Zhuang Wu frowned tightly, and everyone quietly waited for the transfer. It was still unclear what the situation outside was like, so everyone remained vigilant. Ge Yuan Yuan said faintly, raising her alertness to the highest level, as the halo rippled outward. When all the military academy students arrived at the new military competition site in the capital, the first scene they saw was a line of armed mech soldiers. The dark gun muzzles were pointed at everyone, causing the military academy students to instinctively adopt a combat stance. Who are you? The Tiger team was the first to question, looking suspiciously at the mech soldiers. Reservists of the Hurricane Legion, all students please proceed for inspection. Do not panic, said the leading soldier in armor, stepping forward. They arranged for all the students who had come out to undergo inspection. Mir had not yet appeared. He was blocked in the control room. You are being ridiculous. The principal of the Imperial Military Academy was furious. How would he explain this to the citizens of the entire star system? It turned out that before the action to close the military competition, no one had gone to shut down the live broadcast system. The entire process had been broadcasted in real time. They weren't even prepared with a public relations statement. Yet all the citizens of the star system already knew that their long-held traditional event had now been closed. Mir frowned tightly, but did not consider this a bad thing. With the infection of the insect race escalating, this matter would eventually come to light. Although it was somewhat sudden now, it allowed for a quick launch of inspections across the star system, making sure all infected individuals had nowhere to hide. Just wait for the military court. The vice principal was so furious he had nothing to say and stormed off. Mir also turned to leave, leaving the remaining school principals puzzled. What are you doing? We followed a few steps, wondering why everyone was leaving so quickly when the situation wasn't resolved. I'm going to find my wife. Otherwise, what use am I here? Instead of staying in the command room, you should think about how to reassure your students. Mir waved his hand and swaggered out. Despite being angry, he couldn't deny that Mir was indeed speaking the truth. The most urgent matter now was for them, the principals, to show up quickly and calm their students, who were filled with panic. These military academy students had just been fighting, but now they were being taken for inspection, and many could not suppress their hostility and killing intent. The command room was not far from the domain. Mir quickly walked over, looking at the disheveled students. Mir did not appear to calm them, as his presence would not be more effective than that of the various military academy principals. At the inspection location, the Pran team was in line. Ge Yuan Yuan stood quietly, continuously calling out to Mir through their contract, trying to make contact. Ge behind you. Shui Yuhang's words were cut off as Ge Yuan Yuan directly fell into a warm embrace. Her instinctive resistance weakened instantly as she sensed the familiar scent from behind, and she slightly tilted her head, revealing a big smile to Mir. I have something to take Ge Yuan Yuan away first. You all continue waiting in line for inspection. No need to be nervous. Mir nodded to the members of the Pran team, offering a simple reassurance. The two quickly left the large group still undergoing inspections, and Mir led Ge Yuan Yuan into an empty room. I missed you so much. Almost as soon as the door closed, Mir couldn't wait to embrace Ge Yuan Yuan tightly. The longing from their long separation burst forth. My contract to contact you. Why have you never replied? Ge Yuan Yuan initially showed some signs of missing him, but as she recalled her failure to reach Mir through the contract, her expression immediately turned grim. Mir's eyes widened in surprise. When did you contact me? I never received any message from you, which is why I was so worried and rushed back. Now, both fell into silence. Ge Yuan Yuan almost instinctively checked the contract. Hers was still functioning well, with no abnormalities. Let me see yours. After a brief statement, Ge Yuan Yuan quickly placed her fingertip on Mir's wrist, directly entering his mind. As soon as she entered Mir's sea of consciousness, Ge Yuan Yuan's expression changed drastically. Mir's contract was broken. Chapter 172. I knew it long ago. How could the contract on you have shattered? Ge Yuan Yuan's voice suddenly grew serious as she tightly grasped Mu Er's wrist. Her threatening gaze almost instantly fixated on Mu Er's face, as Ge Yuan Yuan scrutinized the other person's features, searching for clues. Tell me, why did the contract break? Her voice was almost a deliberate emphasis, laced with a vulnerability that she wasn't even aware of. I don't know why either, Yuan Yuan, just calm down. Mu Er responded, gripping Ge Yuan Yuan's wrist in return. The current situation was still unclear, but he understood that his priority should be to soothe Ge Yuan Yuan's emotions, helping her to calm down quickly. Ge Yuan Yuan instinctively placed her hand on Mu Er's neck, gently stroking it, her gaze shifting as she carefully contemplated every possible reason for the contract shattering. Have you seen anyone? Touched anything? Ge Yuan Yuan was almost forcing herself to calm down at that moment. After all, Mu Er showed no signs of abnormality. It shouldn't be intentional on his part to sever the contract. If that was the case, then it was worth investigating why the contract broke. There's nothing unusual. No one has approached me. After our brief interaction on N9 Star, I jumped back through the wormhole directly. Mu Er crouched slightly to make it easier for Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, while also saying some soothing words. Perhaps it was just that the contract had been in place for too long and had broken. A repair would fix it. Staring intently at Mu Er's face, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly blurted out, "You know what kind of contract I placed on you, right?" "I know." Mu Er nodded, his expression completely natural as he said, "A pet contract." Originally, Mu Er wasn't supposed to know this, but after taking a trip through Ge Yuan Yuan's sea of consciousness, he recognized quite a few characters unique to her era. Naturally, he understood what the glowing words on the contract actually said. At first, there might have been a hint of embarrassment and anger, but soon Mu Er came to grasp the key to the matter. Maybe Ge Yuan Yuan had this intention from the start, which is why she placed this contract on him. However, things eventually changed. Ge Yuan Yuan still became moved, didn't she? As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter what kind of contract it is. Mura looked steadily at Ge Yuan Yuan. Everything I do is for your happiness. What is wrong with a little trick to make my wife happy? He understood everything. Knowing that Ge Yuan Yuan was a sensitive and suspicious person, aware that she had been hurt in love. Therefore, he was willing to be accommodating and give her more love. This unabashedly passionate love left Ge Yuan Yuan somewhat at a loss. She didn't know how to respond and instinctively averted her gaze. I have a list here that I previously compiled. 90% of the people on it are likely to be infected. You can have your soldiers compare it to fine people. It will be much faster. Ge Yuan Yuan hurriedly shoved a paper document into Mu Er's arms, quickly changing the topic to avoid feeling uncomfortable. Taking the document, Mu Er unfolded it to see a dense list of names and their corresponding military academies. With this list, the soldiers would be able to apprehend people much more quickly. As the door was slowly opened by Ge Yuan Yuan, Hua Zhao, he looked at the woman standing in front of her. A flash of excitement crossed her eyes. She had originally intended to find Mu Er to inquire about the use and issues with the equipment, but unexpectedly encountered Ge Yuan Yuan, whom she had wanted to see for a long time. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. "So who are you?" "My name is Hua Zhao. Perhaps you have heard of me?" Upon hearing this name, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly realized that she indeed had heard it before and even wanted to find an opportunity to meet her. "I have heard of you. I heard you're the most outstanding mecha repair technician. I actually wanted to consult you about some matters. There is no need for formalities. I have specifically looked into your background. To achieve such outstanding results, you are indeed very impressive." Ge Yuan Yuan was not surprised that Hua Zhao had investigated her. Instead, she remained extremely composed. For someone with ability and cunning, investigating others was not a difficult task. She believed that Hua Zhao must have seen her actions in the domain. "I don't know if Hua Wenyao has mentioned it to you, but I do have some things I want to collaborate with you on. I wonder what your thoughts are?" Hua Zhaoyi's eyes flashed with appreciation at Ge Yuan Yuan's straightforwardness, and she found herself increasingly curious about this young girl. Through Ge Yuan Yuan's figure, she glanced at Mu Er, who sat silently in the room. "Are you not inviting me in to sit down? Or should we go out to find a place to talk?" Since she was suddenly interrupted, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't think it necessary to avoid Mu Er. She simply shrugged and invited Hua Zhaoyi in. "Come in and sit. This should be the most suitable place for us to discuss matters." Hua Zhaoyi nodded and stepped into the room. At this moment, Hua Zhaoyi had no idea that she had walked into a den of thieves. However, she had never regretted it. Watching Hua Zhaoyi take a seat, Ge Yuan Yuan was not reserved, and suddenly an ice pillar emerged in her hand. "You, what is this?" The voices of Hua Zhaoyi and Mu Er rang out simultaneously. Ge Yuan Yuan merely turned to glance at Mu Er, gesturing for him to remain calm and not to be nervous. Ge Yuan Yuan clearly understood that everything she displayed was out of place in this world. Only those children who were still unaware would accept it well. Naturally, she would understand whatever reaction Hua Zhaoyi might have. However, Hua Zhaoyi was relatively composed at this moment. Or perhaps she was overly composed. "Did you hear about this from Hua Wenyao?" Upon hearing this, Hua Zhaoyi gradually regained her senses, her eyes still holding a trace of surprise as she nodded. The reason Hua Zhaoyi appeared calm was partly because she had indeed heard it from Hua Wenyao, but at the time, she had dismissed it. Secondly, due to the nature of her work, Hua Zhaoyi had developed a habit of not showing her emotions, burying all her shock deep within. "Yes, I did hear about it, but this is indeed the first time I've seen it." Hua Zhaoyi's voice carried a slight dryness, but in contrast, Her pupils sparkled with excitement. Only she knew how transcendent Ge Yuan Yuan's actions were. If this aspect could be applied to mechas, it would certainly unleash even greater power. Chapter 173. Visit Unexpressed Enthusiasm. I know this might sound a bit abrupt, but we really need you. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan was taken aback. She never expected to hear such words from Ge. She could guess that her abilities would be quite useful in operating mechs, but she really didn't expect to hear such a request. Has something happened? It's like this. Our research has encountered some issues. There is a peculiar substance on the Zerg's body that we cannot identify, which seems to have some similarities to what you were using. Ge Yuan Yuan softly murmured Zhao Yi's words a few times. If that's the case, then it seems the Zerg really has a significant connection with my original world. If that's the case, I would indeed be very interested in helping you solve this problem. The moment she spoke, Mu-Er cast a sharp glance at Zhao Yi. If Zhao Yi wanted to use Ge Yuan Yuan for some human experiments, he would definitely be the first to object. Even if she was from Tiani, that wouldn't make a difference. All right, we won't do anything to her. We just need her to help out. I promise on the people's oath. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Mu-Er's expression softened a little. He also understood how much the people from Tian-He valued civilians. Emotionally speaking, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a bit reluctant to part with Mu-Er, but thinking about her past experiences and the substances Zhao Yi mentioned, she could only steel herself to focus on what she needed to do. I won't keep you waiting long. I'll come find you later. Ge Yuan Yuan glanced back at Mu-Er, a fleeting sense of longing passing through her heart, quickly covered by her decisive figure as she turned to leave. Little did she know, this farewell would indeed lead to a long separation. Would you like to visit my laboratory first? There should be things you want to know inside. Ge Yuan Yuan clearly had a good impression of the woman before her. Upon hearing this, she nodded in agreement without putting on airs. She even felt a bit of anticipation. If she could discover a new passage back to her original world among these Zerg, perhaps she wouldn't need to deal with those damn things after all. After all, given Mu-Er's personality, he still held a degree of respect for the current regime. If she were to do something like that, he might not be happy. Unconsciously, Ge Yuan Yuan began to pay more attention and care for Mu-Er. She even thought that spending a bit more time to avoid potential conflicts between her and Mu-Er was worth it. Once on Zhao Yi's spaceship, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but look around at the interior setup. It wasn't grand, but as a mech maintenance technician, she could easily tell that every component here was either luxurious or invaluable, with some items being impossible to obtain with money. It seems Miss Hua's family background is quite substantial. Zhao Yi merely chuckled lightly upon hearing Ge Yuan Yuan's remark, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. With your abilities, your family background should surpass mine in just a few years. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't refute this. After all, aside from not having a mech, she didn't feel particularly impoverished. In fact, she might barely qualify as a wealthy individual. Of course, compared to someone like Zhao Yi, who had both power and resources, she still felt somewhat inferior. If you want to delve deeper into mech research, you can also approach me. Or, is there any equipment you fancy? You can choose a few models to take with you. Zhao Yi spoke quite generously, leading Ge Yuan Yuan to tour all the equipment she had on the spaceship. Just the equipment on this ship included a few items that ordinary people couldn't touch. Some of the equipment was even only available in limited quantities at military academies. Of course, perhaps you won't find these things appealing. You can take a look at my laboratory later. Most of the instruments here are lightweight, convenient for Zhao Yi to conduct some basic research on the ship, but as for better equipment, it naturally resides in her unique laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan realized that the items here were just a small portion of Zhao Yi's equipment, and she responded calmly. All right, when we get to your laboratory, I'll see what good things you have before making a decision. Otherwise, if I decide now, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? After hearing this, Zhao Yi showed no anger. Instead, she smiled. You really are interesting. Now I understand why that kid called me immediately after coming out of the domain, praising you nonstop. Really? Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Hua Wenyao could speak such praise about her, especially since she had given him a thorough repair in the domain. The two of them encountered no obstacles in midair, likely due to Zhao Yi's elevated status. No one wanted to offend an excellent mech maintenance technician, just as no one in the original world would want to offend a skilled alchemist. After all, no one could guarantee that their mech wouldn't encounter significant problems, which might require the expertise of top-notch maintenance technicians. As Ge Yuan Yuan watched the scenery rushing by outside the spaceship, they eventually slowed down and landed on a somewhat remote mountaintop. "We're here. Let's get off." While speaking, He stepped off the ship first and walked to the tree at the very top of the mountain, gently stroking the trunk. Suddenly, the trunk shook violently, and a secret passage appeared underground nearby. "I built the laboratory underground to avoid interference. I hope you don't mind?" Ge Yuan Yuan naturally didn't mind this. She was just a bit curious. However, thinking about Hua Zhaoyi's abilities and the extremely advanced artificial intelligence in this world, she soon dismissed any concerns. "Of course, I don't mind." The two chatted softly as they headed underground. The deeper they went, the more amazed Ge Yuan Yuan became. The intelligent environment here adjusted according to Hua Zhaoyi's intentions without her needing to issue any commands, as if welcoming its master. Since I didn't want to focus too much on trivial matters, I set many commands initially to allow it to change according to my movements. If Hua Wenyao could see Hua Zhaoyi like this now, he would surely be astonished, as he had never seen his sister so warm towards anyone else. In fact, Hua Zhaoyi had never been this enthusiastic even towards her own brother. Chapter 174. Permissions blocked. Your Majesty infected the room fell silent once more, with Mir feeling both dejected and somewhat fatigued. He sat in a chair and took a brief nap. Before he could truly fall asleep, a sudden urgent knocking came from outside the door. "Marshal, all the planets have begun to descend into chaos. The media has been completely controlled, and all star routes have been severed. The capital star is now isolated and helpless." The soldier's footsteps were hurried, and his tone had become urgent. Mir stood up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. "Immediately put all legions on alert and ready for battle. Stay vigilant for any potential enemy presence. Additionally, all soldiers must prioritize testing for the infected." He forced himself to calm down and began instructing his subordinates to operate with the utmost precision. Even the testing equipment and items for military students needed to be prioritized for military use. "I have a list here. You will distribute it and prioritize testing for those on the list. No need to report to anyone. Just follow the prescribed procedures." After taking a photo of the list, Mir shoved it into the soldier's hands and strode towards the highest defense office of the capital star. He needed to quickly figure out where this situation was coming from. As he entered the defense office, a sharp punch wind suddenly passed by, and Mir instinctively leaned back to dodge it. "What are you doing?" Accompanied by a voice questioning him, Mir quickly exchanged a few blows with the assailant, and the two ended up in a stalemate. It was then that Mir noticed several officers already standing in the room. It was clear that the situation was indeed very urgent. With even officers on vacation being summoned back, some still wearing shorts, awkwardly tugging at their clothes when Mir's gaze swept over them. "You still have the face to speak. If it weren't for your sudden demand for testing all the planet's insectoids, how could this have triggered such a response?" Ji Shao said with some indignation. This was quite an interesting statement. When problems arose, instead of seeking solutions, people were blaming the one who exposed the issue. Mir sneered. "If I didn't conduct tests, you wouldn't even know how you died." He strode to the highest authority platform and began checking the situation of the surrounding planets. Seeing Mir's back, a hint of amusement flashed across Ji Zhao's face before quickly disappearing. "The communications officer is working hard to repair the systems and send a few strike teams to investigate the situation." A stream of commands was issued one after another, and Mir's expression became increasingly stern. "Report, Marshal. Your highest authority has been blocked." The busy communications officer suddenly encountered a massive warning bar indicating that access was denied after inputting a series of passwords. The bold red font adding a different atmosphere to the room. Mir's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "Go check who intercepted my authority." The request for permission was quickly sent up. However, everyone present already knew that the only person who could block Mir's authority was likely the Emperor himself. "The permission request has been denied." The soldier's voice trembled slightly as he cautiously reported to Mir. Internally cursing under his breath, Mir directly grabbed Ji Shao. You should understand that what I am doing is beneficial for all citizens of the entire week. Open your authority for me. Let go of me. Ji Xiao adjusted his collar that Muir had tugged askew and input his authority account and password on the keyboard. Clearly, the safety of the entire star system outweighed personal grievances. Although his authority was not as high as Muir's, it was sufficient for most of the commands Muir had just issued to operate normally. You are merely a pathetic worm abandoned by the Emperor. Do you still want to serve the royal power? Ji Xiao looked at Muir with a smirk. Muir clenched his fist tightly, unable to help but grind his back teeth. You don't need to worry about me. I will go find the Emperor. To be honest, Muir's voice carried a hint of unwillingness. He never expected his authority would be blocked. Even if the Emperor had always been concerned about his high military power, coupled with his significant personal influence, it could pose a certain threat to the throne. But the Emperor should also understand that in such a critical moment, with the Empire at stake, what was there to discuss about royal power? Something must have gone wrong in the palace. Now all the planets had fallen, not only facing advanced insectoids, but also large numbers of infected individuals, especially since these infected hosts had chosen officials or military personnel with very high mental abilities, leading to the rapid and unexpected loss of control over these planets. To understand the situation on those planets, all commands needed to be issued without reservation. The Emperor had no reason to block this. Muir's entry into the palace faced no obstacles, and he smoothly met with the aged Emperor, who had ruled the Empire for over 200 years. Why has my authority been blocked by you? The Emperor sat in his chair, slightly lowering his head, staring at the documents on the table without any intention of looking up at Muir, his voice somewhat stiff. You caused the insectoid's fury. I did nothing wrong, Muir argued. Your very existence is a mistake. The insectoids stated many years ago that as long as you were sacrificed to them, they would spare all of humanity. Why won't you comply? The Emperor's voice still bore a hint of stiffness as he continued to look down at the documents on the table. However, what he said made Muir's pupils constrict in shock. It turned out that the god-slaying plan from back then was not as he had imagined, but a complete conspiracy. Whether he truly killed the insect emperor or sacrificed himself to it, it would allow everyone except him to gain a respite, leaving him as the sole sacrifice. Do you hate it? Muir found it hard to evaluate his current feelings. Perhaps he should have thought of this long ago, but he didn't dare to think in the worst direction. If this is your command, I will comply. I have always been loyal to you, loyal to the Empire. Muir said quietly, yet unconsciously took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to the Emperor. In almost an instant, a mental pressure swept over him. Muir clearly saw the Emperor, who had been looking down, had eyes that were completely black. The Emperor had already been infected before Muir could react in shock. He was suddenly pinned to the ground by 2 powerful figures, and a reprimanding voice rang out. You dare to assassinate the Emperor. Chapter 175. The opportunity to go back looking at the dazzling array of research equipment in front of her. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes widened. Although she had considered that Hua Zhao came from a wealthy family, she never expected it to be this affluent. Every piece of equipment was neatly categorized and placed in its proper spot. If Hua Zhao hadn't said this was a research lab, Ge Yuan Yuan might have thought it was a storage room for equipment. Come with me, Hua Zhao said as she slowly opened a door. At that moment, the wailing sounds of the insect race spread out from inside. What is this? Ge Yuan Yuan was momentarily stunned. She could never have guessed that someone as seemingly upright as Hua Zhao could be involved in such activities. After all, it was strictly forbidden to keep insects in captivity, as no one could guarantee whether the captured insects would escape or evolve higher intelligence. It's just some small research. I thought you might be interested, right? At that moment, Ge Yuan Yuan noticed a look in Hua Zhao Yi's eyes that was reminiscent of Hua Wenyao's expression. It seemed that like attracts like. Of course, Ge Yuan Yuan wasn't the type to be constrained by such things. If she were, she wouldn't have thrived in her original world. After all, women have never been the most respected beings in any era. Only by proving herself through strength could she demonstrate her worth. Hearing this, Hua Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. She was somewhat worried that Ge Yuan Yuan might be one of those who adhered strictly to the law, especially since it appeared that Ge Yuan Yuan had a good relationship with Muir. Since that's the case, I can relax. Let's go see what interests you the most. As she spoke, He led the way inside until she stopped in front of a confinement bed. On the bed lay an insect struggling continuously. It seemed it had not yet accepted its fate of being captive and was desperately trying to escape. This is the highest class of insect I could capture with my authority. As for capturing a more powerful one, my abilities just haven't reached that level yet. With this statement, Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the bed and realized it was an insect that had reached the 7th tier. This was already a high-tier insect, and it was clear that He had put in considerable effort to capture such a creature. However, this didn't concern her much. After all, what she was most interested in was the substance that He had been mentioning, extracted from the insect. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could ask, He spoke up. Look at this green substance. It seems to contain immense energy, but I can't identify what it is. However, I can feel that it is essentially the same as the energy you displayed. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but admire Zhao Yi's sharpness. Indeed, there was a commonality among them, as they were both forms of primordial energy. This energy didn't seem to belong here. Rather, it was closer to the primordial power from Ge Yuan Yuan's original world. Looking at this energy, Ge Yuan Yuan even felt a strange sense of familiarity. She instinctively wanted to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by Zhao Yi. Don't touch it recklessly. This energy is extremely strange. Someone tried to touch it casually before and ended up getting burned. No amount of healing could eradicate it. To this, Ge Yuan Yuan reacted with indifference. After nodding, she reached out to touch it. Strangely, the energy was no longer as volatile as before. Instead, it was very gentle, almost as if it recognized her, wrapping around her fingertips affectionately. This is, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with immense surprise. She never expected that something she had struggled to touch would become so gentle in Ge Yuan Yuan's hands. Ge Yuan Yuan never hid anything from those who could help her. She smiled softly and said, "This should be some form of primordial energy. As for why you can't touch it, it's probably because your body can't handle the energy, which causes discomfort. However, your general research direction seems correct. If this energy could be harnessed, it would greatly assist in your mecha development. It might even corrode the insect's incredibly hard exoskeletons to make them weaker." Ge Yuan Yuan's gaze softened, and she ultimately refrained from saying more, realizing that expressing her thoughts could come off as hurtful. After all, outside of herself, no one in the galaxy could likely master this energy, and if she hadn't appeared here, this energy would probably have been classified as a dangerous substance, never put to use. So, you know how to use it, right? Zhao Yi said, gripping Ge Yuan Yuan's hands tightly, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a rare treasure. If you can extract more of this energy, I might indeed be able to help you. Ge Yuan Yuan said softly, while her mind was racing with calculations. Just a moment ago, she had glimpsed a possibility within this energy, a chance to return to her original world. But suddenly, she hesitated, unsure of how to explain to Mu Air that she needed to leave this world, leaving behind an empty shell named Ge Yuan Yuan. Or perhaps she feared that Mu Air would be sad about her departure. Unbeknownst to her, that little creature she wanted to consume had become an extremely important part of her life. Zhao Yi was not a fool. She could naturally guess that Ge Yuan Yuan was hiding something, but it didn't matter to her. All she sought was to harness this energy for herself, to give all the civilian soldiers on the front lines a greater chance of survival. All right, but if you understand this substance well, perhaps you can help me. Ge Yuan Yuan naturally agreed to Zhao Yi's request. After all, working together was always more efficient than working alone. Moreover, she was eager to return to her original world and deal with those who had been celebrating and taking possession of everything she had. She had stayed here too long, long enough that she couldn't bear to imagine how long those people had been rejoicing and celebrating over what belonged to her. Just the thought of it made Ge Yuan Yuan want to rush back immediately, to pull them off her lifeless body and teach them a harsh lesson. Chapter 176. The arrival of the Insect Emperor, having undergone her education. Whether these people live or die is beyond her certainty. After all, she has not forgotten any of it, the hatred, nor how she was persecuted. At this moment, Zhao Yi was observing Ge Yuan Yuan's expression. She couldn't understand what Ge Yuan Yuan was thinking, but she refrained from asking further and focused on the work at hand. For her, nothing was more important than the lives of those fighting on the front lines. As long as what Ge Yuan Yuan said was true, whatever schemes she might have against her would be inconsequential. If she could give, then why not? The situation in the palace had turned upside down. Two powerful protectors of His Majesty were glaring intently at Mu-Er. Mu-Er had already broken free from their grasp. His Majesty has been infected. His voice carried a hint of urgency, but he couldn't help but speculate whether the two masters were also infected, taking a few steps back, afraid to approach further. Don't speak nonsense. We have always protected His Majesty. How could he possibly be infected? The two masters insisted vehemently, but Mu-Er had lost his trust, and the situation had now turned dire. Mu-Er fixed a steady gaze on His Majesty, turned, and left, only to suddenly hear His Majesty's voice calling out behind him. "How dare you? Seize the rebel." The surrounding mech soldiers looked at each other in confusion, unsure of whom to follow, hesitating to act against Mu-Er. The reason was simple. Cases of infection by the insect race had erupted everywhere, especially since Mu-Er had shouted about His Majesty being infected, making it difficult to ascertain whether the current emperor was safe. The feudal monarchy should have ended long ago. The empire ultimately no longer exists and should be governed by the Great Federation that oversees the entire nation. Ji Shao slowly walked out from a side hall. Mu-Er glanced at him, seemingly unfazed. "in.He is your subordinates organization, right? Have you not always been at odds with me? Why come help me?" Though he had long suspected, the recent assistance from in.He made Mu-Er hesitant to confirm that it was indeed Ji Zhao's organization. After all, this person had always been at odds with him. Why would he extend a helping hand? This is the surprise I've prepared for you. As for why I'm helping you, you might have to ask your fiancée, Miss Ge. She has put a lot of effort behind your back. Ji Zhao's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, possibly envy. After understanding, Mu-Er's voice turned resolute. His Majesty's imperial power is unchangeable. You harbor rebellious intentions. Mu-Er's tone was very firm. His ancestors were staunch loyalists, and he would never entertain disloyalty. Moreover, there were more important factors that made him resolutely uphold the rule of imperial power. I don't know what is so worthy of your defense among this bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to indulge and oppress the populace. But since things have developed to this point, I must lead the entire empire into a new journey today and establish a true federal country. Ji Zhao's feminine face held some malice. No matter what you want to do, I will not agree. Mu-Er glanced at His Majesty, his eyes filled with sorrow. This emperor, who had ruled the empire for so many years, had been unknowingly infected by the insect race, even dying quietly. Your general direction is clearly the same as ours in in.He. Why won't you join us? Ji Zhao's face showed signs of persuasion, carrying a hint of temptation. Join us, and we will provide you with better treatment. We won't abandon you. What Miss Ge gave us is enough for us to help you with everything we have. That's utter nonsense. Mu-Er's eyes reflected sorrow. There were many things Ji Shao did not understand. Why had the survival rate of royal princes and grandsons always been very low, and often only the strongest could gain status? It was not because they enjoyed killing each other, but because they bore the most important burdens of the entire empire. The operation of the Star Network relies on the most powerful artificial intelligence. But if the AI's intelligence develops too highly, it can give rise to rebellious intentions. Only the strongest in mental power can continuously sift through all problematic information within the vast cloud of data and screen the entire AI. So far, the only bloodline capable of bearing this heavy responsibility is the royal bloodline. If the Star Network encounters problems, it would mean the entire interstellar network would fall into paralysis, leading to the collapse of interstellar society. The issue is extremely serious. But Ji Shao would never retreat because of Mu-Er's unfounded reasons. He had waited too long for this day and would never give up. He had even sacrificed his sister's 2 legs for this. Today was the best opportunity. If he couldn't successfully overturn the entire social system, there would be no chance of success in the future. Now that His Majesty had been infected by the insect race with almost no chance of survival, if the royal bloodline was to be preserved, all the princes and grandsons needed to be protected. And now, the 2 most favorable competitors were among the previously imprisoned school students. Unfortunately, if you are unwilling to join our organization, I'll have to send you to meet the insect emperor. Yixia shrugged, revealing a strange smile. At this point, Muya understood eating. Even if the insect race had evolved the ability to infect, it was impossible for them to infiltrate the entire interstellar society so thoroughly in such a short time. There must be some organizations pushing this along. It seemed that this organization, which appeared to be established for the safety of all citizens, had long since lost its purity behind the scenes. You are indeed audacious enough to collude with the insect race. The insect emperor has been hiding after being injured, and I fear your involvement in this. Though Mu Er still spoke with righteousness on the surface, he was beginning to feel anxious inside. Last time he faced the insect emperor, he had no chance of victory, even during the opponent's weakened state. If it happened again, he could hardly guarantee he wouldn't heroically sacrifice himself. I look forward to it, Your Majesty the Insect Emperor. Please show yourself. With Ji Zhao's loud call, the atmosphere in the entire palace suddenly began to change unusually, as if the Insect Emperor had suddenly locked onto this place. All security systems had completely failed, and a giant eye gradually opened in the void. Mu Er's breathing instinctively became rapid, his eyes fixed, unblinking, on all citizens in the star system, even those on other planets and the insect race, sensed something unusual. The insect race even began to grow excited. Chapter 177. Why the Marshal is unwilling to sacrifice again. This is the true emergence of the Insect Emperor. In an instant, it plunged the entire capital star into panic. After all, most battles with the insect race take place in the fringe star systems, and the residents living in the safest capital star rarely get the chance to confront the insect race directly. The next moment that I opened, the orange yellow, I slowly opened, bringing a powerful sense of oppression that left many people struggling to breathe. Muir's face suddenly turned pale. The Insect Emperor's sudden emergence, without warning, left him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If you are unwilling to submit, then you can only be destroyed. Ji Xiao even wore a smug expression on his face. In a laboratory, Ge Yuan Yuan also sensed something unusual. Although she was not outside and couldn't see the huge eye, the sudden intense pressure made her body immediately sound alarms. It had been a long time since Ge Yuan Yuan felt such a familiar sense of crisis. Do you feel anything? Ge Yuan Yuan asked Hua Zhao Yi beside her. Her expression filled with uncertainty. Hua Zhao Yi was almost overwhelmed by the strong pressure, nearly collapsing to the ground. He struggled to swallow and gasped for air. It's a very strong pressure. With great difficulty, he managed to utter this sentence before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Uncertain of where the pressure was coming from, Ge Yuan Yuan vaguely sensed that a massive energy source was approaching rapidly from outside. Every cell in her body was uncontrollably screaming with hunger, and without hesitation, she absorbed that energy from the laboratory before bursting out the door. The two sources of energy were definitely of the same origin. If she could absorb this energy, she could tear through time and space and return. The opportunity to take revenge was right in front of her, and Ge Yuan Yuan was determined not to let it slip away. Once outside, Ge Yuan Yuan immediately saw a gigantic eye in the sky. Although no one had told her, she instinctively knew to whom that eye belonged. The Insect Emperor. In this world, only the Insect Emperor, whom she had never seen before, could possess such overwhelming pressure. Muir, we meet again. As a strange and ancient voice slowly echoed, although the eye was staring at Muir. It inexplicably gave everyone on the capital star the feeling that it was watching them. As the voice faded, many enormous high-level insectoids, all estimated to be above the 9th rank, suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. It was as if they were all emerging at once. The situation felt like it was about to ignite into a decisive battle. No one expected that the previously stable insect race would suddenly go berserk today. Furthermore, they had arrived directly at the capital star, and all the defense systems seemed to malfunction at this moment, rendering them ineffective and plunging people into waves of panic. Having been named by the Insect Emperor, Muir no longer hesitated. He summoned a hurricane and soared into the air, confronting the Insect Emperor head-on. Although their sizes were vastly different, The pressure radiating from Muir at that moment was enough to stand against the insect emperor and protect the civilians behind him. I regret that the last God-killing plan failed to eliminate you, leaving you room to breathe. Muir was equally unyielding. Although he understood that he could not completely stop the insect race's advance, he was determined to take down at least one, giving it his all while leaving the rest to those behind him. Aside from Ji Zhao's Jimin Corps, the other military units quickly assembled, aiming various heavy weapons at the insect race. The announcement echoed repeatedly. All civilians, please enter the underground defense facilities. Although there had been no rehearsal, the instinct for survival drove all the civilians to rush into the underground defense facilities as quickly as possible. Without waiting for the civilians to evacuate, Muir gestured, and the people below responded by raising the capital star's ground defense systems. Various energy weapons and large-scale destructive weapons all fired at the insect emperor. The enormous "I faced these weapons without even blinking," merely covering itself with a hard membrane in a fraction of a second. The sounds of explosions filled the air, and smoke enveloped half the sky. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone despaired to find that the insect emperor showed no signs of being affected by the attacks, as if they were merely appetizers. How could they fight like this? Even as the atmosphere of despair gradually enveloped the mech soldiers, Muir did not give up. With continuous commands from the air, the soldiers below followed his instructions, changing their strategies one after another. But they soon realized it was all in vain. The insect emperor showed no sign of fear and did not even change its defensive posture. It continued to gaze down without blinking, or rather, it was fixated on Muir's figure in the void. "Hand over, Muir, and I will honor my promise to withdraw my forces." The ancient voice rang out again, and the terms it presented left everyone momentarily stunned. Most ordinary civilians and soldiers were unaware that the insect emperor's intention was to force them to hand over Muir. They looked at Muir and the seemingly invincible foe with difficulty, and a deep sense of despair began to settle in their hearts. Some had even started to waver. "Muir, look back. These are the people you are trying to protect." The insect emperor's voice even carried a hint of mockery and delight, clearly thrilled by the unfolding drama. Although the civilians did not express their thoughts, Muir could fully sense their emotions through his mental powers. Muir could not help but understand that the people he had protected for so long were now willing to abandon him to the enemy. In this chaotic situation, even the military academy students who had been imprisoned managed to escape their confinement. "It's just sweet talk. Do you think that without me, you won't target humanity again? Your brutal nature cannot change. Humans and insects are ultimately two different entities, and peaceful coexistence is impossible." Muir remained unmoved. Even if the civilians behind him intended to abandon him, so what? "Marshal, you've saved us so many times. Can't you sacrifice just once more?" The insect emperor has already said that as long as you willingly surrender, they will withdraw their forces. Chapter 178. Insect Emperor? Just a lowly dragon. You have always been our hero. Are you really going to back down now? Some of the people below have already been swayed by this suggestion, even shamelessly scolding Moore and questioning whether he is cowardly and afraid of death. They accuse him of being unwilling to sacrifice himself to save so many ordinary people out of fear of being taken by the insect emperor. It is disheartening, yet undeniably foolish and laughable. Following the surge of energy, Ge Yuan Yuan easily spotted the insect emperor and naturally overheard the previous conversation, unable to suppress a cold laugh. A bunch of fools, thinking that by handing over more they could escape disaster. With the enhancement of his divine sense, although Ge Yuan Yuan's voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his spiritual sword and soared into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Moore. Not considering that without Moore to restrain the insect emperor, were they not just lambs to be slaughtered? The murmurs below gradually grew louder. But these had nothing to do with Moore and Ge Yuan Yuan anymore. Shocked, Moore looked at the suddenly appearing Ge Yuan Yuan. Although he tried hard to keep his voice steady, some urgency and panic could still be heard. "Get back quickly. This isn't a place for you to mess around." Although it was a scolding, the worry in Moore's eyes was genuine. He was truly concerned for Ge Yuan Yuan. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Moore could not back down, but he also couldn't bear to watch Ge Yuan Yuan die alongside him. The only way to ensure Ge Yuan Yuan quickly left was to use scolding words. You have to believe that I have the ability to fight alongside you. Ge Yuan Yuan said lightly, raising his head to give a disdainful sneer at the insect emperor in front of him. What kind of skill is it to pretend and deceive? If you have the ability, show your true form. The insect emperor had not encountered anyone who dared to disrespect him like this for a long time. His massive body gradually revealed itself from midair. Ge Yuan Yuan looked at the emerging figure and suddenly laughed. She understood why she felt a shared source of power. It turned out this so-called insect emperor was merely an unsuccessful dragon. Moreover, it was the lowest-ranked variant dragon among all dragons, perhaps due to the interstellar era that allowed him to cultivate to such a formidable level, even capable of transforming into a dragon in one step. But in the end, it was just a beast. To think that such a creature, which in.He even survived to adulthood in the cultivation world, had been pretending to be powerful and manipulating the entire interstellar realm for so many years. However, with just a cursory glance, Ge Yuan Yuan could already see that this dragon's strength was far beyond what she could currently handle. The golden core cultivation was still too weak. Perhaps because of Ge Yuan Yuan's bold words, a trace of attention from the lofty insect emperor finally turned towards her. Just that one glance made him shiver with fear. But he quickly calmed down. After all, she was just a loose cultivator at the golden core stage. Even if she was fortunate enough to end up in this blessed land with him, could he, after so many years of accumulation, not defeat a mere golden core loose cultivator? How dare a mere golden core act so arrogantly? With a casual flourish of his sword, Ge Yuan Yuan smiled faintly. Dare to try? You'll find out. You have guts. The insect emperor roared, but did not charge as Ge Yuan Yuan expected. Instead, he cunningly retreated, letting his minions go first. The ninth-tier insect tribe swarmed in, leaving Ge Yuan Yuan somewhat overwhelmed. Limited by this physical body, she could not exert her full strength and thus faced difficulties in battle. With a single strike, she cut an insect in half. But Ge Yuan Yuan now felt unprecedented irritation. Clearly, she had the power to kill this noisy insect with one blow. Yet she had to take her time to defeat them. This feeling was quite unpleasant. More also rushed forward, and the two fought side by side, slaughtering the insect tribe together. Just then, the insect emperor launched a surprise attack. A massive shockwave mixed with sound energy surged towards the two. If hit, certain death awaited. Cursing silently, Ge Yuan Yuan had no choice but to temporarily abandon her physical form. As the shackles on her body were gradually undone, her cultivation swiftly advanced to the divine transformation stage in a breath, almost instantly revealing her true form. In the blinding light, Moore couldn't see anything clearly. He only felt someone push him out of the attack range, and he fell far into the air, watching Ge Yuan Yuan being torn to pieces. Ge Yuan Yuan, Moore shouted, his voice filled with pain. Before he could mourn, he saw a tall, stunning woman with beautiful features and a long sword charging out from the light wave. With a red mole on her forehead, she looked extraordinarily enchanting. So this is Ge Yuan Yuan's true form? Before Moore could be surprised, he saw Ge Yuan Yuan directly charging up with her sword. Despite her petite stature, she unleashed waves of sword light, causing the insect emperor to scream in agony. The insect emperor even mumbled some incoherent words. You are actually a divine transformation powerhouse. We share the same roots. Why rush to harm each other? Although the people below did not understand what had happened, they couldn't help but feel delighted at this spectacle. Do not bully the dragon too much. The insect emperor soon showed signs of injury, clearly pushed to his limits by Ge Yuan Yuan, and even his speech carried a hint of malice. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame me for being rude. Today, I will take you down even at the cost of self-destruction. You wouldn't dare to die. Ge Yuan Yuan retorted with a mocking tone, showing no fear. Her strength had already returned to its peak, and she felt an endless surge of power. How could she give up over a mere threat? You still want my husband to be sacrificed to you? Dream on in your next life. The more Ge Yuan Yuan spoke, the angrier she became, and her movements became even more fierce. The insect emperor truly had bad luck. He never expected that he had escaped to another world only to be caught up in such a melodramatic tale of love and hate. I was wrong. I won't let him be sacrificed. Is that okay? Please spare me, Great One. The insect emperor clearly showed signs of begging for mercy. He was not a powerful beast to begin with, and was inherently cowardly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled after sustaining such minor injuries from his struggle with Moore. Moore looked on with mixed feelings as he watched Ge Yuan Yuan dominate, even beating the high and mighty insect emperor. So his fiancée, he was this brave? Chapter 179. You are such a magic horn dragon. Regaining his composure, Moore couldn't just stand by and watch Ge Yuan Yuan fight alone. He was about to rush in. Darling, don't come. Ge Yuan Yuan even took the time to flirt with Moore between battles, their ambiguous interactions making the bug emperor seethe with anger. Do you even see me? With his furious shout, the surrounding bug tribe charged forward recklessly. Even though Moore wanted to help, he was blocked in place by the suddenly rushing bugs and could only do his best to protect the capital star's safety. Ge Yuan Yuan wielded a spirit sword, executing a set of sword moves with impressive might. In almost no time, he had severely injured the bug emperor. Realizing the situation was dire, the bug emperor attempted to escape, activating an invisible teleportation array behind him, preparing to flee. During his last battle with Moore, he had also escaped quickly when he was about to be mortally wounded. He had mastered this trick perfectly, creating a wormhole by tearing through space and fleeing to a faraway place was no longer a difficult task. Seeing through the bug emperor's intentions, Ge Yuan Yuan rushed forward without hesitation and ripped apart the already established teleportation array with his bare hands. This was outright cheating. The bug emperor was utterly devastated. Whatever he could do, Ge Yuan Yuan could do too, and what he couldn't do, Ge Yuan Yuan could still manage. Whether it was the space-time laws involving wormholes from the interstellar era or the teleportation array techniques from the cultivation world, Ge Yuan Yuan was far more adept, making it impossible for him to fight back or escape. If it weren't for the energy he had accumulated over the years, giving him a slight fighting chance against Ge Yuan Yuan, he would have been cleaved into two pieces long ago. But what was even more frightening was that the bug emperor found that the energy he had accumulated over so many years was being continuously absorbed by Ge Yuan Yuan. Surrender, and I'll guarantee your corpse stays whole. Ge Yuan Yuan's eyebrows danced with excitement, his demeanor radiating an indescribable charisma. What are you talking about, surrender? Just to keep my corpse whole? If I can survive, who wants to die? The bug emperor scorned such behavior. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's momentum growing stronger, the bug emperor steeled his heart. He had reserved a way out for himself, but it was a path fraught with danger. He never wanted to resort to it so easily. Spitting out a core, the bug emperor concentrated all his power into it. Ge Yuan Yuan squinted. Feeling the scene was somewhat familiar, but soon realized what it was. This reckless guy was going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly. Have all these mechas withdraw. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't care about anything else and casually waved out a gust of sword wind, blowing away all the mechas closest to him. The shockwave from the internal explosion would definitely leave those ordinary soldiers with no place to die. Moore sensed something was wrong at lightning speed, and, while everyone was retreating, charged forward without hesitation. Ge Yuan Yuan, you retreat too. Accompanied by a brilliant golden light, a massive shockwave engulfed the three closest to the explosion center. Ge Yuan Yuan only saw a flash of white light in front of her, but the pain she imagined didn't come. Instead, a scene she was very familiar with appeared before her, the monster beast forest. Seeing this familiar scene suddenly, Ge Yuan Yuan felt a moment of melancholy. After all, in another world, she was truly experiencing everything. It was naturally impossible to forget it all so suddenly, so she couldn't help but feel a rare sadness. But when she saw the thing she was holding, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This was the magic horn dragon that had just self-destructed and threatened her, and had successfully self-destructed. The magic horn dragon, seeing everything with its eyes wide open, was stunned. Looking at the person who was holding it, wasn't he that the infamous female demon of the cultivation world? It had already gained a bit of fame by the time it escaped here, and without a doubt, it had caused an even bigger commotion during its absence. You. Yes, just as you thought. How does it feel to fall into my hands? Not bad. After all, being defeated by an unknown junior sounds better than being defeated by a demon lord. After realizing this, the magic horn dragon directly gave up. If she could defeat it with that kind of body in such a place, What more could she do in the cultivation world? To its surprise, the energy from its self-destruction ultimately benefited the female demon, allowing her to restore her body. It knew that after all its hard work in cultivation, it was left to be someone else's wedding dress. It might as well have strangled itself at birth. The more it thought about it, the sadder it felt. What kind of life was this? Was this how a person should live, not a dragon? It had anticipated returning to the cultivation world, originally thinking it could rely on its cultivated skills to practice well, and perhaps even truly become a dragon in the cultivation world. But encountering such a female demon, who could have guessed? If it had known this would happen, it might as well have submitted back then and lived a good life with its bugs and descendants. Thinking this way, More's flesh didn't seem so precious anymore. I might be able to be your little brother, or I could be your mount. Let us consider it. Just think about it. Once I transform into a dragon, you can ride a dragon in the sky. How impressive is that? Besides, a female demon lord deserves a majestic magic dragon, don't you think? The more it said this, the brighter the magic horned dragon's eyes became. It finally thought of a way to survive in the cultivation world. Moreover, you being able to come back is partly due to my merit, right? Even if there is no merit, there should be some labor, right? The more the magic horn dragon spoke, the more excited it became, already planning for Ge Yuan Yuan's future, imagining how it would strut around the entire cultivation world under her protection. Hearing the magic horn dragon's chatter, Ge Yuan Yuan irritably reached out and punched it on the head. Clearly, the magic horn dragon was just being pragmatic. After being punched by Ge Yuan Yuan, and not only didn't He get angry, but instead laughed and said to her, "You hit me well. This punch enlightened me. I might just ascend to become a dragon soon." "Shut up," Ge Yuan Yuan said with a dark expression, urging this annoying snake to stop talking. The magic horn dragon cautiously looked at the female protagonist, its eyes turning as if it thought of a crooked idea. It immediately broke free from Ge Yuan Yuan's grasp and transformed into a 3-year-old child. This appearance looked a bit cute and innocent, with a face full of collagen, and a small tuft of hair on its head, with its dragon-like antennae not fully retracted, leaving a tiny horn on its head. If one saw such a child on a normal day, it would indeed evoke a sense of pity. "Sister, are you satisfied with how I look now?" Looking at the child who had just reached her knee and still had a bit of baby fat, Ge Yuan Yuan was silent for a moment before reaching out and giving its head a slap. Chapter 180. Everyone in the Demon Domain. Tears on the spot. If you could just change that voice of yours a little, I might have a bit of sympathy left. It's really the words of a 3-year-old child, yet they sound so weary and old. This contrast makes Ge Yuan Yuan find it utterly disgusting rather than cute. After hearing this, the little child slapped his forehead and spoke in a coquettish, childish tone. "Pretty sister, I just forgot, okay? Can you see me now?" Ge Yuan Yuan was about to curse, but couldn't help swallowing it back. Instead, she coldly replied, "You should change back, and remember to make yourself smaller. It would be best if you could wrap around my wrist. Also, I need to seek revenge on the Celestial Master. Do you want to join me?" Celestial Master? At the moment she heard that title, the demon horn dragon curled up in fear. But then, looking at Ge Yuan Yuan in front of her, she suddenly became full of confidence, stepped forward, and directly hugged the female character's hand, saying softly, all right, it was he who wanted to help his junior sister practice. So he insisted on taking my horn. Let's go seek revenge. We'll give him a good beating, so he won't dare to covet anything from our demon domain anymore. Especially my horn." Hearing this little creature's enthusiasm, Ge Yuan Yuan swallowed the words about how she was killed by the Celestial Master. After all, being foolish like this isn't so bad. At least there's courage, right? Ge Yuan Yuan curled her lips, her voice unconsciously laced with a hint of seduction. "All right, you'll go first and I'll follow. I will help you eliminate everyone you want to take revenge on. How about that?" Good. Ge Yuan Yuan lowered her eyes, retracting the sympathy that was about to spill over. If he could survive this battle, then acquiring a mount wouldn't be out of the question. At this moment, the demon horn dragon, having just seen the hint of charm in Ge Yuan Yuan's expression, lowered its head to wipe away drool, completely oblivious to the sympathy in her gaze. It thought to itself, "This female demon is so beautiful. No matter what, I should look at her a few more times. It's a worthwhile investment." After discussing the revenge, Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly hammered her head and stared at the little thing at her feet. Where did Mu'er go? Is he still alive? Although Ge Yuan Yuan could sense that the contract within her body had not yet broken, she couldn't guarantee that Mu-Er was still alive, as the contract on his side had long been unable to establish contact. I really don't know. He should still be alive, right? Look at how powerful he is. He must be able to survive. And maybe he came to the immortal realm with us? Listening to this, Ge Yuan Yuan merely glanced over. She had witnessed the demon horn dragon's nonsensical chatter before. She didn't really believe what it said, but hearing that Mu-Er might have also arrived in the immortal realm, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll tentatively believe you. But if anything happens to him, don't expect to live. Upon hearing this, the demon horn dragon silently patted itself in the heart, finally escaping a disaster. As for whether Mu-Er was alive or dead, as long as he said Mu-Er was still alive, that meant he was alive, right? Of course. His life is my life. My life is still my life. The demon horn dragon silently added in its heart. Regarding the demon horn dragon's contradictory demeanor, Ge Yuan Yuan didn't plan to pursue it. After all, the main thing now was to kill that celestial master. What are we doing now? First, let's go back to the demon domain and grab some things to fight. Ge Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with confidence and ambition. This appearance gave the demon horn dragon a sense of reality. Yes, this is how our demon realm's female demon lord should look, taking down those so-called righteous immortals. Let's go, let's arm ourselves and fight. Hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan's heart, which was filled with hatred, softened a little. Originally, the plot of the immortal realm was supposed to be one of thrilling emotions, but with this one statement, it felt like a bandit den fighting instead. She really didn't know what this thing had learned in the interstellar realm. In such a highly developed society, how could it still be like this? I'm sorry. I had a rough time in the past and learned some nonsense from those interstellar pirates. Please don't hold it against me, sister. The demon horn dragon also realized that what it said was a bit off and hurriedly looked for a chance to remedy it. As for this little creature, Ge Yuan Yuan truly had no temper with it. However, she understood how this little thing could sneak from the immortal realm to the interstellar realm and still thrive there. After all, being able to speak to anyone and everyone is not a skill that just anyone possesses. Having one more person means one more strength. Ge Yuan Yuan didn't plan to embarrass the demon horn dragon at this moment. She merely nodded and looked down at him. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and change back to your real form. Take me back to the demon domain. Upon hearing this, the demon horn dragon immediately howled in excitement, transforming back into its dragon form and shaking on the ground. It looked like a giant worm crawling on the ground, constantly calling out, "Come, come, 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 trample me." This appearance was simply too beautiful. Ge Yuan Yuan suppressed the urge to retort, forcing down the thought of wanting to beat him up, and mounted the dragon's back. As the dragon soared over the demon domain, everyone below couldn't help but look up and frown. A mere demon horn dragon actually dared to fly over the demon domain. It was even worthy. But when they saw the beautiful figure on the demon horn dragon, their actions all came to a halt. Isn't that Ge Yuan Yuan? The rightful owner of the demon domain who has been missing for 10 years has returned. But wasn't she supposed to have been killed by those so-called righteous beings? Ge Yuan Yuan had been missing for 10 years, and the demon domain had been chaotic for 10 years. Without a leader, their living space had been continuously compressed by those righteous beings. Now that they saw Ge Yuan Yuan returning, they were naturally overjoyed. Even the people of the demon domain were dancing with excitement as they watched the dragon fly in the sky, stopping whatever they were doing. Aside from the demon tribe of the demon domain, even those intelligent beasts were shedding tears. They knew that previously, they lived in the demon tribe's territory, at most just fighting with those demon people. Now that the righteous beings had mixed in, they had to fight on both sides, which was exhausting. Some beasts even longed for the days when they were only oppressed by the demon tribe. After all, when only the demon tribe was suppressing them, at least there was some breathing room. But now, even survival and reproduction had become a problem for the people of the demon domain. Any collusion with the immortal realm or chaos in the demon domain was all nonsense. Ge Yuan Yuan was their most loyal and trusted demon lord. It was only after Ge Yuan Yuan left that they realized that aside from her, no one could compete with those old monsters from the righteous side. So they could only hope for Ge Yuan Yuan's return. Chapter 181. The female demon lord has arrived. Looking at the excited expressions of the people in the demon realm, even Ge Yuan Yuan was a bit surprised. After all, she remembered that they weren't like this before her death. Although Ge Yuan Yuan had been wronged, she hadn't experienced the hardships of living in the demon realm for these past few years. You finally returned. We have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Ge Yuan Yuan landed, she saw a familiar figure slowly walk out and kneel before her. Goodness, isn't this the right protector who was most unconvinced by her in the past? How'd he end up like this after a few years? No need for excessive formalities. What is the situation in the demon realm now? You don't know, but after you disappeared, those righteous sects became completely lawless, as if no one was managing them, treating our demon realm as their own territory. They even come 3 times a day, over 100 times a month, almost treating this place like their own home. Seeing the right protector like this, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but twitch her lips. What on earth had he gone through to become like this? She remembered that before she left, the right protector was quite handsome and dashing, but now he looked like he was thousands of years older than her. I understand now. I came this time to lead you all in fighting against them. If it weren't for that thing from the celestial mechanism Taoist back then, I wouldn't have fallen into their trap. Now that I'm back, you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, the right protector's eyes filled with tears, looking quite pitiful. You don't know, the left protector is already dead. This statement was delivered with such sorrow that even Ge Yuan Yuan fell into rare silence. She knew the relationship between the two, and even though she didn't have a strong bond with them, she was still saddened by the loss of the other. I will make those righteous sects pay blood for blood, including for the left protector. Good. Upon hearing this, the right protector suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and grabbed a long whip from the side, swinging it fiercely. Everyone in the demon realm, follow the demon lord's orders. Let's go. This declaration was like a rallying cry. And almost instantly, everyone in the demon realm sprang into action, gathering towards the demon palace. Ge Yuan Yuan had no intention of concealing her actions, and naturally, the righteous sects received this news at an astonishing speed, leading to a chaotic situation. What should we do? When you let us set the trap with you, you didn't say that the female demon lord would still be alive. Exactly. Don't think that the female demon lord will come back and remember your old feelings. You need to give a clear answer on what we should do. I told you not to target that female demon lord so much. What if we can't eliminate her completely? Look, it's happening now. Upon hearing this, the celestial mechanism Taoist, who was sitting at the head of the table, furrowed his brows and continuously tapped his fingers on the table. He couldn't understand how Ge Yuan Yuan could survive and return under such dire circumstances, but since they had killed her once, they could certainly do it again. Besides, the 10 years that Ge Yuan Yuan wasted were enough for him to accomplish many things. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to annihilate this female demon lord, Ge Yuan Yuan, and restore the righteous path. Yes, that's right. The words sounded good coming from everyone. But whether their actions were to uphold the righteous path or their own interests was anyone's guess. Observing the situation, the celestial mechanism Taoist elegantly stood up and waved his hand in the air. He wore a blue robe that flowed gracefully, giving him a somewhat ethereal appearance. But whether his true nature was black or white was unclear to anyone. If that's the case, how about you? The Xinqing sect take the lead? When this sect was suddenly mentioned by the celestial mechanism Taoist, their expressions of excitement instantly vanished, their eyes darting around, finally locking onto the man beside them, shouting, "We, the Xinqing sect, indeed want to have this honor, but if it's about taking the lead, it would definitely be more appropriate for the Suqian Pavilion." The head of the Suqian Pavilion nearly bit his silver teeth in frustration. He never expected to be dragged into this situation. Not at all. If we're talking about taking the lead, it's definitely up to you, celestial mechanism Taoist, to display our might. Su Pavilion Master is right. It is indeed the case. Please, celestial mechanism Taoist, come out of your seclusion and help us eliminate this great demon Lord Ge Yuan Yuan and restore peace to our cultivation world. Hearing this, the celestial mechanism Taoist was instantly furious. But what could he do? Those called by him were all people who wouldn't act until they saw results. Since this was the case, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, they would have already fallen apart without needing Ge Yuan Yuan to attack. Of course, I will definitely stand with you against the female demon lord. While everyone was still discussing the specific response to Ge Yuan Yuan's arrival, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. A young boy rushed in a panic, flinging open the door, exclaiming, "Not good, not good. What could possibly be wrong? Can't you see the celestial mechanism Taoist is here? Not good. The female demon lord has come." Upon hearing this, everyone, including the celestial mechanism Taoist, suddenly focused their attention and looked towards the door. Outside, a dark mass had already gathered, and standing in front of the shadows was Ge Yuan Yuan, who was riding a demon horn dragon. Celestial mechanism Taoist, back then, you set a trap to harm me, but now you let me survive. It's time for you to settle the debt. Over the years, you so-called righteous gentlemen have plundered many things from my demon realm. Now it's time for you to return them one by one. Upon hearing this, the Su Pavilion Master instinctively took a step back, glancing at the celestial mechanism Taoist, and said to himself, "Ge Yuan Yuan, if you can recognize your mistakes and repent, we are not unable to accommodate you. As long as you abandon your evil arts, we can still accept you." Hearing such brazen words, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but snort coldly, casting a scornful glance at the person in front of her. With this person's abilities, even if she offered him one of her hands, it would be like teasing a child. How could he stand in front of her and shout? Perhaps in the eyes of the righteous sex, she was still too easygoing. After all, she had indeed done many foolish things because of her affection for the celestial mechanism Taoist, such as treating this group of righteous people with kindness. Chapter 182. The Wanderer in the Starry Sky. Following the brilliant golden light of the explosion, the scene fell into a silence. The surrounding crowd had retreated in time and suffered minimal casualties. However, the high-tech protective shield outside the capital star was completely shattered by the massive shockwave, damaging the shield that cost hundreds of billions in military funding. The crowd looked on in astonishment and silence at the sight of the explosion. The battlefield where the Bug Emperor and the Marshal's fiancé had fought, a threat that had loomed over them for hundreds of years. Thus, the name Ge Yuan Yuan entered the public eye. Initially, people might have only labeled her as the Marshal's fiancé, but after this battle, she became a hero to the people. With the shattering of the protective shield, small meteors brought down by the shockwave began to fall, crashing to the ground. The varying sizes of meteors forced the crowd to seek temporary shelter in underground safety locks. No one organized or led, yet all the people strangely maintained a quiet state, silently gazing at the sight of the explosion. They were paying homage to their hero, Ge Yuan Yuan, the hero. As the first voice cried out, Ge Yuan Yuan's name shone alongside the word hero throughout the capital star. Only the military personnel stood silently, gazing toward the explosion. In the final moments, as everyone was urgently evacuating, their marshal had rushed into the explosion site without hesitation. Ensuring the retreat of all legions and civilians was his belief as a marshal to protect the people. But his choice to go out alone to protect the scene was to safeguard his family, his lover, his fiancée, the brightest star he had ever encountered in his life. Around him, faint sounds of burning and the smell of smoke from the explosion lingered. The dust, smoke, and golden light in the air gradually dispersed, leaving the area empty with no sign of anyone. The Bug Emperor had also vanished, which was a relief for everyone. After the war, the dead were mourned, and the survivors were cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone remained quietly silent, with only the faint sounds of cleaning echoing. No one dared to speak or inquire about the whereabouts of the marshal and his wife. "Where's my student?" Hui's voice was somewhat hoarse. Although Ge Yuan Yuan often angered him and caused him a lot of trouble, there was still a teacher-student bond between them, and he truly hoped nothing had happened to her. Theodore stood silently, being taciturn himself. Unsure of what comforting words to say, he could only awkwardly squeeze out, "The marshal and Miss Ge will be fine." Everyone knew it was just a comforting phrase. Hui stood still for 3 minutes, treating it as a moment of silence. There was no sign of disturbance around, so he could only begin to direct in his hoarse voice. All the military academy students participating in the military competition were still being detained, and he needed to calm their hearts. Some students outside had been dispatched to the battlefield due to this incident, and the entire military academy's operations still relied on him. Watching Hui leave, Theodore also turned around, tears welling in his eyes. Although men seldom shed tears, the disappearance of the hero Marshall he had admired for so long made him very sad. He was even unwilling to believe any news of Mu-Er encountering an accident. Calming the public, striving to maintain the new order of the capital, and searching for news about the Marshal and Miss Ge, any suspicious information had to be reported immediately. Yes, the voices of all the Hurricane Legion soldiers replied loudly, unwilling to believe that their longtime leader, the Marshal, had encountered an accident. One by one, they silently dispersed, their black mechas becoming the most active figures in the capital star. As a splitting headache overwhelmed him, Mu-Er slowly opened his eyes. After surveying his surroundings, he realized he was drifting in a dark, starry sky. The core of the hurricane mecha still emitted a faint light, while the power to other parts had shut down, and even the oxygen was scarce. Hurricane, Mu-Er's voice was extremely hoarse, and he could hardly move. Master, I have detected that your life signs are low. All the energy of the mecha has been provided to your treatment pod. It is currently maintaining a low power mode, with 3 remaining. Hurricane's mechanical voice became very weak, likely due to insufficient power. Where's Ge Yuan Yuan? Even though the pain made it difficult for him to speak, Mu-Er instinctively asked about the person he cared most about. Hurricane was silent for a moment. Its upgraded system had granted it almost human-like thoughts and consciousness. I'm sorry, no life signs have been detected nearby. The memories lost due to intense trauma were gradually returning to Mu-Er. He vaguely remembered rushing up during the last moments of the explosion. But what filled him with despair was that Ge Yuan Yuan's body was already damaged. Even if he grasped her ankle, it was merely an illusion. His fingers passed through, grasping nothing. Hurricane remained quiet. It could sense its master's sadness, but found no comforting words in its database. Where are we now? Mu-Er's voice grew weaker. He had realized that his left arm was broken, and there were severe pains below his waist. Unsure if it was a fracture or nerve damage. We are currently drifting in the Void Galaxy. To return to the capital star, it would take 3 days through a wormhole or approximately 3 months of straight flight. The energy indicator on Hurricane flickered twice, with the already limited energy dropping another notch. All energy has been allocated to treat your critical injuries. All visible wounds on your body have been detected as non-lethal. Hurricane's humanoid system even let out a faint sigh. Currently, only 2 of energy remains. The Hurricane system will actively shut down to reserve the last energy for your oxygen. Master, I wish you peace. With the final electronic voice ending, Hurricane's lights flickered, leaving only the oxygen conversion unit still functioning, while the rest shut down completely. In the silent starry sky, Mu-Er floated alone, drifting toward an unknown direction with the energy of a universe. Chapter 183. The Imperial Bloodline, severed Muir forced himself to endure the pain in his body, struggling to activate the remnants of his consciousness. It was not safe now, preventing him from peacefully entering a state of coma to recover. Despite Muir's powerful abilities, he could not escape the ordinary cycle of life and death, especially after sustaining such severe injuries, which had brought his condition to an unprecedented low. However, there was no choice. Although the threat of the Bug Emperor was gone from the capital star, many remnants of the insect race still lingered nearby. Moreover, the Ge family was eyeing the situation, wanting to overthrow the imperial system and establish a federal state, leaving Muir with a plethora of issues to handle. Muir tried his best to keep his mind active, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness, even beginning to think about some chaotic official matters. After learning all the information previously provided by Hurricane and recalling some details of the explosion, Muir didn't dare to think of Ge Yuan Yuan's name. The mere thought of it would pierce his heart, leaving him gasping for breath, further depleting the already scarce oxygen in his body. Forcefully calming his emotions, Muir glanced at the remaining 1 of energy, taking a final deep breath, as a large amount of oxygen surged into his lungs. The energy of the White Wolf gradually diminished. Muir instantly transformed into the form of the White Wolf, soaring through the starry sky. At that moment, the White Wolf was not a majestic king of wolves, but appeared somewhat disheveled. Its left paw drooped slightly, and even its tail hung low, looking lethargic. However, The benefit of this powerful ability was that Muir could still briefly navigate through space without any starship or mecha support, relying solely on his physical body. He needed to find any abandoned planet before his physical strength was completely exhausted to have any hope of survival. Muir ran further and further, a trace of despair in his eyes. No matter how strong his abilities were, maintaining them also consumed physical stamina, given his already severely injured state. How far can Muir really run? Just as Muir was about to collapse, he quietly gazed at a distant planet, peacefully closed his eyes, and accepted that if this were the end, he could only resign himself to fate. Come quickly. With a shout, some noisy voices gradually emerged around him. But Muir no longer cared. He had completely fallen into a deep coma. When Muir woke up again, it was half a month later, and the entire capital had been completely controlled by the Ge family. The emperor was publicly executed after being parasitized by the insect race, and Long Yu, who was most likely to inherit the throne, had also been placed under house arrest, now fully becoming a puppet with no power to issue orders. Awake? A crisp, youthful voice sounded beside Muir. He tilted his head and saw Ling Lu walking in leisurely while eating an ice cream. I didn't expect our esteemed Marshal to be picked up by an interstellar pirate like me. Since that's the case, hand over the ransom. Ling Lu pretended to stretch out his hand, demanding a ransom from Muir. Stop the nonsense. Muir coughed heavily a couple of times. His injuries had not yet healed, but his arm was visibly in a cast, and thick bandages were wrapped around his body. The sensations he felt told Muir that he was steadily recovering. Don't be so ruthless, Marshal. After all, we can be considered external members of the Hurricane Legion. You can't be so heartless, right? You haven't given us any military funds. I've never complained about you asking for money all these years. And now you want to even give us a little benefit? Ling Lu grinned, revealing critical information. Closing his eyes, Muir was unwilling to engage with the boy in front of him and quietly pondered the current situation. Allowing the Ge family to continue their nonsense was absolutely unacceptable. The AI maintaining the operation of the star network had developed near-human-like thinking, and it was even on the verge of complete evolution. This situation was extremely dangerous. Currently, all operations depended on the royal family for verification. With the royal bloodline either dead or imprisoned, the entire star network would soon fall into chaos. What is the progress of the system you were testing for operation? Since opening his eyes, Muir had not asked any questions about Ge Yuan Yuan, acting like an emotionless tool, desperately trying to numb himself with the tedious official matters. It's basically operational now. Connecting to various planets still has some issues that require time to set up the equipment. The entire system still needs improvement. But it's better than the AI that has developed its own thinking. Ling Lu's previous playful demeanor faded, and he reported to Muir seriously. Notify all those involved to be ready at any moment for my return. Control all the Ge family members and, at the same time, manage that cunning AI system that's running rampant in the network. Muir pressed his temples, forcibly suppressing the nauseating feeling that surfaced. He must have hit his head during the explosion, leading to some severe concussion symptoms. Where do we start acting, sir? Ling Lu perked up at the confirmation, his demeanor turning playful again. Once I've healed, I'll imprison the traitors and then check on Long Yu's situation. If there are no issues, we'll support the princess's ascension to the throne. After saying this, Muir couldn't hold back any longer and covered a nearby trash bin to vomit. Seeing this, Ling Lu no longer disturbed Muir's recovery and exited the room. Although Muir's injuries were serious, the medical equipment of the interstellar era was quite advanced. After just half a month of treatment, Muir's injuries had mostly healed, and the remaining issues no longer affected his normal activities. The situation on the capital star was still relatively harmonious, and Muir had initially planned to recuperate for another couple of days before heading to the capital. However, an unexpected incident occurred during this time. The Princess Long Yu, who had been under constant watch, could no longer endure the repeated insults and puppet-like treatment from the Ge family and attempted to assassinate Ge Shao. When discovered, she committed suicide on the spot. At this point, all royal bloodlines had been severed, and no one could suppress the rogue AI in the star network. The AI had shut down all systems, leaving the residents in a state of panic. They no longer dared to express any opinions on the star network. Mir's plans were forced to advance. Chapter 184. Crushing the Bureau, Ge Yuan Yuan was too lazy to waste words with the person in front of her. She slightly raised her hand, and the Secmaster Su was instantly sent flying out. He flew a distance of over 10 meters and crashed hard against the wall of the house, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But a single Ge Yuan Yuan was not someone they could easily deal with, let alone the crowd from the demon domain behind her, which was far more than just a handful of troublemakers. Seeing the situation, doghouse pursed his lips and finally stepped forward. The righteous faction members looked at doghouse with excited eyes. Because he had earned Ge Yuan Yuan's favor, doghouse resources were the best, which continuously elevated his status within the righteous faction, especially after eliminating Ge Yuan Yuan. Doghouse had risen to become the number one in the righteous path due to the resources he acquired. At this moment, seeing doghouse step forward, everyone felt a sense of relief. Doghouse was indeed the person they admired. He was willing to step up in times of crisis. However, in the next moment, doghouse actions left everyone in shock. At that time, they were all deceiving me. I was truly bewitched. Yuan, I really like you. After you disappeared, I searched for you countless times. You have to believe in my love for you. Regarding the search, doghouse was indeed not lying. It was just that it was not out of love, but rather out of fear that Ge Yuan Yuan might come back to life at any moment. Hearing this, the righteous faction members were all taken aback, and then they reacted, speaking one after another. Doghouse, how could you do this? How is your behavior any different from those in the demon domain? You pushed all of this onto us. You should know that you were the one who planned that event. Ge Yuan Yuan, let me tell you. At that time, it was this doghouse who told us your weaknesses and how to set traps for you. He personally lured you there. You can't forget this, can you? Watching as they hadn't even done anything yet, and just by injuring one person, the righteous path was already crumbling from within. Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her words filled with sarcasm and disdain. She looked doghouse up and down and coldly said, "It seems my judgment back then was indeed poor, but it doesn't matter. My eyes are good now that I have reshaped my body." It seemed she had given too much face to these so-called righteous path people. She could only blame herself for being blinded by what she thought was love, believing in the nonsense spoken by doghouse. But now, she was no longer that easily deceived Ge Yuan Yuan. You have to believe that doghouse words were cut off as Ge Yuan Yuan suddenly stepped forward and grasped his neck. Over the past 10 years, doghouse had never lacked training. And during this time in the Star Realm, Ge Yuan Yuan had not been idle either. In fact, due to the upheaval, her spirit had undergone even stronger refinement. As he spoke, doghouse struggled, trying to pry Ge Yuan Yuan's hand off his neck, desperately seeking a breath of air. Meanwhile, doghouse unleashed a burst of energy toward the other side, enveloping both of them within it. The formation looked familiar to Ge Yuan Yuan. It was the same one doghouse had used to lure her in back then. Because she had let her guard down at that time, it had forced her to choose the most brutal way to deal with the formation. Now, revisiting this familiar scene, Ge Yuan Yuan even felt her spirit slightly tremble, as if it was unsettled by the scene. Familiar, isn't it? I've been waiting for you here. After I couldn't find your corpse, I kept waiting and waiting, just waiting for the day you return, and I would have a way to control you. Are you satisfied with everything you see now? Ge Yuan Yuan asked with a slight smile. This unusual demeanor suddenly stirred unease in doghouse heart. He suddenly threw a punch directly at Ge Yuan Yuan in front of him. But as his fist approached, he realized he seemed to be hitting something hard, something that wasn't human in temperature or form. Turning to look, he saw another Ge Yuan Yuan outside the formation, looking at him with a smile. Having already been tricked once, how could he possibly be tricked a second time? This was the thing she had obtained from the Demon Horn Dragon, and he had no idea how the Demon Horn Dragon managed to bring so many things back from the Star Realm. Ge Yuan Yuan had just used these materials to create the version of herself standing in the formation. As for why doghouse hadn't noticed it at first, it was because Ge Yuan Yuan had foreseen the development of events and had specially made the materials for her replica as hands to look as realistic as possible. Watching the destructive light that the formation represented draw closer, the male protagonist couldn't help but laugh heartily, and tears of blood welled in his eyes. I worked hard to plan everything. Wasn't it all to become the first? Why? Why did you just let me have a few years of sweet dreams before coming back? Would it have been better if you had just died? Didn't you say you loved me back then? If you love me, then why not die for me? At this moment, within the formation, doghouse was roaring while choosing a method similar to Ge Yuan Yuan's to self-destruct. Watching the immense force spread outward, Ge Yuan Yuan waved her hand, raising a protective shield around the crowd, her emotions fluctuating in her eyes. If she said she felt no emotions toward doghouse, it wouldn't be accurate. It was just that those feelings had long since dissipated with his death back then, leaving only hatred. Now, watching doghouse die in a manner similar to her own, Ge Yuan Yuan couldn't quite articulate her feelings, only feeling a bit of sentimentality in that moment. The things we did back then were purely forced upon us by doghouse. Please show some mercy. Before Ge Yuan Yuan could process her emotions, the righteous faction members had already surrounded him, chattering about how the events of that time had nothing to do with them. Hearing these words, Ge Yuan Yuan found it amusing. She scanned the crowd and indeed recognized a few familiar faces related to that past. For these familiar faces, she showed no mercy, systematically nullifying the powers they had cultivated over the years. Nullifying a person's powers here was, in some respects, far more brutal than a massacre. After all, who could accept suddenly aging after having been in their prime for so long? The rest of you will return tenfold what you took from the demon domain. Chapter 185. The Starry Sky. Without sharing listening to the outrageous demands of Ge Yuan Yuan, everyone felt a mix of anger and helplessness. In any situation, the one with the strongest fists is the leader, especially since they had indeed committed many wrongdoings while Ge Yuan Yuan was absent, making them feel somewhat guilty at this moment. For some sects with fewer plunders, these losses were somewhat acceptable, but for others, a tenfold compensation would lead them to financial ruin. Could you be a bit more lenient? A tenfold compensation truly drives us to a dead end. At this point, many sect leaders could no longer bear the situation and rushed forward to plead, hoping Ge Yuan Yuan would grant them some leeway. However, Ge Yuan Yuan remained indifferent to it all. It was a consequence of their own actions, so she felt no pity. You can choose for yourselves. If you are unwilling to pay voluntarily, then I can only say that I will come personally to collect. Upon hearing this, some trembled in fear, while others raised their arms in despair. A demon. She is simply a demon. Ge Yuan Yuan was not surprised by the various complaints directed at her. If these righteous people agreed, it would indeed be strange. If you say that, then wouldn't it be unreasonable for me not to demonstrate my authority? As she spoke, Ge Yuan Yuan leaped forward, sweeping her leg to knock one person back a step, who clutched their chest, looking utterly shocked at Ge Yuan Yuan. I think you all misunderstand my temperament. I was not seeking your opinions. I was informing you. You are best to deliver the compensation to the demon domain within 3 days. If you are unaware of what you have taken from the demon domain, I will send someone to deliver you the bill shortly. Seeing Ge Yuan Yuan's furious demeanor, everyone dared not speak, their eyes filled with horror, as if they had never anticipated her to be of such character. Meanwhile, the demon horn dragon, aware of everything, behaved quite normally. It had transformed into a 3-year-old child. Tilting its head to look at Ge Yuan Yuan, its grape-like eyes blinking as it softly said, "They still need to apologize to us. They have done many bad things." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and upon looking at the one who said it, who was merely a newly transformed demon horn dragon, their anger surged. Before they could respond, their gazes shifted to Ge Yuan Yuan beside the demon horn dragon, clearly indicating their close relationship. Ge Yuan Yuan did not mind the demon horn dragon's behavior. She merely glanced at it, her eyes fixed on the righteous people before her. Not long after, the matter reached a conclusion. Under Ge Yuan Yuan's strong pressure, the situation was quickly resolved. When she saw boxes of wealth being delivered to the demon domain, she showed no signs of joy. Instead, she grew increasingly anxious. Treasure was indeed a good thing, but it had been so long since she felt the presence of Mu air. I didn't expect the Star Moon system to be online so soon. Ling Lu's voice carried a hint of emotion as he looked at the soldiers busy setting up equipment. His gaze towards the large apparatus filled with mixed feelings of love and hate. The AI system that once controlled the entire star net had been placed under a comprehensive manhunt after gaining human-like intelligence. The interstellar populace did not need a system with self-awareness, as it posed a significant security risk. However, this AI system, which had developed consciousness, did not have any fatal crimes. After considering various opinions, Muir ultimately decided to give this system a chance. He completely closed off part of the network, creating a secret closed loop, leaving only one network channel that could communicate with the Star-Moon system. In this way, the system could briefly obtain some information through the network lines without posing any lethal threat to the entire large system. The newly conscious AI system was like a newborn baby, currently in a phase of intense curiosity. Ge Xiao, although not killed by Long Yu, was severely injured and would find it difficult to recover to his peak condition for a while. During this time, Muir directly contacted all the Hurricane Legions and the spies he had previously placed on various planets. All the hidden lookout posts he had left behind were activated, allowing Muir to take the opportunity to eliminate all the infected beings that had surrounded the planets. After the death of the Insect Emperor, they were no longer a serious threat. Everything on this side was handled very smoothly. Although there were many matters, Muir managed them with ease, often glancing outside at the dazzling starry sky while reviewing documents. This brilliant starry sky he had shared not long ago with another person, but now it was just him quietly gazing at this beautiful sky alone. Outside of the capital star, all areas had been controlled by Muir, leaving only the root cause of all troubles, the Ge family, to be dealt with last. Ge Xiao, forcing his severely injured body, commanded his legion to resist Muir. But in his weakened state, he could not compete with Muir at his peak. Before long, he was forced to retreat and soon fell back to the palace. Most of the capital star had already been occupied by Muir. According to previous policies, measures began to be implemented for all injured refugees and disaster victims. Everything appeared to be thriving, with the final battlefield concentrated within the palace. There was hardly any room left for resistance, and some soldiers from the relief army had even abandoned their original beliefs, choosing to surrender to Muir. Soon, Muir met the ailing Ge Xiao in the bright yellow Emperor's chamber. He wore clothing symbolizing his status, but his pale cheeks revealed that his current condition was far from optimistic. "You have long harbored treasonous thoughts, haven't you?" Ge Xiao's appearance was already quite striking. In his sickly state, he appeared even more frail. Quietly observing this long-time rival before him, Muir said nothing, slowly placing an energy gun in front of Ge Xiao. "I will always be loyal to His Majesty. Since there is no royal bloodline left, the federal nation you hoped for will eventually come. But you will never witness this scene." Muir's voice carried a mix of pity and harshness. If the Ge family had not colluded with the insect race, perhaps there would have been room for a turnaround. In the first year of the Federation, Muir became the nation's leader, known as the Marshal. Chapter 186. Embrace in another world after another fruitless search. Ge Yuan Yuan furrowed her brows, grabbing the demon horn dragon and pressing it in front of her, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Didn't you say he might have been brought to this world too? Why can't I find him?" The demon horn dragon hesitated, its mind racing to come up with a solution. Recently, under Ge Yuan Yuan's protection, life had been too pleasant, and it had momentarily lost itself in pride. Completely forgetting to think of how to deal with Ge Yuan Yuan. Now caught off guard, it couldn't come up with a better excuse. Perhaps he's still in the original world and didn't come along? Hearing this, Ge Yuan Yuan's brows knitted tighter. She tossed the demon horn dragon to the ground and turned to leave. After being away from Muir for so long, she realized that the little wolf she had first discovered in his heart had long become an irreplaceable part of her life. Ge Yuan Yuan slowly walked to the place where she had previously been threatened by an array and had to expose herself to escape. If she could truly go there, this would naturally be the most vulnerable spot. After several attempts, the talismans in her hand were about to run out, and despair was already evident in her eyes. Not far behind her, the demon horn dragon slowly emerged, letting out an eerie wail, and suddenly a small distortion and fracture appeared in the space. Although Ge Yuan Yuan didn't understand what the demon horn dragon had done, she didn't have time to investigate further. She simply glanced back and softly said, "Thank you." Turning back, she stepped directly into the void tunnel. In this emptiness, Yuan Yuan even felt her consciousness being torn apart for no reason. If it weren't for her soul being solid, she might have been torn apart by the unknown force in this void long ago. Perhaps staying in her original world was also a good choice, but thinking of the unbroken contract on her and that person who had shared many years with her, Yuan Yuan ultimately still wanted to find him. The grudges and grievances from before had already been settled. She no longer wished to be the feared female demon. She just wanted to find her little wolf. Walking through this again with clarity, the difference in the situation now compared to when she was forced to expose herself to enter that world was vast. Yuan Yuan could only feel the continuous dizziness wash over her. She could barely see what was in front of her and could only steadfastly walk the path beneath her feet with a single belief: to see Mu-Er. Yuan Yuan no longer knew what was happening. The only thing she could perceive was that her body seemed to grow lighter and her consciousness more ethereal. Eventually, she lost all awareness. With the establishment of the federal nation, the entire interstellar era experienced a great upheaval. After the warlike intentions of the Zerg and the invasion of the infected, the whole weak era suffered significant damage, especially with the final self-detonation of the Zerg Emperor, which brought unimaginable losses to the capital star. Moreover, the subsequent handling work left Mu-Er overwhelmed, with barely any time left for sleep. However, Mu-Er did not feel fatigued. He was more worried about stopping. Even during the little sleep he managed to get, he would furrow his brows, struggling to fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, the figure of Ge Yuan Yuan would uncontrollably appear before him, along with the memories of their time together. Everything that had happened before felt like a senseless dream, so illusory it was hard to imagine. Only the bright sunlight now could highlight the silence of everything. The darkness from long ago, along with the disappearance of the Zerg Emperor, was gradually fading away. Occasionally, in the busy intervals, Mu-Er would look up at the sky and wonder if everything was just a dream. Had he fallen into the edge of a garbage star system during a battle and seen a dirty little girl in a burlap sack? It was that chance encounter that completely bound the two together. But now, with Ge Yuan Yuan's physical body shattered, he had witnessed her soul dissipate. Ge Yuan Yuan's death was something he could not accept, yet he was helpless. Marshal, the situation in various places is basically stable now. The Zerg that had besieged us have retreated to the outer star systems. The situation is generally under control. With Mu-Er's promotion, Theodore had also leveled up. Yet he remained Mu-Er's luckiest and most loyal partner. Is there any news? Mu-Er's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and weakness, not specifying. But Theodore immediately understood Mu-Er's meaning. I am sorry. The man's voice held a note of regret. Moya hiavili patet Theodora shuda. No need to apologize. This isn't your fault. I'll head back to rest. Seeing Mu-Er voluntarily propose to rest, those around him wisely dispersed, ceasing to disturb him. Since he began handling all national affairs, Mu-Er's rest time had been very scarce. In fact, today he had already gone nearly 48 hours without any sleep. Exhausted, he piloted the starship to the villa's vicinity, where he had always lived. This villa held the most memories with Ge Yuan Yuan. Although it was quite far away, Mu-Er would always drive over. Only here could he feel a bit of peace and fall into sleep. From a distance, Mu-Er saw someone lying in front of his door. He wearily pressed the processing button and instructed the nearby guards, "Take the citizen in front of my house away. Find out the situation and handle it." As Mu-Er spoke, he walked to the front of the villa, but when he saw the face of the person on the ground, he gasped for breath for a moment. Although he had only seen this face once, it had already been deeply etched into his soul. It was Ge Yuan Yuan in her original form, extremely enchanting, spirited, long-legged, slender-waisted, and proudly shaped. Although it was vastly different from her previous lowly appearance, Mu-Er could still recognize that this was his wife. Ge Yuan Yuan. With an excited voice, Mu-Er half-knelt on the ground, helping her up, every movement careful as he gently stroked Ge Yuan Yuan's cheek, calling her name. "Don't disturb me. Tearing through space to come back is exhausting." Ge Yuan Yuan's breath was weak, her voice lacking strength, but her opened eyes shone brightly. "I will never abandon my little wolf. Since I have promised you, no matter the mountains and dangers I must cross, I will come find you." With a raise of his fingertips, a contract was re-imprinted between Mu-Er's brows, and Ge Yuan Yuan's eyes curved into a smile. Can we reestablish our contract? Looking at the three big words husband and wife contract on the contract, Mu'er excitedly grasped Ge Yuan Yuan's hand, and tears of joy welled up in his eyes. I do. Holding your hand to grow old together. The two souls, crossing different worlds, embraced tightly at this moment.